Chapter 476 Military Order, rehabilitating the notorious Comrade Xiao Zhang has enough credit and fame. He is not limited to talents. The organization has always attached great importance to and promoted comrades with credit. Minister Tan believes that Zhang Tian will not disappoint. Well, next, the focus is on the situation of this case. Everyone has already understood the specific situation. Do you have any views on this case? Minister Tan knocked on the table and asked, this case is too serious, the impact is too terrifying and too bad. Once exposed, the entire Yunhai will become the focus of the country. First of all, we still have to block all news. This has too bad an impact on the entire Yunhai. The other is to track down the murderer. The key is to start with Shi Hailiang and Shi Haichao. Shen Han said after hesitating for a moment, is there any reputation on Yunhai's side? Minister Tan directly stretched out his hand to interrupt and asked rhetorically. After this sentence was uttered, the entire conference room was silent for an instant. Zhang Peng looked at his nose and heart with his eyes emptied up. That's right, the whole sea of clouds is now completely famous. Good guy. One big case after another came out. The scariest thing is that before that, there was a calm, and basically, the minimum completion standard for cases has been maintained. In other words, it means that the passing line is not enough, and it can be slightly different. It looks peaceful. Many people on the internet who have experienced it firsthand have also leaked it many times. Yunhai is Little Gotham. The so-called Gold Cup and Silver Cup are not as good as the reputation of the public. It is only known from who came that the word of mouth of many migrant workers from other provinces has spread from mouth to mouth, and the entire Yunhai has no good reputation in the whole country. For example, on the street, at night, when you walk into the hutongs and alleys, you can smell a disgusting and pungent smell. Everyone who knows it knows what it is. Others were walking along the road and saw scenes of people being beaten to death and dragged away by dogs on the street. There are too many similar scenes. There are even people on the internet who say, Yunhai grand stage. Come if you have the guts, similar to mass brawls, fighting for chassis, etc. There are too many. In fact, what attracted the above attention was that some time ago, a reporter recorded Yunhai's nightlife and exposed it on the internet. At first, I thought I was watching a violent movie, and even thought it was too outrageous. It's nothing. The point is that with this lead, countless people who have experienced Yunhai's poisoning have frantically stated in person and told everyone with their own personal experience that this is true. Then it was completely blown up. Not long after, under the attention of the capital, it was discovered that the crime rate on Yunhai's side was too low, so I didn't understand that there was a big problem here. In fact, before Zhang Peng, he had already sacrificed a director and died unexpectedly, and Zhang Peng himself is considered well-behaved. Although everyone did not participate in many things, they all understood that this kind of thing could not be solved, and it was themselves who stabbed and punished them. So over time, these problems were put on hold for the time being. It was not until Chief Gao arrived that Zhang Tian turned out. The good guy is amazing. The big cases are going to be one after another. The case is even more terrifying than the other. The major case is solved in a month. Even have to be directly compared to the whole country with the power of one city. It can even PK the whole country alone. This also caused the heat to explode further, and then Yunhai was pushed to the cusp. It's hard to hide it, comrades. We can block the mouths of the media, but can we block the mouths of the people, and can we block the scale in the hearts of the people? Minister Tan patted the table and said loudly. No one spoke, and even more no one spoke. Even Zhang Tian saw Minister Tan's anger for the first time. A series of major cases. How to hide it? Can you hide it for a while? Can you hide it for a lifetime? Regarding this case, I contacted the headquarters and finally decided to give the task force in Yunhai 10 days to solve the case at all costs. Do you understand? Minister Tan said immediately, understand. Everyone was full of heavy faces. Good GUI in this case, to say that the only person who has nothing to do with it, on the surface, is Shen Han from the provincial department. But if you want to get out of the relationship, isn't this bullshit? Good guy, how did you do such a big thing as a provincial department, and why did you make Yunhai like this, and you still want to get out of the relationship? That's a dream, the kind that is impossible in this life. Professor Shang, do you have any opinion? Minister Tan looked at Shang Yuan. This case is very important. As he said, it can't be concealed for too long, and it can be concealed in a short time, but if it takes a long time, I'm afraid it will be completely troublesome once exposed. The case has not been solved. This heat is so terrifying. The whole Yunhai is waiting to be scolded. In fact, Minister Tan also gave people time. Such a big case, Shirmio village, and the subsequent cases of being attacked, no matter how suppressed, it is estimated that the case will spread for more than 10 days. These 10 days are time for Yunhai, but also time for the headquarters. The case must be solved at all costs, and for Minister Tan, what is the source of all this self-confidence? That's right. It is Professor Shang's famous saying. I haven't been to the scene for the specific details of the case, but there is an on-site investigation report here, and I can barely tell 70% or 80%. In fact, my opinion will be discussed after the interrogation of Shi Haichao and the two of them. The only clue now is on them, at least from the current situation. As for the others' problem, I don't have a clue yet. Shang Ming sighed, not to mention anything else. It was the extremely disciplined actions alone, as well as the suicide attacks, and the final escape, without any interruption. This was an organized and premeditated attack. It's just that Shang Jing's eyes are full of fire, and his eyes are even more looking at Zhang Tian. That's right, for other cases that have no clue, there are more breakthroughs in this case. Although they didn't catch the living mouth, the other party was able to take risks, so Shi Haichao and the two of them are now the top priority. There must be groundbreaking clues. There are great difficulties and certain challenges, and it is in the field of business that he is best at. This time Shangshan was extremely confident. The minister can rest assured that within 10 days, our task force will be able to find out the truth. The famous saying of Shang immediately asserts. After a while, Shang Ming looked at Zhang Tian and asked, Comrade Xiao Zhang, what do you think of your opinion? Is there a better way? This in itself is just a polite statement deliberately said by Shang Jing. After all, Zhang Tian is not a party to the case, and although the file records are countless times more detailed than oral statements, but 10 days is completely enough. After asking Zhang Tian, and also after learning about Zhang Tian, Xiang Ming wanted to see Zhang Tian's reality in reality, and Zhang Tian's criminal investigation ability. There is a visual manifestation. What happened before, after all? It was all a guess, and now, it is the time for the test. Sure enough, after these words, everyone's eyes turned to Zhang Tian. Want to see how Zhang Tian answered? Zhang Tian smiled slightly. Chapter 477. Zhang Peng doubted his life. Do I deserve such a son? How did Comrade Xiao Jiang offend Professor Shang? This case has just come out. Comrade Xiao Jiang is still very young after all. To be honest, judging from the information currently exposed, it is still difficult to get some correct feedback, and those who can find some details, that is, the old criminal investigation, Comrade Xiao Jiang estimates that it is still difficult to answer. That's not right. Comrade Xiao Jiang has just been promoted after all, and he has almost created a historic nature. At such a young age, it is normal for Professor Shang to test it, but the difficulty of the test is a bit too great. Yes, this is too difficult. There are still a lot of people in the police system who are present, and among these people, to be honest, judging from the information leaked now, it is difficult to find another person. This requires Shi Haichao and the 2 people who escaped from the scene and the investigation, as well as the people who were killed, to find updates through these people, some clues to the case. Go through these case clues and then follow the trail, and now there is no clue to make inferences. Isn't this embarrassing? Of course, it's not that he deliberately embarrassed himself to say something, but also to test whether Zhang Tian had any fresh ideas for solving the case. As for Zhang Tian, after taking a look at the famous quotes of Shang, he knew exactly what the famous quotes of Shang thought, and he knew that the famous quotes of Shang had his own ideas. It's just that for these criminal investigation issues and reasoning, Zhang Tian can say that there is really no one in the current world who has more experience and more terrifying logic in solving cases than him. And the next moment Zhang Tian stood up and said slowly with a smile on his face, the criminals' actions this time seem to be very meticulous and strictly planned. Their actions with each other are very organized, but in fact, many problems have been exposed. Everyone looked at Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian's father, Zhang Peng's eyes were also beating frantically. The main reason is that Zhang Tian's confident appearance is too bluffing. The key is, does Zhang Tian have fresh ideas, and he is still in front of so many old criminal investigators and even police bosses on the scene? What's the problem? Minister Tan is slightly looking forward to it. To be honest, they had all witnessed Zhang Tian's mobility before, and they really hadn't seen Zhang Tian's diagnostic logic and thinking and solving the case on the spot. Shi Haichao and Shi Hailiang have no time to die in this operation. There is a big problem. First, from the perspective of these 2 people, there is no longer anything that makes them care more than life. After all, such a big case, especially Shi Hailiang, has already when the entire army was annihilated and the entire Shimiao village was wiped out. What else could Shi Hailiang care about more than life? Astonished, the people at the scene were a little surprised. In particular, Xiang Ming got up in an instant. Yes, Xiang Ming had just thought of this question. She didn't even think that Zhang Tian could answer this question and see the problem in this regard, but I didn't expect Zhang Tian to see it. You know, even if it was Miss Zhou, at this time, she obviously hadn't expected that her face was a little confused at this stage. More than that, in fact, the 2 murderers who escaped are valuable but not great. I may be sure that these 2 people and the person who acted are similar to the murderers in the previous Wen Yulin case. They are all foreign forces, and it is of little value to catch them. The key issue is actually from this case, can analyze deeper problems. Zhang Tian's expression gradually became serious. To be honest, this level of analysis is even pediatrics for Zhang Tian. For example, in the case of Wen Yulin, Zhang Tian showed it at that time. Didn't he see that Chief Gao didn't say a word? Because Chief Gao watched from the beginning, Zhang Tian had changeable analytical abilities, and how terrifying he showed was that he was simply omnipotent. And to this point, in fact, everyone also understands something. Sure enough, Zhang Tian said. Immediately, yes, there are only stronger, more threatening, and more terrifying forces. They frightened Shi Haichao and Shi Hailiang. Maybe they had been warned in advance, or maybe someone inside leaked the news and passed it on to them during the arrest. Their secret news made them run out to kill. As for why, I think there should be no other threat except for the family. In other words, the lives of their family members are all under the control of that force. Hiss. When this sentence was uttered, the faces of many people on the scene were shocked. In fact, if given time, they can also figure it out through investigation and speculation, but it is definitely not now, let alone in such a short period of time. In other words, Zhang Tian's criminal investigation and reasoning were not comparable to 90% of the people present. Even the famous quotes of Shang were swallowed, she guessed it, but not as detailed as Zhang Tian inferred in such a short time. Zhang Tian did not stop and continued, whether it is to give them the rules in advance, or to be able to secretly pass the news through the mole that may exist after our arrest, no matter which one is not a small force can do it, and the other party's response is so fast and decisive, it means that the opponent's power is local, and it will never be small. This is a local power. After analyzing this, the people on the scene gradually fell into contemplation, because with this analysis, the problem has become more and more complicated. Who is the person behind it? Who is the person above? Is there any relationship with Wen Yulin, between Wen Yulin and Shimiao village, Shi Haichao's overseas mercenary group, and the mysterious force? Are these parties involved and what kind of interests do they have? But there is no doubt that the problem leaked out this time is even more serious, especially Zhang Peng. The expression on his face was solidifying. It seems to be doubting life. My own IQ. How can I give birth to such a wicked son? It seems that the analysis of the case is almost complete, Professor Shang. Next, your task force will take over the whole process of this case. I will conduct on-site supervision here. I hope you can solve the case as soon as possible. Minister Tan also felt almost done and made a final summary to in short, the local police forces and the forces of all parties must obey the dispatch of the task force at all costs and without any reason to in other words, the task force is equivalent to owning the ancient Shangfang sword, and can thoroughly investigate all the way to the end without any scruples, but at the same time, the problems exposed by Yunhai are also becoming more and more serious, don't be so frustrated. What are you doing? This is a good thing. Being exposed means that these people are at the end of the road and have reached the end of the road. The more you jump out, the more credit you get. Cheer up. No matter how big this force is, I believe it is in us, with the sincere cooperation of the United Nations, they will be eradicated one by one, no matter how high the price is. Minister Tan knocked on the table and said, in addition, I only give 10 days. No matter what method is used, after 10 days, what I want to see is that the murderer is caught. Minister Tan's last words were said to the famous quotes of Shang. Chapter 478. It's time for Zhang's crime-solving method to shock the world. The nature of this case is too serious, and a lot of evidence needs to be searched as soon as possible. The longer the time is dragged on, the more difficult the case will be. When the meeting room was disbanded, although Jiang Tian was a little tired, he still went to the crime scene after watching it for a while. It is a pity that there is not much valuable information, but the only news is probably that it can be determined that these people are from outside the country. It's still overseas. Although it was expected a long time ago, but the border issue still has to be dealt with, otherwise, the crime problem will never stop. In the previous life, it was probably a year later that the two directors died unexpectedly. After it was found that the problem could not be solved, it was completely blocked. Now, several cases in succession should have also reached the seriousness, but I don't know how to solve it. After all, the blockade of the border is the same as the Yunhai economic strategy, the opposite, but if it is not blocked, the crime problem will never end. Jiang Tian thought faintly, did you find anything? While Jiang Tian was meditating, a gust of fragrant wind blew, and Shang Ming came to Jiang Tian and stood in front of him and asked, a little bit. Jiang Tian nodded slightly. The scene of the crime, that is, the intersection, has been completely blocked at this moment, and even the forensic doctor is searching for the remaining evidence at the scene, and the entire section of the road has been completely blocked out. Of course, because it is early in the morning, there are not many vehicles around. Jiang Tian scanned several times in succession, and finally came to Yinjiang. The Yinjiang River can be said to be an important Yangtze river that runs through the Yunhai Sea. A main line runs through and there are multiple branch lines. In front of Jiang Tian was the Yinjiang River, winding in the mountains and rivers of the Sea of Clouds. What did you find? Shang Ming couldn't help but brighten his eyes. The smell of the murderer. Jiang Tian smiled secretly. Jiang Tian's sense of smell is too keen. The legendary golden entry not only brings Jiang Tian a variety of logical thinking and solving cases, but also the most terrifying thing is the terrifying sense of smell. Any little detail on the scene can make Jiang Tian perceive the abnormality. Especially, scan the radar. This big killer, it came in handy at this time. As we all know, one thing is that ordinary criminals will return to the scene of the crime as soon as possible. This is a kind of criminal psychology. Therefore, in fact, when dealing with the crime scene, most of the time the criminal investigation will conduct the most rigorous investigation of the surroundings, although many times they may not be found by chance, or they may not be found for reasons such as the criminal's excellent psychological quality. The proportion of people arrested on the spot is not small. The criminal group's action against us is full of provocative behavior, or it is also a kind of mocking behavior, which shows that the criminal has a very arrogant character, otherwise, he would not have done it, so the murderer behind the scenes must be watching somewhere. The corner of Jiang Tian's mouth curled. Shang Ming was shocked. I was really surprised in my heart. If it weren't for Jiang Tian's face being too young, Shang Ming would even think that he had met an old criminal investigator who had been in the criminal investigation team for decades. In particular, this idea really surprised Shang Ming, and even the inner conditions of the criminals could be analyzed, perverted. The key is that in such a short period of time, doesn't it mean that Jiang Tian's level of solving cases is even better than hers? How can this be possible? Shang Ming's expression was expressionless. Even though he was extremely surprised in his heart, he still maintained a calm appearance on the surface. The appearance is still so deserted. Pretending to be plain, he said with condescending appreciation to Jiang Tian, yes, I can't believe you actually thought of it, but don't be proud. These are all things that our old criminal investigators can think of. This is just the lowest level of our task force. Don't talk about me, even Xiao Qiu had already thought of it. Huh? Miss Cho's face was full of confusion. Does she have it? Why doesn't she know? The key question is, if you look at the environment of the nearby community and how to find it, there are all nearby communities. It is unrealistic to investigate a little bit at this time. Even if the case is big, you can't go crazy. You can search every household in the middle of the night. Moreover, those who can see the environment here are surrounded by high-rise buildings in the community, so it would be troublesome to investigate, and even if all your analysis is correct, it is enough to prove that the perpetrator's heart is high and proud. It is estimated that the other party will only watch the tragedy at the scene when he does it. After the case is over, he will have left a long time ago. The famous saying of Shang analyzed. That's a good thing to say. If the opponent's mentality is proud, he won't even have a cat and mouse mentality. At most, he just watches the lively scene during the action. What if I say, I smell the murderer? Jiang Tian was non-committal. Where is it? Shang Shiqi's heart was beating, and his heartbeat was already accelerating, but on the surface, Shang Shiqi was still responding forcibly and calmly. If his voice didn't tremble a little bit, disguise belongs to disguise, but the famous quotes of the Shang dynasty absolutely recognized Jiang Tian's perverted analytical ability and reasoning logic. Jiang Tian said that there is, and that may really be, but is there really such a perversion? We have to see the details. I'm not sure, but it's probably sorta. Zhang Tian said in no hurry, but his eyes faintly looked at the distant lights. The more prosperous the city is, the richer the nightlife, for example, Mingzhu, which is even called the city that never sleeps, and Yunhai is not inferior at all. At least in this era, at this time, it has taken advantage of the dividends of the times, coupled with the help of the whole country, the full tilt of the strategic direction, and the vigorous development of all kinds of resources under the condition of green light. It's like the small village that used to be turned upside down overnight. The same is true of Yunhai. With strong support and development, it has prospered, especially in the middle of the night, when the lights are extremely bright. Under this kind of high-pressure development, countless migrant workers or staff, after the depressing work during the day, must seek a place to completely relax at night, and the more developed and prosperous such places are, the more prosperous they are. And the more such places there will be. That's a nightclub, or a bar, etc. A major road, with 5 or 6 intersections, is far away, close to the straight distance of 2 or 3 miles. Zhang Tian took off his white gloves, put on a jacket and casual clothes, and walked across 4 or 5 intersections with a merchant who was also wearing a casual suit, and stood under the bright lights. YS bar. This is what you said, is there a clue? Xiang Ming looked back at the place of the crime, and then at the huge bar sign in front of him. The bright marquee lights above are constantly flashing, and Zhang Tian didn't care about her appearance when she looked at Xiang Jing. Zhang Tian had already seen through the character of this woman. Now it's just a matter of holding on and refusing to give in. That's right too. After all, Xiang Ming has always been a genius and mighty existence in his life. After being a legend for half his life, he was suddenly killed by a young man of a younger generation. Now it is just the last stubbornness of Xiang Ming. Moreover, how proud you are now. Wait a minute, how wonderful the expression of the famous quotes will be. It's time for this famous merchant from the capital to feel the Jiang family's case-solving method. Scan the radar and open it to Lao Tzu. Zhang Tian's eyes were red. Do you two have an appointment? Chapter 479, familiar acquaintances meet again, and the world has changed in a slightly dim environment. Zhang Tian came to the front desk with the famous words of the merchant, and with a dull and faint rhythm, it continued to come out through the soundproof door. Even standing at the door, you can feel the ground shaking with the music, and Xiang Ming stood beside Zhang Tian and frowned slightly. To be honest, this was the first time Xiang Ming came to this kind of place, and it was even more so when he was in business. Of course, it is not that the commercial world rejects this kind of place. The main reason is that bars and night venues are often places linked to the black power and the old 3 kinds of gambling and drugs, etc. This kind of place is even more difficult to deal with criminal acts. The hardest hit areas. What disgusts Xiang Ming is not that he is here, but why so many things have happened in Yunhai and he keeps cracking down. How can such a place be so popular? Haven't you sealed it yet? Fortunately, Zhang Tian didn't know what Xiang Jing thought, otherwise she would have told her with contempt that the prerequisite for a severe crackdown was to maintain social stability and economic stability. A good guy can't just shut down all entertainment venues because of a severe crackdown, and the first-tier cities have become second- and third-tier cities. Then there is a woolen thread. No, huh? Zhang Tian was talking, but halfway through speaking, he suddenly looked at the waiter at the front desk through the dim environment in some astonishment. This familiar face, okay, that's right. And when Zhang Tian recognized it, the waiter also recognized it on the spot. Zhang Tian? Xiaobo said in a lost voice. That's right. It's Xiaobo. I haven't seen him for a while, but now Xiaobo has left the police force. Or Xiaobo also clearly understood that the police station no longer had a place for him. Although he was not directly expelled, he was also directly marginalized, or he was not given the opportunity to mix wages, arranged to go over and clean every day, and after eating a few big ones on his body, his police rank was also lowered and then lowered. Oh, well, it was not that high. Later, he almost became a cleaning staff. This was how could Xiaobo, who was arrogant, endure it. As a result, when he was venting his emotions, he had a conflict with the ant who was on duty to clean, and Xiaobo, who was already hot-tempered, made a big fight. Then the ant was admitted to the hospital. Good guy, Xiaobo not only paid a lot of money, but even said that he was completely expelled tragically. That's right, it was completely expelled. In the system, it is recognized as the Iron Rice Bowl, unless there are major problems such as violations of laws and taboos. Otherwise, after coming in, there is no desire to struggle, and you can lie flat if you want to lie flat. But the premise is that you have lost all your struggle, but who will choose to lie flat for those who have just come? And after touching it for a few years, it will be almost the same. Obviously, Xiaobo has not reached that level yet. It's just that even if he didn't want to, Xiaobo left the city bureau in embarrassment, but he didn't dare to tell his family. Fortunately, I have known many people in the society before, and with his identity, many people have deliberately made friends with him. This YH bar manager is the one he knew before. Through that manager, he successfully applied to become the front desk of YH bar. Wages are even higher than in the police system. This is the only place where Xiaobo can comfort himself. Originally, I thought that everything in the past was over, and he completely cut off the past and restarted his life in Yunhai. From scratch, he didn't believe that there was no way out. Unexpectedly, on the 3rd day of work, he met Zhang Tian, the culprit who made him so miserable. Let's not say that he was so miserable in the municipal bureau. The worst thing was later. Wang Yifei's family was simply crazy, because Wang Yifei was seriously injured and spent more than 200,000 medical expenses. The child was insured, but the medical expenses were in a daze. The key is because of the case. Although the hospital used medical means to treat them without paying, the follow-up treatment costs still have to be paid back. Good guy, this is tantamount to killing Wang Yifei's family. Then Xiaobo was miserable, and now Xiaobo didn't even dare to leak out his face, for fear of being blocked by Wang Yifei's family. What I am most afraid of is what acquaintances I encounter now, especially the enemy. The so-called enemies were extremely jealous when they met, and the moment Xiaobo recognized Jiang Tian, his eyes were blood red. Do you know him? Xiang Ming asked faintly. Can't see through Zhang Tian. Can't you still see through Xiaobo? Seeing Xiaobo's expression, Xiang Ming looked at Zhang Tian inexplicably. Such a bitter hatred, the hatred that makes you jealous when you meet, is not ordinary hatred. Acquaintance, I used to be on our team, but I did some disgraceful things, and then I made a big mistake and was fired. I just didn't expect to come to the front desk for a few days. Zhang Tian explained casually, what are you doing here, you guy? Xiaobo endured his anger and did not dare to do anything. Although he hated it, Xiaobo still had lingering fears about Zhang Tian's record as the god of war. Taking the initiative is even more death-seeking, but after Shang Xi spoke, Xiaobo saw Shang Xi beside Zhang Tian, and damn it, he became even more jealous. Have to say, anyone who sees someone who used to look down on him suddenly gets promoted and raises his salary. After he is so unlucky, he succeeds. He still has to be a waiter, and the other party still has an extremely beautiful mature woman with him. That's right, when a woman is beautiful to a certain extent, it is actually difficult to distinguish the winner or the loser. In terms of appearance, it is only shallow. After she is beautiful to a certain extent, what is really attractive is temperament. This is the case with the famous saying of Shan. The legendary life over the years has really brought a sense of oppression from the upper echelons, and the temperament is extremely cold, especially the eyes with a sense of fear that sees through people's hearts. What brings people is the kind of fear, love, and fear. However, Shang Ming's height in shoes is probably close to about 1.7 meters, with a small suit. And he looks young. Standing in front of Zhang Tian, it really looks like a couple relationship. There is no age difference at all. Thinking about this bastard, there is already Muya, and now there is such a beautiful woman. Xiaobo's face was ugly, but soon, Xiaobo's heart moved. This kid is really looking for death. Xiaobo suddenly noticed the opportunity to change Muya's mind. If Muya knew what was going on here and saw Zhang Tian bringing such a beautiful girl to the bar, maybe she could change Muya's mind when she was sad. In Muya's background, how could she still have to worry that she would not be able to turn over? The more I thought about Xiaobo, the more excited he became. What should we do now? Shang Ming asked Zhang Tian. Although I didn't know much about it, through the previous understanding, Shang Ming suddenly realized that there might be some clues here. Zhang Tian didn't answer, but gave me a look. Zhang Tian, I didn't expect you to be so bold. With Muya, you even brought women to the bar to fool around. Muya was really blind before she fell in love with you. Xiaobo sneered sarcastically. In fact, Xiaobo was about to go crazy with jealousy at this moment. In his opinion, everything about Zhang Tian should be his now, and it was Zhang Tian who stole his life. He wanted Zhang Tian to die. Chapter 480. I just wanted to scare you, but you killed me. I heard Muya say, have you been pestering her recently? Zhang Tian spoke slowly. To be honest, Zhang Tian hasn't forgotten after Muya finished speaking last time. It's just that there have been too many cases and too busy recently. Zhang Tian is so busy now that he hasn't had time to rest for a few days and nights. How can he find this Xiaobo again when he has time? But it's just that I didn't expect this Xiaobo to be really haunted, so I waited until he was free before slowly cleaning up. But now that I have encountered it, what entanglement, I'm just pursuing normally. Xiao Badian said shamelessly. Boom. Puff. Before the voice fell, a muffled noise sounded instantly. Zhang Tian punched Xiaobo almost with lightning speed. Xiaobo sprayed blood, his temples directly hit the bar fiercely, and his mouth sprayed blood in the process. Noisy. Zhang Tian gave a cold smile. It's still too simple to kill this bastard directly. Zhang Tian wants him to live better than death in the future. It was also used to retaliate for the things he had done to him in his previous life. No matter how Zhang Tian did to him, he couldn't overdo it. After all, the injuries in his previous life, even if he killed Xiaobo, Zhang Tian felt that it was too cheap for this beast. At this end, Xiaobo almost didn't kill him directly. He stared wide-eyed and seemed to want to say something to Zhang Tian with his blood-stained mouth. It's just that his pupils were gradually becoming godless, and then he fell to the ground softly and made a loud noise, and then there was no more movement. You killed him? Shang Jing's face paled in fright. It's too cheap to kill. Don't worry, you can't die, you're just in a temporary coma. Zhang Tian casually explained that he didn't let Shang Ming continue to misunderstand. Zhang Tian knew the strength to start with himself. That's good. Shang Ming breathed a sigh of relief just now. She was really afraid that Zhang Tian would kill this person indiscriminately. At that time, will the Shang family deal with it in accordance with strict rules or not? Fortunately, after all, no matter what the other party said, it did not pose a fatal threat, and it was far from impossible to reach the level of attacking the police or causing self-defense. What about now? Shang Ming asked, go in for a drink. Zhang Tian took the lead and walked towards the soundproof door, and Shang Ming followed Zhang Tian, with an isolation door. After entering, it was really earth-shaking from the outside. The booming sound covered everything. Even if they are talking, two people can only talk by lying on each other's ears. The huge roar made Shang Jing, who had always restrained himself and had never been in such a scene, say that he could only follow Zhang Tian closely. Various cases have been solved in the past, but it was the first time that I went to the bar in person when the bar was operating. Where are we going? Following Zhang Tian to the inner corridor, Shang Qiqi even lay down beside Zhang Tian's ears and shouted loudly in order to be able to hear Zhang Tian clearly. The bursts of fragrance did not affect Zhang Tian's state of mind at all. Joke for Zhang Tian, after being reborn, all beauties and temptations are floating clouds. In his previous life, Zhang Tian had truly experienced the betrayal of a woman, and it caused a huge and heavy trauma to Zhang Tian. Although it didn't make Zhang Tian uninterested in women, his resistance and determination were surprisingly high. Even more, I have already seen through women find the murderer. Zhang Tian looked at the scanning radar. The scarlet light is so bright. That's right. In fact, Zhang Tian discovered this bar, and it was also when Zhang Tian drove the scanning radar all the way over, and drove the scanning radar to look for it. When he was on the road, he realized that the bar was very problematic. Is there any clue to the murderer here? We should call for support right now. Shang Ming said eagerly in a hurry. In fact, this is also the reason why Zhang Tian would rather act on his own many times, and even when it is difficult to explain, it is also the reason for his own actions. Call for support. You can't say that you have scanned the criminal from the scanning radar. I'm not sure if it is now, so I'll talk about it when I see you. Zhang Tian replied, okay. Xiang Jing didn't resist listening to the news of the probe. It's just that when he walked up the stairs, it didn't seem to be the first time Jiang Tian had come here accompanied by the dull and deafening music. Jiang Tian took Xiang Ming to the place of the box on the second floor, but did not stop, and continued to the third floor with Xiang Ming full of confusion. After arriving on the third floor, the sound of music was already very small. Is the clue here? Xiang Ming said in a daze. She was really confused. Even if it weren't for the shock that Jiang Tian had brought too much before, Xiang Ming would even shake his head and leave. The case just happened. The associated criminal suspects have not yet been interrogated. The murderer who escaped was not arrested either. Jiang Tian solved the case and took her directly to the BAR in particular. At this moment, what did Xiang Ming see? What appeared in front of him was a large row of young ladies, visually at least a dozen, all dressed in heavy makeup and dressed to the nines, standing at the door of a private box. From time to time, the next one came out. That's right, it's always right to take a look. Jiang Tian replied ambiguously, and then led the way to the box. The female models lining up in the corridor all looked at Jiang Tian and Xiang Ming curiously, but Jiang Tian passed them and came directly to the door of the box. Two bodyguards stood at the door and next. At this moment, a voice came from inside again. The female model lady who was called took a curious look at Jiang Tian first, then turned around and wanted to walk and wait. Jiang Tian yelled. The female model looked at the combination of Jiang Tian and Xiang Ming curiously. I have to say that the first time I saw the famous commercial quotes, the female model lady was full of vigilance, and her face showed an expression of vigilance and disappointment. Jiang Tian understood her emotions at a glance, thoughtfully. Boy, I haven't seen you before. Are you a newcomer? Not bad. The one I found for the boss is good. A bodyguard at the door's eyes lit up suddenly when he saw Xiang Ming. My name is Chao. It's so beautiful. I haven't seen such a beautiful girl yet. Boy, you have made a great contribution this time. The other bodyguard also smacked his tongue, and these voices also aroused the discussion of the female model ladies in line. It's over, he looks so vixen and so temperamental, the boss will definitely not look up to us this time. Yeah, damn, I thought there was a chance. Every time the big boss comes and has a drink with him, there is at least a tip of 20,000 to 30,000. I guess I won't be able to grab it this time. So beautiful and come to accompany the wine lady. The discussion was very small, but Jiang Tian could hear it clearly. What are you dawdling about? Next, oh, my Chao, why didn't you let such a beautiful one come over early? Damn, it's a waste of time. You, hurry up and come in with me. At this moment, the half-covered door of the box was opened, and an old man in his 40s walked out and swore, but his face was full of surprise when he saw the famous words of the merchant, looking for death. Xiang Ming kept taking deep breaths to suppress the murderous spirit in his heart. When did Xiang Ming suffer such grievances when he lived so much? Can I be used as a companion to drink? At this moment, even the mentality of the Xiang family was directly on the waist with one hand and wanted to draw a gun to kill these bastards, and then regardless of whether there was a problem or not, the place was sealed first. You want to stop me? Xiang Ming's expression was indifferent, but her eyes were deep. She was suppressing her anger, and her palms were trembling slightly. Jiang Tian knew that she was in a hurry, but Jiang Tian smiled faintly, then calmly pulled out a gun from the waist and pointed it at the 40-year-old pimp in front of him. Boom. No, I'll help you kill it. I just want to scare. Are you really killed? Famous quotes from business? Chapter 481. I solve cases. I just like to be straightforward. The quality has been getting worse and worse recently, and our bar needs to be improved in this regard in the future. In the box, the entire viewing environment is extremely good. With huge floor-to-ceiling windows, you can clearly see the dance floor of the bar below, and the woman above is constantly dancing. In the middle of the deck, a man was sitting with his legs upturned, with some dissatisfaction on his face at this moment. They are all vulgar fans, and I don't understand what you mean by these things, but if you play and make trouble, the boss is always staring at you. I hope you don't make mistakes in the future. Otherwise, the boss won't let you go. The other man sitting on the side said, you can rest assured by the boss that I am different from Shi Hailiang's trash, and I am not careful at all. In this regard, don't worry, I'm afraid those cops won't be able to find us. The man sitting on the sofa couldn't help but say, when he mentioned Shi Hailiang, he said with some anger on his face, Shi Hailiang, the trash, no one expected that doing things was so unreliable. But you did a bit of a big deal tonight, so be careful. The other man asked, Shi Hailiang did things accidentally by himself. I have almost never sold them in Yunhai. In order to prevent this kind of accident, it is estimated that Shi Hailiang, that bastard, did things accidentally by himself and ran out to develop a market without telling us. Otherwise, with the degree of concealment of our work, those policemen will be killed. We can't be found either. It's not a pity that Shi Hailiang died. Accompanied by a sound and a click under the dim light in the box, a lighter was burning and a cigar was lit, which also reflected the gloomy face of the speaker. When it came to Shi Hailiang, his face was even more murderous. You have to be more careful if you are not in Yunhai. If you are found in a foreign place, the boss will be very angry if this route of wealth is broken. At that time, you can't bear the consequences. The man on the opposite side reminded blankly when the man with the cigar heard the words. He seemed to think of the horror of the boss, and a little fear rose on his face, but then the man put a smile on his face and said, our sales are foolproof, don't worry, even if you check it, you can't find it. It's best to be like this. If you get caught doing something small, think about your family at that time. The man on the opposite side agreed slightly. Seeing the man's expression ease down, Xiang Tiannan took a sip of his cigar, and the expression on his face immediately calmed down, looking deeply relieved. When he breathed a sigh of relief, Xiang Tiannan frowned slightly, and then looked into the corridor. The box is very large, and there is still a corridor a few meters away from the door in the hall of the box. From inside the box, you can't see the scene outside the door, but no one has walked in outside, which has gradually made Xiang Tiannan lose patience. Tiannan, it seems that your management ability is not very good. You can't even train your subordinates to do things well. You can't do things for you. How will the boss believe you in the future? Isn't it? Xiang Tiannan's eyes were gloomy, especially after he glanced deeply at the man who was talking. Xiang Tiannan's eyes were cold, but his face was full of flattering agreement. These dogs are getting bolder and bolder. Asun, don't worry, I will teach them a lesson when I look back. The person named Asun nodded slightly. Just pay attention to yourself. Although the profits in our business are large, the risks are also huge. We must be careful about everything, especially the people under our hands. We must control it well. It often starts with the people under our hands. Xiang Tiannan agreed on the surface, but in fact he had already scolded his mother in his heart. He has walked to Tiannan to the present, and it can be said that he has relied on himself. Step by step, he has walked to the present. Although he was supported by the boss at the beginning, Xiang Tiannan has already been upset. I do everything by myself. Dangerous things are also done by yourself, but he took people to hide abroad for the elderly. The heart of disobedience has long been there. If it weren't for Yunhai's recent misalignment in the wind direction, Xiang Tiannan would already be preparing to rebel. It's just wrong that the people under your hand don't repair it. They haven't come for so long. Mother, what are you doing? After waiting for a while, Xiang Tiannan couldn't sit still, then stood up. Asun took a sip of wine. Just after the beating, Asun's attitude eased and he said, "Don't worry, boss, let me ask you, how is the preparation of this batch of goods?" Speaking of this matter, Xiang Tiannan quickly nodded and said, "This batch of goods has arrived at the warehouse where they were shipped and can be shipped at any time. Fortunately, there is no accident with this batch of goods. Otherwise, Lao Tzu must kill his whole family. It's okay. The value of this batch of goods is too great. You must be careful to make sure it is foolproof. The boss has been staring at this batch of goods and will give you 50% of the profit at that time." Asun seems to be the spokesperson for the boss behind the scenes, and he is also high above when he speaks. It seemed that giving half of it was already a gift to Xiang Tiannan. This made Xiang Tiannan almost break the defense, but fortunately, Xiang Tiannan's mind was well controlled, and his face was still silent, but the murderous aura in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. Half of it, 0.1 million, is equivalent to only 50,000. 10 million is half a million. The profit of this batch of goods is about 20 million, and although the total value is 40 million, half of it will cost and be shipped to the purchaser. There are risks and costs in this, but he did all these jobs, but in the end he could only get 1 million. At such a big risk, he only got 1 million for such a big business. How could Xiang Tiannan be satisfied? But thinking of the power of the boss, Xiang Tiannan was silent. The horror of the boss made him have little confidence in betraying success. One day, kill that old thing. Xiang Tiannan cursed in his heart, but his face seemed to be surprised and kept thanking the boss and so on. It's great if you can think so. Don't do anything that makes the boss misunderstand. Otherwise, you won't be able to imagine the consequences. Sun's face was full of threats. That's natural. Xiang Tiannan nodded, and then Xiang Tiannan felt something was wrong. Damn, where are people? Xiang Tiannan stood up, his face gloomy. Accident? No, how could there be an accident? In this sea of clouds, who doesn't know what background, power, and what YS bar does? If it's okay, who dares to come to find someone and come here to die? Not to mention that this is the top floor of the 3rd floor, and if it's okay, no outsiders will come in. Is there no one to accompany the wine? Xiang Tiannan was still pondering in his heart. Boom. A deafening roar sounded suddenly, accompanied by gunfire. Xiang Tiannan thumped, and his calm mood finally became unsteady. Chapter 482. You said you were not crazy, but you were crazy otherwise. Xiang Tiannan is very smart. I also understand one thing better, that is, pure black is absolutely impossible to last for a long time, and Xiang Tiannan is very smart. He has several large bars in Yun province, and there are also security companies. On the surface, they are security companies, but in fact they are all thugs secretly, but these thugs don't usually do anything illegal or criminal. It looks like a serious businessman with a beautiful scenery, and there is nothing special about him, so Xiang Tiannan is not worried that he will be discovered, and the channel of sale is even more unlikely to be discovered. If it is discovered, there is only one possibility, and that is to be arrested internationally. However, even if the international community wants to arrest him, it is difficult to find him here. No matter where you look at it, it is the safest, and like Xiang Tiannan, he is not a good person on the surface, even if he eats both black and white, but he still looks like a very clean person. No one would be willing to provoke, because the black forces that had been provoked before were all wiped out. So now, why did there be gunshots? What's going on? Brother Sun stood up and shouted as if it had exploded. What's the hurry? What can I do? Stabilize. Nothing will happen. I'll go and have a look. Xiang Tiannan stood up and said calmly, "Do you have a secret passage here?" Sun panicked a little bit and didn't choose the way. Mainly, Sun really didn't want any accidents. Xiang Tiannan gave a look at the idiot. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was the boss's confidant, Xiang Tiannan would definitely not look at such an idiot. But now that Xiang Tiannan didn't really care about this, he stood up and walked towards the door. Walking to the corridor, bloody smell, Xiang Tiannan's heart thumped, and his steady heart fluctuated, but at this moment, boom. Another gunshot sounded. No, not one. It was 2 gunshots connected, accompanied by the sound of falling to the ground one after another. In Xiang Tiannan's sight, the bodyguard who had been following him at the main entrance, accompanied by the sound at this moment, fell straight to the ground, and even with his gaze, he could see the moment the gunshot sounded, the bullet penetrated the back of the bodyguard's head, bringing out a large piece of flesh and blood, the bullet even castrated. Unabated, wiping his ear and passing through. A warm feeling came from the ears. Xiang Tian went south and touched his ears. Blood, scarlet blood. What? Killed someone. Run, kill someone. No, don't kill me. Run fast. At this time, finally at the door, a deafening scream sounded. Suddenly there were shrill screams and rapid footsteps. Xiang Tianan knew that it was the ladies who were drinking with them who were scared crazy, or that the first gunshot made their minds go blank. Until now, after the two gunshots rang out again, these people couldn't stand it anymore, ran away like crazy. At this time, Xiang Tiannan's face finally changed. He looked at the door in shock. In his sight, a shadow, through the dim light, he could even see the other party's young face. At this moment, the two of them were no more than 3 or 5 meters apart, and they were almost looking at each other face to face. Young, too young, but at this moment, Xiang Tiannan was frantically thinking about his enemy in his mind like crazy. It's just that Xiang Tiannan racked his brains to figure out how old he was to do evil, but he never remembered that he knew the person in front of him. No. A little familiar. Xiang Tiannan's first impression was that he was an enemy of the sins he had committed, but there is a saying that is well said. He is very smart to know that rabbits don't eat grass in their nests. Except for doing things a little too much tonight, they rarely do illegal and criminal things on weekdays. Tonight is also a last resort. Of course, on the other hand, it is also absolute confidence in yourself. It is absolutely impossible for anyone to discover the actions tonight. The enemy from somewhere. Why can't I remember? Who is it? Xiang Tiannan's mind spun frantically, and when the two of them face to face, Shang Jing, who was standing next to Zhang Tian, was in a daze. Yes, it's just a circle of ignorance. Neuropathy. Is Zhang Tian a psychopath? Indiscriminately, he came up and shot 3 people first. The point is, people don't know you like that, and they don't even know who you are. You inexplicably shot people to death. Also said that this is not a psychopath. After being insulted, Shang Tian was very angry and drew her gun. It was just a way for her to express her anger and dissatisfaction with Zhang Tian for bringing herself here. She even knew that Zhang Tian would stop her. It's not that he really wants to draw a gun, he just scares Zhang Tian very angrily. Who the hell asked you to bring me here inexplicably? The key is that you were insulted into a dry drinking escort. The result was never expected. Out of breath is out of breath. But why is it so angry? Even if he was well informed in the famous Shang quotes. Seeing Zhang Tian lie shoot 3 people first, he couldn't stand it at all. I didn't even know how to express my complicated and confused mood. I only feel full of words, but I don't know how to express it at all. You killed someone? After silence, Shang Ming asked in a daze. Even the expression management that Shang Jing is proficient in, he can't stand it at all at this moment. The optimistic young man turned his head and became a murderous lunatic. This change is so sudden. Is it abnormal to kill people? Instead, Zhang Tian was a little confused, but in an instant, Zhang Tian suddenly remembered that the famous Shang quotes were different from him. Or to put it another way, Shang Ming came from a criminal investigation. Criminal investigation is of a case-solving nature. In fact, it is not in direct contact with criminals. Even when it comes to arresting criminals, it is not the turn of criminal investigations to do it themselves. Most of the time, armed police or special police are available to assist. Among them, the biggest task of criminal investigation is actually to investigate the clues of the crime scene, and to inquire about the clues to lock in the murderer and finally solve the case to deploy, control and arrest the murderer. In the case of the famous quotes of Shang, it seems that he has been through a lot of battles and is well informed, and he has indeed experienced various cases, but the chance of doing it yourself is almost equal to 0. Especially the one who shot others when he came up, or shot 3 people in a row. Isn't this the murderer of a serial killer in so many cases? It's okay, you will get used to it soon. Zhang Tian didn't explain anything either. That's how Zhang Tian solved the case. Evidence is needed, and it is not needed, because when the criminal act is too bad, it is no longer an ordinary criminal investigation case handling process, and this is even a devastating blow directly used as terror. Not to mention that under the scanning radar, there is no innocence. Even if there is really innocent, those related to this case can be directly killed. So even if Shangshan couldn't accept it, Zhang Tian didn't panic at all and even wanted to laugh a little bit. Habit? Shang Ming's mentality is even more dazed. Can you still get used to killing people? Still say you are not crazy. In fact, it was mainly because Zhang Tian was very tired. He hadn't rested for a few days. There were too many things that made Zhang Tian in no mood to ink with these criminals, and this time, Xiang Tiannan's questioning voice finally woke up from the daze. Who are you? I don't know which way you are a good man. Come here to kill my subordinates. I don't know where your subordinates offended your excellency. The famous quotes of Shang also suddenly thought in a daze. That's right, could this product be here to avenge personal revenge? But why did you take yourself to witness the criminal itinerary of this product? No hatred, no hatred. Zhang Tian said quietly. Then you? Xiang Tiannan was a little dazed. Eliminate harm for the people. Chapter 483. It's leaked. The murderer is really here. Slot. Xiang Tiannan almost couldn't bear to scold her mother directly. Think in another way. No matter who it is, sit in the house by yourself. And suddenly a lunatic runs out, indiscriminately, and comes up with a few shots to kill everyone around you. Then I said to you to eliminate harm for the people. Well, Xiang Tiannan thought about what he had done, and it seemed really appropriate to eliminate harm to the people. This thought made Bungbu live even more. The famous saying of Shang couldn't hold it anymore. Fortunately, Shang Tian's expression management has reached its peak, and it has withstood it at a critical moment. Otherwise, do you really want to break Zhang Tian's skull to see what Zhang Tian wants to do? Is this crazy? Are you a murderer? Is it a murderous lunatic? Shang Mingji stretched out his hand and wiped his sweat. The long hair on the sideburns was already attached to the corners of his mouth and stuck to the skin. It turned out that unconsciously, Shang Mingji, a well-informed criminal investigation legend who has also seen countless big scenes, has also suffered a huge impact on his mentality. Are you crazy? Shang Ming asked in a deep voice. It can't be regarded as if it can't be seen anymore. Shang Ming wants to know what Zhang Tian wants to do now. Lunatic, it's not like it. Solve the case. Shang Ming is in his 30s. He saw something like this for the first time. He had never seen a case solved like this. There was no analysis and no evidence. He came up and killed the person first, there was no inquiry, and it didn't matter if the other party was the murderer or whether it was related. Even if there is a possibility of suspicion, you have to at least ask to see if the other party will resist and do it next. How can you come up and shoot the three first to help the fun? Your Excellency has found the wrong person to eliminate harm to the people. Who in Yunhai doesn't know that I, Xiang Tiannan, have never done anything illegal or criminal. Killing harm to the people is simply a joke. Xiang Tiannan sneered at breaking the law and committing a crime. He is, but it's hard to say in this world, but at least in Yunhai, he is absolutely innocent. Most importantly, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to find him. Xiang Tiannan had already thought a lot carefully in his mind. Even if Shi Hailiang had explained everything, he couldn't find him. Because Xiangshanan's channel is to contact overseas to collect money. Yes, it is the boss who collects the money, and there will definitely be no problem with the boss. The channel of delivery is also Xiang Tiannan's overseas manpower. In other words, it is absolutely impossible for his subordinates to be discovered and noticed in the kind of three-way zone outside the country, only when they are delivered, and then secretly leave the country immediately afterwards. Even if those overseas subordinates are caught in the territory, it's nothing, because those people are all kept in captivity by the boss. Some orphans who have been adopted abroad since childhood have been cultivated for more than 10 years. None of them are greedy for life and fear of death. It doesn't matter if they betray, because they don't know much. They only have one belief, and that is to perform the boss's task. As for Xiang Tiannan here, in fact, in the fundamental sense, it is a person who maintains the smooth progress of transactions and does supervision and management. In other words, it is the invisible monitoring of the wind after the transaction of those goods was completed. Even if Shi Hailiang explained, he couldn't find a place for them to store the goods, let alone who they were trading with. Even Xiang Tiannan himself didn't know who the trader was. In fact, it is precisely because of this trading model that the boss behind it has such a great control over Xiang Tiannan, because Xiang Tiannan's own energy is limited to the assets on Yunhai's side. Most of the proceeds have to be handed over. In fact, most of the domestic transactions are also dispatched to Tiannan. This is the most dangerous step, but he believes that he has absolutely not been exposed. At least it is impossible to be exposed now. That's why Xiang Tiannan laughed at it as nonsense. If you want to eliminate harm to the people, there are so many illegal and criminal people in Yunhai. After the sun goes down, you go for a stroll on the streets. Violations and crimes are everywhere. Why do you want to target me, an innocent ordinary businessman? Xiang Tiannan said calmly. Shang Jing did not speak. This is also because the determination of the famous saying of Shang is too strong. Otherwise, it is estimated that the other person can't hold it anymore, and now that he can't speak, although he can't believe it on his face, Zhang Tian also has a strange feeling of seeing a madman, but he can hold back without speaking, and he can still watch from the sidelines. In this way, Zhang Tian, who can do it, believes that there are probably not many people who can do it. Of course, this can also be seen from some small details, such as the ability of famous quotes and their own cultivation, and Zhang Tiandu's famous quotes also gave birth to some interest. The legend of criminal investigation. Sorry, he is a real criminal investigation legend. I just don't know if the famous Shang quotes were blown out. The corner of Zhang Tian's mouth curled, walked into the room. You hide very well. While walking, Zhang Tian's voice came out unhurriedly. What do you mean? Confusion appeared appropriately on Xiang Tiannan's face. You are doing a good job in acting. Even if most people want to find you, I'm afraid it's really difficult. But don't worry, I never kill innocent people indiscriminately. All I kill are damn people. I have killed so many people. There has never been a misjudgment. Zhang Tian said indifferently, expressionless. Are you sick? Since I broke the law and committed a crime, what have I done? Xiang Tiannan sneered. Lunatic. In Xiang Tiannan's eyes, Zhang Tian was a lunatic. Damn, he came up and shot 3 people first. That's right, yes, the 3 bloody corpses really made Xiang Tiannan look red and warm. Damn, is this person sick? Swear to Tiannan that after this matter is over, he must find someone to kill this dog thing. No, he must also kill his whole family. You are very angry, you want to kill me, but you still don't know what my purpose is. You are still hesitant now. Why don't I help you make a decision? Zhang Tian stood opposite Xiangshanan, and this time Shang Ming was taken aback. Although Xiang Tiannan's acting skills are good, they are only good in the eyes of professionals, especially the seriousness of the famous Shang quotes. He really can't hide it. When his subordinates were killed, Xiang Tiannan had some problems with his reaction, because ordinary people, the first time they saw 3 dead people and 3 people around them were killed, it was absolutely impossible to speak so calmly. And Zhang Tian's words, Xiang Tiannan's response was also problematic. This time, Shang Mingji suddenly remembered Zhang Tian's previous analysis. The murderer is an arrogant person. The case he has done is flawless in his opinion. Such a murderer will definitely watch the crime scene. Such a perfect crime, for any arrogant murderer, they are all a good show that must not be missed. Arrogance and arrogance are the only flaws of the murderer. At that time, Zhang Tian was extremely conceited when he said it. The sneer on Xiang Tiannan's face is a typical manifestation of arrogance. Why is he arrogant? Chapter 484, executed. And another shocking case solved. A normal person will only feel panic when encountering this kind of thing, and Zhang Tian's words will only have the anger and suffocation of being wronged. But this sneering look in this person's eyes, only one thing can be explained. It perfectly corresponds to the murderer behind the scenes. Humph. Shang Shiqi's mind was blanked out. He looked at Zhang Tian with his back to her in horror. Shang Ming's heartbeat was getting faster and faster, even uncontrollably. Even if she didn't want to believe it, she had to believe the scene in front of her. Minister Tan issued a 10-day death order to solve the case. Zhang Tian, it took 10 minutes to break it. The more I thought about it, the faster Shang Chi's heartbeat accelerated. The more I think about it, the more I feel like I'm dreaming. She herself is a legend in the criminal investigation world. She has seen almost all kinds of strange cases and all kinds of case-solving logic, but she has definitely never seen such a perverted scene. Scene. Sure enough, the next scene completely changed her thoughts. Xiang Tiannan, you hide very deeply. It's almost a perfect crime, but the sky is full of omissions. You are indeed a perfect crime, but you haven't thought about it. The person in your house, has the crime been committed? Jiang Tian smiled lightly. This gentle smile solidified Xiang Tiannan's expression, and he was a little panicked when he saw it with the naked eye. That's right, Xiang Tiannan is perfect, but Xiang Tiannan didn't know what Asun had done. Or rather, Asun, exposed, still save the killer Asun invited. The boss doesn't believe him anymore. Xiang Tiannan's mind was confused. I don't understand what you are talking about. Xiang Tiannan didn't admit it, but he quickly drew his gun from the waist with his palm with this occasion. And no matter what caused it, no matter what happened, whether it has something to do with Asun, or is it an enemy of him, or has any purpose, Xiang Tiannan will never sit still. He has been able to mix from scratch with nothing for so many years, and not all of them are bosses. Without these family background, the boss would not have a crush on him. At this point, Xiang Tiannan also turned pale. Be careful. The merchant at the back was so nervous when he saw this great change that his throat was tense, and his delicate face changed with a swish. It was only when she reminded him that Xiang Tiannan had already drawn his gun. At the same time, his expression was full of murderous intent. You were wrong because you talk too much. Go to hell. Xiang Tiannan is not that kind of talkative. The moment he drew his gun, he was about to shoot at Jiang Tian. There was no hesitation in the action, because Jiang Tian didn't have a gun in his hand at this time. In fact, for Jiang Tian, if the red light on Xiang Tiannan's body hadn't been too bright, he wouldn't have said so much crooked, such a serious crime, such a big criminal. He has simply made all kinds of big cases that he has heard of in horror, and killing is far less valuable than living. If you die, the deterrent is not enough, and many cases cannot be determined to death, but alive, then, the value of this existence is terrifying. If there is still an uncertain nature of the special merits of Shirmio village, then one Xiang Tiannan is definitely enough, and this case is absolutely enough. The second special merit, Jiang Tian is very looking forward to it, and the difficulty of the first special power is very difficult. The first time is already broken, and the second special power required may even be more difficult than the first special power. But with Xiang Tiannan, Jiang Tian made sure that it was absolutely foolproof. For this reason, when Jiang Tian spoke, he even put the gun away slowly. The two people in this room are worth more than the other. In fact, Jiang Tian had just entered the door and shot 3 people first, because the bodies of those 3 people were absolutely brilliant in red light, but it was nothing compared to the people in the room. Keeping it is a trouble, because Jiang Tian is the only one here. There is also a famous saying about this: drag oil bottled. I killed some insignificant little minions, and the 2 in the room, one was more terrifying than the other. Even Jiang Tian seriously suspected that each of these 2 people was worth more than 10,000 evils when they were taken out separately. After upgrading the golden entry of the criminal investigation legend, Jiang Tian can now be very short of evil value. Although you are very decisive, it is a pity that your opponent is me. Click. Jiang Tian's voice did not fall. A terrifying fracture sound came. Severe pain in front of Jiang Tian. Within 3 steps to it can be said that no one can be Jiang Tian's opponent, no matter what weapon it is. What's more, between the 2 orangutans, drawing their guns in front of Jiang Tian was simply looking for death. But this is not the case in the eyes of the famous quotes of Shang Ai in her sight. Jiang Tian put the gun on her waist. That confidence even made Shang Ming completely incomprehensible. Then Xiang Tiannan quickly pointed the gun at Jiang Tian's skull, which frightened Shang Ming even more. Just the next moment, he didn't even see clearly how Jiang Tian did it. Almost in the blink of an eye, Jiang Tian's palm had already grasped Xiang Tiannan's 5 thick wrists. I didn't see force either. The terrifying sound of fracture sounded. Yes, the bone was broken. The entire wrist was directly broken. Then there was a click and the pistol fell to the ground. Hiss. The severe pain, this terrifying severe pain, almost directly caused Xiang Tiannan to scream out, and could only be relieved by continuously inhaling air puff. The next moment, Jiang Tian kicked Xiang Tiannan's stomach mercilessly with this terrifying pain. Almost at the moment Jiang Tian gave up, Xiang Tiannan lay on the ground like a big shrimp and twitched constantly. Pain. But Jiang Tian didn't even look at Xiang Tiannan, who had been abandoned, and looked into the room. In contrast to Xiang Tiannan, the person in the room actually made Jiang Tian very interested. In the past, when Jiang Tian once destroyed Tacha, the evil value of Tacha was no more than 10,000 or 20,000 outside the country. Of these 2 people, either one is comparable to Tacha. 2 people with almost the same sin value, then there is no leader. In other words, this case is beyond imagination. It's just that when Jiang Tian just wanted to turn around and walk in, he suddenly stopped. I have to say, your willpower is good. You can overcome such a terrifying physical pain, and you can gritted your teeth and persisted. Click. Jiang Tian turned around and stepped on Xiang Tiannan's other hand with 1 foot. Not to mention anything else, Xiang Tiannan's willpower was exhausted with 1 hand and then kicked by Jiang Tian. As a result, Xiang Tiannan was still able to lie on the ground and wriggle to pick up the gun. Who the hell is it? Xiang Tiannan, who was lying on the ground, was completely useless, and his hands were completely useless, but Xiang Tiannan was unwilling. He started from scratch and has not been reconciled until now. He looked at Jiang Tian with blood in his eyes. After mixing for most of my life, I finally got to the present, but as a result, I was inexplicably messed up. So far he doesn't even know who made him? Who is this person? He can also say that when he was fighting, his combat effectiveness was definitely not bad. As a result, it was abolished so simply. Yunhai Drug Control Detachment, Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian said lightly. Jiang Tian? Xiang Tiannan's pupils contracted. Chapter 485, A Crime That Shocked the Times. Solved. It seems that you have heard of my name, but you should know that in front of me, no matter how much you resist, it will have no effect. Zhang Tian glanced at it, then walked inside the house. At this moment, in the room, there was also a criminal who was no inferior to Xiang Tianan, especially Zhang Tian's eye of judgment. When he saw Xiang Tianan, Zhang Tian was already able to see the other party's recent crimes. Recently, it was reported that a batch of white powder worth 40 million soft girls was purchased in Shirmio village a few days ago. It is currently stored in the Dongri warehouse and will be shipped one day later. 40 million worth of white powder. What quantity is this? At least there must be at least 3 or 4,000 kilograms. A good guy is simply a good guy. Zhang Tian sucked in the air close to 4,000 kilograms of white powder. What kind of receipt is this, to put it bluntly? In fact, the only regret in Shirmio village is that the ledger of Shirmio village has not been found in the entire Shirmio village. This should be the biggest regret, although it was enough credit for Zhang Tian. Even after the arrest of Xiang Tianan, there was no accident. And the second special merit was easily obtained, however, if you can search for the ledger of Shirmio village has been peddling for more than 10 years, even those white powder has been sold, but the purchasers of the sale, as well as subsequent buyers. Of course, many of them may not be easy to verify, but in terms of time, they can definitely be found out. In fact, the most important thing is what is recorded in the ledger. It can be said that the ledger records how much white powder is sold and how much white powder is sold. Once verified, these can be recorded into the credit. For an artist, what is the greatest honor? Is it a medal? No. The most important thing is how much white powder has been seized during the investigation, how many criminals have been arrested, and so on. There is no ledger, and although the credit is enough, it is a pity for Zhang Tian that it cannot be recorded in the credit or in his career. In fact, so far, in addition to the ledger found before, plus the seized white powder, etc. Since this period of time, the scale of white powder recorded on Zhang Tian's body has exceeded tens of thousands of kilograms. Read it right. After adding the batch of white powder found in Shirmio village, in terms of Zhang Tian's credit alone, what was recorded was already considered a solved case. What a terrifying concept is this for tens of thousands of kilograms. It can be said that in 1 year, what can be cracked across the country may add up to less than 100,000 kilograms. Zhang Tian is already tens of thousands of kilograms by himself, and now, it is 3 or 4,000 kilograms. For the anti-drug police, by fan is all bright, and no one can deny the credit. In addition, none of these criminals in front of them were able to get away. This wave of credit, coupled with Shirmio village, is a sure thing. Here it is. Sun hid around the corner with a gun in his hand, taking deep breaths to calm himself down. I have to say that compared to Xiang Tianan, Sun's mentality and endurance are a bit worse after all. At this moment, the terrifying pressure continued to sweep, and Xiang Tianan had already scolded Xiang Tianan 10,000 times in his heart. Even if he was found dead, he was dragged down a crack. Sun was leaning against the wall, under terrifying pressure in his heart, holding up his pistol. He kept taking deep breaths and wiping away the cold sweat until a drop of sweat dripped on the ground. Sun subconsciously lowered his head to look, but at the moment he lowered his head, a shadow flashed in front of him. Then the next moment, Sun was unconscious on the ground without any consciousness. Before always AI was unconscious, her eyes were dim, and she saw a young face squatting in front of her with no visible facial features. The next moment, all consciousness was completely lost. Until then, Sun opened his eyes. The big villa that has been habitual all the time is gone. If you want to turn over, you feel sore back and back, and even your whole body is bound, and the feeling of numbness keeps surging. Sun raised his head, his expression stunned for just a moment, looking at the light as bright as day in front of him. His skull exploded. The handcuffs also made a crackling sound. Caught. In the future, I will be in an endless prison. The villa where I have been living is gone. The lawless life of beautiful women like clouds every day, no more. He will spend the rest of his life in prison. No, this should be the best consequence. Compared to prison, I am afraid that a peanut is his last destination. The more I think about it, Sun's heart became colder and colder. When you look at the dim surrounding environment clearly, looking at the dim environment, looming, under the very dim light, 2 police officers are sitting opposite and looking at him quietly, did not urge him. I don't know how long it took to wait. A man and a woman. After seeing him awake, the male police officer showed a triumphant expression on his face and said, "It seems that this time, I won." I just said, "Here, I will wake up in half an hour." In contrast to the smile on Zhang Tian's face, the woman next to him surprised Sun's face. That's right. Sun is also well informed at home and abroad, but, like that woman, she has never seen such a beautiful one. It's not that it's so beautiful, but that the glamorous temperament is matched with the amazing facial features, and it's amazing to see at a glance. Greedy eyes flashed away, and for a moment, Sun wanted to get this woman in spite of everything, but quickly regained his sanity. But obviously, Sun's appearance, whether it was Zhang Tian or Shang Yuan, could be seen through at a glance. This made Shang Ming's face a little disgusted. "Why are you arresting me?" Sun looked a little confused on his face. It's just an attempt to get away with it, whether it's in front of Shang Ming or Zhang Tian. It's so shameful. Hong Sun, born in Yunhai in 1975, is 28 years old this year. His father's name is Hong Shiwu. He made his fortune in smuggling in his early years. 15 years ago, he immigrated to the country of Windmill. Zhang Tian interrogated quickly with the information in his hand. "That's right, I'm from Windmill and I don't belong to you." Sun seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said excitedly. Zhang Tian's face was full of scorn and said, "Do you think you can escape legal sanctions if you immigrate? I'm sorry. According to the law, no matter if a person from any country commits a crime on this land, the local area has priority trial rights, and foreign countries have no right to request surrender. I have to say that the country of windmills is definitely a paradise for criminals. For example, on Hong Kong Island, there were so many social workers and gangsters back then, but after returning to the country, where did all those people go? Part of it is gone. The other part, that is, the powerful and wealthy bigwigs, directly immigrated to the United States and transformed into a pension there. This is the case with Hong Sun's Lao Tzu. After making his fortune in his early years, he immigrated directly.as for the follow-up. Recently, it was reported that Hong Sun, through the dark web trading platform with the domain name and LT, URL and GT, had completed a white powder transaction worth 40 million soft girls 7 days ago, and was about to pass the transaction to Tiannan. Good, this case is getting more and more terrifying, and the water is getting deeper and deeper. Such criminal methods, in this era, it is as difficult to crack as it is to ascend to the sky. Chapter 486, Fish Shopping Network, the defense is broken. This can be found. Zhang Tian was slightly surprised. This is Zhang Tian's first contact with the dark web, but he is definitely no stranger to it. This is a kind of criminal and illegal platform that trades through the internet and has exploded rapidly in recent years. In the dark web, it can be said that there is no light and no supervision. Here, various illegal and criminal transactions can be carried out with impunity, and fair and honest transactions, but it is difficult to verify the forces behind the dark web. Everything is traceable, especially the function of the dark web has just been developed. In fact, even the motherland's response strategy did not respond at the beginning, and there was no professional way to stop it. Nowadays, it has not been a few years since the emergence of the internet, not to mention the dark web. Even some face-to-face aspects of internet communications are difficult to detect. In other words, the technical methods of the investigation branch need to be updated. I don't know what crime I committed. I don't know what Xiang Tiannan did. It's just because Xiang Tiannan knew Jiafu, so he invited me to come and play. Although I was smuggled here, there is no need to make such a big fuss, right? Hong Sun is still pretending to be stupid. Even Xiang Ming saw that Hong Sun was pretending to be stupid, but Xiang Ming frowned. And now, in fact, what makes Xiang Ming most confused is, what means does Zhang Tian have? How can he find out that the other party broke the law and committed a crime? And can he still find it so accurately? Could it be that Zhang Tian had already tracked the information, just can't? There have been so many serial cases recently, and Zhang Tian has investigated the cases in Shimiao village again. How can he have time to find this group of people? No matter how you look at it, neither side is involved, right? But just when Xiang Ming frowned. At this time, Zhang Tian gradually said, in the Dongri warehouse, there are 40 million worth of white powder stored. Do you admit this? Humph. What are you talking about? Worth 40 million? Is this thousands of kilograms of white powder? In fact, the so-called value of 40 million is the market price, and the purchase price of 10 million may obviously not be used. It is precisely because of such windfall profits that people continue to take terrifying risks and take risks to earn such windfall profits. Xiang Shi couldn't stop shortness of breath. Looking at Zhang Tian with deep breaths, it's worth 40 million, at least. This amount is close to 4,000 kilograms. How about 4,000 kilograms of white powder crimes were solved at once? Swish. Shang-Chi's eyes widened. No, let's just say, our Yunhai's case is so exciting. Otherwise, the famous quotes of Shang exist as a legend of criminal investigation, and they are still in the headquarters. If anyone understands the famous quotes of Shang, they will find that the legend of Shang's famous quotes is really not blown in his life, and he first emerged in the capital. Budding then, a number of major cases were solved from the local area of the capital, one of which was a vicious case that shocked the whole country. With these credits, he flew directly into the headquarters. In his 20s, he has already served as a helper in the General Administration of Criminal Investigation at a young age. Immediately afterwards, various major cases were solved all over the country. In this way, the famous name of Shang gradually resounded throughout the country. During this period, Shang Mingji also experienced various major cases, especially the white powder case, many of which were jointly enforced by law enforcement. When they were solved, Shang Mingji made outstanding contributions, but because of this, Shang Ming knows that this kind of case, the normal number of seizures, a huge drug sales case, 30 to 50 kilograms, is already a big case. It's amazing, 1 or 200 kilograms, that's really amazing. A collective second-class work will definitely not get away. If it is 3 to 500 kilograms, if it is an individual who has made outstanding contributions, or even suffered a little injury, it is enough to be a first-class merit. As a result, how much did the goods come up? In Shimiao village alone, was the quantity seized 1,000 kilograms or 2,000 kilograms? This time it's even more perverted and outrageous. Zhang Tian opened his mouth and closed it with one stroke. Good guy, 4,000 kilograms are here. Are you sure you are right? Let's just say, are Yunhai's cases so outrageous, and are the cases that appear at this level at every turn? The famous quotes of Shang can be regarded as having seen the world, but with the big cases coming up again and again, he always feels that how can the big cases in Yunhai happen more frequently than the whole country combined? In fact, this is really a misunderstanding of the famous saying of Shang, the main reason for Yunhai's situation is still because of regulatory issues over the past few decades. This is one of them. The other is that Yunhai is close to the 3 regardless of the zone, and all kinds of black households are smuggled over. They are all lawless and have no basic legal knowledge. They can do anything. Together, coupled with the past few years, the independent development of the black forces has become greater and greater. This has caused the current criminals on Yunhai's side to develop a lawless character, and they are also doing major cases, and Shang Ming was shocked. Asun was directly confused. Crazy. Who said that? Who said it anyway? Asun wanted to stand up, but when his hands were fixed, Hong Sun couldn't do it at all, and his shocked eyes couldn't be hidden. The expression of ignorance appeared even more appropriately on his face. Recruited. That's right, the Dongri warehouse is located in an extremely hidden place, and it is all guarded by diehards, and it is absolutely impossible to have any problems. In other words, how was it discovered that it's recruited? Who recruited? Then who else? There are very few people in the Dongri warehouse who know, except for diehard loyalty. It is he and Xiang Tiannan who know. It was impossible for him to say it himself. That was leaked to Tianan, but Xiang Tianan is crazy. Could it be that he thought he would be able to make a contribution by explaining these things? It's just a fool, a big fool. Explain it. What else can you do besides adding a crime to yourself? And Hong Sun's expression also confirmed Zhang Tian's words, which made Xiang Ming's face shake even more. The case was solved. It's also confirmed. That's right. Fuck. Zhang Tian was not talking nonsense just now. It was true. This is not bluffing. Interrogation. What kind of Dongri warehouse? Whose warehouse? Xiang Tiannan's. Sorry, I don't know these things. As for the Dongri warehouse, this is the first time I have heard that these messy things are all things. Comrade police, can you let me go? Sun didn't admit it with a calm death on his face. Admit it and it's over. Yes, in the Dongri warehouse, there are 40 million worth of goods. You may just be covering up. It doesn't have much to do with you. A mere charge of concealment may give you 10 years and 8 years will pass. However, the dark web fish shopping network, you still have to quibble? Humph. The water in the dark web is deep. Zhang Tian knew that some cases could not be solved even in later generations. Not only could they not be solved, they were still trading normally on the dark web. Often this requires international joint solving of cases. What's more, in this era, if it weren't for Zhang Tian's words, this group of people would really kill indiscriminately. It's just a pity, killing indiscriminately. I met Zhang Tian. Crazy. Sun broke the defense, everything else can withstand it, but this kind of transaction method, even Xiang Tianan, is hidden from him. Chapter 487, a business genius who was 10 years ahead of his time actually did this, and LT, URL and GT? The dark web? Not to mention Hong Sun, even the famous Shang quote stood up with a rub, looking at Zhang Tian with astonishment on his face. Commercial experts have naturally been exposed to cases like the dark web, especially some assassination cases. Many tasks are issued through the dark web, and they are also settled directly from the dark web. Of course, virtual currencies have not caught fire yet, but they also have their own secret checkout process, which is just a bit more difficult than the virtual currency transaction process that appeared in later generations. It is difficult to investigate secretly. Almost all of the dark web type cases that Xiang Ming has come into contact with are headless cases, which are difficult to verify. In this era, in addition to the Atlantic Ocean, the commercial world has heard that it has targeted crimes on the dark web to a certain extent, and has achieved certain results, but investigating dark web cases is also difficult, because there is no trace to be found on the dark web. It is difficult to investigate, this person actually went through the dark web. No, that means, NLT, URL and GT, if I'm right, it should have been founded by your father. In the past 10 years, it has accumulated a large number of international customers, including but not limited to domestic and overseas, etc. There are similar ones. Zhang Tian couldn't help sighing a little. In fact, he didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. This is an absolutely big case, and it is a big case beyond imagination. Simply put, that is, NLT, URL and GT, is a transaction-type criminal platform that can ship goods through NLT, URL and GT, as founders, and it also has a platform for self-trading. In short, if Zhang Tian remembers correctly, he has seen this case in later life. It was 10 years later that NLT, URL and GT, discovered the existence of NLT, URL and GT, in an unexpected case on the other side of the Atlantic. Then, as the investigation deepened, it was realized that NLT, URL and GT, turned out to be a white powder trading platform of a global nature. Of course, there is definitely not as terrifying a development as more than 10 years later, but this model IT was definitely in the original purpose of Taodao. When Zhang Tian saw this case, he exclaimed that he was a good guy. The existence of this fish shopping network is simply outrageous. That kind of business acumen. I have been ahead of Tao for more than 10 years. It's a pity that it's just not used on the right path. In short, when it was discovered, more than 10 years later, the criminal funds collected reached nearly $10 billion. Of course, it was more than 10 years later, and it is not that outrageous now, but NLT, URL and GT, has undoubtedly developed. Thinking of this, Zhang Tian was heartbroken. What the hell is the previous case? That's right, compared with this case, the previous case was like a child living in a house. This is a pure, transnational terrorist case. It is also a major case that has been exposed and can shock the world. If it's beautifully done, famous all over the world. Of course, Zhang Tian didn't particularly value being famous for these things. After being reborn, Zhang Tian pursued only 3 things, that is, the right to money and assuming social responsibilities. Not wrong yourself, but also absolutely maintain the stability and peace of society, especially through this matter. Yunhai's reputation and reputation in the country can be flipped, which is also extremely important for future development. On the other hand, it can also be used against criminals abroad. On Yunhai's side, dare not be unscrupulous, the influence can be described as huge. Of course, the most important thing is that the motherland is a deterrent proof on a global scale, because this will be, in history, the first case to be solved, the largest scale, the most extensive scope, and the most serious nature of the case. In addition, it brings billions of dollars in foreign exchange to the motherland. No, what is NLT, URL and GT? Although Hong Sun was refuting, his expression was no longer tense. What is NLT, URL and GT? Don't you know if you caught your father, the founder, in the windmill country? Zhang Tian stood up and came to Hong Sun, condescending. Zhang Tian's sense of oppression was too strong. Unconsciously, Hong Sun's psychological defense line was on the verge of collapse, and Zhang Tian knew that he was just one step away. If you wear a crime and merit, you can be an accessory. If you explain it, but if you show great merit, you can be a tainted witness. You can even give you a suspended death sentence or an indefinite period of time. If you perform a little better in it, you will be out in more than 10 years, but if you are stubborn, we will also be able to give you a suspended death sentence or an indefinite period of time. Having mastered your exact evidence, since I have told you so much, you should understand that there is my undercover agent by your father's side. I am now giving you a way to live. Whether you say it or not, it has little effect. Are you still stubborn? Zhang Tian's last words suddenly scolded. This caused Hong Sun, who was already weak-willed, to instantly break his defense. I explained. Hong Sun was originally the eldest son, and he grew up pampered. Zhang Tian was standing here again and couldn't breathe. In addition, Zhang Tian said so much. If there is no internal response, how could he know so much? Of course, his psychological defense line was completely broken. He came out after being detained for more than 10 years. At that time, he would be a good man again, and he would immediately face the end of being shot. Fools know how to choose. The reason why these drug lords, each of whom gave up their lives to forget their deaths, were extremely brutal, and when they resisted arrest, they all died together, is because there is no way to live and no way to retreat, and now Zhang Tian has given a way to retreat. In fact, Zhang Tian really didn't lie. This case is so huge that the most important thing is that the influence and receipt are so great. Zhang Tian could only obtain a few key credits through the recent intelligence, and he also said what he knew, and Hong Sun's explanation is detailed enough, and the receipt is huge enough, not to mention that Hong Sun can come out in more than 10 years, but there is still a chance to come out in 20 years. At the same time, just outside the little black house, Minister Tan rushed over in a hurry. Behind Minister Tan was Gao Xiaolong. Thrilling. It's simply thrilling. Damn it, I just got off the task and gave 10 days. I turned my head and didn't have half an hour. After the task was given, Minister Tan went back to sleep and took a temporary rest in the guest house not far from the municipal bureau. As a result, I just went back to take a shower halfway through, and the call came. It's the phone number of the merchant bank. At that time, Xiang Ming was silent for a long time, and then quietly spit out a few words. The case has been solved. The murderer of the attack has been solved, and the murderer behind the scenes has been arrested. At that time, Minister Tan blew it up directly, and then asked for more details. In fact, the famous quotes of Shan were also confused. It was solved in such a simple way. The key is that she watched the whole process and didn't even know how Zhang Tian solved the case unscientifically. Immediately afterwards, the people on duty were arranged and rushed to the scene to control the situation as soon as possible. Coincidentally, it was Zhang Tian's acquaintance in the past, and yes, it was Song Ligua. After Song Ligua arrived, he looked at the 3 corpses in a daze, and then Zhang Tian arranged for a seriously injured person to be taken under strict care, and then sent to the hospital for treatment. The rest of Asun was knocked out by Zhang Tian and taken away on the spot when Zhang Tian came back. In fact, Minister Tan was already sitting and waiting with Gao Xiaolong in the upstairs office. Chapter 488. Lao Tan is confused. Lao Tan questions. Xiao Jiang gives his acceptance speech. No matter where you look at it, this case is jaw-dropping and excessive. The speed of solving the case is fast, but this is true. It's a bit outrageous, and such a big case. Before solving the case, an analysis was as fierce as a tiger, and various experts were gathered to discuss it for 2 hours. As a result, with a turn of the head and a cup of tea after the meeting, the case was solved so simply. No matter how you look at it, it's like a dream. Therefore, Minister Tan couldn't sit still. He took Chief Gao personally to the scene of the crime, which was the YH bar. After learning about the specific situation there, he rushed over and killed him. In fact, at this time, Zhang Tian had already returned to the city bureau with Shang Yuan and Asuni Chief Gao, so only Song Ligua who stayed on the scene. So when Minister Tan pushed the door, Zhang Tian was still calling to explain the matter. Song Ji, there are thousands of kilograms of white powder in the Dongri warehouse. You should go over right away and bring more manpower. There were not many guards over there, and Hong Sun took the lead in explaining that it was also the Dongri warehouse. Zhang Tian knew that he knew, but he only knew that the Dongri warehouse stored 40 million worth of white powder. After Hong Sun explained, he was completely settled. This batch of about 4,000 kilograms will be delivered at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, but the specific delivery plan was planned by Xiang Tianan. I don't know much about it. The buyer is the drug lord of the largest drug gang in Hanxi province next door. The seller we bought is Shirmio village. A second-hand platform, that is, to make money for errands, but the profit of this errand money is also terrifying and heinous. The total purchase price is about 10 million, but if it is sold, it will be about 35 million. I don't know how much they sell. The location of the Dongri warehouse is a large warehouse at number 108, Commerce and Industry City, Southern District. Before, the domestic business was transferred from there. Good. Zhang Tian was shocked and numb, the kind that thunders to the top. A good guy. Zhang Tian suddenly thought of this operating model. Isn't this the fucking warehousing system of later generations of Dogdong? This person who stepped on a horse thought he was shocked when he scoured it, but he didn't expect that people would have evolved a boutique model of cost-effective warehousing a long time ago. Talent. This is definitely the scariest top-level business talent. But it's a pity that such a talent has put this kind of business acumen on the road of breaking the law and committing crimes. 2 trillion level ideas, they are actually stepping on horses and used to build drug trafficking channels. Zhang Tian didn't know if he wanted to cry or laugh, but Zhang Tian also suddenly realized in a trance why this platform can develop more and more brilliantly, because if people say this, just ask, who can compete? We still have 3 warehouses of this kind in China, but basically there are very few goods in the warehouses. Only when large orders are received, the warehouses will be activated. On weekdays, they are also used to deal with risks. This kind of cargo is a hot potato. When it is placed in your hand, it is like a time bomb. You are frightened when you hold it, because if you don't take action on these things, there will be no profit. If you don't take a shot, it means that for every 50 grams, you can completely redeem a bullet that hits your own skull. While listening and nodding, Zhang Tian took his mobile phone and told Song Ligua, who was maintaining order in the bar, to act quickly to control the Dongri warehouse and not let one go. The drug lord in Hanxi province was aware of it. If it were before, Zhang Tian might still be full of excitement, but now I'm sorry, Zhang Tian is only interested in the dark web platform. So when Minister Tan pushed the door in, Zhang Tian is still communicating with Song Ligua. In the Dongri warehouse, there are about 4,000 kilograms of goods with a market value of 40 million. 40 million is just a basic price, and it is also the price of the second lot. However, in the hands of those addicts, it is not the second-hand price, but the third-hand and fourth-hand price. On the basis of 40 million, double it again, that is, 4,000 kilograms, it is possible to sell hundreds of millions, 10 million, and make hundreds of millions of money. What is this concept? What's more, the cost of 10 million yuan, made in Shirmio village, I am afraid that the cost price is only less than 4 or 5 million yuan. It can be seen from this. What a windfall profit this is. Then Zhang Tian explained the detailed location. Don't you come and act together. Zhang Tian sweated on his forehead. In such a big case in his life, he has never done such a big case, but in Zhang Tian's view, the danger of this case is not high. The guards, in order to hide their eyes and ears, only have 2 or 3 security guards. If Zhang Tian is okay, he will naturally go over and participate together, and then lay out the plan to capture the drug lord in Hanxi province. But at this juncture, Zhang Tian didn't even have time to sleep, so he didn't have time to make a special trip. There are not many security personnel. Let the brothers ensure their own safety. Be careful and everything will be fine. Zhang Tian said. Then Zhang Tian hung up the phone. Turn your head. Seeing Minister Tan standing at the door with the door open at the moment, he was looking at himself in amazement. His eyes were so sluggish. There is even that kind of confusion. That's right. It's the kind of confusion that is in a daze and loses the ability to think. Minister Tan? Zhang Tian stretched out his hand and waved, and Minister Tan also suddenly recovered in a daze of self-doubt. What did you just say? Minister Tan thought he had heard it wrong. Unexpectedly, there is a drug lord in Yunhai who has a long-term cooperative relationship with Shirmio village. Because he is afraid that the news will leak, he took the risk. I followed the trail and found them. There happened to be a batch of about 4,000 kilograms of white powder that had just been traded from Shirmio village. It was stored in the Dongri warehouse. Zhang Tian said for a long time, but this simple sentence directly made Minister Tan almost staggered. 4,000 kilograms, this is 4,000 kilograms, 8,000 caddies, a full 8,000 caddies. Are you going to take a case and directly finish all the drug crimes uncovered in the country in a few months? That's right, when the whole country is added up, in a few months, the total number of drugs seized in drug crimes uncovered is probably about tens of thousands of kilograms. In Zhang Tian's case, he solved the case in less than half an hour and directly dried up to 4,000 kilograms. Oh no, Zhang Tian himself seized 10,000 to 20,000 kilograms, Poison Village just seized 2,000 kilograms. I turned my head and asked you to investigate an attack case. Adversity allowed 4,000 kilograms to be made. When was it so simple to seize white powder for drug crimes? You know, in the profession of anti-drug control, the most rigid credit judgment is to be able to make a hard judgment based on the number of white powder seized. Are you mistaken? Minister Tan's first reaction was to make a mistake. That's right, the suspect has just explained that it is indeed about 4,000 kilograms, and it can probably change hands for a second-hand price of 40 million. Zhang Tian said. Humph. Chapter 489, Emergency Breakthrough Interrogation, Complete Confession of Horrible Case Slot. Asked you to investigate a major attack case. Did you directly find out about 4,000 kilograms of white powder? What is the credit for this? Taking out this credit alone is a distinction of first-class merit. Calculate how much white powder Zhang Tian cracked and collected. It's not that he doesn't know it. The quantity that Minister Tan learned about has already reached more than 10,000 kilograms. With these 4,000 kilograms, this is more than 20,000 kilograms. Minister Tan couldn't help but have a toothache. Of course, there are more critical issues now. After Hong Sun opened his mouth, it seemed that he had completely opened his mouth. Zhang Tian handed over a cigarette, and Hong Sun took a sip with enjoyment on his face. Then the whole person seemed to have figured it out, or accepted his fate, and sat down in a chair, looking at Minister Tan, who came in and said, "This leader, because Xiang Tiannan, it was Xiang Tiannan who was injured by this police officer Jiang and treated in the hospital. It has a direct relationship with Shirmio village. Therefore, an attack was taken in response to this time, and this batch of goods will be delivered to the biggest drug lord in Hanxi province tomorrow, and many more, still receiving the goods. Is there even a master?" Minister Tan couldn't help but take a breath of air and admitted it, but the murderer was right in front of him. Why did Minister Tan feel like he was dreaming so much, especially if there are Hanxis involved in it? This is simply a windfall. If it is not leaked and deployed and controlled, it can even be annihilated in one fell swoop. But then Minister Tan remembered the point. Wait, what is your relationship with that murderer Xiang Tiannan? Minister Tan suddenly grasped the point. That's right, it was Xiang Tiannan who was injured from start to finish. The person Zhang Tian caught knew so clearly. What was the relationship between the two sides? My father sent me here. Hong Sun said. Your father? Minister Tan was dumbfounded. It is not. Who is your father? This case, why is it getting more and more complicated? That Xiang Tiannan. Minister Tan hasn't just understood it clearly. What is the relationship between your father? Isn't this the second-way vendor Xiangqianan, who takes the goods from the manufacturer, that is, Shirmio village, at a low price? Not to mention the beautiful price of this batch of goods. The key is that the quality is extremely high, and then it changes hands several times the profit and sells it to earn intermediate income. The third party, that is, who is the person in front of you. Hong Sun didn't sell Guanzi either. Xiang Tiannan is my father's subordinate, and my father is not at ease with Xiang Tiannan, so let me supervise it. Hiss. Minister Tan took a breath of air. Who is your father? The good guy is simply the good guy. The one who planned the attack behind the scenes still has 4,000 kilograms. This is simply one of the best major drug-related cases. The main culprit turned out not to be the ultimate black hand. Is there anyone behind this? That's right, my father is the founder of NLT, URL and GT. Hong Sun explained. Is NLT, URL and GT? Minister Tan frowned deeply. In fact, now, the entire domestic supervision of violations and crimes on the dark web, well, it can be said that there is no supervision. In fact, in this era, many illegal crimes have been carried out through transactions on the dark web. It's not like more than 10 or 20 years later, when the dark web was already interspersed with various spies. Although they came and went without a trace, as long as you divulge a little bit of your own news, you will immediately send warmth to the past. And now, it's not that the above is not taken seriously, it's just that the technology is not up to scratch, not to mention the territory. Even if it is the same as the big country on the other side of the Atlantic, all they can do is pretend to be traders to come fishing, meet offline, and then arrest them. The trading platform of the dark web has been conducting a large number of white powder transactions worldwide through the dark web's NLT, URL and GT, for more than 10 years. Moreover, because of its extreme concealment, and most of the cooperation is with powerful drug lords, it has never been discovered, and NLT, URL and GT, has never been discovered. At first, it was through buyers and sellers to trade on their own, and the platform extracted service fees. Later, we did our own warehousing and offline. Hong Sun explained. Minister Tan? This kind of transaction model is the first time for Minister Tan to see it. Even the famous saying of the merchant is the first time to see this kind of transaction route through online transactions, offline transportation. It's easy to realize the benefits of ordering home delivery at home. Although this model has never been seen before, it is also the first time I have seen it, but I can already think of it just by thinking of it in my mind. To what extent has this model exploded since it was launched? What is the amount? Minister Tan's voice is already trembling a little. Damn it, this is the first time he has seen it. It's not that he hasn't been exposed to the dark web. In fact, he has also seen transactions on the dark web before, but it is the first time that this kind of platform website draws commissions, and he even has his own warehouse. I asked this what people do. You are so talented. Why did you come to do this kind of criminal platform? Last year, the total transaction volume was about $2 billion. The total profit of our platform was about 200 million, and the offline profit of our self-operated business was about 300 million. Hong Sun explained. Humph. Everyone at the scene's face changed wildly in an instant, and then they kept sucking in the air. Crazy. The sky is falling. Oh no, IT should be said. An unprecedented international major case. This is far more terrifying than the influence of major domestic cases countless times. Minister Tan thought it was a small platform at first. When he heard the transaction volume, Minister Tan had to admit that he was confused. With a net profit of $500 million a year, what a terrifying gain is this? These 500 million are pure profits. Zhang Tian was really not surprised by this, because he had seen this case in the file and it was a big case of a global nature. This case has attracted huge attention and influence even in China, because the boss immigrated from overseas. In the past, the roots are still domestic, and a few years later, it was discovered that the father and son already had tens of billions of dollars in wealth. If it hadn't happened to be discovered, the most important thing is that the father and son fell into the money laundering area. After the fish purchase network was found on the other side of the Atlantic, the father and son happened to be found out of large-scale money laundering. The key agency also had undercover agents on the other side of the Atlantic, and then the news leaked. After the arrest, tens of billions of US dollars were confiscated happily, and although the time is a few years ahead of schedule, even if it is not tens of billions. So, there should always be billions of dollars, right? This credit.is it too. Much to match a special merit, Zhang Tian suddenly thought of one thing, that is, a special merit. I am afraid it is really not enough. Minister Tan, this transaction model is probably the routine of Tayateo that just came out this year. Zhang Tian explained. Scour IT was made in 2003, that is, this year. Although it has just been launched, it has become popular, but there are limitations and it has not been completely popularized. The newly released Tayateo does not have that much influence and its popularity is not high. Chapter 490, a global milestone, a great honor that will be remembered. Thinking of this, Zhang Tian suddenly thought of it. If you have time, you should remind Zhao Qiaoni that is Zhao Qiaoni, he still has investments, and his own commercial building can also be mortgaged to lend a part of it, and then invested in it together. Although Zhang Tian doesn't use money in many places, he can use it without money. Not without money. Tayateo. I know, I just bought it in Tayateo before, and it will be delivered to your door. Shang Ming interrupted from the side. Good business acumen is just used in the wrong place. It's a pity for Zhang Tian, this is simply a combination of Tayateo and Dogdong, and it is still more than 10 years ahead of their philosophy. Where is your father now, and what accomplices do you have? Minister Tan couldn't wait to say, Windmill Country. I have immigrated there a long time ago, and I am also because my dad here feels that Xiang Tiannan may have two minds to let me bring someone over to stare. Hong Sun explained. Windmill Country? Minister Tan kept walking back and forth. Even if he had been through a lot of battles and was well informed, he was completely shocked by this case, but now he was able to stay calm. The waves in my heart were rough. Good guy. Do you know what the concept is? Do you know what a terrifying case this is? Do you know the benefits of this case? The most terrifying thing about this case is the billions of dollars involved in the case and the terrifying international influence, dark web crime. In recent years, has always been an extremely important dark world under the popularity of the global internet. IT is also that although various countries are overwhelmed, so far, they have not had a good way to deal with it, and this website is over. It can be said that a history has been created all over the world. Make history all over the world. How terrifying is this influence? Wait, where did those people come from? They are the people who attacked. Zhang Tian knocked on the table and asked. Hong Sun's eyes were a little dodgy. To be honest, it's all explained here. If you dare to lie, you understand the consequences. If you find out, you will not only have no credit at that time, but you may even be shot because of your bad performance. Zhang Tian reminded. Zhang Tian knew these dark worlds too well, and to talk to them about affection, that is, to play the piano to the cow, but if they are allowed to choose between their own death or the death of others, they certainly have no hesitation in choosing the latter. My dad asked me to bring it. Xiang Tian Nan did it. It has nothing to do with me. Hong Sun raised his hand and swore, "Don't worry, you look like a trash. Even if you say you commanded it, I don't believe it." Jiang Tian comforted. Although Hong Sun was humiliated, there was a heartfelt smile on his face. The company in Windmill, ostensibly called Hongyu, is ostensibly a science-level leather company, but it is actually used to operate a website, and we spend a portion of our assets every year to bribe the leaders of Windmill country, so it has always been very safe and safe. No one checked us, let alone anyone on the internet, can find us. In this era, many people say that money is not as good as power. This sentence is actually right, but if it gets outside, it's wrong. Outside, money is actually equal to rights. Will Hong Sun's father and son, who have billions of assets, have no rights, afraid of death? Even the leaders above will be bribed. Not only that, we have been supporting and cooperating with a gangster force in the local area, which can be regarded as one of the top forces in the country. Hong Sun confessed a little bit honestly, and he really didn't lie about these things. How chaotic the windmill is, everyone knows this problem. For example, after the ancient young men came back from there, most of the bosses of the evil forces ran away, and all of them ran to the windmill to retire. Almost all of the upper and lower parts have rotted into a large area, and in cooperation with the previous forces. No, even Jiang Tian believes that this top-ranking evil force is probably the thugs of the Hong family and his son, who are kept like dogs over there. If you have money, you can really have everything, down to the underworld. Forces, above, even the big guys who can make resolutions. I'm afraid there are also their people. There are many, many people who work closely with us. I don't know it in other places, but on our side, almost no one dares to have an idea about us. It's all black and white. Also, I also wrote out my dad's residential address. You can find it here. It will definitely be found. Hong Sun broke the jar and fell, pushing the door out of the interrogation room. So far, several people are still in a daze and unable to recover, all because this case is too big and too big. It's already beyond their tolerance. No, it's already beyond their imagination. Do you think he lied? Shang-Chi looked at Jiang Tian and asked, with an excited heart and trembling hands. Shang Ming can be regarded as the kind of person who handles and solves so many major cases and has traveled all over the country to solve major cases. However, she is almost always behind the big influential cases that have been solved. But this is the first time that Shang Ming has seen this kind of terrifying case, because there are simply too many things explained later that are too terrifying. He didn't lie, but he is also a chicken thief. I know why he is so unscrupulous and easily softened, because the power is too great. Jiang Tian said quietly. That's right. The more terrifying what Hong Sun explained. In other words, according to Hong Sun's explanation, he wanted to end this dark web company in one pot, but he couldn't do it through official means, because there were already their people up and down there, even the area near them is their kingdom, they are all the kind that rely on them to eat. Xiao Jiang is right. Minister Tan suddenly paused and agreed. At this moment, Minister Tan also wanted to scold his mother in his heart. The degree of horror of this case, the intensity of the horror involved, and the scope of the impact are simply disastrous. Most importantly, fortunately, they discovered it. If another country found this website and arrested them, as a result, the good guy, the founder, turned out to be the person they immigrated to. That time, it will have a negative impact on the entire group, and now it's even more impossible to leave it alone, but the things involved in this matter are too terrifying. I want to report to the above. I want it now. If you are busy first, I can't make up my mind about this matter. Minister Tan hurriedly finished speaking and rushed to his office. This matter, good guy, who can sit still. Even the head of Gao is in a muddled spirit. My dear, after living for most of his life, this is the first time he has seen such a terrifying high IQ crime, and he also has such business acumen, because this case is the kind that is enough to cause a huge sensation in the world. It is no longer limited to the country. Once exposed, it will attract global attention, and this will be the most serious breaking of historical concepts in the world. In the history of drug-related crimes, although Jiang Tian can enjoy such great glory alone, he will not really enjoy it alone. Xiao Jiang, you have been busy for several days, and you haven't had time to take a good rest. You may not have time to rest in the future. Go back and take a break. You can't stand it by yourself if you work overtime like this. Chief Gao instructed. This also happened to be in Jiang Tian's mind, because he was indeed a little tired, physically able to withstand it, and mentally too tired, which also made him yawn constantly during this period of time. Boss. At this moment, bursts of crackling sounds sounded. It turned out that many police officers who had gone home to rest had been urgently called back. The problems on the side of the windmill country need to be discussed in the long run, but the Dongri warehouses in the territory, as well as the drug lords in Hanxi province, need to be arrested urgently. Although it is not a level at all in the case of the windmill country, the drug lord in Hanxi is nothing, but if it is taken out separately, it is also a level of first-class merit. By now, in fact, Jiang Tian himself didn't dare to think about what kind of terrifying rewards he would have to give himself if the NLT, URL and GT case was solved. Boss, I heard you caught the murderer? Zhao Wei, who entered the door, hurriedly asked. Chapter 491, A Complete Explosion. This is a gluttonous feast of merit tonight. Zhao Wei received a call from his family. To be honest, this was the first time Zhao Wei heard the attitude of his family towards him. He was so gentle that he greeted himself unexpectedly. This made Zhao Wei simply flattered. After all, his situation is worse than Jiang Tian to some extent, and his life experience is very miserable. Facing the greetings and recognition from his family, Zhao Wei instantly realized that it was possible to rely on him. After so many years, he was even sent directly here not long ago, and he even despised him when he saw him. But now the family gradually recognized him. This is not an endorsement of him, this is just an endorsement of his boss Jiang Tian. In other words, Jiang Tian has even entered the side of the family, and even said that the family values Jiang Tian extremely much. What a terrifying concept this is. After all, the power status of their family is almost at the top level. Immediately after that, there was an emergency combat meeting on the side of the municipal bureau. Zhao Wei hurried back when he Received the call nowadays, because of Zhang Tian's temporary promotion, he is temporarily acting as the captain of the team, and the temporary nature of the special emergency team is only a small transitional structure for Zhang Tian. Naturally, it was directly cancelled, and Zhang Tian's previous team members were all incorporated into the team. Now Zhang Tian can truly say that he is now 22 years old and has made a historical achievement. Moreover, generally, the captain of a prefecture-level city generally has a third-level police lieutenant, which is enough, while Yunhai belongs to a provincial city, and it is generally a first-level police lieutenant or a second-level police lieutenant, although Zhang Tian hasn't had time to be promoted yet. He is basically a certainty. In terms of Zhang Tian's current credit, it is already more than enough. In this case, at the age of 22, he is about to reach the rank of captain of the second-level police lieutenant. In the system, Zhang Tian's official service system, if the second-level police lieutenant is the captain, he is already a cadre at the regular branch level. If you are in politics, you can already serve as the number 1 or 2 in the average township. Of course, Zhang Tian's future as a captain in a provincial city are not comparable in nature. The most important thing is that anyone who has seen a 22-year-old and just graduated from university has already sat in this position. The degree of perversion of this promotion is even unheard of. Boss, I heard that there was a big case, and the Guo brigade also died. The escort team was attacked? Zhao Wei said hurriedly. This is what he heard on the road. In fact, after the mission was over, the people under Zhang Tian, along with Zhang Tian, all went on vacation directly. Although Zhang Tian did not rest, these people did not have time to rest. It just happened that it was okay, and they all got off work directly after the action. Before I got home, I got the news of the attack before I had time to sleep. The case has been solved. It's too late for you to know. It just so happens that a major case has been found. For the time being, you will follow Songji's command. Zhang Tian said there will be operations to be arranged at the Dongri warehouse, and tomorrow, the drug lords in Hanxi province next door will also be deployed for control and arrest. In short, the entire city bureau will be busy tonight. However, it was still that sentence. Zhang Tian had already eaten enough meat. At this time, Zhang Tian was resting, and no one else would say anything. Now I will even thank Zhang Tian for leaving this opportunity to them. Joke, after Zhang Tian was dispatched, he solved the case alone. They were still able to get some credit at that time. Zhang Tian was not on the scene. They might be able to perform a little bit and perform a little better. At least it was a third-class merit. With better luck, it is not impossible to get a personal second-class merit. Even if it is the worst luck, it can be a collective credit to say less. This is a feast to get credit. After knowing the upcoming operation, the entire city bureau was completely boiling. The IT has even said that in order to keep it secret, even the branch office has not notified it. At this time, the fewer people know, the better. The bigger the case, especially during the operation, the more it is necessary to keep it secret. This is a consensus that everyone knows. When the entire municipal bureau was boiling, and even couldn't wait to take action, Zhang Tian had already quietly retired when he was working overtime to deploy and control. When I got home, after seeing that everyone in the family had already rested, Zhang Peng was not at home because of overtime. Zhang Tian was not surprised. After drinking, Zhang Tian lay down on the sofa to rest, and no surprise, the IT exploded while Zhang Tian was asleep. The IT was completely blown up. The first is Minister Tan. Even if it is already 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, at this point in time, everyone will undoubtedly rest. But at this time, even if it is a big matter, Minister Tan can confidently call the top to report. That's right, for so many years, there have been few cases where Minister Tan has not been able to take the lead, but only this time. It's really for Minister Tan, the only share of Scorpion Baba. The influence of this case, as well as the horror of this case, are simply suffocating, even. After Minister Tan understood it, he was still in a daze. It's too big. Can't stand it at all. After Minister Tan reported to the above, then the above also exploded directly, and the meeting started as soon as possible. First of all, there is actually a key issue. Why do many black social brothers, etc., like to go to the windmill country when they have successfully retired? Because things that are illegal in other places are even legal in this country. For example, poison, this thing is divided into 2 types. One is soft, similar to hemp and sleeping pills, and the other hard is white powder. On the side of the windmill country, softness is of a legal nature, but white powder is also illegal. This is rare good news. If more than 20 years from now, the outside will become more and more abstract, speaking of it now, at least there is some control, although the intensity is not great. Are you kidding me? While Zhang Tian was resting, Minister Tan was sitting in the office with a phone in his hand, communicating with the phone, and the people on the phone were full of majestic and oppressive inquiries. It's absolutely true. Just now, we did find this website on the dark web. Minister Tan replied conclusively. I don't know if I don't check it. I was startled when I checked it. In fact, many times, when you don't pay attention, when you don't have channels, you won't be able to notice it for a long time. Moreover, although the current investigation and control of the dark web in China is not as perfect as imagined, after the exact news and websites are available, it is simply easy to investigate. Minister Tan called the headquarters, and within 10 minutes, the news came back. It was basically the same as Hong Sun had explained, and there was no difference. Chapter 492, the highest honor, shocked, does he deserve it? NLT, URL and GT, exists exactly, and its business model is that model. The key question is that there are still some things that are far from as simple as Hong Sun explained. For example, there are 3 self-operated warehouses of NLT, URL and GT, in the country. In the world, how many bases do you have to have? Billions of dollars in transactions are made every year. It is no exaggeration to say that the existence of NLT, URL and GT, has even been suppressed by Lao Mo. This can be said to be the first case in the new era, one of the most extensive, largest, and worst cases in the world. Nampawan is destined to be included in the global drug-related cases. It can even be recorded and learned from key cases in police systems around the world. Is this all done by Xiaojiang? The voice on the phone was obviously at a loss. That's right, I just came to give Xiao Zhang an award. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zhang not only found out about the case in Shirmio village, but was attacked while being escorted by the way. Xiao Zhang solved the case in 10 minutes. Not only did he solve the case of the murderer behind the scenes, but he even easily connected the fish of the main people in charge of NLT, URL and GT, have been arrested, and by the way, the behemoth of the dark world of NLT, URL and GT, has also been involved. Oh, the transaction object of that batch of goods was purchased by the largest drug lord in Hanxi province, and it will be controlled and arrested tomorrow. Minister Tan was a little numb when he spoke. When he said these words, Minister Tan suspected that he was about to be abnormal, and he was completely influenced by Jiang Tian, because for a moment, when I was talking about it, the last deal of the biggest drug lord in Hanxi province. In the past, these were all rare cases. It can be earth-shattering, alarm the entire headquarters, and even make the headquarters always pay attention to the pending major cases. Asa result, when Minister Tan said it. Minister Tan actually found that this case seemed to be not worth mentioning. He is sick, even such a major case is not worth mentioning. No, it's just that these big cases that Xiao Zhang has found out are too perverted. Minister Tan hurriedly comforted himself. After all, this kind of case has been rare for decades. That is, Jiang Tian is too perverted, otherwise, it would be impossible to find it. Because of this business model, it took less than a year for Tayateo to come out. In a few months, the market did not even have time to expand, and it became popular among a certain small group of people. It will take at least a few years for the behemoth of the future generations to gradually occupy the national market. This kind of fantasy, extremely threatening in nature, and the key is extremely hidden. Even the big guys above are jaw-dropping. The key is that Jiang Tian solved the case so easily. It was all done by Xiao Zhang. There are still some dreams on the phone. After learning all the detailed questions about NLT, URL and GT, this big guy only felt a little dazed. Then came the surprise, mainly, the influence of this case, the global influence, for 2,000 years. What is most important is international recognition. At a time when the economy has not been completely developed and has not yet taken off, the importance of international recognition to the country is self-evident. The most important thing is that if someone else finds out and Hong Sun and his son are arrested, it will have a bad impact on their compatriots abroad. This can be called that there is no one of the world's largest drug lords. It's just that the impact is not as outrageous as Lao Mo's gunfight on the street with a gun, but the damage caused is completely insignificant. Lao Mo's drug lord, no matter how harmful it is, can only harm them in one place. But this Hong Sun and his son really harmed the world through NLT, URL and GT, yeah, so? I was thinking about it before. Through the beautiful case of Shirmio village, I found out more than 2,000 kilograms of white powder and applied for a special merit for Comrade Xiao Zhang. I didn't expect that Comrade Xiao Zhang would give me such a big surprise when I turned my head. Even now I all feel that some of the special merits are not worthy of Comrade Xiao Zhang. Minister Tan couldn't help sighing. How to reward such a great credit, even a special merit, feels wrong. If this spreads out, I'm afraid everyone will have to fry or look. What is this saying? The greatest honor is actually wronged. The most important thing is that after a moment of silence on the other side of the phone, he even said in great admiration, "You are right. If this case is true, a special merit is no longer sufficient to express the contribution made by Comrade Xiao Zhang. Our purpose is to have merit, there must be rewards, and there must be no precedent for bargaining power. Otherwise, wouldn't it be chilling for comrades? It just so happens that although this year's August 1st has been selected, Comrade Xiao Zhang is fully qualified to make an exception. Join in. August 1 is say, hiss. Not to mention Minister Tan, the tall chief who was sitting on the side, all stood up with a rub. This medal is an award that the high chiefs are all hot-eyed about, but it's a pity, this is the highest award. That's right, you read it right. It is a greater award than equal merits. In fact, the difficulty of obtaining special powers is actually more difficult than that of Bai, but in terms of its honor, it is not comparable to Bai. It's just that in peacetime, the difficulty of obtaining special merits is simply a dream, but in times of war, it is not particularly difficult. This is just a limitation of the times. In fact, in terms of the honor of Bai. If it is said that for people in a system, the future is simply opening up the way to heaven, this is the highest kind of recognition. It is also an ancient death-free gold medal. It can only be said that it will be awarded to, no longer the local kind, but to the kind of great figures who can change the overall pattern and have great influence. This kind of feat, even for Minister Tan and Chief Gao, is a feat that they have always dreamed of. My name is Chao. Minister Tan's mentality is a bit fried, of course. The main thing is to look at the issue of this case. Is there any exaggeration? Regarding this case, it is still necessary to speed up some time. After all, late will change. You first stare at the side of Yunhai. On the side of Yunhai, Xiao Zhang opened the covering cloth, and the darkness at the bottom was already dark. After being completely exposed step by step, it should be more chaotic in the recent period of time. The voice on the phone continued, "Yes, about the next step in this case?" Minister Tan asked. Comrade Xiao Zhang has joined the security department, has responsibilities, and has the right to investigate such cases. After all, Bai is not really that easy to obtain. Although we will officially intervene in consultations, we still have to do it first. After all, billions of dollars in assets, it is estimated that windmills will not be so easy to release at people. Let's take a look at the completion of the task first. If you do a good job, even if you give it, you can do it anyway. The voice on the phone was full of freedom. Minister Tan sighed a little bit when he heard this, thinking that this is normal. After all, this medal is a great medal. Xiao Zhang, too young, after wearing this medal, his old Tan would not be able to speak coldly in the future. This kid's status has been directly raised countless times, just 22 years old. Thinking of Jiang Tian's youth, Minister Tan couldn't help but think about what he was doing at the age of 20, the moment his phone was just put down. After a while, the phone rang suddenly. Minister Tan hurriedly connected. "Minister, we have discovered that we have Arrested 4 criminals in the Dongri warehouse. The amount of white powder seized and the terrifying amount of 4,000 kilograms are simply the largest amount seized in a single case in recent years. Chapter 493, 10,000 kilograms per night. This record cannot be broken. Although the news was news, they were truly shocked when it was accurately collected and when the mountain of white powder was accurately seized. Song Ligwa only felt dizzy in his head. It is not. Are the drug dealers already arrogant to this point now? Do these drug dealers say that they have already flooded into disasters when they didn't know it? 4,000 kilograms? What a terrifying number. He had so little time. He even thought Zhang Tian was exaggerating, but the reality is that when they came here, there were only 4 guards. After they were subdued, they entered the warehouse and saw 4,000 kilograms of white powder. They finally believed it. Hara hara hara. The police dog kept circling in front of the mountains of white powder, and Wei Sun organized a manual review of the scene and found it. The more his eyes trembled, the more he trembled. Just 2 hours ago, they just found 2,000 kilograms of white powder in Shirmio village, as well as a number of large-scale drug-making equipment. As a result, in a blink of an eye, another 4,000 kilograms appeared. This is not an exaggeration. This is a real blink of an eye. Moreover, this is not a case. Strictly speaking, these should be 2 independent cases, just an extension of Shirmio village. The so-called gathering of people by categories and dividing things into groups means this. Those who corrupt will become a crowd, and the same is true of those who commit crimes. Shirmio village let Xiang Tiannan jump out, but behind Xiang Tiannan, his partners, and so on. Each of them is not a small case. Moreover, Xiang Tiannan is not just as simple as a drug lord in Shaanxi province. As far as this warehouse is concerned, there are 3 warehouses in the country, and these 3 warehouses are located in the 3 triangles of the country. To radiate, it can be said that this greatly reduces the risks and many dangers on the way to transportation, and can also reduce the cost of transportation. This kind of crime, to some extent, transportation is the biggest problem, but on the other hand, in fact, for 80% of the normal handling of such crimes, they are basically found out through touch. In other words, it is a passive behavior. You get the news, then deploy the control, then ask the police to enter the city, and finally make an arrest. Most of the time, it is based on certain clues and then conduct in-depth investigations and smooth fruit picking. On the other hand, a small part of them belong to the kind of at-risk areas where police dogs are used to check posts and the like. It is similar to Zhang Tian's way of solving cases. Song Ligwa looked at it and smacked his tongue. What's this? This is all credit. Comrade Zhang Tian is too fierce. Hiss, this is another 4,000 kilograms. What, Comrade Zhang Tian? This is what you can call. It should be called Zhang Tian now. Oh, yes, mine, that's right, Captain Zhang. At the scene, the team members who were searching for them came and went, and there were constant voices coming out. No one is convinced of what young people are. It can only be said that people who are incapable will be like this. Here, who would be dissatisfied with Zhang Tian? That's just a joke. Although these white fans say that they are just executors, and they have not made any good contributions by themselves, they can't stand the credit enough. In such a big case, they are not in any danger. Just by participating in it, they can share a certain amount of credit. Although I used to be free, who really came to join the anti-drug detachment for leisure. When anyone came in, they didn't come in with a lot of blood. There used to be no way to relax. If there is a choice, no one wants to spend their free time in the detachment. Otherwise, there are more and better places to spend their free time. Why bother to come here? I didn't have a choice. Now Zhang Tian has given them an option to honor their ancestors and become famous. It can be said that in the entire anti-drug detachment of the municipal bureau, there is one that counts as one, even if there is no personal credit. But during this period of time, their collective credit has gone crazy. In particular, various bonuses even exceed several times the salary every month. They all understand who brought them to them. It is Zhang Tian. These 4,000 kilograms to it is even more the heritage of their Yunhai Municipal Bureau, and it allows them to straighten their waists and tell everyone when they go out of the Yunhai Municipal Bureau. Songji, look what we found. Just as Song Ligua and Minister Tan were reporting, suddenly a voice came out. What is it? Song Ligua turned his head and asked. Wei Sun came out with a stack of documents with excitement on his face and said excitedly, it seems to be a list of inbound and outbound ledger. No, this is a more intuitive way to withdraw money than the ledger. Song Ligua hurriedly took it, then opened it and took a look. Sure enough, the outbound and inbound records were recorded in detail. For example, in the file compartment of the first piece of paper, it is written in detail that 160 pieces will be stored in the warehouse on the 4th day, and what these 160 pieces are. Song Ligua looked at the mountains of white powder, all packed in bags, and each bag, judging from Song Ligua's experience, is about equal to about 25 kilograms. What about the inspection department? Have these white powder specifications been found out? Song Ligua couldn't wait to ask loudly. It has already come out. After inspection, there are a total of 160 bags of white powder. The specification of each bag of white powder is about 25 kilograms. According to statistics, the total is 4,000 kilograms. 4,000 kilograms, what is this concept? What a terrifying concept is this kind of large volume transaction. It can be said that once it is shipped, the social harm caused by this batch of goods will be terrifying to the point that it is simply unimaginable, that Hanshi drug lord was simply crazy. And many more. Song Ligua suddenly thought that when he went to Hanshi not long ago, the director of Hanshi directly called him and Mr. Bai to the office and scolded him. Yen Ming, he couldn't manage Yun province well, and let these criminals endanger them in Hanshi. I'm afraid the drug lords in Hanshi have already flooded. Song Ligua's heart sank. Then Song Ligua opened the documents and looked at them page by page. The more he looked at them, the more shocking they were. After knowing the recorded specifications, this is the hard evidence of the recent sale. Sure enough, on the 30th, 30 pieces will be shipped out of the warehouse. On the 29th, 30 pieces were deposited in the warehouse. 3 days. This is the inbound and outbound archives. These things, even those things that do not require a ledger at all, have been able to fully support the quantity. Only the shipments in the last 6 months are recorded, and about 500 kilograms to 1,000 kilograms are shipped in January. And this book, which can be corroborated, has more than 10,000 drug-related specifications. And is there enough evidence already, or is there enough evidence to convict more than 10,000 people? Minister Tan, we found the entry and exit records in the warehouse, and we can confirm that the total amount of storage has probably exceeded 10,000 kilograms. Song Ligwa said hurriedly crazy, completely fell into madness. Jiang Tian slept very soundly this night, because Jiang Tian also understands that the current problems have been solved. The next step is also very simple, that is to follow the clues of Xiang Tianan and Hong Sun and continue to extend down. Chapter 494, Post-War Summary. The audience is boiling. In fact, for anti-drug control, the disadvantages are obvious and well known. Facing these criminals, they are often prone to terrifying retaliatory behaviors, but the advantage is that if you catch a person in groups, you can use this person's clues to deploy, control and arrest. If criminal investigation is to investigate a case and solve a murderer, it is to investigate a case. Then anti-drug control is actually a process of continuous in-depth investigation and in-depth excavation through fishing, and this often takes a lot of time, and no one can guarantee what the final harvest is. But now, when a huge drug trafficking force finally revealed its flaws, the whole sea of clouds, oh no, the whole province of clouds shook. 4,000 kilograms. After confirming the news, for the first time, Xiang Tiannan's guardian reached the highest level. To prevent Xiang Tiannan from escaping. On the other hand, it is also to prevent Xiang Tiannan from having any problems. Immediately after that, it is the deployment and control of tomorrow's transactions. In this regard, it can be said that it is the job of anti-drug control. The meetings were also one after another, and Jiang Tian slept until dawn. When Jiang Tian woke up, Jiang Mu had already prepared the meal, and Jiang Ning and Jiang Xiaoyu were sitting at the dining table chatting. Most of the conversation was about last night. Shocked, there is no doubt that what happened last night had a huge impact on Jiang Ning's worldview. When his father was arrested indiscriminately, Jiang Ning even had a misunderstanding with them for a certain moment. Obviously, his father was innocent, so why was he still arrested? But after seeing the tragedy of last night, Jiang Ning was silent. After she accompanied Guina into the hospital, she saw how tragic it was inside, how many people were seriously injured. It was not just the Guo brigade that died, there are too many people who have sacrificed. This is the first time I know that it can be so dangerous. Jiang Ning was in a low mood. This made Jiang Xiaoyu on the side worried. After seeing Jiang Tian get up, Jiang Xiaoyu thought of his brother working overtime almost day and night for a few days and nights, and became even more worried for a while. Brother, are you in danger? A month ago, there were about 200 people in our anti-drug detachment. In a month, about 70 new comrades joined the job, and the number of people was still about 200. Do you think it's dangerous? Jiang Tian spoke casually. Very normal. Meritorious service is often accompanied by sacrifice. It's just that the sacrifice of the Guo brigade did make Jiang Tian feel heavy. In fact, Jiang Tian was already used to it. People always have to look forward. He can only catch more criminals to avenge Guo brigade. Brother, or, can you transfer your post? Jiang Xiaoyu's face turned pale with fright. There are some things that someone has to do. If I don't do it, I have to do it by others. If others don't do it, how did you get here in your life? The whole world is messed up. Jiang Tian comforted. It's okay to feel uneasy, but after being comforted, Jiang Xiaoyu's expression became more melancholy. Jiang Ning also lowered his head to the side without saying a word, but Jiang Tian thought of Guina in her heart. How was that classmate Guina last night? Nana, she is very strong and will not be defeated so easily. She also said that she will study hard and return to the motherland in the future. Even if she inherits her father's will in the future, she will join you. Jiang Ning replied. This surprised Jiang Tian's face. Think about Guina's tragic situation. Her mother had just passed away a few years ago, and now her dependent father had also died. For a little girl who was still underage, this kind of painful blow. Is there any relatives in her family? Jiang Tian was a little worried. It's gone. Jiang Ning shook his head. When it's okay in the future, stay with her more, a very strong girl. If there are any difficulties, let her find me at any time. Although the Guo brigade has sacrificed, in the future, if we encounter any difficulties, our entire anti-drug detachment will not sit idly by. Jiang Tian said with a heavy heart, thank you. Jiang Ning glanced at Jiang Tian thoroughly. Jiang Tian didn't say anything either. After washing and eating, he returned to the city bureau. After coming to the municipal bureau, almost everyone worked overtime here, and even kept their feet on the ground. Too many cases happened last night. There are even many cases that have been sorted out, and they have to be submitted to the procurator for direct appeal. Of course, that is the part where the case has been clear and the case has been closed. But more than 90% of them are still on the anti-drug side. Mainly, there are too many cases that Jiang Tian has come up with, and they are all very complicated. If the entire case is not closed, there is no way to submit it to the prosecutor overall. Because of Jiang Tian, not only the entire police system of the municipal bureau is extremely busy, but even the entire public inspection law can be regarded as increasing the intensity of work countless times. Although 90% of the cases are not over, even the 10% of the cases that have been closed so far are enough to make the entire public inspection system work overtime with the municipal bureau. First of all, on behalf of the entire police system, I would like to express my heavy condolences to the comrades who died last night. These people are heroes who have made outstanding contributions to the motherland. Even if they have already sacrificed, they will have all the honors they deserve. I will specially apply for special awards for them. For those who have sacrificed, I will apply for special awards for the work of comrades and their families. All kinds of compensation are required, and even more compensation is required. If there are any difficulties in the future, priority must be given to solving them. Early morning, the morning meeting is being held. Almost all personnel of the entire municipal bureau participated. This is the largest meeting room in the entire city bureau, enough to accommodate thousands of people, but even with so many seats, at this moment, it was already full of people. After Jiang Tian arrived, he found a place to stand casually in the back position, pop. As soon as Minister Tan's voice fell, there was a fierce applause on the scene. Secondly, it is here that I focus on commending Comrade Xiao Zhang for successfully investigating the criminal facts of Shirmio village, a poisonous village, and immediately after that, without giving the criminals any breathing time, and then when the criminals retaliated against the attack, at the fastest lightning speed, the murderer behind the scenes was arrested on the spot, giving all the criminals fought back loudly. Did Comrade Xiao Zhang come? Minister Tan sat on the podium at the bottom of the middle and looked around, but it was a pity that there were too many people, and Minister Tan couldn't find ITI. In fact, most of the morning meetings are mostly the department's own meetings, and similar to the joint action last night, at this time, there will be a summary meeting, analyze the problem and face up to the mistake. Jiang Tian just came to be an audience, and he never expected that he would just name himself, even Jiang Tian was stunned. Good guy. He is simply a good guy. Not to mention that Jiang Tian was shocked. Even the leaders who were familiar with Jiang Tian stood up in disbelief. It's normal to praise Jiang Tian. But who are the people on the scene now? There are leaders of various departments, police officers from various departments, secret service, and armed police, and their leaders and so on, and the participating police officers at the scene, including the leaders of the branch, and the leaders of the general administration, came over. In short, there are many members. Jiang Tian was famous or famous before, and many people knew it, but they were all in a small range. And now, it can be regarded as directly pulling Jiang Tian into the sun. In other words, Jiang Tian had always been confidential because of the particularity of his position before. Although the effect was not very good, he at least complied with this rule, but now, Minister Tan has broken this rule. What does this stand for Jiang Tian? This is pulling the calf. In other words, Jiang Tian is about to be set up as a model. Positive is typical. And what does this represent? Even Jiang Tian's heart jumped suddenly, because this sentence, at this time and during this period, also represents another meaning. This meaning, even the kind that made Jiang Tian's heart beat faster, and then a scene that suffocated everyone on the scene in an instant came. Just last night, our comrade Jiang Tian, in one night, successfully cracked tens of thousands of kilograms of drug crimes involved in the case, with outstanding feats. At the beginning of the summary after the war, Minister Tan threw out an 18-magnitude earthquake, and everyone's brains exploded with a bang. Chapter 495, The Recognition of the Bosses. Catch them all. It is not so much a morning meeting as a power-sharing conference. What? You said that the case has not been solved. Is it too early to share the work so early? It's a bit too bullshit. Joke. Now, look at what Wind Reviews Yunhai is, and look at what Wind Reviews Yunhai is outside, especially with the passage of time. In fact, although Jiang Tian has successfully done things during this period of time, on the other hand, not only has it not restored Yunhai's reputation, but it has made Yunhai's name even more stinky. Why exactly? Because of the recent major cases. They have appeared frequently in the news and have been frequently solved. There was a major case that belonged to Yunhai. Within 2 days, the major case was solved, and after a while, he went to overseas to jointly enforce the law, which made a lot of achievements. While, how many criminal groups have been arrested in the territory, and how many white powder crimes have been seized? It's too dense. In terms of recent news and suspenseful crimes on the internet, almost all of them have been occupied by Yunhai. Good guy. For a normal person, why don't others have so many crimes, and you have so many? What, isn't it your job to solve crimes? On the contrary, why do you let so many drug crimes occur in the places under your jurisdiction, and it is so intensive? Does it mean that so many people have been caught, and are there more who have not been caught? Yunhai has recently experienced some crises of trust. This kind of crisis, if it is not handled well, it can even easily cause the development of the entire Yunhai to be hit by a huge and devastating blow. This is not an exaggeration, because companies will not put their own interests in these risks. People who work in agriculture in foreign countries, as well as talents from various industries, will also be reluctant to come to Yunhai because of social turmoil. In short, in fact, Yunhai's situation now, under certain circumstances, is much more difficult than before Jiang Tian did things. And what is needed at this time, that is, it needs to be exciting. Last night, Minister Tan had a long detailed conversation with the big guys above. I have been communicating about this issue for a long time, and finally found that when I encountered this kind of difficulty, I just took advantage of the shocking case and pushed Jiang Tian out. In other words, the moment Minister Tan called Jiang Tian out, it represented an attitude, and it also represented a change in Jiang Tian. He will no longer be an ordinary anti-drug police officer in the future. He will even carry some aura on his body in the future. In fact, it is not a good thing to have an aura. When exposed to the spotlight, it is still such a dangerous occupation. For example, Jiang Tian's actions will be subject to certain restrictions, but it's still that sentence, when the motherland is in need. In the midst of much attention, Jiang Tian walked down the most central rostrum from the crowd with steady but extremely powerful steps. At this moment, accompanied by Jiang Tian's appearance, headed by Minister Tan, the leaders of the police system present stood up at this time, and then clapped. Jiang Tian saluted one by one first, and these leaders also returned with solemn expressions one by one. Not to mention anything else, some of the onlookers below may not know Jiang Tian, but these leaders know exactly what Jiang Tian is doing. For example, including senior leaders of the armed police, as well as Jiang Peng, Director Shin, and Shang Xiai, the always deserted Shang Xiai, smiled on his face after seeing Jiang Tian. In addition, the director of the anti-drug headquarters also came. Jiang Tian also understood. After all, this time with such a big anti-drug case, Minister Tan is sitting here, and it makes no sense for the director not to come. It was just to Jiang Tian's surprise that Mr. Bai was also sitting on the edge. Of course, Jiang Tian suddenly thought that Mr. Bai was qualified to sit here, but when he saw Mr. Bai, Jiang Tian was still more surprised, because it seemed that he hadn't seen him for a While in fact, in his previous life, Zhang Tian had learned about Mr. Bai's problems. Zhang Tian really hadn't forgotten that case, but the time hadn't come yet, and Zhang Tian was also relatively busy, but judging from the memory, the action was also very fast. Thinking of this, Zhang Tian frowned slightly. Comrade Zhang Tian, it's like 3 autumns after a day of not seeing you. Bai Qiu shook hands with Zhang Tian. It's all a matter of duty. Zhang Tian replied to Bai Qiu slightly, then he met with Su Chaoya, the general administration of the 21st Bureau. The interval between the last meeting was really not long, but after seeing Zhang Tian again, Su Chaoya couldn't help feeling emotional. Good boy, the last time I met you, I only had a few first-class achievements. In a blink of an eye, I didn't expect that it was just the beginning. Su Chaoya complained this credit, if it is in terms of quantity, is not as good as him, but in terms of gold content, Su Chaoya admits that most of his life, he is still not as good as what Zhang Tian has done in a short period of time. Good guy. It's close to breaking 20,000 kilograms of credit. The 21st Bureau is the general administration of drug control as a whole, and it is also an important department in charge of drug control throughout the country. Su Zhanya understands it better. In anti-drug control, the only hard and fast criterion for measuring credit is how many white powder crime cases you have seized and cracked, and Zhang Tian's exaggerated credit, Su Chaoya discovered in a daze that for most of his life, he really wanted to solve the case alone. It seemed that the total amount was about to be surpassed by Zhang Tian. This all depends on your guidance by Su Ju. Zhang Tian was slightly humble. This made Su Zhoya's eyes shine when he looked at Zhang Tian. Then there are the famous quotes of Shang and so on. In short, Zhang Tian saluted and greeted one by one regardless of his position, and no one could say anything. Even Minister Tan looked at him with approval. Can be a human being, know how to do things. The most terrifying thing is that the ability to do things is terrifying. Even Minister Tan secretly smacked his tongue. In addition, there were 2 people on the podium. Zhang Tian didn't know much about them. After introduction, he learned that they were from the 5th Bureau. This is Director Tao of the 5th Bureau. The famous saying of Shang introduced Zhang Tian looked at the man in his 50s with a righteous face in front of him, and took a deep breath in his heart. Are all the 5 rounds here? Is it so noisy? In fact, Zhang Tian didn't know how much of a sensation what happened last night had caused. In particular, the cases solved by Zhang Tian are more terrifying than the other. Not to mention the sudden progress of Secretary Mu's attack case, and the previous major attack cases. The attack on Wen Yulin was called the 411 case because dozens of gangsters attacked. Although almost all of them were killed by Zhang Tian, the case also fell into a dead end because of foreign mercenaries. At this moment, Zhang Tian solved the case in Shirmio village, but caught the mastermind behind the case by stealing sheep. Already immediately afterwards, the mastermind behind it encountered an attack. As a result, Zhang Tianshun solved the case and finally arrested Xiang Tiannan, a major drug lord in the territory. With Xiang Tiannan, it was the founder of NLT, URL and GT, a white powder trading platform that has a terrorist scale almost all over the world. In fact, this kind of platform is still a platform in the dark web. It is difficult to search. Even if it is found on the dark web, it cannot be found. Because of the intricate architecture, it is difficult to investigate which country the server is in even after 20 years. In fact, it can only be caught through sophisticated phishing, control and concealment, and seduce offline transactions. As long as you don't disclose your own information on the internet, even after 20 years, this kind of crime is difficult to target. Now it's just a pot of money. This is no longer a major case, but a global case. Young man, I am very optimistic about you. Director Tao said with a smile on his face. Chapter 496, The Road to God-Making, Ultimately Injustice to God. Not to mention anything else, he has already learned about Zhang Tian's case-solving speed and the terrifying logic of case-solving through the famous quotes of the Shang dynasty. Sometimes, even the famous quotes of Shang could not understand how Zhang Tian's case was solved or how to investigate clues. Even if he was by Zhang Tian's side, he couldn't understand how Zhang Tian's operation was done. This caused great inner harm to Shang Jing. At the same time, Shang Ming is not a hard-mouthed person. She was indeed crushed. If she loses, and she admits that she loses, but she has already developed a strong interest and curiosity in Zhang Tian. Thank you very much. Zhang Tian nodded slightly. As for Shang Tian's position, Zhang Tian's understanding seemed to be the deputy director of the 5th Bureau. To be honest, when Zhang Tian knew it, he also smacked his tongue slightly. The deputy director of the general administration who looks 25 or 6 years old, the actual age is 35 or 6 years old, and the age is 35 or 6 years old. What a terrifying future this is. However, Zhang Tian also saw that Shang Ming seemed to be only interested in criminal investigation, not in the system. He was very pure and relied entirely on hard power. Although he was young, the upper limit was estimated to be fixed, and at most it was the class that replaced Director Tao. The experts of the other 2 task forces all held important positions in the 5th Bureau, and Zhang Tian nodded slightly, and this time Minister Tan stood up, holding the small wheat kafing on the table. His tone was very calm, but full of explosive announcement on how Zhang Tian solved the case at the speed of light for half an hour last night, and then interrogated the place of drug possession at the speed of light. In addition, a drug possession site with a determined amount of tens of thousands of kilograms involved in the case and an actual seizure of 4,000 kilograms was successfully won. Boom. Sure enough, as Minister Tan's voice fell, almost 90% of the people present who didn't know the inside story exploded in an instant. For the case that was just seized in the early hours of the morning, it can be said that the people present, even the people in the branch office, did not receive the news. Even the branch directors sitting around below, one by one, were shocked and incredulous. At the same time, they all looked at Zhang Tian one by one. Exploded. I have to admit that with Minister Tan's high-profile announcement, it completely exploded. In addition, the drug village was arrested last night and 2,000 kilograms and a number of drug-making equipment were seized. Then, within 2 hours, a major drug trafficking case was detected again, and the number of seizures reached 4,000 kilograms. Not counting the number of transactions in the past, the scale of the seizure has been 6,000 kilograms. Minister Tan slowly said Jiang Tian's record last night. 6,000 kilograms. What is this concept? 6,000 kilograms were found in one night. Under 1 kilogram, the main offender can give you a death sentence. Strictly speaking, more than 50 grams is enough for the criminal law for more than an indefinite period. On the other hand, the main criminals with more than 1 kilogram are basically dead, and the suspension of death is considered to be good performance. 6,000 kilograms. What is the concept? The name of this drug lord is Xiang Tiannan. You may not have heard of this name. In fact, I have never heard of it. However, after investigating, I found out that Xiang Tiannan is amazing. Minister Tan knocked on the table and looked around. I don't know if I don't check it. I was startled when I checked it. In fact, many things cannot be investigated. According to the interrogation, last night, one of our branch leaders had dinner with this Xiang Tiannan. In addition, in fact, the investigation of Xiang Tiannan is not difficult, because Xiang Tiannan maintains a very positive image, and he belongs to a kind of good old man in the underworld, a socialite in the white DAO. In other words, Xiang Tiannan is very smart. He hardly participates in the competition of underworld forces, and some of the forces he has created also exist in the form of companies, including the thugs under him. They are all attached to the company that is marked as a security guard or bodyguard. His assets, namely operating nightclubs and bars, focused on building the bar industry. But the investigation in the bar found that it was also cleaned out. If it weren't for Jiang Tian, to be honest, even Minister Tan would have to admit that if he couldn't find this clue, it would be impossible to catch Xiang Tiannan. Doing things is too watertight, and because of this, it is possible to show Jiang Tian's terrifying means of solving the case. Accompanied by Minister Tan's voice, there was also an uproar on the scene. In the dead silence, it quickly exploded with a bang. Various discussions appeared in this huge conference room, and the leaders of the branch, sitting in front of each other, looked at each other in amazement. Guessing who Minister Tan was talking about, the capital has 3 orders and 5 extensions. Cadres must put an end to the wine table culture. This is also a serious violation of discipline. As for who it is, I won't say it, but don't think I won't pursue it. After the meeting is over, I hope you can write a copy of your resignation letter and leave one for everyone. Surface. Minister Tan first gave the scene a boost. It also caused everyone at the scene to sweat coldly on their foreheads. In fact, this was also Minister Tan who asked someone to investigate and found that although the branch chief had problems, the problems also had a certain bottom line with Xiang Tiannan. Although he received some money from Xiang Tiannan, he did not do anything for Xiang Tiannan. It seemed that Xiang Tiannan was just trying to please him. Otherwise, if you still want to resign, it would be a dream. And now, this comrade Jiang Tian, who is standing in front of you, is joining the anti-drug detachment. In just a few months, he has completed major combat missions one after another, and has made outstanding and indelible contributions to the peace and stability of the entire Yunhai. Great credit, and during this period, won a number of first-class meritorious medals. Won the first-class British model medal, was even more awarded. For decades, the Medal of Special Merit has been almost extinct. That's right, the recently circulated recipient of Special Merit, standing in front of you, is Comrade Jiang Tian, who has the honorary title of a pioneer in anti-drug control, multiple first-class meritorious service, the recipient of Special Merit, and the first-class honorary British model. After getting so many after the great honor, Comrade Jiang Tian not only did not stand still, but even last night, he won 2 important cases in succession, and solved the case of the drug village and the drug lord Xiang Tiannan in one night. Let us applaud eagerly and congratulate Comrade Jiang Tian. Minister Tan did not continue to delve into which branch leader he was. After all, Minister Tan knew exactly what those black sheep corresponds to, and most importantly, what is the purpose of today's meeting. After a detailed call with the boss last night, and after receiving the advice and approval of the boss, this meeting was the first step in Jiang Tian's path to fame. Since Yunhai is already going to be in chaos, then tie a Xinhai needle for Yunhai. And this Xinhai god needle is Jiang Tian, and it's just that Jiang Tian has been wronged a little bit. It may be that the actions that were convenient before are now inconvenient. The previously safe environment is now exposed to the spotlight, but there is no way. The first priority now is to stabilize the situation in Yunhai, then only God can be created. It is not a god-making either, because Jiang Tian is originally a god. Xiao Jiang, I wronged you. Minister Tan is a little guilty. Xiao Jiang is full of blood. For the sake of the Yunhai economy, he can only do so now. Although he has shaped the unbreakable future of the golden body, Comrade Xie Jiang's actions are going to be limited. Jiang Tian was taken aback, and almost blurted out a slogan that would only appear in the future. I am a brick of the motherland, and I need to move it wherever I need it. Minister Tan? Leaders? Chapter 497 Promotion to Second-Class Police Inspector, creating unprecedented history almost instantly. The crackling sound of deafening applause exploded directly. In particular, some of the new comrades who had just joined the job, some of whom were classmates of Jiang Tian Police Academy, were all staring wide-eyed at this moment, looking at Jiang Tian with disbelief on their faces. Is it reasonable? Look at the trainee police officer on his body, and look at the third-level police lieutenant on Jiang Tian. Is this reasonable? The captain of the first team of the Yunhai anti-drug detachment was unfortunately killed in the operation last night, but the responsibility for anti-drug work is arduous and huge. We have no time to mourn. After careful consideration, Comrade Jiang Tian will temporarily assume the position of captain of the first team of the Yunhai anti-drug detachment in the future. Everyone applauded and welcomed. Minister Tan continued to boom. After a moment of silence, there was a deafening applause, not to mention the other credits. No one can question or refute that one special merit alone. Otherwise, after the award of the special merit, after it was broadcast on the TV station, it was indeed a hit, even on the internet. There was a lot of discussion about what earth-shattering event had happened in Yunhai, and even the special merit had been created. It's like Bai.I. In fact, in terms of gold content, Bai is the most gold content and the highest honor, which is far higher than the special merit, but there will be one or two or three people who have won by every few years, and no one has won the special merit for decades. It is because the first-class merit is limited to the police system or the military system. In peacetime, it is equivalent to the power of one person to change the war situation. This is a prerequisite. There may be opportunities in times of war, but in peacetime it is simply a dream, so the special merit gradually disappeared, and Bai.I represents the highest honor. It means that the whole society, all groups of people have the opportunity. Whether you are a scientific researcher, a social worker, or any occupation, as long as you have made a great and influential important contribution, there are selection conditions, there are many occupations and groups of people involved, and naturally there will be several every few years. Of course, Zhang Tian hasn't thought about this at all now, after all, it's too far away. The thing that surprised Zhang Tian in front of him was Minister Tan pressed his hand and let everyone applaud before gradually saying, "At this time, I have another important thing to announce." In view of Comrade Zhang Tian's many miraculous achievements and outstanding achievements, the headquarters has successfully recovered huge losses of life and property for the country and the people. Comrades were promoted to the rank of second-level police lieutenant. Boom! If it was a small earthquake just now, a captain, a temporary captain, in his 20s, some fantasy, is still within the acceptance range of these people, but now. Second-level police lieutenant, this is no longer the case. Just now, Zhang Tian belonged to the low configuration advanced level, but now even the configuration has been upgraded at once, not to mention other people. Even Zhang Tian was a little surprised, because Zhang Tian himself thought that he would get a lot of credit. He might also award himself a reward, but in it, there is absolutely no option to upgrade the police rank. Zhang Tian has only been there for a few months. If it is really calculated in terms of time, Zhang Tian is even still in the internship period. Yes, it is the senior internship period. I even have to go back to school to report every once in a while, but because Zhang Tian is more special and has more cases, this matter has been empty. Even the school would never dare to say anything. Jokes, who dares to say anything in the school, and who dares to criticize Zhang Tian? It's even more than that. If it weren't for Zhang Tian's special position and the need for some confidentiality before, the police academy would even be ready to hype Zhang Tian, making Zhang Tian directly a famous star alumnus of the entire school. Alumni, after all, in the past so many years, the school has never seen such a student. This is also the first time. God knows how the principal felt the last time Zhang Tian returned to school and showed up his police rank. Good guy, how long has it been since I just graduated? Oh no, it should be during the internship in your senior year. You stepped on a horse and haven't even got your graduation certificate. Have you returned to school as a third-level police lieutenant? What kind of ghost is this, who would dare to believe this thing? But on the contrary, the principal inquired about it without believing in evil, but found out in a daze that Zhang Tian really didn't lie, although it is not possible to find detailed news and information about Zhang Tian from the police system. The third-level lieutenant of Zhang Tian's rank is in the real system. The principal of Zhang Tian's alma mater completely changed his attitude towards Zhang Tian almost instantly, and even said that he was responsive, similar to going back to school to report or something. If you want to come, you won't come if you don't. He even asked Zhang Tian if he needed any help, and he must bring it up as soon as possible, and they would respond to his request. Although he didn't know what Zhang Tian had done, the principal also knew that Zhang Tian had definitely done an earth-shattering event, not one. And now, it can only be said that the third-level police lieutenant has become history. Standing in front of everyone, Minister Tan personally took out the rank of second-level police lieutenant, and tore off the rank of third-level police lieutenant for Zhang Tian, and personally replaced him with a second-level police lieutenant. Fast, too fast, not for a day. It came so suddenly that Zhang Tian felt a little overwhelmed. This surprise came a bit too fast. After all, Zhang Tian had already jumped levels one after another before, from a trainee police officer to a 5-level jump, and every time, he was promoted beyond the standard. This speed, even if it is placed on a national scale, has been unheard of in decades of history. Moreover, the later you go, the more difficult it will be to improve each level, and at the same time, the more terrifying the rights you have. In other words, from now on, even if Zhang Tian does nothing, according to the principle of 3 years and 1 promotion, if he is not left behind, Zhang Tian only needs to lie flat to be able to reach Shin Han's position before the age of 30. Of course, this is according to normal circumstances. Zhang Tian might not do anything. Immediately afterwards, Shin Han gave a brief description of Zhang Tian's glorious past. Of course, it was not very detailed. He just briefly talked about the record. For example, so far, the number of drug crimes actively discovered and seized has reached nearly 20,000 kilograms. For another example, the number of drug dealers that Zhang Tian has arrested and killed has already exceeded hundreds of thousands. In fact, Zhang Tian can't remember how many people he has arrested and killed, and even Minister Tan is conservative. There are already more than 700 people in Shirmio village alone. The number of people who have been killed and arrested exceeds 50 grams of drug crimes, that is, criminals with the death penalty or life imprisonment, regardless of whether they fall into Zhang Tian's hands. The number has already exceeded 1,500 people. This is still a conservative estimate. Breaking 1,000 is only because Minister Tan himself has lost his concept. There were waves of uproar at the scene. After Zhang Tian was awarded the honor in a daze, he quickly recovered and gave a speech out of the manuscript, thanking the leader and thanking Yun Yun. This is completely Zhang Tian's on-the-spot reaction. Even if it is a lot of old foxes in the system, out-of-manuscript speeches sometimes make jokes. Therefore, even before many big leaders give speeches, there are people in the department who think about how many articles they have written in advance, and then choose the best speech. However, Zhang Tian's performance caused some consternation among the leaders on the podium. Obviously, this is completely Zhang Tian's on-the-spot play, but this on-the-spot play made them, the old fritters of officialdom, feel ashamed of themselves at this moment. God has given us. Chapter 498, seriously, attack with all your strength, to completely destroy them. Jokes. In any case, Zhang Tian had more than 10 years of experience in the civilian service in his previous life. For various leaders' speeches, as time passed, the more beautiful and nutritious the remarks he said later, Zhang Tian understood it too clearly when these words were taken out. The leaders were all dumbfounded. In particular, Zhang Tian also described the hazards of drug crime from the perspective of economic construction, as well as the nature of social hazards such as other criminal acts spawned, and extended to the necessity of combating crime. Someone once asked me why I chose to join the most dangerous and hardworking anti-drug police in the first place, and I was still so desperate. Is it going to die? That's how I answered him. What I did was just what I should do. In the end, I also summed up 8 words, then that is, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Boom. Seen words, beautiful words, Zhang Tian said so at first, but later, Zhang Tian couldn't help showing some true feelings. Indeed, the economy of Yunhai, the security and stability of tens of millions of people. A simple remark is an explosive remark, or especially the last 8 words are simply the finishing touch point. 20 years ago, who had heard of such beautiful words, all kinds of false speeches? Zhang Tian was like thunder on the ground. The leaders on the podium applauded wildly, especially. Similar to Bai Qiu, looking at Zhang Tian, his excited eyes were trembling, the crystal clear eyes were tightly fixed on Zhang Tian's body. At this time, Zhang Tian also turned his head and glanced at Bai Qiu. After the speech, he smiled slightly and turned and left the podium. In fact, Zhang Tian knew that Bai Qiu had recently investigated the case, or the case that the provincial department had been staring at. Zhang Tian didn't know much about this case. The only impression he had was that this drug trafficking case involved foreign countries. It was linked to the evil forces on the other side of the peninsula. During Bai Qiu's assault and capture, the evil forces on the other side of the peninsula suddenly appeared, and they were all carrying heavy firepower. At the critical moment, the yellow bird was behind. Instead, Bai Qiu and the others encircled them. The team members who acted in the end suffered heavy losses, and Bai Qiu fell into their hands. After Zhang Tian left, Minister Tan immediately issued a task. This time, the directors of all branch offices in Yunhai, as well as the leaders of anti-drug control, the armed police, etc., were summoned. Too many people came: combat personnel, investigators, etc. Minister Tan naturally did not come here simply for a meeting. Chaos also represents an opportunity to make achievements, and an opportunity to guard social security. Although it is dangerous, I believe that from the moment you join in, you will not be greedy for life and fear of death. People. This is not Minister Tan's beautiful words, but he really thinks so. There is nothing in the inland areas for the time being, but working as a drug police officer in Yunhai is a truly risky and high-risk occupation. Here, there are drug dealers of all shapes and colors every day, and almost all of them have various means of transportation. They are frantically smuggling by various means every day. Moreover, there is a well-said saying that when a force disappears, the market will not disappear. On the contrary, it becomes more chaotic because the force that governs the market disappears. This is the chaos before the Great Rule. The same is true of Yunhai. When a large number of drug lords were arrested and a large amount of white powder was wiped out, the market for addicts did not disappear, let alone disappear. On the contrary, because of stricter inspections and more difficult transportation, there will be a state of habitable for rare goods, then the price will skyrocket. In this case, the entire Yun province will face a severe test, and Yunhai is one of the top priorities. Director Su, Director Shin, and President Bai are here because of this. Next, the 21st Bureau will take the lead and target the counterattack from the drug lord that can be met. Therefore, the next step will be the 21st Bureau, which will first severely crack down on smuggling crimes in Yunhai. Next, a part of the police force will also be drawn out to carry out an airtight blockade of the border. Minister Tan's words are not amazing, and he will die endlessly. This sentence was exported, and the time fryer suddenly exploded on the scene. In fact, the relationship with the next door neighbor has always been like this. Also, does it mean that I don't know from the above that almost half or even more than half of the illegal crimes that occur in Yunhai and even Yun province are involved in black households smuggled in, which makes it extremely difficult to investigate and handle cases. Cases of this type often end up as unsolved cases, but even if you know, why haven't you dealt with it before? The first is the issue of the international situation. The second is to have a certain huge impact on the power of the host next door, which is easy to beat nerves. The third point is that once troops are stationed on the border, it will have a great impact on the overall image, as well as subsequent investment in Yunhai and so on. After all, think about it, which company dares to invest? Here in a regulated area, however, without strict control, smuggling crimes have been repeatedly banned. There are even many parts that just ran in through the gate, inside the rim, inside the tires, and even inside the frame. It's outrageous that even the fuel tank has poison hidden in it. A large part of them were seized on the spot, but a considerable part was still transported in by various means. After the destruction of large-scale drug-making workshops one after another, there must be a considerable number of criminals taking risks and aiming at the counterattack of criminals. Next, the 21st Bureau will take the lead, and the provincial departments and municipal bureaus will participate to carry out stricter controls on border smuggling and smuggling issues. In addition, a combat team was temporarily established, tentatively designated as a department-level unit, with Su Chaotie as the leader of the steering group, Mr. Bai as the deputy leader, and the clerk joined by the directors of each branch. During this period, Yunhai branch offices need to unconditionally cooperate and obey the dispatching command. Minister Tan immediately issued a combat order. God, it's changed. Zhang Tian, who returned to his seat, couldn't help but smack his tongue. The sky has changed, and I have finally made up my mind. Next to him, Gao Yangyang couldn't help but smack his tongue. During this time, Gao Yangyang also learned about Yunhai's situation. When the two were alone before, Gao Yangyang also asked Zhang Tian this question. Why did he know about the border issue, but he kept sitting idly by? Zhang Tian explained it specifically. However, he also understands that it is estimated that he wants to take advantage of the victory and pursue it, completely eliminate all violations and crimes, eliminate all drug dealers, and at least let them completely lose their vitality. But Zhang Tian's attitude is more pessimistic. This is just a palliative rather than a cure. The border is so long, there are always fish that miss the net, and people like this don't look at it at all. Zhang Tian shook his head and was not optimistic. There are so many big guys here. How many criminals do you have in Yunhai? Gao Yangyang is in a cool mood. Isn't it okay if you are serious about it? Zhang Tian was silent. He knew what he thought about it, but it was a pity that Yunhai was really different from other places. This plan was destined to have no results. With such great fanfare, the above obviously wanted to destroy it all at once, but the smuggling of Yunhai, unless all channels between the two sides are completely cut off, otherwise simply impossible. Why are you so excited? Zhang Tian asked Gao Yangyang, who wanted to do a big job, turned off the fire, and could only turn his gaze and said to Zhang Tian, I am now reinstated as the director to help. Brother Zhang, do you have any good clues to the case? Share it with others. There is really one. Chapter 499, Repeatedly Breaking the Miracle? No, I want to break the world-class miracle again. You seem to have known about this a long time ago? Zhang Tian said unmoved. Joke. Although he has that kind of relationship with Gao Yangyang, the relationship between the two is still very delicate so far, in a state of separation from each other. Not to mention for Zhang Tian, women really can't shake his path of fighting crime and pursuing rights. I only knew it before I came. I originally wanted to do a big job, but you poured a pot of cold water before it started. Gao Yangyang looked as if he had collapsed in an instant. That's really the case. In fact, Gao Yangyang's personality is full of emotional intelligence. In fact, if it weren't for this, he wouldn't have gone undercover in the first place. As for the ability to solve the case, Zhang Tian seems to be the case. Anti-drug, in fact, is not brainless to rush forward. Many cases require an eye for insight into fleeting clues, and a constant battle of wits with drug dealers. Of the type. On the other hand, many times criminal investigation thinking is also required. Gao Yangyang is obviously still a bit inadequate in this regard. If you have anything to say, there is really a case that you can participate in. Zhang Tian's words changed drastically. Really? Gao Yangyang was full of surprises. There is a saying that is well said. When you try the sweetness, you will understand how much you are pursuing this sweetness. Just like Gao Yangyang, after going undercover abroad, Zhang Tian rescued her and easily destroyed Tucha and obtained a special merit, and she also obtained a personal first-class merit. That's right. Because of this, Gao Yangyang was directly promoted, and now he is directly serving as the assistant director of the bureau. You must know that it is the director of the general administration, which can also be said to be a high-ranking position. If it is assigned in the future, it will be possible to raise the rank and position of the police to another level even casually. Zhang Tian is in his 20s. The second-level lieutenant is very outrageous, but Gao Yangyang is 26 years old, and the third-level lieutenant is also very outrageous. That's right. Zhang Tian's eyes flickered. The last cooperation went well. When Zhang Tian was about to go to the windmill country, he directly took Gao Yangyang with him. Nowadays, the dark web is the top priority, and everything else is secondary. This is especially true of Hong Shiwu, the main offender. Zhang Tian returned to the municipal bureau for a brief understanding, and found that the municipal bureau had also made amazing progress. Under the personal gaze of Minister Tan, Hong Shiwu's layout has already begun, but it is a pity that Hong Shiwu has no idea of returning home at all. According to Hong Sun's explanation, if it is proposed, it will even make Hong Shiwu suspicious. In the meantime, it needs to be fast. According to Hong Sun's explanation, it must be resolved before the transaction with Hanxi, otherwise, Hong Shiwu will start to contact the country. Fortunately, in China, at least Yunhai's side basically grabbed Tiannan, and Hong Shiwu's cronies were also lucky to be killed by Zhang Tian at that time. In other words, if nothing else, Zhang Tian will go abroad soon. But this task requires going abroad and going to the windmill country. The itinerary is estimated to be about 3 or 4 days back and forth. Zhang Tian pondered, cross-border mission? Gao Yangyang was a little surprised. Zhang Tian nodded. Is it a public assignment or is it a hidden identity? Gao Yangyang asked. It is estimated that the identity is hidden in the early stage. Zhang Tian pondered. Obviously, although action on this case has not yet begun, it is impossible for the above plan to directly and openly contact the country from the beginning. After all, I really said it. Good guy. With Hong Shiwu's assets, those people are estimated to be crazy, so it's a good thing not to drain people's property, and now, billions of dollars in foreign exchange. It is also an important influence for the development of the country at this stage. So the high probability is that after the arrest is completed in the early stage and the person is fully controlled, the case will be made public, and the remaining corners will be in contact with the other side. It must have been a secret operation from the beginning. Hide your identity. Gao Yangyang frowned. Such tasks are usually accompanied by extreme danger. If you go out, it is almost impossible to come back. The key is that even if you sacrifice, you can't use your true identity, and it's hard to even rescue. The last undercover operation left a huge psychological shadow on her. You can think about it first. It is estimated that you will act after the meeting. Zhang Tian replied, good. Gao Yangyang really needs to think about it, and while the two were talking, Minister Tan and the others finally finished the meeting. The whole is to explain several key points. The first is to reveal Zhang Tian's identity unreservedly, and Zhang Tian has no opinion on this, even if it is very successful, not to mention anything else. If a special merit is thrown out, everyone must just shut up. The second is a counterattack against criminals, so next, the directors of each branch joined the anti drug combat team and took turns to investigate border smuggling and illegal crimes. The third is to make a summary of the next actions and distribute combat missions to I in the recent period. There have been too many major cases, and there are too many side routes and endpoints that can't be dealt with. Often a major case or the collapse of a criminal group is accompanied by a long period of deployment, control, arrest, and wanted persons. There are too many fish that miss the net, and these all need to be followed up and caught. The meeting didn't take long. It just ended after more than an hour or so, but the impact is definitely sensational. The time for Jiang Tian's rise was too short, and because the anti-drug system was kept secret, his name was not actually spread out except for the criminal groups that have been harmed. Jiang Tian gritted his teeth, similar to the branch offices. Except for some of the leaders, they did not wantonly promote Jiang Tian on the bright side. In fact, I don't know much about Jiang Tian, and now, it can be said that I have a thorough understanding. It was because of understanding that it exploded. Before that, however, if it is an award of first-class merit or more, there will be one. Although the identity is confidential, the news of a comrade's award of first-class merit will not be concealed. Therefore, some time ago, one after another, first-class merits appeared, and they were all received by people from the municipal bureau. Later, even the first-class merits appeared, and it exploded a long time ago, and countless people were guessing who it was, and now the case has been solved. Looking at Jiang Tian's familiar faces, all the people who saw and knew him for the first time on the scene exploded one after another. The friar became a piece. As soon as the meeting was dissolved, Jiang Tian was already surrounded by people. Captain Jiang, I'm Chao. Special merit, how did you get it? Captain Jiang looks a bit young. He can get such a terrifying credit at such a young age. What was I doing when I was so old? People are more popular than people. What's so angry about? Captain Jiang is my classmate. I'm Chao. This year is the internship stage of my senior year. As a result, I'm already a second-level police lieutenant. I'm still a trainee police officer. Who can I talk to? Chapter 500, Jiang, the ordinary classmate, throws in a big bomb. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in the crowd of onlookers. The voices of everyone at the scene were also instantly heard, and they looked at the source of the sound. It was an equally young person with the rank of trainee police officer on his shoulder, which proved that he was still in the internship stage and had not turned positive. This is normal. In fact, most students in the police academy have already started internships in their senior year. Generally, during the internship period, as long as the performance is not particularly poor and there are no serious mistakes, basically 1 year later, that is, when they graduate from the university, they have actually been able to turn positive and become a third-level police division. But the third-level police division is just the beginning. If you want to continue to go up, you have to take it step by step. Once in 3 years, you have a chance. If you miss a chance, you are waiting for 3 years. But how many 3 years are there in your life? 1 carrot by 1 pit. So many people are waiting for promotion, and there are even a few who have not been promoted. After waiting for more than 10 years, why is it your turn to be a newcomer? The first wave of promotion opportunities couldn't keep up. That is, when they were promoted, it would be at least 6 years after they became the second-level police division, and on the way up, the difficulty will double again. Competition will continue to double. As for the police chief becoming a police lieutenant, it is a leap of quality. How many people, after working all their lives, have been trapped at this threshold? This is just one of the most basic competition tickets. So, the mentality exploded. To say that Lu Zhong is the one with the most explosive mentality. It is definitely Lu Zhong. Lu Zhong's family is actually quite good, and there is still a lot of energy. When he graduated, he joined the general administration, and there was only one Lu Zhong in the class. At that time, everyone instantly understood Lu Zhong's deep concealment, so much so that after many classmates graduated, they kept wanting to make contact with Lu Zhong. Lu Zhong just kept the cold treatment method of not getting close but not being left out. He smiled at everyone. In fact, Lu Zhong himself couldn't look up to these classmates. Although Lu Zhong joined the anti-drug squad, it is generally dangerous, but there is a saying that is good. The cases involved in the squad, whether there are small cases or not, are all major cases. It is only from the initial stage that he has been ahead of everyone. As far as this kind of resource is concerned, as long as he rubs it a little bit in these big cases, he can mix it up a little bit, and with good luck, he can mix special merits and even take off. These are his future promotion capital. It seems that there is no distance now, but 10 years from now, 20 years from now, the difference is so terrifying that it is too far apart. Some students, oh no, most of them, will never be able to become a police lieutenant for the rest of their lives. But Lu Zhong looked at Jiang Tian in amazement. Jiang Tian led the team in the last operation and took credit for breaking the sky. It is a pity that they delayed their actions so that they did not have a chance to get the credit, but Lu Zhong knew that Jiang Tian had made great achievements in that operation, and it didn't take long for him to hear that someone from the municipal bureau had awarded the first-class merit again. That time, he suspected it was Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian has special merit in first-class merit, and Lu Zhong can still withstand it, but now, Lu Zhong sternly looks at his internship police rank. And then at Jiang Tian's second-level police lieutenant's rank. Oh my god, damn it. Second-level police lieutenant. Recently, the provincial department's anti-drug squad planned a major operation, which even involved overseas countries. Lu Zhong knew that his opportunity was coming. I just want to do my best. At any rate, in this operation, the entire personal credit will come out. At that time, the situation will turn positive, and with this credit, he will definitely be promoted in the first stage. It is a certainty. Unexpectedly, he encountered a more terrifying one now. Oh, no, he had known about Jiang Tian's perversion a long time ago. He knew it the last time we acted together, but at that time, Jiang Tian had just been a first-class police officer. Now he has become a second-level police lieutenant. Don't look at the middle, and there are two levels apart, but in the police system, this is simply a terrifying difference between heaven and earth, and it is a real step to the sky, especially when it comes to Jiang Tian's position. In fact, Jiang Tian himself understands that it will be difficult for him to be promoted in the future. Even this promotion was beyond Jiang Tian's expectations, and Minister Tan unexpectedly gave himself an extra terrifying surprise. After all, the third level lieutenant of his age is already bullshit. The second level lieutenant, is this going to create a history of terror? It's just that for Jiang Tian, this is not a bad thing. For others, this kind of behavior is somewhat beneficial to growth, and everyone's attention is attracted. Once there is any problem with handling the case, I'm afraid that it will cause an uproar in an instant, and it is likely to destroy a genius. But for Jiang Tian, it can only be said that there is no pressure. My name is Chow. Did you just graduate this year? I haven't graduated yet. Is the world so crazy? Special merit. I haven't seen special merit yet. Do you have special merit before you graduate? Compared with this, I'm a bit stupid. At this age, I was still working as a handyman at that time. People are more popular than people. For the people who are vassals around him, Jiang Tian is not the kind of upright fool. Jiang Tian handles some human contacts very well, with a smile on his face all the time, and there is no change to anyone. The kind I in fact, for Jiang Tian, he has always implemented the point that no matter how strong he is, no matter how invincible he is, it is a brainless behavior to establish an enemy without any need when you have invincible strength and then make a lot of friends. Wouldn't it be without any shortcomings in this way? But now Jiang Tian didn't have that much time to talk to these people. He just dealt with a few words casually, and then the intersection was quickly squeezed away. Minister Tan walked without saying a word with a booster beside him, but he walked all the way to Jiang Tian, but suddenly stopped, and there was silence around him because of Minister Tan's appearance, and there was no sound. Xiao Jiang, I didn't have breakfast. Wait for me to go to the cafeteria and I'll treat you to it. By the way, I'll talk to you about something. Minister Tan stretched out his affectionate hands from behind and put them on Jiang Tian's shoulders, and then pushed Jiang Tian away familiarly, and the scene boom exploded. When Minister Tan and Jiang Tian left, everyone on the scene was fried. At this moment, everyone was full of astonishment, and then looked at Jiang Tian with shock, especially Lu Zhong. There was even a numbness in the scalp. You know, who was that? That's Minister Tan. In the system, police is also included, and there is always a rule that everyone has two faces, one on the stage and one under the stage. This is true of every leader. For example, no matter how grassroots people make mistakes and collide, high-level leaders will be safe with a gentle smile on their faces and will not have any opinions on you. But if you think that the character of the leader is too good, you are very wrong. When this great leader is in a corner that you can't see, your immediate boss will suffer an old crime. Similarly, on the stage, you can praise Jiang Tian favorably. Everyone can understand that the task is completed well, but what is the matter with you being so familiar in private? This is Minister Tan. Lu Zhong almost vomited blood watching this scene. When he was in school, Wang Hao's boy said that Jiang Tian was an ordinary waste and worthless. Lu Zhong still believed asa result. Now, you step on the horse and tell me yes, is this ordinary waste? Lu Zhong really regretted that he hadn't been able to have a good relationship with Jiang Tian when he was in school. Although he didn't offend, he has now lost his best chance to get Jiang Tian's friendship. Lu Zhong took out his mobile phone and took a picture of the backs of Minister Tan and Jiang Tian. In the film, the two look like old friends who had known each other for many years, and then posted it to the classmates. Congratulations to Jiang Tian for his promotion to the second-level police lieutenant. Minister Tan personally invited to dinner. Please cover. Chapter 501. The pressure is enough to destroy a genius. Can you bear it, second-level lieutenant? Minister Tan, which Minister Tan? Wouldn't it be Minister Tan I understand? Lu Zhong, that's right, it's the Minister Tan you imagined. After speaking, the entire chat group exploded in an instant. Almost everyone sends various messages one after another. Crazy stuff, that's right. It's crazy, the world is too crazy, especially for people who were once familiar and mediocre. Many classmates have exploded in mentality. You know, all the people in this group, all the classmates, are interned in the same group as Jiang Tian. Those who are somewhat related may be in the provincial department, and those who are almost related may be in various places. Of course, most of them are still allocated. The situation here in Yunhai is different from other places. Other places in the mainland are relatively peaceful. There are not many cases. They are free to work, but at the same time, the disadvantage is that there are very few opportunities for meritorious service. There are many cases in Yunhai. While they are busy and dangerous, they have a great chance of meritorious service. Therefore, most of the students who are pursuing a little bit, 90% choose to stay in Yunhai, but it is a pity that not everyone in Yunhai can stay if they want to. Stay. It's like graduating from a medical school. Is it possible for ordinary students to be assigned to a top 3 authoritative hospital at the provincial level, even if it is assigned to go in, and the internship is over in the end? Most of them still have to leave for other small hospitals. In fact, graduating from the police academy is probably also the rule. Unless you are particularly good, you must abide by this rule. There is no doubt that the municipal bureau and the provincial department are definitely the two most desirable departments for all police academy students. IT has even said that some of the reasons why some students in this group are willing to become anti-drug police are partly due to compulsory distribution, and partly because other departments will not stay with them. There is only the option of anti-drug control. It's really not in the municipal bureau, and most of them choose to work in branch departments, and they don't want to go to other prefecture-level cities. There is no way. Yunhai has too many opportunities, and it is still a provincial city. If there is a choice, no one wants to run out. Jiang Tian's reputation has spread among his classmates before. I was shocked at the beginning. Who knows, that was just the beginning. Wang Hao, didn't you say that classmate Jiang Tian is a waste of ordinary background? Oh, I was deceived, but I didn't expect Jiang Tian to be a hidden gangster. My mother, is it really Minister Tan, and has such a cordial relationship with Minister Tan? Lu Zhong, more than that, Minister Tan has just personally promoted Jiang Tian to the second-level police lieutenant. Now Jiang Tian is already the captain of the 1st Brigade of the Yunhai Municipal Bureau's anti-drug detachment, and all the leaders are optimistic about Jiang Tian. In the future, Jiang Tian will take off completely. Ah, please. Yes, Lu Zhong saw not only Minister Tan, but even Jiang Tian in the stands. Lu Zhong watched how Jiang Tian had a cordial conversation with the leaders on the podium, and everyone could say a few words closely. Obviously, most of them looked like acquaintances with Jiang Tian. This directly drove Lu Zhong crazy. In particular, for Lu Zhong, the leadership of the leader 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 of the leader. For example, Mr. Bai has a terrifying reputation in the entire provincial government. For another example, Director Shen, smiling at Jiang Tian, was as cordial as he could be. Even Lu Zhong watched with his own eyes, and Jiang Tian stopped, but Shen Han still couldn't let go. Please, you are Director Shen, how can it be like this? That is, Shen Han didn't know what this product was thinking, otherwise he would have slapped it up a long time ago. As a joke, now Shen Han really didn't dare to offend Jiang Tian at all, and even said that he was crazy to show kindness. In front of Jiang Tian, Shen Han didn't dare to play tricks at all, because Shen Han wanted to make progress too much, but progress also requires conditions. Shen Han's old leader is Secretary Mu, but Secretary Mu and Jiang Tian have a very close relationship. He knows that Secretary Mu's granddaughter has a very close relationship with Jiang Tian, and Secretary Mu attaches great importance to Jiang Tian. His biggest fear is the horror that is closely related to Jiang Tian. Another is that Minister Tan and Chief Gao, the leaders of the headquarters directly under them, have a very close relationship with Jiang Tian. Good guy, both of them can also decide Shen Han's future. This is simply encircling Shen Han in all directions. So now that Shen Han saw Jiang Tian, he even called Jiang Gongzi in private. No matter what others thought, Jiang Tian was scared into a cold sweat in private anyway. Of course, Jiang Tian ignored the look of the people behind him when Minister Tan dragged him away. Jiang Tianshan dragged Gao Yangyang with his hands, but Gao Yangyang followed without speaking, lowering his head to be a transparent person. Obviously, Gao Yangyang has a good emotional intelligence and knows when he can speak, and when he is not even qualified to speak, such as now. Gao Yangyang is following his grandfather, Chief Gao. Chief Gao slightly followed Minister Tan and Shen Han at a half-step distance. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I exposed it to you this time. I didn't tell you in advance. I wronged you. Both I and the above know that the pressure on you has increased exponentially, which is very unfair to you, but there is no way. The current situation in Yunhai can only make you temporarily sacrifice. Minister Tan also apologized comfortingly on the way. The apology was sincere, and Jiang Tian couldn't do it sincerely. Isn't this a good thing? But soon Jiang Tian reacted to why it looked like this. Obviously, on the surface, it was exposed to Jiang Tian. For Jiang Tian, it was simply an invincible golden body, and it was shaped into a mythical existence. This is to let Jiang Tian be used as a business card of Yunhai. To create. In simple terms, it is the creation of God, and obviously, Jiang Tian is perfectly qualified to be a god, but again, it was not exposed. Jiang Tian relieved a lot of pressure by doing things, and it was also very convenient to do things, but after it was exposed, it seems that everything is in the spotlight, and the scenery seems to be infinite. But do you want to see what age Jiang Tian is now? He is in his early 20s. He has already made so many terrifying credits under pressure and danger. The leaders are already surprised to be able to continue to make progress exposed to concentrated light, etc., with countless people interpreting every move. For a young man, or such a young person, the pressure can be said to be unimaginable. A bad one can even easily destroy a genius. I also know that it is very unfair to you and under a lot of pressure, but after many meetings between our headquarters and the leaders above, we finally decided to believe in you because you have never let us down. The same is true this time. For all the credit you have done, Wei can see it all in my eyes. Minister Tan spoke directly without any concealment in one breath. Minister Tan knew that it was useless to conceal it in front of Jiang Tian, because he had already learned the horror of Jiang Tian through the famous quotes. Chapter 502, Terrorist Plan, Going to the Front and Going to the World Today. After seeing Shang Ming's famous words, Minister Tan already felt that something was wrong. This woman was seriously wrong. Minister Tan couldn't tell it before, but after his detailed questioning, Shang Ming finally said it. Apart from the shock to her in solving the case, Jiang Tian in terms of psychology and other aspects, Jiang Tian's attainments are even more terrifying than hers. In front of Jiang Tian, she is like a recruit egg. The proud Shang Ming even said this sentence. She even said that in the psychological confrontation, she was crushed and defeated. She couldn't see through Jiang Tian, but she was exposed by Jiang Tian from the inside out with almost no cover. During this period, when sitting and chatting, the most embarrassing and defensive thing about Shang Ming's famous quotes was that when the two of them were sitting on the sofa, she raised her but a little bit, but Jiang Tian spoke directly and bluntly. From the point of view of almost 100% probability of psychology and physiology, have a good chat. He suddenly raised his ass, which was secretly farting. The mentality of the famous Shang quotes at that time was completely exploded by this sentence. Since ancient times, only sincerity has hurt people's hearts. But now the famous saying of Shang is simply love and hate for Jiang Tian. But if the skills are not as good as others, the skills are not as good as others. And the famous Shang quotes will not conceal Jiang Tian's abilities to. That's why Minister Tan was shocked, because he clearly knew Shang Ming's terrifying ability and psychological attainments. As a result, Shang Ming was ashamed to face Jiang Tian, but it was precisely because of this that Minister Tan and the top leaders made up their minds. With such a powerful psychology, Xiao Jian must be able to withstand this kind of pressure. Hey, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I have this ability. This is what I should do. Zhang Tian is more modest. Xiao Zhang, you are good at everything, but you are a little too humble. Sometimes you are too humble. It's not a good thing to be too humble. We all see your excellence in our eyes. I didn't plan to let you go on stage so early. Before, it would be a bit for you to help you grow up, but now it seems that the plan can't keep up with the changes. Your abilities are already constantly surpassing our cognition, and we all agree that you are capable of withstanding this pressure. Gao Xiaolong suddenly spoke at this moment. After speaking of this, without giving Zhang Tian a chance to speak, Minister Tan breathed a sigh of relief and said, Xiao Zhang, regarding the dark web, the above decision has been made. After deciding to secretly arrest Hong Shiwu and return home, I am in contact with the windmill. I also know that this is difficult for some strong people, but you know how important billions of dollars of foreign exchange are to our motherland at this stage. Soft drugs may not be banned in some Western countries, but white powder, no matter where it is definitely banned in any country. Hong Shiwu's case is definitely a major case in the world. Most importantly, if it succeeds, it just happens to be able to use this case to stabilize the development of Yunhai's situation. Zhang Tian saw through it at a glance, and Minister Tan showed an expression of appreciation on his face and said, yes, once you are successfully arrested, we will immediately arrange an evening news reporter to conduct an interview and report on you. More than that, with the help of this case, we are ready to completely push you to the world. Hiss. Zhang Tian's gaze changed. Minister Tan's words made Zhang Tian's face constantly change. This step, even Zhang Tian didn't expect that he would take one step and look at 3 steps, or that the decision made during the meeting today was that he had already determined what he was going to do later. Since the new era, the motherland has entered a stage of rapid development, but there is still a huge lack of popularity. Especially now, both the West and the developed countries are left with the impression of being backward. There is no doubt about it. This is not the God who is creating the sea of clouds. This is the God who is creating a world-class God. In this regard, it is naturally impossible for Zhang Tian to object. This is a responsibility, but also a terrifying pressure. The ability is not enough. To go abroad is to embarrass the motherland. If you don't have hard power, you are really ashamed and thrown abroad. There is no doubt that after you become famous, all kinds of cattle and horses will naturally jump out to express their dissatisfaction and challenge and so on. Ordinary people, even if they are capable, it is estimated that it is difficult to withstand this terrifying pressure. But sorry, in the area of pressure, for Zhang Tian, it has always been a source of motivation, and he has never known what pressure is in this life. But if you are really afraid of stress, then you don't have to do anything. Just lie flat is enough. Pack up your things and act as soon as possible. Whoever you need to take and how many people you need to take can satisfy you. This time you can't expose your identity when you take a civil aviation flight. Minister Tan asked, when I go there, I really need 2 hands. Just put Yang Yang and Lu Chun in Zhao Wei. It's too much. It's inconvenient. Zhang Tian has long thought about manpower. Are these people enough? Minister Tan is a little worried. That's enough. Zhang Tian explained, are you sure you don't need to find a translator who understands the windmill language to follow you? Chief Gao reminded with a dark face that he thought Zhang Tian was so nervous that he had even forgotten such an important thing. He was unfamiliar with life and place. When he got there, the language was different, and he was just a wool how to carry out this task. It's okay, I understand. Zhang Tianyu is not afraid to die endlessly. Actually, I forgot to say it. I am proficient in 8 languages, including windmill. Zhang Tian explained quietly. Humph. Minister Tan and Chief Gao were both dumbfounded. Cost 11100 evil value. Ding. The first introduction to the 8 languages. White, hemisphere pass. Red. You have successfully improved your proficiency in all mainstream languages in the world from the 8 languages that only understand simple spoken languages, and most of the non-mainstream languages are proficient. Except for some extremely rare dialects and rare languages that you don't understand very well, you have already mastered all the major languages in the world. They are more proficient in their language than their authentic locals, and you already know the language used by 95% of human beings. After adding a little bit, Zhang Tian was not surprised. Jokes, this entry is also funny to say. This entry was burst out by the group of college students Zhang Tian arrested at Yunde University. One of the college students often likes to watch foreign movies and film and television works. Over time, he hasn't learned anything else, but he speaks 8 languages. 1 or 2 words of verbal cursing can be said. There are not many, at most 1 or 2 sentences, they are all cursing, such as Shiba, such as Baga, such as Fak, etc. But who says that if you understand 1 sentence, you can't have an entry? In short, Zhang Tian was also surprised when this entry broke out. Just in time, Zhang Tian was already able to predict that if the above plan is followed, it is estimated that it is likely to continue to deal with foreigners in the future. Foreign languages will also come in handy at this time. After the equipment was equipped, Zhang Tian was in a daze, and countless memories suddenly appeared in his mind, as if they were inlaid on his body. It was a very, very habit, and it was countless times better than the language of many local people. My chow, what else do you not know? Minister Tan's face was blanked. It is not. Let's just say, why is Zhang Tian always so awesome, seemingly omnipotent and perfect? It is difficult for Minister Tan to accept. Why is there such a talent in the world? Oh, you said it belongs to our police system. That's okay. Windmill language is not a mainstream language. Do you know this language? Gao Yangyang said with a look of shock on his face. This is not a beautiful thing. I was really shocked. Windmill language is a niche language, and even many of their local people use English. Why doesn't she believe it so much? Isn't this normal? Zhang Tian replied in pinwheel language. Chapter 503, Planning and Counterattacking Zhang Tian? The mysterious confidence of the hero windmill country. This is a country with a very developed economy on the surface, especially electronic chemical industry, water conservancy, and shipbuilding, including agriculture. However, no matter how developed they are, they can't hide their chaotic nature, let alone their own hidden evils under this developed economy. The hidden dark world is definitely the level of horror that Yunhai can't match. Here, terrifying crimes occur every day. And here, IT is also a gathering of all over the world, where a large number of criminals quietly retire. The overall environment is very good. On the other hand, the official is extremely rotten, and the official rule has collapsed, which has caused the chaotic nature of the downward society. The most intuitive thing is that when some big bosses come here to retire, they naturally have to give themselves a guarantee, especially people in society, organizations, etc. Almost always set up gangs here, so that when they retire in the future, they can have their own power. On the other hand, with beautiful scenery and a relatively developed society, coupled with the collapse of official rule, it has become a retirement paradise for some criminals, and it is also their first choice. And it was in this environment that on this day, the gloomy weather was filled with hazy drizzle, just like the cool breeze blowing in the hot summer weather, but it also caused the tourists here to rush on the streets. People are crowded. That's right, in addition to being a paradise for the elderly, it is also a tourist destination with a beautiful environment, beautiful scenery, and extremely developed. In fact, it is similar to those big guys who come to the elderly, and their officials also strongly welcome them, and even at some times, they will be convenient for them. What is not forgotten is that only benefits are eternal. When these big guys from the mixed society come to retire, they often bring a lot of funds and assets to invest in them. In addition, these big guys will not do anything when they come to retire. Unlike those who fight and kill at every turn, they belong to a state of washing their hands in a golden basin. Next, you can bring money, you can invest in the local area, and you won't even make trouble. So much so that in this way, more and more retired social bigwigs came here to retire, and their reputation spread unconsciously. This is the case with Hong Shi-Wu in the bright office. Next to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, Hong Shi-Wu turned his back to the gate position and the younger brother behind him, looking faintly at the crowded streets below, giving people the first impression of a prosperous and beautiful place. Good place. Hong Shi-Wu's favorite thing to do every day is to sit in this office and look at the people below, which makes him feel happy every time. But it's just that today, Hong Shi-Wu's extremely square face and seemingly upright eyes are full of amazing wisdom. If you walk outside, no one will believe that this person is a criminal. On the contrary, he is like a scholar, full of elegant temperament, eyes that give people the feeling it's like a smart scientist, full of wisdom. At this moment, looking at Hong Shi-Wu, who is surrounded by people below, you look at your mobile phone silently and don't know what you were thinking. I don't know how long it will be. A female voice sounded behind Hong Shi-Wu. Boss, are we going to rescue now? Rescue? How to rescue? Go to Yunhai to rescue. Don't you know that Tucha even put himself in because of rescuing his brother? Hong Shi-Wu's voice appeared faintly. Susu, who was standing behind Hong Shi-Wu, didn't know why. Listening to Hong Shi-Wu's voice, her anxious heart suddenly calmed down, as if with amazing magic power. No, or rather, this is Hong Shi-Wu's personality. Charisma. From a small mountain village, I, Hong Shi-Wu, have been sitting here step by step. I have no one to rely on. I rely on myself. I created NLT, URL and GT, with one hand, made the industry bigger and bigger with the other, and created this huge dark empire with the other. He is a hairy boy. I just want to annihilate my empire with one hand, but I'm not qualified enough. Hong Shi-Wu suddenly said coldly with a domineering look all over his body. That's right, it's not worthy. In fact, many people underestimate Hong Shi-Wu, or lack sufficient understanding of this kind of international drug lord. This is a real, global terrorist drug lord with billions of dollars in assets. From nothing to the present, did Hong Shi-Wu rely on brute force or good luck? These are all pulling calves, and they all rely on Hong Shi-Wu's wisdom and brain. Or, when Jiang Tian attacked the YH bar for the first time, Hong Shi-Wu had already received the news. Not only did he receive the news, but even the causes and consequences were collected. A moment later, Hong Shi-Wu turned his swivel chair and faced the desk. Through the bright light of the large floor-to-ceiling windows, he could see a document placed on the desk. If Jiang Tian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize it. The person in this photo is him. Not only him, but even all the information about Jiang Tian is recorded in detail. I'm afraid this Jiang Tian never dreamed of it. When Yulin was arrested, I had already paid attention to him. Hong Shi-Wu sneered on his face. That's right, when Jiang Tian arrested Yulin, Hong Shi-Wu had been collecting information about Jiang Tian. As for Hong Sun's arrest, it was an accident for Hong Shi-Wu, because he didn't expect Jiang Naive to be able to find it so easily. Originally, he just wanted to make a cut with Yunhai, but it was enough to kill Shi Haichao and Shi Hailiang, who knew the inside story. But why is Susu? How many years have you been with me? Hong Shi-Wu suddenly looked up at the opposite side. A woman of about 30 years old, standing in front of her desk, hurriedly replied when she heard the words, "Boss, it's been 16 years, and I've been working with you since I was 18. Yes, I have used it for 16 years from having nothing to the present, but now there is a hairy boy in an open file who wants to end me all in one pot." Hong Shi-Wu seemed to be sighing to himself that the documents on the table are specially marked in terms of age, 22 years old. A 22-year-old hairy boy has been lucky enough to solve some big cases. It can't be denied that he has the ability. However, Hong Shi-Wu never thought he would lose, because over the years, he has faced too many talented opponents, but these opponents are all unsurprisingly. He played with his brain to death. Boss, what do we do now? The young master's crime is probably enough to be shot now. Susu said in fear, what are you afraid of? That kid can't stand the interrogation. He will definitely explain it, but it doesn't matter. This is originally a smoke bomb thrown by me. I even suspect that this kid may have already come to the windmill country. Hong Shiwu stood up confidently and sneered, but these words instantly made Susu's mind roar not far away. Cold-blooded. Susu's whole body was cold, and he had been following for 16 years, but it hadn't been until now that Susu felt how cold and emotionless Hong Shiwu's heart was. He even calculated his own son. Could it be that all this is a calculation? Some people want to use my brain to gain power, but I don't want to use other people's brains to gain power. The winner of the special merit, interesting, the 22-year-old winner of the special merit, this is already qualified as my trophy for collection. Hong Shiwu's words became more and more eerie. Chapter 504, A Proud Scientist? A hero saves a beauty. Cold-blooded and ruthless, Hong Shiwu never cared about these evaluations. They were just jokes. He really valued affection and righteousness. He had already died countless times as special merit, 22 years old? Susu's face was shocked, that's right. The corner of Hong Shiwu's mouth curled. Spread the news out, and find someone to keep an eye on all the airports. Report to Jiang Tian as soon as you find this Jiang Tian, and mobilize manpower to entertain as soon as possible. After all, no matter what, we must also do our best as landlords. Friendship. Hong Shiwu's voice gradually became cold. Yes. Susu hurriedly left. After Susu left, Hong Shiwu turned around and looked at the heavy traffic below. Windmill country, one thing has to be said, because of the various restrictions on cars, so few people actually drive. Even though it is already very developed, most people still ride bicycles the most. The whole society also gives people a feeling of lying flat. Otherwise, why is it the first choice for many big guys to retreat after retirement? Is because the living environment here is so good, except for the higher prices. But for the retired big guys, all of this is irrelevant. It was also at the time of Hong Shiwu's action. Jiang Tian was still flying in the sky. After landing, he looked at the surrounding environment, similar to Zhao Wei's first time abroad. Everything was fresh. Look left and right, boss, where are we going next? Zhao Wei asked, mainly, looking at the blonde people all around him. Zhao Wei was confused and unfamiliar with life. If Zhao Wei was allowed to run out at this time, Zhao Wei would be able to get lost here by himself. First find a place to get some weapons. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. That's right, after all, you need to go through security. In fact, there are a total of 24 countries in the world that allow citizens to legally hold guns, one of which is the United States. This is also quite high. It was originally the source of all kinds of chaos, but as a result, gun ownership was let go, and as a result, it became a group of social chaos. However, because of the need to go through security checks and the confidentiality of one's identity, there is no way to carry firearms. Because they carry firearms, they need to have various official documents for reasonable carrying. When Jiang Tian and the others came here, they were all fake identities. 3 men and 1 woman. This group walked together and dressed very leisurely. Even Gao Yangyang happily hugged Jiang Tian's arm and jumped out of the airport. It looked like it was really a tourist. Where is the boss going to get weapons? Zhao Wei touched his head, feeling that his scalp was glowing, and the feeling of the light bulb was getting stronger and stronger. But I have to say, looking at the surrounding environment and the large number of people, yes, there are many people of this season, many people come to travel. In the hot summer, here in the windmill country, the atmosphere is unexpected and very suitable. This also made Gao Yangyang sigh. No wonder so many people like to travel here. Some people who wash their hands in the golden basin in society also like to come here to retire. The environment is really good, and the pace of life feels quite slow. But the next moment, Jiang Tian sneered, you also said it's just a feeling. What's the matter? Gao Yangyang raised his head and asked, only to find that, unknowingly, they followed Jiang Tian and had deviated from the central road and reached the second-level road. There were very few people on this road. Moreover, this road is not so much a secondary road as an alley road. When 4 people walked in, it has a taste. Gao Yangyang coughed choked, my chow, in broad daylight, are these people crazy? Zhao Wei frowned slightly, they are all anti-drug drugs and are too familiar with the taste, it's yee. Jiang Tian glanced at it and frowned slightly, what should I do, shall we take a detour? Gao Yangyang complained, damn it. To be honest, they really haven't gone abroad much, but as a family, this is the first time they have seen someone smoking this thing and need to take a detour. It can only be said that in foreign countries, anything can happen, and it's just that this kind of thing, their identity is even more difficult to manage now. Jiang Tian didn't expect to cause too much trouble. He just took a step and stopped in an instant. At this moment, Jiang Tian's ears moved slightly. What are you doing? Don't come over. This was the sound of a call for help, but the reason Jiang Tian stopped was that the voice of this call for help was actually in Mandarin. This caused Jiang Tian to turn around in an instant, and then quickly rush towards the hudong, and the 3 people Lu Chun and Zhao Wei who followed Jiang Tian saw Jiang Tian's movements. Although they were unclear, they rushed in immediately. In fact, it was at the time of Jiang Tian's action. Inside the hudong, Li Qingqing retreated with a pale face. After retreating to the corner of the wall, Li Qingqing looked at the 3 men in front of him with a desperate face. They all exuded a disgusting stench. Others didn't know it yet, but Li Qingqing happened to study chemistry. She was too familiar with the smell, especially she still had research on this thing, but when she reacted, she had already gone deep into the alley and it was too late to leave. As a student in Wadayaku, he was even more of a terrifying schoolmaster. In his junior year, he was an exchange student with Windmill. Everything was very calm, he rarely even goes out on weekdays. Tonight, I heard that there are many people from all over the world who come here to travel, and she has never been out to hang out, so she went out with her friends. This was the first time she went out in the dark. As a result, seeing that the time was a little late, Li Qingqing remembered to rush back to school and took the second-level road shortcut. In fact, it was just an alley with very few people. After coming in, she saw a few ill-intentioned people, with a disgusting smell all over her body, blocking her back and forth. Here it is. As an exchange student of Shueba, it is difficult for her to imagine that the night abroad is so dangerous. Obviously there are so many people outside the alley, but the people inside the alley are committing crimes. Don't get close, I'm already calling the police. Li Qingqing was holding her mobile phone. It's just that the three of them smiled a little jokingly, and not only did he not retreat, but after hearing the alarm, he also approached further. One of them is still making insulting remarks. Haha, Qin Qiang. After the three of them glanced at each other, they kept saying insulting remarks and became more and more fearless, and although Li Qingqing quickly recounted it in English and windmill after reacting, the three of them no longer had any fear. Snapped. One of them waved his hand and directly threw Li Qingqing's mobile phone out. The smiles of the three of them were a little subversive. Obviously, the three of them had already been a little completely high just now and were almost about to lose their minds. This made Li Qingqing's face paler and paler, thinking of her ambitions, thinking of herself almost desperately studying for progress. Has his attainments in the field of basic chemistry been quietly lost here before he has time to display it, even if it is found out in the future? What can it do? In this small country with a population of less than 20 million, so many people die every day. Who cares about a foreign student? Li Qingqing looked at the three people who were getting closer and closer between the orangutans, and his face was completely desperate. But just when she was desperate, just when one of them stretched out his hand and was about to touch her, she saw a light. Is it an angel? Li Qingqing's eyes were dim, and the dim light reflected a slender figure that seemed to be frozen in Li Qingqing's eyes in the air. Chapter 505, Kill instantly. Shocking. Li Qingqing, Mom, I saw a god. Boom. In Li Qingqing's gaze, the bandit who was high was standing in front of her, getting closer and closer to her. When he was about to meet, it really fell from the sky. No matter how fast Zhang Tian runs, it can be said that when the Olympic champion comes, he can only eat ash behind his ass. Now Zhang Tian has already surpassed the limit of mankind several times. It can even be said that the superhero captain on the other side of the Atlantic can only open up to Zhang Tian. Of course, that is just a work of creation. Zhang Tian's true strength has reached this point. It is a physical fitness that has truly surpassed the limits of mankind several times, and it is far beyond human beings, the scope of. Even sometimes Zhang Tian suspected that his genes were probably no longer normal human beings. Running at a terrifying speed, from a distance of 5 or 6 meters, Zhang Tian quickly ejected and flew out like an arrow from the string. So in Li Qingqing's eyes, leaning against the wall, she watched the nearest gangster in front of her and became the first target. That kick directly hit the gangster's head. Boom. With a terrifying noise, the gangster lost consciousness almost instantly. The whip leg from Zhang Tian flew directly into the gangster's temple, causing the gangster to lose all consciousness in an instant. Flying, and in an instant, boom. With a huge noise, the gangster's skull directly hit the gangster next to him. The moment the two skulls collided, the blood burst out completely in an instant, and it really burst out. Blood jumped, and at this moment, it was the two bandits who were resolved in an instant. The two of them hit their skulls together without even pausing or stopping. Both of them jumped into the air and flew out 5 or 6 meters away in an instant. Then they fell heavily to the ground, and they also lost all consciousness. Only the body, it seems, twitches twice from time to time because of severe pain, and also because of the body's neural instincts. Qin Xiangqiu. This gangster, who was high, was still saying insulting words in his mouth, even more crazy on his face. He vaguely lost his mind, leaving only the instinct of creatures, the instinct of tyranny. Step. At this moment, Zhang Tian stepped on the ground, stood still, and listened to the insulting words in his ears, which also filled Zhang Tian with gloom in an instant. In fact, this vocabulary is a kind of insulting and discriminatory vocabulary, just because it is difficult for them to pronounce it, so they used this vocabulary. Perhaps it was because of the excitement. The gangster's reaction was very slow. Until this time, she looked at Li Qingqing's non-flustered appearance, then suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a voice around her just now. He was unresponsive, and he also looked at his side with some stupidity on his face. When he saw that his side was empty, there was some slight confusion on his face. He seemed to be wondering how the two companions suddenly disappeared just now. Wait, why are there two people lying there? His already slow-moving brain seemed to have no idea what was going on, but it's a pity that no one answered his questions. The next moment, his scalp was already in severe pain. It seemed that all of a sudden his scalp was about to be torn off, causing him to make a painful call, but before he could shout out, the next moment, there was a sharp pain in his mouth. Gollum. The blood, accompanied by his teeth, was bounced around by Zhang Tian's punch, and part of it was swallowed by the gangster. Before the gangster raised his consciousness, the next moment, he felt the terrifying force that grabbed his scalp, pulled his head, and instantly crashed into the wall at a terrifying speed. No. The gangster yelled fiercely, but the speed did not stop in any way. A boom. With a terrifying impact, blood splattered, and the gangster fell weakly to the ground. This time, Zhang Tian stretched out his hand in a hurry. Next to him, Zhao Wei, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly took out the wet wipes from his pocket and handed them to Zhang Tian. After Zhang Tian took the wet wipes, his expression was calm, and he wiped his palms carefully a few times. This is a habit that Zhang Tian has gradually developed. People who often follow Zhang Tian have recently become completely accustomed to it. In fact, this is not because Zhang Tian has a cleanliness disorder. Zhang Tian has no cleanliness disorder. However, since Zhang Tian has been promoted to a non-human level, he can often see things that people can't see and smell things that people can't smell, especially these criminals. The body is full of stench, which is good for Zhang Tian. It's torture, but whenever there is contact, or after doing it, Zhang Tian often has to wipe his hands and nose as soon as possible to alleviate the smell. The whole action is full of coherence and elegance. Li Qingqing looks stunned. Myth, no, kung fu, what is the kindest thing in life? Yes, it is the knowledge of other places. In this unfamiliar foreign country, Li Qingqing suddenly saw the familiar faces of her hometown. Li Qingqing herself was full of intimacy, especially in this kind of crisis. She saved herself. For Li Qingqing, it was enough to make her completely let go of all vigilance. Even for Zhang Tian, it was full of inexplicable taste. The reason why the story of the hero saving beauty is old-fashioned is because this routine is classic, so it can be circulated to Mom, I saw the fairy. Li Qingqing muttered to herself with a blank face, are you okay? Zhang Tian wiped his palms before looking at Li Qingqing. At first glance, Zhang Tian's face was a little surprised. The other party was wearing a white coat of the same kind, with glasses on his face, and he was not very old. This kind of dress showed Zhang Tian full of consternation. As for the face, although it looks very beautiful, Zhang Tian has seen too many beautiful women recently, so Zhang Tian didn't pay too much attention to it, fellow? After Zhang Tian spoke, Li Qingqing was completely surprised. I was not sure just now, but now, Li Qingqing is completely sure. Thank you so much. Without you, I don't know what it would be like. Li Qingqing looked at Zhang Tian excitedly as if he was chasing stars. The stars are about to shine out of his eyes. It was blocked by 3 gangsters who were high and even irrational. If Zhang Tian hadn't appeared, Li Qingqing wouldn't even know what terrifying consequences would arise, but there is no doubt that Li Qingqing knows that he is miserable. I am even more grateful to Zhang Tian, and after Zhang Tian briefly understood the other party's situation, he couldn't help but be surprised. The same is true for the 3 people who followed Zhang Tian, including Zhang Tian Shueba. This is the real Shueba. In Wadeyaku, he was still able to obtain the qualifications for public study abroad, which proves that even in a school like Wadeyaku where geniuses gather, Li Qingqing belongs to the geniuses among geniuses and is the best among them. These beasts, damn it, fortunately they came in time. Zhao Wei looked at the 3 gangsters in the end, his heart burned with anger, almost. The talents of the motherland almost encountered an accident here. Zhao Wei stretched out his feet and kicked the 3 gangsters fiercely. Chapter 506, You are crazy. Anyone who attacks will die. You said you were on a business trip. Don't believe that there are so many good things outside, especially what is said on the internet is all deceptive. Even if you go out outside, try to go out during the day. At night, no matter how important the situation is, don't go out, especially this kind of place is very dangerous. Zhang Tian glanced into the alley. Although it was shrouded in darkness, there were still many addicts inside. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about the motherland. How can you serve the motherland in the event of an accident? Zhang Tian added. Mentioning this, Li Qingqing said with a look of fear on her face, the first time I went out at night, I didn't expect to encounter this kind of situation. I will never do it again. By the way, what is your dress? Zhang Tian looked at Li Qingqing's white coat. I just came out of the school's research room. Today, because I had a new research idea, I was too invested in it and didn't notice the time. Once my drug is developed, it will definitely be a terrifying feat. It can even be used without side effects and addiction to achieve effective calmness. Effect. Li Qingqing mentioned that his face was full of excitement. It seemed that it was hard to see his fellow countrymen, especially Zhang Tian, who was full of unreserved trust, as if a suffocated child desperately wanted to share. Zhang Tian, who was about to say goodbye and leave, stopped instantly. The one in front can be understood clearly, but the combination of the 2 in the back, Zhang Tian was stunned. As we all know, whether it is analgesic or calming, the pharmaceutical ingredients must have huge side effects. The greater the effect, the more terrifying the side effects. Many of them are contraband, and if there are no side effects of calming. And many more. Zhang Tian suddenly remembered something. Can you use it for these addicts when they are addicted? Zhang Tian asked abruptly. It should, maybe, it's okay. Li Qingqing said uncertainly, hiss. Zhang Tian didn't expect that people rescued from abroad would have such terrifying abilities. This is more than a treasure, it is simply a treasure. The most important thing is that Zhang Tian suddenly thought that if a drug of this ability appeared, it should cause a huge sensation, and even replace 60 to 70% of the analgesic and sedative drugs. Why did it not appear in later generations? Then there are only 2 possibilities. Point 1 is a failure, but it is obviously fruitful, so it is impossible. The other is that Li Qingqing had an accident tonight. This is the most likely. Zhang Tian was even more angry when he thought of this, and he slammed a kick at the gangster under his feet. Let's take you back to where you live. Zhang Tian moved and said, the task can be put aside a little bit, but this talent, and it is definitely a national talent, must be protected. Even so, Zhang Tian could already think that even if the research and development of calming and analgesic failed, it could still be used by addicts when they become addicted. Even if it can't be completely eliminated, even if it can be relieved by 10% or 20%, this is definitely a magic medicine, although it is impossible to reform large-scale addicts. Zhang Tian clearly knows that these people who want addicts to reform and get right, it is better to say that sows can go to the tree. It is simply a dream, not to mention suppressing addiction by 20% or 30%, even if they can completely suppress the attack, it is as difficult to get them to quit as it is to ascend to the sky. After all, what is even more terrifying about this thing is mental addiction. A lifelong nightmare. Once contaminated, it is as difficult to get rid of it in this life as it is to ascend to the sky. It's just that if there can be suppressed drugs, it can give some people who sincerely want to stay away from the persecution of Baifan more hope. By the way, are you here to travel? Kung Fu is so good. Are you the kind of big brother who is very good at martial arts? Li Qingqing is like a curious baby on the road, talking frantically and in an active atmosphere. Liu Chun and Gao Yangyang belong to the kind of people who don't talk much on weekdays and do things with a stuffy head, especially Gao Yangyang. Except in front of Zhang Tian, he generally rarely speaks outside. Although Zhao Wei wanted to say something, Li Qingqing ignored him at all, and asked Zhang Tian all kinds of questions, as if he was curious about a baby. 100,000 reasons. Zhang Tian was a little suspicious of life as a whole. These Shuaba people shouldn't be Gao Lang, except for the kind who are not interested in learning everything. Why do they seem to be a curious baby? It's not right. The strong desire for knowledge may be the driving force for learning. Jiang Tian sighed silently, but Li Qingqing had already risen infinitely in Jiang Tian's mind. Such talents, if successfully developed, may even make a significant contribution to the entire anti-drug contribution. It's not a tourist, it's just a job. Jiang Tian shook his head. Are the four of you on a business trip? Li Qingqing seemed to be curious about the baby, but his eyes skipped contemplation. Because of the combination of these four people, it doesn't look right. It's very wrong. Li Qingqing silently looked at the pistols pinned to Jiang Tian's waist, and then at Gao Yangyang and Lu Chun, who also had guns on their waists. That's right. When no one noticed just now, Zhao Wei frantically touched the corpse, and all three of them were carrying weapons. It's a pity that there were only three. In the end, Zhao Wei silently contributed the 3 guns he had found. As for himself, he had self-knowledge. Killing people and touching corpses, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like you are on a business trip, right? Don't look at us like that. We are all good citizens, and our favorite thing to do is to help others. Jiang Tian was afraid that the little girl would be scared and explained, those 3 people? Li Qingqing, who walked to the entrance of the hut silently pointed behind him. Oh, they should all be dead. Jiang Tian said quietly. You puff. Li Qingqing was nothing yet. Zhao Wei and the 3 of them behind Jiang Tian sprayed instantly. Just now they thought Jiang Tian was just knocked out, but they didn't expect it to be a direct spike, a real spike. I lied to you. I just left my hand and I can't die. It's estimated that 90% of me will be a vegetative person in the future. Don't worry, I will keep my hand. Puff. Boss, you are too ruthless. Jiang Tian didn't want to kill people without starting when he was abroad, but those 3 gangsters were too desperate. Killing directly, with 3 lives, is easy to attract the attention of the official on the windmill side, and it will easily cause trouble at that time, but vegetarians will not. As long as there is still a breath, that is, there is still life, and there are no dead people, then the case level is low. What's more, a group of addicts, with the speed at which the case was handled by the windmill, investigated it, and it is estimated that Jiang Tian had already left gracefully. Boss? At this moment, Li Qingqing suddenly looked at Jiang Tian's back and was taken aback. Did she hear me right just now? That fat man seems to be called Jiang Tian. Boss? What boss? Li Qingqing's heart beat faster, but just as Li Qingqing was thinking in her heart, she didn't pay attention and suddenly hit Jiang Tian's back. It turned out that Jiang Tian didn't know when, so she suddenly stopped. The pain made Li Qingqing cover her nose with pain on her face, tears in her eyes, and whimpered, why don't you leave? At that moment, Li Qingqing thought he had hit reinforced concrete. Jiang Tian turned her back to her, and when she walked out of the hut she suddenly retracted her steps and said quietly, classmate Qingqing, it seems that you can't go back to your residence for the time being. Li Qingqing's face was a little confused. The next moment, Zhao Wei was heard asking, boss, what's the matter? Jiang Tian still turned his back to them and said with a flat voice with emotion, it seems that Hong Shiwu, the old fox, has known for a long time and is already eyeing us. After hitting the windmill, Jiang Tian felt that his scanning radar had been cut off because as soon as the radar came out, good guy, blood-red spots of light were everywhere, and the screen was almost full. Everywhere, there are very few free places, which shocked Jiang Tian. Windmill, it's a bit too much. Chapter 507, Cunning and Cunning? Not worth mentioning he knows? Boss, what should I do? Are we retreating now? Retreat? How to retreat? This mission failed. How much did you lose? But now that it has been discovered, Hong Shiwu has taken precautions. It's a dream for us to succeed. Wait, how could Hong Shiwu find out that we didn't directly block the news when we were already in action? Zhao Wei, who was standing behind Jiang Tian, were all stunned. I couldn't believe it on my face, but Jiang Tian was silent. These people followed Jiang Tian in their actions, naturally knowing the causes and consequences of this task. After all, it was because when Jiang Tian destroyed Shirmiao village, he happened to arrest 2 important people. People of these 2 important people happened to know Xiang Tianan, the agent of NLT, URL and GT, but after Xiang Tianan started, when he wanted to kill the 2 important criminals, Jiang Tian followed the lead and directly arrested Xiang Tianan and Hong Sun who were with Xiang Tianan, and then implicated them in the fish purchase network. After passing the interrogation of Hong Sun again, he finally got all the information and news about Hong Shiwu. On the whole, it was a very unexpected, but reasonable case. There is no so-called deployment and control, and Jiang Tian did not use any other means, but only one, that is, who did it and whose claws were chopped, and the entire operation process and the excavation process, whether it is Gao Yangyang or Zhao Wei, are well understood. Therefore, it is precisely because of this understanding that I can't believe that I and others have been discovered. Boss, could something go wrong? How could we be discovered? Otherwise, wouldn't Hong Shiwu be a god? Zhao Wei smiled a little reluctantly. It's okay to be surprised. It's really hard to bite the bullet. This is the base camp of others. In particular, Hong Shiwu is different from other social bigwigs who have returned to the hidden mountains and forests and washed their hands with gold. When they are the most powerful, they will choose to come to the United States to explore their own power gangs or markets, but I will never invest too much energy, let alone the ability to grow bigger and stronger, so most of the gang branches of these big guys are mixed here just to protect the basic safety and security of the big guys after retirement. I haven't thought about making a profit either. The main competition is too great and the cost is too great, but Shirhangu is completely different from these people. Shirhangu has been concentrating on operating here since he just rose. Of course, one of the most terrifying things about Shirhangu during this period was that Shirhangu was too rich. In this world, having money can really make ghosts grind. If you have money, here, you can even do whatever you want, concentrate on development. There is no doubt that Shirhangu's forces have long been black and white here. They are unfamiliar with life here, and there will be no people or forces who can help them. If they have any problems, even if they are from their hometown, it is difficult to intervene. After all, their identities are still kept secret, and they can't be seen at all if the operation was successful. Even if it was found out from the windmill that they did it, there was no problem if they were not caught at the scene, but if the official intervenes, it will be difficult to argue by then. Our entire chain of action is perfect, whether it is the operation at the Dongri warehouse, the follow-up news blockade, and most importantly, our entire operation process is no problem at all. There is absolutely no fish in the net at the Dongri warehouse. We are also the people we saw in the bar that day. IT was directly controlled and captured. No one had the time or ability to transmit information last night. How could it be leaked? Gao Yangyang asked with a frowning. Zhang Tian glanced at Gao Yangyang and then at Lu Chun, but Lu Chun didn't know if there was a problem with Zhang Tian's mentality of being abused in the first place. Of course, it is also possible that Lu Chun himself is such a person. After entering the anti-drug detachment, Lu Chun's performance has always been an operational person. As for the analysis of the case or something, Lu Chun never interjected or analyzed it. First, Zhang Tian only thought that Lu Chun had a problem with his abusive mentality, but later learned that it was not the case. This was a standard product with well-developed limbs. However, the advantage is also obvious, that is, when acting, the combat effectiveness displayed is definitely terrifying. Of course, Zhang Tian also understands this. After all, the people in that organization will always have a skill, just like this team. Lu Chun is the standard main combatant. After passing Lu Chun, Zhang Tian said indifferently with an expression, Hong Shiwu can rely on himself to make such a big asset from nothing, don't underestimate him. Although he said so, the expression on Zhang Tian's face was still so calm and calm. Joke, if you change someone, maybe it will really be planted. After all, for a seemingly perfect operation, when the information cannot be leaked, there is such a big flaw, but it was Zhang Tian who acted this time, and Zhang Tian never had the concept of failure in doing the task. They are all ready to fight. As for Zhao Wei, you can take Miss Li to a safe place and hide first. Zhang Tian didn't give anyone a chance to speak, so he directly handed out the combat mission with a big wave of his hand. In it, Zhao Wei's combat effectiveness is undoubtedly the weakest, even as a woman. Gao Yangyang is definitely much stronger than Zhao Wei. Lu Chun stopped talking. Gao Yangyang didn't want to look like a second-generation little girl, but then Zhang Tiankai learned that Gao Yangyang had been practicing Chinese martial arts with professionals since he was a child. One-handed killing skills are also amazing, very strong combat skills. Killing Zhao Wei in seconds is the same as playing. Zhao Wei was not disappointed either. Boss, be careful, Miss Li, let's find a place to hide first. Brother Zhao, who are you? Li Qingqing's heart was beating quickly, her blood was circulating faster, and her face was a little confused. Because of what these people just said, Li Qingqing has a very high IQ. He was even keenly aware of the problem from the brief words of a few people. These people, our identities are confidential, but it can be accurately said that we are from our hometown, so Miss Li can trust us completely. Zhao Wei quickly explained, I believe that Brother Jiang. Li Qingqing's heartbeat accelerated with a bang, because from the conversation just now, she heard that it seemed that an enemy was coming, and it seems to be aimed at them. Just as Li Qingqing's mind was spinning, he saw the entrance of the Hudong, and vaguely, many people were approaching Zhao Wei, and Li Qingqing wanted to retreat from the other side of the Hutong. It was only Zhang Tian who stopped them. In the Hudong, find a dead corner, there are also people over there. Swish. A cold sweat broke out frantically on Zhao Wei's forehead. People originate from the fear of the unknown. It was discovered that it was still in someone else's base camp. The most important thing is that I don't know how many enemies there are, but there is no doubt about it, Zhang Tian looked like a great enemy, and there were definitely many enemies. Sure enough, at the very next moment, more than a dozen people suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Hudong, opened the chains in their hands, and took out their AKs from their bags while running. During this period, he approached the inside of the Hudong. Chapter 508, Killing in 30 Seconds, Shocking the World, Breaking the Record of Terrifying Speed. Fortunately, the shape of the second-level road in this Hudong is more complicated, and the road is relatively narrow. After entering the interior, the road is completely spacious, the two sides are just as if they can be covered a little bit. The entrance is 3 meters, and after walking more than 10 meters, there is a 5-meter spacious road. This is where Zhang Tian and the others are, a lot of people. After a while, Li Qingqing swallowed and her eyes grew bigger and bigger. Looking in front of her, more than a dozen people with AK had already walked most of the way to the entrance. Fortunately, it was also late at night. Zhang Tian and the others happened to be hidden in the darkness behind the corner, so that when Li Qingqing saw more than a dozen gangsters with AKs, after they came into view, Li Qingqing suddenly covered his mouth with both hands, for fear of shouting at this time, but her heartbeat, at this moment, was already tense to the extreme. This loudly. Qingqing, who had spent most of his life studying, to say that in the face of this situation, his body had subconsciously issued the threat of a terrorist crisis, and his legs were trembling. For ordinary people, at this time, I'm afraid they will be scared to pieces. Seeing this kind of scene for the first time, Li Qingqing was able to hold back from making a sound, which was more than many people. After all, more than a dozen or two people with AK are coming to kill you. How many people can withstand it? It was just when Li Qingqing's eyes flickered with water and light, and a desperate mood emerged. Zhang Tian, who had saved her at the beginning and made her a little strange, took the lead from the darkness without warning. Or, even if Li Qingqing's voice was discovered, it would have no effect on Zhang Tian and Li Qingqing's eyes. Zhang Tian started his hands, walking vigorously and as fast as lightning, reaching out from the darkness and grabbing a big white man who was advancing carefully against the wall. This 100-person man is very tall, and his figure is very burly. He is at least 1.9 meters tall, and his burly figure is at least close to 200 kilograms, but with such a burly body, Zhang Tian grabbed him by the throat, holding his throat in one hand. The next moment, in the dark night, an extremely crisp and extremely loud click came up. This person didn't even have the opportunity to struggle, so he received a bento on the spot. And this voice completely alarmed the others. Bang bang bang. With fierce gunfire, these people crossed the narrow road and fired in the direction of Zhang Tian, but Gao Yangyang and Lu Chun, who were behind Zhang Tian and Zhang Tian, reacted faster than them. Neither Gao Yangyang nor Lu Chun had to react to do it. Zhang Tian, who was holding the corpse in one hand, and the AK rifle that fell from the corpse's hands in the other hand were ready for these people. The gunfire was uploaded from Zhang Tian's hands. 6 people facing Zhang Tian died instantly, and the bullets shot wildly into the sky unconsciously. Several of the bullets were fired in the direction of Zhang Tian, and in the end they were blocked by the body in Zhang Tian's hand, and then without giving others a chance to react, Zhang Tian kicked the white body into the narrow road. The more than a dozen people who followed behind were obviously a little flustered, especially when the corpses flew in. They shot frantically subconsciously. At this time, Zhang Tian had already taken advantage of this opportunity, holding a rifle in one hand, and fired at them while they were in a panic. Liu Chun suddenly sprang out of the corner, a carp rolled around, the pistol in his hand, and shot at them, and a series of snorting sounds sounded. By the time the surviving gangsters reacted, Liu Chun had quickly rolled into the corner, but when their target looked at Liu Chun, Zhang Tian had already turned sideways abruptly, and the AK in his hand had long been thrown away, replaced by the pistol that had just been seized. The crackling gunfire resounded throughout the night sky. You know, what time is this? This is travel time, and it is also the peak tourist season. Countless tourists from all over the world who are difficult to spend in the heat regard this place as a tourist destination. Of course, the air must be cooler, but it is not as exaggerated as it came out. This weather, at this time, is still relatively hot. When a shuttle bullet is finished, Zhang Tian touched his head, a little wet, which made Zhang Tian smile indifferently unconsciously, as if he was laughing at himself. In this weather, vigorous exercise makes it easy to sweat. However, the effect is also significant after several recent cooperation with Liu Chun, with his spirit of not being afraid of death, coupled with his excellent physical fitness, and his terrifying intuition in battle, has even been able to, reluctantly, a little bit to keep up with Zhang Tian's offensive rhythm, but it's just to be able to keep up compared with Zhang Tian's frequent actions alone before. Having Liu Chun can undoubtedly help Zhang Tian share a little bit of pressure. This little pressure was enough to make Zhang Tian mad. It takes at least 3 minutes for a person to be completely resolved, but with Liu Chun. Zhang Tian looked at the time of his watch. Very good, 30 seconds. The corpses all over the floor were lying horizontally and vertically. The gunfire that broke out here naturally caused the overcrowded tourists on the avenue outside the Hudong to panic completely. Those who called the police, those who ran away, and some who were not afraid of death stood there watching the excitement. The corpses were lying on the ground in all directions, and Liu Chun kept panting for breath with his hands on his knees. This was not fear. He was just engrossed and tight, causing Liu Chun's adrenaline to soar wildly, and he also broke out the fastest speed and combat effectiveness in his life. Now that the battle in front of him is over, Liu Chun naturally feels very tired all over. Zhao Wei has seen it a few times, but this time with Liu Chun's firepower, it has become simpler and more terrifying, but it is generally still within Zhao Wei's acceptance range. Gao Yang was a little silent. Originally she thought she could help just now. The result was never expected. She really didn't have time to fire a shot just now. As soon as the pistol was raised, the gangsters had already fallen to the ground. Tio put it bluntly, it is definitely Li Qingqing who has had the greatest impact on his worldview. From beginning to end, she clearly witnessed everything from behind, how Zhang Tian took the lead, grabbed a gangster, and then killed so many gangsters in an instant. These are more than 20 people. In 30 seconds, they were all shot and killed, and the terrifying smell of blood on the scene was constantly hitting the limit of Li Qingqing's ability to bear it. In fact, Li Qingqing's physical and psychological qualities are already very strong to be able to hold on to the present. For another person, it is estimated that it would have completely collapsed by this time. Li Qingqing said blankly, I won, but it's not completely won. Zhang Tian smiled silently. After a pause, Zhang Tian's deep and faint voice sounded in Li Qingqing's ears. Outside, more and more people are gathering. Chapter 509, the sound resounding in the windmill capital is about to explode at this moment. Li Qingqing is completely a baby in front of Zhang Tian, talent for scientific research. At a young age, I have even been able to develop that kind of thing. Of course, not to mention whether I can succeed in the end, I am confident, but I have too many failures. It's just that Zhang Tian really didn't doubt Li Qingqing in this regard, because there is no doubt that those who can use the laboratory can mess around. Being able to use laboratory experiments means that 70% of this scientific research project has an eye and a chance of success. The most important thing is that so far, Zhang Tian has really not published scientific research entries. In fact, among the people Zhang Tian arrested, how many of them had gone to university? Except for Yunda's case, there were no Shuaba entries that time, let alone those arrested overseas in the follow-up.as for the people in Shirmiao village who researched white powder. It is also a pity that Zhang Tian did not break out this entry. Of course, even if it broke out, for Zhang Tian, there was no time or interest in scientific research. His goal of rebirth has not changed from beginning to end. Isn't it torture to let him squat in the laboratory and engage in scientific research? And since Li Qingqing was able to study the results, she was still so young, which was enough to prove one thing: are they all dead? Li Qingqing swallowed. Probably all of them are dead. Zhang Tian nodded. This wave, with Liu Chun's cooperation, made Zhang Tian's actions countless times simpler. You must know how terrifying Zhang Tian's marksmanship is. It's really for you to show it. There is no shortage of bullets, and it can be used as a sniper rifle for Gatling. AK can even give you a shot in a life. It's easy to kill these nearly 20 gangsters. As for the living mouth, it's really mentally ill to leave the living mouth at this time, but Zhang Tian's calm appearance completely numbed Li Qingqing. After killing so many people, this person still looked calm, as if he had just crushed an ant to death, and Li Qingqing stammered in amazement. Then you say it's not completely safe? Not bad. Zhang Tian glanced at Li Qingqing appreciatively. In fact, Zhang Tian was still worried just now. After Li Qingqing saw them killing people, she didn't care what Qinghong and Bai came up to accuse. At that time, Zhang Tian had faintly considered whether she would just throw herself away. It's not that Zhang Tian thinks too much, it's purely that there are too many people in the Virgin now. What a normal little girl to be able to care about her safety at this time for the first time, because there are still people, many people. While Zhang Tian was talking, he picked up an AK that the gangster hadn't used from the ground and threw it to Lu Chun, Gao Yangyang, and Zhao Wei. Zhang Tian took one by himself. Anyone else? Li Qingqing's heart beats frantically out. It's just a pity that Zhang Tian didn't say a word in the next time, and Li Qingqing could only hurriedly follow Zhang Tian. At this moment, Li Qingqing's smart IQ made her understand that among so many people, Zhang Tian was obviously the leader and the leader of this group. In addition, Zhang Tian's movements were the most handsome and terrifying just now. As expected, standing by Zhang Tian's side, and only by Zhang Tian's side, seemed to be able to bring her a strong sense of security, but Zhang Tian did not leave along the alley full of corpses, but along the other side of the alley. The main reason is that there are too many people and too many tourists over there. At the same time, there are also a lot of criminals who mix with ordinary people. To be honest, Zhang Tian has no choice but to kill, otherwise, it will be difficult to tell when the time comes, and if you follow normal people, the more chaotic the place, the easier it is to fish in troubled waters to escape. It's just that it lies in a weak position. For Zhang Tian, it is really not necessarily who is the hunter and who is the prey. Zhang Tian turned on the scanning radar, and almost all the actions of criminals within a kilometer range could be displayed. This is tantamount to opening up the perspective of God. There are also ambushes in this alley. Be careful yourself. Zhang Tian said as he walked. In my heart, I have to admit that there is definitely something that Hong Shiwu can do from scratch, being able to react before he moved, and quickly locking his position to encircle. Zhang Tian had to admit that this person was a bit high level, and add an LT, URL and GT, so to speak. If Hong Shiwu went the right way, there might not be anything between Tayateo and Doggigo. This product can really be all-inclusive with one brain. Zhang Tian was thinking about things in his heart, but there was no slowness in his movements. Now Zhang Tian took people to action and said goodbye to fighting alone. Even though Zhang Tian can kill in seconds or crush in many cases, a person's movement is severely restricted, and under cooperative action, if someone can keep up with Zhang Tian's rhythm a little bit and cooperate, it will definitely be more effective with half the effort and smoother than a person's actions, just like just now. Lu Chun just attracting a little bit of attention, Zhang Tian was able to destroy the opponent directly in half a minute, and sometimes, what is missing is the short time of a few seconds. And now that Lu Chun is by Zhang Tian's side, with his ears and eyes exposed, it can be said that his combat effectiveness has improved rapidly, especially in terms of cooperation with Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian took Lu Chun to the front first, but Li Qingqing followed Zhang Tian closely. It's just a pity that soon the figures of Zhang Tian and Lu Chun completely left her sight, and she was followed by Zhao Wei. As for Gao Yangyang, he was holding a gun to be wary of whether there would be people in the alley behind him. In short, the overall cooperation can be said to be preliminary. In addition, a few people are elite and know how to cooperate. The combination looks really like that in the movie. At least in Li Qingqing's eyes. Just as Li Qingqing was thinking about this, fierce gunshots suddenly came from ahead. The thrilling sound of gunfire, like firecrackers at first hearing, is not too scary, but it makes people subconsciously react. It is only when it is the sound of deadly firearms that it makes people fear from the depths of their hearts. It's still that kind of fear of death. Don't be afraid, little girl, we are here, you are absolutely safe. Zhao Wei stood aside and comforted. It's just that Zhao Wei looked at Li Qingqing from time to time, with some thoughts on his face, some confusion, and some desire to stop talking, and Li Qingqing's performance is also unusually calm, although she is afraid, Li Qingqing's performance definitely surpasses the category of all normal people. I also believe in your boss. Li Qingqing replied. This time, Li Qingqing actually had some guesses in her heart, but it's not very sure yet. By the way, what's your boss's name? Li Qingqing asked. What do you ask this for? Zhao Wei's face was alert for an instant. It's okay, I just want to get to know you. After returning home, I want to invite your boss to dinner. Li Qingqing wants to find out the news. Chapter 510, the gunfight was broadcast live around the world. Oh my god, this is crazy, our leader's name is Zhang Tian. Zhao Wei said bluntly. Joke, normally, saying a name is simply pulling a calf, but now it's different. Before Zhao Wei's action, he clearly knew that he had received news from his aunt that the padded stage was going to conduct another interview with Zhang Tian, and this time there was no need to worry about it. Good guy, I'm ready to show my face all over the country. Is there any need to conceal my name now? On the other hand, what can a name stand for? Can you take the liberty to ask, what do you do in the country? Li Qingqing asked further. I know it's presumptuous, do you still ask? Zhao Wei's head is full of black lines. It's too much, it's simply too much. If Li Qingqing asked his name just now, he would never say it. Zhang Tian was able to expose it fairly. That's because Zhang Tian has that strength. Who dares to retaliate against Zhang Tian now? I'm really afraid that he won't die fast enough. Knowing that Zhang Tian dare not act, if you don't know, it's naturally even more impossible to retaliate, but Zhao Wei is different. He is afraid of death, he didn't have Zhang Tian's terrifying combat effectiveness, and he was blocked for revenge. It was a trivial matter to explain his fate, but if you want to find a leader, you can go to Yunhai. Zhao Wei explained. However, he did not continue to talk to Li Qingqing, because the situation is more urgent now, and the gunfire has gradually become intense, accompanied by the fierce gunfire at the beginning, followed by the patter of gunfire. At this time it was accompanied by the terrifying crackling gunfire like firecrackers that continued to roar in the alley. It's getting bigger. Zhao Wei was actually a little panicked at this time. Before that, Zhao Wei had also handled some big cases with Zhang Tian. In fact, most of the time he made soy sauce or dealt with Zhang Tian, and this time the intensity increase is too terrifying. Let's talk about the windmill chaos. Besides, there are many criminals in the country, but they are also relatively developed countries. At least on the surface, they are still worthy of face. In particular, some things have not been exposed, so that, in the minds of many people, this is indeed a tourist destination with beautiful scenery, beautiful environment, and social civilization. It's just that, according to the plan, they secretly arrested Hong Shiwu. As a result, now, on the street, but also on the street with a very large crowd, this terrifying gunfight broke out, and the impact was terrifying. How terrifying to say when. Zhao Wei vigilantly took Li Qingqing with him and gradually approached the entrance of the alley. At this moment, the entrance of the alley was full of fire. Zhao Wei accidentally tripped over something and fell directly to the ground. Zhao Wei was startled by the dark and dim light. Then Zhao Wei stood up and found that it was the corpse that tripped over him. Not only was it under his feet, it was dark and dim. Zhao Wei looked around, and unknowingly there were many more corpses. This made Zhao Wei inhale the air frantically in his heart. In addition to going to Myanmar with Zhang Tian to perform a rescue mission, Zhao Wei almost went abroad for the first time, and as a result, he encountered this situation. Especially the road outside the alley is spacious and the lights are relatively bright. Zhao Wei can even see that many gangsters are continuously supporting him. It's crazy. Even Zhao Wei couldn't sit still at this time. At this moment, Zhang Tian was hiding behind the bunker, holding an AK in one hand, and from time to time, bullets swept out of his body. After the sweep, the gangsters outside would make continuous puff sounds. After falling to the ground like a dumpling, he lost all his lives. Every time Zhang Tian hid in the bunker, the gangsters seemed to be more stimulated and shot more frantically, as if they were completely crazy after seeing their companions fall. Crazy. At this moment, Zhao Wei didn't know it, the gangsters who were blocking the alley were countless times more frightened than him. One of the gangsters, hiding in the back of the car, looked at the three corpses lying next to him. Almost three of them seemed to be duplicates, all of them died in the same way. Call for support, we need support, the enemy's firepower is too fierce, the intelligence is wrong, we need a lot of support. The gangster was holding the walkie-talkie and yelling frantically into the walkie-talkie. Obviously, he could hear it from the sound, and he was close to collapse. Can you not collapse, good guy? This is crazy. The people around him fell directly to the ground every time they probed, so that the remaining gangsters could only hide behind the bunker, and then frantically aimless, only leaking their hands out of the bunker and shooting frantically at the outside. As for where the shooting went, I don't know, but there is no doubt that if you want them to know now, it is a dream. Fact, asshole, how many people are there? One of the gangsters cursed and swore. Although his expression was fierce, his forehead was already full of cold sweat. We still have 20 hands. The person who seemed to be the younger brother next to him immediately replied, one face to face, 20 people's hands are gone? The leading elder brother was instantly dumbfounded. To say this action, Hong Shiwu really made a lot of money. Unlike others, Hong Shiwu has never underestimated the enemy. In fact, it is precisely because of this that Hong Shiwu has been able to do it for so many years. It has been on such a terrifying scale. No one has been arrested. No, not even discovered, because according to history and according to the files Zhang Tian has seen, FB discovered and took action a few years later. But whether it is because of the heinous crimes to eliminate harm for the people, or simply coveting the other party's wealth, I don't know, but also because of Hong Shiwu's caution, after seeing Zhang Tian's information, whether the news inside is true or false, or smoke bombs, Hong Shiwu firmly believes that the lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. I never thought about sending them one by one mercilessly, so I directly sent all the power I could mobilize when I came up. In fact, no one knows, Hong Shiwu seemed calm, but he was actually a little panicked. The reason he can have such peace of mind is because of the strangeness of the dark web. That is, there is absolutely no one who can find himself through the dark web, even in order not to expose himself. He was automatically quarantined from everyone who could come into contact with him. For this, he even paid a lot of price. For example, it gives the bottom a huge degree of autonomy, less control, and so on. For example, this is the case with Zhang Xianchen, because there are too few means of control. It can even make Zhang Xianchen feel rebellious and go out to work alone. After confirming that it was Zhang Tian who came to the windmill country, Hong Shiwu instantly understood everything, and the other party was here to target him. For this reason, he mobilized almost all the power he could mobilize to eliminate Zhang Tian. Here, boss, there seems to be someone over there. The eldest brother in the lead had just used the walkie-talkie to call for support, and the younger brother beside him hurriedly shouted tightly, if there are people, there will be people. What are you excited about? The eldest brother in the lead slapped his hand up. The younger brother hurriedly said before he even had time to call, no, boss, she has a camera on her shoulder. What? The boss stiffened his neck and turned his head, and saw a shocking scene. They are shooting here, but a burly man is carrying a camera, and in front of his camera, there is a woman holding a microphone, frantically explaining something. Fact, friends in eagle sauce, have you seen it? We are in the windmill country, full of history here. I'm broadcasting live to you on the quaint streets, but oh, by karma, what did I see? The gunfight, the fierce gunfight. Everyone look at the corpses on the ground. Oh, by karma, more than 20 people have died. They haven't stopped yet. Oh, where am I? Eldest brother in the lead? Brother, are we going to be famous all over the world? Exploded. It really exploded. Oh, my friends, we are broadcasting the latest situation for you in Arms, the capital of the windmill. It's crazy. You can see that there are about 40 people in this group of unknown elements, but now half of them have fallen to the ground and lost their lives. Oh, it's crazy to buy karma, Ali, there must be a lot of people in it, right? It's crazy to buy karma? Chapter 511, Exploring the Truth. You actually did it in front of the global live broadcast. Unlike Lao's notoriety, windmills are no matter what they say, no matter what they do in secret, gangsters and the like, no matter how arrogant and domineering they are. But on the bright side, it has always maintained an excellent, beautiful, and peaceful city full of praise. Some people say that this is a peaceful country. Some people say that people here ride bicycles every day and live leisurely in the fields and cities. Some people say that this is the most beautiful country. Some people even say that this is the most peaceful and beautiful place in the world, full of happiness, the first choice for tourism, and the country with the highest happiness index. No matter how this statement was created before, no matter how many compliments were filled before, no matter how many blind people were there, they were frantically complimenting, using countless filters and crazy praise and so on. But at this moment, there is no doubt that it was a complete explosion. Yes, it was an explosion, there is not much time difference between windmill and eagle sauce. It is now in the evening time, a relatively golden time. The elites who have been busy all day have ended their hard work all day and returned home, then turn on the TV and use your leisure time to watch the recent hot and extremely popular evening news live broadcast. This program is a popular program of India's famous TV station, called Exploring the Truth. The core selling point of this show is to conduct a real exploration in some of the more famous or popular tourist attractions, or some beautiful places that are widely circulated. In fact, this show is very in line with one of the core values of Eagle Sauce. They like to be truthful the most, and they also prefer to make their own unscrupulous comments. As it happens, the country of windmills is very popular, or rather, it ranks first among the choices of many tourists. Many people are saying that the windmill side has a long history, but the developed city has the most perfect combination with the countryside, making this country, among the countries of the world, also stand out. I don't know who blew it. Anyway, it seems that the people who have come here now don't blow it. It's the same as being embarrassed twice, and to explore the truth. It was in this case that I came to the windmill country and came here to see if it was really as good as everyone said all the time. Exploring the truth seems to be working against everyone. When others say good things, they have to say that they are bad, and when they feel bad, they praise God again. The host is even more interesting. When he came here, he was constantly belittling it. On the host's mobile phone, there is even a real message website for exploring, which can be watched live on TV stations, and then after leaving a message, the host can interact in real time with this model. In this era, it can only be said that it has caused a huge sensation, and the exploration of reality has also exploded overnight. It's just that because of exploring the truth, I don't know the human world. Although the show is on fire, it's just under great pressure. After all, many countries belittle them after seeing that exploring the truth is coming, causing a heavy blow to the tourism industry. How can they stop? The same is true for windmills. After the host and came to the windmill country, what she saw and heard along the way was not as good as the rumors, but I have to say that the environment and scenery here are quite good. The most important thing is that there is no hustle and bustle of a big city in the city, and the whole thing has a feeling of lying flat. Annie just thought she had overturned the car. This time, she was exploring the truth. It was really as good as everyone said, and it was as good as everyone said. As a result, and explored the streets of the main road, and then came to the less crowded secondary road, wanting to make a recovery. Annie, don't discredit it, we know what you were going to do. Annie, don't make mistakes again. Be careful if you are hard and black. I will sue you for slander. It's so beautiful, it's so safe, and there are too many tourists here. The evil Eagle Sauce and the ugly manager can't protect us ordinary people like windmills. Yes, there are a lot of tourists, and the scenery is good, and they can even go out at night. Everyone in Eagle Sauce, do you dare to go out so swaggeringly at night? Oh, my God, unless I want to die. In the interaction of exploring real facts and leaving messages, Annie held a microphone in one hand and watched in the other. The corner of Annie's mouth curled slightly. Indeed, what she saw and heard along the way, Annie's first impression was very good. Even on the second-level road, she could occasionally see people who were alone from time to time, and she seemed to be very chic and safe. Strolling, not to mention anything else, this kind of safe environment made Annie, who lived in Eagle Sauce, feel an inexplicable peace of mind, and the show exploring reality. In fact, in order to bring it into nature, there is no rehearsal, no touting anywhere, and no malicious vilification. Analyze the situation completely from a neutral perspective. Annie was about to give up, ready to follow everyone's wishes and praise the same windmill, and even asked why they all let go of their guns. On the windmill side, there are no police officers on the street, but everyone dares to go shopping at night. Why can't our Eagle Sauce even go out at night? What went wrong in the end, and why are we still not as good as Eagle Sauce? Annie only felt that Eagle's thoughts broke out, and she was ready to praise the windmill and face Eagle Sauce for crazy criticism. Bang bang bang. There was a fierce and crackling sound, and Anne was a little contemplative. It should be a firecracker. Just waiting for it to get closer, Annie looked in front of her, behind the 3-car bunker. There were more than 20 corpses lying horizontally and vertically. In addition, there are figures behind some bunkers, holding AK, crackling shots. The fire dragon is very bright in the dark night. Bullets, spitting out tongues of fire, shot frantically into the alley. Exploded. It really exploded. You know, the show Exploring Reality is really the most popular show in the entire Eagle Sauce, every night. Anyone who has travel needs or needs to go abroad will watch it as soon as possible. Then, it really exploded. The message board has been completely filled with various question marks such as "Oh by karma," "Fact," "This is a windmill," etc. Crazy. The impression that the windmill gives to the outside world has always been extremely peaceful. As a result, there was such a serious street gunfight. Although it happened on a second-level street, it was also an exchange of fire between dozens of people on the street in a large crowd. Oh, karma, this is already countless times crazier than our Eagle Sauce. Annie said excitedly, holding her head. That's right, they explore the world, and what they like to explore most is this sense of contrast, but this sense of contrast is too terrifying, and with the moment when Annie's live camera showed this scene, it can be said that it was not just the Eagle Sauce in the fryer. At this moment, the whole world was fried. There are also international students from all over the world and people in need who come to Ingjiao. They like to pay attention to this program the most. After seeing this terrifying news, they hurriedly contacted relatives they knew, and then these relatives were also spreading frantically, that is, when the scene here is shown. Chapter 5:12, Setting up the stage. Now insert an urgent news. The first is in the police station. After receiving the news, it exploded as soon as possible, and then all of them were dispatched frantically. Of course, in fact, Zhang Tian was not idle at this time. After noticing Annie, Zhang Tian was also stunned, and cursed bad luck in his heart, because there is a saying that is right. People on the windmill side are affected by the mentality of lying down. From top to bottom, this is almost always the case, but the premise of this situation is that it should not cause too much impact. If this kind of gunfight is not exposed, Zhang Tian has plenty of time to resolve it, and then leaves without delaying the arrest of Hong Shiwu at all. After being exposed, it's completely different. Once it's exposed, the entire windmill will be completely fried from top to bottom. This is a scandal, a shocking scandal. Think about it. In a country where tourism is popular and accounts for a huge proportion of tourism economic income, suddenly, the reputation has become the same as Lao insecure, and everyone shouts, which will have a terrifying impact on the entire country. They are definitely exploding. No matter how flat they are, they will definitely not be able to sit still. Therefore, Jiang Tian did not show mercy to his subordinates next, but whoever exposed his head was shot in an instant. Or to put it another way, the mere lack of bullets is not very invincible for Jiang Tian. For example, the average enemy hides behind a bunker and shoots with his probe from time to time. Obviously, Jiang Tian can feel that he can kill in seconds at will, but his body just can't react. In other words, although I paid attention to the enemy, my body couldn't keep up with that reaction. Not be why the time he shot passed. In many cases, the enemy had already retracted behind the bunker, but after Jiang Tian's body began to upgrade, especially after non-humans, when the enemy probed the process, he didn't even have time to see the situation clearly. In the 0 and a few seconds of the outcrop, Jiang Tian's bullet had already been shot. Past. In an instant, blood flowers with headshots bloomed. Right now, run. Jiang Tian stood behind the shadow with a gun in both hands. Good guy. Fortunately, it was a dark day. Otherwise, Jiang Tian really didn't know how to end. If it came to light, it wouldn't matter to Jiang Tian, but if it is confirmed, Jiang Tian's political career will be completely over, regardless of why the fight started today, regardless of what happened here. But with more than 20 corpses and more than 20 lives, if Jiang Tian's face is exposed to the spotlight, or at this time, he wants to climb to a high position in the future, it will be troublesome. Everyone knows that Jiang Tian is a thug who broke the law and fought on the streets in other countries, and it is uncertain what he will be scolded like when the time comes. But fortunately, it's a dark night, and it's hard to see your face clearly, not to mention the clear shooting, which is even more impossible. Of course, in order to be foolproof, Jiang Tian did not go out the first time, but took cover behind him. There are about 5 people in the enemy. After you get out of the alley, turn left as soon as possible and run and retreat as quickly as possible. You don't need to ask anything else. Jiang Tian immediately made a quick decision and issued an order. Boss, I'll stay. Lu Chun immediately shook his head and said, since ancient times, no matter what it is for, it is not a good job to be broken, because the 2 words after the break represent it. That is really after the break, but for those who are broken, few people have a good end. It's just that Jiang Tian seems to be mentally retarded. After letting him break, does he have the ability to kill the opponent when the opponent makes a move? If they can't be killed, they will be finished. Even if Jiang Tian was a fairy, the opponent hid behind the bunker, and then stretched out his hand to shoot frantically, but they were in danger. Don't talk nonsense. After you get out of the alley, don't look back, don't look back. Jiang Tian ordered, good guy, but there is a camera still shooting, and now time is running out. They must complete the operation before the police car arrives. This was somewhat exciting for Jiang Tian, because before that, he had been driving a police car to arrest others. This was the first time he had been oppressed and arrested by a police car from another country. Yes. Gao Yangyang is the highest-ranking police officer except Jiang Tian. At this moment, he naturally salutes immediately a retreat. Gao Yangyang took the lead. As for whether it was dangerous outside, Gao Yangyang chose to believe in Jiang Tian, and he still trusted 100%, so he was the first one to rush out without any protection. After going out, he turned left in an instant, without turning his head back, and ran frantically without looking at anything. After Zhao Wei and the others saw Gao Yangyang leaving the alley, Zhao Wei and Lu Chun trusted Jiang Tian 100%, and then rushed out. Wait for me. At this moment, Li Qingqing's heart was thrilling, his heart beating wildly, watching the 3 of them escape without hesitation. The key is that out of the alley, there is a flat river, without any bunkers. In other words, out of the alley, it is directly displayed in the muzzle of the gangster. These people turned out to be so convinced of Jiang Tian, and there was no hesitation in giving an order. This also seemed to make Li Qingqing's blood burn. Although he sensibly cursed that the 3 of them were lunatics and mentally ill, he didn't dare to keep them, so he rushed out with them. Sure enough, just after Li Qingqing ran out into the alley, bang bang bang. In the end, the 5 gangsters couldn't help it. Several people coming out of the alley were shooting frantically, but they didn't know that they were already like a live target to Jiang Tian. At the moment when their fingers were twisting and they were about to shoot, the bullet had already shot into their eyebrows with a snort. The center of the eyebrow, the last 5 are solved. Jiang Tian breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that the gangsters had been solved. Jiang Tian jumped up and rushed out of the alley in an instant. He didn't even look at the corpse, let alone turn his head to look at Annie, who was filming the scene, and quickly left the scene. It's just that Jiang Tian's choice was right. He didn't even know at this moment. How many pairs of eyes are staring at this scene all over the world? The outside world, at this moment, is exploding again. Fact, what are you talking about? Several more people have died, and nearly 30 people are about to die. Don't you know the internal situation of the Hadong? Woohoo! A fierce siren sounded. The director in charge of this area, hurriedly and slowly, finally arrived with people, but just got out of the car. As far as he could see, he happened to see more than 20 corpses lying on the street in a row, some of which were resolved by Jiang Tian in advance when they were gathered. So the corpses were scattered. Because of this, the director's skull hummed, and his body staggered and almost fell. He was dizzy for a while. He had only one thought, that is, it's over. It's completely over. What kind of rush can make the 20 or 30 people who started it all die on the spot? Install the pad station, and now broadcast an international emergency news. Chapter 513, Direct Command from Headquarters, Phone Call from Home, Complete Explosion at more than 8 o'clock in the evening. In the distant Dongdaemun, there is a 12-hour time difference. This time is exactly 8 o'clock in the morning, which is when it is on the morning news, although the attention of the morning news is not as high as that of the evening news, but with a large base, there are still a lot of people watching on the whole. Install pad station. This is install pad station. Now a morning news is interstitial. According to the latest news, a fierce gunfight has just broken out in the capital of Windmill Country. It is suspected that it was a gang fight. There are many dead people on the streets. I would like to carefully remind everyone to travel to Windmill. People, pay attention to their own safety. The ambassador to the United States has issued a security parade announcement, asking everyone to pay attention to their own safety during the tour and avoid traveling at night. Exploded.it really exploded. Ningzhou itself has received extremely high attention, and it is also the situation that appears in Ningzhou's most popular TV spot, coupled with a powerful contrast. In fact, it is precisely because of the emergence of too many tourist attractions or picturesque landscapes that have been promoted by people, and then after exploring the real world, after playing without filters, it creates a powerful contrast. Hot and windmills are like this. They have a good reputation all over the world. They are tourist attractions. The tourism revenue generated every year accounts for a large proportion of Windmill's GDP. It was suddenly discovered that in such a tourist destination, there is still such a terrifying rush when there is a rush on the street. In fact, it is nothing to show up occasionally, but the key is that it happened to be broadcast. The key is that it is not far from the office. This is the real core area. Crazy, this caused a complete explosion, especially Dongda, who pays attention to the news, also exploded while watching the rush in the news. Even more sharp-eyed people suddenly discovered it. My chow, didn't you watch the live broadcast? 5 people ran out of the alley. My mother, if I read it right, there are still 2 women in there, both of whom have long hair. That's right, I just took a closer look. Look what I found. My God, after the first 4 people ran out, it was the last person who shot. The people who were about to shoot outside were all killed by the last person. I have to say that the angle of the shooting is very good, which has also caused an uproar in the outside world. I thought it was an evenly matched rush, but unexpectedly, there were only a few scattered people among the people who crushed the victory. What a terrifying combat effectiveness that is. Exploded. Of course, because it was running in the opposite direction, there was no face in the recording shot, but a clear back appeared. Of course, this is enough for Jiang Tian, as long as he doesn't get slapped on the face. It's not me who did it. Whatever you say, it's not me either. At the same time, in the conference room of the municipal bureau, there was a deathly silence, and, in the conference room, the vaguely heard voice of the phone fell into a deathly silence. After we arrived, we didn't expect to be targeted by Hong Shiwu. It is estimated that Hong Shiwu found out that we were here and was blocked on the second-level road, but now we have been killed. Jiang Tian's voice came out clearly through the hands-free voice of the phone. Minister Tan and Gao Xiaolong in the conference room fell into silence. That's right, now Xiao Jiang is also making a difference, and he has played a high-end game. Even this high-end bureau directly excluded Chen Han and Jiang Peng from the outside, arranging for them to do their own things, deal with the aftermath of the case, and arrest those criminals who escaped and those wanted criminals. With the outbreak of major cases, a large number of criminals were exposed, and some were caught, but most of them did not have time to be arrested at all. Mainly with Jiang Tian's solving of the case, many major cases appeared too suddenly and too quickly after it broke out. It was too extensive, which led to a lot of mistakes. The main flaw was the shortage of manpower, and Jiang Peng and Shen Han, both of them, went back to rest, and then worked overtime to handle the case. The command of the case has been completely transferred to the headquarters. In other words, Jiang Tian is now under the direct jurisdiction of the headquarters. Minister Tan, Su Chaoye, and Gao Xiaolong are almost always paying attention. This lineup, so to speak, across the country, there can be this lineup personally supervising the battle, which has been the case throughout the ages. There is no need to say more about the identity of Minister Tan, let alone the director of the 21st Bureau of Su Chaoye, who manages the country's anti-drug work, and as for Gao Xiaolong, he is even more ruthless than Su Chaoye's position. This is in the cooperation team with Minister Tan, but at this moment, the 3 of them got together without saying a word. Their faces were still extremely ugly. The news has exploded. The key is that after the explosion, they received the news, and they had almost no time to do anything. They didn't even care about washing for the first time, so they slept for 4 or 5 hours and rushed to the city bureau. Here, the main one is Gao Xiaolong. He is the oldest of the 3 people. When he is older, his sleep quality is poor. In addition to being restless, his granddaughter went abroad to perform tasks, but with Jiang Tian, Gao Xiaolong is really not particularly worried. At more than 8 o'clock, Gao Xiaolong, who couldn't sleep, was awakened by the TV business. It turned out that the TV hadn't been turned off when he went to bed last night. Or the TV was always on. He didn't have time to watch TV at this time. It was the TV that was on when Gao Yangyang left. Gao Xiaolong didn't pay attention. When he got home, he fell asleep exhausted. After being awakened by the TV, Gao Xiaolong saw the words windmill in a daze, and it was these 2 words that made him wake up almost conditioned reflexively during his deep sleep. I woke up and saw a terrifying scene. Rushed to the capital of the windmill. Dozens of people have died. The hostile other party. When he saw a few people leaving in a back, Gao Xiaolong knew who it was. Not to mention the backs of these people, Gao Xiaolong was too familiar with them. Seeing this scene, Gao Xiaolong was shocked in an instant. The skull was blown up. Let you go secretly and quietly arrest Hong Shiwu. You ran to the windmill, ran abroad, and showed everyone the rush in front of the whole world? No. Gao Xiaolong woke up suddenly. Is this going to show the rush all over the world? This is an accident. In other people's territory, there has been such a big movement. The most terrifying thing is that it is advertised everywhere in people, at a huge and terrifying cost, and tourist attractions are advertised, and tourism is counted on every year to support GDP. Half of this prosperity depends on the tourism industry. Asa result, you are now going to smash someone else's job thinking in empathy. Gao Xiaolong was silent. In this matter, the windmill is estimated to have exploded. If no one broadcasted live, it was not reported, or even said that it would be fine if someone saw it, but it was broadcast. Then Gao Xiaolong quickly came to the municipal bureau to gather for the first time. Su Chaoye and Minister Tan arrived later, but after knowing the ins and outs of the matter, their faces sank instantly. It broke the sky. It's a coincidence. Why is it so coincidental? Su Chaoye said in a lost voice. Chapter 514, carrying the only hope of everyone, a heavy burden. Everyone knows that what Su Chaoye meant was, why did the people from the TV station happen to be there so coincidentally, and is there any conspiracy? But then I thought about it, and I felt like I was thinking too much. It just happened. It's too late to say this. The entire windmill is estimated to explode completely at this time. Xiao Zhang and the others will not only face the pressure of Hong Shiwu, but also the pressure of the entire windmill, but also the pressure of the whole country. Minister Tan said in shock, even he couldn't imagine what to do next. No, this is no longer a matter of mission, it is whether Zhang Tian and the others can retreat safely. It's crazy. From now on, the entire country is estimated to be crazy. At this time, after the news spreads, there must be countless desperate people taking to the streets to put pressure on them. It's impossible for the whole windmill to fail to respond. Otherwise, they can't bear everyone's anger. However, this response is based on the arrest of Zhang Tian and the others. In other words, they must catch Zhang Tian and give everyone an explanation, but also a deterrent to everyone. Otherwise, like Yunhai, I am afraid that similar incidents will explode completely in the future. This is what Minister Tan is really worried about. They are all in very high positions, and the terrifying burden caused by this incident shocked them. Therefore, there was almost no discussion, and a single line contact was made with Zhang Tian in the first place. In fact, Zhang Tian really brought communication facilities. However, this kind of communication facility is not a two-way communication. It is only a single line contact in case of emergency, in order to prevent it from being discovered. The most important thing is that if they perceive that they did it and find evidence, it will be truly complete. This is about core interests. Therefore, the mechanism of action taken is that they can contact Zhang Tian unilaterally, but Zhang Tian can only wait passively just to be foolproof. Even if they believe in Zhang Tian, there will never be any mistakes or any jokes in the interests of the country. After opening the contact, Zhang Tian's voice came out as soon as possible. The three of them breathed an inevitable sigh of relief, but then Zhang Tian's voice caused their hearts that had just been relieved to completely crack. I now allow you to abandon the mission. As soon as possible, give priority to ensuring your own safety, find a safe place, and hide as soon as possible. Next, the whole world will be turned upside down. Minister Tan issued the task in a non-negotiable tone. No, I think that the most dangerous place is the safest place. Zhang Tian said slowly, what do you mean? Minister Tan was taken aback. At this time, no place is safe anymore, but at this time, I feel that Hong Shiwu's office is the safest. Zhang Tian said calmly and without hesitation. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Tian's words, the three of them were taken aback for a while, then frantically sucked in the air. Although it's crazy, but I have to say, She Zhang's mind, that's right, that Hong Shiwu is terrifying forces in the entire world, almost all of which are black and white. In addition, this time, it was his younger brother who died. At this time, he must have put all the blame on Xiao Zhang, and he must have already advanced. After the operation, coupled with their own relationship, absolutely no one went to their company to investigate. Su Chaoye let out a sound, suddenly stood up and said with excitement on his face, in fact, this is a reverse direction of thinking, but it is the best choice. Even at this time, returning home is a luxury but a Hong Shiwu uses so many people, and he must still have a certain number of people. He doesn't necessarily have any weapons. It's too dangerous to be on guard. I disagree. Gao Xiaolong said vigilantly, other things are easy to say, but in case Zhang Tian has any problems, this will be a major blow to the entire country. No, at this time, it can only be done like this. Minister Tan's heartbeats have to say, this is a crazy decision. IT is even more a crazy choice, but there is no doubt about IT. In fact, at this time, Minister Tan was most afraid of splashing dirty water. Through the relationship, Hong Shiwu kept splashing dirty water on them, which was the most disgusting thing. Then, the case of the dark web is the top priority. Once Hong Shiwu is in hand and the assets are gathered, at that time, no matter how the opponent makes a move, they will be able to gain an invincible position and even easily reverse all situations. Xiao Zhang, the next important task will be left to you. Minister Tan's heart beats frantically. I have to admit it, this idea is crazy, but because of madness, isn't it possible to succeed? Yes, I will definitely complete the task. This is the voice of Zhang Tian's last words, and then there was complete silence in the communication equipment, and there was no more sound. It's just that in the entire conference room, there was silence and no one spoke. The people present were all old foxes, and they all understood how much filth there was outside. They would never let go of the opportunity to splash dirty water when they seized the opportunity, and at this time, the windmill needs a vent point for emotions the most. Sure enough, it was not a few minutes after the communication hung up. Minister Tan, who is always paying attention to windmills, has already received the news from the scene. The windmill has already broadcast on the news in response to what happened tonight. Yan Ming said that all the problems were caused by us, and I hope we can give a reply. Otherwise, they will not give up, and all the innocent victims will not give up, let alone say that they are dead, those people who died in order to catch the murderer, and they have to be awarded awards. Minister Tan's face became gloomy, and he hung up the phone and fell into a long silence, because he found out now all the points that can be flipped are all on Hong Shiwu, and the fish purchase network has been completely cracked. This reputation and credit are enough to cover everything. As for the process, it is not important anymore. The only downside, it is estimated that the windmill will go crazy further, because the headquarters of NLT, URL and GT, is with them. It is even more because of this consideration, so there is no notification at all. Not only will the other party not cooperate, it is even estimated that they secretly do not know what means to use to obstruct, upside down black and white. Minister Tan gritted his teeth. Now I can only put my hope on Xiao Zhang. Gao Xiaolong took a deep breath. Thought it's just that at this moment, they never dreamed of it in a huge spacious office in the capital city. There was a deathly silence. Hong Shiwu, you have the right to remain silent, but every word you say next will become evidence in court. Chapter 515, A Peerless Warrior? 60% chance of winning but was instantly defeated. Time goes back a little bit. Hong Shiwu sat in the office indifferently and dialed the director's phone. In fact, Hong Shiwu's subordinates did not go through the investigation, unlike Yunhai's transfer of people from abroad. Although many of these subordinates also came secretly, if they were investigated more seriously, Hong Shiwu would not be able to fight against the entire country even if he had great abilities. Against the windmill, however, Hong Shiwu also had his own way, or he didn't panic at all, although he said that there was an accident in this operation, and a reporter from a TV station appeared. The key is, what to do if you show up, then admit your bad luck if you show up, otherwise what to do, kill others, and the whole world will know where you are by then. Who would dare to travel to the windmill at that time? The broadcast is over. What else should I do, however, although there was an accident? In the plan, Hong Shiwu still didn't panic at all. Even if those people were all his subordinates, the lower-level investigation might need some evidence, but after the upper level knew that these people were Hong Shiwu's subordinates, there was no need for any more evidence to deal with the matter. In front of the state apparatus, any evidence is false, as long as it is determined, it is enough, but Hong Shiwu really had his own solution to this matter. Although Hong Shiwu is far from being able to reverse the black and white pointing deer as a horse, with his personal connections, it is completely fine to push things out. So on the phone, Hong Shiwu unceremoniously shirked everything to Jiang Tian, and the final situation was that all the people who died were all Hong Shiwu's subordinates. More than 30 of his subordinates were annihilated by the army. Not a single body of the enemy was left behind. Hong Shiwu directly made himself a victim. And the director didn't know if he had collected the money, or if he had received the above hint. And immediately said, "We have already understood the situation, Mr. Hong, don't worry, from now on, our police will do whatever it takes to arrest the gangsters. If there are any clues, I also hope that Mr. Hong will be able to contact us as soon as possible. We notify." Putting down the phone, Hong Shiwu breathed a deep breath. His eyes were still full of indescribable horror, and in these eyes, it seemed as if there were stormy waves rolling in waves. 30 of them are just on the street. There are nearly 20 people on the other side of the Hadong. More than 50 of his subordinates were annihilated. Even for Hong Shiwu, it was definitely an unbearable, terrible loss. The most terrifying thing is that so many people have died, but no clues have been obtained. This is the most unacceptable thing. Waste, a group of waste. Hong Shiwu overthrew everything on the table, but then, he looked at the two people standing in front of him. These two people are Hong Shiwu's core subordinates. One is Susu, who followed Hong Shiwu in his early years, and has always helped Hong Shiwu manage darknet operations and so on. Next to Susu, there stood a white man in his 40s, wearing sunglasses, a suit, and holding his chest high. Regarding this man, he has always been the #1 thug under Hong Shiwu, and he is also the highest combat power under Hong Shiwu. All along, Hong Shiwu has been able to expand his business so much without being discovered on the one hand, and he has been able to move forward steadily and expand offline. On the one hand, he has a well-trained online operation, and on the other hand, he has the #1 thug, the #1 subordinate, and the most powerful subordinate. Claude.to say that this Claude is also a terrifying legendary existence. In his early years, he served in the special forces of the Big Cat, and later joined the internationally famous Blackwater Company. After doing it for a few years, I originally wanted to go out and do it alone, but then I accidentally joined Hong Shiwu and served as Hong Shiwu's #1 thug. No, it should be said that the #1 bodyguard, but in fact, he is the #1 general in charge of the entire offline and organizational combat effectiveness. More than that, Claude even unearthed a few comrades in arms with strong combat power to come together. What? Why did you say you came here? There is a saying that is well said. Money can make ghosts push. In this way, relying on the stability of online and offline, coupled with Hong Shiwu's own shocking mind, the entire fish shopping network became stronger and stronger, and finally developed to this point. Just now, boss, I have to admit, this time we met a powerful opponent. Even if I matched IT, we could only do IT roughly. Claude said seriously, if you are right, what is your chance of winning? Hong Shiwu asked. In fact, Claude is Hong Shiwu's greatest source of self-confidence, and Claude thought for a while and finally spoke carefully. Judging from this operation, the opponent's strength is very strong, and it must be the top special elite level. If it matches me, I probably only have a 60% chance of winning. Claude gave a conservative estimate. What, even if it's you, is it only 60%? Hong Shiwu only felt that he was sucking in the air. He admitted that he absolutely underestimated that Jiang Tian. Hong Shiwu's mind has always been terrifying. From the beginning, when Jiang Tian started, Hong Shiwu received intelligence and also found Jiang Tian's intelligence information. In the end, Hong Shiwu was even more certain that if Dongda took action this time, there was a 90% probability that Jiang Tian would be the one who discovered the case in the first place, because no matter whether it is combat effectiveness or strength level, from past cases, there is no one more suitable than Jiang Tian. But this time, Hong Shiwu wanted Jiang Tian to be buried in the windmill. It's just that in the end, I didn't expect that even though I had paid so much attention to it, I still underestimated Jiang Tian's combat effectiveness. In the end, Jiang Tian actually has a 40% chance of winning against Claude. This is already a terrifying combat effectiveness. At least after so many years, Claude and his comrades in arms have fought many world-class terrorist combat effectiveness, and in the end they all withstood it. As a result, Jiang Tian, a young man, can have such a terrifying chance of winning, which is already a terrifying evaluation. Of course, this is just a conservative estimate, but if we are well prepared, we can do it so quickly in the face of those rabble. Not only that, but maybe it can be faster. This is an opponent worthy of attention, perhaps more interesting than the opponent we once faced. Claude pondered for a moment, and some interest appeared on his face. Hong Shiwu was also completely relieved. It's just that I never expected it.at this moment. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying roar exploded from the direction of the door. The people in the whole room were taken aback, and then they made preparations to react one after another, especially after Claude jumped up for the first time and suddenly wanted to get into the bunker table. In the process of doing this, Claude had already taken out his gun from his pocket. In fact, it is similar to Hong Shiwu, who is much stronger than a normal person. What he can do at this time is only just the action of bending over to avoid. Compared with Claude, there is no comparability at all, and it can also be seen from this that Claude's reaction speed and combat effectiveness are terrifying combat qualities. It's just a pity that he is fast. Someone is faster than him. Chapter 516, Office Murder. It ended before it even began. Mental explosion. Claude's reaction is definitely a top-level existence.at the moment the sound appeared. In a few minutes and a few seconds, a reaction had already been made. Who is it? The door was kicked in. Who in the company dared to kick the boss's door? Is it the enemy? Is it Zhang Tian? Then why is there no sound outside? If this possibility is ruled out, who will it be? Could it be that someone who betrayed the company is going to attack? In these 0 and a few seconds, Claude had already flashed a lot of thoughts in his mind. It was just the next moment, the moment he was in the air. Boom. A dull gunshot sounded suddenly, mixed in the sound of the broken portal. It seemed very small. Puff. Claude, who was in the air at this time, flying fast, and he never thought that he would be killed instantly in this situation even when the bullet hit. Because of the surge of adrenaline, Claude didn't have any consciousness in his body after landing. Claude had already landed behind Hong Shiwu's desk, one step away from Hong Shiwu, the long-lost blood. What an exciting opponent. So who is it? Claude smiled at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he had encountered such an opponent, which surprised him. It's just that at this time, he felt some water stains on his skin and some itching. Claude didn't think so much. He scratched his hand and quickly wanted to stand up to fight back, but when he wanted to stand up, for no reason, his legs became soft and he almost fell directly to the ground. On the ground, even with the help of the table, he barely lay on the ground a little bit, just being kicked in the door. Can it scare me so much that my legs tremble and I can't stand? Such an opponent is interesting. Even me, maybe I can't break a door like that with one kick. Is it because I'm too hot-blooded to stand? Claude smiled, but, at this moment, a frightened and somewhat panicked voice sounded next to him. No, it's just that you were shot. Boss, are you kidding me? How can it be possible to be shot? Speaking of the latter sentence, after seeing Hong Shiwu's always calm expression, after showing panic, Claude's expression solidified slightly, then lowered his head, and finally saw the scene he least wanted to see. Blood. He just scratched the itchy area with his hand. He didn't care about the wet water stains, and now he looks over, his hands were already bloody. In other words, he was shot. Hiss. At this time, the body seemed to have just reacted, and severe pain came from his thighs, but the physical pain was far inferior to the vibration in his heart. Shot, when, from the time he escaped. But how is it possible? Claude was pretty sure just now that he had used all his strength, and he had already subconsciously avoided it in a few tenths of a second. In a few tenths of a second, he shifted his position, and the murderer, from kicking the door to seeing, by this time, Claude should have already found a bunker to hide. So, Claude was puzzled step by step. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps in a hurry, and they gradually walked in from outside the door, shrouded in shadows. Zhang Tian looked at the room blankly. I just heard someone say that I have a 60% chance of winning against me. Then, ask the gentleman with a 60% chance of winning to come out and try his skills against me. Zhang Tian twisted his neck. The voice slowly reached everyone's ears, until Zhang Tian walked to Susu's side. In fact, for the forces under Hong Shiwu, Hong Sun had already explained that he was sorted inseparable. Even if there were occasional mistakes or omissions, it was Hong Shiwu himself who knew that he hadn't told Hong Sun's son. Obviously, Susu and Claude are not in this ranks. As the cornerstone of Hong Shiwu's development, Hong Sun naturally explained the two most important subordinates for the first time when he started on the street. Zhang Tian observed whether there was that Claude, but it was a pity that after a while of fighting, to Zhang Tian's surprise, that Claude was not among them. However, it had no effect on Zhang Tian. This one, it should be Miss Susu, right? You don't need to introduce yourself when you meet for the first time. You should know who I am, right? After Zhang Tian stood still, he glanced at the first page of the information on the table, which was all the detailed information about Zhang Tian. After seeing this, Zhang Tian smiled slightly, turned his head, and looked at Susu. There is no doubt about it, compared with Claude's fast speed and Hong Shiwu was stooping to avoid, only Susu had nowhere to run, and the technician's reaction speed was much slower. When she wanted to act, Zhang Tian was already standing next to her. But at this moment, Susu didn't dare to move. Nervous sweat kept coming out. It's not just Susu, Hong Shiwu and Claude, the two difficult brothers and sisters, are more than that. Why, does Mr. Hong need me to invite you out? Zhang Tian looked at the desk and had to say that the desk was quite big, and the two big men were able to hide completely behind it. How did you get in? Hong Shiwu's face was even more ugly than eating shit, because underneath the company, a large number of his subordinates, that is, Claude's subordinates, were all elite subordinates. Combat effectiveness, taken out separately, is a top horror. However, the most terrifying thing about Zhang Tian is that he came up quietly. Look, those people, they are really an incredible group of subordinates. In order to give you a surprise and get rid of them quietly, it really wasted a lot of my time and effort. Zhang Tian's faint voice seemed to have some emotion. This made Claude's face unbelievable behind the desk. Impossible, they can't be killed. Claude's face was full of sneers. No one knows how powerful his subordinates are than he does. It's already great to get rid of one, and he has to get rid of it quietly and without any defenses. This is even more impossible. Forget it, if you don't come out, I'll be there. Zhang Tian didn't have time to waste with them. Zhang Tian understood the truth that the villain died of talking too much. Even if Zhang Tian represented justice, it's now At this moment, Claude gathered all his strength and suddenly raised his gun and shot at Zhang Tian. Boy, today I will teach you a truth. Don't talk so much waste before you have a complete victory. It's a pity that you realized it too late and can only use it in your next life. Claude said to himself, go to hell. Boom. The gunfire was rapid, but it was Claude who fell. Claude, who had a 60% chance of winning, fell to the ground forever. The center of his brows was facing Hong Shiwu, who was hiding. At this moment, he watched the center of this Mr. 60%'s brows being shot in seconds. I can't tell you the mood. Ciao. Chapter 517, Terror Storm. Shit, blame Claude was dead, and Hong Shiwu's heart seemed to be dead at this moment. Is this what Claude said has a 60% chance of winning? No one has seen the quilt for seconds. When Hong Shiwu was stunned, he raised his head and saw that a young man was standing expressionlessly not far from him and looking at him quietly with the pistol in his hand. At this moment, Hong Shiwu found that under the gaze of this gaze, he didn't even have the courage to shoot. What kind of courage does it take? What about those people protected outside? Hong Shiwu's voice was a little hoarse, but in his heart, there seemed to be some hope. After all, those people outside the door were all Claude's most powerful comrades in arms. Didn't I just say that in order to solve them quietly, it took me a little bit of time? Although Zhang Tian's voice was calm, but as Zhang Tian said, it took a little more time at most. Here, after all, is the country of windmills. At this time, Zhang Tian would definitely not be able to expose his traces, but I have to say that Hong Shiwu's subordinates are indeed a bit combat-oriented, but when facing Zhang Tian, they are really no different from ordinary people. Now Zhang Tian's combat effectiveness is too terrifying, especially if you kill in secret. It's really like a real dragon. Entering the sea, coming and going without a trace, step by step. At this time, Zhang Tian's footsteps slowly approached, but Hong Shiwu's breathing gradually became heavier, holding a pistol in his hand. At this time, he wanted to shoot very much, but at this moment, his hand seemed uncontrollable. The next moment, a hand was placed on his pistol, and then, slowly took the pistol from his hand. I have to say, you really caused me a lot of trouble. Among the big drug lords I met, I admit you. Zhang Tian gradually spoke. It was not until this time that Hong Shiwu seemed to wake up like a dream, just looking at the empty hands. A pair of cold shackles were put on his wrists. You can't get out of the windmill. Now the whole windmill is looking for you. As long as you show up, there will be countless official personnel to arrest you. Hong Shiwu's voice was hoarse and terrible. Zhang Tian smiled indifferently on his face. It really doesn't matter for Zhang Tian. If it were Zhang Tian himself, he would even dare to jump into the sea and swim away to the nearest country. But now, it's okay to take someone with him, because he naturally responds. Don't underestimate the power of the country. Even in China, there are a large number of assistance personnel. Boss, it's almost cleaned up outside. At this moment, Zhao Wei pushed the door in and hurriedly spoke to Zhang Tian. Even after watching it countless times, the shock that Zhang Tian brought every time he did it made him feel thrilling. As for Zhao Wei and the others, it is naturally very simple. When Zhang Tian came in, he killed a lot of people, and the corpses fell to the ground horizontally and vertically. For Zhang Tian, no matter where you hide, if you appear within a kilometer of Zhang Tian's square circle and have a sinful value, then Zhang Tian will be able to reduce the dimension of the blow. Turn on the scanning radar to find you. Zhao Wei and the others followed. Doing the aftermath, the most dangerous place is the safest place. I'm afraid the whole world would never dream of it. Zhang Tian didn't retreat or advance. When they blocked the investigation of the airport and transportation facilities to inspect vehicles, Zhang Tian instead came to Hong Shiwu's base camp. How else to say, Hong Shiwu's entire office building is about 5 floors. In fact, all of them belong to Hong Shiwu, especially down from the 5th floor. Normally, there should be many people, for example, normal website operations, etc. After so many years of development, everything on NLT, URL and GT has become formal, but this time because it is off work, only the security personnel are still there, but the other staff are already off work. But even so, it took Zhang Tian a lot of time to clean up the entire building. Because of this, after Zhang Tian solved them quietly, Hong Shiwu fell into a huge shock. Other than that, even in the sea of clouds, the atmosphere of tension is very strong at this moment. Minister Tan took the phone and kept agreeing with a solemn expression on his face. After Minister Tan hung up the phone, he looked at Gao Xiaolong and said solemnly, the above is already paying attention to it, and the windmill is already accountable. I knew you bastards. It was obviously Hong Shiwu who mobilized a lot of manpower to find Comrade Xiao Zhang and was killed. As a result, all the responsibility was placed on Xiao Jiang. Gao Xiaolong's face was full of anger. Su Changya lit a cigarette and took a deep breath before continuing. The windmill is obviously playing on the topic and shirking all responsibilities on us. In order to maintain their superficial peace, all problems are shirked on us. The windmill is still the windmill, and it's really hit. A good abacus. That's true. Obviously, this incident has caused huge losses to the reputation of the entire country, and it has caused terrible losses all over the world. This time, if you want to reverse the culture, you have to throw the pot frantically. You just write. At least some official personnel had a close relationship with Hong Shiwu. After the two sides cooperated, they shirked all responsibilities to Zhang Tian, who had passively taken over. As for whether it can be caught, this is also not within the scope of windmill consideration, because of the power of the whole country. If this group of people can't be caught in their territory, don't mix them up in the future. The windmill has been officially condemned, but the only good news is that so far, Xiao Jiang has not been caught. Minister Tan said quietly, this is the only good news for them. As long as Zhang Tian didn't catch it, the shit would not be deducted from their heads, but if Zhang Tian was caught, it would be hard to say. They might really have to pay for the loss of their reputation by then. He was forced to buckle this shitbag on his head by a windmill. Would you like to contact Comrade Xiao Zhang? Su Chadia asked. Minister Tan thought for a moment and nodded slowly, because it was a unilateral encrypted communication method. If they didn't take the initiative to contact, Jiang Tian would never be able to contact them. It's just that for now, it doesn't work much anymore. The IT has now caused a terrifying and vicious impact, but if you want to blame Jiang Tian, it is even more impossible to blame Jiang Tian. It can only be said that the plan was not well planned and Hong Shiwu noticed it in advance. What's more, Hong Shiwu did it in advance, and when Minister Tan contacted Jiang Tian's side, Jiang Tian had already wiped out the entire Hong Shiwu armed personnel at this time. The only two people who survived were Hong Shiwu and Susu.as. For the other personnel, all that could be destroyed in the company had already been destroyed by Jiang Tian. You said the group has been wiped out? Minister Tan's astonished voice came from the phone again. Chapter 518 Safe Evacuation, Encounter with the National Goddess. Although there were a little twists and turns in the middle, the final result was excellent. Jiang Tian looked at Hong Shiwu next to him. Where are you now? Minister Tan said hurriedly. We are driving Hong Shiwu's car to the retreat site. Jiang Tian continued. That's right. It has been planned from the beginning of the operation, including the final evacuation site. They will then go to the seaport, take a fishing boat to the country next door, and then leave by plane from the country next door. And there is no doubt that the airline next door has received the news. The retreat route was also smooth beyond imagination. Jiang Tian didn't expect it himself. The whole windmill was full of wind and heavy rain. Although it seemed that there were blockades everywhere, after boarding the fishing boats all the way to the harbor, there was almost no strict scrutiny. To be more precise, they are more like mixed jobs. It went smoothly beyond imagination. At 3 o'clock in the morning, European time, Jiang Tian and Hong Shiwu finally came to the country next door, but they encountered a little episode here. In order to prevent accidents, Jiang Tian and the others almost all booked first class. There were about 7 people in a group, mainly Li Qingqing. Obviously, Li Qingqing also left with Jiang Tian. For such a big event, it is obviously impossible for Li Qingqing, who is a participant, to stay in the windmill. Otherwise, who knows what the windmill can do, such as using Li Qingqing to coerce Li Qingqing to help them buckle the basin and so on. Don't underestimate what the whole windmill can do to reverse the wind. What's more, Li Qingqing did follow Jiang Tian. As a personal participant, Li Qingqing could definitely be found out if he really investigated. It's finally safe. The moment he walked into the first-class cabin, Li Qingqing seemed to have lost all strength and collapsed on his seat. God knows what Li Qingqing has experienced today. She can swear that she has lived for 20 years and what she has experienced is not as exciting as today. In the case of the entire windmill being captured, he actually escaped smoothly. It's really a dream to think about it. Zhao Wei pressed Hong Shiwu, who was handcuffed, but his hands were wrapped in clothes, sitting in his seat. Gao Yang also pressed Susu. In fact, Jiang Tian worked hard to bring Susu with him, but also because Susu assumed the online operation of the entire fish shopping network, and he was definitely the number 2 figure of the entire criminal group. In just a few years, the trading volume of the entire fish shopping network has exceeded tens of thousands of tons of white powder. It's already a terrifying number. Jiang Tian looked at the scenery outside the window with a faint gaze, but at this moment, Jiang Tian's gaze suddenly swept behind him. His eyes were unusually smart and full of cold light, examining the movement behind him. What? The next moment, a frightened female voice sounded. You, what's the matter? What's the matter? Then there was a messy sound of footsteps, as well as anxious and nervous worried sounds. Sister Sun, I'm fine. The next moment, a delicate voice sounded. Jiang Tian also looked at the 2 women who suddenly appeared in front of him, especially at the leading woman named Yu. Perhaps after seeing that there was no danger, Jiang Tian narrowed her gaze back. Hey, why are there so many people in this first class? Why is it so crowded? Yu, let's just be wrong for the time being and wait for the return of the country. The person named Sister Sun chattered and complained about something, but Yang Yu just swallowed her saliva secretly, quickly pulled on her mask, lowered her hat and walked forward quickly with her head down, sitting in her seat, her hands still nervously clutching her mobile phone. It's terrible. Yang Yu was shocked, and Jiang Tian's eyes kept echoing in her mind. It was too fierce. Yang Yu swore that she had never seen such terrifying eyes in her life. It is a kind of murderer who seems to have killed countless people. Yes, that seems to be murderous. Also, when she glanced at it just now, she saw a man with his hands wrapped in clothes. This group of people shocked Yang Yu in particular. At this moment, Yang Yu could clearly feel the illusion that her back seemed to be scanned again. That's right. It's a coincidence that her seat is right in front of Jiang Tian. You'll be safe when you return home. Really, it's too chaotic outside. I watched international news. There was a fierce fight on the streets of the country next door tonight. It's still safe to return home. It's not necessary in the future. It's better to go abroad less. They all say that windmills are tourist attractions, and this kind of thing can happen as a result. Sister Sun sat next to Yang Yu and was talking. Yang Yu nodded nervously. Otherwise, when Jiang Tian converged, he really seemed to be a sunshine boy without any threat or lethality. Just because there were so many people killed, his occasional expression and murderous aura were a bit scary. Sister Sun didn't see Jiang Tian's murderous eyes just now, so she glanced at Jiang Tian behind her. She was unexpectedly young and looked very sunny. Young man, are you traveling or studying abroad? You are so young, you are probably an international student, right? Sister Sun asked Jiang Tian, and Jiang Tian raised her eyes, glanced at Sister Sun, and said quietly, I'm on a business trip. I joined the job at such a young age. What kind of occupation does the young man do? Sister Sun became very interested, but as soon as she finished speaking, Yang Yu carefully stretched out her hand and pulled Sister Sunday. Yu, what are you doing with me? Sister Sun is still a little confused. Yang Yu was nervous in her heart. The look in his eyes just now left a terrifying psychological shadow on Yang Yu. She could swear that that look would definitely kill someone. Her intuition is very accurate. But at this time, I couldn't say it yet, and my anxious forehead was sweating. But Jiang Tian's voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Guard world peace. Puff. It was Li Qingqing who couldn't help laughing. In fact, the feelings Zhang Tian brought to Li Qingqing have always been the kind of decisive killing and killing people in the blink of an eye. The main reason is that Zhang Tian didn't expect Zhang Tian to be so humorous, but the point is that Li Qingqing thought of what Zhang Tian had done, and suddenly fell silent for a while, as if, as he said, there seemed to be no problem. Yang Yu and Sister Sun were silent for a while. In the end, Sister Sun coughed embarrassedly and said, "The young man is so humorous." However, Zhang Tian ignored it, because he had already noticed the identity of the other party, felt it was a trouble, and didn't want to say a word. The woman named Yu Yu, wearing a mask, although Zhang Tian didn't know her in reality, but this year, there is a very popular martial arts drama, which is an adaptation of a classic martial arts work. After the adaptation, it became popular all over the country. The heroine Yang Yu was immediately popular all over the country and was called the national goddess. Even this is just the beginning. Zhang Tian remembers in his previous life that after this Yang Yu turned out, he adapted the trilogy one after another and completely settled on the first sister of domestic film and television. Of course, this has nothing to do with Zhang Tian, and Zhang Tian doesn't think that there will be any intersection between himself and the other party. What's more, in fact, Zhang Tian's profession generally keeps away from such celebrities for the rest of the time until the plane took off. The first-class cabin fell into silence. After the flight attendant left, Zhang Tian closed his eyes and pretended to be dreaming, but in fact he listened to Luelu.at this time. No matter how tired you are, you can't make mistakes, especially Hong Shiwu. Although Hong Shiwu didn't resist much along the way, who knows what he can do in the end. Sure enough, when everyone was tired and resting after the plane took off, Yang Yu got up and went to the bathroom. Chapter 519. The goddess is shocked by the heavenly figure in front of her. After getting up, Yang Yu first glanced at Zhang Tian carefully. In the entire first-class cabin, Zhang Tian just left her the most terrifying impression, and this combination also looks full of weirdness. They seem to be very familiar with each other, but there is almost no communication. Yang Yu was thrilling when she walked after seeing Zhang Tian taking a vacation. Yang Yu breathed a deep sigh of relief. It wasn't until she walked into the bathroom and locked the door tightly that Yang Yu patted her chest heavily, only to feel frightened when I went back. The whole process was even more trembling, because she always felt that the young and sunny young man sitting behind her was the scariest person in first class. Her intuition is very accurate, but simply, the plane reached its destination all the way. To be honest, this flight is a direct flight to Yunhai. To be honest, it can go directly to Yunhai from abroad. Zhang Tian can't even think about it in the next 10 or 20 years, but in this era, in the current sea of clouds, it can be said that all this is normal. First-tier cities, now even if it is far from the East China Sea and the capital, it is much weaker. It mainly depends on the last 10 years, not only the support of the state, but also the local area. The entire southeast region has been exhausted. In terms of the concept of first getting rich and then getting rich, 10 years of development have brought the entire Yunhai into a terrifying state. The fast track of development, however, this kind of developing city, because it has not opened up the economies of southeast countries, is actually forcibly supported. This is also the real reason why the entire Yunhai will quickly fall into decline after the above support is stopped. As for the previous Yang Yu, although the voice of the conversation was very small, Zhang Tian could still hear it clearly. Yunhai is very peaceful, but this martial arts drama must be filmed in Yunhai. If it is not necessary to arrive in Yunhai, let's try not to leave the crew. Besides, no matter how peaceful Yunhai is, isn't there still an entire crew? Sister Sun comforted beside her. At the same time, Yang Yu was also telling Yang Yu about the dangers on Yunhai's side. Zhang Tian raised his brows when he heard this in the back seat, and breathed a deep breath in his heart. To be honest, Yunhai's influence has indeed been a bit great recently. The above concerns are no problem. This kind of storm of public opinion will only become more terrifying and more ferocious as time goes by. For now, although Zhang Tian didn't understand, he could clearly feel that the entire Yunhai economic environment had undergone tremendous turbulence, but there are some things that must be done, and some tumors must also be cleaned up. In order to develop with peace of mind in the future, Yunhai can bear the short-term severe pain, and the leaders above can bear it even more. I heard that on Yunhai's side, there have even been bandits attacking armed police on the streets, and the police have been dispatched to arrest them at both ends for 3 days. Is it really not dangerous for us to come here at this time? Yang Yu is still a little uneasy. Silly girl, what's the worry about us following the crew? At most, we won't go out except for filming. Moreover, this drama is very important to you. Sister Sun kept comforting. Yang Yu looked a little relieved. Sister Sun, you are right. Compared with foreign countries, our country is safe no matter how it is said of filming. Sure enough, Zhang Tian closed his eyes and refreshed. Along the way, Zhang Tian was always wary of Susu and Hong Shiwu doing things. After all, the more he reached the end, the less he could relax his vigilance. Before the plane stops, it can be said that it is the most dangerous time. Although he couldn't do anything in front of Zhang Tian, he was also afraid of making any mess. It's okay, Hong Shiwu seemed to have accepted his fate, his head lowered, his expression a little sluggish. As for Susu, he seemed a little restless. In fact, for a moment, when Yang Yu went to the toilet, Susu looked like she wanted to do something, but after Zhang Tian stood up behind her, Susu also completely gave up the struggle. Just when the plane flew to the slide of Unkai Airport, Yang Yu saw a scene that he would never forget. Sister Sun, look, there are so many police cars. Yang Yu exclaimed. She sat by the window and pointed out the window of the plane. Sure enough, the chute was still sailing, but outside the chute of the airport, there was a police car almost dozens of steps away. How long is the entire slide? It's a few kilometers. The police car was shining with dazzling lights. I have to say that the existence of jet lag makes jet lag a difficult thing for ordinary people. It was 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning when I came, and when I arrived here, it was still 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, a full 12-hour time difference. In the dark middle of the night, the police car flickered with dazzling light. It's a police car. Sister Sun glanced at it and was shocked. It wasn't until the moment the plane docked that I saw the bottom of the plane, and countless heavily armed police officers were instantly surrounded, staring at the aircraft passage intently and nervously, especially in the next moment. Everyone gather. A voice suddenly sounded in the first-class cabin. Then, Yang Yu was cautiously startled by this voice. When she turned around, she saw that the voice just now came from Zhang Tian's mouth. Wow. The next moment, everyone in the entire first-class cabin except the two of them stood up quickly, including Hong Shiwu and Susu, facing Zhang Tian. The two seemed to be really scared of being killed, and they seemed to really accept their fate. When they heard Zhang Tian's voice, they stood up without thinking. Stay alert and get off the plane. Zhang Tianxia ordered, yes. Then under the leadership of Zhang Tian, two serious criminals were detained and taken off the plane. Only Yang Yu and Sister Sun, who had stayed stunned in place, were left. The two looked at each other and looked at the backs of Zhang Tian and his party, their mouths slightly opened, as if full of disbelief and shock. In particular, Sister Sun seems to be from the Beijing circle and has extremely terrifying insights. Wait, that seems to be the legendary minister? The well-informed Sister Sun pointed down from the window and said in shock, that's right, even in the early hours of the morning, it was dark late at night, but Minister Tan, Su Chaoya, and the three giants of Gaoshou gathered here. Behind them, a large number of police personnel and armed police special police were gathered on alert. All sides were full of people standing guard. Minister, fortunately, it's not a shame. After getting off the plane, Zhang Tian raised his hand in salute, with a smile on his face. Everyone, salute. At the next moment, Minister Tan raised his hand to salute, and everyone behind Minister Tan was followed by the Swiss police force. The scene looked full of shock, and this scene was deeply imprinted in the heart of Yang Yu, who had not yet disembarked from the plane, a scene that would never be erased. The young man who made her feel that he was not a good person, but definitely a vicious element, just got off the plane. Even the legendary terrorist had to salute in person. That's right, Minister Tan is a legendary figure to them. Chapter 520, Cloud Sea changes. Zhang's father gets promoted. Xuanxi is a fellow disciple. Yang Yu is a little bit better. She has been popular all over the country since she debuted. With the protection of someone around her, she can be safe and sound, but most other people are not so lucky. On the surface, it seems that the scenery is infinite, but in fact, they know best how it is, and the existence of Minister Tan at this level, to them, is also a heavenly existence, an unpredictable existence. Sister Sun, that person seems to be Zhang Tian, right? Yang Yu pointed out the window and swallowed. Hiss, I didn't expect that this person got off the plane, and even Minister Tan personally brought someone over. Sister Sun was also thrilling and took a breath of air. After thinking about it carefully, she was relieved that she hadn't been too much to Zhang Tian. Don't think too much, maybe Minister Tan is just here to receive criminals. Sister Sun seems to have figured it out. Also, this person is too young. It should be very important to be a criminal. He is so young, how could he get that kind of reception? Yang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. As if to confirm their speculation, sure enough, at the next moment, Yang Yu boarded the plane and saw a man and a woman with their hands hidden by their covers, surrounded by a large number of armed police, and then used heavy shackles to handcuff them all. Handcuffed, and what happened on the plane, and whether it was voyeurism or not, for Zhang Tian, he didn't pay attention to it, because if there is no accident, there should be no intersection between the future and everyone on the plane in this life. These are two occupations with parallel lines, and there is no possibility of intersection at all. It should be very dangerous when you are arrested, right? Minister Tan was fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, it was Zhang Tian who was dispatched this time. If you change someone, I really don't know what the final result will be. However, for another person, Hong Shiwu probably won't be able to get it back in his life, although there have been some mistakes in the middle. The problem is not big. It is all small problems and the difficulty is not great. I think this task is very easy and there is no danger. Zhang Tian responded lightly. Indeed, for Zhang Tian, there is no danger at all. The solution is also easy. Xiao Zhang, although you have made great achievements, you can't be swelled. According to the interrogation, the gang called Crowdell has a strong combat effectiveness and is the world's top level of terror. You should be lucky to be able to catch it. The group is not there, otherwise, you really may not be able to come back. You can't take such a risk next time. You know that this time, because of the risk, we were even caught and condemned internationally. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind the big three. Zhang Tian looked at it curiously, but found that he didn't know a very strange face at all. But in addition, the police uniform and police rank worn by the other party made Zhang Tian inexplicably familiar. You are? Zhang Tian frowned slightly, looking at the man who suddenly stood up in front of him. His intuition is very keen, extraordinary human beings, in addition to strengthening Zhang Tian's physical fitness. In fact, the alternative bonus is also very terrifying. It is a full range of horror. For example, the sixth sense and intuition made Zhang Tian clearly feel that there is absolutely no one stronger than himself in this world. Malicious, although malice was looming, this person's eyes made Zhang Tian uncomfortable, and Zhang Tian had always been uncomfortable, so he would never get used to it. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I just want to introduce you. This is our new Director General. His surname is Han and his name is Han Xian. You can just call Director Han directly. Gao Xiaolong introduced him. Han Xian? Zhang Tian suddenly thought of Han Qi in his heart. He wanted to know that Han Qi was still being detained in the Zhongqing Detention Center, and the case was also transferred to the Procuratorate, and the case was also under trial, but I don't know why. I'm still being dragged now. Han Qi, Han Xian, what is the connection between these two people? Zhang Tian thought of what he had heard before. The third uncle Han Qi was about to come here to work. After solving the case, Zhang Tian hardly needed to think deeply. It's strange that he can have a good impression of himself when he gets someone else's Dumyuan, but Han Qi is doing it on his own and can't live on his own. It's purely self-inflicted. Now it's retribution. After all, because of personal reasons and personal grievances, Zhang Tian was inexplicably arrested and falsely accused, and in the end, because Zhang Tian was locked up in a softbox, it finally caused extremely serious consequences to the case, and the impact was also extremely bad. Even later, Tian Ting heard that it was useless to find anyone. On the other hand, even if it really took countless relationships to get people out, in the future, there is no doubt that Han Xi's entire political career is completely over. That being the case, it is impossible for the Han family to devote all their remaining network resources to a person who has been completely abolished. Even to prevent any accidents, the Han family once again expended some political resources, and Jiang Peng was completely promoted in advance to the leader of the municipal bureau. Your father has been transferred to the city, and he has the rights and interests of the city, and he is still an extremely important manager of political and legal affairs. He is regarded as his immediate boss, so don't worry. As for this Director Han, he has just been transferred. With our support, you don't have to be afraid. Chief Gao walked to Zhang Tian's ear and whispered. Zhang Tian raised his brows and looked at the man who appeared in front of him, who was not visually in his 40s, and Han Xian not at this moment. He also looked at Zhang Tian, who had sent his nephew in. This is the first time Han Xian has seen Zhang Tian, but although it is the first time, Zhang Tian had no awe in the face of him, and he had no respect. He left the question of his nephew behind, which also made him unhappy, but it was a pity that, as Chief Gao said, the big three were here, and he really didn't have the guts to say a word. No matter how big the dissatisfaction is, it can only be held back. Who told you that we didn't meet Claude? Zhang Tian asked with a sneer on his face. Han Xian was shocked at first and then seemed to joke. After we came out of the interrogation, Claude checked the information of this person. He has been active in the international battlefield many times and has made a lot of great credit. Many countries hate him to the bone, but they can't help him. Not only is it tough, but it is too loach. It is simply impossible to defeat him, even on his home court. Han Xian didn't despise or ridicule him very obviously, but the meaning in his words was obvious to it. Is constantly grasping what Zhang Tian just said, combating the mistakes in it, and letting Zhang Tian sit down and brag about the reality. After Claude also learned about it, Han Xian was full of consternation. In fact, it was after Zhang Tian left Yunhai that Han Xian also realized that Yunhai was becoming more and more popular now, and he couldn't even drink a mouthful of soup at a slower speed. With the addition of some resource chips, Zhang Peng's promotion was even more unhindered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Xian also had turned around quickly. As soon as I came over, I learned about this terrifying case. He was even more ecstatic in his heart. He really didn't expect such a terrifying action as soon as he came here. As for the attitude towards Zhang Tian, it's so perverted. Han Xian doesn't believe it at all. However, Han Xian believes that Zhang Tian is capable enough, his combat effectiveness is absolutely strong, and he has his own ideas for handling cases. But he will never be as perverted as the legendary one, because that's not something people can do at all. It's too much to blow. On the other hand, Claude did not have any fictions or bragging, and his record was solid, experienced, and he led the team to play at home. Meeting Claude, it was an incredible dream for them to survive. If you were talking about Claude as the person in the photo, then I might be able to tell Director Han that this person has been killed. Chapter 521, Mentality collapsed, and Zhao Wei crushed him. As the person who handled the aftermath, Zhao Wei took pictures of everyone. This is actually a necessary means to facilitate the investigation at a later stage, especially abroad. So many people have been killed in a muddle. Even if they remember their merits, they can't remember it. So after following Zhang Tian, he followed Zhang Tian blindly. He killed the enemy in front of him. Zhao Wei was in charge of the aftermath. First, he took pictures of their corpses, and then, after taking pictures, moved to a hidden place. More than this one. At this moment, Zhao Wei took out a stack of photos. Except for the first 30 or so people who didn't have time to take pictures because of the emergency situation, all the others who were killed, including all the security personnel encountered during the raid on Hongshua's company, all took pictures. It's okay, Claude is more special, and finally appeared in the office of the person who was fucked by Zhang Tian. Zhao Wei smiled at the corner of his mouth, took out the photo, and then showed it in front of Han Xian. The photos taken in the photos are also relatively bright, but they are extremely miserable. There is a bullet hole with the thickness of a finger in the center of the skull, and the whole person is also a lifeless shape. Han Xian would not be frightened away when he saw the world, but looking at the smile on Zhao Wei's face, he felt naked ridiculed. That's right. It's just a feeling of ridicule, although I don't know if you know this person, Director Han, you can investigate at any time to see if I am lying. If you haven't seen Claude, it doesn't matter if you find Claude's accomplices, because I have all the photos of their accomplices being killed. Director Han, show you? Zhao Wei said insatiably. Zhao Wei didn't give Han Xian a way out when he found an opportunity. It's not that Zhao Wei doesn't know Han Xian. When he was in the capital, Zhao Wei knew Han Xian, and naturally he had heard of Han Xian. Of course, because of the age gap, there are relatively few meetings, and there is no intersection between the two sides, but the two sides are definitely familiar with and know each other in the capital. Although Zhao Wei said that he didn't have enough professional knowledge when he was mixed up with Zhang Tian, his ability to observe words and colors was definitely top-notch. Seeing Han Xian smiling faced it was obviously crazy to belittle Zhang Tian, but he still had to look good to Zhang Tian, which was disgusting. Director Han, why don't you speak? Don't you know each other? Why don't I introduce you? This picture is the main combatant of the Crodel gang. This one is. While Zhao Wei chattered, Han Xian raised his hand to interrupt him. Well done, Comrade Xiao Zhang, well done. Although the situation has turned dangerous, the international situation is still not optimistic. Overall, although the fault is great, everyone looks at the credit, and naturally it is not good. Little one, Comrade Xiao Zhang did a great job. When he said this, Han Xian smiled and didn't smile. In fact, he was already gritting his teeth in his heart because of what he saw. Zhao Wei, I don't know when, has 2 medals hanging on his chest. Take a closer look. Good guy, 1 for second-class merit and 1 for third-class merit. That's right, Zhao Wei, I don't know when, hung his credit on his chest. Although even Zhang Tian was shocked, this was an act of going abroad. It seemed that Zhao Wei didn't even expect to go abroad with these two medals. In fact, Zhao Wei's luck is really good. Under the leadership of Zhang Tian, he followed Zhang Tian's ass and smilingly mixed 2 credits, but it can't be said that he was mixed. Zhao Wei did take credit for his good luck twice before. It can be said that when targeting a large number of criminal groups and accompanying criminal groups to the net, although Zhang Tian took 80% of the credit, a little bit of the credit that leaked out casually was a great credit, but Zhao Wei's product, this action, directly pierced Han Xian's heart. Zhao Wei used to be in the capital, and that was really the kind of existence that he couldn't even look at, not to mention Han Xian, it was Han Shi, who was full of contempt when he saw it, but now, Zhao Wei has a second-class merit and a third-class merit. Looking at this situation, he must have already turned positive. Good guy, the future is even brighter. What about Han Shi, who was just given high hopes by them? He is still in prison now. So angry. What should I do if I want to get angry? Han Xian's face was blue and red for a while. He originally wanted to make rules in front of Zhang Tian, but he was also powerful. He told Zhang Tian, who was the boss in the municipal bureau now. As a result, the rules were not set down, but Zhao Wei directly gave him a boost. His face was smashed to the ground. How could Han Xian, who knew the case, fail to understand Claude and his related accomplices, and see at a glance that these people had really been killed? Impossible, this is impossible, just these people. Han Xian roared inwardly, looking at him countless times. Han Xian only felt the hot pain on his face. The most important thing is that Han Xian can't do it even if he gets angry. He thought of meeting Zhang Tian gang, and he thought of countless ways to target him. Thinking of Zhang Tian's youth, Zhang Tian lost his mind in front of so many people. No matter whose problem Zhang Tian had at that time, he would win, but Zhang Tian didn't do anything. Zhao Wei directly swole in his face with a few words. However, this is not the end. Minister Tan turned around and frowned at Han Xian with some displeasure, and said, Director Han, you don't know the case and the development situation, so don't talk nonsense in front of so many people. You have to blame Comrade Xiao Zhang for the one-sided words of Windmill. I don't know what you want to do, but no matter what you do, you don't know what you want to do. And no matter what, you can't wrong a comrade who has the courage to take responsibility and make great contributions. Speaking of later, the tone has gradually become stern, and the scene exploded with a bang. There is a municipal bureau, but he was even more elated and excited. Watching the excitement, those who stay in the municipal bureau, such as Li Zixin, are almost fed up these days. This Han Xian didn't know what was crazy. He stared at them and rectified fiercely, not to mention looking for trouble. He just ran into their detachment every day, held meetings all day to promote values, etc., saying that the detachment is not a one-person detachment, but a whole detachment. The credit is not for one person, but for all. Impulsive mistakes are huge. Zhang Tian made a big mistake, don't learn and so on. There are still some cases that are being processed. He has to cross his hands, reorganize, make changes, and adjust. They were already busy with their feet on the ground. Good guy, Han Xian has brought them a lot of work. The key is that these tasks are almost all worthless, and sometimes they are directly optimized, whether it is possible to simplify them into complexity or not, but it's still that sentence. No matter what you say, Han Xian, the new director, has to give face. What's more, when I first came to work, even the organizational departments of the province came together. In a short period of time. For them, life is like a year. Minister Tan saw that he was mad, and the scene was a sensation, but many people in the municipal bureau looked like they were watching the excitement. As if they just wanted to see Han Xian unlucky. They were crazy and happy. Pop. Chapter 522, the big three were disappointed, and Han Xian was completely stunned with Minister Tan's words. Han Xian only felt the sound of patting on his face. Obviously nothing happened, but his whole face was completely flushed. Now even Han Xian would rather want Minister Tan to slap him twice, because it is obvious that in full view of the public, Minister Tan's words are an endorsement of him. His face flushed, but Han Xian's heart was cold and cold. There is a saying that is well said. There are no secrets in the system. Often things that you think are very secret can spread throughout the entire organization in one day. What's more, it's such an explosive thing today. Minister Tan did not recognize the ability of the newly appointed Yunhai Korean Bureau, and believed that the ability of the Korean Bureau was poor. In this sentence, Han Xian could guarantee that it would be introduced to the province the next day. At that time, the local leaders heard this kind of rumor. No, this is not even a rumor. Minister Tan is indeed dissatisfied with him in public. What opportunities will he have in the future? But how is this possible? How could Minister Tan say that to him? Han Xian's mind was completely buzzing. He couldn't even believe the consequences, but what shocked him even more was that Minister Tan, as the most powerful person in the police, was also a person of such old qualifications. It was absolutely impossible for him to not understand at this time. Speaking out, it would be a terrible blow to a person in the position of Han Xian. Closer to home, Li Wei didn't reach it, but was stepped on his head. How will you lead the work in the entire municipal bureau in the future? Minister Tan couldn't have thought of it from a distance. It is spread out, and it is simply a terrifying disaster for Han Xian's political career. If you don't understand the situation, you have no right to have a say. I have always said what I have said in meetings. I don't understand anything. I take it for granted to guess. Do you know how much Comrade Xiao Zhang has paid? You just rely on what you think you know, subjectively understand the situation and things, and still believe it. If it is I in this case, you, the director, I am very worried about whether you are capable of serving as a director. Minister Tan frowned deeply and said without hesitation. Joke, not to mention Han Xian, it is Zhang Peng. In fact, to be precise, Minister Tan has never been able to see it. Even now, he always thinks that Zhang Peng is not capable. In fact, behind Zhang Peng's promotion, Minister Tan also contributed. After all, Director Yunhai's position is too important. Zhang Peng is here, but in fact, his ability has never been enough. Everyone can feel that Zhang Tian has handled more and more major cases, which is beyond Zhang Peng's ability, but this is only the beginning. In the future, I don't know how many dangerous and countless times more dangerous cases are waiting. The substitution was made by Minister Tan at his pleasure. In fact, everyone didn't know that Minister Tan was even looking forward to Han Xian at first. After all, at the very least, it can't be worse than Jiang Peng. The promotion is reasonable. On the other hand, it also gives Jiang Peng a higher but more relaxed position, which can be regarded as a reward for Jiang Tian so much hard work. As for Han Xian, Minister Tan was still waiting for him to give himself some surprises. The result is this kind of surprise. Let me tell you, Comrade Xiao Jiang has made a great contribution. No matter who it is, I will not allow anyone to wrong Comrade Xiao Jiang. Otherwise, I will be the first to punish. Director Han, you have disappointed me too much. Minister Tan didn't know if he had understood the confrontation just now, but Jiang Tian was very sure that an old fox like Minister Tan absolutely saw the confrontation just now. Do you understand? Minister Tan aggravated his voice. It's just that the disappointment in the tone is inevitable. Actually, Jiang Tian didn't know that Han Xian's old man was very familiar with Minister Tan back then, and Minister Tan admired him very much. I thought that when Han Xian came to Yunhai, he was different from Han Qi. At least, he could have a bit of his old man's style, be able to distinguish the priorities of things, and be able to see clearly and deal with the case with all his heart. As a result, he was intrigued before he came. This made Minister Tan completely disappointed. Swish. Han Xian's face turned pale for an instant, and his heart thumped and became cold. No, even the feet are cold. The whole body was as cold as if it had lost temperature. What does Han Xian want to say? It's just that Minister Tan has already passed him without even looking at him. Chief Gao also shook his head, and his face was a little disappointed. No, I understand. Suddenly, Han Xian's mind flashed. After all, he was not a young Han Qi. He suddenly thought of what happened today in his mind. I deliberately asked myself to come together today, thinking that I was just called to receive criminals by hand, but now he wants to understand the real finale was that Shin Han didn't even come. Why did he call him here? This seemed to be a test for him. He just wanted to see if after Han Qi went in, he would be angry and have personal grudges against Jiang Tian. But obviously, this test. He acted crazy. Han Xian's face turned pale, especially when he saw that the big three were surrounded by Jiang Tian. They all praised Jiang Tian one after another. As for Hong Shiwu and Susu, naturally, escorts have already taken them away. These people are too crazy and extremely vicious. There are so many vicious elements hidden in Yunhai. It is impossible to ensure that no one gets the news and hijacks them, so if there are more people with them, the scene will naturally be a bit bigger. Minister Tan smiled at Jiang Tian, although, after 2 times, those who should have been paid have almost been paid. Those with strength, seeing that their predecessors died so miserably, would definitely not dare to continue to do so, but Hong Shiwu was too important. In other words, Hong Shiwu's existence is the most important part of reversing the wind comment and breaking the windmill speech. No matter how many people are escorted, it makes sense. Obviously this time, there were 2 painful lessons. During the escort, the guards behind the escort car were also terrifying. Dozens of police cars were fully guarded. Escorted Hong Shiwu to the municipal bureau, but after Jiang Tian glanced at Han Xian, he didn't pay attention. It can only be said that it is only now that I understand that it is too late. For Jiang Tian, Han Xian had completely failed to pose any threat. From now on, the first confrontation had already declared that Han Xian had been completely defeated. Moreover, after tonight's lesson, Jiang Tian knew even more that this Han Xian would have to stop completely for a considerable period of time. Is there any injury to Xiao Jiang? Chief Gao can't even care about his granddaughter, so he cares about Jiang Tian first. There are no injuries. This danger is not dangerous to me, that is, I have traveled abroad. Jiang Tian spoke casually. It's really the same as traveling. In the past and present lives, it was the first time for Jiang Tian to go abroad. Overall, his knowledge has increased. By the way, who is this person? Minister Tan suddenly looked at Li Qingqing, and Jiang Tian had a huge smile on his face, and he told what had happened again. Minister Tan's whole body shook and only felt his scalp numb. Are you serious? Is it really possible to suppress and calm without side effects? Chapter 523 Li Qingqing's secret identity, mysterious phone call talent. In this era, what is most lacking is definitely talent. Obviously, Li Qingqing is the talent among the talents. As for Li Qingqing's discovery of whether there is moisture or not, it is also very simple. It is enough to find a few experts to verify it a little bit. What's more, it is obvious that it is impossible for the windmill country to stay. At this time, the windmill country is investigating everywhere in a hurry, and it is easy to find out immediately afterwards. Jiang Tian didn't take too much rest. Although at this time, Jiang Tian should have been given a vacation to rest, but now the situation is very anxious. Minister Tan took Jiang Tian directly onto the bus, and said with anger on his face in the bus, "Damn, those bastards in the windmill opened their eyes and lied, and kept pouring dirty water on us, saying that it was our cross-border actions, condemning us or something, and saying that the chaos was all because of us. If you didn't catch Hong Shiwu, you would really suffer from this boring loss." Chief Gao was also angry. After all, this has a huge international impact, and if you are not careful, it is easy to have serious consequences and problems. If you want to do a good reputation, it's very difficult, and it takes a bit by bit, but if you break your reputation, it's really a matter of a moment. With Hong Shiwu, they had a deadly means. The windmill harbors major criminals of the world class. People with a bit of power know what kind of problem windmills are. Almost all of them have become holy places for the elderly of the underworld, and all kinds of underworld elder brothers have settled in windmills. Think about that kind of place. Can it be safe? It just so happened that this time it happened to be photographed and then exposed, and as a result, all the shit was directly buckled on our heads. Minister Tan's heart soared with anger, but Jiang Tian didn't say anything. Now he just needs to listen to the boss. For Jiang Tian, although he has made many achievements and can now be said to have an extremely important position, Jiang Tian is obviously able to recognize himself clearly. It can float when facing criminals, but in the system, facing the big guys, Jiang Tian always maintains a humble heart. As long as there is no provocation, Jiang Tian almost always maintains a humble attitude. It is also because of this performance that Jiang Tian actually has a huge weight in the hearts of these big guys, and he is full of affection for Jiang Tian. Now Jiang Tian has done everything he can do. Everything that can't be done is done. In fact, what Han Xian said is not bad, and it is unrealistic to say that it is completely correct, because the whole case was discovered by Jiang Tian. Although he crossed the border and arrested him, he had the above opinions, but on the whole, he made a great contribution. The credit belongs to Jiang Tian, and it is naturally Jiang Tian himself who made the mistake. If Hong Shiwu died, and there was no proof of his death at that time, it would be a blow to the reputation of the motherland. This huge mistake would be enough to become a black spot in Jiang Tian's entire political career. It can also be said that when Jiang Tian was perfect, a huge black dot also appeared. This is also a huge blow to Jiang Tian's future path. Fortunately, all the mistakes have been made up. It can even directly solve the problem of the country harboring a huge world-class criminal group with its backhand. It can only be said that the windmill is stealing chickens and not eating rice. However, Jiang Tian also had to consider that his actions this time were definitely careless mistakes. If he was careful, this kind of problem would never occur. This made Jiang Tian constantly warn himself in his heart that this kind of problem must never happen again in the future. This classmate Qingqing, where is your family from? After Minister Tan complained about windmills, he suddenly remembered that there was another outsider, Li Qingqing. So he quickly stopped complaining and said to Li Qingqing in confusion, because of this name, Minister Tan always felt as if he had heard of it somewhere. Moreover, Minister Tan stared carefully at Li Qingqing, and there was indescribable familiarity between his eyebrows, which also made Minister Tan more curious. From the capital. Li Qingqing said, capital? Minister Tan's tone rose slightly, but Li Qingqing didn't say much, didn't continue to say a word, and didn't have any interest in talking to Minister Tan at all, just happily pulling Jiang Tian to say something. That's right. After Li Qingqing got into the bar car, he hardly gave others time to react, pulling Jiang Tian to sit beside him. It seemed that Jiang Tian looked like everything in his eyes. Also, after all, it's still that sentence. Although the hero saves the beauty, although it is old-fashioned, it is precisely because its lethality is too terrifying that it can become a classic and spread for thousands of years, and it can also play a huge role. Jiang Tian's one fell from the sky, and then after he charged in front of him, he set up a gun to let them run first. Behind him, this was all witnessed by Li Qingqing, especially for a little girl like Li Qingqing. The lethality was too terrifying. As for Minister Tan, what does the level of position have to do with her? I'm not even interested in taking care of it at all. Of this also caused Jiang Tian to fall into contemplation slightly, looking at Li Qingqing's extremely delicate facial features and wearing an ordinary-looking dress, but the elegant temperament on his body is by no means what ordinary people can possess. Could it be that Li Qingqing's background is also unusual? Jiang Tian kept smacking his tongue in his heart, especially he could see that Li Qingqing was definitely not pretending. He was really too lazy to pay attention to Minister Tan. The most important thing is that Minister Tan opened his mouth to say something and wanted to ask something, but Li Qingqing didn't even turn his head, so he whispered to Jiang Tian and discussed the scenic area of Yunhai. Jiang Tian reluctantly spread his hands. After all, if his identity is not simple, the authenticity of Li Qingqing's research is a bit more. Although said, this kind of drug, even if it can be calmed without side effects, can have a huge effect in countless fields, but for drug control, the impact is not as great as imagined. The most harmful thing about this kind of thing is the addiction. Physical addiction is secondary, and mental addiction is what you need to overcome in your life. If you run into it and get it, it means that your whole life is over, and you will be in pain and torture for the rest of your life. Even if you are forced to quit, according to official statistics, the probability of relapse is terrifying and heinous, but the advantage of this thing is that if Li Qingqing studies it, it can reduce physical pain when it is forced to quit, and it can still be reduced indefinitely. This is a breakthrough. For those who really want to quit, it is a real magic medicine. After Jiang Tian arrived at the municipal bureau, she first asked Yue Wei to take Li Qingqing to rest, while Jiang Tian followed up with the task report and the process, etc., and made a record of everything in detail. It's just that Jiang Tian didn't know, just as he was making a report, in the lounge, Li Qingqing, who finally had time to relax, was communicating with the phone with a mobile phone in his hand. Dad, I'm back home. Chapter 524, Drawing a Line, Political Rewards. Why did you suddenly come back? There is a majestic voice on the phone. Li Qingqing sighed faintly. Your daughter almost couldn't come back. What's going on? The voice on the phone became anxious and exploded instantly. When I was at the windmill, when I went out, I was surrounded by several gangsters, and they all had firearms on them. Li Qingqing's voice fell flat. On the phone, Li Qingqing's bland attitude seemed unsurprising. No, maybe this in itself is Li Qingqing's original character. His eyes were full of coldness. Furue Wu was, later, are you okay, daughter? The voice on the phone obviously exploded in a hurry. I was rescued. Li Qingqing said lightly. Who, have you come back with you? I want to invite him to dinner, said on the phone, Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian? Li Qingqing's father was obviously a little confused, especially for these two words. I am a little confused. Which Jiang Tian is our compatriot? Jiang Tian from Yunhai. Li Qingqing said, On the other side of the phone, in an extremely warmly decorated unit accommodation building, Li Xianying was shocked at midnight, standing in front of the window, listening to her daughter's plain voice on the phone in a thrilling manner. Li Xianying is already too familiar with her daughter's attitude. When Li Qingqing was very young, because of her infirmity and illness, she had been taking medicine in a certain Taoist temple to recuperate. It was not until she was 6 years old that she started school and began to contact the outside world. It's just that Li Qingqing's character has been like this since she was a child. She has always been detached from the world and seems to be uninterested in many things. In terms of learning, perhaps intelligence is really too evil. As soon as he learns, Li Qingqing will gradually become less and less interested in people or things. Li Xianying was also worried that something would go wrong in this way, so he asked Li Qingqing to exchange for a break in the country. As a result, he never expected that such a big thing would happen. Almost. Li Xianying's mentality almost collapsed. Of course, the most important thing is that Li Xianying heard a different voice from Li Qingqing's mouth. Before that, Li Qingqing had never mentioned a person repeatedly like this. It was still the point. The obvious attention and concern were a bit extraordinary, which surprised Li Xianying's heart. It's just that as the name appeared, Li Xianying gradually frowned, then frowned more and more, until Li Xianying said in a low voice, "You said, Zhang Tian from the Yunhai Municipal Bureau? I am in the city bureau now." Li Qingqing confirmed, hiss. Li Xianying sat up in shock in his dying dream. With today's news, the whole world has been fried. How can he not know? That is to say, if Li Qingqing is right, it is that Zhang Tian saved his daughter from the hands of those armed addicts from the beginning, and then, he was besieged by a large number of armed personnel, but Zhang Tian took his daughter and wiped out dozens of enemies along the way, and took his daughter. Directly after killing the enemy's lair, he backhanded, in order to take his daughter home with him safely. The scariest thing is Li Xianying was not unfamiliar with this case. He had paid special attention to it today. There was no way. It was too much trouble. Even the padded station is urgently broadcasting this news. As a result, I never expected that my daughter would be involved. No wonder I saw someone who looked like you in the video of that Eagle Sauce show. I thought I was wrong. Li Xianying seemed to be talking to himself in a daze, then he woke up quickly. In this way, he was really his own daughter. In other words, such a dangerous rush. Not only is it a rush, Brother Jiang has also successfully arrested a world-class international drug lord. Li Qingqing said, hiss. Li Xianying sucked in the air in shock, only to feel that his scalp seemed to be numb. You followed too? Li Xianying couldn't believe it. Dad, I'm safe with Brother Jiang. If I don't follow, I'm afraid I'll never be able to come back here. Li Qingqing explained lightly. Li Xianying's heart was beating frantically, and the feeling of the rest of his life kept surging, and there is an unbelievable shock. It was indeed a shock. He knew about Hong Shiwu's case, although he is a local official in the capital. As a local official under direct jurisdiction, Li Xianying has a very high status and a very high level. In normal cases, he would not pay attention to it. However, the Hong Shiwu case was too big. It was the kind that pierced the sky. And it was the kind with terrifying international influence. Li Xianying knew it the first time. What's more, Minister Tan personally planned an action against Hong Shiwu on Yunhai's side. In the news, there was a rush on the streets that was exposed, followed by the windmill quickly condemning them, etc. There is no doubt that the person they sent in the past, that is, Zhang Tian, must have been exposed as soon as he went, which means that 80% of the plan failed. As a result, now he knows that not only did the plan succeed, but he even rescued his daughter together. Li Xianying's mood is as complicated as it is now. Wait, your name is Brother Jiang just now, is your relationship already so close? Li Xianying continued to ask in disbelief, is this important? Li Qingqing's plain tone, however, Li Xianying clearly remembered that when Li Qingqing, her baby daughter, talked about Brother Jiang just now, her tone was not so plain. Obviously I'm used to the blandness, but what's the sour taste in my heart? That's it. Li Qingqing hung up the phone without giving Li Xianying a chance to speak, and Li Xianying put down the phone from above his ears. His expression gradually fell silent, watching the moonlight outside and slowly exhaling, Zhang Tian Mao, although this kid is really good, but... Li Xianying shook his head and didn't continue to think about it. It may be that he thought too much. He took out the phone uncomfortably, and then called Minister Tan directly. After asking for detailed details, Li Xianying said directly, there are serious faults in this case. Although it is not a contradiction of merits, the impact is too bad and too great. It was reported on the street. Russia, this impact is too bad, but I will help you. It is regarded as a reward this time. What Li Xianying said was not in-depth, but it just stopped as soon as it was clicked. However, Minister Tan on the other side of the phone showed inexplicable astonishment and understanding on his face. That's right, many times, they don't speak so obviously, and Li Hyunyun would say that directly, which means one thing, that is, he wants to repay the favor. I also owe people a favor, and at the same time, I seem to be telling them that Li Qingqing's problem seems to end here. At the same time. He seemed to be saying that he hoped that this would be the end of Zhang Tian and Li Qingqing. Many things are tacitly done, just one sentence. But too many are not beautiful. Both sides can also understand what the other party means. Xia Zhang, it seems that your bai is stable, but try not to contact Qingqing in the future. Minister Tan's eyes are complicated. Zhang Tian raised his head, his eyes faint. Chapter 525. Zhang Tian, and Leader Tan publicly announced my successor Xiao Zhang. Don't think too much. Minister Tan sighed, there is nothing to do with Li Qingqing and I. Zhang Tian wanted to scold his mother in his heart. How could he, who was proficient in psychology, not know what Li Xianying meant? It is estimated that after knowing the causes and consequences of the incident, he was afraid of the relationship between Li Qingqing and him. But isn't this pulling a calf? From beginning to end, Zhang Tian never thought about these things. In particular, Zhang Tian originally wanted to introduce Li Qingqing to Zhao Qiuani to get to know each other, and then if Li Qingqing really had any scientific research results, she could operate it through Zhao Qiu and I. As a result, I only now know that the relationship between the two people was shocking. On the other hand, it is estimated that the inside and outside may also be afraid of Zhang Tian's favoritism or something, but this is too much to look down on him. Zhang Tian's anger rose in his heart. His current achievements are great enough, even his family background belongs to the ceiling level in the entire society. After all, Zhang Peng is now Yunhai's political and legal leader. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Peng will always retire in this position in the future. However, before retiring, Jiang Tian worked hard, and then worked hard to elevate the entire Yunhai to the direct jurisdiction, and the future is still promising in his lifetime, and this is already the ceiling of an ordinary family ceiling. As for Jiang Tian, how many credits are there now? 7 first-class merit, 1 special merit, first-class British model winner, Progress Pioneer honorary title, and, most recently, Shirmio Village plus the international case of Hong Shiwu and his son. In this case, especially Hong Shiwu's case. To be precise, Jiang Tian made a mistake, but at the same time, Jiang Tian completely disapproved of this mistake. At least Jiang Tian himself has done it perfectly. Minister Tan, although things have had twists and turns, they were all perfectly resolved. In the end, didn't they just rely on this credit and use my own credit to repay my own favor? Jiang Tian gave a cold smile, although he never thought about using this relationship to gain anything through Li Qingqing. Jiang Tian's anger was simply heightened by the other party's approach. Minister Tan sighed slightly and said, Xiao Zhang, you have to know one thing. The essence of politics is a process of compromise. It's okay if you don't take out your handle, but you can go online on the syllabus. It's really hard for you to say on August 1st, even if the credit is great, I'll make an exception and give it to you again. No one can say anything about a special merit. It sounds good to say. If they don't intervene, I will take the credit steadily, but they stand in the middle and just need to remain silent, which means they have paid me back. Although I didn't treat it as a favor, I just did it easily, but they really treat me as a beggar. Jiang Tian said with a cold smile. If it weren't for the wrong situation, Jiang Tian really wanted to shout at this time, 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river, but Jiang Tian understood better. To his own terrifying credit, the 20-year-old second-level police lieutenant, who showed his head, suddenly looked terrifying and heinous, even like a god, but in fact it was a perverted level. However, really in the system, Jiang Tian has self-knowledge. Li Qingqing's life is really not something he can touch by himself, but this is not the reason for the other party to insult him like this, I know. But politics is a compromise, Xiao Zhang, I know, you actually understand all of this, and you know what's going on, but this is the reality. If one day, you can pick up my class, those who look down on you now will all become your best in the future, loyal vassals. Minister Tan looked at Jiang Tian with serious eyes and said. Jiang Tian's face was stunned for an instant. This. Jiang Tian's heart jumped suddenly seeing Minister Tan's non-joking appearance at all. Jiang Tian couldn't stop his heart beating, but none of this is now. We all know what kind of contribution you have made. Being young is your greatest capital, but it is also your greatest weakness. If you are older and have a buffer of more than a few years, let alone Li Xianying, even if their whole family jumps out against it. It's useless. It's a pity for Minister Tan. Hong Shiwu was very important. It was even so important that after being detained in the municipal bureau, they did not conduct the interrogation for the first time. Instead, they were given one of the most luxurious individual single rooms, and they were given nutritious and balanced food. There were 2 prison guards standing by and watching. Hong Shiwu's food was even countless times better than those of the 2 prison guards. In other words, because of the time difference, Hong Shiwu gave it to Hong Shiwu to provide the best accommodation. When he was hungry, he also provided the best and richest food in the entire city, even if it is cooking. There are 2 professionals who follow the whole journey from beginning to end. It is definitely the top level of security protection. After all, it is the appearance of Hong Shiwu. It can be said that in the coming time, it will become the most favorable means to break the windmill speech. Otherwise, since Hong Shiwu was arrested, he has also become impatient, splashing dirty water on the motherland in all kinds of ways, and he is constantly clamoring internationally to hand over Jiang Tian. As for how to know Jiang Tian. Of course it was because of Hong Shiwu, who had provided all the information from the beginning. In this regard, it is naturally impossible for the motherland to admit it, but there is still no way to refute the key issues, but it keeps shifting its focus to international crime. Naturally, it is impossible for windmills to swallow their breath in this way, and finally found the opportunity to suffer a loss. Naturally, they have to get back all that they have lost with interest, but the premise of all this is that before Hong Shiwu was arrested, in other words, the windmill didn't even know that Hong Shiwu had such a terrifying power and level under his hands, as well as that terrifying asset. Otherwise, the windmill would be crazy countless times, and it would have to be arrested regardless of everything. Outside the lounge, Jiang Tian stood outside with the big 3 and looked inside. This was a single mirror and a separate single room. However, there is a small window. This window, which can see the inside from the outside, is very bright, but there is not a trace of the outside seen inside. Now 4 people, Jiang Tian and the 3 giants are standing outside the window. As for Han Xian, what are you doing now? These things are no longer Jiang Tian's concern. Or rather, Jiang Tian never regarded Han Xian as an opponent. Originally, Jiang Tian still thought that if the opponent's city government was extremely deep and his wrist was also strong, the future might be even more peaceful. As a result, I never expected that Han Xian would come up and give such a big surprise. Or I never thought about what kind of status Jiang Tian was in the minds of these 3 giants. I picked him up in person. I really thought it was the reason for Hong Shiwu. That was a big mistake. It was all because of Jiang Tian. They used their personal actions to greet Jiang Tian. It was precisely because of the misjudgment of the importance that the big 3 directly gave up when they came up. In other words, if there is a chance in the future, Han Xian is estimated to leave Yunhai as soon as possible. Therefore, Han Xian has basically been sentenced to death. If there is no particularly major change, the future will be over. Billions of dollars can indeed drive everyone and even the forces crazy. Minister Tan sighed faintly in his heart. Chapter 526, Another Explosion, a World-Shaking Breakthrough, 140 tons breaking the historical record. This credit has already broken the sky for another person. Byte is already within reach. It's more than being easily manipulated by others. Licening's words are actually more of a threat. Give you the opportunity, but also give you in return. I hope you don't be ignorant to praise, but also to be clear about your identity and status, and don't have unrealistic ideas, although the credit is enough. The mistakes you make can also be easily dealt with by you. Unless you take out a more shocking and impactful credit. Cao Xiaolong sighed slightly. It's just that it's not easy to talk about. It is almost impossible. It the very least. There must be a national landmark case. It this time. Cao Xiaolong had actually tried his best, or they had tried their best, but many things were not what they wanted to do. But what they could do, not to mention their Yantang, there are many things, especially those similar to Bai, whose strict nature of judgment makes it difficult for even them to intervene. Okay, Xiao Zhang. You will have a lot of time and a lot of opportunities in the future. Minister Tan comforted slightly. After all, the people don't belong to this system. Although they know how much Zhang Tian has put in, how much effort he has made, and how much contribution he has made. It's just that they know it's of little use. With that little mistake, people can easily handle it. This breath is to be swallowed hard. Even Minister Tan felt angry for Zhang Tian. Okay, Minister, I know the seriousness of the matter, and I'm not angry. I just had a bit of an unstable state of mind. I didn't really have to get it on August 1st. I was lucky to learn that my life was lost. It was mainly what that person said that made me unhappy. Zhang Tian smiled slightly. He admitted that he was really angry just now. The credit for his own hard work is as if it was given by the other party. It turns out that if you don't intervene, you just give alms. Perhaps people have become accustomed to this way of getting along at all, and Zhang Tian can only endure it forcibly now. Otherwise, what will he do? Do you break the law? How could Zhang Tian do that kind of thing? Xiao Zheng, if it's okay, you can also go back and rest. After doing such a dangerous and hard task abroad, I guess I haven't slept for a long time. I'll give you time to rest today. Minister Tan comforted Zhang Tian for a while, but asked Zhang Tian if he was interrogating Hong Shiwu. It would be best to come. After all Hong Shiwu's cases, from investigation to discovery, and finally to arrest, were all handled by Zhang Tian. If there is nothing necessary, Zhang Tian can also have a deeper understanding by taking a trip. After all, Hong Shiwu was too important, and Zhang Tian had to keep an eye on him, so he nodded a little, trying to prepare to leave. But at this moment, there was a sound of rapid footsteps. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp leather shoes and the sound of stepping on the ground also sounded suddenly at this time. Sure enough, Zhang Tian stopped for a moment, because just in front of Zhang Tian, Miss Zhou's fish eyes were still like that, but the skin on her face was flushed at the moment, as if she could smoke. Miss Zhou, what's the matter? Zhang Tian asked in a daze. Is something wrong? Miss Zhou's face was a little sluggish. She seemed to be stunned by Zhang Tian's calm inquiry, and she didn't know where to start. Miss Zhou, you are busy first. I will go first. Zhang Tian knows that recently, many cases of the Municipal Bureau have been submitted to the task force, especially Miss Zhou, who is busy with a lot of cases now. It is estimated that she is looking for Minister Tan to report on her work, or it may be a major discovery or something. Zhang Tian herself is not interested. Now Zhang Tian wants to go home and rest, because of his tight mind since he came back from rebirth. He has been dealing with various cases almost all the time, and he really hasn't had a good rest. Wait. Miss Zhou stood in front of Zhang Tian blocking the way. Aren't you looking for Minister Tan? Zhang Tian said in amazement, because Miss Zhou followed Shangxi, that is, Shangxi's little sidekick. Zhang Tian wanted to think that there was some discovery of a big case that needed to be reported to Minister Tan. No, it's about you. Miss Zhou said lightly. This is not that Miss Zhou has an opinion on Zhang Tian, it is purely that Miss Zhou's character is like this. She has always been deserted, and many people know this. Mr. Shang and Miss Zhou are almost all like this. Me? Zhang Tian pointed to himself. Miss Zhou took a deep breath. Although her expression was cold, it did not mean that her heart was also cold. Just now, after our day and night interrogation, the Shimiao village case was finally solved. Both Shi Haichao and Shi Hailiang were recruited, especially Shi Hailiang. Miss Zhou spoke quickly because the anti-drug detachment obviously does not have so many interrogation experts, and many well-known interrogation experts are with the task force. The leaders or criminals of many major cases are basically transferred to the task force for interrogation. What did you find out? Zhang Tian knows that although the task force is adjusting now, there are not many major cases on hand, so it is impossible to find them when there is no result. The high probability is that clues have been interrogated, and then evidence has been found. In other words, it is already conclusive evidence. Although Shimiao village is no longer handled by Zhang Tian, the Shimiao village case was solved by Zhang Tian. Comrade Chiu, what did the two explain? Minister Tan raised his brows. There are so many people in Shimiao village, close to 3,000 or 4,000 people. Almost every family is involved in the case. However, the information currently available has only found a set of large-scale institutional equipment, as well as a few small drug-making equipment, most of which are institutional equipment for families to pick up leaks. It's just that although these equipment was seized, the amount of white powder seized at the scene was not high. Only 2,000 kilograms, and it was not even as large as the amount of white powder swept out of Hong Sun's Dongri warehouse. The ledger, as well as the transactions between the two over the years, according to the exact evidence we have now obtained, the amount of white powder sold in Shimiao village over the past 10 years has now exceeded 90 tons. Quantity. Miss Zhou hurriedly spoke without any hesitation. 90 tons. That's right, this is still the number that has been mastered, but the big three sprayed in an instant. What is the concept of 90 tons? 1 ton is 1,000 kilograms, 90 tons. Boom. It exploded. Even the big three almost staggered to the ground at this moment. 90,000 kilograms? This is a joke, right? My name is Chao. The brains of the three giants exploded in unison, but Miss Zhou continued to throw out a bombshell in the next moment. More than that, this is what we have already mastered. The transaction ledger records of Sher Hailiang and Sher Haichao do not include Wanye groups, and according to our current speculation, Shermiao Village and Wanye Group estimate amount of sales is at least about 50 tons, but the ledger has not been found yet, but it has been roughly and thoroughly mastered. 140 tons? Boom. My chow. No wonder the world's white powder came out here. I always thought it was an exaggeration. Now it seems that this is more than that, and I even underestimated it. 140 tons, a record-breaking, this is a complete record-breaking. Who else? Chapter 527. What an outstanding comrade, who made him become like this. Before that, a large part of the cases discovered in the mainland often appeared. After following the clues, the final clues always led directly to Yunhai. Moreover, Yunhai has a special geographical location, repeated prohibitions, insufficient attention, and rampant local criminal groups, which eventually completely flooded into disasters. After all, it is the previous problem, and there is even a kind of indulgence. Interest groups are too big, while developing the economy. This aspect of the problem is also ignored. It's just that I never thought that the scale would reach such a terrifying point. A poisonous village. A stone temple village. It turned out to be directly related to the horror of 140 tons, and this 140 tons is the final number. No, this is just a horror scale currently trading with the two major forces. As for whether the 90 tons from Sher Haichao's hands were sold domestically or overseas, it is not important to say whether they were sold abroad, because there is already conclusive evidence. We interrogated Sher Haichao and Sher Hailiang overnight. So far, except for Wanye Group, because Wen Yulin was seriously injured and did not wake up, Wanye Group has not made a final determination, and only a small part of it has been determined from Wen Yulin's brothers, most of which are from Wen Yulin. It is this business that Wen Yulin is responsible for. Although Miss Cho's face was expressionless when she spoke, there was a pause in her tone, and she had a trembling voice. Obviously, the heart is far less calm than on the surface, or even the vibration that is already difficult to suppress. Minister Tan turned his head and glanced at Hong Sherwu. After seeing that Hong Sherwu hadn't woken up, Minister Tan turned his head and led the people to the Criminal Investigation Detachment. Too many people have been arrested recently, and the professional talents of the Anti-Drug Detachment have actually been seriously understaffed. And there is another problem, that is, before that, there was such a big problem on Yunhai's side. So even if it was a transfer of people from the branch, it was difficult to ensure that there was no problem. In the later period, the manpower of the Anti-Drug Detachment was supplemented by a part of Evergrande, which was directly recruited from different places. So in fact, many police officers in Yunhai are actually from other provinces. Some manpower. At the very least, after Jiang Tian came back, he found that many people in the municipal bureau had fresh faces. Go and have a look. Minister Tan's footsteps have already accelerated unconsciously. 140 tons. What kind of concept is this? What a terrifying amount is this? The number one case, a super terrifying case. Even so, Minister Tan had already thought that the amount involved in Shermiao village over the years had reached an extremely terrifying level, but I never thought about it at all. It broke the terrifying amount of 100 tons, although it is 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. The entire criminal Investigation Detachment is still brightly lit at this moment. As soon as I arrived at the Criminal Investigation Detachment, I saw that Shang Ming had already been waiting here with people. Minister Tan. After seeing Minister Tan, Shang Ming greeted him. At this moment, his face was obviously a little red. This was caused by being too excited and feeling too excited. Such a terrifying case, such a terrifying amount of money involved in the case. Even in Shang Ming's life, he rarely encountered it. 140 tons of horror quota. It can be said that the amount of 140 tons of horror that have been sold will have a lot of influence in the world. In fact, Jiang Tian, who was following him, had already thought of this issue in his mind, and he was not too excited. Why are you excited? 140 tons, it looks outrageous. However, there must be a contrast. It is also necessary to understand one of the very serious problems, that is, Shermiao Village and Sher Haichao's overseas employment groups are actually part of the NLT, URL and GT, industry. In other words, 140 tons, it looks outrageous, but compared with NLT, URL and GT, that's nothing compared to nothing. Now Jiang Tian is really looking forward to it. If Hong Sherwu thoroughly explains, what is the transaction limit of the entire NLT, URL and GT, for more than 10 years and more than 10 years, it is estimated that it is difficult for NLT, URL and GT, to count by itself, because many offline transactions can no longer be controlled online, but there is no doubt that the number that NLT, URL and GT, can count will reach a terrifying level. After Sher Haichao and Sher Hailiang explained, we arranged for them to rest. The famous quotes of Shang entered the case for the first time. Thank you for your hard work. Minister Tan said. Shang Ming took them directly to the conference room, where various materials have also been prepared. In it, the thick information is all evidence. It's a pity that although the transaction between Shermiao Village and Sher Haichao left a ledger, the transaction with Wanye Group did not leave a ledger. Although it can be basically determined by the sales staff, it is not perfect after all. Shang Ming said with a slight pity, this has been done very well. Minister Tan was full of surprises. There is a saying how to say it. As I said just now, Jiang Tian has enough credit, but unfortunately, there is no decisive credit. Or now it's the last boost. And now appeared. In other words, Li Xianying's words were exactly like farting. It can be said that Jiang Tian's medal, Li Xianying, and the others in it, may be able to condescend to Jiang Tian because of Jiang Tian's mistakes, or the mistakes that Jiang Tian made up for. Don't talk about Jiang Tian. Even Minister Tan was furious in the face of this situation, but he still said that politics is a process of compromise. Now you don't need to look at people's faces to act. Xiao Zhang, you did a great job. Minister Tan looked at Jiang Tian. Shang Jing stood aside without saying a word. In fact, after all this credit, all the final credit belongs to Jiang Tian. For Shang Ci, there is nothing unbalanced or anything. The main reason is that Shang Ci has enough credit. She has too much credit, and she won't snatch it from others. In fact, the interrogation overnight was more of a help. Even if the interrogation is out now, it is all in vain. However, there is really nothing unbalanced in the famous quotes of Sean, especially after hearing Minister Tan's words. Mr. Sean's eyes glanced back and forth with some doubts, but he didn't say anything or ask anything. This is all led by Minister Tan. Jung Tian was a little humble, but these words instantly sank Minister Tan's heart. Take a look, what a nice comrade. What a spirited comrade this is. What a comrade with edges and corners. The edges and corners have been flattened. What made such a good comrade smooth out the edges and corners? Did it become so smooth in the end, just because of some comrades? Minister Tan suddenly felt something unpleasant in his heart. Very annoying. This made him feel that his joy after the case was solved was diluted. The shocking case was solved, but Minister Tan was not very happy. Chapter 528. Are you crazy? Are you falling out, Comrade Xiao Jiang? Don't worry, you have made our police system repeatedly break great achievements, and our own comrades are not in charge of others. Minister Tan spoke slowly. That's right, before this medal, Minister Tan was not able to take the lead. What's more, there was actually an important factor that is, in fact, in many cases, the police system does not get much of this medal, and more of them are people from various occupations, mainly because they are too competitive. For example, it has influence on society and has a very large contribution to the interior. There are too many similar to this, and the medal Jiang Tian received is also extremely exciting news for their police system. Before 8 o'clock, Minister Tan didn't say a word. Jiang Tian endured some grievances, and in order not to have extraneous affairs, he passed away. But now, just as Minister Tan was thinking in his heart, Minister Tan's phone rang suddenly. After taking it out and taking a look, Minister Tan looked at the name displayed on the phone with no expression on his face. That's right, it was Li Xianying. He called again. Just after Minister Tan's call was connected, Li Xianying's voice appeared from the phone. Minister Tan, Xingqing is an excellent child and has an excellent future, so I hope you don't think too much. You have to understand the mood of being a parent, but don't worry, I will to help you. At this moment, Li Xianying sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and looked at the hazy sky outside the window. Li Xianying, who was holding the phone, sighed with some anger. Pity the parents of the world. Li Xianying sighed slightly. Since he was a child, Li Xianying had never seen Li Qingqing treat anyone so special, thanks to growing up in the Taoist temple when he was a child. Although he only went to the Taoist temple regularly to cultivate later, after entering the society, he also developed the nature that Li Qingqing was not interested in many things. This is the first time Li Qingqing has had this kind of emotion towards a man, but for Li Hyanyang, obviously, regardless of his occupation or background, Jiang Tian is not a good match for Li Qingqing. In any case, a hero saves beauty. What is the difference between taking advantage of the void and entering? Whether it is a coincidence or not, this situation cannot continue to develop. Li Xianying sneered in her heart. If Jiang Tian is in the government affairs system, he can have his current position at a young age. In his 20s, he is at the level of chief of section. Li Xianying can still take a look, which is enough for him to consider, but it is obvious the dangerous nature of Jiang Tian's profession and his family background were not considered by Li Xianying. Li Qing is young and young. He is not young. He knows very well that it is the best choice to cut through the mess quickly and cut everything off when there are just signs. He is not the kind of age who was angry or easily moved. We must consider the happiness and future of our daughter. He couldn't control Li Qingqing, but he could let Jiang Tian make a wise choice by himself. If you want that medal, Comrade Xiao Jiang has already made an exception and won the special merit. In the Poison Village case, you applied for the August 1st for Comrade Xiao Jiang, but it is obvious that Comrade Xiao Jiang's qualifications are not worthy. Even the fish shopping network that appeared later, although it was successfully arrested, the consequences were extremely bad. Yes, if you are not careful, it is easy to have international disputes, but Minister Tan, don't worry, if Comrade Xiao Jiang is smart enough, we are also very moved by her dedication and will help him. Li Xianying thought about it and didn't worry, so he continued to make a call. Just because Li Qingqing was her lifeblood, he was afraid that what he had just said was too deep for the other party to understand, so he chose a more simple and euphemistic statement. After speaking, Li Xianying hung up. He believed that Minister Tan understood what he meant. What's more, Minister Tan will convey his meaning to Jiang Tian. Don't have thoughts that shouldn't be there. It should be yours, it will be yours. However, if you shouldn't get it, don't have too many ideas. It's a pity that such a young person with first-class merit and multiple first-class merit recipients are now going to get the August 1st. After the founding of the country, such an outstanding young man is unique. It's a pity. There was a secret pity in Li Xianying's heart, but it was a pity that it was a pity, and in the end it was just the one who was on the front line. Although Li Xianying respects him very much and knows the greatness of being on the front line, this is definitely not a good match. Moreover, Li Xianying knew more about Jiang Tian's identity and how dangerous it would be as a family member, even if there is no other development. Just as a friend, but as a friend of Jiang Tian, will there be no danger? Jiang Tian has offended so many criminal groups. What about the revenge of these people? Li Xianying himself is not afraid of being retaliated against, but he does not want his daughter to be involved in these things. As for Jiang Tian's thoughts, it doesn't matter anymore. After all, Jiang Tian is just an outstanding young man who has not grown up, even if he is very, very good now, even if he has created historical greatness. But to what extent can it go in the end? Is it like that, at a higher level, it is no longer possible to solve a high case, or to be promoted by solving a case? What is needed more is a kind of official thinking. It is more necessary to have the ability to take a look at the overall situation, and to fight alone. The future will be nothing more than a general administration position at most. It was just when Li Xianying was about to hang up the phone, Minister Tan's voice suddenly rang on the phone. Don't bother you to worry about it. It's enough for us to solve this matter by ourselves. If Comrade Xiao Jiang is good enough, it should be his and it should not be his. Comrade Xiao Jiang will not force it. Also, Comrade Xiao Jiang is an outstanding talent in our entire system, but also an outstanding talent in the country and the people. It is also an insult to him to go through the back door. Therefore, I am lucky to get it, but I am really worried about you if you lose your life. Minister Tan's voice was flat. Li Xianying stood up with a rub, her face in disbelief. Would you be weird to me? Are you crazy? Oh no, why are you weird to me? Li Xianying was puzzled, and his heart was even more shaken. In fact, he had communicated with Minister Tan before, mainly to give Minister Tan face, and let Minister Tan directly inform Zhang Tian that it would be enough to cut off contact with Li Qingqing in the future, but he didn't want to think about when Zhang Tian had been threatened by others. There is another one, they are all in a circle, and they are all thoughts that multiple enemies are not as good as multiple friends. If they can't get rid of sinners, they will almost never offend, maintain a certain balanced relationship with each other. But he couldn't figure out why Minister Tan's reaction was so fierce. Why, just because of that Zhang Tian. Li Xianying's eyes widened, her face full of shock and astonishment. At this level, this sentence is as much as tearing his face directly. In his opinion, such a small thing, isn't this crazy? Chapter 529. It's too scary. Li Xianying is scared. Yunhai is too dangerous. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Li Xianying walked back and forth in the room, frowning deeply with his hands behind his back. Hyun-young, what's the matter? At this moment, a beautiful woman came out of the bedroom, standing at the door and asking worriedly, it's okay, go back and rest. Li Xianying doesn't want his family to worry, although this matter involved Li Qingqing. Forget it, I won't rest anymore. Qingqing has such a big incident, and I won't be able to sleep if I don't go home. You should be busy first. I'm just going to make you some breakfast. The beautiful woman finished speaking and walked to the kitchen. Li Xianying's face was also much milder. He was very fortunate that although the family was married, the two of them had been respectful of each other for so many years and lived happily. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with marriage, especially for Li Qingqing and Li Xianying, both of whom have clear plans. Although there have been some problems with the plans, they have had little impact. He couldn't accept that Li Qingqing and Zhang Naive had anything to do with it. Zhang Tian's identity is too dangerous. As a member of the family, he admires Zhang Tian, but as a father, he cannot let his daughter have any contact with Zhang Tian. Moreover, Zhang Tian seems to have a bright future, but who can be right in the future? He has seen too many political rookies, but in the end, there are countless who have fallen to the bottom. There are too many young but blip-in-the-pan people, especially in such dangerous positions, inaction, or accidents halfway. There are too many uncertainties, especially the risk factor is too large. In summary, Li Xianying does not think that it is a good thing to have a relationship with Zhang Tian. The harm is greater than the good, but he had to admit that Zhang Tian was indeed okay, and the credit he had made was big enough. Although he didn't know much about the fish shopping network in the Poison Village, he also knew what a terrifying credit it was. In addition, the special merit of making an exception before has already attracted his attention. So he instantly understood that this time he was even a strong competitor for Bai, but he could not ensure that his support would even have a lot more chance of winning. Moreover, Bai is aimed at the whole society, and there are not many police systems that can be obtained, and the emergence of Bai in the police system represents the recognition of the entire police system, which has surpassed the restrictions of positions of special merit. The difficulty of competition is terrifying. This is especially true for such a young person as Zhang Tian. One's own conditions are a few more determinants. Just to keep two people who have just met for a day or two from contacting each other. In Li Xianying's eyes, this is not even a big deal. He just wanted the two of them not to have anything to do with each other, and they would not be in contact anymore. It didn't mean that the two of them had any feelings or anything. This was a matter of pulling a calf, but Li Xianying was afraid that her daughter would get deeper and deeper. Obviously it's such a small matter. Why did Minister Tan not only intervene, but even tear his face? Li Xianying kept taking deep breaths, but he never thought about how influential Zhang Tian is now in the entire police system, and how much support the big three have for Zhang Tian. It can be said that the support of Zhang Tian, the top three leaders in the system, for Zhang Tian is completely beyond his imagination. He has been staying in the capital and doesn't understand Zhang Tian's influence on Yunhai, and how much Zhang Tian has paid and experienced for all of Yunhai's current dangers. There are a few words on the credit report, but all of them are bullets that hit Zhang Tian one by one. For another person, no matter who it is, I'm afraid he has died countless times. Only Zhang Tian can survive, and only Zhang Tian is special. It's crazy, it's inexplicable. Li Xianying's mentality is not stable, especially after thinking that his daughter was still in Yunhai. He felt even more anxious. Won't you eat when the meal is done? At this moment, the beautiful woman came out of the kitchen, only to find that Li Xianying had already put on her tunic and walked towards the door. I'm not going anymore, I'm going to Yunhai. Li Xianying couldn't sit still anymore. The problem on Yunhai's side is very complicated. Not to mention anything else, just the recently learned major cases are already terrifying and heinous, and one case is even more terrifying than the other. It's hard to imagine how dangerous Yunhai is now, and the beautiful woman seemed to know something, nodding worriedly on her face, that Comrade Xiao Jiang saved Qingqing after all. Don't embarrass others, but as far as I know, the situation on the Yunhai side is much more complicated than it seems on the surface, and there are many circulating criminals, and it seems that one major case after another has been solved. In fact, the entire Yunhai criminal group is far more than that. What do you know? Li Xianying turned his head and said in surprise, because he knew that his wife worked in a certain internal affairs department, and some things were even more than he could understand. Although he is in charge of the government affairs on the side of the capital, in fact, he is very different from the real number one at the top of the head, and the level between the two sides is even more than one level. There are many things that Li Xianying would not know at all if he didn't ask the old man. There are even some things, on the contrary, no one even knows as much as his wife. Some things have confidentiality regulations. It's just that you went to Yunhai. In addition to picking up Qingqing back, don't stay for too long, let alone walk around. I only know part of it. You just have to remember that the dangerous nature of Yunhai is far more than before it was exposed. It will be countless times more dangerous, and there should be a period of counterattack next. Let alone you, their municipal bureau will bear the brunt. The beautiful woman hesitated for a moment and said, after hearing the beautiful woman's words, Li Xianying couldn't sit still anymore, and she exploded completely. It's worth it. Li Xianying has now completely proved that what he just did was right, absolutely right, that Yunhai is really a dangerous place and can't stay, although as a qualified cadre, he shouldn't have such selfish thoughts. His daughter has no influence on Yunhai, let alone maintaining peace. There is no other effect except danger, I see, don't worry, I checked for the nearest flight, and I will be back when I go. Li Xianying hurriedly left, only the beautiful woman who was still standing in the dining room was left, looking at the full table of food, and finally let out a faint sigh. The sea of clouds is too dangerous, however, that young man Zhang Tian is simply so good that even the adults in the city have already summoned him. Chapter 530, completely enraged. Are you worthy of questioning Zhang Tian? The beautiful woman smacked her tongue in her heart. However, she knew through the convenience of her position that the adults in the city were already about to summon Zhang Tian, who had saved her daughter. However, these things cannot be said. There are confidentiality regulations. Even relatives, even if Li Xianying is of high weight, cannot be leaked in any way, and Li Xianying, who left, had no idea what was happening here. Even when Li Xianying was heading to Yunhai, the number of 140 tons has completely exploded in the entire municipal bureau. Then there is the provincial department. This is explosive news. Don't look at what Minister Tan showed in front of Zhang Tian. He was kind, and even always had an extremely friendly attitude. In particular, when I heard that the drug village case solved by Zhang Tian involved such a big one, I was still happy that Zhang Tian had solved such a big one. But remember, this is just facing Zhang Tian. The real situation is Minister Tan was completely exploded. Regardless of whether the leaders who were resting had not had time to rest during overtime or not, or where they were dealing with important matters. All of them convened an emergency meeting as soon as possible. Minister Tan can also say that he overestimated the severity of Yunhai's case as much as possible, but he never expected that there would be no worst, and there would always be worse. It is beyond imagination. 140 tons, 140,000 kilograms, and nearly 240,000 tons of white powder were sold in just 10 years to various places all over the country and abroad. What have you done in 10 years, and why is there no awareness of such? A large scale exploded after comforting Zhang Tian with a kind attitude. After turning his head, the kind expression on his face disappeared in an instant. The point is, at this time, Han Xian appeared. That's right, on Han Xian's side, although he has just come to the city bureau and has not received the news, Han Xian is seriously anxious, thinking about it, and seems to have figured out in a daze how big a mistake he has made, and he hurriedly wants to come back to Minister Tan to explain. And when he asked for forgiveness and promised that there would never be similar problems in the future, he happened to hit Minister Tan, who was angry. At gunpoint, Minister Tan, I want to review. Facing the destruction of his political career, obviously, Han Xian made the most correct choice and bowed his head to admit his mistake. It can be said that as long as Han Xian is in the government affairs system, no matter where he is in the country, no matter if he belongs to this director or that director, as long as Minister Tan and Chief Gao are willing, the two of them do not even need to pass anyone's consent, and they can directly stop all of him on the spot. Now about position, they have absolute authority and rights. When he came, he was spirited, and when he took over his post, Han Xian believed that this was the beginning of his brilliant political path. A day passed before he officially took over his post. Good guy. It's over. The two giants at the top were offended by him in one breath. Dissatisfied with being remembered by such two giants, Han Xian became more frightened the more he thought about it, and the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and the kind of anxiety that he would not be able to sleep even when he went back, especially when Han Xian called his eldest brother. The eldest brother was furious in an instant, yelling at him for stupidity, especially the eldest brother woke up the person in his dream with a word. Compared with Zhang Tian, you are a fart. Don't say that the old man is gone, but even if the old man is still there, he doesn't have a bit of passion with Minister Tan and Chief Gao. You are also worthy to belittle comrade Zhang Tian in front of Minister Tan. Do you know how much Zhang Tian has contributed to the entire Yunhai, and how important he is in front of them? Confused, stupid, and LT, URL and GT. This is a major case in the world. There is a mistake. It's your turn to talk about it in front of so many people. Don't anyone else know, just you know, you deserve it when you die. How could I have such a stupid brother as you? Really, after listening to the causes and consequences, Han Xian's eldest brother was directly dumbfounded. In fact, during this time, Han Xi's uncle repeatedly reviewed the importance of Zhang Tian's position on Yunhai's side, finally came to a conclusion, unshakable. There is a saying that is well said, anyone can turn when the earth leaves. However, in Yunhai, it is no exaggeration to say that whoever leaves Yunhai is this Yunhai, but it is inseparable from Zhang Tian. The Yunhai that leaves Zhang Tian is two Yunhai, which are completely two different cities. This is truly relying on its own influence to deter millions of criminal group forces. Who else can do it except Zhang Tian? During this period of time, Han Xian's eldest brother actually learned about the situation of NLT, URL and GT, and he better understood how much credit Zhang Tian had made. But let's not talk about whether this mistake is something you can say, or even at all. It's not something you can participate in at this level. Han Xian foolishly went up to Yin Yang and was weird. He was not suspended on the spot. It is estimated that Minister Tan was also merciful when he saw the descendants of his old acquaintances. Remember, Yunhai is the same without you. Even if there are thousands of you, whether you stay or not will have no effect on Yunhai. However, when Yunhai leaves Zhang Tian, it will stop functioning completely. Do you understand? Han Xian's uncle almost suppressed the flame in his heart, gritted his teeth and said word by word, but Han Xian's face turned pale. After hanging up the phone, he rushed in spite of everything. When he found it, he just bumped into Minister Tan, who was angry head-on. Minister, I am about to ask you to do an in-depth review. Han Xian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. For the sake of his future political career, Han Xian has really completely given up his dignity now, especially after the eldest brother analyzed it. He was even more frightened after he understood the seriousness of the matter. You should review it. Not only should you review it, but for the safety of the property and lives of tens of millions of people in Yunhai, you should even make a resignation report. Minister Tan said blankly the so-called leapfrogging is not oppressive, and normally, Minister Tan would not be like this. However, at this moment, the shocking 140 tons directly caused Minister Tan to fry the pot. He has seen so many cases of white powder. For decades, even after the founding of the country, he has never seen it for decades. In one case, the scale of the case reached 140 tons and 140,000 kilograms. The amount involved in the case, what is the scariest place? In fact, what made Minister Tan most angry and shocking was not the 140 tons of white powder, but because 90 tons of white powder were sold to the southeast through Shurhaliang, only 50 tons were sold through Wenya Group. Then the problem comes. In 10 years. It is obvious that this small amount is completely insufficient to support such a terrifying market in the country, and more than half of such a terrifying market is transferred to the mainland through the Sea of Clouds. So, if Shurmiao village only involves so much quota, and the market size is so terrifying, where did this more than half of the quantity come from? Thinking carefully is extremely terrifying. How many sinful criminal groups are hidden in the entire Sea of Clouds? After 2 rounds of scanning, nothing was scanned out. This just shows the horror of Yunhai, and can such Yunhai, as the first-line director Han Xian, do a good job? Obviously Minister Tan does not believe that South Korea has the ability to handle such regional cases. Therefore, in addition to being angry for the 140-ton reason, Minister Tan was even more angry because of a more important factor. That is, Han Xian even dared to pick this kind of picture. This is simply putting the property safety of countless people in danger. Humph. At this moment, Han Xian exploded. His face was pale, his sweat beads seemed to be raining, his 2 eyes were round but full of dense bloodshot. Chapter 531, Complete Explosion. Do it if you can, get out if you can. If Han has the ability, this peach is yours. That's your ability. However, you don't have this ability, but you forcibly want to eat this peach. In Minister Tan's view, this is the most unforgivable thing. Forgive me, because this is joking about the safety of the lives and property of tens of millions of people in Yunhai. Minister, listen to me explain. I want to hear your explanation. Minister Tan directly interrupted Han Xian. He doesn't want to see Han Xian now, because the more I look at it, the more angry I get. Immediately afterwards, Minister Tan had already begun to gather people to start the meeting. It is mainly aimed at why the 2 rounds of sweeps did not sweep out anything in the Sea of Clouds. If you just look at the results of the battle, you don't know what a safe city it is, but only those who have understood it can understand how terrifying the undercurrents in the dark are in the calm Sea of Clouds on the surface. It's still that sentence, Minister Tan can understand it, but Zhang Tian can't understand it. It has even said that Zhang Tian knows better than Minister Tan. After all, Zhang Tian traveled back from the next 20 years, and he understands the horror of the entire Yunhai. Perhaps many people think that after Zhang Tian has wiped out so many criminal groups, the entire Yunhai will be safe. Is it safe? This sentence is a joke. Did the groundhog know that those criminal groups are like groundhogs? If you drop the hammer, the groundhog will hide directly in the dark cave and lurk. As soon as your hammer is lifted, the groundhog will appear in an instant. In the future, more than 10 or 20 years later, Zhang Tian experienced firsthand what a terrifying action the motherland had taken to completely calm Yunhai, and what a terrible loss the entire Yunhai had caused. In order to calm these criminal groups, almost 3 feet of land were plowed, and the land was turned over and over several times. The entire city directly opened control, and then everyone reviewed it, and this action also instantly put a pause button on the development of the entire Yunhai, and, at a time when the whole country is developing economically, the entire Yunhai seems to have been forgotten in the corner of history. It has become the dust of history. Perhaps many years from now, some people will think of how prosperous the Sea of Clouds was once upon a time. At its peak, it was only a little bit worse than the Shiliangchang. However, because of the exaggerated pace of development, the entire Yunhai's most prosperous period was even more outrageous than Shiliangchang. It is somewhat outrageous to say that gold is full of business opportunities everywhere, but with the arrival of a large number of capital companies, countless companies have all poured in. After seeing the large-scale support of the motherland, everyone thought it would become the third man-made superpower. As a result, because of a pause button, not only the development of the entire city, but also the development of the whole country was standing still, and even because of the divestment of a large number of companies, Yunhai's finances appeared in a terrible deficit. From top to bottom, everyone seemed to have returned to the original overnight, as if all this was a dream, and Yunhai had never gotten such a wealth. Because of this. As a whole, in the afterlife, there are a small number of people who still have ambitions and think that Yunhai still has a chance, and some of them are completely flat. I don't want to do anything, and I lie down completely. Why is this? It's because Yunhai's criminal group is so terrifying. It seems that there are only scattered small fish and shrimps on the surface of the Sea of Clouds. After the sweep, large-scale small fish and shrimps have been arrested, but the exploration of real criminal groups is still too small. Zhang Tian shook his head unfortunately. In fact, he was really not optimistic about the cleaning twice, mainly because the degree of it was difficult to control. In Zhang Tian's view, if you want to clean up the Sea of Clouds, you need long-term governance. After all, the business of transporting white powder smuggling is too profitable, making too many people choose to take risks, and the existence of this market must exist. Countless people pin their minds on the waistband of their pants. It doesn't matter if you are dead or not, this requires a batch to appear. And then Zhang Tian captures a batch and kills a batch. Then as time goes by, gradually, this kind of business will gradually disappear. This is a kind of reason for boiling frogs in warm water, and the final result of the raging fire is nothing more than to die together. The previous life is already a stark example, but Zhang Tian is more like targeted. Targeted therapy. A targeted and targeted treatment will not kill innocent people indiscriminately even if the terrorist impact is caused. It will be within the scope of control. When he missed Han Xian, Zhang Tian glanced at Han Xian, shook his head slightly, and smacked his mouth. Zhang Tian could only say that the luck of this product was really not very good. Normally, no problem, but now is an emergency moment. 140 tons, 10 years, even if it is 10 years, even if not all of these 140 tons are sold in the country, it is better to sell them all in the country. At the very least, this means that Yunhai's criminal power will come to an end, and it will be completely devastating. Blow, but now it seems most of them still haven't surfaced. Therefore, in the provincial department, Shin Han was still stunned when he received the call. Let's talk about it. Today, the provincial department also has some tasks, important tasks. As I said before, it is going to be in the closing stage of a major terrorist case. Now this stage is approaching. A core member needs to be arrested today, even by Qiu, the commander-in-chief of the headquarters, because he looked at Zhang Tian quite differently. He felt that the problem in this case was a bit serious. In order to prevent accidents, Bai Qiu even felt that his experience was not as good as Zhang Tian's, because Zhang Tian had too much to deal with experience in this kind of case. It's just that in the end, when I wanted to make an appointment with Zhang Tian to talk about this case, it was a pity that I didn't have time to miss it. Oh no, it should be said that there are more important cases on Zhang Tian. So far, Bai Qiu has felt thrilling watching the process of catching the drug lord from the windmill. As a result, I didn't expect that there was a more explosive news before turning my head. 140 tons? Bai Qiu said in a lost voice. Hiss, I didn't expect that poison village would be so terrifying. In response to the closure of the case in Shirmiao village, Shin Han also experienced it firsthand, but I never expected it to be terrifying. 140 tons, Minister Tan, are you serious? Shin Han swallowed. Don't talk nonsense. Why are you under your noses? 140 tons, but you don't notice it at all. What do you do for food? If you can do it, you can do it. If you can't do it, get out. Let those who are capable and able to do it do it. Minister Tan yelled angrily. Exploded. Minister Tan really exploded. To be honest, who heard that this number cannot explode? Even Shin Han exploded at the scene. It was a real explosion. 140 tons? Shin Han's face was pale. Such a terrifying case appeared in the sea of clouds. Chapter 532. The reporter is coming to do an interview, and it is completely blown up. The only good news to say is that this case was solved by Zhang Tian. That is to say, Zhang Tian belongs to Yunhai. Such a terrifying case under the nose. But what can Shin Han do? Over the years, the entire Yunhai has entered a high-speed economic development process, and because of the geographical location of Yunhai, it is difficult to prohibit it, which has given criminal groups the soil for the development of terror. It has paid dividends to these criminal groups. As a result, the power of criminal groups has rapidly expanded in terror, and they have not been corroded. In fact, they are already extremely superior beings. Do something about these criminal groups. Even if they occasionally seized some major cases, the clues were quickly broken. After all, most of Yunhai's white powder transactions are almost all done by black investors. There is almost no progress in the case. Over the years, it has become more and more difficult to target. However, Shin Han obviously had no reason to refute it at this time. Bai Qiu, you keep an eye on the case first, and I will go to the city bureau for a meeting. It is very important. Shin Han took a deep breath, then rubbed his eyes, and Bai Qiu, who was in front of Shin Han, had already 2 dark circles under his eyes at this moment. Shin Han's darker skin is not so obvious, but Bai Qiu is alive like a giant panda because of her fair skin. I have to say that recently, whether it is the provincial department or the municipal bureau, almost all the personnel who have been working overtime are pushing their physiological limits. Of course, it's not that there is no good news. That is, the number of cases solved is getting bigger and bigger. I understand. Bai Qiu's expression was shocked immediately. To be honest, Bai Qiu was also holding back a burst of anger in her heart. That is, as the headquarters team, or rather, as the head unit of the Yunhai detachment, the leadership level unit, watched the following detachment. Because of Zhang Tian, one after another solved major cases, and one by one is more terrifying. As a result, they sometimes take a sip of soup and eat some scraps. Sometimes I can't even drink a mouthful of soup. Isn't it that? There is a kind of anger in my heart. The headquarters team led by Bai Qiu was actually rubbed on the ground by the detachment below. If there is no movement, their headquarters will have any face-to-face leadership of the detachment in the future. Forget it if you don't have a chance. But if there is a chance in front of you now, how could Bai Qiu give up? Just the thought. 140 tons with this terrifying figure. Bai Qiu's heart was shaken and depressed. It was far away, and she suddenly felt that the distance from the detachment was far away again. Bai Qiu, don't think so much. If this case is solved, it may not be much less than the Shirmiao village case. At that time, it will always be able to win a game back and be able to straighten his waist in front of Minister Tan. Shin Han seemed to know what Bai Qiu was thinking, and immediately comforted him. Bai Qiu also cheered up instantly when he heard the words, "Don't worry, the director, we will be able to completely close the internet in the next 2 days at the latest." Shin Han nodded slightly, and then went to the city bureau in a heavy mood. This time, it was already past 5 o'clock in the morning, and Zhang Tian obviously had no idea of continuing to participate in the next meeting. The main reason for this meeting, the first is that it is aimed at 140 tons, but almost all of them are sold abroad, so who did the white powder that came out of the country? Second, what do you eat for? Why has such a terrifying poison village not been noticed or discovered by either the branch office, the municipal bureau or even the provincial department for more than 10 years? 240,000 caddies. No one even noticed. The more Minister Tan thought about it, the more angry he became. Zhang Tian could already think of Minister Tan yelling at the quartet at the meeting. Another problem is to target Hong Shiwu. The importance of Hong Shiwu is self-evident. 140 tons is an outrageous quantity, but the importance of Hong Shiwu is absolutely self-evident. Even in terms of international influence, the 140-ton Shirmiao village is not of the same order as Hong Shiwu at all. At most, it can be regarded as Hongsher. One of the traders in so many transactions under the martial artist is just one of them. It is conceivable which is lighter and heavier. In response to Yu Hongshu's interrogation, after consulting Jiang Tian's opinions, he handed it over to a more professional team of experts such as Shangshan. Jiang Tian is even more unlikely to have any opinions on this. In any case, experts are experts in the end, and they are experts of an authoritative nature, especially in terms of interrogation. These are the psychological aspects of terror. Although Jiang Tian's hands would be faster, but it is obviously impossible for Jiang Tian to do everything by himself, not to mention whether Jiang Tian can withstand it by himself. The main thing is that he always has to leave a sip of soup for others to drink. Xiao Zhang, you are now the pillar of the country. What, you said the meeting? No, Comrade Xiao Zhang, this meeting is mainly aimed at other people, not including you. Obedient, the body is the capital of the revolution. You go abroad overnight to perform important tasks, going back and forth. Now the important thing is to go back to rest and sleep, otherwise you are exhausted. How can you be worthy of the tens of millions of people in Yunhai? Minister Tan spoke solemnly to Jiang Tian. He couldn't help but drive Jiang Tian away. As far as treating Han Xian is concerned, there are two completely different attitudes, but neither Jiang Tian nor Han Xian were surprised at all. It even feels taken for granted. Everyone who goes abroad knows how terrifying jet lag has on a person's rest, and it is almost a torture. And it was still a torture to death. What's more, Jiang Tian was flying around continuously, still doing such a terrifying task. Just thinking about it, you know how hard it is. It's just that Jiang Tian can't explain this either. Although he really didn't feel tired. When he was on the plane, he slept for 2 hours, which was enough to make Jiang Tian feel 100 times more energetic. But seeing Minister Tan's worried look, Jiang Tian couldn't help but feel touched. Okay, hurry back to sleep. It's none of your business. Chief Gao also directly began to drive away to In this way. When the others rushed to the municipal bureau and were about to bear Minister Tan's anger, Jiang Tian left the municipal bureau leisurely. As for what will happen next, Jiang Tian also knows something. It's just that Han Xian did make Jiang Tian feel like he wanted to laugh. Obviously, Han Xian's current situation should have been Jiang Peng's. But Jiang Peng has now become Yunhai's political and legal leader. In other words, although it still belongs to the work of leading the municipal bureau, it has changed its nature and no longer belongs to the public service system. You don't need to participate in case meetings like this. You don't even need to participate. As soon as Han Xian came to Yunhai, he directly endured all the anger from Minister Tan, son. After returning home, Jiang Tian opened the door and was surprised to find Jiang Peng sitting on the sofa vomiting. I already know what you did. You were very good, and there are 140 tons of white powder, which is simply raising your eyebrows and exhaling. Although Jiang Peng was calming himself down, his trembling voice clearly betrayed him when he spoke. Dad, you know. Jiang Tian was shocked. Didn't this just come out of the interrogation? How do you feel that the whole world knows? I know it. The whole Yunhai knows it. It's dawn. I'm afraid the whole world is going to be fried. And, to tell you the good news, the reporter from the cushion station will come to you today for a thorough interview. Chapter 533, Father Jiang, the king of mixed school, winner in life. Jiang Tian looked at his father unexpectedly, and had to say that after his promotion, his father's temperament had become different. In a days, Jiang Tian seemed to be thinking of his previous life. At this time, Jiang Peng and his father and son had both experienced removal from office, and even said that at this time, their mother's funeral had just been completed. At that time, my father was also sitting on the sofa like this. However, at that time, Jiang Peng was already with white sideburns and vicissitudes of life, and he seemed to be dozens of years old overnight. I originally thought that after losing my rights, at least I could live an ordinary life, but I didn't know it until that moment. It turned out that everything was imagined. Because of his mother's death, Jiang Peng lost his soul and finally looked depressed. Jiang Tian didn't dare to forget it all. If it weren't for the memory being too deep, Jiang Tian would even think that everything was just a nightmare. But now, everything has changed. Jiang Tian looked at his father, his calm appearance, wearing a tunic. It was obviously after 5 o'clock in the morning, but his father was already waiting for him here early. Jiang Tian couldn't help but feel a little warm in his heart. Dad, it's different when you get promoted, even the temperament is different. Jiang Tian joked. I have to say that rights can really change a man, and the status of rights can really make a person completely different, just like Jiang Peng. Once upon a time, Jiang Tian never thought that his ordinary father had such a temperament. After all, others don't know, but Minister Tan's big leaders, as well as Jiang Tian, can see that Jiang Peng is definitely well versed in mixed studies. The abbreviation is the old bastard, otherwise, he would not be in the position of director, and others would come up, regardless of whether they were vigorously reformed and then killed by criminal forces. It's still the same flow and pollution, but the result is that the above is directly double-regulated in anger. It all didn't end well. In this position, Jiang Peng can be said to have exerted mixed learning to the extreme, extremely moderate. However, no one expected that Jiang Peng would be the ultimate winner in the end, political and legal leaders. He came from an ordinary background and was mediocre all the way. He was promoted by luck. He didn't get any results along the way. In the end, he became Yunhai's political and legal leader. Moreover, in the future, if Yunhai becomes the 5th city under its direct jurisdiction, it will automatically be raised by 1 level even if this position remains unchanged. Not only that, but he will be promoted to another level in the future. What level was it at that time? Are you retiring? Jiang Tian smacked his mouth, but he also understood that Jiang Peng's position as director Yunhai was not suitable, but it was impossible to take it down. Without looking at the monk's face and the Buddha's face, Jiang Tian had made so much credit. How could it be possible to take it down? Isn't this a calf? What's more, Yunhai's work is progressing so horribly now, then it can only be promoted. Moreover, in Jiang Tian's case, he could not be fooled. He could only be the Department of Real Power. Jiang Peng's promotion can be said to be indispensable for the benefit of time and place, even in Jiang Peng's current position. Even if Jiang Tian is a waste, he is qualified to walk sideways in the entire sea of clouds. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian smiled. This scene always felt a little dreaming and a little unreal. It was mainly the tragic end of his previous life that made Jiang Tian too fresh in his memory. Your kid is still laughing. 140 tons. That's 140 tons of white powder. What is this concept? Do you know that the sky has fallen? Seeing Jiang Tian's faint smile, Jiang Peng stood up in disbelief and shouted excitedly to Jiang Tian that that's right. He admitted that all his calmness just now was disguised. 140 tons. That's a lot. I didn't expect it. But in more than 10 years, more than 10 tons a year, that is, 1 or 2 tons of shipments a month, it is still more reasonable from this point of view. Even compared with the scale of the poison village, it is a bit less. Jiang Tian nodded. Puff. Less? Jiang Peng almost sprayed. Listen to what people are saying, aren't you surprised? You know what the whole Yunhai has exploded into? No, the entire Yun province has exploded. Just now, Huai province called me directly. Not only Huai province, but even Secretary Zhou Zhao, etc., called me and asked me who I was. What's the situation? Why did 140 tons suddenly burst out? Where did the whole Yunhai become, and did it become a poison nest? Jiang Peng suddenly became angry when he saw Jiang Tian's appearance. This son of a bitch, don't you know, you took the credit for yourself, but your Lao Tzu's life is sad. Although you have already left your job, you, Jiang Peng, have been serving as director of Yunhai for several years in the past. How do you manage Yunhai? Why did Yunhai become like this? Why did you watch Yunhai become a poison nest? How did you become the director? Of course, for the sake of his son Jiang Tian, those leaders did not make these words too obvious, but the meaning of the words and the words were all like this. There are even ill-intentioned people who doubt whether he has colluded with those criminal groups. This made Jiang Peng directly confused. It's pitiful to see, even as the director, can he Jiang Peng do anything? Many times, just acting here, the people over there have already run out. Not only that, but from time to time their personnel are even subject to bribery and life threats. Even more terrifying, there are threats to family members and so on. IT is in danger all the time. There has even been a period of time when some big or small cases have just been solved. If this is the case, it is estimated that those criminal groups will turn a blind eye and don't ask about it. Choosing to sacrifice a little bit of the horse in your hand is considered to give some credit. Of course, if it ends here, it's nothing. It's just that if you want to dig deeper and go further, those criminal groups will begin to use cruel methods to threaten and attack them and their families at all costs. This is also the reason why there has been no progress in the past so many years. Without a certain winning percentage, I dare not put myself or even my family in danger. Over time, the two sides have become a kind of tacit understanding. It's not that they don't want to move, it's just that they don't have enough power. And there is another one, the opponent is too powerful. Under the counterattack, they couldn't bear it unless the above has the power to do it together. At this time, Gao Xiaolong also came to Yunhai for this reason. A series of incidents occurred later. Yunhai's problem was not overnight, and it stemmed from its geographical location, as well as the sacrifice of public security to develop the economy and stimulate the economy. Under the circumstances of fully stimulating the economy, it also ignored the supervision in this area. When it came to the reaction, it was shocking to find that those criminal groups were already like an abyss under deep water. Behemoth. IT has reached the stage of latent. If you were thinking about it, you can only dig 3 feet into the ground, and if you dig a little bit, you will instantly come up and bite you. Jiang Peng was really wronged. After all, he had already taken over this mess back then. What he could do could only use his mixed learning. So Jiang Tian smiled without saying a word. Chapter 534, The Shocking Horror Beyond Imagination, completely exploded. What are you laughing at? Jiang Peng had an ominous premonition in his heart. The water in Yunhai is much deeper than I thought. I have always felt that Yunhai hides terrifying forces, but I haven't found a clue yet, but I can feel that when it comes to light, it will shock the whole country. Jiang Tian shook his head thinking of today's conclusion. Jiang Tian's heart sank slightly. That's true. 90 tons were sold abroad, and it is absolutely impossible for the territory to have this shared. In other words, there are white powder forces that are more terrifying than Poison Village. Perhaps, now he is hiding in the dark, observing all this. Maybe when you wait, you will suddenly be able to jump out and bite you. Is it more terrifying than that fish shopping network? Jiang Peng thumped in his heart. The influence in the world may not be as good, but in the territory, the influence caused by the giant is definitely not bad, and the nature may be much worse than LT, URL and GT. Jiang Tian explained a hiss. Jiang Peng stood up, his heart beating. After being promoted to political science and law, I have to say that Jiang Peng didn't know much about the situation of the municipal bureau, and he couldn't get first-hand information from the municipal bureau. Unexpectedly, the promotion lasted only a few days in total. Xiaojiang, the safety of the lives and property of tens of millions of people in Yunhai is all on you. Jiang Peng was a little uneasy. Take a step by step. This is just Minister Tan and I's guess. There has been no news yet. However, at this stage, some deep-sea giant crocodiles can't hide even if they want to hide. Soon, they will show up. Jiang Tian sighed faintly. It can only be said that there is a long way to go to make Yunhai completely safe. While Jiang Peng was sitting on the sofa, looking at Jiang Tian's confident and indifferent appearance, even Jiang Peng had to admit that in front of the sun, there would always be an inexplicable peace of mind, as if Jiang Tian could solve no matter how big the matter was. The same, however, you should pay attention to your safety recently. Jiang Tian reminded him a little bit, and at the same time, in the room, the voices of the two talking about each other unexpectedly passed into the ears of the two little girls who were eavesdropping, especially when he heard that the lives and property of tens of millions of people are safe on you. Jiang Xiaoyu clenched his fists, and his head was already smoking with pride. My brother, this is my brother. Jiang Xiaoyu's heartbeat accelerated frantically. This is her proudest brother. I know. Jiang Ning looked at the elated Jiang Xiaoyu with a black line all over his head. Unlike Jiang Xiaoyu, who has been carefree since he was a child, it is indeed easy for a person's mind to mature because of the harsh environment, compared with this blood-boiling responsibility. In fact, the crisis behind the responsibility is the most terrifying. A deep-sea giant crocodile that surfaced? The sacrifice of best friend Guanana's father. As well, the hijacking he encountered in the first place. Asa. Cousin, I have been hijacked, so as a cousin's family, how many dangers and life and death crises have been encountered again? Thinking of this, Jiang Ning kept taking a deep breath. What are you doing standing there, being a doorpost? Just go and wash up when you get up. At this time, Jiang Peng greeted Jiang Ning and Jiang Xiaoyu at the door. When he was talking, there were many bloodshot eyes in Jiang Peng's eyes. At least, Jiang Ning Yuguang saw the deep worry on the second uncle's face and the bloodshot eyes in his eyes because he hadn't slept all night. Yes, I haven't slept all night. When Jiang Ning got up at night, he saw Herb was sitting on the sofa and smoking constantly. Perhaps it is because of anxiety, or it may be because the pressure on the police system is so great that there are few non-smokers, especially in this era. Perhaps this situation will improve after more than 20 years. At more than 5 o'clock in the morning, Herbwa was still sitting on the sofa in that outfit. It was self-evident what happened. Herbwa was waiting for Jiang Tian. Although Herbwa didn't say anything, after he got home, he didn't show anything. He seemed to be watching TV very normally and didn't express his emotions, but this kind of thing shook Jiang Ning's mind more and more. Obviously, after thinking about it, why did the second uncle stay up all night, and why did he wait for his cousin to wait all night? Obviously, it was because Jiang Tian's task was too dangerous. Inexplicably, a sentence popped out of Jiang Ning's mind, as if it fits his cousin very well. Who said that those who stand in the light are considered heroes? But Jiang Ning knew she couldn't do anything. All she could do was study and study hard. Except for these, she can't help or do anything. As time goes by, when Jiang Tian returned home, he had a good experience of the warmth of the family. The entire city bureau has suffered an old crime, especially the contemporary director Han Xian. It originally aroused Minister Tan's dissatisfaction, and then these things happened again. Plus Han is now already linked to the bastard waste in his heart. Because of Jiang Tian's existence, he can't curse Jiang Peng indiscriminately, but can't you Han Xian still curse a few words? What's more, Jiang Peng was mediocre in ability, but he had to be carried up to this position to carry the pot. That was passive, but a mediocre generation like you dare to come here to pick peaches. Who gave you the courage? At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sky was already bright, also because the municipal bureau is located in the city center. The court is next door, but the house is now empty, only 2s and 3s with documents in their hands, waiting at the door for the staff to go to work. One of them walked to the door and asked the security guard, "Brother, when will your court go to work?" "Submit the documents at 9 o'clock, and it will officially start at 9:30. The security brother gave it to me. "Then why did you go to work at 6 o'clock next door?" The guy at the door of the court pointed to the city bureau next door. "I don't know, there may be important cases." "Okay, you can wait for 9 o'clock to come back." The security guard directly started to drive away. It's just that the guy didn't make any movement in his footsteps, because, at this moment, on the street, there were dark armed police identification vehicles and Secret Service standing on the street in front of the municipal bureau. It was almost a 10-step arrangement. Soon, there was also a Secret Service standing in front of the guy. Various vehicles came and went, and various vehicles entered the city bureau. To be honest, Jiang Tian still underestimated the concept and influence of 140 tons from a distance. 140 tons. The impact caused is a horror unimaginable. It can be said that if it is said that this terrifying quantity discovered in Shirmiao village in advance, it will even have to be dispatched directly by sea, land, and air at the same time. 140 tons, 140,000 kilograms, although it is the sales volume in the past 10 years, it does not represent all of them. What a terrifying number this is. In other words, 140 tons is only the current number, the determined number, and the uncertain ones, it is even more a terrifying number. They don't believe that there are only these on the surface and no other partners. At the same time, the entire municipal bureau was busy in full swing, because too many people came. Otherwise, although NLT, URL and GT attaches some importance to the top, it doesn't know everything after all. In addition, many people don't know much about the internet and the dark web, and they don't know how influential it is. Many are far less shocking than the 140 tons caused by the earthquake. So much so that after the entire Yun province received the news, it completely exploded. One by one, they have caused a terrifying sensation, and even this sensation is still spreading all the time. It spread to a certain ear in the capital. The old man took out the phone and thought for a while and called Li Xianying. "Son, you know Yunhai." Chapter 535. The storm gradually sweeps in, and a major meeting begins. It exploded completely. The vehicles of the municipal bureau were simply endless. Since Jiang Tian left, the leaders of the province and the leaders of the city, after receiving the news, all came to the municipal bureau to understand the situation as soon as possible. At the same time, he must also face the accountability of Minister Tan with numbscalp. Why do you say you have to face Minister Tan's accountability? Joke. After this incident broke out, no one could hide from the kind who could hide from it. Even Minister Tan's mood exploded. This is a general quantity. The initial detection is already 140 tons. If we continue to investigate in depth, this is definitely not the final quantity. The final quantity may even reach 200 tons. Of course, if it is said that the back is really gone, it means that this case has not been properly resolved. For the sale of white powder in Yunhai in the mainland, the white powder of the world is Izumo province, and the white powder of Yun province is Izumo Se8. It can be said that the rise of Yunhai has been accompanied by doubts and various accountability. Including Minister Tan, he has also been receiving responses from many provinces and cities in the mainland. The sale of white powder in various regions has been queried layer by layer. As a result, most of them have come to Yunhai. The key is that after entering Yunhai, they sank directly to the bottom of the sea, and there was no news. Forget it once or twice. The key is that there are too many times. The anti-drug leaders of many provinces and cities in the inner regions have directly exploded their mentality, and some even went directly to Yunhai. Here, pointing to the nose and asking Yunhai what exactly did it. But on Yunhai's side, he was also very wrong. It's still that sentence, the water here in Yunhai is too deep. Yunhai's own internal detachment couldn't figure out what was going on, let alone the internal area, during this period. It is not that there are no detachments from other provinces and cities, including the leaders of the headquarters, who have proposed joint law enforcement with Yunhai to jointly solve cases. But often just after the action, the white powder dealers over there seemed to have received the news in advance, and they had already run away, and some even turned around to do something for them. The most outrageous thing is that comrades in mainland provinces and cities have even made large-scale sacrifices. In short, whoever comes is unlucky. Over time, the reputation of Yunhai's side can be regarded as a serious internal problem. However, whenever the name Yunhai appears, the leaders of the detachment and the headquarters almost all start the case with righteous indignation, followed by endless anger. Spray not only the detachment, but sometimes even the headquarters followed. Because of the situation of the detachment, the headquarters can be regarded as supervising the whole province, and can only rank second. Although it appears under the nose, it can be said that it makes sense if you can't take it into account. But let me ask you, how does the Yunhai detachment deal with it? Just today, he has become famous. That's right, Minister Tan waved his hand. A national team meeting of a temporary nature was directly launched. That's impossible, because there are too many detachments across the country, but the headquarters is still more than enough. Today, Minister Tan wants to tighten the rope for the teams across the country. 8 o'clock, Minister Tan directly held a unique video conference at the Yunhai Municipal Bureau. Comrades, 140 tons. The one-time seizure and conviction of white powder has reached 140 tons. What a terrifying number. Who would dare to imagine, including the Yunhai detachment? You think you are very happy, and you are very happy to have made a great contribution. I am also happy for you. I am also happy that you have made great contributions to me as a minister. But why is there such a big case? I just want to ask Yunhai about this question. Minister Tan knocked on the table. In the conference room, there was a huge conference screen. Pieces of it were the conference rooms of the provincial department headquarters across the country. Under the leadership of the director and the headquarters, some banners were temporarily made behind them. It said the National Anti-Drug Conference. In short, the scene is very big. If Jiang Tian knew about it, he probably didn't even know whether it was premeditated or temporary, and when it would be so efficient and fast. But regardless of whether he was absent or not, Minister Tan was furious, especially on Yunhai's side. There are provincial leaders, as well as municipal leaders, including Zhou and Huai Province, all sitting below and listening, especially Huai Province, frowning deeply, almost. All the facial features on his face were wrinkled, and he looked full of difficulties. As the leader who had just arrived in Yun Province not long ago, Huai Province was in a very melancholy mood. Before coming, Huai Province thought he had been promoted, and even said that he had not been assigned a leader intimately, so that he could appear to be a big fist. It's only after you really act that you can understand that this is simply a difficult step. Embarrassed step by step, the economic changes are okay, but when it comes to public security and snowflake-like report letter issues, it is extremely difficult to investigate, and even to say that there is no ability to investigate. Of course, Huai Sheng thought at first that this should be just a newcomer to his own country, so he made slow progress, and it was not bad to solve the problem step by step. But the leaders are still thinking of him. There is no immediate boss. No matter what he does, he seems to have a lot of power, but after doing it, he finds out that it is too difficult. The result is now, Huai Shou thought he was wrong, and he was ridiculously wrong. The situation on Yunhai's side was a bit beyond his imagination. It shocked him even more. In the previous few major cases, Huai Province couldn't help feeling emotional every time they appeared. The evil forces on Yunhai's side were finally eliminated, and the society was finally stable. As a result, in a few days, there will be another one. Every time, Huai Province thought it was the last one. Until now, when 140 tons appeared in front of him, Huai Province completely understood the sea of clouds from the inside out. Huge problems have emerged. This is an abyss of horror. I also understand that it is no wonder that the predecessor, with the two leaders of Yun Province, either ran to the elderly care department, rising and falling, or they were double regulated. Feelings, the situation in Yunhai as a whole is already so terrifying. You must know that this is a provincial city. Therefore, what is the situation in Yunhai and what is the problem in the province? Huai Sheng looked at the top, the red number of 140 tons, only to feel dizzy in the skull. 140 tons in one breath. The shock is too strong. Of course, there are still awards that should be given. We have no merit here. Your credit is for you. Your own fault, then, you have to bear it yourself, and you have to bear the consequences. I have given you the credit, and the past will not be pursued, but then Yunhai, if the past situation occurs again, then all accounts will be settled for you. Minister Tan patted the table and scolded everyone on Yunhai's side. This matter involves not only the anti-drug detachment, but also criminal investigations and so on. Other than that, it is also necessary to summarize Yunhai's recent problems. At this moment, the situation in all the conference rooms on the screen was a little quiet. There were some rustling sounds of flipping through the files just now. With the sound of Minister Tan's voice, all the sounds of flipping over the files stopped. Chapter 536 shocked all the teams in the country. Jiang Tian became famous. This happened to them after the 140 tons appeared, and Shin Han is also sitting on the podium at this moment. After all, as the boss of the provincial department, Shin Han still has to speak in the end in this situation. As for Han Xian, well, normally, as the director of the bureau, you also need to sit on the podium. After all, as the main force in solving the case, as the first-hand leader, you definitely need to make a report, but it's a pity that Han Xian has just received the news, and he doesn't even understand this case. Even in the case of Shirmio village, Han Xian was hazy. He had heard of some, but didn't know much about it. It was definitely impossible to be a spokesperson. Finally, as the representative of the municipal bureau, Song Ligua is used as a representative figure. In other words, Song Ligua, as the leader of the detachment, was absolutely ineligible. But now, I have to say that Song Ligua is like this when one person ascends to heaven this year. Song Ligua and Jiang Tian's Lao Tzu Jiangpeng were the same age. The two sides even changed careers that year, and they started from scratch on Yunhai's side, but it was still that sentence, different from the others. Song Ligua's ability was good, even far surpassing Jiang Peng, but Song Ligua had been unable to get up from the ground for many years, but Jiang Peng was like a rocket, going up almost as soon as he arrived. Sometimes it is a problem with a competitor, and sometimes, someone gives credit, and Jiang Peng has to ask for it. In short, perhaps because of Jiang Peng's mediocrity, he has also gained the trust and confidence of some problematic leaders, and he has been promoting Jiang Peng, while Song Ligua has been promoting some problematic leaders because of his good abilities. Naturally, he did not dare to promote and keep suppressing. So far, Song Ligua was already lying flat, 47 years old, and Song Ligua, who was about to be 50 years old, turned out to be just an ordinary team leader, even if the level of the team leader is already very high. To be precise, according to the official level, they are already deputy-level cadres, which can be regarded as the ceiling of ordinary people, but compared with Jiang Peng, who is possessed by Koi, it is not at the same level at all. And now Jiang Peng is even at the level of the main hall. Originally, when he arrived at the position of director, Jiang Peng was already about to finish his calf. That mediocre ability and the golden mean of bastard thinking had already come to an end. As a result, who would have thought that Fu Xing was shining brightly, and Jiang Peng took off directly. The sun was taken away. Sometimes, even Song Ligua had to be envious and jealous of Jiang Peng. He did everything, standing still and doing nothing. Jiang Peng, who had no credit, was sitting on a rocket until now. In fact, the Yunhai Municipal Bureau is a very high match. For example, the captain levels of each team below the detachment are all at the Junka level. Each team has a minimum of about 50 people, and at most, it can even be configured with 100 people, but it seems that a lot of them are just a captain. If it is at the local level, this official level can even be the number one in the township. If you enter an ordinary branch office, the level of the main branch is enough to be the level of the deputy director. From this, it can be understood that Jiang Tian exposed his head to the gold content of the Junka level at the age of 20. Whoever saw the number one in the township at the age of 22, the normal internship period had not passed. As for the team leaders, except for the team leaders above the captain, they are basically configured at the deputy level. Of course, occasionally there will be a positive level. After all, the general positions in provincial cities are higher than those in prefecture-level cities. The deputy director is at the right level, and the normal director is at the right level. In many cases, the chief and deputy directors are assigned at the same level. In fact, they are only the official level corresponding to the police rank. In essence, the chief is one more position than the deputy bureau, and the police rank is probably in the category of a deputy department. There are similar ones, such as Jiang Peng, who has been riding a rocket all the way, and even in order to make Jiang Peng carry the pot more reasonably, a certain force has returned Jiang Peng to the executive vice president of Yunhai, which is the level of the main hall, and Han Xian, after coming to Yunhai, although he took over as the director of the bureau and did not have an executive deputy, he was actually still at the level of deputy director according to the administrative level. Before that, don't look at just Jiang Peng of the Yunhai Municipal Bureau. In fact, Shenhan's administrative level is the same. Otherwise, Shenhan has been pursuing progress in becoming the executive director, because most provinces and cities are really part-time deputy provincial directors, but Shenhan is now only a department level. Whether it is downward control or when dealing with many things, it is simply under great pressure. For example, Jiang Peng was at the department level at that time. As the department level Shenhan, if he met the director of the municipal bureau of a strong provincial city and didn't bird Shenhan at that time, Shenhan really couldn't do anything. It is completely impossible not to listen to Shen Peng's orders. Song Ligua on the podium turned his head and quietly glanced at the leaders next to him, and then looked at his nose in hardened shock. Sitting with these big guys, he was also Alexander, the leader of a small team. However, when Minister Tan talked about 140 tons, Song Ligua straightened his waist unconsciously. It's still that sentence. Before that, Yunhai had had enough of all kinds of finger-pointing in the eyes of his colleagues across the country. I almost pointed at them and scolded them, but now in the previous words, some news may have spread, but it's not true. After all, it's hearsay. Occasionally, some break out. They can't believe it. Yunhai, who has always been a troublemaker in everyone's eyes, can really come up with such a big and terrifying case, and now, when 140 tons were thrown out, almost all of them, everyone in the anti-drug sequence raised their heads and looked into the screen. Song Ligua could even see the astonishment and disbelief in the eyes of all the headquarters. In disbelief, it seems hard to believe how Yunhai solved it. Why next, the comrades of the national headquarters team must be on par with Yunhai, and even more on par with the Yunhai anti-drug detachment. However, this case also fully demonstrates the seriousness of the problem. In the coming time, it will be necessary to deal with the proliferation of white powder of a national nature, more rigorous scanning to face the increasingly serious problem of white powder. My father has only one attitude towards Bifan, that is, he will never condone it. Once he finds out, he will get to the bottom of it, and once he digs to the bottom, he will never let go of any of Bifan's criminals. Minister Tan breathed a sigh of relief and gave everyone time to accept it. Then he patted the table and said, yes. Almost all the headquarters and many subordinates on the screen stood up one by one to answer, but this is not over. Minister Tan looked at Song Ligua. Next, Song Ligua, the Song detachment of the Yunhai anti-drug detachment, will give you a general explanation of the 140-ton case and the difficulties and dangers that Comrade Yunhai faces in this case. It is worth learning from comrades all over the country. Minister Tan changed his words and said now that he is ready to let Jung Tian go to the stage. So, Minister Tan was ready to use this time as an entry point. He wants Jung Tian not only to become the focus star of the country, but the first step is to make Jung Tian the benchmark for all teams in the country. Song Ligua also seemed to have a manuscript a long time ago. He stood up and said, yes, this case is handled by Comrade Chang Jung Tian, who is only 22 years old and has not even graduated this year. Humph. All the headquarters teams across the country looked up in a daze. They understood it at the age of 22, they understood it if they didn't graduate, and the captain also understood it. It was even more understandable to lead the team to deal with 140 tons of cases involving thousands of people, but why they were combined together, can it be in one sentence? Is it what they understand? That's what they mean. What? And at the same time, Jung Tian, who had not slept for 2 hours, yawned and looked at Fang Jie sitting across from the sofa. I couldn't help sighing in my heart. I didn't expect that bitch, so ruthless and unrighteous, dumped me and got into the car of the rich second generation. Hiss, look at the rich second generation looking for someone to slap me in the face. Chapter 537, a terrifying story of twists and turns. Unheard of. Isn't Lily pregnant? Jiang Tianming remembered that when Fang Jia was at the party before, he was still happily looking for him to show off. His girlfriend Lily was already pregnant and had been for several months. How could this suddenly dump Fang Jia and run away with the rich second generation? Jiang Tian always felt a little confused. Even with Jiang Tian's logic, he was a little stiff at this time. What is the development of this? Sure enough, Fang Jia's face turned black in an instant when he heard Jiang Tian's words, and the angry flames in his eyes were almost about to spew out. At this moment, it fell. Fang Jia almost gritted his teeth. It fell. Do you mean the pregnant child fell, turned his head and ran away with the rich second generation? Jiang Tian asked thoughtfully. He always feels that there are many stories in it. In fact, with Jiang Tian's current status, it can be said that the current Jiang Tian is about to become a typical example in the anti-drug industry to be established. Or, after such a long time, Jiang Tian has gained so much credit, whether it is identity or status, or even background in contacts. Compared with just crossing back, Jiang Tian is no longer the Jiang Tian he used to be. In this sea of clouds, Jiang Tian can even say that no matter what it is, Jiang Tian has the ability to solve it. It's just that even if it is resolved, Jiang Tian will depend on the situation. What's more, it is even more impossible for Jiang Tian, as a qualified public servant of the people, to do illegal and criminal things, even if he has a very good relationship with Fang Jie. It is even said that in the previous life, when Jiang Tian encountered the betrayal of his relatives, at that time, a phone call even said that Fang Jie did not say a word, and transferred all the money to Jiang Tian. All his savings were given to Jiang Tian. And no matter what you say, Jiang Tian will remember this friendship for the rest of his life. Wrong. Fang Jie shook his head. What else is in it? Jiang Tian said in amazement. Good. Jiang Tian's senses on the other side of Jia have even changed now. Otherwise, Jiang Tian can be regarded as having experienced countless cases, all kinds of twists and turns of bizarre cases, and Jiang Tian can be regarded as having seen them all. Especially Jiang Tian is now a golden entry in the criminal investigation legend, and all kinds of case handling logic are full, and you can't guess how tortuous the experience of this product is. The key is that although Jiang Tian knew in his previous life that Fang Jia had become a bit miserable because of the woman Lily, he couldn't leave the kind of pants that were pitted by that woman. Even the children who were found out were not his in the end.asa result. After he was reborn, from the beginning of the party, the butterfly effect appeared. The miserable and tragic experience of his previous life, how could Fang Jia experience it in advance, after your last party? Didn't you say that the situation was not quite right? Why did Lily get pregnant so quickly? Moreover, the pregnancy was a bit sudden. I was a little suspicious. Lily probably saw that I had an idea and suddenly proposed to break up. Am I not reconciled? Sister Fang sighed a little. Lily proposed to break up? Jiang Tian pondered in a dazed eye. In the understanding of the previous life, the woman Lily almost emptied Fang Jie's pants in the end. Why, there is such a wonderful story. You still disagree? Jiang Tian continued to ask. Fang Jie nodded inside. Of course I don't agree. Since I got pregnant, that woman has spent all my money. The child doesn't know if it's mine. Of course I'm not reconciled. If I lose my wife, I can't continue to fold the child. I just kept it for a while, and then there was a quarrel. The child just fell like that. That's it. Jiang Tian vomited. After taking a puff of smoke, Fang Jia looked at Fang Jia a bit bitterly. Iron is not made of steel, so there is no fragrant grass in the world. Lily is not a good match. Fang Jia couldn't get out by himself. What happened to the rich second generation? Jiang Tian continued to ask. It seems that the child belongs to the rich second generation. It was originally the rich second generation who abandoned the pregnant Lily, but after knowing that Lily's child had fallen, she didn't know what was going on. She suddenly changed her mind and got it back, and gave me a hard beating. This talent, Jiang Tian was stunned. And now the problem is so, if it is a child of the rich second generation, between Fang Jia and the rich second generation, who put on the hat for whom, after all, from the perspective of ordinary people, Lily is definitely a good girl, and her appearance is at a very beautiful level. Although the figure is mediocre, it can't stand the height of the figure, plus the ability to dress up, etc., it really doesn't look comparable to an ordinary little girl. No wonder Fang Jia was so obsessed that he turned his head around. In other words, Lily was the girlfriend of the rich second generation before. Later, after she became pregnant, the rich second generation didn't want Lily anymore. She wanted to go back and inherit the family property, and then dumped Lily. Lily just wanted to find you to take over and make you a little money. By the way, in case the child is born in the future, I can still ask you for a low maintenance fee. On the other side, he was able to blackmail the rich second generation, but he didn't expect that after the child fell, Lily didn't know how to hook up with the rich second generation again. The rich second generation felt bad for Lily and suddenly regretted wanting to own her again, but you got rid of the child, so the rich second generation beat you up? After Jiang Tian was stunned, Jiang Tian thought that no one in this world could go deeper than him in his understanding of human nature. Just facing this kind of tortuous story, Jiang Tian couldn't help exclaiming in his heart, after all, it is not enough for two people to have this kind of tortuous story. There is a more important talent, that is, the rich second generation. A good girlfriend is pregnant. Don't throw it away. Then the girlfriend was fucked by someone else and the child regretted it again, and she wanted to come back again. So, are you looking for me? Jiang Tian asked. Hey, I was angry no matter what I thought, but then I figured it out. Either I was looking for you to avenge me, or my mother introduced me to a blind date and wanted you to show me. I know you are involved in criminal investigation, and you can definitely know this aspect well. With your help, you will definitely be able to see through the true face of the blind date to prevent Lily from appearing. Fang Jie still has self-knowledge. If Fang Jie came here to mainly seek Jiang Tian's help to avenge him, of course Jiang Tian would do it. Even at Jiang Tian's level, he would just order small things. After all, since he served as the first brigade, the follow-up personnel have been supplemented and expanded in response to the current Yunhai situation, and Jiang Tian has more than 100 people in his hands. What's more, Jiang Tian's status, background, contacts, etc., teaching a young and rich second generation is really a matter of one sentence. Just by finishing this matter, it is tantamount to the end of friendship between Jiang Tian and Fang Jie. What time? Jiang Tian breathed a sigh of relief without saying a word. He was really afraid that someone would come to him to do things and ask him for help. If Fang Jie came to him, Jiang Tian would not be able to refuse. This is better now, but the prerequisite is that Jiang Tianping is very busy during the day, and he really doesn't have much time to play house with Fang Jie. Chapter 538, completely exposed. No one dares to believe he is Jiang Tian tonight. Fang Jie's face was full of excitement, and then he hurriedly came to Jiang Tian's face, and flatteringly brought tea and poured water on Jiang Tian's shoulders, but Jiang Tian felt at ease when he enjoyed it. If you have time, just call me. Jiang Tian nodded slightly. Although I have been very busy recently, it is no problem to take a little time out at night to help solve it. However, Jiang Tian narrowed his gaze. Fang Jie was his brother no matter what he said, although Fang Jie himself was self-aware, and this kind of problem, in fact, from Jiang Tian's point of view, from another point of view, Fang Jie still made a profit. It is equivalent to spending some money to wipe out all the children of the rich second-generation girlfriend. It's just that one regarded Fang Jie as a triumph, and the other beat Fang Jie up. Don't you want revenge? Jiang Tian said curiously. Fang Jie hurriedly explained, I haven't suffered much. In short, I feel a little bit earned. If you get beaten, you can get beaten. Mainly, the rich second generation feels very powerful. If there is a conflict, I'm afraid it will cause you trouble. That's it. Jiang Tian nodded slightly. In his previous and present lives, Jiang Tian had very few friends, and Fang Jie was obviously not in this ranks. He originally wanted to let the people under his hand solve it, but after thinking about it for a while, I thought that there were more jobs in the municipal bureau, and what's more, there were some relationships that needed to be maintained, so I called Secretary Mu's secretary, Chang Mi. That's right, and at the same time I in the municipal bureau, as secretary to Secretary Mu. This time, he naturally followed his own leader, Secretary Mu, to the municipal bureau. Otherwise, Chang Mi looked thrilling. He sat in the watching seat, watching what happened on the podium. His heartbeat was beating frantically, unconsciously managing political and legal issues. It is impossible for Secretary Mu to be absent. Even Jiang Peng actually rushed over to attend the meeting. After all, the main management of political and legal affairs is also the public inspection law. Secretary Chang was notified at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning that there was a major security meeting of the municipal bureau, and it was a national meeting of a temporary nature. As never before, Chang Mi participated. It was okay before. However, when he learned of the 140 tons, Chang Mi was speechless for an instant, and his heart twitched twice. A moment later, Chang Mi was shocked, but Song Ligua stood up immediately afterwards. Otherwise, Song Ligua first affirmed that under the leadership of Minister Tan and Chief Gao, the municipal bureau has ushered in an unprecedented height. Anti-drug control has also ushered in an unprecedented anti-drug control. Then Song Ligua got to the point. In public, in front of the national headquarters video conference, Song Ligua took the temporary manuscript and made an important report. In just a few short months, as a comrade Jiang Tian who came out of the police academy for an internship, at the age of 22, the overall number of drugs seized ranked first in the country, and the actual payment was the first in the country, and the total number of cases seized totaled 170 tons, ranking first in the country. Boom! The news really exploded. Everyone exploded. If you just heard of 140 tons, the national headquarters are just a little confused and don't understand why it has been modified. The national team knew what Yunhai had in the past, and the national team knew it well, even if there have been various problems recently. In fact, these headquarters have not really changed Yunhai, let alone think so. After all, it's not a day or two for Yunhai to pull his crotch. Over the years, the national team has become accustomed to wiping Yunhai's ass. What else to do? If you pull the crotch on the first line, they will definitely pull the intensity on the second line. The key is that the intensity has been increased, and it has been tracked down layer by layer. When it reaches the sea of clouds, it is absolutely certain that there will be no news, and the sea of stones will sink. Give Yunhai clues, Yunhai can't solve it. Later, over time, if it involved Yunhai, as long as it was found, these headquarters would selectively ignore it, and even didn't bother to notify it, because the notice was useless. They couldn't solve it by themselves, and they couldn't find anything. They went all over the country and tracked it down across regions, and when they arrived at Yunhai, their eyes turned black and nothing was found out, but the people under him would sacrifice a few first. Originally, Yunhai seized 140 tons of poison village, but the people present were a little surprised. So the next news, directly to the whole country's teams are confused. Good guy, what is this place for? The trainee police have done nearly 200 tons? Good guy, my excellent title is just 20 years from the police, and the total quantity involved in the case is about 500 kilograms, close to 200 tons. What's the concept? That was made by the trainee police a few months ago? Shocked, this must be shocking, because in fact, there is no way to calculate many things. Minister Tan was very satisfied with everyone's shocked. In fact, the total number of cases involved in this case needs to be determined by the existence of authentic physical evidence and the evidence that can be used to convict. Otherwise, Jiang Tian would have solved the tucha at the beginning, and I am afraid that there is no way to calculate the amount of the tucha involved in the case. Chang Mi's heart was beating frantically below, and the sweat was flowing down. Of course, this was not fear, this was excitement, Before that, Jiang Tian had a life-saving grace to Secretary Chang, and even Secretary Mu's family was rescued by Jiang Tian. Secretary Chang was also in the car that time. The situation was more urgent at that time. Jiang Tian wanted to target Mu Feng and Secretary Mu. As for Secretary Chang, after Jiang Tian pulled him out of the car, he let him fend for himself. As a result, when the rescue team came later, it happened to be salvaged. Later, even Jiang Tian felt surprised by the fate of this product. After all, it was Yin Jiang, although Jiang Xingguan only helped him a little bit, but it was a real deal for Jiang Tian to get him out of the car. No matter his fate or something, Secretary Chang would definitely be dead if he was trapped in the car. In fact, the relationship between human beings and society begins with the death of human beings. The more you owe, the greater the relationship between the two parties. The closer the relationship will be. Giving gifts to the leader is not even as good as the leader's kindness to you. For the reason of repaying the kindness, the two sides will have deeper exchanges of, for example, Jiang Tian gave him a life-saving grace that was not a life-saving grace. In the hands of those who would use it, it was as much friendship as he saved Jiang Tian. This is tantamount to a deep relationship between the two sides. Seeing Jiang Tian's terrifying record now, Secretary Chang was shocked. Then came the extremely excited mood. But this is not the end. In the past few months, Comrade Jiang Tian has successively won 7 first-class meritorious awards, the honorary title of a pioneer in anti-drug control, the first-class British model, and other great honors. And in the past, he broke history and won a special medal of merit. After the test of the organization and the people, he has been promoted many times. The great patron saint of the people is also an excellent warrior of my country. Boom! Song Ligua's report appeared and completely exploded. Chapter 539, Going Crazy If You Don't Ask for Help. Terrifying influence. Secretary Chang's mentality also followed Song Ligua's voice, and the hairs all over his body exploded. Why? To say that Secretary Chang followed Secretary Mu almost inseparably, it is impossible not to know about Jiang Tian's affairs. In many things, Secretary Mu was involved. Except for family matters, Secretary Chang deliberately avoided this kind of thing. I don't know much about it, but Secretary Mu knew almost everything about Jiang Tian, and Secretary Chang knew almost everything about Jiang Tian, because Secretary Chang was regarded as Secretary Mu's confidant. Because of this, Secretary Mu was almost always able to get first-hand news about Jiang Tian's achievements in the past when he came to the municipal bureau, etc., or in the provincial department. But the point is, Secretary Chang and Secretary Mu know it's normal, because Jiang Tian is from Yunhai after all, and he is also a police officer of the Yunhai Municipal Bureau. The problem is that Jiang Tian has always been anti-drug, and before that, it had always been in a state of confidentiality. Of course, the confidentiality effect must be very poor. After all, at the level of Jiang Tian, I really want to keep it secret. This difficulty is a bit terrifying, not to mention that in the current situation of Yunhai, it is almost impossible to keep it secret, but confidentiality is an attitude. On the bright side, it is completely different from the implementation of confidentiality. Everyone knows it, but the attitude of confidentiality still has to be taken out. This is an attitude towards Jiang Tian and the security and protection of Jiang Tian's relationship. Moreover, it is still a bottom-line attitude that must be implemented. Even if everyone knows the unspoken rules and one less person knows them, it is also a guarantee for Jiang Tian and his family. Otherwise, no one can be sure whether there will be a few desperate stunned heads. After knowing who fucked him, he suddenly couldn't think about attacking Jiang Tian, and now that I took it out, I just took it to the surface and said. Secretary Chang panted for breath. His face was about to turn red, so he took it out directly, and he still took it out in front of the whole country, took it out publicly, and exposed it directly in the entire system. What does this mean? Although it is not facing the whole people now, it is almost the same. Now it is directly exposed in front of the national headquarters, so it will definitely be exposed in front of the whole people later. What does this mean? This means that Jiang Tian's confidentiality has been cancelled above. So why did Jiang Tian's confidentiality be cancelled? There is only one possibility, and that is to hold people. To abandon the confidentiality of this core. Bottom line logic means that Jiang Tian has a greater role, which means that in the future, Jiang Tian, the above support, coupled with Jiang Tian's own abilities, as long as it does not fall halfway, then the future will be terrifying. Terrible. Secretary Chang used to regard Shinhan as Jiang Tian's future status, which was completely worthy of his friendship. Don't think that this level is very low. The country has a population of more than 1 billion, but there are only many cadres at the department level. The main department is the whole country, and there are only more than 2,000 people. Out of more than 1 billion, there are only more than 2,000 people, which is already a terrifying concept. But now, Shinhan's level, it is obvious that this is completely impossible to be. Jiang Tian's upper limit, at this moment, has been fully on par with Minister Tan. The above attitude has already been expressed very clearly. Thinking of this, Secretary Chang's heart beats wildly. To be honest, Secretary Chang is in his 30s and is Secretary Mu's secretary. What position is he in now? It seems that the scenery is boundless, but this is only in front of the Prime Minister's door, which is a bit of a privilege, and now Secretary Mu, as the number 3 figure, should go down next time he changes his term. This proves that even if Secretary Chang was promoted to a position at that time, he would lose the background that now belongs to Secretary Mu. At most, in a few years, when he was 34 or 5 years old, he would be released. That is, a county-level leadership level, the level of the department is up to the sky, then it's still time to promote it when it's out, otherwise, the department level is far from being able to do it. The start seems to be not low, but the upper limit of the future is also destined, and it will not go too high, especially after losing the background. Who knows what will happen in the future with Zhang Tian? There is no comparison at all. At this moment, Secretary Chang made up his mind that he must have a good relationship with Zhang Tian at all costs. This is tantamount to saying that in the future, a friend of Minister Tan's level will be received. Even the deeper the binding between the two sides, the better. It's just how can I deepen the relationship naturally without embarrassment? Secretary Chang is also a human spirit, already frantically calculating in his heart. Asa result, at this moment, it was said that Chow Chow and Chow Chow had arrived. Secretary Chang's mobile phone started to vibrate at this time. Fortunately, it was turned on to mute before the meeting, otherwise the ringtone would explode directly at this time. After taking out the mobile phone, Secretary Chang was going to hang up directly, but after seeing these Zhang Tian brothers, Secretary Chang was overjoyed and glanced around. Good guy, he happened to be in the corner. Secretary Chang didn't even feel in the mood to listen to what he said in the later meeting. In Secretary Chang's mind, Zhang Tian is now heaven, regardless of whether others can see through or not. Secretary Chang can definitely see through what the above behavior represents. Just to put it this way, in the history of history, has there ever been a person who pushed an anti-drug person to the stage for exposure? Not at all, not to mention that the credit is great. It's not that I haven't had 2 or 3 first-class geniuses before, but isn't that crazy confidentiality and security? For now, Zhang Tian is already preparing to make plans for the future, and even for future leadership positions, coupled with Zhang Tian's own credit. Once it is exposed, hiss. Secretary Chang couldn't believe what a terrifying explosion someone like Zhang Tian would cause across the country. So much credit and most importantly, such a terrifying record. I'm afraid that once it is exposed, everyone in the country will explode. Not to mention the first-class merit, it is the only special merit that makes history in peacetime. This can also explode the whole country. Not only that, not so long ago, I don't know if everyone knew about the dark web. Song Ligua continued to speak in a hurry, after giving the national teams a little time to ease up and let them accept the reality. Song Ligua immediately threw the next blockbuster. Compared to 140 tons, it is completely insignificant in front of the dark web. The meeting has been held. It was also at 8 o'clock that Li Xianying's plane finally landed at Yunhai Airport from the capital, and Li Xianying went to the city bureau as soon as possible without any delay. Before coming, Li Xianying had already learned through her daughter Li Qingqing that her daughter was still in the city. News from the bureau, therefore, Li Xianying was almost speeding up all the way, as if he was afraid that if he came one step late, Li Qingqing would have some problems. Of course, Li Xianying himself has no malice towards Zhang Tian. After all, Zhang Tian also saved Qingqing, and he understands that, so Li Xianying is not targeting Zhang Tian, let alone coming up. The dog sees people lowly, or is too sensitive. I'm still so worried about nothing. The main reason is that Li Xianying knows the lethality of the hero to save the United States, and he wants to pin down any signs that may exist in advance. That is, it happened casually, and as a result, who knew that there was such an accident? The meeting between Zhang Tian and Minister Tan was so rigid, which made Li Xianying even more worried. When Li Xianying came frantically, Secretary Chang had already sneaked out of the huge conference room from the rear. At this time, and then hurriedly connected to Zhang Tian's phone. Brother Zhang, what do you want to say? I am following Secretary Mu to a meeting at the municipal bureau. Excuse me, is there anything on your side? Secretary Chang's tone is as soft as it is. This made Zhang Tian feel as if he had met Secretary Chang for the first time, but Zhang Tian was a little surprised, but he didn't say anything more in depth. It's nothing. It's just that there is a small matter, a personal matter, and I want Secretary Chang to help me. Zhang Tian smiled and said, "Asa result." The next moment, Secretary Chang's voice suddenly became angry. What do you mean, Brother Zhang? You look down on your brother. You actually said you asked me for help. What do you mean? You didn't treat me as a friend and an outsider? What do you need to say directly, or I'll just get angry and mad at my brother? Chapter 540, Gathering in the Sea of Clouds. Storm surge. Zhang Tian was slightly surprised, but I didn't think much about it. After all, Secretary Chang was able to be rescued because of his own reasons. To put it another way, the savior made sense. What's more, later, Secretary Chang also asked Zhang Tian to eat more than once, but it was a pity that Zhang Tian hadn't had time before that. The so-called 7th-rank official in front of the Prime Minister, Zhang Tian also understood that Secretary Chang's energy in the entire Yin province, at least for now, is still very large. There are some things that Secretary Mu can't do, but Secretary Chang can do it at will. Do it. What Secretary Mu needs to do also needs to be communicated by Secretary Chang Dai in the position of secretary. As long as the leader is good, then he really walks sideways, and it goes without saying whether the number 3 character is powerful or not. What surprised Zhang Tianming was that before the two sides, Secretary Chang should have looked at Secretary Mu's face and his own abilities, and he was more friendly to him. Although he wanted to make friends, he was not as outrageous as he is now. After he couldn't figure it out, Zhang Tian didn't continue to think about it. As soon as the conversation turned, Zhang Tian told him about Fangjia. There is a saying that is good. I can help you. I help you because you are my friend. Because I want to help you, instead of you asking me to do things. Fangjia, it seems that you are not a fool either. After Zhang Tian finished speaking, he smiled on his face and felt emotion in his heart. I have to say that Fangjia is really a smart person. Zhang Tian can clearly see that. Using the blind date as an excuse, he smoothly told Lily and the rich second generation about it. Whether to help or not at that time is Zhang Tian's business, and how to do it is also Zhang Tian's business. I just came to you to ask about blind dates.at that time. Regardless of whether Jiang Tian helps or not, it will not affect the relationship between the two of them. It seems that after this blow, Fang Jie has indeed grown a lot. Jiang Tian pondered in his heart, brother, what am I doing? Haha, the second generation of Xiaofu, do you have a name? After Secretary Cheng listened to the process, he couldn't help laughing out loud, but quickly held back. The main thing is that this story is a bit too tortuous. That is, Secretary Cheng is secretly frightened by his extensive knowledge, and there are still such tortuous and perverted things in the world. So the question is it that the rich second generation has turned Fang Jie green? Or is it that Fang Jie has turned the rich second generation green? This is a problem, I don't know. Secretary Cheng, if you have time, you can check it out. By the way, it's enough to teach a lesson. If you don't have time, forget it. Jiang Tian said thoughtfully. I don't want to cause trouble to Secretary Chang, so I'll stop as soon as I can. Secretary Chang also understood. What's the matter? Your business is my business. Wait, I'll get back to you right away. For Secretary Chang's energy, it is more than enough to investigate a second generation of Xiaofu, but after the work is done, you can't fail the appointment tonight. Let's have a meal together. Secretary Chang asked. Jiang Tian's eyelids jumped, and he quickly told Fang Jie about his appointment tonight. Secretary Chang thought there was something wrong and hurriedly said, it turns out that's the case. That's simple. When the time comes, I will go together and give the palm of my hand. In terms of case handling ability, brother, I'm not as good as you, but in terms of human nature control, brother, I'm still a bit confident. What Jiang Tian could say, he could only nod his head in agreement, but just as Jiang Tian hung up the phone and wanted to get a good night's sleep, the phone rang fiercely again. Jiang Tian's face was a little dark, so he took out his mobile phone and glanced at it. Strange number. Jiang Tian hung up without even thinking about it, but before 3 seconds had passed, the phone continued to ring, which made Jiang Tian feel a little bit bad. It was hard to take a day off, but he really didn't give him time to rest. I didn't see that the city bureau was so busy. Neither the person under his hand nor the leader above called him. Jiang Tian got on the phone with a dark face and in a bad mood. Give you a minute to explain. If you can't satisfy me, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Jiang Tian's expression was expressionless, and his voice did not fluctuate. There was a silent voice on the phone at the moment. I don't know how long it will be. It wasn't until Jiang Tian was a little impatient that a faint voice came from the phone. I'm Li Xianying, waiting for you downstairs. After the voice fell, the phone was also hung up. Jiang Tian was taken aback and glanced at the time. It was just 8:30. Li Xianying, are you coming to Yunhai? Are you crazy? Jiang Tian's anger rose in his heart at his little grumpy temper. Even if you were the leader, you can't deceive people too much like this. After all, no matter what, this is the first time he has encountered this kind of thing. The most outrageous thing is that Jiang Tian has never thought about it since he saved Li Qingqing. What he couldn't stand was the threat he was under. The most unbearable thing is that he is also regarded as Li Qingqing's savior. But Li Xianying is the same as the anti-thief. It doesn't matter if he really has any idea of climbing high branches. But Jiang Tian was very upset. I just wanted to get up and go out, but the phone rang as soon as I went out. Jiang Tian didn't even have the idea of complaining. In fact, as Jiang Tian came to the present, after he knew more and more people around him and had more and more contacts, it was not the first time something similar had happened. When performing tasks on weekdays, the mobile phone is turned off directly to be much cleaner. Jiang Tian was slightly surprised by the person who called now. Qin Shiyu. Jiang Tian's eyebrows jumped after the last time they met. After Qin Shiyu went to the East China Sea, the two had not contacted each other for a long time. Is Qin Shiyu back now? Jiang Tian was slightly surprised. Brother, I'm waiting for you at the entrance of your community. Do you have time to have something to eat with me and talk, by the way? Qin Shiyu's distinctive voice sounded. Why are you back? Jiang Tian was slightly surprised. Of course I can't wait for you in the East China Sea, so I came back to Yunhai to find you. Qin Shiyu said quietly. Jiang Tian got goosebumps all over his body. Let's get down to business. There is a problem with my investment in Yunhai. I came to my brother to find out about the situation. The construction site was attacked and blackmailed. Brother, you won't care about it, will you? Chapter 541. Who would want to know someone like this? Wait, who are you? There is a problem with Yunhai investment. Jiang Tian's expression became slightly serious, squinting his eyes, carefully considering the meaning of Qin Shiyu's words and Qin Shiyu's attitude. This time, Qin Shiyu's attitude was completely different from before, which already surprised Jiang Tian. Before Qin Shiyu left Yunhai, although the relationship between Qin Shiyu and Jiang Tian was very familiar, they were not particularly familiar with each other. At best, Jiang Tian could only be regarded as saving Qin Shiyu, but Jiang Tian also felt that Qin Shiyu's identity was not simple, mainly on that kind of occasion. When I came to Yunhai from the capital, Mufeng worked hard and spent a huge price, and then brought me to Yunhai to invest. The key is that Jiang Tian got Qin Shiyu from some of the words of later generations. In fact, it is not as simple as it seems. The secret Qin Shiyu even involves a mysterious background, and it is still the mysterious background of the inner core of the capital. Why Jiang Tian is so sure is because Qin Shiyu has almost become the idol of many women in her later life, and even said that her reputation has spread to the other side of the Atlantic. The key is that Qin Shiyu's successful investment is even more terrifying. In later life, Qin Shiyu has even entered the global rich list. Note that it is not a list of women. If the women's list were on the list, they would not have such a terrifying reputation and such a terrifying influence. It is mainly because they have entered the overall list of the rich list, and even the ranking is not particularly backward. Because of this, Qin Shiyu exploded directly in the later life, and later, when investigating the background on the other side of the Atlantic, it was discovered that Qin Shiyu's background was terrifying and not simple. Although the news did not cause much terrifying fluctuations in the territory for various reasons in the end, it was quickly suppressed by the blockade. But some of it spread out, and Jiang Tian had also seen it. Of course, Jiang Tian didn't know how many there were. It's just obvious that it is absolutely impossible for ordinary families to cultivate such a high-quality person. There is no falsehood in Qin Shiyu's temperament. That kind of temperament is difficult to cultivate even for ordinary wealthy families, Jiang Tian is very sure. Therefore, the rumors of the previous life are very true. So at this time, Qin Shiyu had a problem with his investment in Yunhai. Is this problem normal? Obviously it's wrong, not to mention that even if there is a problem, Qin Shiyu's status is still necessary to come to him. Even if you come to him, what's wrong with this kind of bullying tone? Qin Shiyu is sick, or is he mentally ill? This was the first thought in Jiang Tian's mind. That's right, let's be specific. In short, things are very complicated. That Mu Feng seems to be difficult to deal with. In short, what is involved is too complicated. Even if I am involved in it myself, it is not easy to figure it out clearly. Therefore, compared with other people, in fact, I am more willing to believe in you. Qin Shiyu made no secret of the contempt in her tone. Perhaps it is normal to say that Qin Shiyu was born high above others, but this is normal. It's not normal to be like that just now. Then should I be honored? The corners of Jiang Tian's mouth twitched, mainly because I don't worry about other people. In this whole Yunhai, even Mu Feng and Secretary Mu dare not believe it, but only you. I am the most willing to believe and the most willing. Qin Shiyu said simply. There was a little sigh in Jiang Tian's heart. In fact, Jiang Tian's heart could also understand that Yunhai had always been in this situation in the past. Now, although Jiang Tian had solved a lot, he still said that to arrest those who sell ordinary goods. Almost all the police force has been used, and many have even been transferred from other places. Many of the attics below have already exploded completely, but these huge numbers of attics, who are far ahead in the whole country, have no source, and naturally all of them have exploded and become unstable in society. The key is that there is not that much free time to arrest one by one. Now, especially in the compulsory drug rehabilitation, it is already full of this, has caused great social instability. The key is that Yunhai seems to have solved so many big cases, but the deep-sea giant crocodile has not surfaced in the deep sea. Jiang Tian doesn't know if there are other plots behind this incident. It's just that Qin Shiyu didn't look for Mu Feng to deal with it, but instead looked for herself directly. Jiang Tian was not sure if he really believed in himself, but he felt that Qin Shiyu should still have a deeper idea. Then the problem comes, should I go to see Qin Shiyu or should I go to see Li Xianying now? Jiang Tian walked to the door of the unit and fell into contemplation, but simply, Jiang Tian glanced over. Good. Guide out a big car. There is no doubt that this is Qin Shiyu's car. It is very luxurious and full of connotations, and it is not low-key at all, which is very in line with Qin Shiyu's character. Qin Shiyu is the kind of woman who is very public and extremely confident. Although he hasn't been together for a long time, Jiang Tian definitely knows Qin Shiyu very well. This is psychology. On the other hand, that is an ordinary official car. At this moment, it is staying in front of Dalao, and the distance between the front and rear is not more than 10 meters. There is no need to think about it now. Compared with Li Xianying, who made him extremely disgusted, Qin Shiyu is still the most important in Jiang Tian's mind. So Jiang Tian directly skipped the official car, and Li Xianying was in this official car at this moment. At a young age, I have gained so much credit. Although I have arrogant capital, it is still a bit too inflated. This is not a good thing. Inside the official car, Li Xianying, who had been waiting for a long time, looked at the time, and his mood was getting worse and worse. Originally, Li Xianying had a very good mental cultivation, but when facing Jiang Tian, Li Xianying couldn't help but boil with anger in his heart. After so many years, who was not in front of him, respectfully, even the boss did not dare to treat him like this. Now he actually felt deep contempt from Jiang Tian. Have you been despised, Li Xianying? Always thought that he was thinking too much. Leader, Jiang Tian has come down. At this moment, the driver of the car suddenly spoke. Come down? Considering that this kid is still a bit sane, I really thought that he had already expanded to this point. Young people are so swollen that there is absolutely no good end to it. Li Xianying shook his head with a smile. It's still that sentence. There are so many geniuses in the world, but in the end, there are not many people who can rise, very few. That's because 90% of them have fallen on the way to rise, and such geniuses have never been geniuses. Although Jiang Tian is credited in the past, at least in Li Xianying's impression, he is the first real existence. However, as an arrogant young man, Li Xianying always believed that he would not end well, especially in this position. Sure enough, it was right to stop Qingqing in Jiang Tian. Such a person, even as a friend, would not end well. Li Xianying was even more convinced in his heart. Such a person, a person with power and energy, who would come into contact with such a person. There is no development yet. He has expanded first. The way forward is already visible to the naked eye. I know it. I can't bring anything but danger. Li Xianying shook his head. In fact, the words are rough and not rough. If Jiang Tian hears them, he really agrees with them very much. Changing people may really be what Li Xianying thought. Except for trouble, nothing can be brought. Here we go. Li Xianying tidied up her rain clothes. Bang bang opened the car door, wanting to get to know Jiang Tian. It's just a pity. When Li Xianying stood by the car, there was a smile on his face, welcoming Jiang Tian. In Li Xianying's opinion, he has already given face to himself, but what made Li Xianying completely dream of it was Jiang Tian, who was right in front of him, actually passed him in the wrong place, without even looking at him. Admit the wrong person? Chapter 542. Li Xianying exploded. It was her. Li Xianying's feelings for Jiang Tian are quite acceptable. In fact, it's still that sentence. Although I respect you, I'm not very optimistic about your future. Moreover, from Li Xianying's point of view, Jiang Tian's current scenery is also temporary. Even if there is some emphasis on it, the premise of all this is based on Jiang Tian's crazy crackdown on criminal groups in the past. It's just that there is no doubt that Jiang Tian, in the deep sea of clouds, not only himself, but also his family will encounter great danger at any time, regardless of his own position. Li Xianying admired the things Zhang Tian had done, however. Li Xianying didn't want to have anything to do with himself or Li Qingqing and Zhang Tian. He just cut off the relationship between Zhang Tian and Li Qingqing. It's just that Zhang Tian's disregard even caused Li Xianying to have the illusion that I had confessed the wrong person, and I had already come down. But Zhang Tian turned out to be in the wrong body with him. But if it weren't for admitting the wrong person, Li Xianying couldn't figure out what Zhang Tian was doing for, let alone, why didn't Zhang Tian give himself such a little face? Did I admit the wrong person? Li Xianying turned his head and said in a daze. He looked at his secretary, and this secretary, frowning deeply, shook his head. It's Zhang Tian, it can't be wrong. Or, don't you know me? Li Xianying continued to guess, probably maybe, but it shouldn't be either. You called in advance. With Zhang Tian's meticulous thinking when he solved the case in the past, he wouldn't think it was you when you got out of the car. The secretary analyzed, so, Zhang Tian just did it on purpose. Li Xianying's face instantly became gloomy. However, Li Xianying's face calmed down immediately afterwards. At his level, the control of his emotions had reached a terrible point, and his emotions would not simply be expressed on his face. However, when Li Xianying looked at Zhang Tian, there was some cold light in his eyes. One after another is shameless, even if you still have 3 fires, not to mention now, such shamelessness has caused Li Xianying's attitude towards Zhang Tian to completely change drastically. Modesty can make progress, but in the same way, pride after progress can easily destroy a person. If you make a few credits, you can be defiant. Ha, in the end, it's a young man with no hair on his mouth and frizzy hair. I originally thought that the things Zhang Tian had done would be different from others, but now it seems that I still look up to him. Li Xianying shook his head and didn't want to look again. Originally, I wanted to have a chat after meeting Zhang Tian, but now, Li Xianying has lost interest, not to mention anything else. Relying on today's events, Li Xianying is no longer interested in Zhang Tian's future, and even concluded that such a person and such a character will not go far in this life. Let's go, take a little credit, but he is so angry. He doesn't deserve to let me put down my figure, but after all, he also saved Qingqing, and I won't do anything to him. Forget it, that's it. Li Xianying turned around and wanted to get in the car. It's just that when I looked back, the afterglow was swept away, but suddenly saw a scene of extreme astonishment. I saw Zhang Tian, who had just passed him in the wrong body, walking less than 10 meters behind him, that big car, the shining light. Of course, it's just a big car. In 2003 years, although it was very rare and very noble, it was nothing to Li Xianying's level. Mainly, Zhang Tian is involved with the owner of this kind of car. This surprised Li Xianying quite a bit. According to Zhang Tian's status, normally, as an anti-drug officer, he shouldn't have anything to do with the owner of this kind of car. An anti-drug officer, a rich man. Or is it already so blatant and corrupt? Young man, can't you stand the temptation? Li Xianying thought for a while, but felt more and more that there was a problem with Yunhai. He just wanted to turn around and leave. The next moment, suddenly, I saw that a man in a purple skirt walked out of the driver's seat of Dalao, who was extremely tall, and even said that the skin on the slender arms exposed looked so snow white. Just the side face that was exposed was already amazing, but this is not the point. The key problem is that in the next moment, I saw that the amazing woman had already made out an intimate hug with Zhang Tian. Lying a hiss. Li Xianying's eyes widened. No, let's just say, Li Xianying was shocked in her heart, and raised her eyebrows. Are you a woman in business? Li Xianying was thinking about Zhang Tian's identity. If he found such a girlfriend, it would mean that he might have misunderstood Li Qingqing. No, it's not a misunderstanding. After all, he knew the lethality of the hero's rescue of the United States, but seeing this scene, he had to say that Li Xianying was slightly relieved. It turns out that I already have a girlfriend, but you did a good job of leading before. After all, you are just a woman in business. If Zhang Tian knew Qingqing's identity, he really couldn't say what he would do. The secretary said from the side. Li Xianying nodded slightly when he heard the words and agreed. You are right, after all, men are like this, haha. Human nature is like this. Maybe there is a girlfriend, Zhang Tian, who had no idea at first, but if she knew Li Qingqing's identity, wouldn't it be easy to rely on her own daughter as a savior? 1 yard is 1 yard. Although Zhang Tian saved Qingqing, Li Xianying couldn't allow this kind of thing to happen. It's always good to be careful of thinking this way. Li Xianying just wanted to withdraw his gaze. As a result, the next moment, after the two hugged intimately, they separated their shadows, but the woman turned her head inadvertently and saw Li Xianying here. When I saw Li Xianying, I was a little surprised, but the moment Li Xianying saw this woman, her skull exploded with a bang. What a delicate face it is, what a perfect tall figure it is, and the arrogant, all-seeing but awe-inspiring temperament. But none of this is the most important thing. The most important thing is that this woman, Puff. My name is Chao. Chapter 543, Admitting the Inexplicable Relationship with Qin Shiyu. Li Xianying's eyes widened, and she looked at the woman who was hugging Zhang Tian intimately in disbelief. At this moment, her face was even more like a ghost. Leader. The secretary was taken aback when he saw the leader's reaction from the side. Qin Shiyu, to be honest, in fact, the position of secretary, let's say it is a confidant, and it is definitely a confidant of the leader, but in the same way, for the leader's personal matters, he is not qualified to contact, especially similar to Li Xianying's status, which is terrifying even at home. An ordinary secretary like him has no qualifications to understand. As for the issue of the circle in the family, it is not something that a secretary like him can touch, and now with Li Xianying's shocked face, it is obvious that the name that came out of Li Xianying's mouth is definitely not simple. Is it that woman, secretary? The first person in this position is to have a delicate character. In a short time, the secretary had already made up a lot of details in his mind. Sure enough, Li Xianying sucked in the air frantically, his face changed again and again. In fact, Li Xianying came to Zhang Tian this time, not to really find fault, but actually to make things clear with Zhang Tian in peace of mind. I am afraid there are some misunderstandings between the two sides. To make it clear that he has no malice either. When I came to Yunhai in person this time, I also realized that I might have been doing things a little high before. Although Jiang Tian didn't take it seriously, Minister Tan's blunt attitude made Li Xianying instantly regain his sanity. Sanity, I also understand that my hand is stretched out too long. It has already passed, therefore, I came here to meet in person. On the one hand, I resolved the misunderstanding with Jiang Tian. In fact, in essence, I still had a lofty mentality, and I never put Jiang Tian on the same level as myself. On the other hand, I resolved to resolve the misunderstanding with Jiang Tian. In fact, in essence, I still had a lofty mentality, and I never put Jiang Tian on the same level as myself. It's just that now, Li Xianying's face has changed again and again, and the thoughts in her mind are completely messed up in an instant. Just as Jiang Tian guessed before, Qin Shiyu's identity is not only not simple, it is simply too simple. The most important thing is Li Xianying looked at the behavior of the two sides, and it was obvious that this was definitely not an ordinary relationship of friends. Jokes about Qin Shiyu, a 3-generation junior. Li Xianying had heard of it, and even seen it. I have never heard of any involvement with anyone or any man. In other words, before, this man hadn't had much communication with men, but now, he is so close to Jiang Tian that ordinary relationships can't be said to make sense. Most likely, Qin Shiyu already has a special relationship with Jiang Tian. Go beyond the relationship of friends, it's crazy. Li Xianying's skull exploded in a mess, because Jiang Tian's identity, occupation, and things he did, as well as the future, Li Xianying couldn't see it. Then the family behind Qin Shiyu, can they see it? How is this possible? But in fact, Li Xianying didn't know that at this moment. Jiang Tian was also a little confused. He and Qin Shiyu had a really good relationship before, and even when Qin Shiyu left, he also rescued Muya's mother. He even backed Jiang Tian with his backhand, although Jiang Tian saved Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu's feedback in doing things were almost always just right, which made Jiang Tian extremely comfortable and very comfortable to get along with. Even more unimaginable, under Qin Shiyu's seemingly cold appearance, after she became particularly familiar with Jiang Tian, she even showed a completely different side from her appearance. Are you surprised? Appearance is just a disguise. In my status, hypocrisy is already etched in my bones. Isn't it ridiculous? After all, maybe an attitude may cause a misunderstanding from the outside world. It's also very sad. Qin Shiyu approached Jiang Tian and whispered softly. It was as if there was a dog's tail grass placed in Jiang Tian's ear, and then scratched and scratched. This gave Jiang Tian goosebumps all over his body. It's just Qin Shiyu's words. Jiang Tian didn't dare to disagree. If this is also sad, what is his previous life? Are you not as good as pigs and dogs? After thinking about it carefully, Jiang Tian found that he was really inferior to pigs and dogs in his previous life. There is more than one miserable life, however. You seem to be in a little trouble now. Qin Shiyu tilted her head and glanced at Li Xianying slightly. It's a little troublesome, not a troublesome trouble. Jiang Tian sighed. I already know it. Qin Shiyu said with a smile. Do you know? Jiang Tian was shocked. Qin Shiyu already knew about himself and Li Xianying. It's impossible. Let's not talk about the short time it happened. The point is that there are too few people who know it. How did Qin Shiyu know? Don't care how I know. It's just because Li Xianying came to Yunai, and I also rushed directly from the East China Sea. By the way, let you help me deal with the trouble. As a reward for helping you solve the trouble? Qin Shiyu said slowly in a soft voice. Hiss. Jiang Tian's whole body was numb. I have to say one thing, after being reborn, Jiang Tian is also considered to be physically strong, especially now that he is not human. He is definitely under a terrifying physique. He was in the task most of the time before, and he didn't expect this kind of thing. All his energy is on solving the case. This is the first time Jiang Tian has encountered this situation except for Gao Yangyang. The key is Gao Yangyang and Qin Shiyu are two completely different types. Gao Yangyang is like the girl next door. It gives people more of the feeling of pure memories. But Qin Shiyu, do you know him? Jiang Tianyan diverted his attention without changing his color. Even with this natural appearance, Qin Shiyu's brows twitched, and he was shocked by Jiang Tian's calmness. Can this be done without changing the color of your face? But on the contrary, my heart beats faster. If it weren't for being able to feel it, Qin Shiyu would almost have been fooled by Jiang Tian's calm face. I've seen it a few times. Qin Shiyu nodded slightly. Sure enough, Jiang Tian figured it out. After Qin Shiyu learned about Li Xianying's affairs, he rushed over and relieved himself. I received the news and immediately took a plane from the East China SEA. At this point in time, I am afraid that when Li Xianying first set off, Qin Shiyu set off in an instant. Thinking about it so carefully, something extremely terrifying happened. Why did Qin Shiyu take control of Li Xianying's actions in the first place? Jiang Tian was slightly surprised in his heart, and he became more and more aware that Qin Shiyu's identity was probably not that simple. Uncle Li, it's been a long time since I saw you, but I didn't expect to meet again here. I heard that you said that my boyfriend missed Qingqing, and even for this reason, you not only called in Wei and gave, but even came to beat the Mandarin ducks in person, for fear that my boyfriend would miss Qingqing. Qin Shiyu said something with a gun and a stick. The key is that Jiang Tian next to him was completely shocked. I originally thought that what I knew was approximate, but this horse riding is more than approximate. It's like a person who has experienced it firsthand until it was so detailed. One sentence alone, clip the gun with a stick. Li Xianying has already exploded, for fear that Jiang Tian will miss it? I was worried before, but now, looking at Qin Shiyu in front of me, Li Xianying blushed when he said this. Of course, Li Xianying's skull exploded and his eyes widened. The most terrifying thing was that Qin Shiyu admitted it? Chapter 544, helped Qin Shiyu achieve greater success and become the dominant force, especially when he guessed it, but when he really saw it, especially when he heard Qin Shiyu say that, Li Xianying's face shook. Qin Shiyu, you girl, you are confused. Li Xianying's face shook. That's right, from Li Xianying's point of view, Qin Shiyu was simply crazy. This Zhang Tian was definitely not as good as it seemed on the surface. In contrast, not to mention Qin Shiyu, even for Li Xianying's status level, the best choice is to find the right one. Then gather the resources of both sides and seek common progress, and an upstart like Zhang Tian, yes, can only be regarded as an upstart with no background. There is no guarantee of the future itself, and the ability to resist risks is very poor. It is simply a huge gamble. On the other hand, Zhang Tian's position is not a stable occupation in the system. This kind of professional style comes and goes in the rain. The most likely thing is that a lot of political resources may be invested, and before there is any feedback, they may die in a battle. In addition, I have to admit that there are certain turbulence in the stability of society, among which Yunhai can be described as far ahead. It's no longer social turmoil. This incident is the crossing of the sea by the criminal group 8 Immortals. Didn't you see it? If the armed police are attacked, in any area of the mainland, I am afraid that the whole country will be blown up. But now, if there is another such case in Yunhai, I am afraid that everyone will soon become accustomed to it. Qin Shiyu originally had some polite smiles on her face that refused to be thousands of miles away, but now they are gone, and her face is gradually getting colder. I respect you as an elder and call you Uncle Lee, but it's just that I respect you as an elder, my Qin family. It's not your turn to tell what to do. Also, don't look at our Qin family with your antique thoughts. It's just an old feudal state. I'm still confused. Then I have to ask, Zhang Tian, but what is wrong with him? Li Xianying's face is ugly, but what is wrong with him? How is it possible? It seems that there is no right or wrong, so I have to keep asking. Zhang Tian, is he greedy for life and afraid of death, making people look down on him? Qin Shiyu was aggressive, no. Even if he has an opinion on Zhang Tian, Li Xianying has to admit that in this regard, if Zhang Tian alone can block hundreds of people, be surrounded by thousands of people, and carry burdensome monsters that have escaped hundreds of kilometers away, if he is greedy for life and afraid of death, let alone others, Qin Shiyu continued to ask, then it still means that Zhang Tian is not seeking progress and has no future? Li Xianying's eyelids jumped suddenly. He was even more stunned by this sentence. Don't ask for progress. Isn't this pulling a calf? Good guy. How much credit Zhang Tian has? A rough investigation will show that this is a pervert. Normally, there is a second-class function, that is, the future can be expected. IT is already a key training object. As long as you have a second-class merit, you can be ahead of 99% of your colleagues. Even if you have no background, under normal circumstances, you will not be left behind for promotion. The first-class merit is even more outrageous, but anyone who can get the first-class merit, there is no doubt that the future is a bright future. What's more, this product seems to have received special merit. At this step, Qin Shiyu stepped out and looked at Li Xianying and said lightly, Uncle Li, although I don't know why you have such a big opinion on Zhang Tian, he is my boyfriend, so? Please Uncle Li, you understand that Zhang Tian can have the present relying on him all by himself. You don't need to think about someone thinking about your family's power or climbing high branches all day long. Although I don't want to say so much, compared with my family, you don't seem to need to let Zhang Tian cling to it like this. Cling to? Eldest niece, does your family know? Li Xianying frowned deeply. Qin Shiyu smiled lightly and said, this is not good. Uncle Li, you are worried. So now, I don't know what you are looking for with my boyfriend. If there is nothing wrong, we still have something to do, so we will leave first. The attitude is neither humble nor overbearing, and it looks extremely plain. Or rather, the rhythm of the entire conversation was under Qin Shiyu's control. Until Qin Shiyu left, Li Xianying didn't say a complete sentence, mainly because Qin Shiyu's thoughts were completely confused when he came up. There are some things that can be known, but they can't be said. Why can't you choose Zhang Tian? Aren't you worried about the safety of your daughter? But this kind of thing can't be said, because Zhang Tian is positive and a hero. It seems that I think too much. Li Xianying frowned deeply. He really didn't expect Zhang Tian to be Qin Shiyu's boyfriend, but how is this possible? Moreover, that's Qin Shiyu. In the 3 generations of the entire capital, they are definitely the top kind. In particular, someone once said that Qin Shiyu was free-spirited and couldn't stand the twists and turns in the system, so he chose to do business. Otherwise, the future height would be absolutely unimaginable. However, even in doing business, it is only by relying on its own abilities that it has created a terrifying brilliance. I'm going to drive. At the same time, in the luxurious Dalo, Qin Shiyu pretended to look at the windshield calmly, but Zhang Tian, who was sitting in the co-pilot, still saw at a glance that Qin Shiyu's white ears turned red. Zhang Tian lowered his head, watched the 2 hands clasped together, let go quietly, and said with a faint smile on his face, you helped me again? You saved me, isn't that what it should be? Qin Shiyu drove forward, but the voice is completely different from the strength just now, and it seems very weak at the moment. Should it be? Zhang Tian thought of Li Qingqing in his heart. Although Li Qingqing did nothing, he saved Li Qingqing himself, but as a result, he caused a lot of trouble and was inexplicably regarded as a phoenix. To say that I am not holding back in my heart. How can this be possible? He is the recipient of Zhang Tian Tang's special merit and the owner of multiple first-class merits. At the age of 22, he has become a historic existence of the 2nd-level police lieutenant, and now he has inexplicably become a phoenix. At this glance, Qin Shiyu's family is very understanding. Not only that, looking at the woman Wang Yifei again, Zhang Tian's eyebrows twitched when he thought of Wang Yifei. Although he hadn't seen her for a long time, his memory was still fresh. That kind of scourge should be left to Xiaobo. However, Xiaobo is still being detained in the municipal bureau, and if there is no problem with the subsequent review, he will probably be released. It's just that last time Zhang Tian did it, he didn't have much mercy on his subordinates, and the bridge of his nose was hammered off after being arrested. He was not treated in time. It is estimated that he was a little disfigured when he came out. When he saw it yesterday, Zhang Tian was still very impressed. Comparing these things, it is possible to realize how much Qin Shiyu, who values love and righteousness, makes Zhang Tian feel. Especially Zhang Tian had an idea. You created dongling capital in the East China Sea, didn't you? During this period, I remember correctly that many internet unicorns were intercepted by foreign capital in the early stage and then made a lot of money. The return of 10 million was billions, hundreds of billions, and hundreds of billions abound. However, Jiang Tian himself is unlikely to engage in business in the system. In that case, this information will be handed over to Qin Shiyu. In the future, Qin Shiyu may be able to create brilliance again. I originally wanted to give it to Zhao Qioni, but Zhao Qioni was generally too early to get started. Jiang Tian decided that after the next first-class work came out and there was detailed investment information, Zhao Qioni could do it. It is better to leave this kind of large-scale investment to Qin Shiyu. At least, it is countless times stronger than foreign capital. There is one in Yangcheng who does instant messaging. Looking at Qin Shiyu, with a terrifying background, terrifying abilities, and terrifying capital scale, such an investment is simply tool in China, and absolutely no investor can resist it. Chapter 545, Target Direction, Rewriting History. Next, Jiang Tian talked about the problems of the internet. In 2003, the instant messaging unicorn on Yangcheng's site had just been created for a few years. In other words, I don't know if I have been invested by the person on Hong Kong Island, but it doesn't matter if it is invested, because for Qin Shiyu, even if it is invested, it will not affect anything. Anyone who comes forward with this powerful position will not be valued for the fact that he has not shown any future and can't even find a profit point. Instant messaging? Qin Shiyu's face was full of surprise. In the future, the market value of this company will be at least tens of billions, believe it or not? Jiang Tian said with a hook at the corner of his mouth. Hiss. Qin Shiyu's skull exploded with a buzzing sound. Tens of billions. At this, Qin Shiyu widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Jiang Tian in disbelief. What is the concept of tens of trillions? Now even the system software of Yingjiao does not have such a high market value, but people who have not experienced the impact of the internet have no way to understand the concept of the internet. In the next 10 years, it will eventually develop to a terrifying point. Thinking about the internet wars in future generations, Jiang Tian knew that with his current identity and status, it would be difficult to enter business. If necessary, take as many shares as possible, leave a little for the founding team, invest a little more money, and then hold these shares is enough. Jiang Tian said indifferently. This. Qin Shiyu is short of breath. Even if she is currently, the market value of Dongling Capital is now tens of billions, but for a world-class investment institution, it can only be said that it is still very weak, but in China, in 2003, it was regarded as one of the top investment companies in the country, but even Qin Shiyu couldn't believe it. It doesn't take a long time. It can be completely demonstrated in up to 5 years. In less than 10 years, you will see the birth of a unicorn. If you enter, now should be your last chance. In 2003, the one on Hong Kong Island was estimated to have finished investing a long time ago. Now Jiang Tian is a little worried. Later, if the company in Africa is allowed to invest, it will be difficult for Qin Shiyu to invest. It will be very difficult, although it can also earn many times. It is a bit worse after all. There is also a scouring shop in Hangzhou. If possible, try to invest as much as possible. Jiang Tian continued, judging from the current rhythm, Qin Shiyu's position in Jiang Tian's mind has risen sharply since he knew the Intuo report. Of course, Jiang Tian is not a fool. He will be fooled or licked by a brainless dog casually. People leak out a little favor, so they rush to go up without a brain. This is purely because Jiang Tian is too proficient in psychology, and he can see Qin Shiyu's behavioral logic almost at a glance, what Qin Shiyu's character is like, and most importantly, what his nature is like. You said it was a Tayateo that just came out this year? Qin Shiyu was surprised. Yes, the concept of online shopping has just emerged, and it hasn't caused any fluctuations yet, but the next year will be countless times more terrifying than the previous year. It would be better if you knew it. Jiang Tian smiled at the corner of his mouth. The corners of Qin Shiyu's mouth twitched. That Tayateo boss looked for me, but at that time he was too much of a liar. After listening, I blasted out. Later, I heard that boss son voted for me. Jiang Tian stroked his forehead. You know, that one is not inferior to Yangcheng at all. The future market capitalization of the group companies created will simply climb to the terrifying level of the zenith. Conservatively speaking, it is at the level of trillions, not much, only tens of millions of investments are required at this time, and it may become tens of billions of terrifying levels in the future. Jiang Tian was helpless, but fortunately, Qin Shiyu's learning ability and understanding ability were simply terrifying, especially for the sensitive nature of finance. Are you shopping at home? It's a pity. At that time, I subjectively thought he was a liar, and I almost didn't listen to what he said. Qin Shiyu had some regrets on her face. With her ingenuity, how could she not hear the terrifying market described by Jiang Tian? If all the more than 1 billion people in the country had cultivated online shopping.so in the future, the entire platform will become a platform of many terrors. The more I thought about it, the faster Qin Shiyu's heartbeat accelerated. As for the entity aspect, Jiang Tian did not say, because it is not necessary, how Qin Shiyu's family invests in the entity and where it will be developed. The news is countless times better than him. As for the internet, I wanted to invest a part of my money in it at first, but then I thought about it. If I invested this bit of money, others would not give him a bird at all. It's pretty good to be able to deal with him. You must know that people not only ask for money to invest in this kind of thing, but most importantly, it also depends on the investor. That is, what benefits the capital can bring to the company's development. For any company that is a bit of a pursuit, the first pursuit is the benefits that capital can bring. Other conditions are secondary, even the price is secondary. The most important thing is the capital, energy, and the convenience and help of the company's development. Obviously, no matter when Dongling Capital is, it is far ahead in the entire domestic capital circle. There is nothing that Dongling Capital likes to escape, and in China, few dare to do it head on. My god, can these internet companies really develop so terrifying? Trillion, just start with 1 trillion, are trillions of Chinese cabbage. Even now, the top 500 in the world, and even the top few in the world, are uncertain whether there are trillions. Of course, I won't say what is hidden in the dark, at least on the surface. Next, Zhang Tian analyzed the development of the internet for Qin Shiyu, because according to Zhang Tian's understanding, Qin Shiyu not only didn't know much about the internet industry, but he didn't even like the idea that there was no output. Typical thinking can't keep up at all. Zhang Tian finally understood why Qin Shiyu's performance was almost demon-like. In later generations, there was still no competition for foreign capital, and even some domestic capital surpassed dongling capital. Still, the investment idea went wrong. In the end, the dongling capital created by Qin Shiyu did not enter the first line after all, but now Zhang Tian can easily do it by reversing his thinking. This time, Zhang Tian analyzed the future and core of the internet for Qin Shiyu, and changed Qin Shiyu's concept. In this way, Zhang Tian is actually very strange. Zhang Tian didn't even know what dongling capital would look like in the next 10 or 20 years, but Zhang Tian was looking forward to it. That Li Hyunyang, be careful, you won't do anything to me, but I'm afraid you will have an opinion. Qin Shiyu sat in the main car, taking Zhang Tian all the way to the construction site. In fact, Qin Shiyu's construction site, after all, is still in a mountain, and this time the cooperation with Yunhai is not a small project, but a terrifying big project, that is, a playground. Otherwise, Qin Shiyu would not have come at that time. When they first arrived at the construction site, they didn't know that at this moment, Li Xianying had already arrived at the municipal bureau. At this moment, the meeting of the municipal bureau has also reached the most intense stage. Chapter 546, anyone who hinders development will be eliminated. After all, Zhang Tian's position is now too low, and it is still too far from Li Xianying's level. A little sentence from others can cause Zhang Tian a lot of trouble. It's just that Zhang Tian smiled and said, that's not true. No matter what, I also saved his daughter. You can't really avenge him, unless. Zhang Tian smiled. Don't look at what Li Xianying said with some threatening intent, but let Li Xianying really dare to trip Zhang Tian by. At that time, Li Xianying's reputation will not be afraid of smelly. There are not many people who know this kind of thing below, but there are many people who know it above. Very soon Qin Shiyu carried Zhang Tian to the construction site. This is a large-scale amusement park located in Yun province, with an estimated investment scale of nearly 1 billion. Originally, Qin Shiyu did not prepare for this investment, but later, after Zhang Tian turned out, I don't know if Qin Shiyu saw Yunhai's development prospects or heard something, and finally agreed to an investment investigation with Mufeng. However, the small town that I invested in before is impossible, mainly because of its remoteness and the fact that it caused such a big impact last time. In particular, Qin Shiyu was also hijacked. In short, Qin Shiyu was full of malice towards there. Later, he simply changed his place and started investing directly in a more prosperous place in Yunhai. Of course, the corresponding costs have also increased greatly. This is it. The distance was not close, but Zhang Tian's eyes gradually became serious, not to mention anything else. More than 1 billion investment, the construction of giant playgrounds, which has a huge promotion effect on the development of local economic development and tourism, etc. The most important thing is that when the playground is located in Yunhai, the entire surrounding Yun province will attract people to travel, the food and beverage consumption, accommodation, etc. driven during this period are all GDP. There is another aspect. This playground has the participation of 3 forces, namely our investment company and Mufeng of your Yun province, which are jointly invested by Jingcheng Shanghue Group. In order to share the risks of such large-scale playground projects, almost all parties invest in them, more than 1 billion funds. This is definitely a terrifying scale. As for Shanghue Group, Zhang Tian knows a little bit. This group is a top paradise operation and construction group in China, and it has some investments all over the country. IT also operates many extremely popular anime and holds many themed exhibitions. Therefore, when it comes to a place, it is necessary to build a large-scale amusement park, and at the same time, it will be tailored based on local characteristics and so on. Before Yunhai's development, it had been raging all the way. Shanghue Group had also planned to invest here before that, but then it was stopped for unknown reasons. In fact, it's also because Shanghue's boss is familiar with me. The investment was suspended last time. It seems that a local group in Yunhai jumped out halfway, but it was suspended because the asking price was too high. I will invest together not only because of you, but also because I am familiar with Shanghue. Of course, it is also because I believe you can solve this problem. Qin Shiyu looked at Zhang Tian slightly softly. That's right, the strong dragon does not suppress the ground snake. On the side of Yunhai, it can be said that a small area is a big earth-headed snake. This is a problem that has always existed. There are too many snakes on the ground. Even so, Qin Shiyu's unfathomable and terrifying background offended people just for an investment that didn't know how much profit, and then mobilized a lot of resources, consuming countless manpower and material resources. The gain is not worth the loss. This is not. Now there is a big problem. Mufeng and his company also took shares. Mufeng mainly took the lead. With Secretary Mu's shadow behind him, Shanhui considered continuing to invest in Yunhai, but the prerequisite was that I also participate. Qin Shiyu probably explained, and Zhang Tian also understood why Mufeng was crazy at the time, and he wanted Qin Shiyu to invest at all costs, but I have to say, Zhang Tian recalled for a while. It is indeed unreasonable. All the major first-tier cities in the country, not to mention the first tier, in 2003, even the second-tier cities in the country had large-scale playgrounds, but on Yunhai's side, not to mention now, in Zhang Tian's impression, it seems that Yunhai's vitality was severely injured, and then after the economy plunged thousands of miles, it took many years before a medium-sized playground project appeared. Sure enough, with a moving Zhang Tian's heart, there are too many criminal groups hindering Yunhai's development. What about making trouble on the construction site? Zhang Tian's eyes became cold. To hinder the development of Yunhai is to stand on the opposite side of tens of millions of people, or to be an enemy of the people. Most importantly, it is because of these messy ground snakes, the opportunity to be far ahead and become a first-tier city was completely lost. The hard-working development is gone. Zhang Tian's expression was only slightly serious, but the cold light and murderous aura in his eyes, even Qin Shiyu, who was used to seeing big scenes, looked cold in his heart, and there were a lot of goosebumps on his snow-white arms. At this time, Qin Shiyu suddenly remembered the young man who was the co-pilot in front of him. Once upon a time, how many brilliant records have been made? It's not a big deal, but last night, a group of about 20 people came to the construction site armed and smashed it. The guards were also smashed and their legs were broken. The progress of the project has caused great problems, mainly because they are afraid that the follow-up will follow, and the project will not be able to proceed. Qin Shiyu complained speechlessly. This investment is not a small one. In any case, the Dongling capital controlled by Qin Shiyu also invested a few hundred million yuan, while Mu Feng himself took out a loan at the beginning in the wasteland he bought a few years ago, occupying a very small part of the shares. But obviously, is Mu Feng in charge of this kind of thing? The answer is absolutely manageable, but how to manage it is a question. It's okay to seek Secretary Mu to solve the problem, but Secretary Mu asked his subordinates to intervene in the investment of his family's assets. Will there be any problems in this? This is another big problem, and Qin Shiyu understood even more that the most suitable person to deal with this matter was Zhang Tian. To put it in a bad way, Zhang Tian is now carrying the Shangfeng sword. It is precisely when he is murderous that he has made so many credits one after another. Once Zhang Tian intervenes, he will be able to mobilize a lot of resources in an instant. Come in. Although Jiang God is in charge of anti-drug work, criminal groups themselves are not out of this category. I don't know anything else, but in Yunhai, whoever dares to stretch out his hand to hinder economic development will chop his paws. Zhang Tian said fatally, this is not Jiang Tianyu, but so many big cases have been resolved, and this case is not a case in front of Zhang Tian. What's more, it's not only for Qin Shiyu, but mainly because Zhang Tian regards Yunhai as his own reserve land. The better the economic development of Yunhai, the better the development of his hometown, and the continuous improvement of the city to create a southeast economic zone. This is absolutely unacceptable for Zhang Tian and the tens of millions of people in Yunhai as a whole. The bottom line that anyone can destroy. In addition, Zhang Tian learned about the situation in detail on the way. After arriving at the construction site, he saw Shang Hui's person in charge and Mu Feng were also there. After seeing Zhang Tian, they were all very eager. Zhang Tian didn't have much time to think about it. He called Miss Chiu and said, Xiao Chiu, come here. Chapter 547 Hong Wu confessed, explosion, complete explosion you are? After Shang Hui's person in charge saw Qin Shiyu bring Zhang Tian, he didn't look at Zhang Tian at first, thinking he was a sidekick, and looked behind Qin Shiyu. Mr. Qin, where is the person you were looking for? Yu Yao, the head of Shanghui Group, looked behind Qin Shiyu. After seeing that there was no one, he looked at Qin Shiyu with a blank expression on his face. When Zhang Tian came to Yu Yao, the Shanghui Group, he heard Qin Shiyu say "iti" in the capital. It can be regarded as a wave of independence. The family situation is very complicated. In short, the patriarchal preference for women is serious. As the daughter of the family, she was abused from an early age. Even when her grades were excellent, she was forced to drop out of school because the family could not afford tuition. On the contrary, the two grades were far worse than her brother. After going to college, he didn't make much progress after graduation. On the contrary, Yu Yao, with his self-improvement personality and good luck, happened to be valued and cultivated by the boss of Shanghui Group, and finally reached the top of the company step by step, with an extremely vigorous style of action. When he came, Zhang Tian was a little curious, but just curious, and took a look. Sure enough, with a mature workplace demeanor and supple hair, he didn't even look 30 years old. Because Qin Shiyu is familiar with Shanghui Group, he is also very familiar with and understands Yu Yao. Until there are many internal affairs, the relationship between the two sides seems to be good. At this moment Yu Yao frowned slightly. I have to say that after looking at the project on the site today, the damage was extremely serious. The construction period was completely delayed. Of course, what I am most afraid of is that if they come here to die in 3 days, they really don't want to do anything. Just as Yu Yao was at a loss when he looked at Mu Feng, the ground snake. It was true that Shanghui Group had a fancy to Mu Feng's ground snake identity, but Mu Feng just spread his hands, his face full of embarrassment, which made Yu Yao speechless. Good guy, what are you doing here? Really thought you were given a penny. In fact, Mu Feng was really bitter. In his early years, Mu Feng first entered the officialdom. Because of his upright personality and lack of adaptability, he was embarrassed everywhere and couldn't do it anymore. He had to resign and go to sea. At that time, he was already in his 30s. After going to the sea, relying on Secretary Mu's relationship, he stumbled all the way, and it was barely done. But on the contrary, in order to take a stake in the playground project of Shanghui Group, loans plus mortgages, etc., he desperately took this large piece of land, and it was enough to take a stake in the land to occupy a part of the shares. This large-scale playground, if it is done, can be said to be a golden mountain. It can also be regarded as a guarantee. This is also when Mu Feng jumped off the building after an accident. Once Shanghui repented, Mu Feng would undoubtedly be completely wiped out and there would be no place to turn over. While doing business all the way, there are not many people I know in the system, and there are not many in the police system. Looking for the old man, Mu Feng said. He is a bit afraid of involving the old man, and then again, this kind of ruffian, looking for the old man is also overkill. Just when Mu Feng was worried about how to solve it happened that Qin Shiyu took it. Mu Feng is happy to enjoy his success. In any case, the situation in Yunhai is too sensitive now. If the father-son industry is used for private use by the father, it will not even be able to say that a key place can make people die without a place to bury them. Coupled with Mu Feng's indecisive personality, he really didn't know what to do for a while. After Yu Yao heard Qin Shiyu's vow to solve the problem before he came, he was also relieved, after all, not to mention anything else. Yu Yao still has some understanding of Qin Shiyu's background. With Qin Shiyu's background, it is not enough to solve this problem. What about the person you just found? Yu Yao looked at the empty rear of Mr. Qin. The project should not be underestimated. If you can't solve it in one day, you can't start construction in one day. The daily losses are incalculable. Yu Yao sighed. After saying this, Yu Yao thought of the cat at home yesterday. Killed. If it weren't for knowing Qin Shiyu's identity, Yu Yao really didn't want to stay in Yunhai for a day. It would be outrageous. I used to read about Yunhai on the internet, and I thought that people followed the clouds. After I came here in person, I found out that it was worthy of the name. Yu Yao had known this was the case, but he really didn't come. Introduce yourself, from the city bureau. Zhang Tian took a step forward. Yu Yao looked at Zhang Tian's young face, and his face was full of confusion in an instant. No, why don't you just find someone so young to come over and fool me, Mr. Qin? Can you stop making fun of me? When has it been? Yu Yao looked at Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu frowned slightly and said lightly, if he can't solve it, no one can solve the whole Yunhai. Humph. Yu Yao looked at Zhang Tian's face in disbelief. Mu Feng hurriedly stood up at this time. His face was obviously relaxed, and there was no panic just now. Xiao Zhang, when you come, I will be completely relieved. With you, it will be completely fine. One more thing, when Mr. Yu lived in Yunhai last night, the pet cat he brought was put in the hotel and was killed. The cat's head was on the dining table. Then the construction site was attacked. This was a premeditated attack. Even if Mr. Yu reported the crime, the criminal investigators passed, but in the end nothing was found. In this era, it was very unfriendly to the people of their police system. Specifically, the penetration rate of monitoring was very poor. In 2003, except for some important occasions, under normal circumstances, there was no monitoring at all. The efficiency of solving cases is naturally extremely slow and cumbersome, but this is not a problem at all for Zhang Tian. Since they threaten, they must have a purpose. Do they have a general goal, or do they have any suspects? Zhang Tian touched his chin. The hustle and bustle of the world is for profit, and the prosperity of the world is for profit. Yu Yao glanced at Qin Shiyu and found that Qin Shiyu was looking at Zhang Tianho very firmly, and couldn't help but be full of astonishment. It seemed to be a bit more shocked than just now, because Yu Yao has known Qin Shiyu for a long time. It is precisely because of his understanding of Qin Shiyu that he understands when Qin Shiyu will look like such a young daughter in front of others. The world is crazy, but Yu Yao knew how to explain quickly. I've been staring here all the time. If you want to say that there is really one suspect, it is Huayu Group of Yunhai. When we just invested, we came to us to invest. It was nothing to invest normally, but they wanted it for 100 million. For half of the shares, we have worked hard to invest more than 1 billion yuan. After the lion opened his mouth and was rejected by us, the person in charge of their company spoke harshly on the spot, so that our project will never be able to go on. Yunhai still has such an arrogant person? Zhang Tian's heart was furious. There are many flowers blooming, each showing one branch. At this moment, inside the municipal bureau, Miss Chiu hung up the phone, looking at the scene in front of him. I only felt that blood was surging and my whole body was trembling, not because of anything else, just because Hong Shiwu made a move. Tell it all out. Of course, Hong Shiwu didn't recruit it by himself. It was the report of all the finances under the hand of the man named Susu. Even this Susu still left a secret door in the background of NLT, URL and GT, Darknet. In other words, the entire fish shopping network can be changed at any time, and after Hong Shiwu saw that Susu had fully confessed, he also completely accepted his fate, and all the facts of the crime were fully explained. If this is the end, no, it's a big mistake, because the next step is the moment that makes everyone's scalp numb. Nothing else. It was all because of the news announced by Minister Tan that it exploded. It was completely blown up. Minister Tan, just now. Chapter 548, the case is too big. Shang Mingyan is scared comparing this matter. In fact, what Zhang Tian said about investigating the playground problem over there was just a trivial matter. Of course, in fact, almost all eyes are now on Yunhai all over the country. It is similar to the kind of small case of land hooliganism. Even Mu Feng can only watch it, and this kind of thing is hard to say. Even Qin Shiyu is not good at what to do in Yunhai at this time, because there are too many eyes gathered on Yunhai's side. Almost all eyes up and down are focused on Yunhai, and once there is any problem, it is easy to have a great influence on public opinion. In contrast, Zhang Tian didn't have any concerns about doing things at all. He even said that it was not certain whether the problem was big or small, but it was obvious that the other party didn't even see Shanghai Group and Mu Feng in their eyes. This is a big problem, and the energy of the people behind it will definitely not be small. If Yunhai wants to develop, after all, it still has to solve the problem of the ground snake. Tolerance is the first element of progress. At this moment, there was silence inside the municipal bureau. The huge conference room, the conference room of the municipal bureau, was just built a few years ago. It is very large, just like an auditorium on a university campus. In fact, it is mainly because there are too many problems on Yunhai's side. The police system facing Yunhai has successively supported it, coupled with a lot of funding for Yunhai's development. After eating a lot of dividends, the entire Yunhai municipal bureau is also rising, especially this Yunhai conference room, which has hundreds of seats. In the middle position, the leaders of various units and departments listened to the top speech, and it happened not long ago, after Hong Shiwu woke up. As soon as he woke up, the municipal bureau was ready to fight for a long time. After all, in such a big case, as the main real murderer behind the scenes, it can be said that this is a hero-level existence, similar to the famous saying of the task force. For the first time, the most professional experts in interrogation were found and a tentative interrogation was conducted. As a result, no one expected that Hong Shiwu, who had been silent since he woke up, would know everything and say everything. Why do you say something? And even cite it again and again. At this moment, Shang Ci was shocked for the first time and did not react, but then Shang Ci also figured it out. This is to give up all treatment, or to say, I have lost all hope and have nothing to ask for. I want to end it all. It's always a lack of mental ability to bear it. After all, from holding billions of dollars in his hands and having the crazy means of making money on NLT, URL and GT, he is so rich that he can make enemies and enjoy the most beautiful glory and wealth in the world, just like the former king of the dead. After enjoying it for decades, the foundation disappeared overnight and completely collapsed. He fell from heaven to hell in an instant, and then found a tree with a crooked neck to hang himself. The key is that Hong Shiwu better understands where everything about himself comes from and where it comes from. By now I understand better. Everything is over. Heaven has fallen to hell, and don't want to be in a cage in this life. Thinking about it like this, giving up all hope and lying flat directly is also in line with psychology. In the short period of time that followed, Hong Shiwu explained the facts of his crime clearly, and also explained some of the details of the crime clearly. But as the explanation has deepened, more and more shocking numbers have appeared on a large scale. After getting all the testimony, Xiang Ming did not dare to delay, and went to the conference room as soon as possible. It's a coincidence. At this moment, Li Xianying walked up from downstairs with his secretary, and happened to meet Shang Jing in the interrogation room on the second floor. Professor Shang. Li Xianying stopped Shang Jing in surprise. Shang Ming, who was holding the document, turned his head and saw Li Xianying's face full of consternation. Why are you here? But then, Shang Ming thought of Li Qingqing in his mind. As a visitor to the capital, although there are many officials, many times, they are not familiar with each other, and it is even difficult to meet. Most of them are almost unknown. As a person in the 5th Bureau of the Commercial Bureau, and Li Xianying belongs to a local official, it stands to reason that the two sides should not know each other. But it so happens that there has been a major case before, and the two sides met together. When the case was solved, I'm here to pick up Qingqing. By the way, I'll take care of Qingqing's affairs. After Li Xianying thought of Zhang Tian and Qin Shiyu, his expression changed slightly. This is a problem for the quotient that micro-expressions have already become instinctive, and it can be seen at a glance that there is a problem. Li Qingqing is a witness in an important case. She is resting in my office now. If you want to go, just go there. I still have something to do. Shang Ming wanted to leave in a hurry, and he didn't have time to talk to Li Xianying at all. Wait, is it the dark web case? Li Xianying said hurriedly. He remembered that this case involved his own daughter, and most importantly, it seemed that Zhang Tian was investigating it. Thinking so, Li Xianying frowned slightly. In any case, Zhang Tian was shameless 3 or 4 times. This also caused a lot of anger in Li Xianying's heart. After all, what is the status of the two sides? In Li Xianying's view, they have all bowed down, and you Zhang Tian still don't give face. Even if it clings to Qin Shiyu, although he was a little jealous, the young man was a little too presumptuous. In this system, it is destined to fail in the long run. Thinking about it this way, Li Xianying feels that she also needs to know about this case. As for whether she is qualified, Li Xianying asked herself about her identity. She still had some qualifications. Although she said it was unorthodox, if it weren't for the case that was too confidential and the case had been solved, there would still be an opportunity for in-depth discussion. Shang Ming wanted to refuse directly, but in an instant, Shang Ming suddenly remembered, it just so happens that this case also involves the capital. Come here together. This case is too big. Even the famous quotes of the Shang dynasty are shocking when they are read. Mainly, this case is not over, because it is too much involved. At the same time, a lot of the information in the content of this case is general, and there are no specific details. But this is enough for the merchant to pat his chest and guarantee it. This is definitely the worst case he has ever dealt with in so many major cases, and it is also the first time he has come into contact with it. It's too broad, involving the capital? Li Xianying was dumbfounded. Although he is only in charge of the government affairs system, he is far from number one. But how big can this kind of case involving the capital be? In addition, he has never been in the public inspection law, and Li Xianying has some cognitive limitations. So I can't figure it out. Isn't this a domestic person who lurks abroad and operates a criminal community type on the dark web? No matter how serious it is, how serious it can be. Moreover, the influence, at best, involves influence abroad. And what does it have to do with the capital? This is also the reason why Li Xianying, after learning about the case, knew for the first time that the police system was preparing to submit the application for August 1st, when he made a threat, because he thought there was no chance at all from beginning to end. But now it seems, there seems to be a problem with his cognition. Chapter 549, completely crazy. The case is exposed. Everyone is crazy. On the one hand, Zhang Tian was too young before that, and Bai seemed impossible to him. There is no precedent for this. On the other hand, he didn't know much about the dark web and NLT, URL and GT. In 2003, the development of the internet in China did not take many years. Even if the number of internet users in the country did not add up, some people's cognition is relatively outdated, and it is difficult to keep up with the times. Of course, this does not include Li Xianying. In terms of ability, Li Xianying is still good, but he has a part of his understanding of the internet and the internet. In his mind, this Hong Shiwu is a foreign drug lord at the same level. Although the credit is great, Zhang Tian once gave a lot of credit, but in the end there is no more professional police system until the problem of the case is how terrifying the value is. Then Li Xianying took advantage of the situation. In fact, from the beginning, in his opinion, he helped Zhang Tian, and it would be a huge favor to repay the favor. At the time of the 8-1 as a result, Zhang Tian not only did not appreciate it, but even humiliated him so much. Li Xianying had already been furious all the way. When he saw Zhang Tian, he had already endured his anger, but he was treated like this by Zhang Tian. Professor Shang, I know that internet cases are relatively large, but even if there are more, there is no way to solve this kind of case. It can't be said that one-by-one investigations involve all over the world. I'm afraid it will be difficult to gain much, even if it is the so-called fish shopping network. It's all explained, and there is a small part of the evidence, but so what? Li Xianying shook his head. How can it be so easy to get it? In other words, Zhang Tian is not worthy. The first level is in terms of qualifications. Zhang Tian is not qualified at all. At the age of 22, holding by, isn't this messing around? On the other hand, even if you don't stop or even support you in the face of Li Qingqing, you have to know that with his support, even if you don't have a chance, you can have a little more foundation to go in. You still don't appreciate it, this kid. Do you really think you are against the sky? Shang Ming frowned deeply, and she felt something was wrong just now. Now that this sentence appeared, Shang Ming's face instantly became a little ugly. It would be fine to point fingers at other cases, but this kind of case, it can be said that to a large extent, it is about the grand strategy, and to a certain extent, it is even enough to affect the world situation. To put it in a smaller way, this is also a terrifying terrorist case of a huge transnational nature. Overall, in any case, this is a terrible case of a terrifying nature, and in Li Xianying's mouth, it is somewhat disrespectful. What do you know? Do you know how to solve a case? If it weren't for Shang Ming's recitation of a little friendship in the past, when Li Xianying solved the case that day, Li Xianying would do his best to assist a little bit of the same feeling. Now Shang Ming would even point directly at Li Xianying's nose and spray wildly. As for whether Li Xianying's position is higher than hers, it really doesn't matter. It's just knowledge and fame. The most terrifying thing about the famous commercial quotes is the authoritative nature of Shang's famous quotes has undergone international tests and human testimony. Zhang Tian is actually taking this step, and has achieved certain results. Otherwise, the land next door is also crazy. Zhang Tian made waves next door, did so many things and killed so many people, cracked so many cases, and wiped out so many criminal groups. As a result, the people next door, in the international arena, seem to have already begun to blast him, but almost all of them are related to social stability, and almost all of them have Zhang Tian's appearance rate. In his 20s, he seemed to have exposed his head at the age of 20. After achieving brilliant results, the official of the Burmese territory next door directly exploded, and he almost became a fairy, and this is actually Zhang Tian's authority. With the passage of time, after most countries have recognized Zhang Tian's terrorist detection capabilities, it is precisely this kind of background that Zhang Tian lacks. Or qualifications. Comrade Li Xianying, regarding the serious nature of these cases, you have never been in the police system, so you don't know. It's understandable, but I also hope you don't talk nonsense about things you don't understand. Shang Ming said with a frown on his brows and displeasure. He even opened his mouth and called his first name. After speaking, without waiting for Li Xianying to react, Shang Ming continued, what's more, the cases involved are a bit serious and the implications are relatively extensive. I also hope you can take it seriously. Of course. Li Xianying agreed, thinking about it constantly in her heart, but in fact she didn't care too much. How could Yunhai's case involve the capital? What's more, even if it is involved, probably, maybe, it is just a few fugitives after all. This serious expression is still a bit of a fuss, but Li Xianying didn't care too much, frowning slightly, and said, then let's go and have a look with you. And Shang Jing did not continue to take care of it. Regarding the affairs of Li Xianying and Zhang Tian, Shang Ming has been handling the case, and he doesn't know much about it. However, Li Xianying's attitude, especially her micro-expression after mentioning the Hong Shiwu case uncovered by Zhang Tian, had already made her see some problems. This Li Xianying, for Zhang Tian, obviously had some emotions. It's just that Shang Jing didn't have time to take care of it now, let alone Li Xianying, who followed him, and went directly to the conference room. This time, the meeting had actually come to an end. It was just during the meeting that Shang Ming received the news from Hong Shiwu and left the conference room as soon as possible. When he came back at this moment, Minister Tan was already summarizing the meeting. The battle is so big. Li Xianying entered the conference room and smacked her tongue secretly. There are a lot of people from the police system. Most importantly, Li Xianying's eyes became slightly solemn. On the screen of the meeting, there was a clear font saying meeting. Li Xianying was still thinking in her mind, and found a place to sit and listen. By the way, I was still thinking about what happened in my mind. It was only at this moment that when Shang Ming handed the information in his hand to Minister Tan, he saw that Minister Tan's face had suddenly changed. The expression was first stunned, then unbelievable, and finally turned into shock. This made Li Xianying suddenly have an ominous premonition in his heart. I just said that it involves the capital, right? Li Xianying's heartbeat is accelerating, but it was said that Minister Tan at this moment was really shaken. It was mainly the detailed information about NLT, URL and GT, and Sher Hongwu's criminal record that I was a bit shocked to hear it, especially the more he looked down, the more Minister Tan sucked in the air, frantically inhaling the air conditioner. Is it true? Minister Tan looked at Shang Yuan in shock. I just went to interrogate in person, sorta. Many of them are traceable, and they have also been confirmed with that Susu's subordinates. Shang Ming nodded, sure enough. Minister Tan's heartbeat is accelerating. Even if he has taken it very seriously, Minister Tan did not expect that this case was greatly beyond his imagination. Comrades, the latest situation has just emerged. Just now, among the criminal leaders arrested by Comrade Zhang Tian, $3.8 billion in stolen money was seized, and more than 100 countries around the world were uncovered. In recent years, various types of white powder transactions have been preliminarily estimated to sell hundreds of tons of powder, and provide a platform to assist others in buying and selling. The number of transactions is unpredictable, the amount involved is huge, the scale is unprecedented, and the case is extremely serious. At present, $3.8 billion have been collected, and the number of gangs is huge. In China, there are more than a number of criminal gangs cooperating. In the world, there are 76 drug lords with fixed partners. Each of these drug lords will take at least one shot every year. Shipments of dozens of tons, for 10 years, each has almost started with hundreds of tons. Especially, Minister Tan's face instantly became ugly, because there is also the location of a drug lord. Is it in the capital? Crazy, but it's still that sentence. Behind the prosperity, there will always be the same kind of darkness. This is true no matter where it is. Even in the most prosperous areas of the world, the hidden evils are unimaginable. However, that is another place, but it is not something that can be found in the capital. Boom. Chapter 550, Fake? No, this will be the world's biggest case. Boom. Exploded, this is really exploded. In China, that's not to say, no matter whether you are soft or hard, but as long as you are suspected of drug crimes, you will never tolerate it, and there is no room for you, because this is the absolute bottom line, the bottom line that cannot be touched abroad, even in some places. Even in countries with extremely loose laws and eroding political conditions like the United States, you are only allowed to use soft drugs, while hard drugs are strictly prohibited. It is mainly hard and fast, and it is absolutely prohibited in any country all over the world. This is an absolute red line, a red line for who touches and who dies. Of course, because of the political situation, more than 100 countries around the world have different political situations, coupled with the degree of attention, etc., and various factors such as corruption issues have an impact, but there is no doubt that drugs, which are definitely crimes, are more important than homicides. But Minister Tan's words, the scene, but at this moment, the scene after the silence, followed by an explosive roar. I can't believe it, I can't believe it. Hiss, this case is a bit too terrifying. I originally thought it was just a simple case of a transnational nature that was not too serious, but I never expected it to be completely different from the past. My chow, $3.8 billion is simply too much. Crazy, I have never seen such a case since I was so old. Have you opened the file and you are still alive? Lao Tzu has lived for 60 years. I haven't even heard of this kind of case. I was shocked to hear it. There was a roar of vibration. The scene was a roar of vibration. Those who are present, you must know that except for the conference room that is almost full of people on the scene, on the big screen in the middle, the headquarters of the 13 cities in the province are also watching sternly, listening with their ears pricked up, especially when hearing the news. Some of the headquarters team sat up in shock in their dying dreams. They were originally immersed in the shock of Jiang Tian's news, but now they are even more so. They stood up with a swish. Everyone was shocked. Some of the headquarters even thought that they had misheard their ears, and even there was a problem with the facilities on the scene. But why the equipment is broken? Can you still hear so clearly? The eyes of this part of the team were a little confused. The main thing is that in this kind of case, the headquarters of them don't talk about it. Even if they think about it, they haven't even thought about it. There are still such big and terrifying cases in the world's silence. The next moment, Minister Tan patted the table. There was an uproar at the scene, and gradually the news came. Minister Tan glanced around. Yes, everyone has heard it right. In this dark web, there are gangs that have cooperated with the behind the scenes all the year round. In terms of the world, there are 76 drug lords, and every one of them can be taken out the major cases that shocked the country, even the drug lords that have been rare for many years, and these 76 drug lords are just fixed partners of the people behind NLT, URL and GT, and their crimes are heinous. If there is no Jiang Tian. It's hard for Minister Tan to imagine at this moment, 10 or 20 years later, how terrifying the scale of NLT, URL and GT, will be. Minister, I have a problem. At this moment, a branch chief suddenly stood up from below. You said. Minister Tan squinted his eyes and was not angry. I am very curious now, why for so many years, such a terrifying, such a large-scale major case, no one in the world has discovered that $3.8 billion in assets have been operating for at least many years. For more than 10 years, whether it is the spy organization of Eagle Sauce or the spy organization of various countries around the world, no one in the world has discovered that $3.8 billion in assets have been operating for at least 10 years. It's impossible to know nothing about it. The director of the branch asked. That's right, why is it that the whole world seems to be blind in such a big case? This gave everyone who was listening to the scene a twinkling light in their eyes. This is a bit outrageous. At the rear of the conference room, Li Xianying frowned slightly. Of course, he did not lie to report military intelligence, but he seriously doubted the authenticity of this confession. What is the purpose of the person who made the confession? This is outrageous to open the door to his grandma, and it's outrageous to get home. Anyway, Li Xianying is so old, and he has never seen such an outrageous case. Good guy, the amount involved is hundreds of tons, and such drug lords have done more than 70 at one time, especially one of them is still in the capital. If this is true, Li Xianying feels that he can be killed because of such a big case. I had to investigate the case from outside the country. Through the clues and news found by others, I didn't even know it at all, not to mention the police system. Even if it is Li Hyanyang, as the head of government affairs, Li Hyanyang does not say that his political future is cut off, but it definitely affects the senses above, how to do it, how to lead the work, and why such a big thing is not known. Not what's more, it stands to reason that it is absolutely impossible not to be discovered. Then the problem comes, since it is extraordinary, this confession, and the true nature of the news are probably false. What's the matter with Lao Tan? Li Xianying frowned deeply. He always felt something was wrong, although he kept comforting himself. However, Lao Tan has a wealth of experience. If it is fake, he will say it in public. Isn't this a slap in the face? If it is true, the credibility of the leadership will be in question in the future. The political future is even more seriously affected. Thinking about it this way, Li Xianying just let go of his heart, and instantly brought it up again with a thump, but it does not give Li Xianying reaction time. At this moment, Minister Tan kept taking a deep breath, his face extremely ugly, and said, that's a good question. It's very important to ask. Why didn't everyone find out about such a big case? That is, the entire transaction process and transaction procedures are carried out from the dark web, whether it is a buyer or a seller trading directly on the dark web. In other words, the buyer does not know the seller, and the seller does not know who the buyer is. This is why Hong Shi-Wu did not notice it. Through the secret dark web platform, Hong Shi-Wu established a cooperative relationship of extreme trust and stable internal relations. In other words, if these more than 70 major companies are not arrested, Hong Shi-Wu will not be able to do so. Drug lords, if they are not caught, it is impossible for outsiders to know and discover them for the rest of their lives. Fake? No, this case, in the anti-drug industry, can already be said to be the largest case in the world through the ages. There has been no such case in the past, and it is difficult for anyone to surpass the scale in the future. Chapter 551 Leader, this seems to be true, the dark web. It's not that we haven't paid attention to this issue, but the internet industry is just in its infancy, and we haven't even studied and understood the things in the dark web. Even the extremely well-researched Eagle Sauce is helpless on the dark web. It can only deploy and control a large number of agents and monitor transactions between the dark web, see if there is any criminal information revealed, then Diaoyu and the law, catch the criminals out, and then arrest them on the spot through the Diaoyu and the LAW.AS for locating each other in the dark web. That's even more of a dream, especially the routes in the dark web are too complicated, for example, and LT, URL and GT, if it weren't for the initiative to burst out, even if it was Eagle Sauce. They might not even be able to find NLT, URL and GT in this life. Of course, mainly this is also because countries have not paid attention to a cybercrime act, and the behavior of dark web crimes has not been paid attention to. In later generations, countries around the world, who are not in the dark web, have placed countless large numbers of people to search for news and then use Diaoyu to make arrests step by step. That's right, decades later, it is only possible to expose the real information through the criminals themselves and catch them at the phishing site. There is still no way to crack the opponent's address on the internet. Of course, in fact, this is enough. At least, if the supervision is strict, it will be difficult to escape the monitoring of these Diaoyu law enforcement personnel. Other countries can't control it, at least their own country's dark web crime can be controlled. It's just obvious now, and this case, to some extent, can completely subvert the senses of the world, and it can also let the whole world know and recognize the harmful nature of criminal dark web crimes. And there is a saying that is good: when a cockroach is found in the house, then in the corner you can't see. Cockroaches are actually everywhere. Who has any questions? Minister Tan said with a hard expression on his face, propped up on the table. The information of the interrogation is very detailed. After all, with the cooperation of the suspect in the crime, there is almost no process in the interrogation process. With one question and one answer, the key questions have basically been answered. Even the storage account was taken out unreservedly. The most important thing is that these $3.8 billion have been verified through inquiries, and they have also been confirmed by Susu on the side. This ensures that the message is correct. Obviously, Zhang Jingming understood it very well, and she had a hard time believing it at first. There was still a case in such a terrifying case, to the extent that she couldn't even think about it. Now it really happened. However, the joys and sorrows of people are not the same. Li Xianying, who was sitting in the back row, felt like a needle, and at the same time his scalp was numb. Cold sweat was already unknowingly, and cold sweat came out dripping, especially when he heard Minister Tan's words. Li Xianying couldn't help it anymore. With a swish, Li Xianying stood up abruptly, and as Li Xianying stood up, although there was a lot of discussion and shock on the scene, there were really few people standing. Although Li Xianying was very far back, he could still see it directly at a glance from the podium. When Minister Tan on the podium saw Li Xianying, his expression suddenly paused, thinking that Li Xianying was here to question him, but then he looked very calmly at Li Xianying and said, "Do you have any questions?" Thinking of Li Xianying's position and the identity of the capital, Minister Tan couldn't help but get serious when he thought of the problem of the drug lord in the capital, and Li Xianying said without any pause, "Can these news be confirmed? Have these confessions been confirmed? I don't want to believe that there will be such a large-scale criminal group in the world. The key is that countries around the world have not discovered it at all." Minister Tan nodded with the same expression. No one can be sure that it has not been discovered. Maybe some countries have already discovered it, but they are secretly investigating it. As for accuracy, $3.8 billion have been confirmed. The accounts are all in control, and the property inside is also being transferred to the country. There are also other witnesses to support the news, so Mr. Lee, these things are things that our police system should worry about, not what you should consider. Minister Tan's words, when it comes to the back, are actually very heavy to some extent, especially when it comes to this position, although it can't reach the level of tearing face, but it has not left any face in a way forward. Li Xianying, who was in a bad mood herself, heard these words. Her anger also appeared in her heart. Moreover, the most important thing is that there are terrorist drug lords with a huge amount of hundreds of tons involved in the capital. Is this possible? It's just a dream. In that kind of place, even behind the prosperity, the sin of painting cannot be concealed. In other words, where there is light, there must be darkness. But Li Xianying absolutely did not admit that such a terrifying criminal drug lord would appear in the capital under his leadership. This is simply the greatest denial of his work, and his future career will definitely be affected. But Li Xianying didn't panic, because the news was too shocking, because this is simply impossible. But he didn't know that sometimes things that seemed impossible were often the truth. You just said that there is also a drug lord in the capital. As a local official in the capital, although I was not born in the public inspection law, nor in the criminal investigation department, I have always been among the best in the country on social security issues. You said that there are terrorist drug lords in the capital, which is simply nonsense. The security of the capital is as far as the whole country is concerned, there is almost no place to compare, so I think the authenticity of your confession still needs to be verified. Li Xianying stood up and retorted loudly, following Li Xianying's voice. The scene also fell into silence, and Li Xianying breathed a deep sigh of relief. Fortunately, he is smart. When did Minister Tan become so unwise? Could it be for Bai? Li Xianying woke up suddenly, probably. In order to support the one named Zhang Tian, he was desperate and tilted countless resources. In the end, even Bai dared to meddle. As for this transnational criminal group, it is estimated that there are some, but it is absolutely exaggerated. For Bai, Minister Tan, how could it be so unwise? Li Xianying breathed out and analyzed with a sneer at the secretary beside him. But is this really the case? The next moment, originally, Li Xianying thought that after Minister Tan was exposed, he was a bit confused. The result is now, Comrade Li Xianying, I can tell you clearly that if there is any problem with this report, I will bear all the responsibilities alone. Minister Tan propped up the table and said with shortness of breath, there is no way not to have shortness of breath. After living for so long, I don't feel as exciting as today, especially seeing everyone shock, but Li Hyun-young, a layman who guides an expert, seems to him to be a joke. The questioning made him shocked and excited, instantly poured a pot of cold water. Li Xianying questioned one after another, and Minister Tan understood and understood. After all, he couldn't believe the seriousness of this case, let alone a layman. It's just that when it's all true, then the problem in the capital is very serious. Moreover, I will report this case to the above soon. Minister Tan's expression gradually became cold, and his eyes, light gradually flickered. I have had some dealings before, but Li Xianying has been working in the capital and has no experience of decentralization. In other words, too little experience. On the other hand, there is too little understanding of their police system, and judging from Minister Tan's experience, fake. It's just a joke. $3.8 billion. This is the seized stolen money, and a platform can last for just 10 years. The most important thing is that most of these have been accumulated in recent years, because the platform must have accumulated from scratch from the beginning. In other words, judging from the deposit income of $3.8 billion, there is no way to estimate the amount of drug trafficking under his hands. What was explained was completely correct, and this case was completely blown up. As for the clues to the capital, there are some but not many. So, Minister Tan's eyes were solemn, and no matter what he said, he had to report to the top. However, it can be expected that it will be extremely tricky, because of the specific identity. Even Hong Shiwu, the owner of the platform, does not know who the other party is, but the two sides have always been a fixed partnership, and the expansion of these partners is beyond his control. Leader, what do I think? It doesn't seem to be fake. The secretary's voice sounded faintly beside Li Xianying, but he also woke up Li Xianying, who was dripping in cold sweat and cold all over. Chapter 552, I can't hold it back anymore. The rhythm of breaking the sky accompanied by Minister Tan's voice, the entire meeting was dissolved in a weird and sensational environment. The sky has fallen. That's right. There is no doubt that everyone feels shocked in their hearts, because the sky has really collapsed. Of course, whether this news is good news or bad news, I can only say that the good news is that next, this case may change a certain situation. Many people can feel it, but they never have a clue. It can only be vaguely known that it will be full of terrifying influence on the world. On the other hand, the bad news is also very explosive. That is, if the drug lord in the capital is real, then the news is very terrifying. There is such a big drug lord hidden in the capital. So, in the invisible corner, is there also a problem in the capital, people? There is another thing that makes people feel weird. That is, originally, it has always been cases from other provinces and cities in the mainland. There have been chain cases, and then it found Yunhai's head for the first time. This is the first time I have seen an anti-drug case. Starting from Yunhai, it has been found on other people's heads. After everyone dissolved the meeting in shock. Li Xianying was in shock. The more I thought about it, the colder my mood became. Of the first person in charge, as the head of government affairs, Li Xianying also bears a huge responsibility. Although it is not the main responsibility, this kind of responsibility is more of a kind. It gives people a manifestation of incompetence, even in the system, or in a place like the capital, not to mention that you do more and make more mistakes. The advantage of that kind of place is that you have made great achievements, but anything that is immediate credit can be valued by many leaders in every detail. No one take it seriously. The disadvantages are also obvious. If there is a little problem, it is equivalent to holding a magnifying glass and looking again. It may be nothing in other places, but in the capital, it may be a big deal. This is a fundamental problem. After the meeting, when Minister Tan and Li Xianying passed by in the wrong place, he paused slightly and said, I don't care what contradictions you have with Xiaojian, or what you think, but this news is absolutely correct, and there will be a large number of people soon. The amount of police investigation, I hope you can fully cooperate, whether it is for you or for us. Speaking of which, Minister Tan paused slightly. It stands to reason that this case, in fact, he wanted to hand it over to Zhang Tian in his heart, but for one thing, he was afraid that Li Xianying would not get used to Zhang Tian, and something would go wrong in the middle. Second, that is, Zhang Tian has dealt with so many cases after he has been busy. No matter how great the credit is, in fact, Zhang Tian has already taken down the real murderer behind the scenes, so these are not very important. Now is the time to give Zhang Tian some rest. How could there be such a big drug lord in the capital? Li Xianying still feels unbelievable. There are even some doubts about the whole case. It's normal to have doubts, but $3.8 billion have been verified, and other evidence is enough, so your sense of luck shouldn't exist. If Comrade Xiao Jiang hadn't discovered this case, then, when this criminal group was discovered, I still didn't know how terrifying it would be. Problem. Minister Tan has lingering fears. After all, the capital also had such a big problem under his nose. Minister Tan himself was in a daze. Good guy. After going out to handle the case, after working for a long time, you found that your home was stolen. But now, Yunhai can't get away either. In the end, Minister Tan could only consider letting the task force go back and be responsible for solving this case. Although it was a drug control case, criminal investigations were also required to investigate. Is it really that scary? Li Xianying's face became more and more ugly, beyond your imagination. $3.8 billion in 203 years, and the platform has only drawn a small part of it. Then it proves that the real transaction limit of this case is at least 10 billion or even tens of billions of dollars, and the drug case in 2003 was tens of billions of dollars. It can only be said that it is terrifying, and such a credit. Licensing thought that he would rely on himself, or his own influence, to influence the issuance of the August 1st medal. Now it is even difficult to protect yourself of this buy. If it weren't awarded to Jiang Tian, it would be absolutely impossible. This is not awarded to anyone who is still eligible. Watching Minister Tan leave, Li Xianying recovered in a daze. Leader, what should I do now? The secretary sweated on his forehead. I don't know. Li Xianying shook his head. He knew a fart. Now he didn't know the details of this case at all. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to investigate, but there is no doubt that once it bursts out, it will be a shocking thunderstorm. Crazy. It's really crazy. After the meeting, it was a complete sensation. The name Jiang Tian spread all over the province in an instant, not to mention Jiang Tian's other credit. It was this case. With this case, the entire Yun province directly exploded. The municipal bureau was frantically called and questioned by superiors. Minister Tan also called to report as soon as possible. The case was too big for him to carry. This was the rhythm of breaking the sky. Chapter 553, Who dares to make trouble in this small piece of land of Yunhai? There was a hustle and bustle outside, but for Jiang Tian, he really didn't know what happened. This moment, for Jiang Tian, he was inquiring about the traces of the scene. It is a messy environment for normal people, but for Jiang Tian, scenes seemed to be able to restore the scene at that time. The same time, he was constantly thinking about who the person who did it was. Xiao Jiang, I don't know, have you ever heard of Yunhai's knife? Mu Feng said after pondering for a moment. Yunhai a knife? Jiang Tian's eyebrows jumped. Then I wanted to laugh a little bit. To be honest, in fact, with Jiang Tian's current status and the experience of returning after 20 years, Jiang Tian always has an inexplicable sense of joy for the kind of nickname that is mixed in society. It may not feel much in this era, but more than 20 years later, mixing in society has almost become a derogatory term. And so Anso's eldest brother is almost about to become a derogatory term, but the lethality of fame in this era is still terrifying. What is the relationship between that Huayu group and this Yunhai knife? Jiang Tian asked. At the same time, I was racking my brains thinking about the name later generations, but maybe the memory is too far away. Maybe I haven't paid attention to this aspect, and I really haven't heard of this name. At least, Yunhai has never heard of a knife. It's Huayu group. Jiang Tian has a bit of an impression in his memory. It seems that it will go bankrupt in a certain year in the future, but he has heard of the name. This Huayu group is a construction group created by Yunhai with a knife. It spans our city of Yunhai. There are rumors that this Yunhai with a knife takes all black and white. It is extremely vicious and is Yunhai's big brother. Mu Feng said cautiously. Jiang Tian couldn't help sighing when he saw his father-in-law. Oh no, it should be the prospective father-in-law. With this cautious look, it can only be said that this prospective father-in-law is an honest man. This prospective father-in-law is the third-generation son of Yun province. Normally, if he is a little arrogant and domineering, and his heart is a little darker, he will be able to eat both black and white in Yunhai. However, Mu Feng has always been honest and courageous, for fear that what he did would affect Secretary Mu. So he didn't dare to do anything illegal or criminal. I can't take advantage of my background and identity at all. It can also be said to be in stark contrast to the people around, especially a clear stream of those in the second generation, although they sometimes borrow it. They never use this kind of resource at all, and Secretary Mu generally does not allow it. This is also the Huayu group that dared to do it. Maybe that Yunhai had a knife, but he never dreamed of it, and he didn't even think of the energy behind Mu Feng. Or it was not investigated, and it was not taken seriously, because Mu Feng was a bit too low-key before that. He Jiang Tian sighed slightly, and had to say that Mu Feng's ability was okay, but his personality was not right. The company was able to develop because of good luck, plus with the help of Secretary Mu's scenery, but overall, it's still too mediocre. It's more than enough to be well off in this life, but it's impossible to grow bigger and stronger. Otherwise, it is harming others and harming oneself. After Jiang Tianxing gave a little evaluation, he didn't pay attention to it, and instead paid attention to the details of Huayu group. The Yunhai knife of Huayu group is also a coincidence. This Yunhai knife was a local gangster back then. At that time, he was lucky enough to recognize a godfather and was supported by the godfather. Then the godfather had no children and no children. Huayu group passed it to him, but these people are indeed fighting for energy. Huayu Group, which was originally not in the flow, has become a well-known enterprise in Yunhai in just 3 or 4 years in his hands. Even with the collapse of Wenye Group some time ago, Huayu Group took the opportunity to expand countless times. Mu Feng explained, why do you know Huayu Group so well? Jiang Tian suddenly said with some curiosity on his face. That's right, Huayu Group, the most recent rise, that is, 2 or 3 years, 3 or 4 years. How could Mu Feng understand so clearly? You forgot that I started in the construction industry. I naturally know a little bit about Yunhai's leading enterprises. Mu Feng said with a wry smile. Jiang Tian knew that, speaking of it, this Huayu group needs to be included in the focus. Before this, Jiang Tian's main direction was not these, but now, it is clear that he can't do anything. The significance of the existence of these forces has no effect other than hindering economic development and creating social chaos. Although he is the captain of the anti-drug squad, all this is only temporary. Once the time is up, Jiang Tian's future promotion route will only be smooth sailing. Even if Jiang Tian doesn't do anything now, the guarantee is Shinhan's level, not to mention that it is far more than that. Do you have any clues? Xin Shiyu looked at it with bright eyes from the side. To be honest, Xin Shiyu was also extremely curious about Jiang Tian's level of solving cases. This is also the first time I have witnessed the whole process of solving the case with my own eyes, especially how to deal with this kind of thing. You can just resume construction directly, and I will find someone to guard here. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. What if they come again? Yu Yao, the head of Shanghai Group, was a little worried. Don't worry, never again. Zhang Tian's eyes flickered. In fact, this kind of situation has happened in many places now, and it is far more than Yunhai. If you are not serious, it is nothing, but you can investigate it carefully. Don't talk about Zhang Tian, change someone. If you investigate carefully, you will quickly find out the details. While talking, Miss Chiu and two members of the Criminal Investigation Detachment had already arrived in a police car. Team Jiang, don't worry, we found out about this case. Miss Chiu assured that the dead fisheye had not changed in any way. Zhang Tian nodded slightly. There is one more thing, Hong Shiwu explained, and the case exploded. Miss Chiu suddenly reminded, Zhang Tian's expression paused. The municipal bureau is in a mess now, and it also involves the capital. You'd better take a look. The case in the capital is quite complicated. I have studied it for a while, and there is no investigation idea. Miss Chiu couldn't help but sigh a little. There is a chance to pass. Zhang Tian nodded slightly. Won't you handle this case? Qin Shiyu watched Zhang Tian patted her ass and left, asking a little anxiously, do you know the Queen of Criminal Investigation? Zhang Tian asked rhetorically, are you talking about the famous quotes of Shang? Qin Shiyu asked, the famous quotes of the Shang dynasty are still very famous, especially in this era. Many major cases have been solved. She is a close associate of Professor Shang. If Huayu Group is involved in drug crimes, I will take over personally, but at present they are only looking for some local gangsters, and they are enough to solve it. Zhang Tian explained. Joke, what is Zhang Tian's identity now? I really thought he would take over all cases. You let him be a dignified special merit winner, 7 first-class merit holders, a first-class British model, a pioneer in anti-drug control, and the existence of many honors, and run to solve a few land gangsters. Even if you find Yunhai all the way, what can you do with a knife? And lock him up for a few days. Zhang, oh my god, there is so much leisure with what Zhang Tian has done. Recently, in fact, Zhang Tian's identity and status have unknowingly become higher and higher. Ordinary cases will naturally be solved by someone, okay. Qin Shiyu, it's a pity, but I still want to see it with my own eyes. That person looked a bit young just now. Can it be done? Yu Yao was a little uneasy. Mu Feng was silent for a moment. If he can't, no one in Yun province can solve it. Don't worry, there will be no problem. While Zhang Tian was sitting in the car, he was not guilty of facing Mu Feng. Although he was a quasi-father-in-law, he could still hinder him from making friends. Are you familiar with Mu Feng? Qin Shiyu asked with some interest. Package. Zhang Tian said calmly. This made Qin Shiyu's face suspicious, thinking that her news was wrong, and it didn't look like she was pretending. So why not feel guilty? To thank you, I invite you to dinner and, by the way, ask about investment. Qin Shiyu's eyes were bright. Zhang Tian and he just analyzed the internet, but they weren't too detailed yet, so Zhang Tian nodded naturally, and when the two of them left, they didn't say that Miss Chiu was helping with the investigation. At this moment, in the toilet of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, Chensu, the prince of Huayu Group, gave his younger brother a cigarette, then lighted one by himself. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, I did a good job yesterday. In Yunhai, I don't believe they can still go against the sky. Brother, don't worry, today we will continue to find someone to go over. The younger brother said with joy on his face, well, do a good job, dare to refuse us, I don't know if we will live or die. Shensu smiled coldly. As the prince of Huayu Group, although he was just 18 years old and even in school, he was extremely courageous with a knife, and Shensu took it with him early in the morning to deal with things in the company. Even at the age of 18, he began to gradually take over part of the industry. Among them, the investment in the playground was used by Shensu. In the past, it was almost always unprofitable to use it. No one dared not show face in black and white. It's all because of his father, by the way, the one named Guana, shameless, find a way to get her done tonight. Chapter 554, about to go to Beijing to meet the old man, time passed in a flash. What name is the most popular today? Then there is no doubt that it is definitely the name Zhang Tian, which can be regarded as a complete explosion in the entire Yun province. Of course, this is not the most critical thing. The most critical thing is that the attitude expressed above is the most terrifying. When the red line of confidentiality of Zhang Tian's anti-drug personnel is ignored, it means that Zhang Tian has been separated from the professional restrictions in the eyes of the above. In other words, it will go from behind the scenes to the front of the stage. It would be fine if it was ordinary, but Zhang Tian, with 7 first-class merits and 1 special-class historical deeds, some of the content of the task could not be disclosed, but even a small part of it, it was enough to cause a national shock. Of course, whether transitional exposure is a good thing or not, this matter can only be said to have advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that Zhang Tian will be a business card and an authority in the future. From an ordinary anti-drug officer to an authority, there are countless captains of the national anti-drug team, but there is only one captain of the national anti-drug team who can become a business card. In the afternoon of that day, the bright sunset shone on the road, and a large car gradually entered a villa area on the mountain at an extremely spectacular gate. Otherwise, Yunhai's development is also unique to some extent. Because of the extremely superior infrastructure, in fact, it has attracted many rich people from the southeast to purchase real estate here, especially the superior real estate. It was quite popular at first. Among them, the recently opened Purple Mountain villas are in short supply. Of course, this is because in this period of prosperous development, later, after the economic decline of Yunhai, these villa areas instantly fell into the price of cabbage. In other words, in fact, the price of real estate is determined with the development of the city. At least to a certain extent, the Purple Mountain Villa area is the top villa area in the entire Yunhai, the kind in short supply. When Dalao stopped in an extremely prosperous villa area in the center of Zishan Villa, a group of 3 people got out of the car. Zhang Tian was wearing a black leather jacket and jeans, which was very in line with the characteristics of the times. Qin Shiyu and Zhao Kainan, who were following Zhang Tianxia's car, looked at the villa in front of them, their eyelids beating. Good guy. The two looked at Zhang Tian. If they hadn't known Zhang Tian, they would definitely think that Zhang Tian was a greedy person. I invested in it before, there is no way, I made a bit of money. Zhang Tian coughed. Damn, I was attacked by others because of this villa before, but there are also benefits. After the thunder burst out, Zhang Tian felt at ease. The villa in front of me is very prosperous. Looking at it at a glance, at least a large villa with an indoor area of 500 or 600 square meters has a swimming pool in the yard. The villa facing the swimming pool has huge floor-to-ceiling windows, and the most unexpected thing is that this is the Purple Mountain. The villa is halfway up the Purple Mountain. From here, you can even overlook most of the sea of clouds. This kind of scenery can be described as unattainable. Even if Zhang Tian came here, it was the first time he had come to this villa, and he was in a beating mood after seeing it. In addition, the phantom above the parking space is also flashing with beautiful colors. Zhang Tian stood here, looking down at the sea of clouds below, only to feel that all the people, the high-rise buildings of the sea of clouds, were in flames, but Zhang Tian knew from the memory of his previous life that all this, without his appearance, would take no more than 1 year at most, and almost all construction sites would be unfinished. Investors, merchants, and developers ran away together, and 70 or 80% of the companies withdrew from Yunhai one after another in the next few years. Yunhai, which was developing frantically, has been completely devastated since then. Zhang Tian was in a heavy mood, however, that was only a previous life. Now, he is here, he is changed and will conquer such a great river and mountain. Wouldn't it be a pity if it couldn't become a super first-tier city in the future, the central city of the entire southeast? Zhang Tian's chest is full of pride. Not necessarily impossible. Yunhai has this opportunity completely, seeking wealth and danger, although it has brought huge crime. As long as it can be contained and controlled, then the development opportunities it brings are unmatched by any city. After all, although the southeast region is not well developed, no one can deny the level of richness in the southeast region. With such a terrifying investment talent, it is conceivable that if you are investing in business, you will be able to make great strides. In the end, you chose to become the patron saint, standing in the dark, facing danger at all times, constantly wandering on the edge of life and death. Zhao Kainan said with emotion in a daze. That's right, Zhang Tian and Qin Shiyu talked about the internet for a day, and Qin Shiyu was shocked, even impulsively wanted Zhang Tian to join her investment company. After reacting, Qin Shiyu was embarrassed to find that he was already a hero of anti-drug control, which was obviously impossible. However, there is no doubt that Zhang Tian brought Qin Shiyu a huge shock. As for what Zhao Kainan is doing here, the first is the interview, which is a very formal and fully exposed interview. The second is, you need to go to the capital, there is an old man who wants to see you. Chapter 555, How come I became famous without any support? In fact, Zhang Tian is really looking forward to it now. For the 8th first-class merit, what is the investment information for philatelic rewards? You know, the more first-class merit you get later, the more you stack up, and the richer the rewards. From Dalao to Zishan Villa, you are like the king of this Zishan Villa, and it has already been hardcover by the developer. Moreover, the cost of decoration is close to tens of millions, and the value of the house is also in the tens of millions. Of course, the value of money now does not mean that it will be worth money in the future. Anyway, Zhang Tian knows that Yunhai's current house prices can be comparable to those of first-tier large cities, but after the economic erosion, it took less than 2 years, and it almost reached the point where no one wanted it for nothing. Like Purple Mountain Villa, 50% off promotion, no one wants it? Then 30% off promotion, but all of this is based on the collapse of the city's economy, and if it is said that when the economy rises, especially when Yunhai stops the emergence of crime problems, after the social problem has been properly resolved, at least after seeing the hope of solving this problem, we will continue to fully support development, then in the future, Yunhai will not only be able to become Hong Kong Island, but even surpass Hong Kong Island, become a special economy, and the premise of all this is to become a municipality directly under the central government. All this does not seem to be a luxury. At that time, it really reached that level of development 20 years later. How many hundreds of millions did this villa start from? Zhang Tian's heartbeat accelerated slightly. There was no way. He was afraid of poverty in his previous life. Although he was devoted to public service in this life, it did not prevent him from enjoying it a little bit while maintaining justice. What's wrong? Besides, he didn't have any corruption, it was completely fair and honest, although it was rewarded by the system. Zhang Tian looked at Zhao Kainan, his heart moved slightly, and he went to the capital. If so, could he ask the old man what he thought of his? Is the old man looking for Officer Jiang? Which old man? Qin Shiyu's heart beats faster. I had some guesses in my heart, but I still felt unbelievable when I kept sucking in the air. Zhao Kainan's mouth moved slightly, and then she slowly said a name. Qin Shiyu's brain buzzed. Even she, who had originally walked with the wind in a vigorous manner, and was extremely shrewd and smart, at this moment, her expression and face looked at Zhang Tian full of dumbfounded looks. It's a good thing. I've wanted to see you a long time ago. I happened to meet you this time. The old man asked me to tell you that there is a preparation in advance. It's best to hurry over after processing. I can't wait. Zhao Kainan was also worried. After all, the young man in front of him is only in his 20s, and he is even younger than his niece. But now, good guy, the credit on his body really has to be hung up. I'm afraid it can scare people to death, especially now that he is already a second-level police lieutenant. It is important to know what is the most difficult thing in the system. No matter what your identity is, no matter who you are, you will go up step by step from the grassroots level, even if it is the normal promotion rule, which is to be promoted once every 2 or 3 years. It will take at least 10 or 20 years to reach Zhang Tian's position if it goes well. As for such a young man, moreover, Zhang Tian's position is not the boundless water. On the contrary, Zhang Tian's credit is enough to make Zhang Tian dare not lie flat, and it can also make him furious all the way. Before the age of 30, he easily reached the level of the main hall. Moreover, the old man attaches great importance to you. I feel that there may be something to explain to you. Think about how to deal with it yourself. Moreover, don't brag about it. If the old man believes you can't do it, you will have bitter fruits to eat. Zhao Kainan said quietly. I have to say that what Jiang Tian said in the last interview has already made Zhao Cainan's memory fresh, and he still can't forget it. In retrospect, his blood was still boiling in a daze. With just a few words, she burst into tears. Especially if I die, the first day, the next day. What a shocking and touching speech. These simple words, a few simple minutes, caused a terrifying uproar in the entire news. I was extremely touched when I saw it above, and I have even begun to consciously improve the treatment and commissions in the drug control industry, etc., to further increase income. It has had a great impact on the upper echelons, not to mention on the lower echelons, based on the most popular anti-drug industry. People rarely understand it on weekdays, or for ordinary people, this is a mysterious profession. On weekdays, it is completely different from the police station or the civilian police. In other words, even if you encounter it, you don't know what people do when they are wearing regular clothes. Therefore, everyone generally does not understand this industry very well. Jiang Tian briefly described this profession in the news. In later life, it may be just a cliché, and even some places seem a little embarrassing. In this era, it is completely a terrifying dimension-reducing blow, a dimension-reducing blow from top to bottom, the kind of spike the people at the bottom directly exploded. During that period of time, even if Jiang Tian was walking on the streets, he could hear some people talking about the profession of anti-drug control. Especially countless people are frantically inquiring about who is the one with the mosaic on TV, but it is a pity that this is always a pity. After the last interview, our TV station was even directly surrounded by a boiling crowd for a while. They all wanted to know who you were. Later, they all passed through the need to keep it secret. These people also understand you, but for you, everyone is always full of interest, and many people have never been able to do so. I haven't given up. On the contrary, as time goes by, too many people want to know about you. You have long been angry, you know? Zhao Kainan said suddenly. Jiang Tian still knew about this matter. There are not even any surprises. After all, although Jiang Tian often performs tasks for this kind of thing, he also knows his surroundings quite well. For example, Jiang Xiaoyu and the others also talked about this with Jiang Tian when they met Jiang Tian, including some friends Jiang Tian knew. Especially with the passage of time, this wave of wind and waves not only did not decrease, but grew bigger and bigger uncontrollably. Of course, Jiang Tian could understand it. After all, everyone is full of curiosity about anti-drug control. In another peacetime period, Jiang Tian was the first anti-drug police officer to go to the TV station. In other words, it was the first time it was displayed in front of everyone. If you show your face this time, everyone will be blown up. Zhao Kainan couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Originally, there was a lot of discussion all over the country, and even Zhao Kainan knew that the backstage messages of TV stations were increasing by tens of thousands every day, many of which were asking Jiang Tian's questions, as well as sending letters, etc. In short, Jiang Tian is on fire. This is actually because of the limited means of the times. Otherwise, in later life, if this news force appeared, it would have dominated the entire internet a long time ago. You didn't support me. I'm on fire first? Chapter 556, no exquisite words can compare to a word of peace from the hero's family. Do you like it? If you like it, I'll leave you a room to stay at any time. Jiang Tian watched Qin Shiyu watching around, constantly smacking his tongue, and couldn't help but smile and said, "That's right, for Jiang Tian, now is far from the time to enjoy it. What's more, although Zishan Villa is located in the central district of the city, it is too far away from the municipal bureau or the municipal government, etc. In other words, it is very inconvenient for their lives. Zhang's father is a bit better. After all, he is already a senior leader, but Zhang's mother is not enough. Coupled with factors such as her younger sister's class, and considering security issues, Zishan Villa is actually not a good option. Purple Mountain Villa looks like the gate guards are bluffing, but in fact, it's just like that as a whole. It's enough to scare ordinary people. There are really good-hearted criminals, or professional criminals, who are really vulnerable. In contrast, the security level of the previous cadre room is still more in place. What's more, the security department has also dispatched some people to guard it, and the security work is absolutely in place. In contrast to the Purple Mountain Villa area, although it is enjoyed here, it is not suitable for Jiang Tian now. On weekdays, Jiang Tian occasionally has a day of leisure and has to go home to accompany his family. This Purple Mountain Villa has been rewarded by the system for so long. Jiang Tian even came here for the first time. The house is also empty. Qin Shiyu was full of surprises. I am about to investigate and buy a set here in Zishan as a place to stay. It can be saved now. Well, will you come to Yunhai often in the future? Jiang Tian knew that Qin Shiyu's Dongling capital was based in a big city in the East China Sea. On Yunhai's side, apart from the playground, there are not many other investment projects. Under normal circumstances, Qin Shiyu should rarely come to Yunhai. I have come less in the past, but I should come more often in the future. I am going to create a branch on Yunhai's side and invest a part of it on Yunhai's side. Mainly, I believe you. Qin Shiyu said, did not say the reason, but Jiang Tian's body paused slightly. This sentence is simple to say, but it is very heavy and heavy, which represents Qin Shiyu's belief in him. The current chaos in the entire Yunhai, and even the Yunhai before the chaos, is not peaceful. Normal people, there are still a few people who have the courage to come to Yunhai to invest. However, Qin Shiyu did so. One sentence, I believe your weight is too heavy. Qin Shiyu believes that Jiang Tian can solve all the chaos in Yunhai, and even lead Yunhai to a new height. Indeed, once the unique geographical environment and geographical location become the center of Southeast Asia, and all countries in Southeast Asia are used to develop the Sea of Clouds and control crime, the future Sea of Clouds will have a broader development future than any city. Broader, I won't let you down. Jiang Tian said seriously, looking at Jiang Tian's serious eyes. Qin Shiyu's delicate and mature face looked at Jiang Tian blankly. A psychological feeling that Qin Shiyu had never felt before kept surging. Yes, her heartbeat seemed to be accelerating. Xin Shiyu had this symptom for the first time. She seems to be sick. Why do you want to see Jiang Tian so much? This queen of the investment industry, who is vigorous in the eyes of outsiders, is unkind, and there is only the queen of investment in her eyes. At this moment, she is in a deep heart. It is mainly Jiang Tian's appearance, which is too attractive. In particular, Jiang Tian was originally extremely handsome, coupled with his decisive temperament and the perfect body shape after the system was strengthened, his facial features were even more handsome. After being serious, Jiang Tian's temperament and this appearance are fatal to any woman. Xin Shiyu already has some special and buried strangeness in the heart of the savior. This kind of lethality has been doubled countless times in front of Xin Shiyu. It directly caused the queen, who was already hidden in the depths of her heart, to have a red color on her icy face that she hadn't noticed before, and the temperature was rising rapidly. Who am I and where am I? Seeing the two of them affectionately, Zhao Kainan felt a little redundant, really redundant. If you are going to do something, can you take care that I am still here? Zhao Kainan said loudly. She couldn't make a sound anymore, because she found that she didn't speak anymore, and neither of them knew what to do next. There was no one else, it was just. Jiang Tian's gaze retracted naturally, and his face was ordinary, visiting the internal environment of the villa. After all, this is the first time he has come here. My own villa, the first time I came. Overall, it was a bit deserted. Xin Shiyu occasionally lives in, and he can have some fireworks. Xin Shiyu herself adjusted quickly, her face converged strangely and quickly. After regaining her sanity, she nodded slightly with a deserted expression and said nothing. I shouldn't be in the room, I should be outside the room. Zhao Kainan looked at the two of them, feeling more and more superfluous. In fact, this is also a short interview. Last time it was a bit too brief. This time it's a bit more detailed. Mr. Jiang Tian, I don't know a lot about your anti-drug police. Now I mainly want to use you to let everyone have a full understanding of Yunhai's anti-drug police. Zhao Kainan said. In other words, the anti-drug police are still a bit too mysterious in the eyes of everyone. So the first purpose of this interview is mainly to understand the daily life of the anti-drug police. If possible, we want to have a fuller understanding of what your relatives think and what kind of dangers they will encounter. Having said that, Zhao Kainan looked at Jiang Tian as a well-known host. He has hosted many projects, and it has a huge market in popularity. Zhao Kainan can be described as the ace host of the padded stage, and she has not interviewed anyone for a long time, or many people are not qualified, and she is not worthy of an interview for that matter until last time Zhao Qioni's niece called her. Zhao Kainan thought for a while. She was not ready to agree, and she didn't want to have anything to do with Zhao Qioni's 3 generations of friends. Who knows? Zhao Qioni briefly talked about Jiang Tian's career and what she did and sacrificed. After an instant, she was moved. The last interview, it seemed that Zhao Qioni had invited it, but in fact, it was because of Jiang Tian's experience, occupation, and past that Zhao Kainan was deeply moved. After the last interview, Zhao Kainan hadn't recovered for a long time, and her mood was extremely low, mainly because what she said was a bit too tearful, especially in that sentence. Who said that those who stand in the light are considered heroes? The true hero is generally just like Jiang Tian. In unknown corners, countless people who have been born and died to catch vicious criminals are regarded as heroes. However, Jiang Tian was in a mood. Since she wanted to shock the title, Jiang Tian suddenly remembered Guanat just to say, any wonderful words can't keep up with the shocking effect of a sentence from the hero's family. Chapter 557, People fight for their pride, but it's best to swallow it. No. One middle school. IT has always been a key high school in Yunhai, and it was just established a few years ago. It has always ranked very high in learning. The students here either study well or it's very rich. In short, this is polarization, and on the one hand, schools can generate income and distribute it separately for those who have money but poor learning. On the other hand, learn to strictly manage well. In short, on the whole, the number of good students still far exceeds that of poor students. After all, in this era, although Yunhai has kept up with the development of the times during this period and has made countless people rich, it is only in this era that the rich are only a small part. After all, most families still don't have that much money to waste here. Even if the poor students get here, they can't change their essence. Bring me to number 1 middle school. Is there anything worth interviewing here? Or is this your alma mater, so you can get to know you more thoroughly? Zhao Kainan has already entered the state, her eyes bright with excitement, and asked. That's right. In Zhao Cainan's mind, Jiang Tian was almost a myth. I think it should be the excellent learning environment and educational atmosphere of this school that can promote your growth and give you the achievements you have now, right? Zhao Kainan asked immediately. Obviously she had misunderstood something. Of course, it is stated above that the car and horse must support Jiang Tian, and it is even more important to expose Jiang Tian and become a business card. After Zhao Kainan himself learned about Jiang Tian, he was also interested in this young man who was less than 22 years old, and most of them had not graduated from college at this age. Interest, especially part of the growth history, prior to the Special Merit Award, Jiang Tian had actually not received corresponding treatment because of the confidentiality order, because special merits, the most basic treatment, is to put their merits into the spirit of observation and learning in all departments of the organization, for example, Comrade Jiang Tian, and so on. And if the confidentiality regulations are cancelled, to some extent, it means that Jiang Tian will also receive this kind of treatment. But now Zhao Kainan doesn't know much about Jiang Tian, and at this moment, he is full of interest in the interview. I want to learn more. What kind of high school is number 1 middle school to be able to train an excellent person like you? Not only I am curious, but everyone must be curious. Can you briefly talk about number 1 middle school and its impact on you? Zhao Kainan asked further. Jiang Tian was silent for a moment and said silently, I am not one of them. Zhao Kainan was silent. Fortunately, this is not a live broadcast, otherwise, Zhao Kainan felt that she would have no face in the future on the dead side of this society. Why didn't you just say it? Zhao Kainan grinned her teeth and rolled her eyes frantically. This little bastard. Oh no, how could she scold a hero who saved countless people like this? But what if I just can't help it? Zhao Kainan gritted his teeth, eager to give the white and tender handsome face 2 fists. Obviously, Zhao Kainan didn't understand why this bastard's skin was so good in the harsh environment of life and death. You didn't ask me just now. Zhang Tian took it for granted. Zhao Cainan's frantic expression paused slightly, and then she only felt the blood surging. She had just said so much. This little bastard deliberately watched her move herself by the side, and now she was still at ease, and she didn't ask in righteous words. Zhao Kainan's eyebrows were beating. However, the person I want to interview with is in this school. Zhang Tian said, understand anti-drug control, learn more about your family members, and daily life. Zhao Kainan gave his whole body a meal. Could it be that there are still gods and men on this campus? Also because Dala was too conspicuous. Jin Shiyu's Dala was not driven when he went out, but Zhang Tian's own Phaeton was driven. At least this car is not that dazzling, and in this era, many people don't have the awareness of future generations at all, let alone the sentence with letters if they don't spread it. So many people actually only feel that this Volkswagen is different, and it always feels bigger than other cars. They are all good looking and domineering, but the specific what's the same, it seems to be the same. In short, it is full of low-key. Zhang Tian likes this car anyway, but Dala was the same for Zhang Tian. Keeping a low profile is just to avoid trouble, not to say that he really won't enjoy it anymore. There was no obstruction along the way, and the car entered a middle school campus, and at the same time, the dusk sun shone on the corner of the jungle in the middle of the campus. It was only because of the jungle that the sun was shining outside, but it was already under the cover of dusk in the forest, and the jungle looked a bit dark. No. One middle school campus is a key campus, with a huge enrollment scale. IT is enough to accommodate nearly 7,000 to 8,000 students in 3 grades, and covers an area of nearly 300 acres. The construction is also quite luxurious. Among them, there are about 2 acres of jungle next to the school grounds. Of course, the reason for this forest to stay is because the school considered it when it was built. During the summer school training, it can provide students with a cool place to cool off. This moment, a crime is being planned in this forest. Chinsu squatted on a stone platform. There was an irrepressible excitement on his face. As the eldest brother of the entire school, he is also a handle. Whoever dares not to show face inside and outside the school, even if he is a teacher, he doesn't dare to care more about him on weekdays and nothing else. It's just because he, Chinsu, is rich and powerful, and these two are enough. In addition, he was cruel, and even the person who had sinned against him before broke his leg, and in the end nothing happened, and no one dared to provoke him at all. And the bastard outside the school has many of his younger brothers. It can be said that most of the time, in this middle school, and even near the first middle school, they walk sideways, but it doesn't mean that he can only walk sideways around here, because the family's group business took over in advance. It can be said that the abilities in his hands are huge, which also makes his arrogance rampant more and more. This bitch, give her something shameless. Brother Su gives her face. She dares to refuse one after another. Damn, you must not let this bitch go. Under the stone platform, a younger brother cursed and swore. Jinsu really shared a common enemy in an instant, and the expression on his face immediately became gloomy. The boss confessed a few days ago, that was to give her face, and that bitch was shameless. If the boss doesn't teach her a lesson, no one will dare to put the eldest brother in her eyes in the future. Yeah, it's all spread in the school now. That bitch, relying on a father who is a police officer in the family, clearly doesn't take your eldest brother seriously. At this age, I am a young man again. My mind is not mature. Young people are impulsive and dare to do anything. Chinsu gathered a lot of such a large group of people and followed Chinsu's words and deeds. Therefore, although Chinsu met and accepted a lot of ruffians who had fought in the world from his father's company, he liked the group of young people who were about his age the most. They did things regardless of the consequences, and they didn't have the appearance of those old people relying on the old to sell the old. It's best to control it. The father of a police officer? Chinsu sneered, it's useless to have a grandfather. In front of Lao Tzu, I found the heavenly king Lao Tzu, and I have to take down that bitch. This is the Buddha fighting for a mouthful of incense, and people fighting for a breath, especially in the rivers and lakes, otherwise no one will believe him in the future, and the younger brother will also be separated from virtue, this breath, so he must earn it back. How to earn it back? It will be tonight. A lewd smile and expectation gradually appeared on Chinsu's face, thinking of Guana's face. Chen Shudu's mind became more greedy. Let people ask Xinyan, why hasn't he brought it yet? Why is it so slow? Do you still want to get better? The more I thought about it, the more Chinsu couldn't wait. Chapter 558. My name is Chinsu. I am arrogant and domineering. Who else is there? Xiao Qin gave her face, but she turned out to be shameless. It should have been brought. As long as it is brought over, she can't help but cook raw rice into cooked rice. I made Qin Xiao a little wife, but I don't know how to cherish it. In this era, I have to admit that the popularity of the ancient young dolls, the big brothers in society and the handles of the school, etc., because of the influence of these popular ancient young dolls, many people inexplicably are full of admiration for the big brothers in society. This is especially true of these young people. I am full of admiration for the eldest brother Qin Xiao. It's also because Chinsu is at their age, but he has done things that they can't do at their age. For example, at this age, he has already started to have his own company, and he is also in and out of luxury cars. Even before that, it was not that there was no such thing, but in the face of Chinsu's forces, in the case of taking all black and white, it can be said that there is no way to sue, and the parents of the insulted girls can only endure the anger, and then transfer their girls to school. Even if there was trouble, under Chinsu's coercion and temptation, it quickly disappeared. Quietly, there were also some desperate things that dared to provoke Chinsu, and in the end they were half dead by Qin Xiao, piece by piece. It is simply refreshing the worldview of these young people. Xiao Chen, here we are. At this moment, a little brother's eyes lit up and he looked into the distance. A woman was gradually walking towards the jungle with a little girl, and that little girl, even though they were far apart, they still recognized her at a glance. Otherwise, Guana's appearance is really good, and she is definitely an extremely beautiful type in number 1 middle school. In addition, she is full of maturity in speaking and doing things on weekdays, and she is good at socializing, which has caused Guana's attractiveness in the minds of young people to be almost full. At this moment, Guana frowned more and more tightly as she walked. Meng Xian, where is teacher Zhao? While speaking, Guana looked closely at the classmate in front of her, Meng Xian. She is Guana's classmate. Although the relationship between the two sides is not very good, Guana was about to go home with Jiang Ning after school. During the recent period, Guana's experience has been very frustrating. After the sacrifice of her father, Guana has been dealing with the aftermath these past few days, and, not only that, but even while dealing with the aftermath, there are family members of the same family who come to eat out of the house, which makes Guana's heart shudder. Fortunately, the people in the municipal bureau are very protective of Guana. As the lone seedling of the Guo Brigade, they are helping Guana in dealing with the aftermath and compensation. Although Guana is a minor, she also gave those relatives and friends a chance, but under the supervision of the municipal bureau, considering that Guana is about to become an adult, did not give those who ate out of the household a chance at all. Even so, Guana has been very annoying recently. In addition, dealing with her father's funeral was simply exhausted, and she finally solved these things. Because the college entrance examination was approaching, Guana hurriedly came back to class, but she met the confessions of those gangster students again. As for who Chensu is, she is not familiar with it at all, let alone much contact, because they are good students, they are basically devoted to their studies. Let's be my girlfriend inexplicably and domineering. Guana was dumbfounded, and even almost thought that this person was mentally ill. Immediately after that, a few punks sneered at her and jumped out to scold her for not knowing what to do. After telling the teacher understood the problem and told her to ignore it and avoid it in the future. At that moment, Guana was somewhat helpless. The helplessness of losing your biological father. If her father were still alive, it wouldn't be like this, Guana was thinking in her heart. After talking to Jiang Ning about what happened, Jiang Ning patted her chest and promised to tell the second uncle that the second uncle would be able to put pressure on these people not to be presumptuous. As a result, it was just after school, because it was Friday, there was no late self-study today. As soon as I was about to leave after school in the afternoon, this person named Meng Xian came to me. He also said that teacher Zhao asked her for help. In the campus, Guana didn't think much about it, letting Jiang Ning wait by herself. She followed Meng Xian over, but the more she walked, the more remote she was, the more she reached the jungle in the corner of the campus. Teacher Zhao is cleaning there, as if you asked you to help. Meng Xian explained hurriedly. Guana breathed a sigh of relief and didn't think much about it. This is the time after school. It's Friday. Teachers, etc., are all out of school. At this time, most of the students have also left the school. At this moment, the spacious school grounds are already a little silent. The jungle in the corner of the school grounds is the most remote corner, and it is even more remote and terrifying here. Silent and silent, you lie. Stepping into the jungle, Guana suddenly stopped, already aware of the abnormality. Perhaps it was the inheritance of Guiya's talent that Guana keenly noticed something was wrong. Why did teacher Zhao come here on Friday? What kind of sanitation is there here? The most important thing is that teacher Zhao will ask the students to help with a cup of water. How can such a lazy person be here and clean up here when all the students are out of school? I reacted, but it was too late. At this moment, Chensu, who had been waiting for a long time, took his younger brother out of the dark jungle. Even more, two people had already intercepted Guana's way back. This is not to blame Guana for being careless, the main reason is that this is a school. No one would have thought that someone would be so frenzied at school. What are you going to do? Guana looked nervously at the person who appeared in front of her. She already felt keenly that something was going to happen today. I'm afraid something is going to happen to me. After all, she is just a 17-year-old girl facing such a scene. In general, my heart is full of tension, as well as dazed and at a loss. Chensu sneered arrogantly. Today you want Lao Tzu to lose such a big face. What do you say Lao Tzu wants to do? If you feel ashamed, then I can apologize. Guana forcibly calmed down. You don't step on a horse and ask about it. Who is Lao Tzu? Lao Tzu. Chensu doesn't say that number 1 middle school is the whole Yunhai. There are a few people who dare to provoke. You dare to be shameless in front of so many people today. Lao Tzu just wants to play with you today. What can you do? Chensu swayed his arms, raising his chest back and forth arrogantly. My dad is a policeman. Guana's eyes widened, full of anger. In broad daylight, she didn't understand why someone could be so arrogant. Police, haha, I'm so scared, haha, what's wrong with the police? I'm calling now and your father will be suspended tomorrow. Chensu was even more arrogant. She even took the phone and called Guana in front of her, asking Guana for specific information about her father. In fact, the words police really made Chensu converge by 2 points. What are you talking about? You have already sacrificed. Chapter 559. If something happens to Nana, he will kill everyone. The campus of the high school is always full of past meetings, including flowers and plants. Jiang Tian looks back and is full of emotion. Once upon a time, although Jiang Tian was not in the first middle school, but in the third middle school of another key high school, of course, Jiang Tian's junior high school grades were also among the best. Otherwise he would not be admitted to the key high school. It's just that after going to high school, I finally realized such a sentence. Hard work is not as good as talent. No matter how hard you work, it seems difficult to learn in high school. There will never be so much logic and you will never be able to keep up with your classmates. From the beginning, the grades were in the upper middle and upper grades, and they became the shame of the class all the way. As soon as it plummets, the more incapable it is to learn, and then learning seems to become a kind of pain, at least for him. It is painful. It was not until his senior year of high school that Jiang Tian, who had been suffering for 3 years, seemed to understand. It was also possible that his memory had finally improved a little bit, his grades had steadily improved, and he was finally admitted to the police academy in a shocking way. Learning requires talent. Jiang Tian remembered that in the past, Grandma didn't hurt her uncle and didn't love him. When she was in high school, she was always a miserable character and looked down upon everywhere. In the end, she went to the police academy, so she could be regarded as those people who slapped her in the face. Jiang Tian sighed a little bit in his heart. When I came to the high school campus, I could feel the youthful atmosphere and feeling in the high school campus, as if I had returned to the past, and today, our protagonist, Mr. Jiang Tian, is looking for the hero this time for us. Zhao Kainan sighed a little. On the way here, the live broadcast car had already set off with him at this moment. It is not a live broadcast, but a scene of the current interview, which will be edited next. After all, if there is an accident, then there will be huge problems in an instant. One more die. In fact, regarding Guana, who Jiang Tian was looking for, she still needed to be obfuscated in the end. Even if she was marked with Maysake, her identity also needed to be kept a little secret. Of course, there is no need to be too strict in confidentiality, because, similar to Guana, people are already dying like lights out, and Guo Brigade has already sacrificed. Even if there is a drug lord who wants revenge, in fact, after Guo Brigade is dead, he will not deliberately make trouble. This is a consensus, people are dead, and if you still want to retaliate against your family members, you are challenging the bottom line, the absolute bottom line, and the absolutely intolerable bottom line, and you will encounter the craziest revenge. It may even end up directly facing a global terrorist strike against terrorism, but with a little mosaic, it can somewhat conceal the identity. Those who have the strength to find a real person will not do so, and those who don't have the strength will not be able to find who it is. So Jiang Tian didn't hide too much. After all, no matter what you say, you have been exposed, and you have been exposed directly and unreservedly. It doesn't matter about the others. After all, if you want to say who the most important protagonist in the movie is, it must be Jiang Tian. During the Southern and Northern Wars, it can be said that Jiang Tian looked at the scenery, but his enemies had already left unknowingly. Blocking people's way of wealth is like killing parents. Judging from this sentence, Jiang Tian not only blocked the wealth of Yunhai's drug lords, but through Yunhai's influence, all of the national nature was blocked. The firepower is actually all on Jiang Tian. It can also be said that Jiang Tian may now encounter a terrorist attack at any time. Or a fatal attack. However, before this was exposed, Minister Tan also had a special chat and asked Jiang Tian's opinions, and Jiang Tian's opinions were also very clear and indifferent. And no matter how much he came, Jiang Tian really didn't have to be afraid. Even Jiang Tian hoped that the more people came, the better. So Jiang Tian from the province went to dig them out one by one. Because Jiang Tian didn't have time after the last accident, because he had been performing tasks. It was Jiang Mu who took Jiang Ning to buy a new mobile phone. After revealing his identity and entering the school, Jiang Tian Kai called Jiang Ning. It's a coincidence. Jiang Tian's cell phone rang, took a look, and found that it was Jiang Ning. Second brother, where are you? Jiang Ning's tone was a bit anxious. It can also be said that Jiang Ning actually started sorting from his own family. The cousin from the uncle's family was the first and Jiang Tian was the second, so Jiang Ning was directly called the second brother. I am also used to being called the second brother. Jiang Ning, who was more sullen and stuffy on weekdays, called for the first time with a bit of impatience in his tone, but Jiang Tian was taken aback. I'm in your school, what's the matter with me? Jiang Tian said with a serious expression. In fact, speaking of it, regarding the last time Jiang Ning was attacked, after being caught by Jiang Tian changed Jiang Ning to live in his own home for safety reasons. In addition, because the school is actually very close to home, that is, 2 intersections, plus it is a school, so there is no special arrangement. Hand-to-hand protection. Second brother, I just called the second uncle, and the second uncle asked me to come to you. Jiang Ning obviously has some psychological shadow on Jiang Tian. After asking Jiang Tian for help to tell him what happened earlier, he said that he had already looked for Erbwa, and Erbwa asked him to come to you. This also means that Jiang Ning's psychological situation is somewhat sensitive. When Nana was out of school just now, she was called to say that Teacher Zhao was looking for her, but I just met Teacher Zhao, but Teacher Zhao said that there was no such thing. I went all over the school looking for Nana and didn't find her. Jiang Ning said in a panic. Calm down. Jiang Tian's gaze condensed. Think about it carefully. Did anything special happen today? Or did Nana have anything else? Or did the classmate who asked Nana to leave have anything abnormal? Jiang Tian spoke quickly as he walked towards the teaching building. Guana is the lone seedling of the Guo Brigade. For Jiang Tian, the Guo Brigade actually died while following him on the mission, escorting those people. In the end, Jiang Tian got 80% of all the credit, but in the end, the Guo Brigade was sacrificed. And the sacrifice of the Guo Brigade is undoubtedly great. In order to save the valuable criminal suspect, he used his own body to block the deadly bullet. Instead, he unearthed clues to important crimes from the criminal suspect. There is also a series of subsequent things. Therefore, for the Guo Brigade, Jiang Tian was full of gratitude and guilt in his heart. I even felt a little sorry for Brigade Guo, because Brigade Guo had taken care of Jiang Tian since he entered the brigade. As the only child of Captain Guo, and even the only seedling for Guana, Jiang Tian's mood was full of distress. Although she was a few years old, Jiang Tian had experienced too much in her previous and present lives. Looking at a little girl like Guana was like looking at her own daughter. If anything, even Guana, the only child of Guo Brigade's family, couldn't keep the accident from happening. Jiang Tian's face became colder and colder. I remembered, this morning, there was a man named Chen Su. Jiang Ning remembered something unusual. The most important thing is, I just met that Meng Qian, but Meng Qian said that she had never seen Nana at all. She was obviously called away. Second brother, something must have happened to Nana. That Chen Su is a bold person. He can do anything. Hurry up and save Nana. Jiang Ning's voice was anxious. Jiang Tian had already arrived under the teaching building, and from a distance, Jiang Ning was seen standing anxiously downstairs, his face already dazed and at a loss. After all, he was 17 years old. Facing this kind of thing, it was already an incredible thing to be able to keenly perceive that something had happened. After Jiang Tian arrived, he comforted and said, "Don't worry, if anyone lets Nana have an accident, your second brother and I will throw out all his ancestral graves." Chapter 560 Then, give this era a painful lesson. I don't know the current affairs, so I'm shameless. Not far from Jiang Ning, Meng Qian stood under the tree, looking at Jiang Ning, who was anxious in place with a sneer on her face. It can be said that the longer the contact time and the deeper the understanding, the more we can understand Chen Su's terrorist forces. Yes, it's too terrifying. At least for Meng Qian, it felt as if Chen Su was omnipotent. The big people in the society bowed their heads when they saw Chen Su. Meng Qian saw this with her own eyes, and even more with her own eyes. The parents of a girl who Chen Su forcibly had a relationship with made trouble before, but Chen Su forcefully suppressed it, from top to bottom. It can be said that on the contrary, the dingy ding of the opponent's remediation left the sea of clouds and moved to other places. It's nothing to interrupt the leg of the classmate who provoked him. In society, there are even elites who often deal with each other, deal with company affairs, and so on. There are too many things, and with the deepening of understanding, it is possible to discover the horror of Chen Su's black and white all match, as if the other party is omnipotent, can do anything, dare to do anything. There is nothing Chen Su dare not do, and there is nothing he can't do. As for Guan Na, Chen Xiao's confession today would be fine if Guan Na refused sternly. I don't know if Guan Na was in a bad mood, and even directly regarded Chen Su as if she hadn't seen it. This is a shame for Chen Su, who has won countless girls and confessed that almost all of them are a shoe-in, and nothing dares to refuse. If you don't get your face back in this matter, Chen Su won't even say to stop mixing in the future, but in Meng Qian's eyes, this is Chen Su's ignorance. How many people want to be Chen Xiao's girlfriend, but you dare not give Chen Xiao face like this? Xiao Chen has a crush on you, that is, he looks up to you. No matter what your identity is, you dare to be shameless. In this era, too many such things have happened. It can be said that this is the characteristic of an era, or rather, the mixed society of ancient young people. In this era, especially in Yunhai, it has developed to a peak level. Meng Qian, where did you take Guan Na? Jiang Ning approached Meng Qian with boiling anger and said angrily, that is her best friend and most trusted friend. Where did your friend go and what does it have to do with me? It's just funny to come to me. Meng Qian sneered, obviously it was you who called Guan Na away, and teacher Zhao never told you at all. Jiang Ning's hands were trembling. Meng Qian stared at Jiang Ning for a while, then suddenly smiled and said, even if I told her to leave, do you have any evidence? Whoever saw it, I'll tell you, Chen Xiao just asked Guan Na to have a chat and advised you not to mind your own business. Otherwise, one day you or your family, if you have a broken leg, don't blame me for not reminding you, it's best to treat it as if nothing happened. Of course, Meng Qian just wanted to reduce some trouble for Chen Xiao. You were shameless, let me tell you, you were about to let Guan Na go. Jiang Ning said eagerly and kneeled down and begged me, maybe I will talk to Xiao Chen about love. Meng Qian sneered sarcastically. In the past, Meng Qian couldn't look up to Jiang Ning in the class, because Jiang Ning was wearing rags, but her academic performance was very low, and she became the object of praise from the teacher. In the past, it was not easy to find fault with the protection of teachers, but now, when she found the opportunity, the evil thoughts in Meng Qian's heart instantly rose. Let this inferior person, who was originally inferior, go back to where she should go back. You. Say it again? At this moment, a faint voice suddenly came from behind Meng Qian. Meng Qian was taken aback, but then she seemed to think that after following Chen Xiao to do things, Meng Qian calmed down instantly. She had a backer, which also made her frightened and angry. From her heart. Turning his head abruptly, he saw a cold young man next. I have to say that because of the recent transformation, with the blessing of various entries, coupled with the golden entries of extraordinary humans, Zhang Tian has directly caused reverse growth. Originally he was 22 years old, but now he looks like he is 18 or 19 years old. It was Zhang Tian who appeared behind Meng Qian and spoke quietly. Is there no sound of you stepping on a horse and walking? Who are you? Does it have anything to do with you? The dog is nosy and get out of here. Meng Qian cursed. Zhang Tian's eyes became darker and darker, and he glanced silently at the camera behind him. After all, it was still recording, and he didn't know if it would be edited later. For influence considerations, Zhang Tian endured his anger in front of the public, but it's okay, when you get inside, you can take your time. Zhang Tian was not in a hurry, even more not angry at all. There was a smile on his face, but the smile was full of Sinhan and said, give you one last chance, or his classmate Guan Na, otherwise you will never be able to bear the consequences. I don't know, get out of here, I have something to do, let's go first. Meng Qian is not a fool either. Just after the scolding, I saw Zhang Tian following the camera not far away, and immediately realized something was wrong, so I hurriedly wanted to retreat and leave. If Zhang Tian was here by herself, Meng Qian might have slapped her hand. As someone who followed Chen Su, it can be said that Meng Qian regarded herself as the eldest sister. In fact, in Zhang Tian's eyes, such a little girl is a bit funny, and even more nasty. It's not that you won't be legally responsible if you are young. How could Zhang Tian endure such bullying if Captain was only daughter? When Meng Qian turned around and wanted to run, Meng Qian's wrist was forcibly pulled when she changed hands. It's disrespectful. Let me go. It's disrespectful. Someone here is disrespectful. Meng Qian shouted loudly. I have to say that this is a teaching building. Indeed, many students pass by here after school. Although they have passed the peak period, there are still many students who are gradually walking in. Hearing Meng Qian's voice, they all turned their heads one after another. Click. Meng Qian, who was shouting, suddenly felt a coolness in her wrist, accompanied by the sound of a lock. Meng Qian's expression was stiff. Turning his head, he realized that his hands had been handcuffed and locked. Who are you? Let me go. What do you want to do? Meng Qian's heartbeat accelerated abruptly. After all, a 17-year-old little girl, facing this kind of scene, although she was exaggerated and arrogant just now, she is also a little panicked now. I'm a policeman. Now I'm giving you one last chance. Where is Guan Na? Zhang Tian's expression was cold. These cold eyes also made Meng Qian pale. It has nothing to do with me. It was commanded by Chen Su. They are in the grove. Chapter 561, the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. It was also at this time that a pitch-black van was walking on a wide road. It is also heading towards the villa area not far from number 1 middle school. Gwen was being tied back with her hands, her face full of horror. That's right, I in the school grove. Even if Chinsu was really bold, he didn't reach that point and forcibly had a relationship directly in the school. Once this kind of thing came to light, it was still a bit troublesome for him, and Chinsu directly found a van in the school, bundled with Gwen. She went directly outside the school. Of course, what made Gwen's pupils shrink most unbelievable was that Chinsu, who was sitting next to Gwen, was holding a pack of white powder in her hand. It was very small. It was just filled in a small transparent bag. It didn't seem to have 1 or 2 grams, however. It's not that Gwen doesn't know her either. Although she is young, Gwen's father, Guo Brigade, belongs to the anti-drug brigade, especially in view of the drug problem on Yunhai's side, and even many of them have spread to teenagers. When Guo Brigade was alive, it was natural that Guo Brigade had already done it to Gwen in advance. All kinds of popularization work are done, and the harmful nature of this thing and so on. The most terrifying thing about this thing is that once it is encountered, it is completely over. This is not only physical torture, but also mental pain and torture. Once you are addicted and use it, you will go further and further in the terrible abyss. In the end, the price is your soulless body, becoming a walking dead, alive, but even more terrifying than dead. And if you want to quit, that kind of pain, physical pain, and mental terrible torture will accompany you for the rest of your life. Gwen's eyes were full of fear. You look scared, huh? Chinsu's smile was a bit hideous. Lunatic. This is a lunatic, but is Chinsu really a lunatic? No, Chinsu also has a brain. In Yunhai, after all, it is a provincial city. There are actually many people with identity and status who Chinsu wants to target. He will learn more about the background of the other party before targeting it. For Gwen, what I just learned is that she has already sacrificed. When Brigade Guo was alive, it was difficult for Chinsu to investigate, but after Brigade Guo's sacrifice, the issue of confidentiality was resolved from the inside. In terms of identity, it has been released, but for tasks that have been done in the past, it will not be released. Those cases will become files and then be kept confidential. Your father seems to be anti-drug. Tsk. If your father has a spirit in heaven, if he knows you use this thing, will he? Chinsu's smile is getting more and more perverted. If Captain Guo were alive, he might be jealous for a minute or two, but now, Chinsu is not worried at all. In particular, even if it is an ordinary police officer, it has no effect. The gold content and lethality of the black and white two-take-all sentence have been thoroughly demonstrated in him. Gwen twisted her body frantically, her eyes a little frightened. Then, in Gwen's eyes, the white powder was handed over by Chinsu to the little brother beside him. The little brother didn't know that he had already runny nose. After seeing it at this moment, he opened the bag like an evil dog and used it frantically. Bitch, there is a price to pay for fighting Lao Tzu. Chinsu sneered. At this moment, when Chinsu was about to do something, the phone rang suddenly, which made Chinsu recover, especially after seeing the telecom message. He hurriedly connected to the phone as soon as possible. Dad. Chinsu shouted, still looking at Gwen playfully. She enjoyed this feeling, this stimulating feeling, especially looking at the woman who had just looked down on him or even ignored him. At this moment, under his intimidation, it became like this. Soon, Chinsu's playful eyes gradually retracted, then he looked at the phone, his expression gradually became serious and said, Dad, what's the matter? For the father on the other side of the phone, Chinsu didn't dare to be presumptuous at all because this is a real ruthless person, a real one, nicknamed Yunhai a knife. The gold content of this nickname is absolutely terrifying. Yunhai was added to the front of a knife. Once upon a time, Yunhai had a knife in the entire Yunhai, and there were almost no opponents to cut. A machete rushed out of the world. The other end of the phone. In a luxury community in Yunhai, Chen Chang was in front of a set of exquisite tea sets. The tea that went out of the dragon and into the sea with one hand was simply made in one go. At first glance, he was a person with great tea-making skills. What are you bastard doing? Are you in trouble again? I have to say, Chen Chang still knows Chinsu quite well with a knife. Dad, no, absolutely not. Chinsu denied hurriedly. It's not the best, I warned you that last time was the last time, otherwise, I will kill you, and there is an important deal tonight, and I want you to keep an eye on it yourself. Chen Chang said lightly. Dad, am I going? Chinsu was excited. Otherwise, how did Yunhai make a knife? How could he cut it out one by one? How could he do regular business, and some black and gray industries, when they are all windfall profits? Naturally they have already done a lot, and after they get bigger, it becomes difficult to turn around, and there is no way to turn around. This time you follow to learn, and a cop has noticed our actions, so this time your uncle will act with you. When you act in trade, you must be careful. It's really not good, and you must never be caught by a cop. Chen Chang said in a flat tone that he was saying unkind things, but in fact, Chen Chang was also full of confidence in his old friend Lao Huai. I see, Dad, don't worry. Chinsu promised happily. Mainly, it used to be a white industry, but there are very few white industries, and almost 80% of them are black industries. Now it has finally touched the core industry. Yunhei has been vocal recently, so you have to be careful too. It's best not to engage in these things. The old man couldn't help but comfort him. Old turn, haven't you heard of a saying that the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish, and the wealth is in danger? Obviously, Chen Chang, a knife that has been entrenched in Yunhai for many years, is very confident. Asu called me just now and asked me to investigate a person. The old man stopped talking again. Who? 1. The person who has been sacrificed seems to be a member of the anti-drug detachment. I feel that there is a high probability that there is nothing wrong, so I don't care, but now I feel a little wrong. The old man said with serious eyes. Afterwards, the old man has been thinking about it, suddenly noticed a terrifying thing. What is he doing investigating the anti-drug detachment? Chen Chang said in a daze. Wait, the anti-drug detachment, isn't it the team that killed the stars? Chen Chang suddenly recovered the next moment. Chen Chang's phone rang almost at the same time. The boss has an accident, and almost all the police officers in Yunhai have come out. It seems that they are going to be severely beaten again? Chapter 562. Who the hell wants to provoke that killer? Crackdown? At this moment, both Lao Shen and Chen Chang's eyes suddenly became solemn. Speaking of it, during this period of time, because of successive cases, it has also led to the recent severe crackdowns from time to time. In short, every few days, they are searched and severely beaten everywhere. For this reason, Chen Chang's companies, even during this period of time, had several major transactions, but also had great problems, and the losses were very, very serious. Of course, every time the severe crackdown appeared, Chen Chang was shocked, as the leader of Yunhai, not to mention the king of the underground world, but Chen Chang can at least be regarded as a black and white take-all. It can be said that if there is anything, he can get the exact news as soon as possible, but so far, he hasn't even gotten the news in advance, which has to make Chen Chang feel frightened, and he faintly feels like he is coming at him. Why did you suddenly crack down again? Chen Chang was shocked. I can't figure it out all the time. The key is that I didn't receive any news in advance. Even after Chen Chang thought about it for a while, he immediately made a decisive decision, make a call the backer behind it. Otherwise, to achieve this level, if there is no backer behind him, it is far from impossible, and there will be some backers, especially in the case of two take-all black and white. It's just that in the past, it was hidden more deeply. Before that, it hadn't been detected, or Chen Chang had always converged. In addition, there are people who covered him up. What are you talking about? Crack down. When Chen Chang dialed the phone, the voice on the other side of the phone was instantly full of surprise and disbelief. Don't you know, the whole Yunhai is crazy now, and there are police cars everywhere searching for ID cards. Chen Chang suppressed the vibration in his heart. That's right. It's crazy outside. I'm crazy. Chen Chang was actually a little panicked. After all, no one knew if it was coming at him. Wait a minute, let me ask, what's the situation? You must keep a low profile. During this time, you should understand that Minister Tan and the others are all in Yunhai. The whole Yunhai is now a place of national attention. No one can save you. The voice on the other side of the phone was full of majestic warnings. Yes, I understand. Don't worry, sir, I will. I have strictly restrained my subordinates. Chen Chang nodded and hung up the phone, his respectful expression gradually becoming cold, but in the end, it seemed that he had lost all his strength, and his face gradually calmed down and finally sighed faintly. Although Chen Chang looks beautiful on the outside, his family knows his own affairs. And no matter how big the power is, it's a fart in front of others. No one is qualified to touch the power of the state apparatus. Chen Chang also understands this problem. And no matter how big he is, he still has to pretend to be a grandson in front of his two mouths. However, Chen Chang thought about what had happened recently. Except for one of the transactions tonight, there was almost nothing else. Counted down, they are already very low-key. The previous violations and crimes have already been covered up. Old turn, all transactions today have been stopped, and let the subordinates stop all actions. Chen Chang ordered, but this transaction. The old man is still hesitant. There is nothing, but do as I say. Chen Chang waved his hand, also at the same time. At the moment when Chen Chang's voice fell, the phone rang suddenly. After Chen Chang hurriedly connected, the voice on the phone gradually relaxed and said, Chen Chang, what I just asked about is a case of searching for someone. As long as you didn't do this, you can relax. Chen Chang thumped. Looking for someone? What are you looking for? You should know the slaying star of the anti-drug detachment. The only daughter of the old leader who died in the slaying star is missing. It seems that she was tied up or something. The children of the martyr, the slaying star, was furious. The voice on the phone said quietly when speaking. The voice was also a little frightened. Furious. Two simple words. The meaning of the representative is beyond imagination. What did that Slayer star do? Yunhai, anyone who is a bit powerful, who doesn't know, although Jiang Tian has already begun to be exposed now. It has just begun. In other words, Jiang Tian has not yet stepped into everyone's sight, but for powerful people, especially Yunhai's criminal groups, the name Jiang Tian is simply thunderous. Every time it is dispatched, it must be a major case that shocked the world. Everyone is a terrorist case. In the end, when it was involved, he pulled out the radish and brought out the mud, and checked it to the end. I don't know how many people have been implicated, although the news has not been leaked. Many people know that although Jiang Tian did not continue to participate in the subsequent cases involved, it did not cause fluctuations. It was purely because of general corruption cases. Jiang Tian is no longer needed to investigate. Naturally, other departments took over, and this other department, even the capital, directly came down. Yes, I read it right. In order to cooperate with Jiang Tian's terrorist cases, even anti-corruption people were transferred from the capital, and the people involved. That's even more numerous. Otherwise, in fact, in the organs, the name Jiang Tian is also a representative of killing stars, because not only is it thin on the outside, but also because the power of criminal groups is complicated, and there are countless people involved in the organs. Countless, even the leaders who fell were wave after wave. Of course, because those things have nothing to do with Jiang Tian didn't pay too much attention to them. Of course, in fact, Jiang Tian also knew that to some extent, this kind of corruption incident did not allow him to participate a little bit, but also because of his own protection. Sometimes being too pushy is actually not a good thing. Originally, because he had lost a large number of horses, if he was still involved, Jiang Tian's path to promotion in the future would be somewhat affected. Tell me, it's not good to provoke anyone. What do you have to provoke the killing star to do, and I don't know which one killed 1,000 knives? The killing star finally took a 2-day vacation and had to rest for 2 days, but there were still people looking for death. Do you think it's a lowly thing? This majestic patron couldn't help but smack his tongue. Chen Chang, what's the matter? Why don't you speak? The voice on the phone stopped teasing. Old leader, are you a policeman? A sacrificial policeman? Chen Chang's voice trembled a little. Nonsense, what kind of occupation is killing star, and what kind of occupation is the leader? It's just that he didn't have a high occupation before, so he took care of that killing star, so the relationship is better. Humph. Chapter 563 is crazy and has something to do with the killing star. Do you dare to say that it's an ordinary high school student? Chen Chang's face was full of confusion, and his brain was buzzing even more. The leader's ridicule, even the joking and humorous tone, simply made Chen Chang unable to extricate himself from the confusion. Take a look what the patron said from the beginning to the end. No matter how you look at it, it seems to be exactly the same as what the old crutch said just now. Therefore, Chen Chang covered his mobile phone and looked at the old man on the opposite side. At this moment, the old crutch didn't know what was going on. After all, the old crutch didn't hear the voice on the phone, let alone hear it clearly. So when Lao Quan looked at Chen Chang, seeing Chen Chang on the phone and suddenly full of confusion, Lao Quan said with some confusion on his face, "Brother Chang, what happened? Something happened." Speaking of which, the old man looked at Chen Chang's face and it was obvious that something was very wrong. No matter what happened on weekdays, Chen Chang always resolved it calmly, but now, Chen Chang's face is obvious. It will be clear for a while and purple for a while, as if his face has changed. Even if it was a fool, it was obvious at this time that something was wrong. Something was wrong from the inside out. Something was seriously wrong. You just said, "Chen Su, that beast is looking for you to inquire about someone?" Chen Chang asked. The old man didn't understand why Chen Chang asked this question, but he nodded slightly in agreement. After all, Chen Su did ask him about someone just now. Speaking of which, the power of Huayu Group and the entire Yunhai Sea is different from ordinary criminal groups. Just like ordinary companies, there are those with a single development, but there are also those with diversified development. This is especially true for criminal groups. For example, most of the criminal groups dealt with by Jiang Tian before were full of wicked people, but these wicked people actually had a relatively single development, that is, they made money frantically, and made money through drug trafficking. I am not interested in anything else, and once such a force is unearthed, it is easy to deal with, and it is easy to solve it by following the trail. Even if some of them have backers, they can easily be solved, but the same. If it is a diversified development, then the problem is troublesome. For example, the cultural industry group is like this. Diversified development, because the cultural industry group has fallen into the system. There are simply countless, even in Jiangtian, although it is not involved, but a cultural industry group has caused a terrifying situation in the entire Yunhai. Earthquake. Otherwise, why is it said that in the system of 1 carat in 1 pit, Jiang Peng can be promoted so easily, or because the pit is already empty? The reason why it was vacated was because when Jiang Tian targeted criminal groups again and again, waves of officials fell madly. This also caused Jiang Tian to actually be in the system. In the eyes of many colleagues, he was simply a star killer, and he didn't have much affection for him. Of course, on the other hand, it is also believed that Yunhai's long-term crimes have caused the situation on Yunhai's side to become more serious. In fact, most of the industries of the cultural industry group are fair and square industries. Although it involves drug trafficking, that is also a legacy of history. Sometimes it is not that simple to wash your hands, especially for such a large enterprise. If you go to the dark and want to look back, the volume of the cultural industry group is still too large to be specialized. It's too difficult. However, Huayu Group is different. Huayu Group started from the beginning from illegal and criminal activities, even drug trafficking, black-related business, etc. All started from these industries. In the follow-up situation, 80% of the industries are gray and black industries, and the entire Yunhai has even become an industrial chain, especially the scale of the group. Although the development is only in Yunhai, it is different from that of a province-level enterprise like Yunhai, but in Yunhai, because it has eaten too many dividends, the entire Huayu Group has become more and more abnormal in the end. Perverted. Among them, the black and gray industrial chain can be said to account for 80%, and the cultural industry group can only be said to be 20%. It can be said that the cultural industry group is already on the road to transformation, but the sad thing is that it was found by Jiang Tian at the last moment of transformation. However, with Huayu Group in the dark on one road, both profits and assets are far from comparable to Wenye Group. While most of the cultural industry groups are physical industries, which are related to people's livelihood and economic issues, Huayu Group is completely different. This is because most of them are related to black-related and gray-related industries. The profits in them are simply windfall profits, and the entire black industrial chain has even completely become the integration of industrialization. The industry and assets of the entire Huayu Group have even surpassed that of Wenye Group. Because of this, the black and gray industries can develop and grow, and they require more energy and more power than the cultural industry group. In the entire Huayu Group, Laojiu belongs to a relatively special kind of existence. It can be said that although Laojiu has nothing on the bright side, it seems that many people don't even know Laojiu, but in the underground world, Lao Shen belongs to the number 2 figure of the Earth Emperor. The people they know and the network of relationships behind them have developed over the years, and the people they have corroded are simply countless. If there is any problem, it is even said that Chen Su completely needs to be done through the old crutch. The old assassin was a little uneasy, because after he asked these words, he discovered that Chen Chang, the boss, was looking straight at him. He felt angry when he saw it, even though so many people had been fooled to death in the dark before. It was the first time that Lao Shen was a little bit worried. One of the most important people who can mix up in the dark world is loyalty. On the other hand, they have a strong charisma and can conquer all the people under them. But now, Lao Shen really saw Chen Chang for the first time. Are you afraid? Maybe there is, but how could it be possible? Lao Kwa didn't dare to believe it at all, because even after countless lives and deaths in the past, Lao Kwa has always been a firm follower of Chen Chang. Along the way, countless events have been experienced. Along the way, almost all the black work has been solved by the old gang. Although he has experienced so many, countless lives and deaths, he has never seen Chen Chang like this. That look is clearly a look of fear, but he didn't want to believe that Chen Chang would be afraid at all of this is simply impossible. Or rather, Brother Chang, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? The old man was worried even at this time. The old crutch wondered if Chen Chang, the eldest brother, had suddenly gone crazy. You answer me, just now, that policeman, did Chen Su ask you to inquire about a sacrificial policeman? Chen Chang took a deep breath and continued to ask in a deep voice. The old crutch nodded without realizing the problem at all. Brother Chang, it's okay, after all, a sacrificial policeman. By the way, a Su is looking for the family member of the policeman who sacrificed. It is estimated that there may be some contradictions, but the sacrifices have already been made, and there will be no problems in the future, right? That I also investigated the girl, that is, an ordinary high school student, from the same school as ASU. Don't worry, I will solve any problems. The old man said with a smile on his face. Chapter 564, A Catastrophe. My beastly son has harmed me. After all, Chen Su can be regarded as an old crutch who grew up watching him. He has studied language from tooth to tooth, and now he is alone. Although he has a brutal side, those who have been in major events since ancient times don't say that the more brutal the better, but at least, be ruthless. At least, the old crutch knew that although Chen Chang was very proud many times, he was more ruthless than anyone else in his heart. Yunhai's blood with a knife never cooled down, and he killed decisively. This is not a big problem. What's more, before Chen Su does it, under normal circumstances, he will find out who the other party is. If there is a powerful person, or someone who feels that he is in a lot of trouble, he will basically not provoke the other party in the end. This proves that Chen Su has a brain nod. What's more, it can handle the company's business. I have to say that the business situation of Huayu Group is really different from other companies. Although the industry on the surface is relatively small, it is tens of billions of dollars, but after all, it only accounts for 20% of the entire Huayu Group's business. In other words, Chen Su, who was young at the time, was able to control billions of companies when he was a minor. How he did it did not make everyone under his hand afraid of it. As long as it dares to provoke, the final end is extremely miserable. Therefore, no one dares to challenge Chen Su's bottom line in the follow-up. On the contrary, the development of the entire company is booming. In other words, although the improvement is not much, at least it has been improved. Being able to take the helm of a large company with billions of dollars underage means that Chen Chang will have a successor, and the future Huayu Group will also have a successor. Therefore, in some ways, this is really not a bad thing, but a good thing. But now, what do you know? Are there any more questions? Since you have investigated, haven't you investigated the network of fathers that the girl has sacrificed? Chen Chang's eyes were fierce, the scourge of destruction. That's right, now Yunhai has gradually reached a consensus that being targeted by Jiang Tian is really a disaster. Of course, in fact, these criminal groups are not particularly afraid, because they have all kinds of investigations and understanding of Jiang Tian, and finally found that Jiang Tian is really not indiscriminately investigating everywhere. On the contrary, Jiang Tian's subjects of investigation were basically the first to offend Jiang Tian for various reasons. Or, if you want to die by yourself, take the lead in provoking others, and then, when you are a vegetable and fun-loving, you are simply eaten by others. In other words, you deserve it. These people finally reacted. Okay, can't we afford to provoke or hide? Now few people are willing to take the initiative to provoke. After all, the destruction of the Bloody Hand Group, which was once regarded as a very famous Bloody Hand Group in Yunhai, was almost completely destroyed by Jiang Tian, and it is still vivid so far. And now with Brother Chang, it's mainly the policeman who sacrificed. It seems to belong to the anti-drug system. As you know about the anti-drug system, we don't penetrate deeply, so many times we don't investigate it. However, according to my investigation, although I am the captain of the team, after the sacrifice, there should be no residual power, right? The old man frowned. Yes, under normal circumstances, even if they are the captain of the team, they really don't care about it. After all, not to mention the people contacted by Brother Chang, even the old-fashioned connections are far more than that. Of course, because of the rigor of the drug control system, it has also led to, in fact, it is difficult to penetrate the drug control system. Because this has always been the focus of review, it has also been the focus of supervision. It's just that. In any case, the captain really didn't pay special attention to him just now. Yue, then, have you ever thought about who is in the anti-drug system? Accompanied by a sneer, Brother Chang's faint voice gradually came out. Anti-drug system. The old man was taken aback for a moment, but then the old man reacted, and Brother Chang still had some luck just now. After hearing the anti-drug system, his skull instantly became dizzy. It's right, it's completely right. Jiang Tian's old anti-drug leader is still the old leader who has just died. An only daughter. I was bullied. The killing star was furious. Jiang Tian? The old crutch asked tentatively. Brother Chang's hands were trembling, and because his fists were too hard, his blue veins were constantly showing out. Send it, I sent it completely. That's right, this is not once or twice, let alone one or two incidents. Jiang Tian's record, Jiang Tian's reputation and deterrence are exchanged for killings over and over again. In their eyes, Jiang Tian was completely different from other police officers. He just didn't follow the routine of playing cards, and there were no cumbersome steps at all, let alone keeping an eye on him for several months. After they received the news, they easily dealt with it, and then found a few kittens to take the blame. It's that simple. Jiang Tian, the killing star, simply doesn't give you any nonsense, because from the beginning, Jiang Tian didn't give you any time at all for all cases. Even after Jiang Tian started to act, many criminal groups were caught by others even when there was no news at all. This is the characteristic of Jiang Tian. There was no news at all before the shot, let alone any movement. But after the shot, what I brought to you is thunder. Brother Chang, do you mean that the girl Su investigated this time is the daughter of the old leader Jiang Tian, or the old leader who died? The old man was stunned. Chen Chang did not speak. I will call Su right away and ask him to let the little girl go. Jiang Tian can't kill her because of this. The old monster wants to get it back and now, immediately, call that beast. I don't care what he is doing. Even if he knelt in front of that girl, he had to pray for his forgiveness. If he didn't get the other party's forgiveness, I would do it myself and get rid of this beast. As I said a long time ago, I can't get used to this beast. Sooner or later, I will break out. The catastrophe is now over, and the catastrophe is coming. Chen Shang patted the table and got up because there are only 4 words, but these 4 words, to him, are completely devastating. For Jiang Tian, it was just that in anger, he dispatched troops and generals to search everywhere, but for their Huayu group, it's nothing to be stared at by others, only Jiang Tian. It's useless for any force, Jiang Tian did it, and he didn't give you any chance to operate at all. And at the moment, when the old man dialed through .at this moment I in the crime dens. Commonly used by Chen Su already had a grim smile on his face. Chapter 565, there must be something hateful about pitiful people at this moment, Chen Su was truly satisfied. Looking at Guana's face full of fear and the other party's bewildered look, everything made Chen Su feel satisfied from the bottom of his heart. Or, there is another reason, because Chen Su's biological mother died when he was a child. When he was a child, Yunhai hadn't mixed up a knife at that time, so he pinned it on a relative's house and grew up watching other people's faces since he was a child. Perhaps because of this, Chen Su has had an extremely low self-esteem and sensitive mentality. Since he was a child, he feels particularly sensitive to everything around him. Perhaps a casual move by someone else is a huge injury to Chen Su's heart. For example, Guana obviously just pretended that she didn't see it and didn't take care of it. In the eyes of a sensitive person like Chen Su, she just looked down on herself. Of course, if Guana belongs to the kind of powerful and background, it's nothing. Although Chen Su feels insulted, she is also very smart. Who can provoke and who can't provoke? Guana's actions, coupled with the investigation, were just a little policeman, and the policeman's father actually sacrificed. You dare to be so shameless? How could Chen Su tolerate it? And he would directly retaliate that day, not only to retaliate, but even to make Guana hate and regret it. Although Guana didn't do anything at the time, at that moment, a look was in the eyes of a sensitive person like Chen Su, that is to look down on yourself, people with. This kind of psychology, commonly known as because of misfortune when they were young, or because of changes, eventually led to this appearance. That is to say, this kind of person belongs to a poor child with extremely low self-esteem. It's just that for poor children who seem to have the shadow of an unfortunate childhood, some people get satisfaction by hurting themselves, while others get satisfaction by hurting others. Unfortunately, at the beginning, Chen Su got satisfaction by hurting himself, but then Yunhai got mixed up with a knife. That was through hurt others to get satisfaction. In addition, perhaps Chen Su was really a genius. With his ruthless methods, Chen Su really controlled the school leaders thoroughly in the company. That's right, this Chen Su, according to the current investigation, it should be because of the misfortune of childhood that caused such a mental illness. After all, it was a poor child who caused a mental illness because of the misfortune of childhood, and because Yunhai, who was a father, was outside with a knife fighting the world. I didn't care about this child, so I stayed in a relative's house and tasted it all. Song Ligua shook his head and smacked his tongue regretfully. Perhaps it is a pity that such a talented boy has embarked on a crooked path. If he has embarked on the right path, he may be able to be a pillar of society that contributes to the country and the people in the future, but now it's a pity that it has become a scourge in society. It seems a pity and a pity. Don't underestimate Chen Su. Chen Su is still underage, but he can control a corporate company with billions of assets in 203 years, although it is only a part of Huayu Group. Or, it's just this part on the bright side. Among them, Huayu Group's core business is the gray industry and the black industry. Of course, it may also be that Chen Chang doesn't want his son to be contaminated and leaves a way for his son. These criminal powers and the bosses of criminal groups like to leave a clean path for their families in this way, so that they can do it cleanly. The industry on it, when investigated, even has nothing to do with the black and gray industries. It's like Miss Yun Air. The Yun family is such a big criminal group, and even more so a terrifying criminal group. As a whole, it is simply a huge scourge in society, not to mention the existence of the culprit level. Every year, countless drugs are produced from the Yun family, and even the Yun family, the Burmese land next door, is simply the big families of the previous FEW. As a result, all criminal business was handled by Miss Yun, but Miss Yun Air was clean and white and sweet. So far, Miss Yun has not been arrested and brought to justice, and it is even more useless to arrest Miss Yun Air. People don't have any violations of the law or crimes at all. Even if they are arrested, they have no effect and can only be released in the end. But it's a pity, Chen Chang thought well. He wanted to clean up his son. Even if he committed a crime one day, his son would still be able to escape cleanly. Only in the end did I find out that it was not like that at all, especially this Chen Su is simply sinful. After Chen Shang reacted, it was too late, and Chen Su had already committed many evil deeds, not to mention that poor people must have hateful things, just to say that this Chen Su simply deserves to die. According to the investigation, how many little girls has Chen Su hurt? Among them, various methods have been used, and even the family members have been harmed, so that most of the little girls dare to die. I dare not speak angrily, especially this Chen Su. If the investigation is correct, he deserves to die, and it is enough to shoot him 100 times. Jiang Tian's eyes were cold. That's right, after the school knew what happened, after Jiang Tian knew who did it, even if he had a goal, there is a saying that is good: never think about competing with the state apparatus, because this is an act of looking for death. It's like Chen Chang was able to get so big. What is the most critical factor? It's because of his smart choices, using various methods, and even going crazy. It took countless money to contact and win over many of the system's leaders who were not firm-will die in the end. It resulted in a black and white take-all among them. It can be mixed up because I have never thought of competing with the state apparatus, and almost everything I do is within the bottom line. Almost all of them are gray industries. Of course, there are also some black industries, but he also understands that it is a dead end to compete with the state apparatus. And Jiang Tian, it is not an exaggeration to say something now, the energy that can be mobilized now is far from what other people can imagine. Don't look at the fact that many people are full of hostility to Jiang Tian, but that part of the people who are full of hostility are because of their unclean hands and feet and unwavering will. I am afraid that one day Jiang Tian will cut this sword on his scalp, but again, for those who are strong-willed, treating Jiang Tian is almost like treating his own son. No, he is closer to his own son than his own son. If he can help, or if he asks for something, he is almost responsive relatively speaking. In fact, Jiang Tian kept his leadership behind him and was able to reach the capital directly. After all, through the ages, only Jiang Tian has been able to make these achievements. Chapter 566, The Sky Collapses. It's your own fault, you are right, but I can only investigate part of it now. You have the identity of the security side. If you want to investigate, I estimate that this Chinsu can be found out by taking a few breaths of urine a day. Song Ligua smiled bitterly. Have to say, compared with the security authority, the anti-drug authority is a bit insufficient, or, for the investigation, they simply can't keep up with it. In a word, as long as the security wants to investigate any news, after 10 minutes, the news can be investigated clearly. In fact, it's not as outrageous as you think. In terms of safety, it's a bit more detailed. Jiang Tian was expressionless with the document in his hand. In this document, there are all the illegal and criminal records of Chen Chang and Chen Su. In fact, everyone knows about Huayu Group's involvement in the black market, but there are a lot of people who know it. I want to know, why has Huayu Group not taken action all the time? Jiang Tian's eyes flashed. This is a big problem. If everything has to wait until the capital pays attention to it, and the capital takes action to investigate, then what do you want Yunhai to do here? Jiang Tian had also heard of this Huayu Group more than once, including the issue of Huayu Group's involvement in hacking. It has been heard that there are many younger brother thugs under Huayu Group and so on. There are also countless gray industries involved. There is a saying that is well said. Chen Chang stomped his foot, and the entire sea of clouds would shake 3 times. Although this sentence looks exaggerated, it can be seen from here that the reputation of this product is so great. Team Song. Oh no, it should be called Yusong Bureau now. You can treat it as if you haven't seen it before, because it has nothing to do with you. Although you are not very good at your job, you really can't blame you. However, as the deputy director, you can't say that you still have to deal with this aspect. Handled as before, this will cause huge damage to the entire Yunhai. What's more, according to the information in my hand, Huayu Group is also involved in terrorist drug crimes. Among them, the one under Chen Chang's hand is called the Old Crutch. I heard that half of the gray industries in the world under Yunhai are in the opponent holds it in his hand. Jiang Tian shook his head and interrupted Song Ligua's words. That's right. In fact, the so-called ascension of one person to heaven is really not bad, judging from their previous lives, and really according to their historical trajectory. At this time, both Jiang Peng and Song Ligua were removed from office one after another. Although it seemed that Song Ligua was implicated by Jiang Peng, it was actually because of the above. A reasonable treatment of their inaction. At least if Jiang Tian was the leader, he would not tolerate them, not to mention that you can only work together in the same stream if you are unable to change it. The so-called concerted planning of its politics, if you can't change the overall situation, but within your own terms of reference, change things within your own terms of reference, but Jiang Peng and Song Ligua, one of them counts as the other, and all of them lie flat. In other words, if you can't do it, then you won't do it. Although you can use your whole body, we can't provoke it because of the strength of the other party, otherwise we won't be able to be worthy of the country, the trust, the entrustment of the organization. This is a betrayal of the country. Oh, we all understand what you said, and I will change it in the future. I will humbly accept all your opinions, okay, but you also have to consider our abilities, and not everyone can be as perverted as you. Song Ligua smiled bitterly. I really thought everyone was the same as this pervert. Otherwise, Junhai has been out of Jiangtian for so many years, others eat dry food, and it's not that they don't want to do things. For example, there were 2 previous directors who wanted to do things, but they didn't. All of them disappeared because of various accidents. Everyone knows the reason for the real situation, but they dare not say it, let alone provoke it, for fear of being hated by those criminal groups and retaliating when the time comes. The consequences are simply unimaginable, and Jiang Tian meet those criminal groups that dare to retaliate, and see what Jiang Tian did, killed directly at the door. If you dare to retaliate against my family members, I will directly force you, one by one, shoot at the door, and kill you all. Of the destruction of the bloody hand group that time, using their blood, also taught everyone a lesson, that is, Jiang Tian really can't provoke. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that there are lunatics who are not afraid of death and take risks to forcibly fight Jiang Tian. Now our situation in Yunhai is still too chaotic, and it needs to be thoroughly clarified from top to bottom, especially this kind of evil power, which is absolutely not allowed to exist in Yunhai. Jiang Tian set the tone in one sentence. These black and gray industries are especially the top priority of management, especially in entertainment venues. The 3 evils of gambling addiction are the most serious and the most involved. That black-skinned wolf is the black-skinned wolf that you fucked. In fact, he followed this Chen Chang's subordinates from the beginning. These dark and evil forces are complicated and involve the whole body, especially the Huayu group. Once involved, as far as I know, it is not on the same scale as before. You have to do it. Be mentally prepared. I am a little worried. Can Yunhai withstand this kind of stimulation? Of course, not all of them really have an interest in Huayu Group. You have to know that many gray forces in entertainment venues, to some extent, represent the prosperity of the city, especially to stimulate a large amount of consumption, so. Song Ligua spoke faintly. Governing a great country is like cooking a small fresh food. That's what I'm talking about. This is true not only for the country, but also for the city. Otherwise, politics is a process of compromise, seeking progress in mutual compromise, so to allow the existence of this kind of power, I think it is inaction. The existence of underworld forces is a huge harm to the social and economic environment, and it is an act that does more harm than good. Jiang Tian interrupted directly. The corner of Song Ligua's mouth twitched, and finally he sighed faintly. He didn't know about these things, but people are self-aware, and Jiang Tian can do whatever he wants. That's because Jiang Tian has a big boss behind him, not to mention anything else. It was a phone call from Jiang Tian today, and all the resources of the entire city and the provincial city were mobilized because of Jiang Tian's words. If Song Ligua wanted to do something, it would not only need to go through the approval of the provincial department and the headquarters, but even Shinhan had to stare at it. Of course, this is only the first checkpoint. The most important thing is the back. It needs to be decided by layers of meetings in the city and the province. After the decision is passed, the headquarters will start processing. Wait until the cucumber dishes are cold when you finally start processing, but all of this was solved because of Jiang Tian's words. This is the gap, Team Jiang. We have emptied and surrounded the scene, waiting for follow-up orders. Chapter 567, The Grace of Raising is greater than heaven in the crime dens. At this moment, Chen Su didn't even know what was happening outside. Looking at Guai Na's horrified expression, it also made him extremely sensitive. At this moment, he seemed so satisfied. It is so pleasant, full of physical and mental pleasure. Now you still think that someone can save you. I'm looking for you to confess. What are you? Chen Su sneered all over his face. I have to say that Chen Su was really very happy at the moment, or it may be that he was too depressed back then. After all, people had to bow their heads under the eaves. Even the poor relatives who adopted him were restored by him these years, even if they didn't do anything back then. For the sensitive Chen Su, they were heinous. See, it's so comfortable. At this moment, Chen Su obviously needs to do something to make himself happy. In fact, at first, Chen Shang thought that his son was a genius, but later he understood and gradually discovered that this genius son was really completely crooked. The growth from the inside out is crooked, but the key is at this time, it is obvious that you can't do it if you want to change it. If you grow crooked, you will grow crooked. Otherwise, what else can you do? After all, you are your own son. At this moment, Chen Su took a deep breath, the white powder, and even held some in front of Guai Na. I heard that your father is a policeman, and he seems to be anti-drug. How do you say, if there is a spirit in the underground, knowing that his daughter is glued to this thing, you say, what will be your mood in the end? Chen Su spoke slowly and leisurely. These words instantly made Guai Na's face full of fear and at a loss, especially when he saw the things in Chen Su's hand. His whole body was trembling. No, don't come over, get out, don't come near me. At this moment, the fear in Guai Na's heart was rising frantically. The whole body was trembling, because she couldn't imagine what the consequences would be if she said this thing. After she became infected with this thing, life is not as good as death. Become a person who was obviously dead, but his body still looks like a corpse walking flesh, and he is alive in that way. Dare not think about it. Guai Na thought of her father and saw the hatred of these people. If she was infected with this thing, how could she face her father even if she was dead? Ha ha ha. Chen Su laughed loudly, looking at the other party's fear. He only felt comfortable all over his body. Deserve it. Yes, this is simply deserved. Let you dare to look down on me. Obviously Guai Na only dealt with it subconsciously and simply, but in Chen Su's eyes, it was so serious. Don't come over, don't come over. Guai Na kept leaning back desperately. Chen Su twisted his neck. You catch her. As he spoke, Chen Su took another breath. He had to say that although Chen Su was talented enough, his whole person had already been completely distorted from the inside out. Or, there is already a serious mental illness. Brother, don't worry. The two younger brothers approached Guai Na, accustomed to this matter. They also know how terrifying the lethality of this thing is. It can be said that once it is encountered, from now on, it will be impossible to get rid of this thing in this life. But at this moment, just as Chen Su was holding something and wanted to get closer, Chen Su's mobile phone suddenly rang. Chen Su frowned slightly. At this time, he was taking an interest. No matter who it was, no matter what happened, he would never allow anyone to interrupt him. This should be the thing he is most interested in his life, but I didn't want to answer it. But the phone kept ringing, which made Chen Su, who was struggling, completely impatient. His face was even more murderous. Because interrupting at this time would be even more unacceptable to him than killing him, he took out his mobile phone angrily, just wanted to turn it off directly, and then after solving the problem, he went to the caller to vent his anger. But when he was about to shut down, the moment I saw the remarks, Chen Su turned off his hand and put it down. That's right, originally said even if this call was made by Chen Chang's father, at this time, Chen Su would not go back to answer it, let alone pay attention to it. However, this call is an old turn. Who is the old crutch? Although the person who gave birth to him was his father, Chen Chang, for Chen Su, the person who raised him was the one who made him most grateful from the bottom of his heart and had the deepest affection. He was not a father but a person who was better than his father, from childhood to adulthood. It may be that he is a genius, or it may be that he is too smart. For other people, almost all attitudes towards him can be clearly felt, the disgust of the other party, the anger of the other party, and so on. For example, the boarding family, although they seem to be very good to him, others also say good things, but how can people outside know the cold eyes he endured in their house after he came home? That kind of disgust, that kind of, if there is something good to eat, the way he hides and eats it. Chen Su's poor self-esteem has been greatly hurt. Therefore, when they are able to retaliate, they will retaliate fiercely without any scruples, leaving them in pain and regret. But human nature is like this, at least. The other party has never abused Chen Su. Chen Su retaliated with kindness, but I don't know if Chen Su can survive without this family. Of course. Follow up, because of the old turn, and Lao Huai, for Chen Su, he really loves him from the bottom of his heart, and he is real. No matter what he does, he will tolerate it. Even if he gets into trouble, no matter what he does, Lao Huai will almost always do the aftermath for him. Perhaps it is precisely because of the connivance of the old crutch that Chen Su has become bolder and bolder, and doing things has become more and more perverted. In order to satisfy his perverted desires, almost everything can be done. Godfather, what's the matter? Perhaps it was because he was too grateful to his old friend, so at this time, Chen Su's anger gradually calmed down. Even so, Chen Su was calm when he spoke. Maybe it's only in the face of this Godfather. That's right, it's Godfather. If it weren't for the scruples of Chen Chang, Chen Su would want to directly recognize him as his father, because to him, Lao Xian is his closest person. In his opinion, Lao Xian is his most qualified father, and Chen Chang is just raising him, the grace of nurturing. is greater than heaven. That's right, Chinsu's gaze was faint. It's just that in his imagination, the gentle voice belonging to the old man did not come out, because in the past, no matter how much trouble he had caused, the old man always said to him calmly, "It's okay. Don't ask anything. I will take care of it." Over the years, Chinsu has even become accustomed to these things. It's just that today, obviously, the old turn is completely different from usual. "Did you hijack a little girl?" the old man asked. Originally, Qin Shang wanted to make a direct phone call, but then he was interrupted by Lao Qua. Obviously, no one knew who Chinsu was better than Lao Kuo.at this time. If you press down hard, the sky will collapse, but it will stimulate Chinsu's rebellious psychology. In the end, even everything will get out of hand. Chapter 568. You are dead. The killer is going to shoot you. Yeah, Godfather, didn't I ask you to investigate just now? It's the only daughter of a sacrificed little policeman. What's the matter, Godfather? Is it a bit troublesome? Chinsu paused slightly when he said this and then said, "But I believe in your Godfather. This kind of trivial matter must be easily solved." In Chinsu's view, this is the same trivial matter as usual, and the Godfather can still solve it easily. What's more, the Godfather can't solve it. Can it be said that the father can't solve it? There is still the father behind him, although there are many things, he doesn't want to be involved with this father. "You got into trouble, do you know?" The old detective sighed. Have to say, Lao Huai had no son in his life, and Chen Chang later handed over his son Chinsu to Lao Huai. Lao Huai was real. He held it in the palm of his hand for fear of falling, and held it in his mouth for fear of melting. For this reason, I love it as if I were my own son. Just now got into trouble, everything could be done before, but now I can't do it anymore. At this time, Lao Hui couldn't help but think of what Chen Chang had said before. You can hold it now because he didn't get into trouble, but one day, after provoking people they can't provoke, what will they do? But at that time, Lao Hui didn't think that kind of thing would happen, because Chinsu was very careful in doing things. If he encountered someone with a bit of identity background, or if he would have trouble after touching it, he would never provoke him. But it's a pity today it seems that Chinsu has made a big disaster. It's even going to be a disaster soon. This time, he suddenly thought of what Chen Chang had said before. It seems that I can't hold it anymore. This matter is as much to them as the sky has fallen. Even to say, it's better to find someone with a background directly, but it won't get to this point. To Godfather, don't worry, I know it in my heart and I won't kill people. I know the bottom line. I just play. Godfather, I know all those bottom lines. Chinsu thought that the old crutch was in trouble with him or dissuaded him as before, but Chinsu obviously knew it in his heart, understand what can be done and what can't be done. Even if a human life is really caused, Chinsu will never show any horse feet. All the details behind are solved cleanly, leaving no hidden dangers. Because of this, I have come here like this for so many years, there has been no accident for so many years, and how much trouble a sacrificed little policeman's daughter can cause is unclear. The white man is as dead as a lamp goes out. What's more, Chinsu didn't think that Yunhai's power could pose much threat to him. After all, Yunhai's police system has always been well known in the country. You are in trouble, do you know? After a moment of silence, the old man said, "At this time, you can't worry, the old crutch is still trying to calm down, but it is obvious that the old turn can be calm, and Chen Chang, who is opposite the old turn, has completely exploded. This inverse, this beast, this time they are going to be doomed. After so many years, I finally got to the present, they are going to finish, after so many years. He has worked hard to create such a great power, but now, because of this inverse, in order to satisfy the desire in my heart, now that I'm in trouble, I'm still saying those things." The more he listened, the more anger on Chen Chang's face was boiling. Therefore, there was no chance for the old crutch to speak at all. In the next moment, Chinsu was stunned. Thinking about what Lao Shen had just said in his mind, got into trouble. How did you get into trouble? What kind of time is this when trouble is in trouble? I'm still thinking, could it be that the old crutch can't stand such a small thing? The next moment, a loud shout like thunder suddenly came out. "Beast, inverse, what did you do?" Chen Shan yelled violently, "What did you do?" Chen Chang was taken aback, but the next moment, hearing this voice, Chinsu was also furious. That's right. It's like this again. This is the case every time. He is treated as if he is beaten or scolded. Every time I see Chen Chang, I either scold him or beat him. The reason why the father and son are almost at this point is because Chen Chang likes to use his fists to solve problems too much. If there is anything wrong, he will beat his son first. If there is anything, let's not talk about the others. Let's beat up this bastard's son first. Over time, Chinsu slowly became rebellious. What's wrong with me? Why did I get into trouble? Am I just educating my classmates? Why did I get into trouble? This time, Chinsu chose hard steel to go back. This made Chen Chang, who was roaring, almost didn't come up in one breath. It's so hanging that I didn't hold it back in one breath. Inverse, you inverse, you inverse, beast, I'm going to kill you. Chen Chang roared and was even about to break his voice. Come on, kill me, you come to kill me, you can't kill me, you are my son. Chinsu was also furious, especially after hearing this sentence. It completely exploded. It exploded completely from the inside out. In the past, Chinsu was submissive, but now, Chinsu can't bear it anymore. Why, this is just a person who gave birth to him and never raised him, so he beat him when he met. What qualifications do you have to be my father? What did you do to me besides beating me? And what qualifications do you have to beat me? Chinsu roared again. Can't you do anything but hit him? Okay, it's reversed, completely reversed. You beast, inverse, I'm going to hack you to death. Chen Chang's eyes were blood red. Now that he is now going to hack the son to death. What's the use of keeping such an animal son on the road? There are rules on the road. It can be said that Chen Chang can mix it up. It is because Chen Chang has rules, and he abides by the rules of the Tao. You can say that Chen Chang is involved in black, and there are countless gray industries. But for Chen Chang, he is just seeking wealth, and he pays more attention to the rules of the Tao. No one will do those terrible things in order to vent the desires in his heart. But soon, Chen Chang suppressed his anger and said, "Chinsu, let me tell you, I am not your father, and we will have nothing to do with each other in the future. Don't call me father. I don't have a son like you. Of course, you won't survive today anyway. You are in trouble. Do you know that a catastrophe is approaching? No one can save you. Do you know who is eyeing you? Zhang Tian. Now Zhang Tian is going to kill you? Chapter 569. Everything is God's will. Everything is retribution after all. It was his own son. At this time, Chen Shang thought of Zhang Tian's methods, and inevitably he felt worried about his son. Of course, worry is worry. Chen Su and his hard steel just now made Chen Shang so angry that he wanted to die there directly, but after all, this is his own son. Sometimes Chen Shang wonders if he has done too much evil in his life, so he has suffered retribution now. Otherwise, why later, after his original match died, he married a new wife, but in the end he only gave birth to one daughter. After he had so many women, but in the end only one daughter stayed. However, Chen Shang sighed slightly when he thought of his daughter. This daughter is not a fuel-efficient person either. Or, I don't know if he did too much iniquity. His son went to the crooked road and went further and further. Then the genius son finally became an animal, an unrighteous animal, treat him even more like an enemy. As for her daughter, she didn't dare to let her go, and the same is true. Of course, what is different from Chen Su is that her daughter is too upright and even dismissive of Chen Shang. She has to sever her relationship with him as soon as she becomes an adult, and she said bluntly that he does not have a underworld fathered. He was too independent and even admitted to the police academy. In short, it has been a long time since we met. A son and a daughter turned out to be like this. Chen Shang couldn't help sighing. This son and daughter may have been sent by heaven to punish him. With only this one only child, he still couldn't turn a blind eye. Kill the star, Zhang Tian? Dad, what does he do? Chen Su raised his brows and couldn't help but be a little curious. Alarmist. It must be this old man who was alarmist. It used to be like this, but now it's still like this. I must be deliberately scaring him. Yes, it's not that it hasn't happened before. This time, I even fooled Lao Huai, the godfather, to fool him together. Captain Yunhai anti-drug squad, the father of the girl you were going to engage in who just died, is his old leader. Now that killing star is already eyeing you, now I want you to kneel down and apologize now. Chen Shang said in a deep voice. Dad, are you crazy? You are just a captain of the anti-drug squad. You are scared like this. If you can't do it, let my godfather do it. This bullshit killing star is not honest. Chen Su smiled sarcastically. A captain of an anti-drug squad, with just such a little background, I can't even hold is this funny, not to mention the captain of the anti-drug squad in the past, even if it was a more powerful force, Chen Su didn't see it at all, because he had already tested step by step how powerful his father was, and it could even be said that it was a simple take-all of black and white. How could you not be able to cover such a trivial matter, especially let him kneel down and apologize for his mistake? Do you think I'm joking with you? Let me tell you, now your only way to survive is to kneel down and ask that little girl to forgive you. Otherwise, I'll tell you, in the hands of that slayer, you will die for the rest of your life, and even, he may have found where you are, maybe right away, will kill you. Even if you don't kill you, your life will be worse than death. Chen Shang has never underestimated the power of the state apparatus, because he clearly understands how terrifying it is. No force can compete with the state apparatus. Chen Shang understands very well that he can survive all the time because he has not touched the bottom line all the time, and he is careful in doing things. Once the state apparatus is serious and operational, his existence seems to have a great family, but in the face of the state apparatus, it is nothing more than a praying mantis, and Chen Su listened to the voice on the phone, his sarcastic smile gradually solidified. This sentence is not like a joke. It's not fooling him. Chen Su can feel it if he can be very sensitive to his attitude. Whether he is fooling or not, he can feel it even more. Obviously, it's not fooling at all of a serious look. It's not a joke at all. I know, you look down on the captain of the anti-drug squad. Let me tell you, that's not an ordinary captain of the anti-drug squad. Do you know how the cultural industry group was destroyed? I tell you, it was the one who killed the star and subverted it with one hand. Our assets may surpass the cultural industry group, but it has a significant impact on society. Speaking of it, no matter how big you are, can you still be bigger than the cultural industry group, which is related to hundreds of thousands of people's livelihood? Our black industry, even if it is destroyed, it will have no effect. Lao Tzu is going to be killed by you, you know. Chen Shang cursed, completely angry, and Chen Su's expression was completely solidified. Zhang Tian didn't know, but how could Wenye Group not know what level of existence it was? Perhaps in terms of assets, they involve too many gray industries, but the physical livelihood industries are not so influential. What's more, even if they control nearly half of the night venues or nightclubs, etc., these are just entertainment projects and have nothing to do with people's livelihood. Profit is terrifying. It also has more assets than Wenye Group, but in terms of social influence, there is no way to compare with the other party, and this is not at the same level at all, and the cultural industry group can be easily destroyed, not to mention their Huayu group. Dad, are you kidding me? This is not scaring me, is it? Shinsu's face was a little pale. To scare you? What to scare you to do? I might as well tell you. Do you know who the recipient of the special merit reported some time ago is? This is the captain who killed the star and went straight to Tianjin. Is it something we can afford to offend? Besides, I might as well tell you again, the special merit is the credit, although the specific acquisition of the matter has not been reported. I can find out how much. Sometime before the appearance of this special merit, the Tacha gang in Myanmar next door suffered a devastating blow. Hundreds of drug lords were killed in one pot, and there were countless casualties. In this case, 100% of the killing was done by this killer. Only in this way, it is worthy of special merit. Chen Shang's power is not small, and he is well aware of many things that have happened recently. I also know how terrifying Zhang Tian is. The more you know, the more scared you will be. The more scared you will be. That's what Chen Shang is like. He knows too much, but he is even more afraid, and Chen Su was stunned at the moment, completely stunned. The whole body is cold. He knew that his father had not lied to him, let alone lie to him. Sure enough, in the next moment, the old man's voice rang on the phone. ASU, you will do as your father said now. Your only way to survive now is to kneel and beg that little girl for forgiveness, and if you bite to death, you are joking and deliberately scaring, otherwise, I can't save you. Just do as I said. It's too late for the other party to do anything. I'll rush over now, hoping to catch up. The old man said hurriedly. Chapter 570. This is the person you can never afford to offend in your life. Jinsu's brain exploded with a buzzing sound in an instant. If it was only determined that 70 to 80% had just been determined, after the old crutch finished speaking, this matter would have been 90% being targeted by the existence of special merit, the terrifying existence that made history. Will there be any chance of survival? Turning his head, Jinsu looked at Guina, who was sitting on the ground with fear on her. His face was full of pale fear. He never dreamed that the little girl he fucked casually, the seemingly ordinary little girl, would even have such a terrifying background. What should I do? What exactly should I do? If you kill this little girl and find a place to destroy the corpse, then biting her mouth to death has nothing to do with herself. Anyway, even if someone knows about it, it doesn't matter if Meng Qian exposes the news. As long as she doesn't admit it, and then find a relationship, those people have eaten so much of their money, and it's time to make a contribution. It's estimated that it will be a false alarm at that time. After all, no matter how you kill the star, there is no conclusive evidence. Can you still do anything to me? It's just that when Chen Shanggang's idea of wanting to be a killer came up, the old man deserved to watch him grow up, and he seemed to guess his thoughts for a moment. Also, don't be smart and think about destroying the corpse and destroying the trace. The horror of this killing star is far beyond your imagination. It can be said that once you destroy the corpse and destroy the trace, even if there is no conclusive evidence, this one can make your life worse than death, or even if it is framed, it will also kill you. He is not an unruly person. The old man continued to warn. Jinsu's whole body was cold, and for a moment, he had goosebumps all over his body. Just now, he did. This is the idea. But now, even the old crutch said so. No one knows what it represents better than Jinsu. This is the first time he has heard Lao Su's serious and somewhat frightened voice for the first time, because all the time, no matter how he got into trouble, the old crutch said calmly, "Don't worry, don't ask anything, leave everything to me." Then, sure enough, all those troubles disappeared, and all of them were gone. But now, Godfather, is there no other way? Jinsu's voice trembled. No, you only have to ask that girl to forgive now. Now, I order you to kneel down and apologize immediately. Now, it's really too late to be late at all. The old man's voice is approaching the critical point of a complete outbreak. In particular, there was a complete roar in the end. This moment made Jinsu tremble with fright. Godfather, don't get excited, don't be angry, I am now, kneel down now. When speaking, Jinsu's legs softened and he knelt directly on the ground. Otherwise, Jinsu was not a person without a brain. He is even more of the kind who can be soft and hard, facing powerful forces, or facing powerful opponents with background. Jinsu was able to instigate in seconds, because he clearly understood that it was they who were unlucky to offend those who couldn't afford to offend, but he counted thousands of calculations, but he didn't expect it, let alone realize that such a simple little girl who could investigate all the information in 1 minute had such a deep relationship with Jiang Tian behind her. The mentality collapsed. Jinsu's mentality collapsed. It seems to be when I was doing something, I stepped on the door, but I was kicked under the bed in an instant. The point is, someone came and finished it for him. Of course, this is just a metaphor, but there was no way to extinguish the anger in Jinsu's heart. Even so, Jinsu gritted his teeth and thought about how to retaliate. Of course, this was just the idea in Jinsu's heart, hidden in the deepest part of his heart. If there is a chance, there is a foolproof opportunity to retaliate. If he didn't have the opportunity, he wouldn't do it. He clearly understood that he would stay in Qingshan without worrying about the lack of firewood. Once, like the cultural industry group, it was wiped out by others in one pot of as the Prince of Huayu. He is a fart, without the background of the forces behind him. He is not even a fart. Puff. Jinsu hardly hesitated, even if, at this moment, his heart was close to distortion. The teeth are almost biting and bleeding. Jinshoots, I spoke almost hoarsely from his throat. I'm sorry, forgive me, please, classmate Guina. I was just joking with you, please forgive me. While speaking, a haze flashed in the depths of Jinsu's eyes. If there is a chance in the future, he will definitely make Guina's life worse than death. The premise is that, if there is a chance, be more careful than this time, and no news will be leaked out. Accompanied by Jinsu's shocking kneeling, Guina was stunned in an instant. Guina was desperate just now. I'm already thinking about what method to use to end my life when I wait for a while. Even if she was dead, Guina would never allow herself to be insulted and played with by such an animal. However, on the other side of Guina, she was thinking in her mind, if she died so unknowingly. Brother Jiang, could she know who the murderer was? Do you want to leave a breath and leave some news for elder brother Jiang to know who harmed him? No, Jiang Ning knew who she was called away by, so if she couldn't find herself, she should find out Meng Qian. At that time, this group of people was still doomed. After understanding in the past few days, in her mind, Jiang Tian has gradually become omnipotent. But when Guina looked around, how to end her life, suddenly, Jinsu knelt down in shock and directly scared. Guina dumbfounded. He looked at Jinsu in a daze. What are you doing? What is he going to do? Do you want to play any games? Perverted game. Sorry, please forgive me. I'm sorry. Classmate Guina, please forgive me, I just made a joke with you just now. Really? Now I have recognized my mistake. Really, I have completely known that I was wrong. Jinsu cowed out his head over and over again, apologizing bitterly and admitting his mistake. This scene, even the little brothers next to him were dumbfounded. The next moment, snapped. Jinsu suddenly sprang out, then raised his hand, and slapped his younger brother's face frantically. The loud sound of slapping resounded throughout the room, accompanied by Jinsu's angry roar. What are you doing in a daze? Untie Guina's classmates. Damn, who asked you to bind Guina's classmates? I just want to have fun with Guina. You guys are simply too much divided. Finished speaking, Chinsu raised his foot frantically, kicked fiercely, and kicked directly on his younger brother's stomach, kicking several meters away. It's the kind that really died. Guan now watched Chinsu perform coldly with her eyes until she was unbound. Not only was he not moved by it, but there was even a faint sneer deep in his heart. So pompous before and after, there are only two possibilities. She has already guessed. Or, I want to give her more frenzied hope and then make her desperate. To play either it is, that call just now was also the biggest possibility. Someone made a move. It's still someone Chinsu can't afford to offend. Chapter 571. The spiritual leader of Yunhai Triads. According to observations, that little girl Guana is not in danger, and there are already snipers staring at her, so there will be no accidents. But now, why don't you just kill them? With your character, this kind of thing should be impossible to tolerate, right? At this moment, a police car was still driving on the road. Song Ligua looked at Zhang Tian curiously. As Song Ligua spoke, Song Chouan, who was driving nervously in front of him, turned her head to Zhang Tian slightly curiously. In recent days, Song Chouan also reflected on herself, and in the end she just sighed faintly. Sometimes, once a crack appears, it is difficult to recover. The relationship between people is like a wave of glass. Once broken, how can the glass be restored? This is the case between Song Chouan and Zhang Tian. The key to the problem is not that Song Chouan didn't listen to Zhang Tian, it's just that Song Chouan didn't trust Zhang Tian. In other words, the two of them were just a crisis of trust, especially during this period of time. Zhang Tian's treatment of Song Chouan has been completely the relationship between the boss and the subordinates, including the execution of tasks. In fact, Zhang Tian is also very different from other leaders. That is, there are many dangerous tasks, such as probing intelligence, undercover, etc., and almost all dangerous things such as investigating news are done by Zhang Tian himself. For the rest of the time, it's time to close the net when they make a move. At this time, it's enough to just follow Zhang Tian to get the credit. What, you are not satisfied yet? Good guy, Zhang Tian has handled these big cases, and all the risks are borne by himself. If there is a danger, it is all borne by yourself, or the rest depends on your own performance. If you don't perform well, you will have a bit of collective credit. If you perform better, even personal credit is not too difficult. Although it is impossible to follow Zhang Tian's personal first-class work, and it is difficult to follow Zhang Tian's personal second-class work, there is still a good chance of personal third-class work. Can this still be unsatisfactory? What else do you want? Look at others, lurking undercover, etc. All kinds of dangerous things are being done. In the end, undercover may come for many years, and it would be nice to have a second-class job. In other words, in fact, Zhang Tian also understands the situation on Yunhai's side, and he also understands how terrifying and rampant Yunhai's criminal groups and criminal forces are. He can really do anything and dare to do anything. If it's really risky to take the initiative to do things, Zhang Tian himself has golden fingers, so he's not afraid at all. But for others, once they are too pushy and are targeted by criminal groups, not only are they in danger, but even their own family members are hard to protect day and night, and Zhang Tian took all the risks on his own. Even so, Zhang Tian would sometimes quietly follow his mother and younger sister Zhang Xiaoyu on the way to work and school, as well as at his work unit, scanning twice with scanning radar to make sure that there are no criminal forces staring at them. And now Zhang Tian is also well aware of these criminal gangs. In fact, it's not that there is no one who doesn't do it, but some of them have been solved by Zhang Tian. It's just that there are too many cases now, and Zhang Tian doesn't have time to deal with them. But once they are dealt with, Zhang Tian will have to solve them all in one pot. Now there are too many things and there is not that much time. In short, Zhang Tian, including Zhang Tian's family, is now in extreme danger. Although Zhang Tian has gained a lot now, the risks and dangers he has taken are terrifying. But if you are really careless, you may regret it for life. This is him. For another person, as far as he is now, I'm afraid he has died countless times unknowingly. Although Zhang Tian would not say that he regarded himself as great as a big tree, within his ability, he allowed his subordinates to be safe under his wings. This is what Zhang Tian likes to do. Otherwise, what do you have so many abilities to do? No one around can protect them, so what else to talk about to protect the safety of the masses? Uncle Song, of course. I want to see who can jump out from behind. If the intelligence is correct, this Chinsu has a godfather called Lao Huai, who is elusive. Zhang Tian said quietly, the power of the state apparatus is terrifying. As long as the investigation is serious, it can be said that there are almost no things that cannot be found. The authority of anti-drug control is already terrifying, but compared with the safe one, it is not at the same level at all. This is the real kind with unlimited authority and unlimited shooting. As for the category of matching guns, it is the lowest in this category of authority, because even anti-drug personnel have the right to match guns when they are not performing tasks, but the supervision is extremely strict, and the regulations for shooting are also extremely strict. On the other hand, the security identity is more relaxed. Countless times, not long ago, Zhang Tian had already found the phone number dialed by Chinsu and retrieved the content of the call. That's right, the calls between Lao Hui and Chinsu were all monitored. As for how to do it, it's still that sentence. The power of the state apparatus is unimaginable to ordinary people, and who the old crutch is even simpler. Perhaps it is said that the old crutch is a person hidden in the dark, but in the gray industry and the black industry, including Chen Chang's black gloves and so on, there is a certain degree of confidentiality and identity, but it's not difficult to investigate. The old crutch is the black glove of the gray industry in Huayu Group. He specializes in helping that Chen Chang do things that are invisible. He has committed countless malignities, and the lives of people who have been contaminated with his hands have been countless for many years. Zhang Tian explained. It's Uncle Song. In the end, Zhang Tian sighed faintly. Song Ligua's ability is still good, but it is similar to Jiang Peng, not particularly strong. The advantage is that he is more experienced. Of course, it may also be the reason why Uncle Song and Jiang Peng were comrades in arms when they changed careers together. They were relatively upright. When the people around them used various methods to rise, the two maintained the bottom line. This is the most rare and valuable thing without crossing the red line. However, in terms of ability, the two of them are always a bit different. After all, they are mediocre. Of course, it may be true that because of this, and perhaps the surrounding environment, the two of them are a bit flat, but they can mix until now. Otherwise, if the ability is too strong, it is estimated that those criminal groups will have died by various accidental means a long time ago. You mean the old crutch will come to save Chinsu? Song Ligwa's spirit was shaken. Song Ligwa was not familiar with the old turn, but for Huayu Group, it was definitely thunderous, especially Chen Chang, the most famous of them, who was the whole Yunhai, not to mention the handle, but he was definitely the eldest brother who could be counted on the road. No matter how low-key Chen Chang is after he becomes famous, it will not delay Chen Chang from becoming the spiritual idol of many ancient young people in Yunhai. Chapter 572, Seeing Officer Jiang, I was moved to tears. Huayu Group is even more famous in Yunhai. On the surface, it controls more than half of Yunhai, and its industries are countless. In particular, there is a bar in Yunhai called Southeast Road. It is regarded as the most famous in Yunhai, and even the most popular bar in the Southeast. It is extremely famous in the entire Southeast region. A Southeast Road contributes no less tax revenue to Yunhai every year than a listed company. No, it's even higher than the taxes of listed companies, and these do not include tax evasion, tax cuts, etc. And this Southeast Road is an industry belonging to Chen Chang's Huayu Group. In addition, Huayu Group has other industries under it, almost all are windfall profits. For example, there is also a private hospital. The IT is also liked by many rich people in the southeast, such as replacement of parts, etc. And there are no formal hospitals that can't wait, but in this private hospital, as long as you have money, you can have whatever you want. And what are these sources? Thinking carefully is extremely terrifying. It can be said that the entire Huayu Group is not a company with a handle in Yunhai, but it is definitely not one of the richest companies in the entire Yunhai side. The most important thing is that all its industries are windfall profits, and it belongs to the kind of black and gray. For example, in the night scene, when the deepest human desires are completely released during the frenzy, it is easiest to embark on the path of crime at this time. Especially the three kinds of yellow gambling poison are essential items in the night scene. In this era, there is no such thing as a truly formal night scene. Therefore, regular night venues can't do this, especially private hospitals. Although many famous doctors are hired with high salaries, if there are no spare parts, it is no less difficult for a clever woman to make nothing without rice. What is the source? You don't need to investigate to know. With the help of these, you can make crazy money. Zhang Tian shook his head as he spoke. The scale of Huayu Group's enterprise was terrifying. The overall assets are no less than that of Wenye Group. We all know this, but it's a pity that although we have always known that Huayu Group is involved in hacking, we don't have sufficient evidence. What's more, Huayu Group contributes a lot of GDP every year. You have to understand Yunhai's difficulties. On the other hand, Chen Chang is very cunning and generally rarely revealing flaws. This is an old fox. There is not enough evidence to do it rashly, and it is difficult to have an explanation to the society. Even if everyone knows it, even if you know that I know that everyone knows, but you have no evidence, you may be able to subpoena for interrogation and then detain through confession, but for people like Chen Chang, this method has no effect at all. An entire team of lawyers serves. Once it is not handled well and there is not sufficient evidence, it is easy to make a social hotspot, and then it will be difficult to ride a tiger. You can't make a false certificate. If it breaks out, no one can bear it. The criminal group could survive. If it didn't have its own two-handed chassis, it would have been swallowed a long time ago, and it would not survive to the present. So, the breakthrough is him. Zhang Tian held the photo in his hand, his eyes twinkling with contemplation. What happened to Guina made Zhang Tian furious, but because of his anger, Zhang Tian would not do things impulsively. A Chensu could not satisfy Zhang Tian's appetite at all. That he made a move. The scum of a society would make him make a phone call, mobilizing thousands of police resources throughout Yunhai to act everywhere to block it. These are all social resources, and they take up social resources to pay for their own anger. Zhang Tian would never do that kind of thing. Chensu? Song Ligwa's eyes lit up. That's right. Although this Chensu is an animal, his relationship with his father is very bad. Zhang Tian said slowly. In short, this is the story of a rebellious rich second generation. I have to say that this Chensu is still quite stupid. Although he has a high IQ, he has a huge mental problem. Using it, it is not difficult to kill Chen Chang. Of course, for Zhang Tian, it was a terrifying stroke. Zhang Tian killed the door, and one person and one gun can kill Huayu Group. But is this useful? Huayu Group, as well as Chen Chang, have committed many crimes. Who can know? And for Zhang Tian, this behavior is even more stupid and cute. If you really want to do this, even if Huayu Group is guilty, Zhang Tian himself is afraid that he will fall into the abyss and will not be reused in the future. In the past, Zhang Tian was able to shine brightly because he had a reason to do it. Even if he destroyed the opponent, even if he was arrogant and domineering, everyone called him a killer. But whenever Zhang Tian did it, he was able to come up with evidence to convince the public. It proves that the opponent's crimes are overwhelming, and the crimes are incalculable. At the worst, those who kill are absolutely enough to be sentenced to death. It's very simple. After all, whether you eat it by yourself or sell it to others, 50 grams is enough for the death penalty. Anyone who does this, who is not far beyond the horror of this number, or even several times the number at the beginning. Therefore, although Zhang Tian does things cruelly, he is also raging in the framework of the law. It's really not lawless, otherwise no matter how strong Zhang Tian's ability is, he won't pay that much attention to it. And not only him, Chen Chang also has a daughter. The corner of Zhang Tian's mouth curled. I don't know if I don't check it, but Zhang Tian didn't expect it to be so simple. This Chen Chang also has a daughter. It is more coincidental that Chen Chang's daughter has long severed ties with Chen Chang, and she has even been admitted to our Yunhai Police Academy. Treat Chen Chang's father like an enemy, determined to bring Chen Chang to justice. When he spoke, Zhang Tian was slightly admired in his heart, and after thinking about it, Zhang Tian was silent. To be honest, it was absolutely impossible for Jiang Tian to be so unselfish. Chen Chang's daughter is absolutely firm in justice, otherwise, Miss Chen Jin's life is nothing at all. Even in high school, after Jiang Tian's investigation, she had already started working part-time outside to make money for herself. Without using Chen Chang's dime, even the house was rented by himself, and Chen Chang could only silently and quietly find a way to help his daughter secretly. In short, after Jiang Tian finished reading what happened, he felt a lot of emotion in his heart, and he didn't know what to think for a while. However, this made no secret that Jiang Tian wanted to meet that girl, especially after knowing that the other party was still a junior in his junior year and still his own schoolgirl. Jiang Tian became very interested. So, Song Liguo looked at the police academy not far away. At this moment, their police car was parked on the side of the road with few people in front of the police academy. Of course, because this is the police academy, it is normal for the police to appear, but they did not attract much attention, and at the moment Liu Chun walked out of the school with a little girl behind him. Chen Lighting, my name is Jiang Tian, it's nice to meet you. Jiang Tian was silent the moment he first spoke and wanted to introduce himself, but saw that he exploded towards the little girl. Officer Jiang, you are Officer Jiang, I saw it. Oh, I saw you, Officer Jiang. Chapter 573, good guy, it's getting more and more terrifying, and his reputation is skyrocketing. Jiang Tian, is it really you? My god, I finally saw the living one. You are my idol. The moment Chen Lighting saw Jiang Tian, her eyes were shining with crystal light, as if she had seen the sun in her mind, and she seemed to have seen her own spiritual beliefs all the time. Such enthusiasm even surprised Jiang Tian slightly. In fact, Jiang Tian wanted to kill Chen Chang. There were two goals. One was Chen Su and the other was Chen Lighting. These two, a son and a daughter, were all Chen Chang's biggest weaknesses for Jiang Tian, especially now that Jiang Tian is gradually moving to the front of the stage. When doing tasks, there is no need to rush forward brainlessly like before, although that kind of effect is fast and lethal, and everyone can't react, but correspondingly, the subsequent impact and the degree of social chaos caused are also great. It can be seen from the damage caused by Yunhai during this time, especially Wenya Group. Although it was recently taken over by Tianqing Group, the social chaos and unemployment caused by it are all visible to the naked eye, and the economic losses are huge. Of course, Huayu Group does not have as much influence as Wenya Group, and it will not cause so much chaos to solve it. It's just that Jiang Tian has now changed his approach and uses normal runwo silently, disintegrating silently from the inside. After Chen Chang was killed, if there is a chance to support someone who can successfully take over the power, this is the situation in Yunhai now, and the economic environment is like this. Without Huayu Group, there will be various other forces rising. Now all Jiang Tian needs is to install his own forces. This time, Jiang Tian also needs to cultivate his own power and minions, use Huayu Group to gradually control the underground world of Yunhai. Since the annihilation is not clean, then use another means to move from disorder to an orderly process, regardless of the black cat and the white cat. As long as it can catch mice, it is a good cat. No matter what method is used, Jiang Tian will use it as long as it can solve the problem. What's more, Jiang Tian's method is not the first time it has appeared. In fact, many domestic methods and methods of dealing with these underworld forces are like this. This is a product of the times. In the future, this kind of existence will gradually disappear, but in the process of economic development, the dark side will definitely always exist and gradually increase. This is true even if Jiang Tian has been annihilated. In that case, why not control them directly from the source? It's just that Jiang Tian didn't expect that his idea had just appeared, and the plan would go so smoothly. It went so smoothly. Chen Su, obviously, that thing is an animal. Jiang Tian must have taken it out for a typical treatment, and told anyone who dares to do something to the children of the martyr, or is bullied, then there is only one consequence, and that is death. The place of burial. As for Chen Lighting, Jiang Tian originally thought there would be some twists and turns, but she didn't expect it to be so simple and easy. Moreover, the existence of Huayu Group, for Jiang Tian, is equivalent to an additional intelligence force that is completely under his own control. How do you know me? Jiang Tian said curiously. Chen Lighting said with excitement on her face, Jiang Shen, you are the pride of our school. You don't know that you have passed away in our school. In recent days, our school has been continuously promoting your historical deeds. The teachers have asked us to be on par with you. In particular, you have not graduated from school yet, but you are only in the internship stage of your senior year. You have created a history of special merit that has not appeared in decades. Not to mention, you have also won a number of first-class merit, first-class British model and anti-drug pioneer and other honorary medals. Our whole school knows you, senior, as an invincible god. It's your idol, including your photos, we have all seen it countless times. Chen Lighting said, still a little unbelievable. She saw Jiang Tian alive after all. I saw it from photos before, and now, Jiang Tian couldn't help but smack his tongue, because it is obvious that the effect of walking to the front of the stage has already appeared, and when the wind direction above changes, the reaction below is also extremely rapid, especially this reaction is too fast. When the wind direction changed and it was decided to cultivate Jiang Tian to be called Yunhai's business card, and Jinhai's needle to stabilize Yunhai's increasingly chaotic social situation. Naturally, the police academy followed the wind direction above for the first time. In particular, when deciding to build Jiang Tian, detailed promotional materials were prepared above, including many tasks that Jiang Tian could expose. Although there are many overseas missions in Myanmar, there is no way to expose them. For example, one person shot into Myanmar and wiped out Tucha, a huge criminal force, a drug lord, and so on. After all, this is strictly not in line with the regulations. It is also untenable internationally. But for other tasks, there are too many outrageous tasks. Jiang Tian has gained so many first-class, second-class and third-class exercises during this period of time. In particular, the 7 first-class merits, taken out alone, are enough to be called the major terrorist cases of the new century. All of them were solved by one person in a short period of time, relying on the strength of one's own strength, relying on the internship stage that has not graduated from the senior year. IT can be called a model worker in the police force. The propaganda of the police academy is also comprehensive, and it is truly promoted as an idol. There were myths about Jung Tian's school deeds, and even deeds that Jung Tian himself might not know. For example, he used to be a mediocre person, but after seeing a certain event, he suddenly had a deep understanding of criminals, and since then he has resolutely combated crime and so on. In short, speaking of some things, that is not Jung Tian's black history, that is his way of coming. This also caused a lot of Jung Tian's fans in the police academy. After all, Jung Tian was too close to them, senior. Those who signed up for the police academy did not come in full of blood from the beginning, but for various reasons, some showed their ambitions, while others gradually sank in the ordinary, and their blood was slowly wiped out. Exhausted, but there is no doubt that in the police academy, especially the experience of Jung Tian, a senior, instantly became the object of admiration for everyone. After all, as a student, Jung Tian's experience, not to mention anything else, is that being able to do 1/10 is already what everyone dreams of. Jiangshan, this is a good name, but I didn't expect that I would be called Jiangshan one day. Jung Tian grinned quite self-deprecatingly when he was in school. Jung Tian was mediocre, however. From Chen Lighting's mouth, the black history in her school, the mediocre black history, has been slightly changed, and it has instantly become the way it used to be. There is no need for Jung Tian to say it by himself. There are many things that Jung Tian didn't know but were revealed by the myth, which made Jung Tian cry and laugh. Classmate Li Ting, I came to you because I have something I want to learn about with you. Chapter 574, Sacrifice for the Sake of Justice. Father and son. Jung Tian pondered for a while before speaking. Mainly, the time was a bit rushed. Jung Tian was also a bit uncertain about the relationship between Chen Lighting and Chen Su. If Jiangshan has anything, just ask. Chen Lighting said happily, get in the car, say in the car. Jung Tian moved his position inside for a while. At this time, he still felt crowded. He turned to Song Ligua and said, Comrade Ligua, please go and sit in front. I want to learn about the situation with classmate Lighting. Comrade Qiuwan, you continue to drive to the target location. Song Qiuwan is fine. Mainly Song Ligua's face was dark, but at this time, he couldn't say anything, so he opened the car door with a stuffy head and left the back seat. Damn it, he was a dignified deputy director of the Yunhai Municipal Bureau, but as a result, Jung Tian was commanding like a soldier, turning the sky upside down, and it was simply a reversal of the sky. Song Ligua almost exploded with anger, but after thinking of Jung Tian and what to do, Song Ligua was silent. Have to say, Jung Tian only said a little bit about the plan. Song Ligua already felt thrilling and was shocked by Jung Tian's boldness, because if this plan is really successful, it is equivalent to the police completely directly placing a strong insurance in the dark forces of Yunhai. It can be said that it will have terrifying control over the forces of criminal groups, etc. Forget it, who made this Jung Tianza endured. Song Ligua took a dull breath, and finally sat down honestly in the co-pilot, Chen Lighting, who was invited to get in the car, didn't think much about it at all, but after getting in the car, she looked at Song Qiuwan, who was driving, and Song Ligua, the co-pilot, nodded slightly and said hello, and then turned her head to look at Jung Tian again with adoring eyes. Let me introduce you, this is Police Officer Song, and this co-pilot is sitting with Song Ligua. He is the deputy director of our Yunhai Municipal Bureau. If you graduate in the future, you may have the opportunity to become a person under his hands. Jung Tian introduced with a smile. However, Jung Tian immediately added in his heart that this possibility is very small, and it is no longer great. Sure enough, Chen Lighting's face was full of confusion. Good guy. When she got in the car, looking at Jung Tian's smooth command, everything was so harmonious. She thought that these two were all soldiers under Jung Tian. As a result, the deputy director was treated like a younger brother by Jung Tian, shouting and drinking. The key is that the deputy director didn't dare to say a word at all. Sure enough, is this Jiangshan? Is this her idol? Director Song. Hello. Chen Lighting said a little stiffly. This also allowed Song Ligua to finally find a little sense of existence. In his heart, he felt a little better, and his tight face finally calmed down a little bit. After Jung Tian finished the introduction, he finally confronted Chen Lighting and got to the point. Classmate Chen Lighting, let me ask you a very serious question now. When one day, family and justice stand in confrontation, will you choose family or will you choose justice? Although time is in a hurry, in fact, including Jung Tian, 99% of people, the first element, must be on the side of their relatives, because there is a small family, there will be everyone. However, according to Jung Tian's investigation and understanding, it was found that Chen Lighting was completely different. This little girl was real and stood on the side of absolute justice. Jung Tian didn't know what had happened in the past with such extremely righteous values, but Chen Chang was mixed with underworld forces. But Chen Lighting was able to enter the police academy without hesitation, and wholeheartedly take justice as her mission. There are only two possibilities for this situation, or one of them is to come in and sit undercover. However, the scale of Huayu Group's power group has long exceeded the terrorist scale of billions to tens of billions. In Yunhai, I simply ate an extremely terrifying bonus. Letting his daughter go undercover in the police academy again is obviously not something Chen Chang can do. In addition, after Jung Tian personally observed it, he found that this possibility can basically be completely ruled out. If even Jung Tian's gaze can conceal the past, then Jung Tian has to admit that this woman has surpassed Jung Tian in psychological logic. But obviously, this kind of person is not Jung Tian's conceit, and this world really doesn't exist. That is obviously another possibility. Chen Lighting is truly standing for justice, the absolute justice that sent her father in with all her heart. So Jung Tian was very curious. These brothers and sisters, plus Chen Chang, this family of three, are completely on three completely different paths. To some extent, this is also a miracle. Jiangshan, you shouldn't ask this kind of thing. I see. You are asking about my father Chen Chang. Jiangshan, are you going to do something to my father? My god, I know that sooner or later, Zhang Shen will say what I need to do. I am absolutely duty-bound. Almost in an instant, Chen Lighting suddenly thought of something, and then she spoke excitedly to Jiang Tian with excitement and elation on her face. This sentence directly caused Jiang Tian's CPU to dry out in smoke. Jiang Tian was just thinking about how to have a showdown with Chen Lighting, but in an instant, Chen Lighting not only guessed it, but also happily wanted to kill her own father. No, what kind of hatred is there? It's not a terrifying illness, is it? Oh, Jiang Tian couldn't help thinking of Su Tong in her mind. Yes, that girl was also a terrifying sick girl. She was quite normal at first. With contact, Jiang Tian felt the horror of the other party. So now Jiang Tian has tried his best to avoid contact with Su Tong. However, Su Tong chose to ask him out on the grounds of Tianxin Group and Wenye Group. Jiang Tian didn't have time to refuse several times recently, but it has definitely not been the case for a long time. After all, Su Tong and her Laotsu gave Su Tong full authority to handle the mergers and acquisitions of Wenye Group, and Su Tong also bought a luxury villa in the Purple Mountain Villa area to live in. That's the case, you guessed it, but you may have some misunderstandings. This time it's mainly about your brother Chen Su. How much do you know? Jiang Tian turned his head and asked. That's right, the key now is that Jiang Tian still wants to cycle gradually, and wants to see the relationship between Chen Lighting and Chen Xu. In the next moment, Chen Lighting's face changed slightly and said, Jiang Shen, Chen Su is an animal. He is not my brother. Over the years, I have seen Chen Su do too many frenzied things, but because there is no evidence, there is no way. Jiang Shen, you have a way, that beast must be brought to justice. Chapter 575. It's time for my country to test me. Jiang Tian couldn't help but brighten his eyes. There was such a good thing. To be honest, when Jiang Tian decided to implement the plan, she conducted a simple investigation of Chen Lighting, but some people hid very deeply, and it was not easy to thoroughly investigate it. But now that he has been in contact with Chen Lighting, Jiang Tian is completely relieved. Chen Lighting's appearance can be said to have completely gained Jiang Tian's trust. At least, in Jiang Tian's view, Chen Lighting definitely belongs to the kind of unselfish person, absolutely, shielding all other feelings, and serving the public wholeheartedly. Such a person, even if he is thinking in empathy, Jiang Tian himself absolutely can't do it, even any normal person can't do it, and Jiang Tian himself can't make absolute sacrifices. Sometimes, Jiang Tian does things from the perspective of interests. Although he can't do it himself, Jiang Tian absolutely admires this kind of person in his heart. In that case, it's okay. There is a very unfortunate news that I want to tell you. That is about your nominal half-brother Chen Su. According to our investigation, he has committed many crimes over the years. Although he is not old, he has harmed many people, especially today, who dare to go crazy. The hijacking of the children of the martyrs wanted to insult them. Simply, I found out relatively quickly, and it hasn't led to a tragedy for the time being. Jiang Tian's eyes were flat. This is definitely a red line that cannot be forgiven. No matter how talented Chen Su is, after crossing this red line, he will die without a place to die. This is a huge typical lesson for everyone. Tell everyone that anyone who wants to retaliate or humiliate the children of the martyred martyr, then the consequences they encounter are beyond anyone's ability to bear. Humph. Sure enough, after hearing Jiang Tian's words, Chen Lighting's mind exploded instantly. She knew a little bit about Chen Su. Of course, because of the constant discord between the brothers and sisters, in fact, there was no contact between the two sides. Chen Lighting only occasionally knows a little bit about the things Chen Su has done herself, but in fact she doesn't know much. After all, it's not the same thing to be different. It's just that from before, Chen Lighting smelled the smell of white powder on Chen Su's body. That smell is very smelly. It can be said that for people who have never touched it, it is smelly, and it is an extremely irritating and disgusting thing. Chen Lighting, who was in the police academy, naturally knew the taste. Of course, this is mainly because Chen Lighting has studied that kind of thing in the police force and has taken professional classes. Doubt is suspicion. But Chen Lighting has no conclusive evidence. It's just that Chen Lighting thought that Chen Su would smoke by herself at most, but she never dreamed that he would even dare to do such a frenzied thing. Guana, the father of that little girl, is my old leader. A few days ago, after I discovered a major case, I arrested a group of important criminal suspects. The old leader was attacked by criminals during the escort process. In order to protect important criminals, keep important clues, led to the final sacrifice, leaving this only child, who had no mother, but now has lost his father and is alone. It's pitiful, but I never expected that anyone would dare to extend the devil's hand to this little girl. This is touching all the police officers. The bottom line, after all, no one wants to see that after their own sacrifice, their relatives will still be humiliated. Especially according to the clues we have obtained, Chen Su has done this kind of thing more than once, and he has forcibly had a relationship with a female classmate more than once. In the end, the parents of others made trouble, and they were all suppressed by Chen Su with various cruel methods. One of them disappeared inexplicably, most likely by Chen Su. Su secretly killed him. Jiang Tian's tone was relatively calm, because during this period of time when handling cases and interrogating those criminals, almost Jiang Tian had seen all kinds of criminal acts. Don't say this, even if it is countless times more cruel than this, I have seen it. The most terrifying thing is that there is also a hero anti-drug officer undercover. The process that happened, the shocking process, made Jiang Tian frightened. Even if Jiang Tian listened to it, his psychological tolerance almost broke out. Directly a frenzied is not enough to describe. Criminals have no humanity. Sure enough, Chen Lighting's eyes were red. This beast. Jiang Shen, me, can I do something? Chen Lighting gritted her teeth. I can't wait to smash that beast like half-brother to pieces. Jiang Tian looked relieved, very good, and full of blood. This kind of blood is the most among the students in the police academy. Among them, Chen Lighting is even more important. It is no exaggeration to say that in Chen Lighting's mind, Jiang Tian is simply a representative of mythology and spiritual belief. Looking at what Jiang Tian has done, coupled with the exaggerated publicity of the school teachers, many of these things are already outrageous. Those teachers beautify them a little bit. Good guys, all kinds of lone heroes, the tortuous process. It is simply more personal heroes and wonderful countless times than in the Eagle Sauce blockbuster among them. In order to strengthen Jiang Tian's firm will and good character, some teachers normalized some leadership doubts, but Jiang Tian ignored all these doubts. Strengthen your own beliefs and character, etc. This made Chen Lighting dream of becoming a hero like Jiang Tian, but now, what is this? Before he had time to act, he died before he started. His half-brother committed a huge evil deed first. Now, the time has come for the people to test you. I wonder if you can withstand this test. Jiang Tian asked solemnly. Chen Lighting straightened her waist in an instant. There is no hesitation. Officer Jiang, if you have any tasks, just tell me. The teacher told us what you once said. We still remember it fresh. Now is my motto, that is, the time has come for the motherland and the people to test me. Jiang Tian's face was a little red, but seeing Chen Lighting's passionate expression when she was talking, Jiang Tian's psychological quality was also a little embarrassed. Indeed, this sentence was taken out by him now. A little bit lethal, but what happened to a little shame? But overall, this contact can be regarded as giving Jiang Tian a thorough understanding of Chen Lighting very soon. The car was driving on the road, and unknowingly, 2 armed police vehicles had already started to drive towards the target location one after the other. Chapter 576. Even if you are Jiang Tian, you have to give me some face. Have to say, the crime location chosen by Qin Su is indeed better. Whether it is the destruction of corpses or crime, it is an extremely high-class area, facing the Yinjiang River. The Yinjiang River is fierce, and the tide is rolling, and the Yinjiang River leads directly into Myanmar. Of course, in fact, the Yinjiang River runs through the entire territory of the Yunhai Sea, and it is extremely wide, and it belongs to the main watershed of the important flood discharge. The longest width is in Yunhai, reaching hundreds of meters. Even the shortest one has a width of tens of meters. The river is extremely fierce and the flow rate is extremely fast, especially in the current summer season, when there is a lot of rain. The Yinjiang River is even more ferocious. The dens where Qin Su is located can be regarded as a single-family villa in a relatively remote area of the country. Of course, the small villa is built in a relatively remote area on the outskirts of the village, and few people can pass by it. For others, or normally, it is difficult to find here, but for Jiang Tian, it is really not difficult. It's still that sentence. Don't underestimate the power of the country, and at the same time I in this villa. Qin Su always felt uneasy, even if he had already knelt down. He had already knelt down to Guana, asking for forgiveness. I have to say that although Qin Su's psychology is more distorted and people are more abstract, he is definitely able to bend and stretch. When he is arrogant, he is really arrogant, and when he softens down, the speed is really fast, although, maybe all of this is not willingly, gritted teeth, but perhaps it is because he is smart and knows what it all means. He also knows that if he doesn't admit his mistake now, he will lose everything. This is not because he has changed, but simply because he is afraid. Classmate Guana, I just made a joke just now. Qin Su's face was flattering, but the cold sweat on his face kept flowing out until this moment. Guana frowned slightly when she saw such a humble Qin Su. I haven't waited for Guana to say anything. Qin Su had already hit his head on the ground, show the bullying of softness and fear of hardness vividly. Forgive me, please forgive me. If you don't forgive me, I won't get up. Qin Su said tremblingly. After all, Guana is just a little girl with little experience and not much. Seeing this scene, Guana was at a loss at the moment. I didn't know how to deal with it at all, when I was about to nod my head, step by step. At this moment, a sound of rapid footsteps appeared. The city's police force was dispatched just to find a person. In fact, this is not very difficult. It's just that for the sake of social stability, this method is not advisable, so there have not been many people who have done this all the time, and even the director does not have this kind of authority at all. First of all, the leaders in the city, taking into account the stability of the society, will never allow this. Secondly, as the stability of the provincial city, even if the city agrees, the province must also consider the impact. But, don't forget, this is a period of severe crackdown. Not to mention, who did all this behind it? It was Jiang Tian, and Jiang Tian didn't do all this just for Guana. Of course, Guana occupied a large part, but it was also an opportunity to deal with Huayu Group. In any case, there are so many groups and companies in Yunhai, even if they really want to do something to someone, they can't do it suddenly inexplicably. They always have to give a statement. Otherwise, I'm afraid those companies will all be in chaos by themselves. Governing a large country is like cooking a small fresh food, even more so in Yunhai. Here it is. Qin Su thumped in his heart and suddenly realized it. Maybe the old crutch really didn't lie to him just now, but until this time, Qin Su was still hesitating in his heart, because he didn't know how big the gold content of this operation was, and he didn't have a clear concept. But in his concept, in this sea of clouds, he could touch and deal with their Huayu Group. It's not that there are no, but there are definitely very few. Very few. He didn't believe it. He was met by himself so coincidentally, but in such a short period of time, a large number of footsteps appeared outside. Qin Su was inevitably panicked. Godfather, yes, there is also Godfather. Qin Su hurriedly took out his mobile phone and dialed the old man's phone. As for Guana, Qin Su was a little panicked now. He didn't even know what to do with Guana. Have you forgiven me? Qin Su hurriedly said, talking to Guana. She was full of anxiety, and even because of her anxiety, her eyes were a little blood red. Say it quickly. You forgive me. Say it quickly. Qin Su said hoarsely, almost on the verge of collapse. Seeing Qin Su's crazy appearance, Guana hesitated for a moment, nodding slightly in fear. Obviously, from the beginning, Qin Su's crazy appearance frightened Guana a little bit, but fortunately, after the previous attack, Guana's endurance was inevitably much stronger. Otherwise, Guana doesn't even know if she can stand up straight now. Forgive me, Godfather, the classmate who joked with me has already forgiven me. Am I okay? Qin Su doesn't believe in anyone, but he believes in his godfather, and at the moment. On the other side of the phone, after the old man heard Qin Su's words, his expression tightened and his face relaxed slightly. After all. In any case, even if you are Jiang Tian, you still need evidence to handle the case. Now, as long as it is a unified caliber, the little girl is solved. As long as the little girl bites her mouth to death and it's just a joke between the two sides, he will operate in it a little bit. Even if it is Jiang Tian, you have no reason to have an attack. Right, well done, Xiao Su. When this crisis is over, you must converge a little bit in the future, and you can't do this kind of thing anymore. The old man hesitated. The main thing is to educate. It seems that it is still a bit too indulgent. In the future, you can control it a little bit, but this wolfishness still can't disappear. In fact, Lao Hui and Chen Chang's philosophy is completely different. In Lao Hui's view, wolf thinking is very important. What Chen Chang can rely on to get together, whether he is kind or reasonable, is bullshit, and he has not been killed with a machete. In the same way, cultivating Chen Su is also carried out completely with an indulgent attitude, but now it seems that it's a bit too presumptuous. Now that the environment of Yunhai is not right, we still have to converge a little bit. For the rest, it's nothing. After all, the old crutch thinks he is still a bit thin-faced. They seem to have already appeared outside. Godfather, what should I do now? Chen Su asked in a cold sweat. The old man thought for a moment and said, don't worry, you just bit it to death. You were joking with your classmates, and you shook hands with your classmates a long time ago. Leave the rest to me. In this Yunhai, the old man believed that even Jiang Tian should give himself a little face. Good. Chen Su breathed a sigh of relief. After hanging up the phone, Chen Su's tense expression relaxed again, and at this moment, boom. A huge voice sounded. The next moment, the closed door was kicked open abruptly. Wow, 2 teams of masked armed police rushed in frantically. In the middle of the road, a figure walked in from outside the door, facing the sunset. Chapter 577 Murder silence, deathly silence. With his back facing the sunset, Chen Su couldn't see the opponent's face clearly. He could only see that after the opponent entered the door. No, it should be after kicking the door and walking in. Although he stood in the same place, under the reflection of the sunset, even if he couldn't see the opponent's back clearly, it was full of oppressive feeling. It still made Chen Su thrilling. A sense of oppression from the depths of his heart came to his face, and this feeling made Chen Su short of breath, step by step. After a while, this figure walked in slowly, with no hurry or slowness, but with every step he took, the sense of oppression became more terrifying. Chen Su also became more and more short of breath, and unconsciously, beads of sweat dripped down his chin and fell to the ground. But it's a pity that the other party didn't seem to look at him at all, but instead passed him and gradually walked in front of Guana. Until this time, Chen Su could clearly see the opponent's face that had just been shrouded in shadows. Ling Jun's facial features, expressionless face, and even during this period, he didn't even look at him. Instead, she came to Guana. Looking at Guana carefully, she seemed to be seeing if Guana was injured. After seeing that there were no obvious injuries on Guana's body, obviously, this person breathed a sigh of relief. The tight expression on his face gradually showed a little smile. Seeing the other party smiling, a little smile inevitably appeared subconsciously on Chen Su's face. Are you okay? Jiang Tian said gently. Oh, brother Jiang, thank you. At this moment, the moment I saw Jiang Tian, I saw the armed police and special police rushing into the room frantically, etc. Almost all of them were heavily armed, and everyone wore masks on their faces, but the murderous gaze and the muzzle of the gun were tightly aimed at Chen Su. It seems that whenever the opponent makes any movement, these people will shoot without hesitation. Don't doubt, or rather, Jiang Tianyong has this right now. Jiang Tian is anti-drug, but equally, he is also a member of the security. In this identity, holding a gun is only one of the most basic conditions, and there are many privileges that have not been shown. For example, Jiang Tian only needs to give an order, and Chen Su will be killed here and shot. It's just that it's not necessary. Killing Chen Su in this way is like a dry head. There is no benefit to Jiang Tian's fanfare today. What's more, even if you kill the opponent, what can you do? Can you still change the status quo of Yunhai? Now Jiang Tian has emerged from the period of accumulating credit and strength in the low-level brainless charge, and now Jiang Tian has entered the stage of layout. And Guanao was also more able to understand that whether it was Chen Su's attitude that changed sharply after receiving a phone call just now. On the other hand, Jiang Tian is. Now here, Guana understood. Even if she was a fool, with so much fanfare, there are too many missing people in the country every day. But you must know that disappearances will not be filed within 3 days, and it's only been a long time now. From being hijacked by Chen Su to the present, there are not 2 hours in total. Jiang Tian has already led a large number of people to rush over to it. Is estimated that Jiang Ning saw himself disappear, and then called Jiang Tian. Twice, exactly 2 times. Last time, he was implicated by Jiang Ning, or indirectly by Jiang Tian, but now rescued by Jiang Tian again, twice in a row. The so-called girl's feelings are always full of poetry. At this moment, Guana, at the moment she saw Jiang Tian, the sense of security that was on her face seemed to be that if Jiang Tian was there, all danger would be gone. At this moment, Guana rushed into Jiang Tian's arms without hesitation. For Jiang Tian, at this moment, there was no other idea, only the ultimate anger hidden deep in his heart. You must know that if Brigade Guo weren't for blocking guns for important criminals, there would be no risk of death at all, and Brigade Guo's contribution would be worth it. Through Shi Haichao and the others, they went overseas and followed the trail to arrest Hong Shi Wu. What's more, in the dark web, the criminal platform that can explode the world is completely taken down, and all the leaders are taken down. It's also about the dark web portal of NLT, URL and GT, the source code of NLT, URL and GT, etc., all of which are in hand, and all the news in the background is also copied back by Jiang Tian, and these are all the most terrifying materials. Because of this information, it is equivalent to more than 70 criminal forces all over the world. It can be said that it gathers one of the largest estimated in the world, covering nearly half of the world's drug criminal gangs and drug lords. Information. Of course, there is not much information about these dark web transactions. It may be said that it is not possible to use this to locate the opponent and catch the opponent, but it can become a key clue. Sometimes the most terrifying thing about solving a case is that there is no clue. As long as there is a clue, then everything is very simple, and all of these can be used as resources for external negotiations, and it can make Zhang Tian a world-famous anti-drug celebrity in one fell swoop. It has even become a global progress legend, just like Sherlock Holmes in the world of criminal investigation. The improvement brought to Zhang Tian by this case was huge, and it was a breakthrough in nature. And all of this was the contribution of Teen Boy Zhang Tian hadn't had time to visit and get to know Guana's because of the case before, but from the understanding on the road, Zhang Tian also knew that some of Guana's clan members, even Guana's pension, had to share the profits, so this kind of accident is even more encountered now. It can be said that without Gua Brigade, Zhang Tian would not be about to become Yunhai's business card now. After being made into a business card, Zhang Tian knew that he would have to elect himself to become a national or even world-class legendary existence. It has even said that Zhang Tian was elected by the above this time, and NLT, URL and GT, is a key element. What is Zhang Tian's future in the future? Zhang Tian himself does not know where he will eventually go, let alone what path he will embark on, but Zhang Tian knew Wu Guana's only child, who died under the hands of her own mission, did not even see Guana before she died. Now, this only child has been bullied like this. I felt Guana's weak body shaking and crying. Zhang Tian raised her hand and slowly patted Guana on the back to comfort her. Just when Zhang Tian was suppressing his anger in his heart, a voice sounded inexplicably next to Zhang Tian. You should be the recently famous anti-drug policeman named Zhang Tian. Introduce yourself. My name is Chun Su and I am the general manager of Huayu Group. Look at this big water rushing into the Dragon King temple. I just made a joke with my classmates, and it turned out that there has been such a big misunderstanding. Give me face, let it all go away. Haha. Anyway, Guana was not harmed. Chinsu does not have any burden now after all. After their Huayu group went crazy, they were not vegetarian either. Just the next moment, boom. Puff. Accompanied by a huge and dull voice, Chinsu, who had just finished speaking, felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. The sharp pain caused him to fall into an instant coma, but then there was a rumble. His whole body hit the wall behind him, and after the back of his head hit the wall, Chinsu woke up again with severe pain. After a short period of confusion, it was a severe pain that pierced his heart. Crack. Chapter 578, Rebellion against Tiangang. The underworld actually ran to the crime scene to threaten me. Jinsu fell from the wall to the ground. At this moment, his whole body was twitching constantly, because the severe pain was twitching constantly. How dare you, how dare he? Jinsu's pupils were full of bloodshot, his blood-red eyes widened, and he looked at Zhang Tian sternly, as if he was about to completely imprint Zhang Tian into his own eyes, in Chensu's life, after cultivating a sensitive psychology from an early age, and then after his father Chen Chang got mixed up, he was always indulging in all kinds of indulgences, except for being beaten twice by Chen Chang occasionally. When have you ever endured such severe beatings? It was true that there was no mercy on his subordinates, and he was completely rushing to kill him. With this kind of power, he really felt that he was going to die. Chen Su's mentality completely collapsed. He vowed that as long as he came out by himself, he would retaliate against this person. No, he would retaliate against Zhang Tian's whole family, let him live in pain for the rest of his life. Hatred was burning frantically in his heart, but obviously, he didn't know that he had no chance. Step by step, Zhang Tian's footsteps fell to the ground. Chensu's face paled and he wanted to beg for mercy. The next moment, stop it. A voice then sounded. Zhang Tian stopped, accompanied by the sound of rapid footsteps. I saw that under the guard of two special police officers following behind. A man in his 40s who looked extremely ordinary, even in the crowd, was definitely a person who was subconsciously ignored by everyone. Too ordinary, however. Zhang Tian couldn't help but shine in front of him. Police officer. He said that he is a senior and important figure in Huayu Group and the owner of this house. He has important things to come in. In the back, the Secret Service explained at this time. Zhang Tian glanced at it without saying a word. After all, it was just ordinary Secret Service. Overall, it couldn't be too demanding. Of course, with so many people dispatched, and it was still aimed at Huayu Group, it was impossible for Zhang Tian to rush in with everyone. That is, there was a hole in his brain, and there were still many people left outside. Introduce yourself. My last name is Tang, and my name is Tang Huai. Of course, everyone likes to call me Lao Huai. Officer Jiang, just call me Lao Huai. The old man glanced at Chen Su on the ground. At this moment, Chen Su was still twitching and trembling all over, and his body was almost curled up into a big shrimp on the ground. This was shown to the old man. His eyes were about to turn red. This is his favorite since he was a child. He is not a son, but he is definitely closer to his relatives countless times than his son. Now it turned out to be beaten like this. However, Lao Huai also understands that the current situation is stronger than others, so Lao Huai endured the anger in his heart. After so many years, he has dealt with so many things, and the Qigong Fu has long been refined, so facing Zhang Tian, he smiled and said without a smile, Officer Jiang, I don't know me, what crime did Qian Zizi commit and was beaten like this by you? If you can't give a reasonable explanation, our Huayu Group has a special legal department and will appeal to you. Come up, the old crutch is the first to take the lead. In Lao Shen's view, although there is still a pure gap between the mainland and Hong Kong, the legal staff does not have as much influence as Hong Kong Island. After all, there is a great lawyer over there, who can really defend guilt into innocence, as long as you can get through the loopholes in the law. Of course, it has improved a lot over the years, but legal practitioners are still so influential. Huge compared with the mainland, this power is much smaller, and more rights are still concentrated in the hands of judges. Just for now, but if there is a team of lawyers, the overall pressure will be coupled with the pressure of Huayu Group. In the face of this situation, Officer Putong was completely at a loss for a long time. Or, it has already begun to mess with itself, but after Zhang Tian heard this, he smiled on his face, and slowly said, Kidnapping, is it enough? Kidnapping, how is it kidnapping? My son was just joking with his classmates. This little girl was not harmed in any way. Officer Jiang, I know you are obsessed with handling cases, but you can't smear people out of thin air. Otherwise, if the news spreads out, everyone will think that your previous cases were a trick to succumb in this way. The old man's words can be said to be a pure threat. Zhang Tian frowned silently, and then looked at the Secret Service guarding the door. The old crutch can come, however. Zhang Tian didn't expect that the Secret Service would actually bring in the old crutch and the two people who seemed to be carrying the old crutch. That's right, there are two lawyers behind these two Secret Services. Zhang Tian didn't know what was going on outside. But at this moment Zhang Tian also understood. It is estimated that there will be a little more twists and turns in this matter out of thin air, but this doesn't matter anymore for Zhang Tian. No one can influence what case he wants to handle, especially if he threatens him. At this time, this old crutch dares to threaten him in turn, and Zhang Tian smiled thoroughly and asked, "Do you know who you are threatening?" The old man frowned slightly, but his heart was ecstatic, and he glanced at the two lawyers who followed him silently. Yes, at the door, he relied on the insatiable tongues of the two lawyers to use various professional laws, and then forcibly ran in under the suspicion of the Secret Service. In the second half of 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 the second half, more than that, they even brought equipment for secretly recording or even secretly recording. When I came in, I had already recorded everything in front of me. After all, anyway, in the absence of clarity in the case, you actually assaulted, which spread out. Originally, the old crutch was only 50 to 60% sure, but now, the old crutch is already 80% sure. Officer Jiang, you are still young and you don't know that rumors are as fierce as tigers. If today's situation spreads out, you must not want to see it. After all, your future is bright. If you say that you beat innocent people indiscriminately, it is hard to imagine the public opinion outside, and your bright future in future, I'm afraid there will be many twists and turns, and the road will be broken. My son is just joking, and now he has learned a lesson. Officer Jiang, be merciful and be merciful. The old man said confidently. Further, just the next moment, click. The old crutch watched helplessly as he was handcuffed. What are you talking about? When you step on the horse, an underworld ran out to threaten me. Has the world been so upside down? Chapter 579, no one in this world can judge me. What are you doing? I'm followed by a famous barrister. Are you crazy? Money can make ghosts push. You know, Lao Xian is not a simple person, but a barrister who is directly looking for in the red circle of the capital. These barristers have circles and contacts. Of course, no matter what the surface is, but secretly, in fact, there are still problems in all aspects. These lawyers have strong resources in their hands. It can also be said that as long as you take out enough money, they can solve many follow-up problems for you. Solve? What are you doing? What are you doing with me? Zhang Tian's face was dark. Damn, it really gave these people a face. He had never seen any scenes in Zhang Tian, and he had never seen such confidence, or maybe Yunhai's comfortable life for too long made them unable to recognize themselves. Of course, these Zhang Tian can also understand a little bit. After all, for the habits that have been cultivated over the years, they have already become accustomed to this, and even say that they have converged a lot now, and they have not yet recognized the current situation clearly. Behind me are barristers hired by the capital for a lot of money. Are you crazy? Are you really not afraid of exposure? The old man's eyes widened, but Zhang Tian didn't say a word, just glanced at the two lawyers behind him, didn't say anything, just smelled his nose twice in front of Lao Xian. That's right, what are you going to do? The old man asked. You came into contact with white powder not long ago, and you are involved in drug crimes, right? Zhang Tian asked. The old crutch thumped in his heart, because what Zhang Tian just said is indeed correct. Not long ago, Lao, we had just transported a batch of white powder the day before yesterday. No way, the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. This is what Brother Chang said, and the old man also agrees very much. Even though Huaya Group is already very rich, in the face of the speed of making money, that the money printing machines are far from comparable. Who would hate to have less money? The same is true for Lao Shen and Chen Chang. Thanks to Zhang Tian's frantic crackdown on drug crimes during the recent period, the price of white powder in Yunhai has continued to rise. By now, there is even no market for it on the market. After the price has doubled, it will double again. It was already a terrifying windfall profit, but now the price has doubled one after another. One doubling can be resisted, but the second doubling, whoever can stand it, can't stand it at all. In this way, they secretly made a fortune. After all, it was not only them, but also some criminal groups that committed crazy crimes during this period of time. Crazy rich, I can hold back, but not everyone can hold back. After some people ship on a large scale, they are not supervised in time, and there is naturally a herd mentality in the follow-up. This is actually because of the shallow foundation. Before that, Yunhai's crackdown and censorship on drug trafficking and criminal acts were not very strict, and there was no perfect means of distribution and control, so that even if it was searched everywhere and severely cracked down, it was difficult to make an effective crackdown. What are you kidding me? With this, you are going to arrest me? The old crutch is confused. Yes, he did it, but how can it be admitted? And are you a ghost when you step on a horse, or a dog's nose? 2 days have passed, and you can still smell it. No, this person is deceiving himself. The old man comforted himself in his heart, but he didn't know that Zhang Tian's reliance on these was enough. What's more, Zhang Tian was not ready to let go of the old crutch from the beginning. Zhang Tian, I advise you not to make mistakes. All your actions will be exposed. The old crutch looked at the handcuffs and exploded with anger. Damn, Jin Zizi was not rescued, and he was directly deducted by Zhang Tian, who did not follow the routine of playing cards. This police officer, we belong to the Dongqing law firm in Beijing. This is my lawyer's certificate. We are completely in the eyes of all your current actions. We have every right to expose your overstepping your authority and disrespect for human rights. Behavior. At this time, the two lawyers behind the old crutch seemed to be meeting for the first time. I didn't react just now, but now that I react, I just look at each other and stand up. Mainly, they were a little timid in this scene. They have rarely seen such terrifying situations in criminal cases, but there is no way. Collecting money to eliminate disasters for others can only bite the bullet and come out. Officer Jiang, I advise you not to make mistakes. As our employer said, we have the right to record and keep all your actions, expose them when necessary, and even appeal to you in the capital. I hope you don't want to be angry for a while, and finally even put the whole cloud. The Maritime Bureau is involved, and it will bear huge penalties for you. Another lawyer also stood up and said, Zhang Tian's vision has not changed in any way. There was a smile on the old man's face, and he was afraid. In his opinion, Zhang Tian was afraid. Chen Su, who was lying on the ground, was also deeply relieved at this moment. Immediately afterwards, Chen Su's face was full of viciousness, and the humiliation of today will be more severe in the future. He wants to retaliate and go back. Once he goes out, he must make Zhang Tian miserable. Then, now, I will place you in criminal detention on suspicion of drug trafficking. Zhang Tian spread his hands indifferently for these lawyers. Zhang Tian knew that sooner or later he would be right. It's just that the killing was too fast before, so the conclusion has been reached without giving these lawyers a chance to appear. After entering the stage of the procuratorate, it has nothing to do with Zhang Tian. Do you have evidence? Moreover, I want to carefully warn you that if there is no evidence, you have no right to criminally detain my client. One of the lawyers quickly jumped out and said, "No way, the old man gave too much. Huayu Group is also too rich. What's more, on the other hand, their Dongqing law firm is not afraid of these things. For the background of the competition, they are really not afraid of anyone in the red circle." The corners of the old man's mouth cracked, and his smile appeared unsteadily. The two eyes were even more sarcastic. In any case, this is a society that pays attention to laws and regulations. No matter how domineering you are, Zhang Tian can still do things in violation of the law. It might have been possible to do this before, but now, all of this is in front of other people's lawyers. Especially now, there is Chen Su lying on the ground, but it is a pity that Zhang Tian was not photographed doing it. Otherwise, he would have been convicted of disrespect for human rights and beating suspects in violation of the law. Of course, now it is enough to make Zhang Tian unable to eat. Now, let us Su and I go. We are at peace and we can treat it as if nothing happened. The old crutch Zhang Tiango hurriedly jumped over the wall and decided to take a step back. The advantage is in him, so the old man only allows himself to take a half step back, not a little more. Why? Are you really not afraid? Without evidence, you have no right to arrest people. The old crutch persecuted further. Really, even if it is an arrest, it can only be said to be a subpoena for investigation. The key is that without any evidence, the person concerned can also have the right to refuse to cooperate with the investigation. Just the next moment, I heard a sudden sound in the room. Chapter 580 Crazy Explosion. Goodbye Billion Crimes. Exploded. I testify that Tang Chang carried out a drug deal the day before yesterday, and I saw him conspiring with Chen Chang with my own eyes. Wow. Accompanied by sound. Instantly. Everyone's eyes instantly converged in one direction, and the direction of the shadow was Chen Lighting. That's right. At this critical moment, Chen Lighting stood up. Or rather, when Chen Lighting first came in, she had been watching silently, especially when she saw the frightened look of Guana, the little girl, and even said that she thought of the rumors of this beast brother. It was hard for her to imagine that without Zhang Tian's intervention, this, the only descendant of the anti-drug hero, the child of a martyr, the only daughter whose father had just died, would be tragically poisoned. The look, this kick, Zhang Tian's kick, Chen Lighting looked very relieved. It even feels completely insufficient, and such an animal should be cut to pieces. I just didn't expect that so many things would happen later, and at this critical moment, they all thought that Zhang Tian had no tricks left, or that under the pressure of the lawyers of the two Red Circle law firms, there was no way out. As it happened, Chen Lighting stood up. It didn't work for others to stand up, but when Chen Lighting appeared, Officer Jiang, you have to bear legal responsibility for making false documents. That's right, I hope you don't make mistakes again. Officer Jiang, it's too much for you to make a false certificate, or do you not know the strength of our capital Red Circle? The two lawyers were slightly stunned for a moment, and then they reacted with a sneer on their faces. They had never seen anything like this in dealing with so many cases. This time, it is completely useless to use inexplicable testimony as evidence. Unless there are still people in it. Or this person who testifies, at least in terms of identity, can get by. As a result, at the moment when the two of them had not spoken, the shocked voice of the old woman sounded, Lighting, you. Mr. Tang, do you know each other? The two lawyers thumped in their hearts. It's a pity that the old crutch is just shocked at this moment. In fact, Lao treats Chen Su very well, and Chen Lighting is also treated well. What's more, although Chen Lighting was admitted to the police academy, she was also full of justice in her heart. Although the old crutch was on the opposite side, the old crutch didn't have much idea about this niece, and even thought that this was not a good thing. After all, a family cannot always be annihilated, but it must always be able to leave a completely innocent person. Also, in order to prevent future accidents, Chen Su has already grown crooked, and Chen Lighting is not bad. It's just that the old crutch didn't expect that the person who killed her turned out to be Chen Lighting. Who are you? Mr. Tang, who is this woman? The appearance of Chen Lighting also interrupted the rhythm of the two lawyers. After the two of them entered the door for the first time, they panicked. Or rather, beyond their expectations, unexpected things, how things develop next, will completely exceed their estimates. My dad is Chen Chang, the chairman of Huayu Group. The night before yesterday, I heard about the conspiracy between my dad and him. During this period of time, the two of them have sold nearly 1 billion white powder, and the profit has exceeded 900 million. There is no cost. By the way, in the current situation where the clouds and the waves are bigger and the fish are more expensive, there is almost no cost for white powder, because the profit is so terrifying. Starting from the source of the goods, or even manufacturing the goods by yourself, there is almost no cost, and the price is only 1/5 to 1/10 of the selling price compared to the cost price. Now it's better, almost 1% of the cost-to-profit ratio. In other words, the cost of $1. During this period, even earned close to $100. No one is jealous when they look at it. If the control specifications are perfect and the crackdown is strict, this kind of air outlet can still be stopped, but it's a pity, because the foundation is too weak. IT has always been a hard-hit area for anti-drug control, and it has almost never flourished. Therefore, effective control has almost never been made. Even if it is searched everywhere. On the bright side, many bulk shipments have been searched. However, some hidden channels have their own hidden routes and trading methods. In addition, it is difficult for regular customers to make effective arrests unless they are disintegrated from the inside, and this requires undercover work. The key is because of the weak foundation, very few undercover agents, bait fishing layout, etc., almost no doubt. If there is no effective prohibition, it will lead to people who are able to resist the temptation at the beginning. Watching the people walking on the edge of the cliff earn a lot of money and go crazy. How can they bear it? The greater the strength, the more you earn. In this short period of time, 10.5 days did not pass, and Chen Chang's personal wealth exceeded nearly $1 billion. It's so terrifying. Lighting, what are you talking nonsense about? The old lady's eyes widened, and she couldn't believe that Chen Lighting had stabbed herself at this critical moment. At this moment, the most important thing is, why does Chen Lighting appear here? Uncle Tang, I heard you conspiring with my father the night before yesterday. I don't know if these can be used as evidence. I can testify that between Uncle Tang and my father, there was indeed a conspiracy to carry out the drug trade, with a profit of more than $1 billion. At this time, Chen Lighting continued to reiterate, then he reiterated with emphasis, this billion profits were earned in less than half a month. Boom. Exploded. For the first time, the people on the scene couldn't believe it. Then came the madness on his face. Billion profits. What a terrifying profit this is. The most terrifying thing is that this was caused in half a month. In fact, the same is true when you think about it carefully. Perhaps Huayu Group hadn't been doing this all the time before, but Huayu Group has its own natural advantage channel, that is, its own various entertainment venues, including night bars and so on. These are almost natural sales occasions, and they are directly in place in one step, and even middlemen may be saved from this point of view. If you shop frantically, in 10 days, at this time, the entire sea of clouds is trembling, and the white powder is in short supply. The profit of 100 million a day is completely within a reasonable range. However, the taste of speaking out is different. 100 million a day, what a terrifying profit this is. He just say that domestic listed companies, is there anything that can be done with this profit? Yes, but absolutely very few, and the key is no one expected that Zhang Tian would do it again, and he would do it casually, and what he was implicated in was another terrifying and heinous drug crime. This is the taste of first-class work. Chapter 581, Nail Piercing. I am a professional, of course. In fact, Chen Lighting is really not talking nonsense. When the two discussed this matter the night before yesterday because of making money, they didn't even think about avoiding Chen Lighting. Chen Lighting has always been uninterested in these things. Before that, it was not that there were no such things, but Chen Lighting basically didn't even have the desire to listen, let alone the idea of participating. They also understood that Chen Lighting was unwilling to be in the same stream as them. He is also a father, but the brothers and sisters have gone to two extremes. One is extremely righteous, and the other is on the path of evil. Sometimes Chen Chang thinks that this is whether God deliberately used these two goods to punish himself. Of course, after all, it is his own daughter, and occasionally he will always hear some of his plots. I happened to hear it the day before yesterday. It's really terrifying to make a profit of 100 million a day. When the two of them spoke, they unconsciously couldn't control their voices. So in the end, Chen Lighting heard it, exploded, the scene was completely fried, and everyone couldn't believe it. No one knew who Chen Chang was. What's more, the daughter of the chairman of Huayu Group personally came out to testify. Both lawyers' faces turned green. Before, it could be said that Zhang Tian had made false evidence, but now he said it was to slap himself in the face. Is this a fake certificate? Isn't this pulling a calf? Lighting, you are crazy, that's your father. The old crutch is confused. This scene was completely beyond his expectations, but Chen Lighting sneered and said, I don't have a father who is a scum of society. He harms society and engages in evil forces in Yunhai. How many people have been persecuted? Now I just say no to him. Perhaps for Chen Lighting, there is no need for such good family conditions. Or, she didn't enjoy the conditions in her family much. After going to college, she began to be self-sufficient. Even in high school, she hardly used the family's money anymore, and she relied on her own efforts. In high school, she studied while making money. Of course, if it weren't for making money, you might be able to get into a better school. Miss Tang, do you have anything else to say now? Of course, everything you say now will become future court testimony, and you have the right to remain silent. Zhang Tian was always calm. For Zhang Tian didn't even show any other expressions in the current situation. Or, even if there is no Chen Lighting today, Zhang Tian is determined. Zhang Tian arrested people, even if there is no evidence now, but with Zhang Tian's ability, I'm sorry, within a few hours, I will be able to find a bunch of hard evidence for you. If you don't know it, you can't do it unless you do it yourself, but Tang Xian is Chen Chang's special black gloves. Is it possible to say that it is clean, my chow, 10 billion in 10 days? This taste, that's right, it's another first-class achievement. No, such a terrifying scale of Huayu Group is a credit to terror in itself. Hiss. At this moment, standing in the crowd, like a little transparent, Song Ligua, who had been sweating coldly by the two lawyers, widened his eyes at this moment. His eyes flushed and his breathing was short. Damn it, Song Ligua never expected it. Zhang Tian today, suddenly, in response to the children of the martyr, the daughter of the old leader was bullied, and the entire Yunhai police resources were dispatched by remote control. Just for Guanao alone, what is this concept? IT has even said that song. Ligua was not without worries before that, because obviously, today's matter needs to be explained. Jiang Tian has more privileges than others, but there is a need for a statement in the city and the province. It was just because Guan Na was bullied, or someone alone was kidnapped. In the beginning, it was just a case of missing. With such a large amount of resources suddenly mobilized, under certain circumstances, Jiang Tian is equivalent to using thousands of police forces to find a person. But at the same time, if other people go missing or are kidnapped, at most a brigade will be dispatched. And 20 or 30 people will be at the top of the sky. This makes it easy to leave a message. If no one can see the results of the past, or receive the goods, it is easy to be held accountable by others, not to mention other people. Just talk about Han Xian, the current director of Yunhai. Although he has been semi-invisible since the last time, he has not dared to do anything. But if he has a reason, he has grasped Jiang Tian's flaws, and I believe Han Xian will definitely hold on to it. Don't. Look now, Jiang Tian made a phone call, and everyone didn't say a word. That's because they were all waiting to see Jiang Tian's jokes. It seemed that Chen Chang called the backer, and the backer said sarcastically, but there was no reason for this, take them all away. Jiang Tian waved his hand, directly turned Chen Su in the old crutch, and couldn't help but let people take the police car.as for him. Of course there are still things to do. First of all, today's affairs definitely need to be kept secret. After all, no matter what Chen Lighting said, Jiang Tian was going to install Chen Lighting to replace Huayu Group. Next, if Huayu Group cannot fall or Huayu Group has fallen, then the market is still there, and the market demand exists even more without Huayu Group. There are all kinds of other people who have frantically emerged at this time to replace the market that existed after Huayu Group disappeared. So, since it is not possible to completely catch it all, and since there will be other people's control, then it is better to let Huayu Group continue to control it. Even said, through Huayu Group, Jiang Tian was able to clearly know the movements of the entire Yunhai underground criminal group for the first time. As for now, for the entire world under the cloud, there is no news at all. Okay, it's okay, this kind of thing will never happen in the future. Jiang Tian patted Guan Na in her arms. There are no other evil thoughts in my heart, all I have is pity. After all, this little girl has endured too much. Especially at this time, it was even said that Guan Na had helped him a lot. Without Guan Na, Jiang Tian would really not be eyeing Huayu Group so quickly. 100 million a day, in what era is this? 100 million in 203 years, not to mention surpassing 1 billion in future generations. But the current population of 100 million is definitely smaller than the population of 1 billion in the future. The economy has not released much water, and there is no development of the property market. In this era, the gold content of the rich is still very terrifying. On the other hand, in this era, nightclubs and bars are synonymous with a very famous name, especially the Southeast Road Bar of Huayu Group. It is now the entire sea of clouds, and it has even resounded in many countries in the Southeast. By controlling Huayu Group next, Jiang Tian would be able to continuously install undercover forces through the Huayu Group, and then take the entire world under the cloud into his hands. At that time, he would not be able to control those criminal groups. It will. As long as you have any criminal behavior, Jiang Tian can directly strike, take one shot and kill once. Chapter 582, Tit for Tat, news that ignited the nation. What happened today can be regarded as telling Jiang Tian that it is useless to simply sweep away the blackness and eliminate evil. The social environment is here, and it also nourishes the soil of the dark forces, not to mention here. The same is true even in the mainland. Of course, Yunhai's side is currently a bit more serious. It has even said that as far as the underworld forces are concerned, there are many desperate thugs who have come here. They dare to do anything. As long as they give money and kill people, they don't have any psychological burden on them. After they are done, they quickly abscond and leave the country. There are too many similar examples. It's even crazy enough that even the escorts dare to attack. It's conceivable how arrogant and terrifying they are on weekdays. After Chen Su and Tang Gui were crushed into the police car, Jiang Tian comforted Guan Na a little bit, then put Guan Na beside Song Qiuwan and let Song Qiuwan accompany her. After all, the matter here has not been dealt with yet. Are these people involved? Jiang Tian pointed to the 7 or 8 young men with yellow hair on the scene. They were all very arrogant just now, or how arrogant they were at school. But at this moment, all of them are facing the wall honestly, squatting on the ground with his hands on his head, trembling. Okay. Guan Na nodded, looking at Jiang Tian. His eyes were shining brightly. At this moment, in Guan Na's eyes, Jiang Tian seemed to be a god, unlike what Chen Lighting had heard in legends and among other people. In front of Guan Na, Jiang Tian seemed to be stepping on colorful auspicious clouds every time she appeared. As long as she is in danger, Jiang Tian will appear in time to save her. Take it all away. Jiang Tian waved his hand. 7 or 8 young people with yellow hair were escorted to the car. Of course, these people will all be jointly sued by accomplices for kidnapping. Even if they are minors, they will not escape the punishment of the law, and because of its harsh nature, it basically started in 3 years. If the nature is bad, or if there are other crimes after the trial, then it will be 10 years since it started. That is, they are underage. If they are adults, it is not as simple as starting in 10 years. If there are other crimes superimposed, they will at least start with shooting. Boss, what about these people? Zhao Wei ran to Jiang Tian and asked it. Jiang Tian thought for a while and said, take these young people back for separate interrogation, especially the focus is on letting them explain the past facts about Chen Su's crimes. According to the investigation, this is not the first time they have been investigated. These people can easily be interrogated and Chen Su's crimes will be proved first, and then together, submit to the procuratorate. I see the boss. Zhao Wei nodded earnestly. These people did something to Guan Na. Not only Jiang Tian was angry, even these people who were acting on the scene, after seeing Guan Na, which one was not burning with anger, although they, as law enforcement officials, cannot let their emotions affect them. They don't mind teaching these animals that no one teaches within a reasonable range, especially the people Jiang Tian brought with him. Many of them came from anti-drug drugs, and these people are not old. Acquaintances of Guo Brigade for many years. This is even more empathetic. Wait until the special police in the room gradually leave. This time, the faces of the 2 lawyers were also flushed in blue and nothing else. As a lawyer in the red circle, when have you ever endured this kind of disregard? No matter where you go, even if the director of your municipal bureau meets, the lawyers in the red circle, have to entertain them seriously, not to mention anything else. Their red circle has mastered the energy of terror, just this one, that is, no one else can offend if they are killed, but now, Jiang Tian has ignored them in any case, even if it is a crime, since their red circle has been dispatched. You have to save them a little face, but now you don't give them any face at all, they even ignored it directly. Okay, Officer Jiang, right, hero boy, we have seen it today, but the Green Mountains are still flowing with green water, and we will definitely have a meeting later. One of the lawyers walked up with a gloomy face and said gloomily to Jiang Tian, I was embarrassed today, but in any case, after receiving other people's money, you have to find a way for your family. The case has reached this point, especially the criminal behavior of the old kidnapper. The two of their lawyers were also frightened, however. What Jiang Tian did was not to give them any face. It spread out. How will they do things outside in the future? Are you threatening me? Jiang Tian said blankly. Asa lawyer, you dare to threaten me? Jiang Tian simply laughed. You walk outside, and the one outside shows off in front of the people outside. Where is this place? And this is Yunhai here and now. Junhai doesn't look at any relationship, and now Jiang Tian doesn't care about any relationship. It has even said that in the past few days, Jiang Tian will go to the capital to meet with the big guys in the city, waiting for the big guys' condolences. Of course, more, Jiang Tian estimated, still fell on August 1. After all, unlike others, buying needs to show its face in front of the whole country, which is equivalent to a business card. Jiang Tian's biggest capital now is youth. In fact, his biggest weakness is also youth. Youth represents instability. In addition, there is no marriage, and there is no stability. For the above, there are some slight worries, so it is definitely necessary to meet Jiang Tian before the 8th of August to determine whether Jiang Tian can bear it. But after all, if the front foot is awarded, the back foot Jiang Tian will let go of himself, and he will not do anything ugly. At that time, it will not be Jiang Tian who will be ashamed, but the motherland who will be awarded the honor. Not to mention those, just say that on Yunhai's side, there are still Gao Xiaolong and Minister Tan. Jiang Tian didn't bother to entangle with these people. You can use it if you can bear it. Young man, don't be so arrogant. My name is Sun Yu. I am a lawyer from Dongcheng Law Firm. You are responsible for handling the case, but since we have already taken this case, we won't leave it alone. We will always stare at you, or, if you have the ability, you can come to me. I think, I have been in Yunhai recently. One of the lawyers who had been talking took out a business card from his pocket, then sneered and put it on the table next to him. Sorry, I don't know some of the habits of cats and dogs. Jiang Tian has always respected me as a human being, and I respect others as a human being. Since these two lawyers came in, they have been looking for faults. It's as if it's high above. Jiang Tian simply doesn't understand the logic of these people's thinking. You belong to Dongcheng Law Firm, so do we have to give you face? Okay, you are fine. We will meet again soon. I hope you can still say this when the time comes. Sun Yu sneered and turned around and left. Originally, I didn't want to participate in depth. After all, it's easy to get yourself involved in criminal cases if you don't get it right, but now Sun Yu has decided he wants to see how confident Jiang Tian is, and the time soon came. The next day. A news exploded in an instant across the country. Chapter 583, Human Weakness, taking quotes out of context whether the red circle is capable or not. What's more, these two lawyers are not ordinary lawyers, they are even at the level of partners. IT can be regarded as the top existence in the world of lawyers. After all, it is actually because money can make ghosts push and grind. Huayu Group lacks everything, that is, it does not lack money, and this law firm, as long as you have money and a lot of money, then they will solve everything for you, and if you can't solve it, they will find ways to solve it. Huayu Group has always spent a lot of money to maintain a large number of legal affairs departments, and also has its own legal affairs department. After all, it is rich and powerful, and this matter, after realizing that it was not easy to solve, he immediately contacted the top background forces and the extremely terrifying Red Circle to solve it. As long as it can be solved, money is not even a problem. Before that, Chen Shang had actually realized that accidents might happen in the future. Therefore, in the beginning, amidst the windfall profits, he also spent a lot of money to apply for legal assistance from Dongcheng Law Firm at 20 million a year. After all, Huayu Group has nothing, only money left. And news of an explosive nature suddenly broke out completely the next day, and suddenly it seemed that the whole network was hot among them. The most important is the second-generation captain surnamed Zhang, who banned drugs in Yunhai, did not respect human rights, beat the criminal suspect. In this era, there are already many disputes over this title, such as interrogations, such as others, etc. Criminal suspects are not having a good time, although they all deserve it, but respect for human rights has always been the focus of society. Even in later generations, 20 years later, in fact, this situation has been happening all the time, except for the particularly advanced and developed first-tier large cities, and some other remote cities, this behavior still has not been eliminated. This moment, if for example, Xiao Zhang is watching TV at home and the family is having lunch, the TV station broadcast a news item urgently, that is, a secret invisible camera was used to take candid photos at the scene. When the two lawyers followed, they had been secretly filming with their sidekicks, therefore, the scene at that time was completely unreservedly displayed. In the news, the host raised a very serious question at this time: should the human rights of criminal suspects be valued and respected? The first sentence he said directly attracted the attention of many people, and then, there was the live coding video, which was coded on the opposite side recently, regarding the second-generation anti-drug police officer surnamed Yun Heijiang who committed personal injury while playing with minors. Regarding this issue, a young man who was underage may have violated the law because of playing, but is personal injury allowed? This is a very serious social issues. Exploded, very explosive, because Chinsu twitched badly on the ground. It also led to attracting people's compassion. People always sympathize with the weak. Similarly, in the face of this situation, coupled with the fact that under normal circumstances, the law also has preferential treatment for minors, this has led to social attention and controversy, but except for a small number of people, most people almost all sympathize with the weak, and at this time Chinsu is the weak. Although the short videos were not popular at this time, people still paid a lot of attention to the hotspots in the news during this period. As long as it's on TV, then it will definitely have a huge impact, especially on this controversial issue. It's just a pity most people still belong to the herd mentality, especially on the internet. There has been an explosion of discussion. Only a small part of them still maintain a clear mind, because in this news, it is easy to say about the suspects breaking the law by playing around, but they did not make it clear what they did. This part of the sober people insist that they have definitely violated the bottom line law. What's more, regarding the criminal behavior of young people, especially the criminal behavior of children, there has always been preferential treatment. This has also led to the fact that many people are drilling legal loopholes, especially many underworld gangs. When they even commit crimes to avoid the law, or thugs, they recruit a large number of young people, such as 15-6, 14-5. Such a young man has an immature mind, and his mind is even more hot when he does things, maybe in an emergency. When their minds are hot, they say that they are not afraid of slashing people with knives to kill people. The key is that there are preferential legal treatment, so they are unscrupulous. In addition, their minds are immature at this time, and they almost don't consider the consequences when they do things. If they say they will cut you, they will cut you. To be motivated, the key is to have preferential treatment. This has led to, in fact, this kind of situation is so common that some people have already paid attention to this situation. However, people have a herd mentality and sympathize with the weak. There are people behind them who are interestingly covering up what the other party has done. When reporting, they are also vague, which has led to Chinsu being shaped into a weak person. And since Chinsu is the weak, then the wicked man is naturally Zhang Tian. It's so hateful that there is such a thing. This police officer surnamed Jiang is even a second-generation person. Relying on the relationship, in the end, even this kind of thing can be done, and there is still no humanity. Yes, it's simply inhumane. This person is simply in his own privilege, frantically embarrassing others. Yeah, it's so pitiful. Doesn't this person have any humanity? Xiao Zhang's family glared at each other, especially Xiao Zhang. At this moment, it seems that he is not happy. For the first time, I had already put down my bowls and chopsticks, ran to the internet, and found related posts, but I didn't expect that the posts about this news had completely exploded. After all, there are too many controversial issues, which have caused the heat to be like cooking oil on fire. It exploded directly. Xiao Zhang thought for a while, and soon, Xiao Zhang added it along post in the post, telling his point of view in detail. First of all, anyone has their own human rights. Even criminal suspects should respect human rights. Not to mention this is just a 16 or 17-year-old boy. People were beaten like this, which is enough to show how bad the situation in Yunhai is. Real criminal suspects are rarely able to be arrested. As a result, we have done this kind of abuse. We have to think about it. Sometimes there is no strict supervision. What is this for them, for better or for worse? I believe that the harm is greater than the good. The power is too great and arbitrary. It is unimaginable that it will last for a long time. Then, Xiao Zhang expressed his views in detail from this perspective, as well as more in-depth views, analysis of society, and the hidden problems behind this matter, and so on. There is also the future. Will it be completely out of control and so on? This may just be the beginning. Is the future getting more and more serious? Will the future happen to you? You can keep silent when it doesn't happen, but if it happens to you one day, or to your children, what should I do then? Then it exploded completely. Chapter 584, Chief Gao is shocked. Another first-class merit, especially for this so-called person surnamed Jiang. He is full of criticism. The news is very explosive, especially at this juncture. Zhang Tian is about to be exposed as a postcard. As a result, this kind of thing has happened now. It has a terrifying and significant impact on the whole situation, as well as on the overall situation. If one is not handled well, it will have a devastating blow to the overall plan. It can be said that if you don't show up early and you don't show up late, you just show up at this time. Shameless. I really thought we ate dry food in Dongcheng. Sun Yu sneered all over his face. Zhang Tian didn't give him any face. However, if each of them takes a step back in this matter and gives each other a step down, it will not cause the current situation. After all, their law firm also needs face, otherwise, the news will spread out, and others think that their current background power in Dongcheng is no longer working. Yeah, hard steel. I really don't know. Is he too swollen? Or does he really think he has the energy to contend with our Dongcheng law firm? The other lawyer shook his head and sneered. That's right, the entire news event was all controlled by them, through the law firm. Where this kind of news came to light. It can be said that Zhang Tian's future is completely over. Such a big black spot was reported. However, if the trouble is so big, will there be any accidents? A little worry immediately appeared on the face of the other lawyer. After all, the popularity of the incident is somewhat beyond their control. It also exploded completely out of control, and it's still of a national nature. Of course, on the other hand, it is also because Dongcheng law firm is not a vegetarian, and it is looking for a very influential local TV station. Originally, he wanted to have a big impact, and completely destroy Zhang Tian. For them, it is even more profound in merit and fame. The key is that everything is under their control. As a result, they don't know what went wrong. It exploded in an instant and completely exploded. Will something happen? The other lawyer was a little cautious, even a little uneasy. After all, isn't it just a small mistake? In fact, what's the big deal? Sun Yu shook his head and said sarcastically, "Don't say it's okay now. Even if something really happens, they don't panic at all. After all, Zhang Tian was just a captain. The captain really didn't look good enough in front of them, so don't worry, I'll take care of anything." Sun Yu continued to add, the other lawyer seemed to be infected, and the tension gradually relaxed. Actually, they don't know. After the impact of this incident broke out on the internet, even if the news was blocked, it was too late, and it instantly became a social hotspot. After all, there is great controversy. Although most people were on Chen Su's side, they condemned Zhang Tian in various ways, and this is not the end. Even in the afternoon of the day after the incident broke out, Zhang Tian was still in the city bureau. Instantly. A large number of people have poured into the municipal bureau here. They all demanded severe punishment for Zhang Tian Dai and the entire municipal bureau. There were some silent needles that could be heard. Dai in particular, Minister Tan was standing in the temporary office of the municipal bureau. From this perspective, he could even see a lot of people gathered at the gate, out of control, completely out of control, even if it was blocked for the first time. After all, it was a major local news program, although it was not a padded stage. After the news was broadcast, the terrifying heat was completely exploded in an instant. Wait, did you just say that Huayu Group, which has been frantically making billions of money for 10 days, was involved? Before Minister Tan spoke, Gao Xiaolong, who was on the side, could no longer sit still, looking at Zhang Tian in a daze. He only felt his scalp numb. You know, the reward for Poison Village has not yet come down. After all, there are 1 or 2 batches of August 1st every year. Layers of screening are needed to see if there are any other unreasonable places or illegal and criminal places in the past. This also led to the batch nature of Bai. The influence caused is too great, even when the awards are presented, there will be a live broadcast at that time, and a very important kind of praise and encouragement will be given. It can be said that every year on August 1st, someone will be watching below, and many people are paying attention, and they will even introduce one by one the main reasons for obtaining Bai, and set an example for everyone. Many people also judge below every year. There's such a qualification in the end. In any case, in fact, every year's awards will cause huge controversy. Some people think that it is more than enough, while others think that some people are simply insufficient. Of course, in any case, the attention will explode every year, and this time the list was announced just a few days later. Zhang Tian has now been successfully selected on the list. The first is to contribute, and the second is to see if it is stable. Otherwise, there will be rewards and compliments just now, and then you will directly collapse the house not long after. At that time, the shame may not be yourself. August 1st is already very important. Now Zhang Tian can be said to be absolutely certain that he has completely entered the big list. At this point, unless you have committed some crime that is difficult to forgive, otherwise, at this time, it is completely a foregone conclusion. Regarding the release of the big list, according to the plan, it should be in a few days, and if the awards are awarded, it will be more than a month. Zhang Tian was already sure of Bai.asa result. The arrest of the dark web forces caused by the windmill country over there has not yet come to an end. After all, there are more than 70 powerful and terrifying drug lords in various countries around the world. Once it bursts out, it will definitely cause a shock all over the world. Zhang Tian had just cracked and arrested the person in charge of the case, and then, Byte had just come to an end, seeing 100 million a day, almost crazy money in 10 days, more than 1 billion. Gao Xiaolong's heart beats faster. This kind of terrifying money-making, assassin even Gao Xiaolong felt unbelievable. Similarly, it also explains why so many people take risks and embark on the path of crime. This terrifying speed of collecting money, even well-known domestic large companies can't do it at all. It's crazy. What a good one. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Gao Xiaolong's heart shook. This case is also too terrifying. Moreover, the taste of first-class work is very strong. If this is the case, there is no difference between the news and the news, then Zhang Tian's first-class merit is even more assured. Thinking of this, Gao Xiaolong's skull hummed and almost fainted in an instant. Zhang Tian, this product has a lot of first-class merit. Is your family wholesale? Not much, not much. If there is another one, it will be 8. It's not a lot, is it? Zhang Tian is very humble. Hiss. Chapter 585, The Sacrifice of Captain Gua, a first-class hero, was dealt with at the highest level. Just when Gao Xiaolong was full of emotion, he saw a dark figure suddenly appeared outside the door. It was also because in the news, it was clearly stated that it was an anti-drug police officer surnamed Yun Hejiang, although it was not clearly stated that it belonged to the municipal bureau. But is this important? As long as it is Yu Yunhai, not from the province, even if it is from each branch, it will always be under your jurisdiction. Asa result, a large number of hot discussions instantly gathered on the internet, especially the enthusiastic people in Yunhai. At this time, they spontaneously came to the door of the municipal bureau. I want to discuss a solution, and get rid of this black sheep. So much so that when Gao Xiaolong was still feeling emotional, from inside this office, he could just see the scene outside. He is still talking about the whole case and how terrifying the influence of Huayu Group is. As a result, I turned my head and didn't expect that there were so many people at the door. On the other hand, in addition to feeling that Huayu Group was crazy about making money, he also pondered the entire Yunhai's anti-drug plan in his heart. It was decided that it was very necessary to make changes, especially the control of white powder, which should be further strengthened. And then, I also learned about everything that happened yesterday. Very surprised. Gao Xiaolong was very surprised, especially very angry. Lawless, how else to say? The supervision of many things must be strict, because it is easy to cause a lot of misfortunes. That's it. Now, unfortunate things almost happened, and it's hard for even Gao Xiaolong to imagine that if Zhang Tian hadn't reacted in a timely manner, what would happen next and what the consequences would be, but the probability is still based on past history. If you look at it, 99% of the little girl in the end ended with tragic consequences. Beast, it should be cut to pieces. Gao Xiaolong said angrily. Zhang Tian also agreed very much. If it weren't for the fact that the law did not have this punishment, Zhang Tian would definitely suggest that it would be no exaggeration to cut such a scum to pieces. You did a very good job, very good. I still have a little impression of that little girl. A very lively and beautiful little girl almost suffered a poisonous hand, especially after the sacrifice of our comrades. The family encountered such a scene. If you don't give a perfect solution, who will in the future, sacrifices will be made. Gao Xiaolong's expression also became serious. There is no wind-proof wall in the world. If things really develop and spread out, in the end, the only child left behind by the Guo Brigade had just died and suffered bad luck. Wouldn't everyone be at risk by then? Moreover, if you dare to do something to this little girl, then you will definitely have to come up with the harshest punishment. Deal with the top grid, and promote it all over the country. This kind of thing is to tell everyone that some people are not something they can touch. No matter how powerful they are, after they meet certain people, they have only one consequence, that is, it's just a dead end. Gao Xiaolong said angrily, top grid processing, what is top-level processing? It can be said that with so many crimes on Chen Su's body alone, if one or two are investigated, it is enough to be shot. In other words, Chen Su's future is determined to confiscate political rights for life. The future, there is no future anymore. This sentence, uttered by Gao Xiaolong, can be regarded as a complete foregone conclusion, and there will be no changes. By the way, there is one more thing. Zhang Tian said suddenly, anything else? Gao Xiaolong was slightly stunned, nodded, and motioned to Zhang Tian to continue. This Huayu group is very rich, so they have found a red circle with a lot of background and energy. Zhang Tian told the things that happened before and after, and the causes and consequences, which were very different, were not taken out of context. It was just seeking truth from facts, but even though it was seeking truth from facts, Gao Xiaolong's face suddenly changed slightly. They dare. Before Gao Xiaolong could speak, a voice suddenly sounded behind Zhang Tian, then Minister Tan walked out from behind Zhang Tian. It turned out that Minister Tan had already come over just now, but he hadn't spoken. Listening to what the two were saying, the causes and consequences have already caused Minister Tan to go from surprise at the beginning to anger. It was only after the Poison Village incident that the Windmill Country case broke out. And this one. There is one person who occupies a considerable part of the credit. Yes, that person is Captain Guo, good guy. Because of the sacrifice of the Guo Brigade, the Guo Brigade originally took a lot of credit, and the credit was enough to judge a lot. In addition, the Guo Brigade sacrificed. The sacrifice is too high. A level. This is also a convention then, the above did not treat Guo Brigade badly this time. Credit will be awarded collectively, especially your Guo Brigade. In this incident, you were selected as a first-class hero. The first-class meritorious medal has arrived. Some of the children of the first-class merit dare to bully. It's simply bold. Minister Tan was about to explode with anger then, as soon as Zhang Tian turned his words, he spoke out to the two lawyers in the red circle. Minister Tan couldn't bear it anymore and walked out from behind Zhang Tian. When Minister Tan approached, Zhang Tian had already noticed it, but after Zhang Tian observed who it was, he had no scruples at all. After all of the first and second brothers of the police are here. If there is any problem, they can't take it in their pockets, then there is no way. Zhang Tian can only go to the capital. Otherwise, Zhang Tian really has the contact information of a big guy in the capital in his hand. This person it was Zhao Kainan who called Zhang Tian, and after Zhang Tian made a call, the assistant answered it. In the end, the owner of the call quickly connected to the call and greatly appreciated Zhang Tian. He also made a lot of compliments to Zhang Tian. It also emphasized Zhang Tian's past achievements and so on. He also made a vision for Zhang Tian's future. Of course, the most important thing is that I made an appointment with Zhang Tian to go to the capital in a few days to meet in person. Not only this big brother who seems to be Zhao Cainan's elder, but also a big brother who also wants to meet Zhang Tian. If it really can't be solved, Zhang Tian's trip to the capital is really not a joke. Of course, once you do this, whoever doesn't look good is these two first brothers and second brothers. Even their own powerful subordinates can't protect them well. Who can believe that you can do good things? So it is absolutely impossible for Zhang Tian to do that until the end of this plan. The impact is too bad. Minister Tan's anger also has this aspect. Obviously, Minister Tan knows the energy of the red circle from Dongqing law firm. It is said that they made me unable to eat and leave. Because they didn't give them face, they made me unable to even work as a police officer. I was so scared for the past 2 days that I couldn't eat tea and rice, and I couldn't sleep at night. It's very scary. Zhang Tian smiled pompously just when it came to Dongqing. Zhang Tian's eyes flashed with dazzling cold light. What makes people look at it is that they can't help but feel cold in their hearts. In this world, everything can't escape a reasonable word. Chapter 586, Defeat the Black Sheep surnamed Jian? Are you crazy? This kind of thing happened to others? Zhang Tian still couldn't see it. He was oppressed by others. How could he bear his violent temper after such a long period of indulgence? They are simply getting bolder and bolder. What does this Dongqing want to do? Cover up criminals, and want to go to the opposite side of justice. For money, they dare to do anything. Threatening and intimidating important case-handling personnel is simply frenzied. You can completely arrest them for obstructing official duties. No, with us here, no one dares to do anything to you. Minister Tan sneered. How could Minister Tan not know the energy of the red circle? Just for a person in Minister Tan's position, he really doesn't care much about what energy can't be measured, because no matter how much energy you have to be honest in front of Minister Tan, because of the background of those people, which one can have a higher position of Minister Tan. Of course, this cannot be underestimated too much. After all, those people are just like spiders in their webs, and the impact cannot be underestimated. Of course, Xiaojian, don't worry, Dongqing law firm, maybe there is some energy, but who dares to reach out in Yunhai's current situation? Those people dare not do anything. Besides, with us here, those people will not do anything. Minister Tan comforted Zhang Tian easily. This was confidence in himself. After all, it's not a secret that he is here. Many people know it, and those people are smart people who know what they can and can't do. Just recently, the supervision of them has indeed been a bit loosened, which has made them more and more courageous. If they show up next time, they don't have to talk nonsense and arrest them directly. Just catch them in and teach them a lesson. Don't be afraid of accidents. If anything happens, I will give you everything. Minister Tan's face was still burning with some anger, although, I am sure they dare not do anything. However, the threat to Jiang Tian was real. Minister Tan decided that when he returned, he must convene a group meeting of the partners of the law firm in the capital and beat them. It was even more to teach those two people a heavy lesson, threatening Jiang Tian, who was simply looking for death. Don't you know, Jiang Tian has now become a very, very critical person. Really? Jiang Tian's expression was a bit weird. What's the matter? What do you think? Or do you have any misunderstanding of us, thinking that those people really dare to come to Yunhai to do some little tricks? Don't worry, unless those people are crazy. Minister Tan shook his head. As long as you are not crazy, you know that moving Jiang Tian is tantamount to touching a very serious bottom line. At the time, even if it is a big background, those people will be wiped out. What, did you say it was so serious? This joke. Open the evidence of their handling of the case, and search a little bit. It's enough for them to eat and leave. It's still that sentence. In this world, there is no one's ass that can be clean and can be made. There is a little bit of dirt under the ass, and take those people. I really want to trouble them. It's simply too simple. So, Xiaojiang, you have to believe us. Your Chief Gao and I will give you a platform in Yunhai. You don't have to pretend to be a small Dongcheng law firm. Minister Tan saw through Jiang Tian at a glance. Even Minister Tan had a smile on his face, because the surprise on Jiang Tian's face pretended to be quite similar. This little bastard, deliberately calling here to I in the red circle, although there is a certain amount of energy, who dares to participate in the stall here in Yunhai? Now it can be said that the water in Yunhai is already bottomless. If anyone accidentally falls in, there is no place to die out. If anyone dares to move Jiang Tian, it is moving in the direction of great strategy. It's simply an enemy of everyone. In addition to criminals, there are also some tiny forces that can move Jiang Tian and do not know the importance of Jiang Tian. Those who knew Jiang Tian's importance did not dare to do anything at all. I in the red circle, it was obvious that Jiang Tianyu knew it, but obviously, the two lawyers obviously didn't know it. Xiaojiang, it's time to pretend. Don't we know you yet? It's boring to pretend anymore. You kid, hundreds of militants can't beat you. I'm afraid of a small Dongcheng law firm. Minister Tan laughed. That's right. It is this kind of tiny force. At least, compared to what Jiang Tian had done before, Minister Tan and Chief Gao were very suspicious of this kind of thing. Can Jiang Tian put it in his eyes? No, Minister Tan, look outside the window. Jiang Tian pointed to the outside of the landing window. Scenes came into view. Fair, and open. 6 large characters are displayed in front of everyone. The font is very, very large. This is displayed at the front, and at the back, there are tiny fonts, but this is only relatively speaking. In fact, it is on the office of the Municipal Bureau. If your eyesight is normal, you can still easily see it. It's fair to severely punish the police officer surnamed Jiang. Down with the black sheep. You can't let the cancer exist. The black sheep is simply a cancer. Down with the black sheep. The font was a little blurred, but the sound of yelling came out. That's it. In fact, people, there is still a kind of essence. That is, it is easy to like to stand on the moral high ground and point fingers, and the other is that if the weak are bullied, many people like to do so. Unfortunately, at the moment, what Jiang Tian shows in front of everyone is the strong, and it is also the strong who bullies the weak, which makes many people naturally stand on Chan Su's side. At first, Gao Xiaolong and Minister Tan hadn't heard what was going on below, and the font was a bit blurred and couldn't be seen clearly until Jiang Tian came to the window and opened it. The whistling sound suddenly came in from outside the window with excellent sound insulation. Down with the black sheep surnamed Jiang. Down with the black sheep. Let the black sheep get out of the team. A uniform voice roared out together. This is simply. But both Gao Xiaolong and Minister Tan's foreheads were full of confusion, and even their foreheads exploded with a buzzing sound. It is not. Let's just say it. In our municipal bureau, there is another black sheep surnamed Jiang. Why don't I know? Minister Tan asked subconsciously. Chapter 587, Furious, you are seeking death and many more. Wrong. As soon as Minister Tan finished speaking, he stood up abruptly. The surname of Jiang in the entire municipal bureau, there are several people surnamed Jiang. To put it bluntly, although the surname Jiang is not a particularly large surname like Wang Li, there are not too few people surnamed Jiang overall. Minister Tan really didn't think of Jiang Tian for the first time. Isn't this pulling a calf? Who is Jiang Tian? If Jiang Tian is the black sheep, is there any normal person in this world? But then Minister Tan reacted, because of the entire city bureau. In Minister Tan's impression, only Jiang Tian was alone. Down with the police officer surnamed Jiang. Down with this black sheep. Let this black sheep leave our team. From outside the window, a whistling sound continued to come out. This also caused Minister Tan's face to be shocked even more. At first, he thought there was really a black sheep, and then it caused a lot of anger. Just immediately afterwards, the anti-drug sounded from below. The surname is Jiang. If there are anyone surnamed Jiang in the entire municipal bureau, then there may be some. But when the circle shrinks to the anti-drug team, then Minister Tan can be sure that he has read the list of the anti-drug detachment more than once, and it can be determined that there is only one Jiang Tian in the entire Yunhai. Anti-drug detachment. On the other hand, in addition, the sudden eruption of the other party's voice really made Minister Tan furious. At first, he thought that someone had done something that was angry and resentful, but then, when the target was reduced to Jiang Tian, Minister Tan's face instantly became gloomy, because it is obvious, with the rise of Jiang Tian, the things he has done are getting bigger and bigger. There must be more and more people who offend, so it is inevitable that some people will use various methods against Jiang Tian to deal with Jiang Tian. But for these people, for this part of the people, Minister Tan is absolutely intolerable, especially at this stage, when Jiang Tian was about to be called a business card. This kind of thing happened. This is simply a strategy to block the way. These people are here to find you? Gao Xiaolong also looked at Zhang Tian in amazement. In fact, at this time, Zhang Tian was also scratching his head. In any case, no matter how immortal Zhang Tian was, it was impossible for Zhang Tian to know out of thin air. For this sudden outbreak, it was mainly because it was too fast. It's too fast. If you don't stare specifically, just look at it at the beginning, and then at the first time you appear, or don't let it appear at all, then it's nothing. However, once certain problems arise. Or once it is a little careless. Or did not pay attention in time, but at the beginning, no one thought that someone would arouse public opinion from this perspective, which led to the failure to control it in the first place. By the time the reaction came, public opinion had completely exploded. This also led to in a short period of time, from the appearance to the outbreak of the incident, it was only one morning, and it was already beyond everyone's expectations. Or rather, the two Dongqing lawyers who did this behind the scenes may have picked their heads at the beginning, but they couldn't understand the development of things later. The water of the sea of clouds is not what they can imagine at all. It can be said that Zhang Tian offended many people. These people were hidden in secret and were waiting for the opportunity to retaliate against Zhang Tian. At this time, the opportunity appeared. Good guy, Zhang Tian's black spot finally appeared, and then the behind-the-scenes drivers exploded completely. They instantly spread public opinion in the back. Someone is helping behind the scenes. There are also socially controversial issues. This is what led to the outbreak of this incident, which exceeded everyone's expectations and imagination. At this moment, the three people in the office, Gao Xiaolong, Minister Tan and Zhang Tian, were actually looking at each other, and Zhang Tian himself was in a daze. Me, the black sheep, Zhang Tian couldn't help but sneer. Or, no matter who was behind it, but if you look at it from this perspective, it can only be said that Zhang Naive is going to laugh, because Zhang Tian doesn't need to worry at all. Even so, Zhang Tian vaguely guessed something. It should be in the entire anti-drug detachment. If I'm not mistaken, I'm the only one surnamed Zhang, and there is no second one, and there are people who say they are the captain or something. Then there should be no mistakes in the entire Yin province. It should be me. Zhang Tian spread his hands. I didn't figure it out at first, but then, Zhang Tian quickly browsed it in his mind. It's obvious that someone is doing something online, and suddenly so many people gathered, there is no doubt about it. It must have been aimed at him. What he had done was taken out of context and exposed. In addition, Zhang Tian really didn't know what other things were, and Zhang Tian, who could cause a hotspot, wanted to think about it, and coupled with the threats of Sun Yu and the two lawyers yesterday, Zhang Tian could be regarded as having figured it out. This time, even a fool can figure it out. Boom. Before Zhang Tian could say anything, a roaring sound suddenly exploded completely. Minister Tan slapped the table abruptly, his face full of anger. Who did it? Yes, who did it? Who did this kind of organized and premeditated thing behind it? The most important thing is that the influence caused by this incident has now begun to brew on Zhang Tian. The result is at this juncture, this incident is actually very important, because it is not only to create a business card for Yunhai, but even to build Zhang Tian into an authority in international criminal investigation. After all, no matter where it comes from, or the credit Zhang Tian has won, it is completely enough, and it is not an exaggeration to say that in the future, relying on NLT, URL and GT, and then following the trail to target the more than 70 drug lords from all over the world, Zhang Tian can be the leader, then continue to consolidate the authoritative nature of Zhang Tian's authoritative experts, and Zhang Tian has become an authority in the world, and naturally the country will completely become an authority. This kind of big strategy, its influence on international status, etc., have many effects, and it is related to the general direction of the future. As a result, this time, someone actually dared to jump out and target Zhang Tian in public opinion. How could Minister Tan not be angry? You must know that Zhang Tian took off as planned, and their entire police system was ascended to heaven by one person. It will instantly become a global anti-drug authority. Result. This time you dare to make trouble. And does anyone dare to scold Zhang Tian? At the same time, Chief, the chief is not well. Chapter 588. An opportunity arises. Fish in troubled waters. In the director's office, Han Xian was in a heavy mood, his face was pale, and he was looking at the ceiling weakly. To say why, it was very simple. Because of the last incident, Han now has become synonymous with clowns in the eyes of the two first brothers and the second brother. This is no less than a bolt from the blue for Han Xian, who regards the political path as all of them, and has embarked on the old path of his nephew Han Qi. Very melancholy. This time, the person who slammed the door open and ran it is Han Xian's secretary. Of course, Han Xian's current position, to be precise, can only be said to be a secretary, and the secretary does not yet have that qualification and level. This assistant was brought over from the capital by Han Xian, the closest person. He is also a confidant who has been following Han Xian, and has faithfully handled many things for Han Qi. But now, the assistant was full of surprises. What's the matter? Han Xian frowned with his eyes fixed. The appearance of the assistant made Han Xian a little unhappy, because the assistant had never looked so unstable before, otherwise, he would not be cultivated as a close confidant. Chief, good things, good things. The assistant was full of surprises, because Song Ligua became the deputy director, and Song Ligua was actually recognized by many people in the municipal bureau. It is reasonable to become the deputy director now, but no one will deliberately stumble. Plus there are many people who admire Song Ligua more, compared to Han Xian. At least more people are willing to get close to Song Ligua, so most of the time, they are looking for Song Ligua to report on their work. Gradually, Han Xian's position is like a showcase. Especially not so long ago, Han Xian was criticized and communicated by the first and second brothers like a clown. This made Han Xian a clown-like character almost instantly. Besides, there are no secrets in the system. Soon, these news spread out from nowhere, and then some versions were changed, and many people added their own tone words to help, which caused the rumors to be much more outrageous than what really happened. But no matter what version, Han Xian is almost more clown than the original version. The key is to say that there are patterns and high credibility. This makes more people even more reluctant to get close. What's more, there are rumors that Han Xian and Zhang Tian have some contradictions. This has led to the fact that many people would rather go directly to Song Ligua than come to Han Xian. Even the people who came to Han Xian to report their work in the first place hardly came after the incident broke out. Now Han Xian is hard to say, he is about to become the commander of the light pole, but the reason for all this is Zhang Tian, the others are secondary reasons, because many people say that there is a huge to terrifying contradiction between Han Xian and Zhang Tian, both sides have huge contradictions. In the municipal bureau, Zhang Tian has already unknowingly become an authority and now this authority has been provoked. This is equivalent to that after Han Xian came over, he was dissatisfied with Zhang Tian, and then aroused the disgust of many people. This is something Han Xian didn't figure out from the beginning. By the time Han Xian understood, it was completely late. In other words, in the final analysis, all the ultimate reasons are still on Zhang Tian. Han Xian, who had figured everything out, couldn't not hate Zhang Tian in his heart. Whether it was his nephew Han Qi, who had already entered, or himself, his political career was all on Zhang Tian alone. Good things, chief, listen to me. The assistant then quickly told what was happening outside. Wait until you have heard what happened. Han Xian's eyes lit up. What are you talking about? What do you mean is that Zhang Tian used his own means privately? The key is that he was lined up and posted the news, which caused an explosion of public opinion across the internet. Han Xian was short of breath and stood up abruptly. The cause of all this was Zhang Tian, so in Han Xian's view, as long as Zhang Tian had an accident, then it's all over. Zhang Tian won't be able to do it by then. Minister Tan and Chief Gao will always understand that there is no hair on their mouths and they are not good at doing things. How can a young man be reliable in doing things, huh? Han Xian sneered. That's right, Zhang Tian is too young. As for saying that after hearing what the assistant said, Han now checked it on the internet, and Han now has only one idea. Zhang Tian finished the calf. It can be regarded as a completely finished calf. Such a thing has happened, and it has attracted hot attention from the society. No matter who it is, no matter what this person has done, he slapped it silently. Didn't you Zhang Tian himself say that there is no problem? One does not respect human rights. It is enough, and the most important question is, I want to be promoted in the future. No, let alone promoted, working in the system, when encountering this kind of thing, let alone a small captain, even if it is the leader of the province, what can it be in the end? There is only one end, and that is to either fall off the horse or go to the pension. This has always been the case. As long as it is exposed, everything is like this, and for a small captain, even if he wants to find someone to go to the top, he can't even point out his last name in the news of the key person. If you Zhang Tian can still escape, he will now walk upside down, because Han Xian has never seen anyone who can rest assured of nothing in this kind of online public opinion. Especially, Han Xian looked up and saw a crowd of people outside. At this moment, Han Xian felt that his opportunity had come. Chief, now is the best opportunity. Now the surname Jiang has only been exposed in the news, but I still don't know about the Zhang Tian family. As long as the chief accidentally leaks out your name, Zhang Tian will definitely never have any more opportunities in the future. Dead. It's dead. At least the political career is definitely dead. Han Xian's eyes lit up even more, and his heart moved. Sure enough, after Han now understood the problem, Han Xian's sneer became even worse, because after understanding the matter, Han Xian was only 50 to 60% sure, but now he is 70 to 80% sure. Equals even 70 to 80% is a conservative estimate, and now it is a shoo-in, because in any case, if you Zhang Tian beat someone, it's just wrong, or you don't respect human rights, unless you are preventing crime. Otherwise, you are not respecting human rights. Obviously, the situation on the scene could not be to prevent the crime. In other words, Zhang Tian was completely dead, and there was definitely no accident. Surprise, huge surprise, after Zhang Tian was dead, Han Xian proved that he was right. So say equals it was Zhang Tian who was wrong. What he said before is that there is nothing wrong, absolutely nothing wrong. You big leaders have wronged me. I have absolutely no problems. That time, it has not been reused in the future. The more he thought about it, the more excited Han Xian became, then opened the door and walked out, facing the excited crowd outside. He took a deep breath and spoke. Chapter 589, everyone is singing the same tune. Have I become a cancer? First of all, at this time, Han Xian understood that it was absolutely necessary to keep Zhang Tian's name reasonable and difficult to say. Secondly, it is necessary to ensure that Zhang Tian must be exposed. This kind of secretive matter, if the above guarantees are made at that time, Zhang Tian may really be able to get out, and once Zhang Tian's name was completely revealed, then all this is impossible. Everything can be determined. It's coming. This person is wearing white clothes. He must be a high official. Leader, may I ask if there is an anti-drug officer surnamed Jiang in your municipal bureau who used violent means to beat a suspect in violation of the law during the law enforcement process? Let's just call it a suspect, because you did not determine the criminal behavior and extent of the other party at the scene. Yes, we heard that it was just a small contradiction, a small joke among classmates, and as a result, you went online on the syllabus. It was just a joke among underage classmates. Are you unable to complete your performance, so you are frantically looking for someone to rush your performance? That's right, it must be. Not only that, you people, Yunhai's crimes are already lawless. With so many criminals, you don't have the ability to arrest them. Instead, you are facing a student on the syllabus and online. Why are you embarrassed? Please give us an explanation for the masses. That's right, give us an explanation. Strictly deal with the man named Officer Jiang. Never let such a black sheep continue to be the real culprit that harms us. This leader, if you want to cover up that police officer surnamed Jiang, all of us will never let you go. It's messed up. When Han Xian appeared, he was also a chief after all, and he was wearing an authentic white police uniform. Among the ordinary police officers, he was extremely dazzling and attracted attention, and then he frantically surrounded him. Everyone knows that Han Xian is here and is definitely the biggest leader present, so the already angry masses are even more angry. Also, because of the continued popularity, there were close to hundreds of people on the scene. To say that in a short period of time, it is absolutely impossible for there to be no force behind it to secretly manipulate it. Of course, now Han Xian can't care about those things anymore. Now Han Xian has only one idea, to kill Jiang Tian to prove that he is right. At that time, those leaders will definitely make up for him, and they will not wear a hat of envy on their heads, and maybe even the leaders will praise him for his foresight. At this time, Han was worried about how to speak. Seeing the excited crowd on the scene crowing and blocking him up, Han Xian endured the excitement in his heart. His face was full of solemn and serious scolding. Maintain order, everyone. What are you doing in a daze? Don't you hurry up to maintain order, you guys? What do you want to do, rebel? Han Xian let out a loud shout with a flat face, which instantly stopped the sound on the scene. When Han Xian saw the scene, his heart thumped for an instant. He was afraid that these people would suddenly be scared. What should he do? How to kill Jiang Tian? Thinking about how to make up for it, the assistant seemed to see Han Xian's embarrassment and hurriedly jumped out and said with a blank face, "Of course, don't be afraid, the state-owned country has family rules. As public servants of the people, what we do is to serve the people, and we will all be completely satisfied with everyone's demands. Satisfied. If you have anything to ask and say slowly, please also believe us. The Yunhai Municipal Bureau will never maintain the existence of any black sheep. For the cancer, we must strictly clean up the police team." Accompanied by the eased voice of the assistant, these silent and stunned and cold scenes gradually continued to become popular. One of them suddenly broke away from the shackles and ran to Han Xian. "This leader, excuse me, regarding the anti-drug police officer surnamed Jiang, is it from your municipal bureau? You just said that you will never cover it up." At this time, two police officers rushed up to stop them, but finally one with courage came. Han Xian quickly stopped the two police officers who ran up and scolded, "You can't ignore the demands of the people. Stand down first. If you have any questions, I will reply to you." At this time, Han Xian became more and more excited in his heart, and he was planning to show a difficult side on the surface, but all the news about Jiang Tian broke out as a last resort. Only in this way can Han Xian leave a perfect score in the minds of leaders. "This little brother, I can tell you that our municipal bureau does have a young captain of the anti-drug squad with the surname Jiang, but he has made a lot of credit and is definitely not the black sheep in your mouth." Han Xianizing said wordlessly. Boom. The originally uncertain crowd at the scene exploded in an instant. It's confirmed. The young man who rushed up to ask was even more angry and asked, "Does he have the father of a big leader, a second generation?" Han Xian was embarrassed on the surface, but in fact he was already happy in his heart. After all, this kind of thing depends on the leader, and this person, obviously, is a leader. Very good, such a leader is very good. Han Xian was ecstatic in his heart. He swore that this person was definitely not arranged by him, but what he did was simply done in his heart. Otherwise, he still didn't know how to say it, and Jiang Tian couldn't wait to burst out in secret. It's just that even though he was ecstatic and almost uncontrollable in his heart, on the surface, Han Xian still behaved very decisively. He does have a city-level leader father, but I can assure you that in the name of Director Yunhai, I promise that this police officer Jiang is definitely not your mouth. The black sheep among them. While Han Xian admitted, he denied that Jiang Tian was the black sheep. On the surface, Jiang Tian seemed to be defending him, but in fact, his heart was punishable, and he confirmed all the uncertain news to everyone. The atmosphere of the scene exploded again, even vaguely uncontrollable, because in their imagination, and under the structure of the cooperation of these people, a second generation, relying on killing good deeds, implicating innocence, and using the power of the family to rise. Step by step, jumped onto the paper, kill the black sheep. It's him, that's right, it's him. This person is Director Yunhai. He will definitely be able to solve it. Find him to solve it. That's right, call out the police officer surnamed Jiang. What is his name, and whether he has the ability to burst out. Yes, such a black sheep must not be allowed to exist. There was an explosion at the scene, and then explosive news broke out one after another. Han Xian was completely happy in his heart. It's just that the name can't be said, because Han Xian said the name, so it seems a bit too deliberate, but not to mention the named IT will give the other party a chance to take advantage of it. This made Han Xi a little embarrassed. Chapter 590. Minister Tan was furious. This was against the will of heaven. This was insane. The assistant also saw Han Xian's embarrassment. As an absolute confidant of Jerome Jiron, this assistant naturally understood how to relieve his worries. Our police officer Jiang Tian has killed the people and solved many major cases one after another. Who doesn't know the whole Yunhai? Can you question it? Deliberately, just deliberately, after all, it is also the maintenance of Jiang Tian on the surface. So this assistant, too, was courageous, jumped out in a hurry, and said cruel words. Originally, everyone was angry. IT exploded even more at this time. Kill the black sheep. We will never leave without giving this black sheep a painful lesson. It must be dismissed and investigated. This is definitely not the first time that such a thing has happened. It is absolutely possible to kill good deeds. Everyone is excited in the group, completely ignited everyone's anger, especially after the name was exposed. It was completely confirmed that this person was in the Yunhai Drug Control Detachment. This person belongs to them, aided by the leader's intentional or unintentional impetus. The scene completely exploded, and he rushed into the city bureau like crazy. It's a big noise, crazy, after all. Many times what is lacking is the leader, although some people rush in with a hot mind, but there are also some people who are rarely clear-headed, and a small number of people who remain sane at this time, watching things get bigger and bigger, and even hitting the city bureau. They were instantly frightened, and hurriedly hid in an inconspicuous place to watch. At the entrance of the municipal bureau, at this moment, the number of people is not large, even only 8 or 9 police officers maintain order. After all, the combatants, at this time, are doing tasks in various places in Yunhai, or investigating or making arrests. Although Jiang Tian has a big head, they have a small head. It's not too much at all. Of the 8 police officers, under the leadership of someone with a heart, were instantly rushed away by the crowd of onlookers. Then Hula rushed into the city bureau frantically. Slogans were shouted in his mouth, "Down with Jiang Tian! Down with the black sheep! Yunhai hurts Jiang Tian the most! Down with the cancer Jiang Tian!" It's a bit different, but the meaning is almost the same. Everyone rushed in yelling, "The blood is boiling." After all, in this case, even a normal person will be infected, not to mention the people who can come here and are fooled into coming here. Most of them are not very smart people, in other words, very stupid. It's just a little bit leaked, and these people can't see who was behind it. I didn't even see that there was a conspiracy behind this. Otherwise, why was it so smooth? Or even said that after making such a drastic move, he was able to rush into the city bureau. But it's just a pity at the moment, after rushing in, they were a little confused. I don't know where to go that way, presumptuous. And at the same time, Minister Tan and Gao Xiaolong, who had just walked all the way down the stairs of the office, had just walked to the entrance of the hall on the first floor. From here, 100 meters away, the impact of the gate made Minister Tan's mind hot in an instant, and he almost didn't come up in one breath. Good guy. He was in Yunhai, and as a result, someone else was able to break in, caused such a big mess. Reversed. It's against the sky, deceive the sky. If there is really a grievance, Minister Tan will also admit it, but look at what they want to do and what they are doing. Actually want to bring down Jiang Tian, the black sheep. Do these people know what Jiang Tian represents to Yunhai? It's not that Jiang Tian can't do without Yunhai, but Yunhai can't do without Jiang Tian, and Minister Tan can even guarantee that if Jiang Tian leaves Yunhai, the entire Yunhai white powder market will continue to flood in less than a week. The existence of the market has also spawned criminals and practitioners of the same value. In other words, because of the existence of a price-free market, it may be more popular than the previous market, and more vacant markets are destined to produce the same number of criminals. In other words, without Jiang Tian, then soon, the blank market will be taken over by emerging criminal forces. In other words, all the previous efforts made by Jiang Tian will no longer exist. It is equivalent to that all the previous things have been done in vain. It's the other way around. It's all the other way around. Minister Tan was furious, his eyes widened, his eyes flushed. Needless to say, Gao Xiaolong, Minister Tan even said that he had already pulled out the gun from his waist in a rage. I really thought he didn't hear anything just now. It can be said that they were standing at the door just now, quietly understanding all the situation. After understanding the situation, especially the one who broke in at the beginning, Minister Tan's experience can tell at a glance that there is definitely a problem. There is definitely an organization and premeditation behind this. It was a conspiracy completely aimed at Jiang Tian. It's just that it was when Minister Tan wanted to learn about the situation with Jiang Tian, but suddenly I heard that Director Han Xian was there in a frenzy. This scene can conceal other people. Can it be said that it can still conceal the first and second brothers of the police system who are already old foxes? How is this possible? How many years have they been in the system? And what means, they can see it at a glance. Just because I could see it, I was already angry enough. As a result, these people frantically broke into the city bureau. Presumptuous. It's just presumptuous. Where is the municipal bureau, and is it a place where other people can go wild? This is the authority of the organization. This moment, Han is causing trouble at this time. In fact, Gao Xiaolong and Minister Tan actually targeted this group of stupid ordinary people who were maliciously deceived on the one hand. However, Han's disregard for the overall situation at this time also completely angered Minister Tan. Not only Minister Tan, but even Minister Tan can already imagine that when the above is waiting to support Jiang Tian, he will embark on the international route in the future. That's right, with the help of Jiang Tian's existence, Yunhai can even be easily built into a world-famous holy place. That if the leaders above knew that Han Xian had done this, they were afraid that it would explode in an instant. If Jiang Tian is not exposed, then there will be great opportunities for mitigation and time for mitigation in the future. But now, looking at the scene, many people had already taken pictures and sent text messages the first time they got the news from Han Xian, and asked the headquarters to start editing the press release. Now even if you want to regret it, it's too late. This is no longer just a simple act of jealousy, but even at this time, this kind of thing can be done completely regardless of the overall situation. If Han Xian continues to be the director here, what will happen in the future? Who can imagine? Furious, Minister Tan stepped out, and the next moment, Minister Tan had already taken out his pistol. This time, it seemed that the leader also felt something in his heart, and he instantly met Minister Tan's angry eyes. Chapter 591. This is Seeking Death. Shocking anger boom. A terrifying gunshot suddenly sounded, accompanied by Minister Tan's shooting. Outside the door, swarms of armed police had already supported him. Joke. If you come here to protest, forget it. But you dare to come here and even attack the city bureau. This is completely illegal and criminal. More than that, in fact, what really angered Minister Tan was what happened outside, and what Han Xian said were all about what the Millennium Fox was playing. What kind of chat game do you play? Is your Han Xian's method and level of this level just like this? I really thought that you were smart enough. Whether it was Minister Tan or Gao Xiaolong, you could see through Han Xian's performance at a glance. I even looked at it and laughed. Clown. This is a clown. It doesn't matter to others. However, Jiang Tian, do you really think that Jiang Tian is so simple on the surface? Or does this Han Xian think that the current Yunhai can still leave Jiang Tian, and the stability of the entire Yunhai can be said to be all borne by Jiang Tian alone? Shoulder, what is the attitude of the above towards Jiang Tian? What is the importance of Jiang Tian? Don't say that this incident is not Jiang Tian's fault. Even if it is really wrong, no matter what happens, the above is absolutely 100% certain, and Jiang Tian's peace of mind will be guaranteed. And what you are doing now, everything you did in the end, is walking in the opposite direction to the top, and you are causing trouble to the top. Accompanied by Minister Tan, he shot. The crowd at the scene was controlled in an instant. After all, in fact, a large part of the people on the scene were brought by the leaders by various means. In fact, some of these people did not come spontaneously, and some of them received money. Are you working? What's your fate? It's okay to let them join in the fun. If they really encounter a problem, they will definitely retreat one by one. That's it now. The crowd that was still crazy and noisy just now stood still in an instant, and the leader, after seeing the surrounding armed police rushing up, quietly wanted to take a step back and hide himself. It's just a pity that Minister Tan had already seen him at a glance, catch him and arrest and control that person. Minister Tan pointed to the leader, who retreated to the crowd. The young man let out a thump in his heart, seeing two armed police rushing up. At this moment, the armed police had already controlled the situation, and Minister Tan shot him, so that the situation on the scene had been completely pulled back from the verge of losing control. Joke, how many people are there? And this is the psychological quality. Zhang Tian was able to kill hundreds of drug dealers by himself, all of whom were heavily armed outlaws. Not to mention these people, after firing a shot, everyone was silent. What are you doing in a daze? Do you still want to block Yu's mouth? Why do you want to catch me? Let me go. Li Tian was accurately controlled by the armed police and immediately retreated in fright. At the same time, he wanted to appeal to everyone to continue to be chaotic, but it's a pity Minister Tan just stood upstairs and saw everything clearly, including everything Han Xian said and did just now. I heard it all. This person, to be sure, is the leader. Of course, Minister Tan hasn't figured out the situation yet, why it suddenly made such a big noise, and why Zhang Tian inexplicably became the black sheep. But none of this matters. The most important thing is, who told you to do this? Minister Tan walked up directly and said blankly, me, who asked me to do this? What do you want to do? Don't we even have this right? That Zhang Tian doesn't respect human rights and even beats minors indiscriminately. Simply put, it's killing good deeds. If you have the ability, you can catch those vicious criminals. Will it only target ordinary people like us? Li Tian struggled frantically to retreat, and Minister Tan sneered. He can say for sure it is completely impossible for no one to organize behind this, and it is absolutely impossible to be such a simple force. Zhang Tian, why is he the black sheep? Minister Tan's face shone coldly, and Li Tian seemed to be full of anger, and he said angrily as he spoke for others, that Zhang Tian. Then Li Tian told the news exposed on the internet, as well as the news and the news and news. Minister Tan's eyebrows twitched. It's still on the news. A red light appeared in Minister Tan's eyes instantly, which was murderous. Originally, if it was a small-scale circulation, that would be fine, and it would not be so difficult to make up for it. However, it turned out to be in the news. The key is that there are so many controversial things and issues. It has caused great response and controversy on the internet. The more he listened, the more Minister Tan's eyebrows beat. Crazy, reverse. It's against the sky. Which TV station's news? Minister Tan's face was gloomy. There are still people who dare to do this. Yuching TV station. Li Tian didn't hide it and said it directly. That's right. It's Yuching TV station. Regarding Yuching TV station, Minister Tan frowned. In fact, it was not that he didn't know him, but that he was more familiar with Yuching TV station. Generally speaking, Yuching TV station belongs to the private sector of the public sector. In other words, this TV station is public run, but many management personnel are all managed by the private sector. Coupled with the relatively high degree of freedom, the content in the TV station is very appreciated, and the ratings are not low. On the other hand, Yuching TV station is not far from the capital, or even close to it. Although it belongs to a small city, it has perfectly taken over many things and problems in the capital. Coupled with self-employed reasons, the annual profit is a huge amount. This caused a very serious problem. The publication of Yuching TV station means that even if you want to recover this problem and matter, you can't recover it. Zhang Tian was completely exploded. If the reputation on the internet is blackened, how do we solve the next things? How to implement the plan? Although there is now a chance to recover, but this also means that it is not difficult to recover, asshole. Minister Tan cursed angrily. Your eyes are already flushed. Do you know how much effort has been made to launch Zhang Tian? Do you know what Zhang Tian's development plan is in the future? It can be said that in this sea of clouds, it is okay for anyone to leave. Even if Zhou Zhao is gone, it will not affect it. But Zhang Tian is the only one. Yunhai can't do without Zhang Tian. The most important thing is that Zhang Tian is now involved in many things. On the other hand, international relations. It is not an exaggeration to involve his whole body. After this happened, all the plans would be stranded in an instant. There is a problem with the big strategy. This is equivalent to against the country. Minister Tan's face was livid. Be bold. You are looking for death. Minister Tan gritted his teeth and said word for word. Chapter 592. No one can judge me. No one who told you to do this? Minister Tan said with a gloomy face. Even if it was a TV station, it didn't take long for it to appear. How could it be that nearly hundreds of people came to the city bureau so soon? It's so bold. Obviously, it was the vested interests who did this, and they wanted to kill Zhang Tian, who are the vested interests behind it. This matter is very obvious. It is those who fear Zhang Tian, and want Zhang Tian to die quickly. Or they didn't dare and didn't have the ability to kill Zhang Tian, so they went from other aspects. And does Zhang Tian actually care about this? Minister Tan can say that. He clearly recognizes how strong Zhang Tian's abilities are. It is even more clear that even if he leaves the police force, it is actually nothing to Zhang Tian. No one asked us to do this. We all organized spontaneously on the internet. Li Tian shrank his neck. This time, seeing Minister Tan and looking at the scene again to be controlled, Li Tian didn't dare to be presumptuous, although I chose to answer honestly. But does Minister Tan believe it? No one present was a fool. Catch them in, interrogate them strictly, find out who organized them behind them, and who asked them to do this, and arrest all the people who jumped the most. Minister Tan said thunderously. Although there is no choice to arrest all of them, the primary groups of people are all arrested together for separate interrogation. Without the leader, it can be said that the rest of the things are easy to do. The rest of these people are even more unsurprising. Minister, will this cause greater chaos? After all, after it is exposed, it will easily cause great public discussion. At this time, Han Xian ran out and ran in front of Minister Tan. His face seemed to be all about the overall situation. Minister Tan also smiled angrily when he saw Han Xian's appearance. Others do not know, but can he still not know? Or rather, Minister Tan just couldn't see through what Han Xian was thinking in his mind. But at this time, Han Xian dared to jump out. Moreover, just for Zhang Tian alone, is it too expensive to do so? And is it better to choose to use more viral methods to deal with it? How can Han Xian watch things be resolved so easily? Even at this time, Han Xian's eyes were about to turn red because of empathy. If the protagonist of what Zhang Tian is experiencing now is Han Xian can guarantee that Minister Tan and even Gao Xiaolong will definitely not say a word, first control him, and then give the masses an explanation. The solution that has always been the same is this way. Whether you have a problem or not, if there is a big mess, you will be dealt with first, and then slowly investigate. At the same time, it can also calm the grievances of the people. But why did Zhang Tian, the first and second brothers in the police community, give him a platform, and they have to protect such a big grievance, and even said that if this is spread out, what does the whole country think of them Yunhai? But Han Xian obviously didn't know. And no matter how big the grievances of the people, the first-class merits that Zhang Tian has obtained, etc., leaking out a little bit or two is enough to shut everyone up. So, what do you want to do? Minister Tan suppressed his anger and said with a low sneer in his tone, although Han Xian didn't feel right. At this time, he felt that it was his only chance in his life. If he lost this opportunity, he wouldn't know if there would be such an opportunity in the future. For the only opportunity in this life, Han Xian will naturally try his best to seize everything. Now Comrade Xiao Zhang should be brought up and given an explanation to the masses. If it is not helpful, he should also be suspended for investigation to calm the grievances of the people and make a smooth transition. After the incident has subsided, it is not an exaggeration to reinstate Comrade Xiao Zhang to his original post. Han Xian suggested with a smile. At the same time, Yu Guang glanced at Zhang Tian and kept sneering in his heart. He knew it. It's easy to fold after a while, and Musho will destroy it before Lin Feng. Zhang Tian is going too smoothly and too high. Will it be a good thing for a young man to have such an achievement? How is it possible without foundation and offending so many people? It is simply a way to take death. Now sure enough, falling into the ground, there are too many people who want to see Zhang Tian fall into trouble. Moreover, that's what it says. But once the suspension is investigated, what does it mean? And how is it possible to reinstate the official to his original position? It's easy to suspend the position, but it's difficult to reinstate the position. At that time, even Han Xian would not be the first to let Zhang Tian be reinstated. After dragging on for so many years, Zhang Tian hadn't made up his mind casually by then, and if he wanted to come back again, he was just dreaming. It's just that the idea is beautiful, the reality is very skinny. Do you know what Zhang Tian means to Yunhai? Minister Tan sneered. How could he not see Han Xian's plan in his heart? I didn't plan to care about it, but now, the nameless fire in my heart is constantly rising and boiling. What do you mean? You want to suspend Xiao Zhang, are you worthy? Minister Tan sneered almost word for word. Han Xian's face changed slightly, and he twitched slightly. This sentence, said in public, really didn't give a little face. Minister, this is just a plan to slow down the troops. Han Xian stammered and explained. In his mind, he was frantically thinking about ways to deal with it. There were also bean-sized beads of sweat falling on his forehead, but even so explained, Minister Tan also sneered again and again. Joke, although it is said that even if Zhang Tian's identity is revealed, it doesn't matter, because sooner or later, it must not be now. It's not something Han Xian can decide. Snapped. A loud slap instantly cut through the void. In this silent environment, it is especially loud. Han Xian covered his face and looked at Minister Tan in disbelief. That's right. Minister Tan slapped his hand and slapped him directly. Why? Han Xian's skull is stiff. Why on earth? Han Xian's eyes widened. Do you think we don't know what you think? Let me tell you, you don't deserve to treat us as fools. In particular, you don't deserve to deal with Zhang Tian's decision. The most important thing is that this matter is not something you can participate in. What is it? You want to come here to pick peaches. We can turn a blind eye. Even if you don't care about anything, don't do anything, and be a mascot, at least, there is nothing there. As long as it is to cooperate with Zhang Tian, it is enough. You don't need to be very capable. At least, you know how to cooperate, and it's enough to know who the big father is, but it's definitely not that you came here. Not only did you not help, but you came here to make trouble. Even Minister Tan couldn't make up his mind about Zhang Tian's decision and handling, because that's the big guy above. As for why Yunhai is facing transformation, of which Zhang Tian is the key to transformation now, return to your office and wait for follow-up processing. Minister Tan said blankly. Chapter 593, all arrested. Come to me if anything happens. These remarks are not insignificant for Han Xian, who wants to show it, especially in this kind of public occasion. It is almost tantamount to directly indicating that the first and second brothers in the police community have directly issued death penalty notices to Han Xian. At least, there are no secrets in the system. In the future, in the entire police system, people who have been scolded like this by the first brother of the police, even if they don't deal with it, few people will dare to use it in the future. Minister Tan, why, just because he is Zhang Tian, can he be special? At this moment, Han Xian obviously understood what does Minister Tan's attitude mean to him today. In the future, the police system will almost have no place for him. Even if he has not been suspended here in Yunhai, who will move closer to him in the future, picking peaches, only now has Han Xian discovered that this is a peach picked from a fart. It is simply a cactus, and his hands are full of blood. Special? Minister Tan glanced at Han Xian strangely, or rather, whether Han Xian really didn't know or didn't know. Then do you know, Comrade Xiao Zhang, how many first-class merits do you have? Minister Tan asked coldly. Han Xian gave his whole body a meal. It's been a few days in the municipal bureau, and I may not know much about other news, but during this time, he has heard the most about this issue, especially about Zhang Tian's various news, and some tasks that are not very confidential. I have to admit it, even Han Xian acknowledged Zhang Tian's credit on Yunhai's side. Without Zhang Tian, the entire Yunhai situation would no longer exist. Even so, it was not that there had never been a situation in Yunhai on the side of the capital. Whenever he was about to do something big, all of them unexpectedly died unexpectedly in various ways inexplicably. In the end, a bastard who couldn't get up or down was selected halfway, that is, Zhang Pang, who barely maintained the situation. In fact, to some extent, in the face of the Yunhai situation that was gradually getting out of control, Zhang Peng's contribution was definitely a lot. The entire Yunhai situation, which gradually got out of control, gradually returned to control. Although this method is a process of compromise, compromise is actually one of the most important politics in the system. 7. Han Xian bit the bullet and said, "Then do you know, why is there such a big mess this time?" Minister Tan asked further. Han Xian's face suddenly changed in an instant. "You know, what did Xiao Zhang do? Do you dare to make a decision now?" Minister Tan pressed further. Han Xian's face became paler and paler. That's right, he just heard what the masses said just now, and Han Xian really didn't understand anything else. Don't know? Minister Tan sneered. "Then let me tell you, what is the reason for this? It is because the children of the heroic captain of the anti-drug detachment were kidnapped by that so-called classmate and wanted to insult, or even said that they wanted to use white powder to humiliate them. Do you know what happened now?" Minister Tan sneered blankly. "That's right, when Zhang Tian finished speaking just now, Minister Tan was already furious looking for death. That's right, just looking for death. What's more, is such a big matter that a simple Chensu can solve? If it can't be solved, the entire Huayu group can be said to be buried with it, children of the martyr?" Han Xian was taken aback. After all, regardless of whether it was Zhang Tian's fault or not, the public anger caused by it had to be pushed out to calm it down, but now it seemed that the situation was completely different from what he had imagined. "Han Xian, although you just came to Yunhai and didn't understand the situation, your performance is so disappointing. You can see your narrow-minded heart. What do you want to do and what you think we are all fools? Can't you tell? Do you treat us as fools to fool us? If this is the case, it can only be said that you are wrong. When you don't understand the situation, it has caused a great negative impact, and even to a certain extent it has encouraged the anger of the crowd. As a director of Yunhai, I can formally tell you that you are incompetent. Now, you close your mouth." There was no expression on Gao Xiaolong's face at all. It's just that in terms of tone and emotional dispatching, it's better than Minister Tan. After all, for this kind of thing, there is always one with a red face and one with a white face. The first and second brothers in the police world both gave Han Xian great criticism when they said it at the same time, and Zhang Tian stood behind, although he hadn't said a word, but looking at the scene in front of him, he was really like a clown. Otherwise, the situation on Yunhai's side was very deep like the sea. Other places are fine, but on the side of the sea of clouds, as high as the sky is, the water is as deeper originally. The situation on Yunhai's side was very complicated. What's more, after Zhang Tian was doing things on Yunhai's side, the eyes of the capital instantly converged here. Even the first and second brothers in the police world were here. The huge chaos that seemed to have been caused was actually nothing under the leadership of Minister Tan. However, although the immediate problem has been solved, the most important problem has not yet been solved. In particular, this incident is just an extension, and especially the leader, Li Tian, was pale at the moment, with big beads of sweat constantly flowing down. "Minister?" Li Tian's eyes widened and he looked at the two people in front of him, wearing civilian clothes, not even police uniforms, just civilian clothes. At first, he just thought that two ordinary people, or the leaders of the municipal bureau, were the ministers. In particular, behind these two people, there is also a young man. He was also wearing the rank of second-level lieutenant on his body. Standing next to the two of them, his face was extremely indifferent. With these people, Li Tian instantly realized that it was not easy, because Director Yunhai was just outside. He was scolded by these two people. He didn't feel easy at the time, and now, when Li Tian heard the words minister, his face was already pale. "Are you the minister?" He just said. In this situation, even if the leaders of the General Municipal Bureau came, they didn't dare to do so, because it broke out. It was definitely not a small problem, especially for local leaders care more about this kind of thing. Moreover, chaos of this scale needs to be reported at least layer by layer. According to Li Tian's idea, with the passage of time and the increasing influence, the municipal bureau will definitely not be able to withstand the pressure, even in the city of Yunhai. Absolutely unable to withstand any pressure. How can it be like this? Without giving you nonsense at all, of the armed police came in a steady stream. As for what to do here. Of course, it is the continuous control of the crowd on the scene. There are more than 100 people. The real thing is to close the door and fight the dog. As soon as the door is closed, even if you want to run, you can't run away. Moreover, a gathering of this scale is definitely not something that one or two people can organize, and these people have to be interrogated. In other words, regardless of whether they are innocent or not, they are all arrested in one breath, especially Li Tian, who took the lead and was the favorite to dance, was even more so. Chapter 594, A baton teaches you how to behave. ABA. The child is stupid. You are the minister. Can the minister not respect human rights? Li Tian forcibly calmed himself down. He looked at the three people in front of him forcibly and calmly. That's right, in the interrogation room, Minister Tan, Chief Gao, and Zhang Tian were in this interrogation room, looking at him faintly, or rather, the matter has reached this point. In fact, to some extent, blocking is not as good as dredging, since it is said that the current blockade problem is easy to cause bigger and more conspiracy theories, that it is better to start from now on, amplify him, and let the news continue to expand. That's it now, after Minister Tan learned a little bit about it. On the internet, he had already decided to let it go temporarily. Or go online, just look at how many people are behind. It can also be said above that a little bit of cleaning up has become more and more troublesome, that being the case. So why don't you just start now? Put some bait in, and then wait for all the fish to get in by themselves. When the time comes, it will be all caught. Since it's about long-term chaos, it's better to grit your teeth directly. It hurts now, which is better than persistent pain. That's right. Introduce yourself. I am the Minister of Police. My last name is Tan. You can call me Minister Tan. Minister Tan nodded slightly. At this point, whether Li Tian will actually explain, or how much he knows, is useless. Minister Tan has already begun to cast a net, especially starting to track on the internet. In it, there may be innocent people among them. Because of the high profits, a large number of naval forces are frantically infested. Those people, because they are used to doing things, said that when they saw that the news was not blocked at the beginning, they thought that the above did not pay attention to this matter. So these naval forces are also getting bolder and bolder, and they are starting to make waves in the back, frantically roaming the internet. But whether it's someone with ulterior motives or not. This time, it is no longer possible to distinguish, and there is no need to distinguish and analyze. Some people will always pay a heavy price for offending people they can't afford to provoke. My surname is Gao. Chief Gao also nodded slightly. As for Li Tian, his pupils were shrinking at this moment. Although he didn't have a specific name, Li Tian had seen this person in the news more than once. Because of what I have seen, I also know what Chief Gao does. Li Tian's brain was buzzing. What happened to the Yunhai Municipal Bureau here? And why are these two big guys here? Why didn't anyone tell him? The person behind it. Why didn't he tell him about it in advance? That's right, according to their plan. If Yunhai handled it by itself, no matter where it was, in fact, according to the process. When the process solution came down, after a meeting, things would have gotten out of hand a long time ago. When they rushed into the city bureau, the leaders in the city would definitely compromise with them when they came over. However, Li Tian never dreamed of it. Good guy, the two big guys were sitting here, and they didn't follow the normal process at all. You are? Li Tian turned his gaze and noticed Jiang Tian. After all, he stood side by side in the interrogation room with the two big guys. Although he has not spoken, the photographic temperament on his body is difficult to ignore. Although Jiang Tian is very young. At least he looks very, very young, but he is not a simple person to think about standing side by side with two big guys. What's more, there are also two professional interrogators, but at this moment, they are standing behind three people. I am Jiang Tian, the black sheep in your mouth. Until this time, Jiang Tiankai spoke slightly. The voice is very calm. It seemed that it was not him who was facing the chaos just now, and it was not him who scolded. In fact, if you change to other people, even the leaders in the city must suffer from gains and losses, and they don't know what to do with them later. But unfortunately, Jiang Tian really didn't have any worries, even if it was really knocked down. As far as Jiang Tian's current abilities are concerned, to be honest, he is really not worried about future development. In the worst case, Jiang Tian can become a billionaire even if he lies flat. With a little investment, it will be easy to be worth tens of billions in the future. A rich man with a net worth of tens of billions is no better than a profession that is invisible and faces danger all the time, and even his family is facing danger. Tens of thousands of times better. There is not even any comparability. Of course, Jiang Tian also knew that this was simply impossible to happen. Why, you yelled to bring down the black sheep of me, but you couldn't even recognize me? Jiang Tian tilted his head and sneered. Stupid. As far as a person like Li Tian is concerned, Jiang Tian can say that regardless of whether he knows the inside story or not, such a person is definitely either stupid or bad. In short, it is definitely the kind that deserves to die. You are Jiang Tian? The captain surnamed Jiang on the internet? Li Tian stared at Jiang Tian. You are going to rush into the city bureau to knock me down. Don't you know me yet? Sure enough, it's incompetent to be used as a spearhead. Jiang Tian shook his head. What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. What you mean, Officer Jiang? Solving a case requires evidence, investigation, and a little bit of tracking, and finally you can get hard evidence to convict. Not you, relying on your own imagination. Imagine in your mind because of the crimes of others, and then he deceived himself. Li Tian said with a cold smile. Anyway, the first and second brothers of the police are here. He didn't believe what Jiang Tian dared to do to him. His attitude also changed in an instant. After the initial panic, Li Tian thought of his backstage, and the people behind him would definitely not watch him stay here. What's more, at most, it is from the crowd. The so-called law does not blame the public, and all the more than 100 people who cannot be brought in will be sentenced, even if he is sentenced and stays for a few years. Maybe the big guy behind him can still compensate him for a lot of money. Li Tian regards wealth as fate. I'm not afraid to go in and stay for a few years. In that case, of course, it is at this time, in front of the two big guys, to ridicule Jiang Tian coldly. Maybe the big boss behind him will be able to give him a few more when he is happy, and appreciate him even more. Li Tian, who was originally born as a local ruffian, was, to be precise, a mangy dog who was not afraid of the sky or the earth. Dead pigs are not afraid of boiling water. It's just a pity. Why, you want to hit me? Come on, hit me. My face is here. I see if you dare. Don't do it. I look down on you. After Jiang Tian stepped up one by one, Li Tian even stretched out his head, full of sneers. After all, the two big guys are here, and generally speaking, they have to face each other. You Jiang Tian really dared to do it in front of the boss. Boom. This idea just appeared. A noise came out. Li Tian's mind exploded in an instant, and his eyes were as sluggish as a baby in an instant. The saliva in the mouth flowed unconsciously, and also made a weak voice. Listen carefully. Abba, Abba. Chapter 595, The Pinnacle of Psychology. Unstoppable. Jiang Tian put away the bat and a little bit blankly. Joke. Do you really think that Jiang Tian won't do anything if the two eldest brothers are here? That's a joke. Jiang Tian does things, especially today's matter. It can be said that it has already touched the bottom line. Li Tian's brain was buzzing, looking at Jiang Tian in front of him, and he put away his bat and blankly. Then he looked at the two big guys behind him blankly. This time, the two big guys were expressionless, and they didn't even shake when they watched the scene. Use lynching. This is using lynching. Reversed. It's against the sky. Li Tian's face was full of confusion. It was because of this that they came to Jiang Tian, but they were arrested by Jiang Tian, and then they used lynching to beat him up again. Moreover, this baton made Li Tian's head buzzing and his face drooling blankly. But to put it bluntly, people are really okay regarding his own strength. Jiang Tian had already been able to control it perfectly. You hit me? Li Tian asked blankly. Jiang Tian looked at Li Tian, then smiled slightly and said, I hit you. What can you do? Since you know that I used lynching, you can understand what will happen when you come here and fall into my hands. I dare to hit people if I have a lawyer. Now in Zayahiwo, what makes you think that I dare not hit you, and this is what you asked me to hit you? I have never heard of such a request in my life. Talking, Jiang Tian smacked his tongue slightly, then he gradually stared at each other, and his smile gradually stopped. Can you tell me now, who did it? Li Tian shook his head. Who did it? I just got a little upset with you on the internet, and then organized people together. Did you admit that you are from your organization? Jiang Tian asked rhetorically. That's right, it's me. Li Tian directly admitted. Joke, even if you go in and squat, how many years can you squat? A few years later, the eldest brother valued that he was a good man again, and even said that he could change his life against the sky, and he might reach the peak of his life in the future. Do you know what law you broke? Jiang Tian asked rhetorically. Isn't it just gathering people to make trouble? It's a big deal. Let's sentence it for a few years. Li Tianman said indifferently. It's a pity. At this moment, Jiang Tian turned to look at the two interrogation experts and asked, his crime, as well as the social impact it caused, and his malicious failure to cooperate, have caused serious and bad consequences. If so, how will he be sentenced in the end for his crime? Death penalty. At this moment, the interrogation expert categorically denied the railway a puff. Li Tian almost sprayed, his eyes widened, and then he sneered with a full face. Who are you scaring? I'm still sentenced to death. At best, I'm just gathering people to make trouble. I haven't heard of the death penalty for gathering people to make trouble. Don't believe it. Li Tian didn't believe it at all. But the interrogation expert really didn't lie to Li Tian. This crime is really a death sentence. Therefore, the interrogation expert was not angry at all and said with a smile, the gathering of people to make trouble that you know about is at most the kind that has not caused a bad impact, and the impact is not large, and the consequences are not serious. If you look at the back, you can know that if the impact is too bad and it has a serious impact on society, then this criminal law is that the highest death penalty has not been put on the line. This is really not a lie. If you follow the impact caused by Li Tian, although it is not up to this point, the overall impact can be treated as an accomplice, and the death penalty can be easily sentenced at that time when their municipal bureau recommends the death penalty, and the consequences are indeed very bad. It will affect the municipal bureau and have a serious impact. The death penalty is a high probability. The procuratorial side generally does not reject it. When the time comes to the court, it will basically go through the process, let alone reject it. So overall, even though Li Tian's eyes widened and his face looked unbelievable, when Jiang Tian took out his mobile phone and found the legal interpretation clause, the cold sweat on Li Tian's forehead kept coming out. If you explain it now, then you can be dealt with lightly. We can even suggest life imprisonment or fixed-term imprisonment. If you behave better, you will come out in more than 10 years. Depending on your age, you may be in your 20s at most. After you come out, you will look like you are in your 30s. It is the prime of life. How about you? Think about it for yourself. But don't think that if you don't explain it, this matter will be over. Jiang Tian knocked on the table. If you don't explain it, it will not only be the death penalty, but others will explain it. At that time, it will have no effect on you gritting your teeth here. Loyalty, what kind of thing is that? Unless there are huge benefits. Otherwise, still loyal, loyalty is a fart. There is no benefit. Let's see who betrays you the fastest. Yes, it is your own brother. When you were outside, what brothers are long and brothers are short every day, and you work hard for your brothers or something, but after coming in, it was these brothers who could give up 3 brothers in one sentence, and they would not leave the brothers in one sentence. You didn't lie to me, did you? Li Tian was already a little panicked at the moment. After all, fuck, it's a bit too serious. How could Li Tian not panic? He was guilty of wanting a great future, but he was shot, executed, and the good guy was gone. The future was gone, and there was a fart future. I won't explain now. When I will explain, what do you think? We can lie to you. Can we lie to you? Besides, I tell you, don't be lucky, thinking that there is nothing wrong with the impact. But I tell you, this is a joke. Do you know how bad your behavior has caused? It can be said that you were shot. 100 times is not enough, and I can lie to you. Who are the people behind me, the minister and the high-ranking officials? Will the two of them lie to you, or lie to you to explain? Don't be funny, the two big leaders won't lie to you. After all, you guys, this group of people, shouldn't it be just you who know it? There will always be other people who know it. Do you think we need to do this? Jiang Tian asked slowly. Stop talking, I'll explain. Li Tian collapsed instantly. After all, he is just a young man with a good spirit. How could it be possible to withstand such a great pressure? Someone gave me money, gave me a lot of money, and after it was done, he promised to give me more money. Li Tian immediately explained. Who gave you the money? Jiang Tian forced. In terms of psychology, these interrogation experts are really not as good as Jiang Tian. When and what methods are used, they are perfectly controlled through psychology, and every sentence is poking at the opponent's weaknesses. In fact, it can also be seen that the opponent's emotions are very fragile and easy to defeat. For the kind of strong-willed, Jiang Tian also has other methods. Through Jiang Tian's current outrageous eye of judgment, it can be guessed that the difference is not bad, but this is more tiring. It's not as simple as it is now. The more determined kind had previously given up the interrogation directly, and there was no need to waste time, because after all, nothing could be interrogated. My eldest brother. Li Tian replied. Chapter 596, Fongshire Pharmaceutical? More and more people are involved. Who is your eldest brother? Jiang Tian continued to persecute. Li Tian was already shuddering constantly, and he was trembling constantly. Fong, brother Fong. When these 2 words were uttered, Li Tian seemed to have lost all his strength all over his body, and his eyes were even more sluggish and spiritless. After these two words appeared, it meant that he had betrayed his eldest brother, but after the explanation, Li Tian seemed to have no psychological burden at all. Who is that so-called brother Fong? What does he do? And why did he let you do this? Jiang Tian forced Jiang Tian, the energy of the Red Circle, knew, or even said, Jiang Tian knew even more, that the two lawyers used their resources to go on the Yuqing news channel. These were done by those two lawyers, and Jiang Tian knew all these things, even said, Jiang Tian still knows, regarding the fermentation on the internet, and even offline fermentation, in such a short period of time. It is definitely not something that the so-called two Red Circle lawyers can do with the water on the side of the Sea of Clouds. The energy of the Red Circle is really out of reach for Li Tian. He has already explained that now he has gone to the dark, and even said that he is afraid of the revenge of that brother Fong. Now Li Tian wants that brother Fong to die together more than anyone else. Because if brother Fong doesn't die, then the future. He might have a more miserable future, and he might be tortured to death. Brother Fong is the medical representative of our Yunhai side. Medical representative? Jiang Tian was shocked. Why is this still involving medical representatives? Moreover, medical representatives should have nothing to do with Jiang Tian's occupation. Jiang Tian himself can be sure that he has absolutely no contradiction with that so-called medical representative. If you say it is the underworld, it is similar, but this gap is a bit too far. Why is the underworld involved with medical representatives? And this Li Tian is obviously a triad. Who is that brother Fong, medical representative? What do you mean? What's the name of that brother Fong? Jiang Tian said with his eyes fixed. After all, Jiang Tian clearly understood that there are only two kinds of people who can target him. One is the one who has contradictions with himself in the past, and the other is the one who has contradictions with himself now. This brother Fong either had hatred with himself in the past, but the representative of medicine obviously has nothing to do with his profession. Another kind, if there are contradictions now or contradictions in the future, then there is only one kind of person, either blocking the way, or that person is afraid and wants to get rid of me. Jiang Tian smiled faintly. Someone is scared. I actually don't know the specific name very well, but I know that the other party has a pharmaceutical company, and the other party is also a pharmaceutical representative. There are many companies in its group with many assets. This Li Tian explained. How did the other party find you? Jiang Tian asked. Li Tian didn't hide it either. It's not just that I found us. In fact, to be precise, I found the following people. In fact, after Brother Fong found a group of us, he gave us a lot of money and asked us to contact the Navy on the internet. On the other hand, it was to contact people offline and use money to find some people. These things, in fact, can also be interrogated by interrogating other people, and it is impossible to become a secret. Those people were indeed given money by Li Tian. You are a bit too courageous. You don't even know what the consequences are. Jiang Tian smacked his tongue. It's terrible, simple, too simple. But that brother Fong also seemed a little simple. I heard that brother Fong has billions of assets and is also a rich man on Yunhai's side. He even said that brother Fong took us to visit his company. Li Tian continued to speak. Is it that simple? Jiang Tian frowned slightly. Suddenly, it seemed that this matter was not as simple as it seemed, because based on Jiang Tian's past experience in handling cases, generally, it is difficult to investigate the people behind this kind of thing. No, in fact, Fanggu is also very vigilant, because he just sees me as loyal, so he brought me alone, and it was not Fanggu who saw me in person, but Fang Ji's assistant came to see me, and there was no one else during the period. Li Tian quickly explained. Jiang Tian suddenly realized just the other party thought that this method, if they didn't show up, would really leave them helpless. Still say, the other party is really because, with this simple method, they can have no solution to them. If you think so, it's a bit too simple. Is there anything else? Jiang Tian asked further. Li Tian was taken aback, thought for a while, and nodded. That brother Fong didn't show up from beginning to end, and even said that it was his assistant who came to solve it, but I can testify. Don't you want to testify? I mean, do you have anything else to say? What's the name of that brother Fong? Jiang Tian asked further. Although I don't know the name of that Fanggu and I haven't seen it before, I guess it should be related to Fong Ziliu, who was more famous on TV. Fong Ziliu? Jiang Tian's expression was taken aback, not that he hadn't thought about the name, but mainly the name. Jiang Tian is very familiar, too familiar. Yunhai has a comprehensive group company. One of the most famous is the pharmaceutical group. Almost all of the 5-9 cold spirits and so on produced in-house are sold well all over the country, and they have contributed a lot of taxes in Yunhai every year. It makes a huge contribution to Yunhai.so. Jiang Tian was taken aback. Among them, this side of the artesian current is not simple on the side of the Sea of Clouds, because it is said that a lot of contributions have been made, even a lot of schools have been donated, and many charitable undertakings have been made, so it is said. In fact, this person is more similar to the case Jiang Tian dealt with before. They are all the same philanthropists, but this made Jiang Tian's mood sink. Rotten. This further shows that Yunhai is completely rotten. Even these seemingly dignified philanthropists are now falling one after another. What about the follow-up? Jiang Tian stared. Are there still a few clean people in Yunhai? Yes, it's him, Fong Ziliu. Others don't know, but this Fong Ziliu, I feel that Fanggu should be him sorta, because that pharmaceutical company is way pharmaceutical. Li Tian continued. Jiang Tian frowned even more. Because in fact, there is another problem. In this way, the pharmaceutical industry, in fact, in later generations, Jiang Tian did not collapse before crossing. This Fong Ziliu even took the way pharmaceutical industry out of Yun province and faced the whole country, almost becoming a golden signboard. Chapter 597, determined to focus on Shaojiang. What really surprised Jiang Tian was that until later generations, the Wei pharmaceutical industry, the Wei group, and the Fong Ziliu as a whole had all gone higher and higher, and finally reached its peak. But from now on, this Fong Ziliu is not simple. Brother Fong, are you sure? Jiang Tian asked. Probably, no, I'm pretty sure. It's Wei pharmaceutical. Everyone calls him Brother Fong. Although he hasn't come forward in person, it's definitely him. Li Tian spoke quickly, and with a very certain tone. Do you have any evidence? Zhang Tian asked. Yes, because I have always been more cautious. I left the recording equipment. This recording equipment is what Fong Ziliu's assistant said when he met me. Li Tian nodded, and then said where the recording equipment was hidden. Zhang Tian also called Zhao Wei and asked Zhao Wei to find the recording pen according to the location. Soon, in less than half an hour, Zhao Wei had already arrived quickly. After listening to the conversation inside, the whole room was almost silent, only scattered sounds from the recording came out. Have you seen the news on the internet? No. Now let me show you. This is the person, in the Yunhai Municipal Bureau. His name is Zhang Tian, but you have to pretend that you don't know. Now I will give you 50,000 yuan. After the matter is completed, there will be 50,000 for you. You organize people to go to the Municipal Bureau to protest. You don't need to do anything else, you just need to put pressure on those leaders, and after it's done, I'll give you another 50,000 yuan. Okay, I understand. Well, the voice behind is Li Tian's, and the strange voice inside, although secretly recorded recordings are often not recognized by the court as direct evidence, if the authenticity can be proved and the content in the recording is indeed related to the case, especially if it is submitted by the procuratorate, it is enough to become decisive evidence. The dialogue inside is very clear in that case. The person behind this should just want this Li Tian to find someone to put pressure on him, and he didn't want to impact the Municipal Bureau. Minister Tan also suddenly realized, after all, shock the Municipal Bureau. This kind of thing is completely different from your protest. These two natures are also completely different in handling. If these people don't make trouble or do anything else, they just stand there and protest, the reason for direct suppression at this time is completely insufficient. After all, the other party has not done anything, and it is relatively normal to protest, but the mistake was wrong. This Li Tian wanted to express himself too much. Obviously, the answer sheet was only 100%, but Li Tian wanted to get 200%. In fact, Li Tian is also very smart. If there is no big leader here, taking the solutions of the leaders in Yunhai City, at that time, maybe it will be solved by turning big things into small things, but now it's different, there are big leaders here. Of course, in fact, it can be seen from Han Xian's handling method, it can't be ruled out that the eldest brother behind Li Tian asked Li Tian to do this. After all, there are too many people who want to kill me. The bigger the trouble, comrades like Han Xian who are very hostile to me will also stand up and speak for them. Zhang Tian said quietly from a deep level, it is not as simple as it seems. Of course, none of this matters. Do you want to start the opponent's self-flowing arrest? Minister Tan frowned. At this time, after Minister Tan had finished reading the scale of the Wei group, he also frowned. He had just been able to make up his mind and make a decision in one breath. That was because it was just a small mess of less than 100 people. It's easy to solve, but now, you must know that there is another Huayu group that is under investigation and processing, and Chen Chang of Huayu group is also under deployment and control, and will be arrested at any time. It's just that now, there is no immediate action, and it is also because I want to bring up Chen Lighting's right to speak in Huayu group first, so that Huayu group can make a smooth transition and become a backer of their police placement in the dark world with Huayu group's presence. At that time, the police will be able to know everything about the underground world, and even say that through Huayu group, they can be silent. Catch whoever you want, and solve whoever you want, and the entire sea of clouds is so big, such a terrifying scale of crime. What is this? This is a credit. It's all a big credit. It's equivalent to a huge cake. Otherwise, Chief Gao is sitting here, on the one hand to escort Zhang Tian, on the other hand, the transformation of Yunhai is also a very important reason. The terrifying credit contained in it may have really allowed Yunhai to solve the worries of future troubles, and it is not impossible for Gao Shou to go further. This is a great horror credit. Although the water is very deep, the greater the risk, the greater the receipt, the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish, not only in the underground world, but even they are the same. Although coming to Yunhai took certain risks, for example, in his previous life, Chief Gao died not long after he came to Yunhai to save Zhang Tian, but now, there is a combination of Zhang Tian and Chief Gao's two swords. It can be said that gods block killing gods, and Buddhas block killing Buddhas. Invincible along the way, this led to the fact that the great credit was one after another, although most of the credit belonged to Zhang Tian, but is there no credit for Chief Gao? How could it be possible? After all, it is Zhang Tian, who is supported by Chief Gao, and Zhang Tian's strong backing. Xiao Zhang, do you have any suggestions? Chief Gao looked at Zhang Tian. He was also preparing to consult Zhang Tian's opinions. After all, Zhang Tian's performance during these times was almost omnipotent, from an economic point of view and the nature of social stability. Compared with Wanye Group, Wei Pharmaceutical is actually even higher in terms of influence. As the leading pharmaceutical group in Yunhai province, its influence is terrible. After the move, the impact on Yunhai's economic environment, it is very large, and even causes fear in many group companies. Zhang Tian analyzed. That's right, Wanye Group is gone, and Huayu Group has to do it. If it does it at this time, followed by the Wei pharmaceutical industry, the chaos caused will definitely be continuous, and moreover, the consequences are hard to imagine. It may cause the group's fear, and the environmental impact of the investment is too bad. The so-called quick cut through the chaos is not the way to do it. At that time, everyone's lips and teeth will be cold. After all, no one in a large group of companies has any dirty things, and the history of the rise of any wealth must be accompanied by blood that must not be exposed. Even if you want to do it, you must not be able to get together, so, don't let it go for the time being? Minister Tan asked. Zhang Tian's opinion is very important. In fact, Zhang Tian is purely used, except for the cultural industry group to die by itself, otherwise it is impossible for Zhang Tian to rush to those groups unless there is conclusive evidence, and even if there is conclusive evidence, if it is not a particularly inexcusable problem, Zhang Tian is not qualified to decide whether to do it or not. This requires meetings in the city, and sometimes even in the province. Research and discussion, after all, this is about the development of the entire city. Chapter 598. A girl's feelings are always poetic, as deep as the sea in the case of the first rich driving the later rich. If it is said that once Yunhai is upgraded to a level and becomes directly under the jurisdiction, it will become directly under the jurisdiction of the East China Sea and the capital, and will fully develop into the economic center of the Southeast region and Southeast countries, absorbing the wealth of the entire Southeast countries. At that time, it may not be possible to become or even surpass a city like Hong Kong Island and the magic capital. As for Zhang Tian's current position in Yunhai. To some extent, some people have left the simple post of anti-drug control. After all, Huang Wanchuan will never be separated from home, and Huang Wanchuan and the underground world will never be separated from home. Therefore, in fact, the scope of responsibilities, if the upper platform is released on the line, in fact, Zhang Tian's terms of reference are very large. For example, now, Zhang Tian's opinions, in the eyes of the two leaders, if they are reasonable, they will definitely be adopted, and once these two big guys adopt them, they don't even need to go through the municipal and provincial leaders to meet and study, and then study and study, and finally cucumber vegetables or a lit's cold. Of course, this problem has always existed, but it cannot be changed, otherwise it may cause greater chaos. No, Huayu Group's thinking is very good. It is an underground world compared to cutting through the chaos quickly. However, for this kind of influential group, I suggest that it is better to keep things quiet and arrange for people to squat and investigate in secret. After the Huayu Group is settled, the opponent will be able to quietly. The Style Group did it. Jiang Tianxi has come and gone, and he cannot cause a bad impact with great fanfare, so he must minimize the impact. Of course, don't be too careful, because it's very simple for capital. When the profit exceeds 100%, it can already make capital take a crazy risk, and now Yunhai's environment is that there is a market, funds, and support. As long as you have excellent products, you can make money. As long as you can make money, even if you drive these people away, it is impossible for these people to leave. On the contrary, if the economy goes down, no matter how pleasing they are, these people will not be able to stay in Yunhai. For example, Zhang Tianxi, those companies saw that Yunhai was about to finish his calves, and they ran faster than rabbits one by one. These people don't need to worry too much. As long as Yunhai has money and can continue to have money, there is no need to worry about those things. Of course, the impact still needs to be considered. Yes, Xiaojian, you are right. Your opinions are of great reference value. Let's do it directly. Not to mention the evidence, this Fan Ziliu has a lot of influence in the entire Yun province. It can be regarded as a famous medical representative in Yun province, and it is also a famous one in Yun province. Philanthropists, it is rumored that they donate hundreds of primary schools to Yun province every year. Minister Tan nodded in relief. It has to be Xiaojiang, there is almost no need to worry about doing things. Minister Tan doesn't need to worry about anything that is handed over to Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian will always solve it for you perfectly, and all the possible results can be accurately guessed for you. Bold and careful, and most importantly, capable. Such a person, Minister Tan really wants to be transferred to his side to do things, but Minister Tan knew that this was impossible. Compared with his comfort, Yunhai, the big stage, was more suitable for Zhang Tian to play, and Zhang Tian would have a more brilliant future in the future. Yes, but what about Chen Chang? What are you going to do with it? Chief Gao asked. That's right, Fang Zilia's side is more tricky, but Chen Chang's side is simple. After all, Yunhai is well known for a knife. He just said that the police have no evidence and this person is too careful, so it is difficult to do it. Everyone also knows Chen Chang's evil power. If you really do it, no one can say anything, even many companies have to applaud and say that they are doing well. Over there, Chen Chang, I'm going to talk to Chen Chang. Zhang Tian mused. If Chen Chang cooperates, let Chen Lighting take the top position. If Huayu Group is handed over to Chen Lighting through Chen Chang's hand, this transition is the most perfect. No, you want Chen Lighting to take over the industry from Chen Chang, and Chen Chang will come in afterwards? After Chief Gao heard Zhang Tian's thoughts, there were only 4 words, whimsical. Fool. That's right, unless Chen Chang is a fool, how else is it possible? It is clear that this is a conspiracy by the police, and it is also known that the police, through Chen Lighting, are preparing to control the Huayu Group, and after controlling it, they will arrest Chen Chang. The most important thing is that Chen Chang is equivalent to helping the Yunhai police to arrest him. Outrageous. After hearing this idea, Chief Gao was shocked. There were only 2 words. It was outrageous. It was outrageous. No, Chief Gao, you don't know Chen Chang. There may be little chance for others to go, but if I go. Zhang Tian stood up. That's right, although he didn't set out, according to Zhang Tian's analysis and understanding, he was already 90% sure, just for a conservative estimate, so he didn't speak. Well, Comrade Xiaojiang, I am the most at ease when you do things. I will support you in everything, so you can do it boldly with confidence, and you can come to me if anything happens. Minister Tan stood up and spoke directly to Zhang Tian, and also made his own promise. Zhang Tian nodded slightly and left. Now, regarding Huayu Group, the old crutch and Chen Su have been arrested. Even said that Chen Chang must already know. Zhang Tian also knew that Chen Chang must have received the news. In the car, Zhang Tian drove her phaeton again. After Chen Lighting got in the car, she glanced at Zhang Tian in surprise. Unlike others, most people, looking at Volkswagen cars, almost all have the same virtue, exactly the same. But Chen Lighting is different, and Chen Lighting's family life is also different. Even Chen Lighting has a phaeton in her own home, which is Chen Chang's car when it is convenient to travel. Loki, this car is not cheap, is it? As soon as Chen Lighting got in the car, a strong fragrance came out. I have to mention that Chen Lighting absolutely hates Chen Su, but in any case, she is also her half-brother. After Chen Su came in, he was severely beaten. These are unspoken rules. After all, it is not an exaggeration to say that what Chen Su did was cut to pieces. Chen Lighting looked a little uncomfortable, but on the other hand, there was a sense of ease in letting go of the burden. She didn't know what she was doing right, but she was insisting on her own justice. I can't tell, Officer Jiang, you are quite rich. Chen Lighting touched the bangs and pretended to look out of the car. After all, facing her idol up close, Chen Lighting couldn't stand it at all, and didn't dare to take a closer look. Chapter 599 The Real Controversy, No Need to Say More No Money. Zhang Tian smiled lightly. I didn't say anything else. After all, this car is really free. It's just that when Zhang Tian handles official duties normally, he uses a lot of police cars. Of course, even if he doesn't use a police car, Zhang Tian rarely drives it. After all, this car is a bit too eye-catching anyway. Already, especially when entering the unit, the leaders inside can always recognize it. Good guy, you, a little policeman, actually drive a better car than the leader of the mayor or something like me. What do you mean, how did you get this car? And why do you deserve to drive this car? Of course, although Zhang Tian is not afraid of those at all, Zhang Tian is not the kind of person who likes to be high profile, or rather, Zhang Tian has always liked to be low-key and high profile, let others say whether it is right or wrong. No money, senior, are you kidding me? Chen Lighting muttered in surprise. In fact, Songjiang police officer unknowingly became a senior, and the relationship between the two sides unknowingly narrowed a lot. Zhang Tian glanced at Chen Lighting, but she couldn't see through it and said, after so long and so much work, isn't it right for the organization to reward me with a car? Well, it seems that it should be. Chen Lighting scratched her head, and finally felt as if that was really the case. Well, senior, where are we going now? Chen Lighting asked, your house. Zhang Tian replied simply, my house? Chen Lighting didn't react for a while, but soon, after all, Chen Lighting was also in the police academy, although she hadn't graduated yet, but she also has an entry-level understanding of many things, especially the handling of cases. In such a serious situation, her younger brother was arrested, but she took her home. What it means, Chen Lighting already has a lot of premonitions in her heart. Li Ting, you are a good comrade, and I admire you very much. Zhang Tian spoke slowly. If you think in another way, Zhang Tian has no golden fingers and is just an ordinary person. If he was born in such a family, would he assist the police to kill his relatives? Zhang Tian thought differently, thinking that she was not that great, and even said that, 1 in a million, there are very few such people, and it is precisely Chen Lighting who is such a person, dedicated to a great cause. It is even more determined to have a firm obsession. Senior, you were like this. Chen Lighting lowered her head, kneading her hands at a loss. Zhang Tian's head was full of compliments from Zhang Tian. Other people, anyone's praise didn't feel anything in Chen Lighting's heart, but for the idol she admired most in her heart, such praise made Chen Lighting's heart bloom in an instant. Flowers bloom, of course, Lighting, you know the situation of your family by yourself. Zhang Tian spoke slowly. Chen Lighting's bewildered hands became more and more overwhelmed. Senior, you, listen to me explain, I don't know those things. Chen Lighting said with some excitement. Zhang Tian hurriedly said, I know, comrade Lighting, don't be so excited. I know your position and so on very well, and I know that you have done a lot of things silently, but there are many things in the family that you can't stop. Some crimes, you also provided the organization with some accurate information, and we all understand that you are a good comrade with a very sense of justice. This is really not Zhang Tian's nonsense. According to previous reports, Chen Lighting did provide some accurate information, which involved some crimes and other issues, but later, Chen Chang, Chen Lighting's father, knew that his daughter, or her daughter, had a direct showdown. Chen Chang couldn't help it anymore, he could only avoid this kind of thing. In any case, this is also her own daughter, the most beloved daughter. In contrast, Chen Su didn't grow up next to Chen Chang when she was a child. But Chen Lighting, who grew up next to Chen Chang, was obviously more emotional. Therefore, this is also the key to the success of Zhang Tian's plan. Do you want to wipe out the entire Huayu group, or do you want to say that although you have become a source of intelligence for the police and control the intelligence of the dark world, the controller is still your own daughter? Of these two choices, I believe that Chen Chang will definitely choose the latter one for his daughter. As long as Chen Chang cooperates, everything can be solved. Well, is that right, senior? I'm not that great, but some things are too hateful. I won't betray a second or fifth generation boy like my father. I just want to save some people. Chen Lighting explained hurriedly, for fear that it would cause Zhang Tian to misunderstand, but obviously looking at the panicked Chen Lighting, Zhang Tian knew that this girl was thinking too much again. This look of gains and losses really made Zhang Tian feel very distressed when he saw it. Actually, did Chen Lighting do something wrong? Stick to your own controversy. Is this choice wrong? Obviously. It's not wrong. Chen Lighting didn't mean that Wuzi betrayed her father. The true justice is unselfish, and he is bent on getting his father into it. Such a person does not insist on his own justice, and he does not even have the justice of family ties. In fact, even the leaders dare not reuse it. Because of such a person, it is possible to betray his leadership for justice at any time. Once that is done, the girl Chen Lighting and Zhang Tian will have to carefully review how to use it. Justice without adaptability is, to some extent, also a distorted justice, but the same once that is done. Chen Chang's previous situation is absolutely impossible to be unlucky, but Chen Lighting is about to be unlucky, or rather, Chen Chang's mentality is about to collapse. Fortunately, although he insisted on justice before, he also had scruples about family ties and so on. So although he avoided it, sometimes, Chen Chang would even deliberately divulge some very small information to give Chen Lighting meritorious service. The feelings between the two sides are still very, very deep. Justice without any maneuvering is not correct, but in the same way, justice that is too maneuvering is also not correct. Any justice has its own standard. Your standard is different from mine, and everyone's standard is different, but I can't tell who is right or wrong. Your persistence, for now, is a very correct justice. Zhang Tian affirmed Chen Lighting. At this moment, Chen Lighting's skull exploded with a buzzing sound. It exploded completely, his eyes widened, and he looked at Zhang Tian in front of him in disbelief. His face was flushed in an instant. This was the smell of blood boiling because of excessive excitement. Really, do you really think so? Being affirmed, Chen Lighting only felt that the goosebumps all over her body exploded, and on her snow-white skin, the dense goosebumps exploded layer by layer. Chapter 600, Action, Huayu Group. After all, in the past, Chen Lighting had also doubted many times whether her persistence was correct. Because of her persistence, she did not get any correct feedback, and no one taught her what she should do and what she should do in such a situation, and Jiang Tian's affirmation seemed to give her chicken blood, and it even pointed her in the direction. And now, it's time for you to dedicate to the organization. The organization needs you very, very much now, so there is a very difficult task for you. Jiang Tian said directly, what task? Chen Lighting asked hurriedly. Needless to say, Chen Lighting felt that she had not been able to make a break in the midst of a sea of knives to go undercover. Jiang Tian slowly said these 3 words. In fact, Jiang Tian has always been very cold about the undercover industry, or arranging undercover work, and even said that he doesn't have much affection for it, because undercover is too dangerous, although the benefits of undercover are great, and the receipt of goods is also very, very terrifying. But also, for undercover, every minute and every second is painful torture. They need to be in the dark, adhere to their own bright essence, but this is unfair to the undercover agent, because he is suffering too much pain. But the same for leaders, they like to arrange undercover work, and now, Jiang Tian finally understands that in many cases, the role of undercover agents is too great. This receipt, it can be said that sacrificing one person can gain gains, save countless people, and save countless people, then the sacrifice of an undercover agent is worth it. What's more, it's not enough to protect the safety of the undercover agent. Of course, in comparison, Chen Lighting's undercover agent is not an undercover agent, because it is not an undercover agent doing dangerous things by the side of her eldest brother. On the contrary, if you are your own eldest brother, this safety can be guaranteed, and there are not so many dangers and intrigues. Is it? Are you going to do something to my father? Chen Lighting said after a moment of silence. Suddenly, in the end, it was her biological father and daughter. Chen Lighting, who had grown up next to Chen Chang since she was a child, suddenly learned the news. How could Chen Lighting calm down? Anyway, she was also her own father. She just wanted to get her father right. Actually, I know, you did all this for your father, right? Jiang Tian suddenly said. Chen Lighting suddenly became stiff for a while, his eyes widened and he looked at Jiang Tian in disbelief. Or rather, Jiang Tian was not only the only one who affirmed her, but also the one who knew her. That's right, all she did was for her father, for her biological father. In fact, you have already seen it a long time ago. You often walk by the river without wet shoes. A few years ago, an underworld group of that size in the northeast was able to disappear in front of the state apparatus overnight without any hindrance. So you are afraid, your father one day you will fall to this point. So you want to save your father, but you don't know what to do. In the end, you can only choose to believe in your own path. Jiang Tian spoke unhurriedly. When did you know about it? Chen Lighting couldn't believe it. She couldn't even breathe. I knew it when I saw you for the first time. When I looked at the information, I was not sure, but I was sure after I saw you. That's right, after seeing Chen Lighting's information, Jiang Tian didn't know so clearly, but after seeing Chen Lighting in person, Jiang Tian knew it. Is that so? Chen Lighting's face was full of bitterness. That's right, it really is a silence. The vehicle fell into silence, and there was no sound at all. Even so, are you sure of me? Am I still Justice? Chen Lighting trembled all over. It doesn't matter whether you talk about your heart or your heart, Comrade Lighting, no matter what your inner thoughts are or what you want to do, it's true that you are my fan. For Yunhai, you did save a lot of people under your father's hands. Yes, really, you did all of this. You didn't do anything wrong. Why do you say that you were wrong? Jiang Tian's tone eased. Facing his comrades, Jiang Tian was very willing to show his tender side in the face of the enemy. Perhaps it is vigorous, but in the face of one's own people, Jiang Tian will never use the attitude and methods of treating the enemy. Especially, the girl Chen Lighting is also a poor girl, because this girl is right. Very prescient. According to Jiang Tian's previous understanding, the entire Yunhai, in the future, although the economy is completely backward, after the corresponding military takes over, the situation of the entire Yunhai will be as miserable as it is. As for these underworld elements, one by one, they are even more appalling. Huayu Group, the ending of the future is also miserable, and the ashes are gone. The first evil elements, such as Chen Chang and Chen Su, were all exposed to the charges, and in the end all of them were sentenced to death and executed immediately, without any room for mitigation. It is also surprising that the father and son went to the execution ground together. Of course, Chen Su is still the same now, but if Chen Chang is willing to cooperate, for the sake of meritorious service, he will deal with it lightly, plus the sacrifice of his daughter, etc. It is not a big problem to be sentenced to life imprisonment. Better performance, come out in about 20 years, or even less than 20 years, you can come out. Chen Chang, who is now less than 50 years old, will not be able to take a fresh look at the future world in the future. He returned to society in his 60s. It is not a perfect ending, and at that time, Chen Lighting might have officially returned to the status of a police officer a long time ago. At that time, she might already be in a high-ranking position and didn't know what her position was. That scene was countless times better than the ending before Jiang Tian was reborn. My dad, he's not at home, he should be in the company now. Chen Lighting lowered her head and said in silence. Jiang Tian, who was driving, heard that the driver's hand did not move in any way, and the direction of the vehicle did not change in any way. Chen Lighting looked up at Jiang Tian, only to find that Jiang Tian's curved mouth was seen from the side, and a very gratifying smile was outlined. Chen Lighting looked out of the car, only to find that the car had not passed inside her house at all, but had been on the road to the company. It turned out that it was just a test by Jiang Tian just now. For this temptation, Jiang Tian was very satisfied, and at the same time, the company building of Huayu Group. That's right, Huayu Group has a burly office building in Yunhai, standing next to the Yanjiang River. In the evening, the lights are brightly lit and dazzling. This project is definitely comparable to the most prosperous place in the East China Sea. Chapter 601. Mr. Chen, it won't be long. Unlike the flatness of Huangpu, here, on the Yanjiang River, it is the opposite. The rushing water, there are many ships in Huangpu, even freighters, but Yanjiang does not have this condition. To be precise, the situation in Yanjiang is actually too complicated to walk merchant ships. In fact, it is also a big limitation. Otherwise, the development of Yunhai may not be comparable to that of the East China Sea. How much is the difference, after all, on Yunhai's side? As long as the crime problem is thoroughly controlled, if everything can be controlled, then the wealth of the entire southeast region can be smoothly gathered quickly. The premise of all this is that Yunhai needs to have what the rich in the southeast need, the first stable place to live, and the second prosperous place that can make them obsessed with gold. The third is that Yunhai has a place that can attract their wealth together, and at present, the real estate industry is a very important pillar. However, the development of the real estate industry also needs to control the evil forces. In other words, the first condition is the most basic condition. Of course, in fact, another limitation is that there is no such thing as inclusiveness. On Yunhai's side, the problem of mutual reporting to the group to keep warm, and there are too many small gangs in the place. Sometimes it is difficult to deal with because it is difficult for you to characterize them. That is, it is difficult to deal with them. Often the more prosperous the place, the more darkness is hidden. Zhang Tian looked at the high-rise buildings. At this moment, there are still many places around him that are frantically developing, but it's a pity. According to the situation of the previous life, everything was gradually shut down at this time, and then, after a few years, the prosperity at this moment was like a pavilion in the sky, and it was barren, the unfinished ending, the running away. The bright lights at this moment are only temporary in nature. Development is difficult, but it is too simple to destroy a city. If it weren't for the fact that Yunhai's evil forces were completely out of control and there was no way to completely control them, it wouldn't be like this. In general, it is still a matter of underworld forces, and the building of Huayu Group is very large. It is also very eye-catching in this area of high-rise buildings. Yes, Huayu Group also has its own group building. In fact, according to the previous life, because of the rapid deterioration of the business environment of the entire city, the important nature of Huayu Group was once again improved. Unfortunately, it was later wiped out due to blackouts and evils. The only industry of this entertainment nature has also withered rapidly. In contrast, the Wei Group has risen rapidly, and almost the entire power of Yun Province has supported the Wei Group. As a result, Zhang Tian didn't expect that the Wei Group, which was so famous in the previous life, didn't seem to be so clean now, and even there were too many black-related industries. Or rather, when they grow up, if you can throw away those things, no one will settle the accounts for you after they grow up, but you shouldn't, at this time, after you have developed, you are still carrying out these criminal acts. Zhang Tian was able to tolerate it to a certain extent, because he also understood that black cats and white cats are good cats as long as they can catch mice, but the black cat is too much. Yunhai doesn't need it. Besides, at this stage, Yunhai will expand rapidly once it becomes directly under its jurisdiction. Under this premise, there is no need to be so indulgent, because the resources of the whole country will also be supported by that time, and the most prosperous area in the southeast will be created in one fell swoop very soon. Zhang Tian took Chen Lighting to the front desk. The more black forces, the more faces needed, especially the size of Huayu Group, as well as Chen Chang's reputation, etc. The entire office building is naturally impossible to be too shabby, so it took a lot of money to build this very eye-catching office building in the entire commercial area. After entering the interior, the lights were brightly lit. And bright, especially when Zhang Tian brought Chen Lighting to the front desk. The little girl at the front desk, even Zhang Tian, was slightly stunned for a moment. Pretty, a very beautiful. Zhang Tian couldn't help but smack his tongue in his heart. Sure enough, that Chen Chang is also a person with a good face. Of course, this kind of underworld power, especially the huge power of Huayu Group, the little girl at the front desk who came to deal with it, naturally, was definitely one of the best. Hello, sir, who are you looking for? Su Rui showed a very affinity smile on her face, but this smile was a bit far-fetched. A little girl with a story. Zhang Tian's psychology could be seen at a glance, but after seeing it, Zhang Tian didn't have any idea of wanting to inquire about and understand the privacy of other people. Otherwise, with Zhang Tian's current psychological abilities, he can see too much, so he can't understand them one by one. Isn't there a psychological disease, Chen Chang? Zhang Tian was a little surprised, but he still said his name bluntly. Mainly, the front desk didn't even recognize Chen Lighting. What about this, the jewel in the palm of your Huayu Group? The front desk can't even recognize it, Mr. Chen. Su Rui was taken aback in her heart. After all, she hadn't seen anyone who could call the boss's name like this. In fact, Zhang Tian didn't know that Su Rui came here because of an accident, and even said that it seemed that Zhang Tian still had some stupid feelings when she saw her eyes. But in fact, she really didn't feel wrong. This Su Rui really just graduated from university. The first job was dismissed because of an accident at home and too many leave requests. And the second job, because the boss wanted to engage in unspoken rules, Su Rui had a fight and even went to the police car. In the end, Su Rui was thrown out and ended up the third job is this job. For now, Su Rui is still relatively satisfied. At least the company boss doesn't seem to be disrespectful to her, and she is even very polite. I have seen her twice and I care about her very much. This makes Su Rui, a beautiful college student who looks pure but has some stupid feelings, very satisfied in her heart, and most importantly, she has also raised a lot of wages. If the only thing that made her dissatisfied was the company's little boss, she had seen it once, and some stopped her, which made her very annoying. That's Mr. Chen of our Huayu Group, please respect me. Su Rui said angrily, it's Mr. Chen now, but it won't be soon. Zhang Tian knocked on the table. Not in a hurry now. Zhang Tian has nothing on his hands anyway, mainly because he feels that this little girl is a bit stupid and cute, so he wants to tease her. At first, the temperament seemed to be like that, but as soon as he really touched it, Zhang Tian could see something in an instant. That's not the case at all. Chapter 602, The End of a Hero, the End of His Life? What do you mean, are you here to find fault? Su Rui took a step back vigilantly, holding the walkie-talkie in her hand, and he looked at Zhang Tian vigilantly, thinking he was looking for trouble. I'm not looking for fault. What I said is true. If you don't believe me, just call your President Chen and tell him that Zhang Tian has come to talk to him. Let him set up the table. I want to have a good chat with him. Jiang Tian said directly, okay, but if you are fake, then you will be miserable. Let me tell you, our President Chen is very fierce. Su Rui didn't call security. Companies with underworld forces like this are equipped with many vicious security guards. Anything can be done as soon as possible. Just now, seeing that Jiang Tian was still young, Su Rui believed it so easily. So Su Rui vigilantly took the landline and dialed Chen Chang's phone number, Mr. Chen. At this moment, Chen Chang rubbed his head. Since Chen Su went in, and Lao Hui also went in, Chen Chang has been a bit like a needle in a haystack, completely unable to stay. After packing up his things, Chen Chang sat in the office, looking at the place where he had been for a long, long time. With some joy, people like him have prepared many, many retreats, such as multiple passports and so on. Chen Chang can make sure that he knows what the specific situation is at the first time of the accident, and then he can run away depending on the situation. As for other things, he has completely ignored it. By the way, I almost forgot to tell the front desk, so I said I was not here. Chen Chang stood up suddenly. I just remembered that I was packing up and preparing to run away. It seemed that only the front desk knew about my own affairs in the company. At this time, I should tell the front desk that no matter who came, they would say that they were not there. That's not to say that I don't cooperate. Moreover, with the documents in his hand, he really needs to go abroad to deal with it. At this moment, just above the office building, there is a helicopter parked. Of course, it belongs to a small helicopter. This kind of helicopter is more convenient and very cheap. Basically, you can buy it without spending any money, and many bosses also like to use this thing. It's hard for Chen Chang to sit and lie down, so he's ready to run away, staying in Qingshan without worrying about the lack of firewood. Mainly before running away, there are still many things that need to be explained, and the money has to be transferred. Fortunately, he prepared a lot of back roads in advance, especially in foreign banks. A lot of money is deposited. I just wanted to make a phone call. The call from the front desk came. What's the matter? Chen Chang asked to Mr. Chen. There is someone who wants to see you. Su Rui said, someone wants to see me. You forgot. What did I tell you before? Chen Chang thumped in his heart. In fact, when he came to the company, seeing that the situation was relatively tense, Chen Chang had already said quietly, hoping not to tell others that he was here. It's just that it's a stupid pure college student in the end. It's so pure. I believed in Jiang Tian so simply, however, it seems to be more important. Su Rui explained, there are still some grievances, although I mentioned it a bit at that time. Chen Chang didn't say it directly at that time. Who can understand? Who will see me? Chen Chang put down the suitcase in his hand, waved his hand, and then asked the two loyal younger brothers to transport the suitcase to the helicopter. I don't know. I haven't seen it. Su Rui explained, never seen you before. Didn't you say I'm not here? Chen Chang was a little angry. How can he have time to deal with those trivial things now? No, they came up to find you. They should have known you were here. Su Rui quickly explained. It was only the next moment that the phone in Su Rui's hand was directly taken away. Chen Chang, don't think about running away. Let me tell you, once you run away, you will never have a chance to look back. Now, I am waiting for me in your office. By the way, introduce yourself. My name is Jiang Tian, the captain of the anti-drug brigade. Jiang Tian's deep voice came out. There is a voice transmission from the phone. It also made Jiang Tian's voice even deeper. It is also more full of deterrence. But for Chen Chang, the skull buzzed and completely exploded. He looked at the two younger brothers. They had already walked to the roof. Go to the roof. Go to the helicopter. Get out of here. Leave the sea of clouds. A voice kept appearing in Chen Chang's mind. But on the other hand, Chen Chang also understood that it was over. It's too late now. Asshole, this bastard. Chen Chang smashed all the fragile valuables in the office angrily. As for who scolded, who else can there be? When Jiang Tian's voice appeared, it was too late. When someone came over, Su Rui at the front desk directly said that he was not here and was not in the company. Chen Chang knew the news and quietly took a helicopter to leave. At this time, there is a chance to leave. After all, during this period, at this time, the control of helicopters is actually not strict. Many rich people like to operate their own private jets, especially how could someone like Chen Chang not have a backhand to stay? But now, the moment Su Rui, a stupid bastard, called him directly, Chen Chang knew that he was done. Going out to do things or escaping are two completely different concepts. The first one, when the time came, he had left, and wherever he came to find him, he couldn't find anyone, so it was even later. The second one. This problem is even more troublesome and acute. Once it escaped. If you hunted down at that time, even if he, Chen Chang, was riding in a helicopter, he couldn't escape with his wings inserted. Son of a bitch, this son of a bitch, I'm going to kill her. Chen Chang grabbed his hair, propped up on the desk of the office. His face was even more gloomy. It's just the moment the door opens, Chen Chang raised his head stiffly with his neck, and saw that Jiang Tian was the first to catch his EYE at this moment. There was no expression on Jiang Tian's face and there was still some immaturity. After entering the door, he looked at him first. Chen Chang didn't know what kind of look it was too murderous, and the deterrence was too terrifying. Even if he killed decisively, he felt frightened in the face of this look. He obviously didn't say anything while standing there, but he felt that the terrifying murderous aura continued to permeate. Who are you? Chen Chang asked. Jiang Tian did not speak, but at this moment, Chen Chang's daughter, Chen Lighting, stood up. Dad, don't make any more mistakes. Look back. There is still a chance now. Look back. Humph. Chen Chang looked at his daughter. The whole body was trembling. The end of the hero. A generation of heroes. But at this moment, he understood everything. It seemed, silently, so simple, a lifetime. It seemed, the end was frozen at this moment. Chapter 603, The Origin of the Mysterious Special Merit. When Chen Chang turned his head, the moment he saw his daughter, Chen Chang seemed to understand something. At this moment, there was a moment of relief on Chen Chang's surprised face. Yes, it was relief. We are all smart people. You should understand that at this time, a large number of armed forces should surround your building, but I did not do that. I chose another way. Bring your daughter over. You should understand what this means. Jiang Tian's voice slowly came out then. Jiang Tian came to Chen Shang, sat down, and looked flatly at the hero who had been in the Sea of Clouds all his life. That's right, Chen Shang, in this Sea of Clouds. No, Chen Shang, in this life. Although Jiang Tian didn't know much about the police, it is certain that there are too many self-made people in Yunhai, and these people who started from scratch. No simple person can be said to be a hero. Among these people, Chen Shang can stand out and go from starting from scratch without any property to the present. In Chen Shang's own words, the old man did not leave him any property, but only gave him this body. Relying on the hands given by the old man, he abruptly laid down the world of Huayu Group empty-handed. Assets, actual assets, not to mention valuation. On the contrary, the wealth owned by Huayu Group is already billions of cash, billions in this era. What concept? These billions are still cash, not property, let alone real estate or the like. It is purely that Chen Shang, the Huayu Group, has billions of deposits of this concept. In this era, everyone who understands it also understands it. You are, what do you mean? No, you are pretending to be stupid. You should understand what I mean. If I really bring someone over, do you still have room to turn around? No, but now, you have another choice. Jiang Tian propped his chin. It is impossible to absorb Chen Shang into a dark line. It is not that Jiang Tian does not believe it, but that the police themselves do not believe it, let alone choose to use Chen Shang. Compared with Chen Shang, there is a more intuitive and superior choice, that is, Chen Lighting. Chen Lighting is already old. Your daughter, who is now 20 years old, is very good, and the organization is very optimistic about her. Jiang Tian changed the subject. For this reason, there is no need to beat around the bush. A wry smile appeared on Chen Shang's face. In the end, he didn't say anything. He sat on the sofa and glanced at his daughter. Chen Shang had some regrets in his eyes. If there is anything the most regrettable thing in this life, it is that Chen Lighting is not a son, but a daughter, and a daughter is always unable to spread the incense of the sect. Of course, this is the thought that many people, things handed down, will exist everywhere. In this land, nothing is more important than the inheritance of ancestors and the incense of ancestors, and the daughter is always someone else's child. Of course, these thoughts were only fleeting in Chen Shang's mind. Jiang Tian, Officer Jiang, I admire you very much, being able to come here alone. Chen Shang took a deep breath, and his last chance was gone, because if Su Rui could get down there and fool Jiang Tian, Chen Shang would be able to leave Yunhai easily after only a small delay. But it is impossible now. Boarding the helicopter is a difficult problem. What's more, it is estimated that the police have already controlled the scene. But on the other hand, Chen Shang was really shocked, because young people like Jiang Tian, it is precisely because of their understanding that they become more alarmed. Jiang Tian has a bright future. He doesn't need to take any risks. In the future, he can rise to the top in a flat step. As for he broke into the Longtan Tiger's den alone. Officer Jiang, can you answer me a question? If you can answer my question, then I can cooperate with you in everything you want to do. Chen Shang also calmed down after fighting in Yunhai for so long, and for so many years. Chen Shang's blood has long been cold. He has been able to get to the present. Although part of it is luck is only a small part. More, not morality, but ferocity. It was countless opponents and human lives that died in his hands, every step of the way. It is a great achievement. It is not an exaggeration to say that the fight back then has come to the point where he has succeeded and retired as a big brother along the way. Chen Shang has experienced too much. Of course, if you can answer, I will definitely answer you, but if you can't answer, I hope you don't have to waste your words. You should understand that the right to choose now lies not with you, but with me. Jiang Tian nodded faintly. He also always has the right to speak lightly and lightly, looking at the young man in front of him who is 2 years older than his son and daughter. At this time, he can still firmly control his aura, and even Chen Shang can clearly feel that the person who came out of the sea of corpses and blood, suppressed it. This man is so terrifying. Why? Such a man is not his own son, obviously. He has come to the present, he has been separated from the class, and he has finally separated from the class. Now he loses everything by accident. No, he hasn't lost yet. And with this daughter, Chen Shang's face is complicated. However, Chen Shang quickly put these thoughts behind him, and then looked at Jiang Tian and asked, Officer Jiang, I have known you and know that you have done some things, but what I am very curious about is that you obviously have a bright future, and you don't need to do it now. What? You only need to follow the steps step by step. You can easily rise to the top. Why would you choose to break into this Longtan Tiger's den alone? Do you know, just need me to give an order, there will be dozens of gunmen to surround you, let you die here without a place to die, then all the grand ambitions and great deeds will disappear already. Jiang Tian almost laughed when he heard these words. It's not because of this problem, but Jiang Tian saw at a glance that Chen Shang's inquiry about the meaning of this sentence was actually a kind of temptation. Is there still a chance to test? If Jiang Tian's answer reveals that he is really the only one, if there is no police force behind him, Chen Shang may not risk his life. Fight. It's just a sentence from Jiang Tian. Chen Shang lost all his courage in an instant. So, do you know how my special merit came from? Jiang Tian knocked on the table. Jiang Tian can be said to have performed so many tasks. Why, only once did he break the limitations of the first-class power and was awarded the second-class power. How did you get here? Chen Shang is also very curious. Chapter 604, The Calm Before the Storm, a situation about to go wild. In fact, many first-class merits of Jiang Tian can be found, but for Jiang Tian's special merit, many people are actually inquiring, but to the disbelief of many people, there is no news, the blockade is too perfect, and there is not even any disclosure. Or rather, this special merit has deep meaning, but now, Jiang Tian can tell Chen Shang very clearly, then let me tell you, I am here and why I mentioned the special merit. Because of the inspection of Myanmar, did you know that I went to Myanmar alone, in order to save an undercover agent, one person, in hundreds of thousands, surrounded by layers of armed drug dealers, one person shot and killed hundreds of people and rushed out of the encirclement, and the 2 captives were unscathed. Zhang Tian did not explain why he dared to break into here alone, but simple words, but he told Chen Chang completely naked why he came here, and why he came here by himself. Are there people and forces surrounded behind it, and have they arranged people in advance? None of this is important, because Zhang Tian's source of self-confidence, Zhang Tian can clearly tell Chen Chang that I am enough alone. And no matter how strong you are, there are also Yunhai's Tacha, who have a strong local force, armed forces, and dozens of gunmen. It's just a joke. In front of Zhang Tian, among the first-class achievements, there were many people who had been slaughtered, all of whom were far inferior to the gun-wielding younger brothers of these 110 people. The elites who have been painstakingly cultivated are still so dead. What's more, it is a group of rabble who lack actual combat on Yunhai's side. You know, it is commonplace for those local heroes and heroes in Myanmar to fight with each other. How can they be compared to the younger brothers in a gentle township like Yunhai? That's it. Chen Chang's skull exploded with a buzzing sound. No wonder I haven't been able to find any news, because the news spread out. It was definitely a terrifying uproar. One person, surrounded by hundreds of thousands of militants, was undercover with a fuel bottle. Not only did a terrifying heroic force annihilated thousands of miles away, but even more terrifying was that the two of them came back safely. This is the most outrageous and terrifying. Wait, how did you do it? Chen Chang sucked in the air and widened his eyes and asked. Zhang Tian spread his hands. In fact, at that time, for Zhang Tian, this was also a helpless choice. In fact, that battle was also the battle that best demonstrated Zhang Tian's combat effectiveness, and it was able to become a very representative record. If you take it out to promote it can be said that it is simply absolutely. But it's a pity there has never been a report, so it can be regarded as a smuggled past. Moreover, after the past, they still didn't abide by other people's laws, and they were really reasonable when they were angry. When people condemn it, they really have nothing to say. So this kind of thing, if you can hide it, you must hide it. Otherwise, I ran to someone else's place and killed so many people in someone else's country. It's really wanted, and you don't have anything to say. Of course, it was impossible to take it down, and it was impossible in this life, because at that time, few people actually knew that it was a period when Zhang Tian's combat power was not very strong, compared with Zhang Tian in that period. Zhang Tian now is no longer a person of the same level. Now, what is your choice? Zhang Tian has no patience anymore. It can be said that until now, it is also taking care of Chen Lighting's feelings. Otherwise, for the sake of this, I came up and arrested people first, and Chen Chang didn't have a chance to resist. He really resisted. It's a big deal. Let this Huayu building be stained with blood, and then Zhang Tian will inevitably donate blood. But at that time, it's not easy to end. Zhang Tian hopes to make a perfect transition to Chen Lighting. As for Chen Chang's own words, he will be in the detention center from now on. Behind Chen Lighting's back, there was something that couldn't be solved, and she helped Chen Lighting solve it in the detention center. Or prison. Li Ting, come here. Chen Chang looked at his daughter. This was the first time Chen Chang had looked at his daughter since entering the door. When Chen Lighting approached, Chen Chang realized that her daughter's height was far surpassing that of herself. Speaking of which, Chen Chang's physique is very burly, and the compression of his body is also very strong, and his whole body is full of tight muscles, but the height is only 1.7 m. And Chen Lighting's height itself has already surpassed Chen Chang, and she is wearing heightening shoes, so it seems that she is more than half a head taller than Chen Chang. Lao Tzu older. The children are older, Dad. Chen Lighting walked up to Chen Su and lowered her head. At this moment, Chen Lighting didn't know how to face this father. Unlike Chen Su, a father-son relationship that is like water and fire, Chen Lighting does not agree with this father on the surface, but for this biological father, she wants to help him from the bottom of her heart. It's just that Chen Lighting understands that her father is on the wrong path. But if you are wrong, you are wrong. Chen Lighting also understood that there was no way to look back. She could only think of ways to alleviate her father's sins, hoping that one day her father would stop. I also understand that there are no wet shoes when I often walk by the river, and there is still society in this era. On this road. One day, it will always get stuck. As long as you keep walking on the narrow plank bridge, there will always be a rainy day when the road is slippery. So Chen Lighting realized one thing at a very young age, that is, join the greatest power, become a state machine. Since her father will come in one day, she is smart and understands that since others are also caught, then it is better to let herself be arrested. Do you blame me? Chen Lighting clenched her fists. I don't blame you. Chen Chang shook his head unexpectedly. In fact, Chen Chang didn't understand what his daughter thought, but sometimes, there were things that Chen Chang couldn't stop if he wanted to stop. Li Ting, now, you have succeeded. In the future, this Huayu group will be yours. I hope that you can carry forward Huayu group, but at the same time, you must strictly report everything to the organization in every detail. Do you understand? Chen Chang comforted Chen Lighting. This time, Chen Chang was still able to comfort his daughter lightly. To be honest, even Zhang Tian, who was on the side, looked a little emotional, worthy of being a hero. Zhang Tian had more admiration in his heart. Just this psychological quality is also rare. Dad, I understand. Chen Lighting's tears blurred her eyes. Chen Chang took a deep breath to calm his restless heart, then he took out the landline phone. He said without any expression on his face, gather all shareholders and come to my office for a meeting. I have important things to say. No matter anyone, no matter what they are doing, tell them that if they don't come, they will never have to come. The tranquility seems to be the tranquility before the storm. The situation is about to go violent. Chapter 605, which bastard got the hundreds of billions of assets for free? After Chen Chang put down the phone, the entire conference room was full of people in less than half an hour. Or rather, when Chen Chang was fighting in the world and mixing in society, a considerable number of younger brothers and manpower were gathered around him, and these people followed Chen Chang's rise. Of course, if it is normal, these brothers will all drink spicy food, and the reality is the same. For example, the old crutch. It is specifically for Chen Chang to deal with those gray industries, and these old brothers, most of them have already washed their hands, but there are still some who have a lot of say in the group. So say, Chen Lighting wants to inherit this position and wants to complete the smooth transition of rights. In fact, it is not something that Chen Xianjian can simply do. What's more, for so many years, in the process of development, the structure of the entire Huayu Group is quite complicated. This is true not only for Huayu Group, but also for Wenye Group. So far, the Municipal Bureau and the Provincial Department have even been conducting in-depth investigations and screenings of the Cultural Industry Group, striving not to let go of any black sheep. What did Brother Chang tell us to do in the middle of the night? It was Zhang Wei who spoke. When Chen Chang was mixed into society, Zhang Wei was actually already the leader of the original group, and when Chen Chang was able to get mixed up, it was also Zhang Wei's relationship. Zhang Wei's right to speak in this Huayu group is quite huge, except for Chen Chang, the entire group. This is not the case with the number 2 person, and the people in the conference room, after hearing Zhang Wei's words, kept whispering to each other, and their faces were full of confusion about this issue. To put it bluntly, what happened in Yunhai recently, it seems that there is nothing else except that Zhang Tian's killer star was unlucky and was targeted by others. Yes, the point is that we didn't intervene in that incident. How about you? Did you intervene? How could it be possible to intervene? Brother Chang explained at the beginning. If it is not necessary, it is absolutely impossible to provoke that killer star. That killer star is a cancer. Anyone who encounters it is dead. We can't live impatiently. Yes, for a company as large as Wenye Group, the goods were directly killed by others in one breath. Is it something that people can do? I entrusted the relationship. I heard that it is useless to have a relationship in the city or even in the province. Who dares to say a word about killing stars? The discussion in the conference room continued to appear. The main reason is that there have been a lot of major events recently, but among them, the most serious thing and the latest thing, could it be that police officer Jiang of the Municipal Bureau was hung on the internet and suffered a serious internet storm? These people even gloated in secret, watching the excitement from the side, mainly because no matter who was looking for death to provoke the killing star, or the killing star was unlucky, they were happy to see it. After all, when there is chaos, only when there is chaos, the wind and waves are up. They have a deep understanding of the saying that the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. This has been the case recently. Good guy, the terrifying speed of making money, selling white powder to the companies below them, simply has a unique advantage. This speed of making money is far from comparable to even money printing machines. How can you not be excited? It's just that as time goes by, there are more and more conversations in the conference room, and it becomes more and more noisy, but no one is making trouble at this time. Joke. If you make trouble, do you want to inquire about what Chen Chang did back then? In fact, there were more than 30 old brothers on the scene, all of whom were old brothers who accompanied Chen Chang to fight the world. These old brothers, in the group, Chen Chang is actually very helpless, because of the deep-rooted reasons. It is difficult for him to shake. After so many years, these old brothers are sweating and bleeding. So many things are also open to these old brothers, and everyone eats and drinks spicy food together, but it won't work now. At the time of the transfer of power, Chen Chang clearly understood. At this moment, outside the conference room, behind a screen, in fact, here is a one-way mirror. You can see the scene and discussion of the entire conference room from this room, but looking in this direction in the conference room, you can only see a display screen. Although I have a lot of right to speak in front of these old brothers, these people also make money because of the development of the group, so they didn't refute me. But if the power is transferred, these people are a huge obstacle. One by one. Chen Chang sighed faintly. Actually, he didn't want to wash it white. Those things that lose their heads have already been done so much, and coveting those ill-gotten gains has no other effect than to increase their own danger. With so much money, what do you want so much money for? Chen Chang actually doesn't want to do those illegal things. It's just that many things are not under his control. For example, these old brothers are like this. If they have to do it, even Chen Chang can't stand these people. After seeing the terrifying profits, these people are already crazy. I understand that Huayu Group has a lot of wealth, and it has always been difficult for me to understand why you still sell white powder, but now I understand. Zhang Tian nodded slightly. This is that the ship is too big and it is already difficult to turn around. These old brothers are the biggest obstacle. In addition, if you want lighting to take over Huayu Group, these people will definitely make trouble. For example, that person is Zhang Wei, the number 2 figure of the group. He was regarded as my big brother back then. He was once elected as the leading big brother. I'm okay to say, but I'm gone. You should understand that it is impossible for lighting to hold it down, and there will definitely be trouble when the time comes, and not only Zhang Wei, but also those people who don't want such a large group. Chen Chang also understood it very well. What's more, Chen Chang has been troubled by this matter, and the kindness of the woman at the beginning has left such a big disaster. It is also because Chen Chang has been making money smoothly all the time, and the distribution is more reasonable. In addition, Chen Chang himself has suffered some losses and has not treated these brothers badly, so they have all come smoothly, but once the interests are damaged, you can see if these people still recognize the eldest brother. At times have changed, and these people have also changed. They are no longer the brothers who fought the world in the first place. In the eyes of these people, after so many years of transformation, they have already been corroded by interests. There is also no morality and loyalty. At the beginning, Chen Chang had thought about it before and planned to solve these people by means, but now, Chen Chang has not solved these old brothers with the help of Zhang Tian and the others. It can be regarded as smoothly controlling the industry in the hands of their Chen family. It's just that the daughter is always going to married. I just don't know which bastard will be cheaper in the future for this tens of billions of group industries. Thinking of this, Chen Chang's teeth itched with hatred. Chapter 606. The state has its laws and the family has its rules. However, for my daughter, it is better to be confiscated in full. Their Chen family is still from this class. So many years of hard work have not been in vain. In this way, he can be regarded as completing his task. Thinking of this, Chen Chang gradually calmed down and added, Chen Lighting looked at her father and felt a huge feeling in her heart for a while. After all, this is my own father, and from the beginning, apart from the sense of justice in her heart, Chen Lighting really understood that Huayu Group had no way to change. It is more understood that if you go on like this, if you continue to go deeper in the path of crime, there is no turning back, and one day, all of them will fall into it. Even without her, perhaps, Huayu Group will only become worse now, comrade. Lighting, don't worry, you are undercover in Huayu Group to make contributions to the organization, and the organization will not treat you badly. In dealing with your father's affairs, your father's cooperation is on the one hand, and you yourself are making contributions to the organization. Your superiors will also consider this aspect and add it to your father, considering the arrangement of surrender, life imprisonment, or even fixed-term imprisonment, is possible, and it will be out in more than 10 years. Zhang Tian smiled. Some relationships, if used, may be able to come out in 10 years, but these things have nothing to do with Zhang Tian anymore. There is only one task for him, and that is to discover and solve all violations and crimes. Thank you, senior. Chen Lighting's heart slammed like a small deer colliding. He glanced at Zhang Tian, then hurriedly lowered his head. Neither of his hands knew where to put it. Fortunately, Chen Shang kept looking into the conference room and didn't see his daughter's performance. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to detect something wrong. Officer Zhang, it's not easy for me to solve these old brothers, so I'll leave them all to you. After solving these people, I will transfer all the shares of the group to Lighting, plus I have my confidants. They are all clean professional agents, and they can easily take over the industry at that time. As for you, you don't need to worry about the purpose. These people are gone, but if you want to continue to delve into the gray industry, you also have confidants who will cooperate with you. Chen Shang's jet black hair, in a short period of time, has turned gray for a while. As if in a flash, he has grown a lot older. For Chen Shang, who has paid attention to morality all his life, he betrayed his brother this time. He was even arrested by his own daughter. Perhaps this is the reincarnation of heaven, because God can't get used to him anymore, so he finally gave him such an ending. It's enough to leave the rest to me. Zhang Tian nodded, then took out the walkie-talkie from his pocket and said, all units pay attention. In the office on the east side of the 29th floor of the target, there are about 30 target personnel combined, ready to act at any time to prevent the fish from escaping. The first team received it. Roger that. Roger that. Continuous sounds continued to sound from the walkie-talkie. When the voice completely subsided, Chen Chang's mouth twitched. He knew that even Chen Chang was a little lucky in his heart. Fortunately, after Zhang Tian appeared at that time, he didn't think about escaping by helicopter, or doing something stupid. Otherwise, maybe he would be shot down directly at the last minute, and the bones would be difficult to survive. Of course, thinking about turning around, Chen Chang's mouth twitched and looked at Zhang Tian and said, I just said that Officer Jiang was strategizing. How could he really break into the Longtan Tiger's den alone? He had prepared for it a long time ago. As for what Zhang Tian said before, a person entered Myanmar, and then killed 7 in and 7 out of Myanmar, carrying the burden of an undercover agent, and finally slaughtered a few hundred people and ran out intact. How could this kind of fairy tale exist? Dad, stop talking, that's true. A teacher in our police academy has already said it. Chen Lighting, who was next to her, blushed and said hurriedly, this thing. In fact, the official cannot say it directly, but it can be circulated. There is no need to be really airtight. It is appropriate to spread it out a little bit. Only if the official is not sure and speaks, no one can say what the final truth is. In case it was spread indiscriminately by others, other countries can't say anything from some customs, but this does not prevent many of the teachers of the police academy, after hearing some of the above wind noises, from brain replenishing analysis and crazy blowing in Zhang Tian, an incident that is neither determined nor authoritative in nature. Humph. Chen Chang looked at his daughter blankly, and then glanced at Zhang Tian beside him. He was touching his chin and looking into the one-way glass. The anxious expressions on those people's faces were in stark contrast to Zhang Tian's contemplative expression. Contrast with Officer Jiang, what are you going to do with them? Chen Chang was a little worried. After all, this is the brother who broke into the world back then. Even if it didn't end well, Chen Chang hopes that their crimes will be lighter. At least when they are dealt with, they can be merciful. There are national laws of the country, and every family has family rules. What should be done and how to deal with it? That's not my Yayantang, let alone how to deal with it. Of course, if someone will have meritorious performance in it, they will also be greatly appreciated and sentenced, will be merciful. After Zhang Tian finished speaking, he opened the door. At this moment, in the conference room, there was a lot of discussion. Even Zhang Wei couldn't sit still at this time. Actually, through the one-way glass, Chen Chang could only see what they said and hear what they talked about. It is mainly to facilitate Chen Chang's understanding and analysis of how to speak during the meeting before the meeting. But Zhang Tian is different. The criminal investigation legend of the golden entry for Zhang Tian. It can be seen at a glance that everyone's attitude and everyone's expression are so subtle that ordinary people cannot observe. Every expression, including frowning, Zhang Tian can see and analyze many of the opponent's psychological attitudes and hearts, what to think and content. In a short time, Zhang Tian had actually accurately captured all the personalities and strengths of more than 30 people in a short period of time. For example, some people are very strong and must be arrested and dealt with, but there are also a few people here, and through Zhang Tian's observation, they can stay and help Han Lighting stabilize the situation. Therefore, even if it is to arrest people, there is no need to arrest all of them. Leaving a few people behind can make it easier for Chen Lighting to deal with the problem, and these things, in fact, as far as Zhang Tian discovered in just a few minutes, it is possible that Chen Chang has been together day and night for so many years, and Zhang Tian has not understood it clearly, because there are people here who look weak, honest on the outside. In fact, in Jiang Tian's opinion, there is no one who is the most ruthless, and it is hidden very deeply at what? How did you find out? Sorry, Jiang Tian looked at the scanning radar. There were about 4 or 5 very slight spots of light. Click. The door of the conference room was slammed open for an instant. Chapter 607, Taking Advantage of One's Age. It's just nonsense. Everyone in the conference room, who had been waiting for a very grumpy meeting, almost all of them in an instant, all their eyes gathered at the door. At this moment, just at the door, there was a young man and a young girl. Of course, this young girl was Chen Lighting, but everyone present knew her better. After all, in any case, Chen Lighting grew up with Chen Chang since she was a child, so when she went to Chen Chang's house, she could see Chen Lighting for a long time. But this little girl didn't seem to have a good impression of them since she was a child, and she didn't pay much attention to them since she was a child, not to mention that she will come to the company, or even that in their impression, Chen Lighting is. The first time she has come to the company, this also surprised them. According to their understanding, Chen Lighting has no good feelings for the company and Chen Chang, even including them, and even has some hostility in her attitude. When she was in school, she heard that it was not long after junior high school, Chen Lighting started to make money on her own, and she didn't want to use Chen Chang's money. Seeing Chen Lighting here was definitely extremely surprising to those who knew Chen Lighting. The other is, the young man standing in front of Chen Lighting didn't have any expression on his face, but glanced faintly at the people in the conference room. In any case, these people are definitely people who have accompanied Chen Chang to fight the world and have been following Chen Chang since the very beginning. So for Jiang Tian, these people all have terrifying evil values. Some people's evil value is even about to surpass Chen Chang. Of course, it's not that everyone is sinful. In it, Jiang Tian still found that there are 4 people. That's right, among the more than 30 people, there are 4 or 5 people who don't have much sin value. It also proves that these people are relatively clean. On the other hand, it is also estimated that he washed his hands very early, ate with peace of mind, and did not continue to do illegal and criminal things, and such a choice is definitely a smart choice. Honestly, eating dividends, doing nothing, and running out of money, why bother to pursue things that don't have their heads on their waistbands anymore? Isn't it good to enjoy your old age in peace and security? Better than anything, Li Ting. You are here. Who is this young man, Lighting? Are you here? It turned out to be the eldest niece. She was so dumbfounded that she didn't even recognize it. But the eldest niece, you are here all the time, so why bother to kick the door? Anyway, no matter what you think in your heart, at this time, even if you are a little irritable in your heart, and then after kicking the door, there are already some people who can't hold back their anger in their hearts. But it is still necessary to maintain a certain demeanor on the scene. Where is this place, Huayu Group, and who is the person in charge? It is naturally Chen Chang. No matter how upset they were in their hearts, it was absolutely impossible to show anything here before they overthrew Chen Chang. All eyes of everyone gathered on Chen Lighting. Although Jiang Tian's performance was relatively strong, in their eyes, he subconsciously recognized Chen Lighting's bodyguard. After all, Jiang Tian's figure really looked like a burly type. At first glance, there was a feeling of practicing family members. It seems that it feels right to say that it is a bodyguard, and then Jiang Tian kicked the door. In their eyes, it must have been Chen Lighting's command. Lighting, forget about messing around at home. Why are you still messing around like this when you come to the group? How did Lao Chen educate you to make trouble at home, and you still mess around like this when you come to the group? Here are all your father's old brothers. You actually kicked the door in. What do you want to do? Just when Chen Lighting wanted to say something, Zheng Wei, who was sitting in the main seat, frowned slightly. While everyone was keeping greetings, he had already reprimanded Chen Lighting with anger and scolding. Even when it came to the back, Zhang Wei patted the table and stood up. The moment Zhang Wei was speaking, the voices in the conference room had all disappeared at this moment. Everyone looked at Zhang Wei and stood up with Zhang Wei patting the table. There were 5 or 6 people who followed Zhang Wei and stood up. That's right, Lighting, you are too ignorant about this matter today. On weekdays, depending on your young age, we don't have the same general knowledge as you, but on this occasion today, this is a group and an important internal meeting. You dare to bring someone in and kick the door in. Your father is here. I want to ask your father how to manage you and whether you can educate yourself. Even if it's nonsense, there must be a limit. Lighting, come here quickly and apologize to all your uncles and uncles. The latter sentence was uttered by Zhang Wei with a gloomy face, with a sense of threat and terrifying oppression, staring closely at Chen Lighting. Don't look at what Chen Lighting does on weekdays. She is even a little courageous, and she is extremely stubborn in her heart. But in the face of this kind of scene, Chen Lighting's heart beats quickly without fighting. After all, speaking of which, these people followed Chen Chang to fight the world back then. After all, Chen Lighting still has too little experience. I don't want it. It's just that, although she was a little scared in her heart, Chen Lighting took a step forward and bravely refused to shake her head. Well, Lighting, I will give you one last chance. If you are presumptuous, don't blame uncle. I will teach you for your father. Zheng Wei twisted his neck, and this time Jiang Tian's gaze glanced around after a while. Finally, he looked at Zheng Wei again. At a glance, Jiang Tian was enough to analyze who Zheng Wei was. Ambitious stuff. That's right, this person is too deceptive. His face is like a smiling tiger, and even when he grows up, he looks like a good old man with a smile. When talking, more often, it looks as if it is lying softly. However, after entering the door, at this moment, Jiang Tian discovered that this Zheng Wei might be the biggest tiger in the entire conference room. Ambitious it is absolutely impossible to be willing to succumb to others. Moreover, among these people, Zheng Wei turned out to be the brightest red light. In other words, the evil value on his body was even more terrifying than that of Chen Chang. This is how much sin is going to be done. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes, but there was no action in the first place. Reaching out, when Chen Lighting was pale and shaking her head, Jiang Tian grabbed Chen Lighting's hand. Chen Lighting, who was originally extremely scared and nervous, was also at this moment, as if in a claustrophobic darkness, suddenly shrouded in a ray of light. The temperature of Jiang Tian's palm, through the palm of her hand, clearly spread all over Chen Lighting's body. Don't be afraid of me. Zhang Tian patted Chen Lighting on the shoulder with her other hand, and then whispered in Chen Lighting's ear. Chapter 608, You Still Dare to Call Me Brother? All units, take action only. Then did Zhang Wei squinted his eyes in some astonishment, turned around slightly, and glanced at Zhang Wei. Who was this kid and who let him get close to here? This is the group's confidential conference room. The security guards outside dragged this kid out to solve it. Zhang Wei waved his hand and ordered loudly, Get off the horse. After all, Chen Lighting is Chen Chang's daughter. It is impossible for Zhang Wei to do something excessive at this time, but the young people around Chen Lighting, Zhang Wei's eyes lit up because he found that the relationship between the two seemed to be not easy. Then, in front of Chen Lighting, the young man was solved, even if he broke his legs. This eldest niece must be very sad. A sneer appeared at the corner of Zhang Wei's mouth. It was only the next moment that Zhang Wei's sneering face solidified in an instant. Because of this little kid, he actually faced his own scrutiny and murderous gaze, walked in 2 light steps, and then walked into the conference room. The most important person is also Chairman Chen Dai and the empty seat. Similarly, he stopped next to the empty seat next to Zhang Wei. Originally, Zhang Wei thought that this kid was going to talk to himself or beg for mercy, but before he could say anything, this kid pulled away from the stool. Humph. Zhang Wei's eyes widened. The kid sat down. Does he know what he is doing? Crazy, wow. Zhang Wei's skull exploded, and in the on-site conference room, there were more than 30 people, and everyone's eyes were about to protrude. Otherwise, it is these old brothers who know Chen Chang best. It's a joke to make a joke on weekdays, but in formal occasions, or in doing things, Chen Chang is definitely the most disciplined and moral, and also the most ruthless. This seat, don't look at it as just a simple seat. Actually, it is also a symbol of a talker and a symbol of the chairman of the board, not to mention a stranger who doesn't know each other. Even their old brothers dare not touch the seat. If they touch it, in their line of business, it means that they have ideas about the position of the interlocutor, and even want to overturn the idea of the interlocutor. And with Chen Chang's ruthlessness in the face of this kind of thing, 99% of it was cement sealed in buckets and then sank into the sea. Oh no, in this sea of clouds, there is no sea. Most of the time, it can only sink into the Yinjiang River, or be buried directly in the soil. It's crazy. Young man, are you crazy? Stand up quickly. Who told you to sit there? Security guard, come on, security guard, call the security guard over. Hiss, who is this young man? Is he going to die? If you really think that Chen Chang pays attention to the rules and won't do anything, it would be too simple. This young man, maybe, is really going to be killed. Of course, these things are not important. The most important thing is that they, the old guys, are here. If Chen Chang appeared at this time and happened to see that his position was actually taken by a strange young man, maybe he would have some bad thoughts, thinking that they were people. Is there any conspiracy? Push a young man out, and then make some temptations to him. After all, they are all mixed up on the road, and they are also 1,000-year-old foxes, who would look at things only on the surface. Even Zhang Wei was clutching his heart at this time, pointing to Zhang Tian's face. He couldn't believe it. Looking for death. You were simply looking for death. Zhang Wei pointed to Zhang Tian and said in disbelief, looking for death? Zhang Tian almost laughed out loud. I have to say, in the end, it is the position of the chairman of the board. The comfort of this chair is too high. After Zhang Tian sits on it, he feels surprisingly good. At least, it is countless times stronger than the chair he used to work in the municipal bureau. Boy, if you want to die, don't be here. Otherwise, you will regret it. If you don't think about it for yourself, you have to think about it for your family. Zhang Wei's face was gloomy. He was also worried that after Chen Chang came here, he would see this scene and have some bad associations. Although I don't want to admit it, however, it is easy to fight the country in the mountains, and it is difficult to defend the country. This sentence is a law. It is possible to share adversity, but it is too difficult to share wealth. It's not easy for brothers to get to this day, when mutual suspicion is inevitable. Chen Chang guards against them, and Zhang Wei knows it, so he has been showing weakness and pretending. But Zhang Wei is also dissatisfied. He is also qualified for this large group of 10 billion. When he came out to mix, Chen Chang didn't know where he was, and even when Chen Chang got mixed up, he still left his relationship. If it weren't for him, Chen Chang still didn't know where he was staying. Therefore, over the years, in fact, Zhang Wei is far from satisfied with what he has got. Although he has lived a rich life and has too much money to spend, people's ambitions are also endless. What you get, you still want to get more. It is already a matter of time before the momentum is like water and fire, but it's definitely not now, and Zhang Wei will never do things now. The sea of clouds is too chaotic and the situation is too complicated. For an old fox like Zhang Wei, even if he is allowed to control Huayu Group now, he is not very happy. Because of one carelessness, Wenye Group is their lesson from the past. Can they run as the chairman of the board, looking for death? No, old thing, I feel it's you who are looking for death. Zhang Tian twisted his neck and smiled slightly. A humph. After Zhang Tian's plain voice was exported, the scene was silent for an instant, and everyone looked at the scene in front of them stunned. As the oldest person in here, even Chen Chang is not comparable to Chen Chang. What he is best at is relying on the old and selling the old. No one dares not to give face to Zhang Wei, the evergreen tree on the road. When, and how long, have you not heard such insults and insults? Even at a certain moment, Zhang Wei and everyone at the scene thought that they had hallucinated in their ears. Brave, this young man, too brave, are you dying? At this moment, a person in the conference room suddenly stood up and asked in disbelief. That's right, this is simply not going to die. Zhang Wei was also awakened by this voice. After regaining his senses in a trance, Zhang Wei's eyes turned red for an instant. No matter how good the Qigong Fu was, however, after so many years of recuperation, he couldn't stand Zhang Tian, a young man like Zhang Tian. One old thing at a time, one at a time, looking for death. For many years, he has not suffered such an insult for many years. You. Security guard, come to security guard, break this person's legs. No, break all the teeth in his mouth. Zhang Wei supported the table with both hands and roared in a low voice, his face flushed with anger, and this time, the two security guards at the door also walked in at this time. I just wanted to get close to Zhang Tian, but what I never expected was that Zhang Tian was very close to Zhang Wei, so close that he was within reach, and the seats on both sides were less than 1 meter away. So, snapped. Puff. Humph. At the same time, Zhang Tian's sneering voice also sounded in the conference room where the needle could be heard. Do you think you are the only one who has a brother? All units, act. Chapter 609, catch them all in one swoop. So easy stunned, everyone at the scene was stunned, mainly shocked by the successive changes in front of them. To say who Zhang Wei is, that is definitely the leading elder brother of all of them. Or, although the eldest brother in the lead is Chen Chang on the surface, in fact, in the company, the right to speak is very high, and even the most qualified is definitely Zhang Wei. When Chen Chang first debuted, Zhang Wei was already the eldest brother of a certain place. Even if Chen Chang could get together, it was all because Zhang Wei valued and promoted him. If there was no Zhang Wei, even Chen Chang might still be a thug, and he didn't know when he would be hacked to death. On the street, although Chen Chang was forced to retreat behind the scenes because he was too strong, Zhang Wei was definitely at the level of the eldest brother in terms of qualifications. In addition, the descendants of Chen Chang were not up to the standard, and there was no successor. Zhang Wei had more thoughts in his heart. People's ambitions are like this, they get a lot, but they are always not satisfied. Although the company has developed to the present, Chen Chang occupies the main part of it, and even without Chen Chang, perhaps Huayu Group is still just a triad gang, but now, it is far from impossible to satisfy their ambitions, and Zhang Wei, who has such old qualifications, has been for many years. How many years has it been? Zhang Wei couldn't remember it himself. No, he even said that he had grown so big and slapped him so loudly. He had never experienced it in his life. My face hurts. It hurts. Immediately afterwards, explosive anger was boiling, looking for death. This person is looking for death. Dare to hit me. Dare to hit me. Are you people who eat dry food? Kill this person. Lao Tzu. Although he has been recuperating for many years, and the kung fu of nourishing qi has also been practiced for many years, no one can endure this kind of scene here. If this does not give a cruel lesson, in the future, wouldn't it tell everyone that he has been a great man and everyone can be deceived? He doesn't care who this kid is, who found it, and what his purpose is. He only had one idea, and that was to kill this kid. Wow. As soon as Zhang Wei's voice fell, the guys on the scene reacted instantly, and then quickly stood up, just about to take out their weapons. Zhang Tian had already spoken with the walkie-talkie. The voice was calm, but his eyes looked at them with a sneer. Of course, it was not Zhang Tian's sneering gaze that made their whole body cold, but the content of Zhang Tian's voice, which made them widen their eyes. Brother, I'm sorry, you have brothers, and my brothers seem to be a little more than you. Zhang Tian said quietly. The police officers who were originally ambushing on the periphery, after Chen Chang cooperated later, had already ambushed the entire Huayu Group building in groups of 3 or 5. Just waiting for Zhang Tian's order, these people were able to come out. As for the consequences of doing something to Huayu Group, what will happen in the end? He even said, after Huayu Group starts, will anyone find trouble with Zhang Tian? And in the follow-up, after Huayu Group leads to chaos, will it have any impact on the society? And will there be any leaders who will look for Zhang Tian's problems in the later procedures? Zhang Tian has really never worried about these problems all the time. I really haven't taken it to heart. After all, such a large-scale action, normally speaking, is not something that a Zhang Tian, or even a municipal bureau chief, can decide to do to a person of the scale of the 10 billion group. This may not even be enough for Zhou Zhao in the city to make up his mind, and he has to ask for the meaning of the above, and even said that he may have to ask for Mulao's body in the end. After all, regarding illegal disturbances and political and legal issues, Mulao still has a considerable right to speak in the entire Yun province, and he is also one of the main direct leaders. But I'm sorry, Zhang Tian's identity is too special, even to say that he is the only kind of existence in the entire Yun province and even the entire country. It's not about Zhang Tian's credit, but that the above's emphasis on Zhang Tian and the recent things that have been done have made the above face Yunhai's reform from the inside out to the bottom, have produced a huge amount of self-confidence. In this case, Zhang Tian's autonomy in what he does is almost wireless, not to mention, the relationship between Zhang Tian and Mulao, even said that there are 2 people behind the police, the first brother and the second brother, in Yunhai, who provide Zhang Tian with a full range of services and help. So much so, even if it is a group with a scale of 10 billion. Zhang Tian didn't even need to report to anyone, but it's still that sentence. The conference is for everyone to fight for chicken blood, and it is also for everyone to firmly believe in it, and to eat chicken soup for the soul. The really important thing is to show up at the small meeting, and what is reflected in Zhang Tian is to vent to the first and second brothers in advance. If it is true to report it layer by layer, a lesson from the past, why Yunhai's previous actions have never been successful is because, after the matter was reported, these criminals have long obtained first-hand news through various relationship channels. First-hand news from these people, they all know what happened to Zhang Tian, and even many of the credits Zhang Tian has made can be understood almost as well as they know it. However, what they know is only general, and many things in nature, these people still have no way to understand. That is the most central place. This is equivalent to that Yunhai is not hopeless, but also saved. At the core, if you really want to block it, these criminal groups have no way of knowing. At least, Zhang Tian himself is more gratified that there has been no internal response within the municipal bureau, or there was a part of it at the beginning, but after subsequent actions and thorough investigations, they were all found out and taken away one by one. Of course, Zhang Tian also intervened in these things and found a number of them. It is impossible for Zhang Tian to allow problems to occur with the people around him. Zhang Tian is also more regretful about these things, because he empathizes with it. He also clearly understands how terrifying psychological pressure the people around him are under every day. On the one hand, he received a salary of 800 per month. Moreover, the execution of the mission is always in danger of terror, and it is possible to sacrifice at any time. On the other hand, criminal gangs use tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of money to bribe, the terrifying torture of psychological and physical stress. It's not easy. Of course, Zhang Tian's cleanup is only to clean up the part around him to facilitate the execution of tasks. As for the situation of other departments, it is not within Zhang Tian's scope of responsibility. Even if Zhang Tian can see it at a glance, he will just keep it in his heart, but he will never do anything. What do you mean? Zhang Wei hadn't understood Zhang Tian's words in his anger, but he just asked for the exit. Wow. Outside the door, there was a sudden sound of terrifying footsteps. Immediately after, more than a dozen plainclothes rushed in with pistols in their hands. Even the two security guards who had just dawdled around instantly raised their pistols and pointed them at them. Chapter 610 Grand Plan. I, Zhang Tian, will make this sea of clouds peaceful. When Zhang Wei recovered from his daze, he waited inside the room. 30 or 40 heavily armed and even masked Secret Service agents had already pointed assault rifles at each of them, and there were more than a dozen plainclothes standing beside Zhang Tian, holding their pistols at them. Standing behind Zhang Tian with excited expressions on their faces. Yes, how can you not be excited? Zhao Wei, who was following Zhang Tian, was heartbroken like a deer colliding, and Zhao Wei's face turned red. This was purely excitement, because Zhao Wei understands his abilities very well. That if there was no Zhang Tian, he would just be living in this sea of clouds. Maybe one day, he might die if he was unlucky. Not only is his ability not very good, but even Zhao Wei feels that he is not very smart. But in this life, the only smartest thing he has done is to stand firmly by Zhang Tian's side. Although his abilities may not be of much help to Zhang Tian is absolutely determined to take him with him every time he performs a task or an important task. Therefore, in a short period of time, although it seems that Zhang Tian is not as perverted as Zhang Tian, he directly completed the triple jump. Oh no, the 4 or 5 level jump. However, he also successfully became a second level police division from a trainee police officer, and completed the second level jump. The key is Zhao Wei's age. It is the same size as Zhang Tian. At the age of 22, the most important thing is Zhao Wei's credit. Now Zhao Wei can even say that he already has multiple collective and even personal credits. Although he is only running errands, he also has 2 second-class and 3 third-class credits. What? Look down on these 2 second-class exercises and 3 third-class exercises. Do you know any concepts? Under the promotion and selection of the same level, if you have a third-class exercise, you have an overwhelming advantage. Idle people are not even qualified to compete. As for the second-class work, its importance is also self-evident. In the system, a second-class merit also represents a promising future. Now Zhao Wei can say that the spring breeze is triumphant. Standing behind Zhang Tian, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhang Wei in front of him, his face full of complacency and ridicule. Old thing, it should be your honor for brother Zhang to slap you just now. You know, there are many drug lords who are bigger than you. There are also many who don't even deserve to be slapped by brother Zhang. This slap is not a shame. If it spreads out in the future, you, an old thing, can be regarded as one. It's an honor. After all, there are very few people who can be slapped by brother Zhang, but everyone is definitely an all-powerful boss, and you are nothing in it. Zhao Wei raised his gun and sneered slightly. Export this sentence. The atmosphere of the scene, from the freezing, seemed to be gradually returning to some normalcy, and it also caused all the people at the scene who were shocked or even frightened to the point where they were at a loss and their minds were blank. The expression in their eyes also recovered. Then following Zhao Wei's words, all eyes converged on Zhang Tian. Although at first they thought Zhao Wei was bragging. It's just that soon someone noticed something of brother Zhang in this sea of clouds. A phone call, an order, can call out such a terrifying number of armed forces on the scene, and how many people can do it even if they don't have any wind, and there are very few people surnamed Zhang. Well, the answer seems to be about to come out. Are you Zhang Tian? Zhang Wei widened his eyes and looked at Zhang Tian. It seems that you are not too stupid for the old thing. Zhao Wei sneered, then took out the shackles and walked towards Zhang Wei. This also made Zhang Wei's face blue and red for a while, and finally his face turned pale, and Duda's cold sweat flowed down. Wait a minute, why are you arresting me? What evidence do you have to arrest me? Zhang Wei is still in his death throes. Or everyone can't see the coffin without tears. Even Chen Su, who was caught on the scene, can open his eyes and talk nonsense. But the police are not fools. The law is not a fool. Zhang Tian is even more unlikely to be a fool. Will I come without evidence? Moreover, if there is no evidence of your crime, would I mobilize so many people? The most important thing is, if I say you are guilty, you are guilty. There are neither 1,000 nor 800 criminals that Zhang Tian personally arrested. So far, no one has been innocent. And everyone, just like you, doesn't see the sarcophagus without tears, and when they go in, they all shout that they are wronged. Zhang Tian's voice came out lightly and unhurriedly, click. Zhang Wei only felt the cold touch of his hands, and before he could react, his hands were already handcuffed. What, you said resistance? Stop kidding, look at so many armed forces on the scene. Moreover, at this point, Zhang Wei understood one thing even if he was stupid. If there is no internal response to the things on tonight, Zhang Tian would definitely not be able to do it. Then, who is the internal response? Zhang Wei, an old man, is not a fool either. Combined with the current situation and Chen Chang's failure to appear until now, Zhang Wei suddenly had a terrifying idea. You arrested Chen Chang, and Chen Chang has already confessed to us? Zhang Wei said in a lost voice. Yes, there is only this possibility. Otherwise, Zhang Wei really can't figure out what Chen Chang can do to explode the truck. You must know that Chen Chang took the lead in almost all things, even the recent large-scale bulk cargo. It's almost as rich as a money printing machine, and Chen Chang is clearly leading the way in this matter. Although Zhang Wei secretly forced people to do it, but if Chen Chang confessed, he would not be the first to run away. So Zhang Wei really couldn't understand why Chen Chang would explode. Zhang Wei, right, seeing you live so old, don't you still don't understand a lot of things? Zhang Tian shook his head slightly. It's like the infernal way that hasn't been filmed yet. You can corrode the police and even all aspects and place people undercover, but the same. Can't their police be able to put manpower on your road? Stop kidding. Even Zhang Tian already had a general plan in his heart. Blocking is not as good as dredging. Since the situation of the entire Yunhai Sea and the crime problem seem to be difficult to completely clean up, after all, such a geographical location seems unlikely to be completely cleaned up at first glance. That being the case, so why not directly use the power that can be controlled to control the underground world of Unkai, and then, like a spider's web, let the entire underground world of Unkai have no secrets, then control all criminal gangs, finally, reduce or even eliminate all crime. No, I'm innocent, I didn't do anything. Don't catch me. Let me go, Shen Shang, you beast, betrayed us. At this time, these big brothers on the road were also crazy, some frantically calling for help, some constantly begging for mercy on Zhang Tian, and others frantically cursing Chen Shang. Zhang Tian watched coldly from the side. Zhao Wei looked at Zhang Tian with admiration behind him. As for Chen Lighting, those eyes were even more like looking at Zhang Tian with starlight.